In the year 737 of the Age of the Universe, on planet Vegeta, within the vast expanse of the cosmos, countless Frieza fleets were advancing in orbit around the planet. In the distant shadows, a young boy named Luo Quan gazed coldly at them with profound eyes. He was acutely aware that, in the near future, this planet would suffer a devastating blow from Frieza, alongside the annihilation of a minority race known as the Saiyans. If one were to closely observe Luo Quan's gaze, they would detect a subtle sorrow, not for himself, but for this warrior race. Upon awakening, he discovered that he had traversed into the Dragon Ball world he had long yearned for, not as a Saiyan, nor as an Earthling, nor as an Namekian. He realized he had inherited the legacy of the Omni-King, born as a deity, a king imbued with the essence of the universe. Under the consolidation of the universe's primordial power, Luo Quan gradually manifested the figure of a young boy with white hair. As his form solidified, he felt himself endowed with infinite life and semi-divine strength. With a gradual mastery of the primordial forces, he believed that defeating a mere god of destruction would pose no challenge. Luo Quan discovered that within the depths of the Omni-King's consciousness, two latent skills awaited discovery. Just as he became immersed in the spiritual realm of the Omni-King's legacy, a lone circular spacecraft suddenly soared into the sky, heading into the depths of space. Was that the young Kakarot embarking on his journey? For Luo Quan, a fervent fan of Dragon Ball in his past life, the departure of Goku meant there was little reason to linger on this planet destined for destruction. He resolved to follow in Goku's footsteps and carve out a new world of his own. Yet, Luo Quan was plagued by frustration, internally lamenting, "What a wretched transmigration system. It has placed me on planet Vegeta as my birthplace. If Goku doesn't embark on his journey, I cannot return to Earth because I am unfamiliar with the way. How can one possess immense power and formidable skills, yet be directionally challenged?" However, it is true that every gain comes with a loss. The only course was to return to Earth first, and then endeavor to catch up on the knowledge of this world. Luo Quan decided to assess his bodily attributes. Ah, how splendid! He could survive even in the depths of the universe. Well then, let us embark on our journey. Destination: Kakarot's spacecraft. Earth, my homeland, I am returning. Indeed, Luo Quan had contemplated seizing a spacecraft to accompany Kakarot back to Earth, but the strange symbols bewildered him. For someone newly traversed into this world, this was a significant hurdle. In the vastness of space outside planet Vegeta, the sounds of reconnaissance probes echoed aboard Frieza's mothership. An extraterrestrial warrior, wielding a hand cannon, reported. To Lord Frieza, "My Lord Frieza, we have detected a single-person spacecraft with a power level of 2, launching from planet Vegeta, accompanied by an energy source with a power level of 5. Should we dispatch someone to pursue?" After a moment of contemplation, Lord Frieza replied, "No matter, let us proceed with our plans." Beneath the resplendent starry sky, a Saiyan spacecraft sped through the cosmos. As it drew nearer, one could see a white-haired youth sitting cross-legged on top of the ship's canopy. Indeed, it was Luo Quan. At this moment, he felt utterly exasperated by the snail-like pace of the Saiyan vessel. He pondered the Dragon Ball universe, recalling Goku's instantaneous movement and Whis' cosmic traversal. Such formidable skills. Luo Quan mused silently, embarking on a long, seemingly endless journey. To alleviate his boredom, he gradually immersed his consciousness in the spiritual realm inherited from the Omni-King, reflecting on the nuances of that legacy. His mastery of power approached that of a Super Saiyan god. The first level was the apprentice Omni-King, the second was the assistant Omni-King, the third the ruling Omni-King, and the fourth was the sovereign Omni-King, the most formidable of all. Of course, at present, Luo Quan was merely an apprentice Omni-King, having just awakened. Let me be an apprentice Omni-King for now. After all, one cannot set their expectations too high, he thought to himself. Luo Quan eagerly contemplated his strength and those unique abilities. Although the prowess of a Super Saiyan god was not particularly high, it sufficed for his current needs. Observing his meager skills, namely the paltry erasure and minor healing spells, he sighed, "Ah, the path to divinity must be traversed slowly. The power and abilities granted by the primordial force are not limitless. There is, of course, a caveat. One must not disrupt the balance of the universe. For doing so incurs certain penalties. The specifics of these penalties can only be discerned through future experiences. At present, he merely sought ways to accelerate his cultivation. Since awakening, Luo Quan had noticed the primordial substance within him continuously refining and enhancing its power. It was a lengthy endeavor, and he speculated that perhaps only on Earth would he be able to glean the insights necessary to hasten his progress. Unbeknownst to him, as he delved into the inheritance of the Omni-King and the cultivation of primordial power, he was also subtly transforming the small cockroach aboard the spacecraft. Little did he realize that it was precisely due to his comprehension of the Omni-King's legacy and the refinement of primordial power that faint threads of this pure energy were seeping from his body, exerting a subtle influence on the young cockroach within their vessel. Like an ordinary infant in our contemporary society, who upon birth is enlightened by an unparalleled master, unlocking the profound channels of energy within. No, it is not merely the governing meridians. It is as if all 7 primary and 8 secondary channels have been activated. What achievements could such an individual possibly attain? What ordinary prowess could they possess in combat? Luo Quan found himself in deep contemplation, pondering how to journey to Earth, to diligently acquire knowledge of the current world and the mysteries of the cosmos. For within his legacy, he discerned that such rudimentary knowledge was not imparted through tradition. It could only be grasped through the profound capabilities of his extraordinary mind, through gradual enlightenment. Chapter 2. Earth, my home as the days pass. A serene visage graces Luo Quan, whose eyes shimmer like a star-studded sky, gradually revealing a planet draped in gossamer. A blend of green and blue. Is this the Earth of the Dragon Ball universe? Earth, my home. At last, I can return. The fated child of destiny, Kakarot, having traversed the path of divine power, finally arrives at the tranquil Baozi Mountain. Upon the opening of the spaceship's hatch, Kakarot encounters his destined grandfather, Sun Wukong, thus acquiring his earthly name and setting the stage for a legendary life. At this moment, Luo Quan hovers high above the city of West Capital, contemplating a question. In what guise shall I present myself to the human world? He sheds the cumbersome Saiyan armor and the unseemly battle attire, reflecting for a moment before harnessing his divine power to conjure a tailored Zhongshan suit and a pair of laced black leather shoes. To an unacquainted observer from afar, Luo Quan resembles a uniquely distinguished high school senior. In West Capital, on the bustling street before the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Company, a silver-haired high school student strolls leisurely. Luo Quan avidly absorbs the new knowledge of this world, astonished to discover that the Universal Capsule is a manifestation of spatial manipulation. In his past life, he had long harbored a desire for a spatial artifact, such as a storage ring or bracelet. Little did he know that in this Dragon Ball realm, his dreams could indeed be realized. Luo Quan conjured a pocket on his trousers, granting him a spatial artifact to store and retrieve items he could not carry. After 3 hours and 48 minutes of knowledge acquisition, he had grasped the foundational principles of this world. As his mental perception gradually expanded, he sensed many familiar figures from the Dragon Ball universe, including the kindergartner Walmart, the distant Master Roshi on Kame House, and even the sacred Korin Tower, alongside his grandfather, Goku, at Baozi Mountain. It seems the time has come for me to seek a tranquil place for meditation. After some contemplation, Luo Quan decided that the temple in midair would offer the utmost serenity. But first, I shall pay a visit to Master Roshi. At Master Roshi's small island, he inquired, "Greetings, Turtle. Is Master Roshi at home?" The old turtle gestured towards the house. To his surprise, Luo Quan heard the sounds of an exercise broadcast emanating from the television. It appeared Master Roshi was once again watching a fitness program featuring beautiful women. At that moment, an elderly man, adorned with a turtle shell and donning oversized sunglasses, ambled out of the house and asked, "Young man, hello. Whom do you seek? Who might you be?" Luo Quan scratched his head and introduced himself, saying, "Master Roshi, my name is Luo Quan. I have come into possession of a treasure that I wish to bestow upon your future disciple. May I present it to you?" With that, Luo Quan rummaged through his universal pocket and produced a palm-sized golden cloud, placing it before Master Roshi. This, he revealed, was the Nimbus Cloud, a mode of transport often employed by Sun Wukong. The Nimbus Cloud was unconsciously condensed by Luo Quan using primordial energy during his quest for knowledge. "This cloud can only be utilized by those who have undergone my mysterious baptism," Luo Quan proclaimed. As Wukong made his way, he too experienced Luo Quan's enigmatic right, rendering him the sole individual capable of wielding it. Without awaiting a response from Master Wu Tian, Luo Quan instantly soared into the air, vanishing above the Turtle Hermit's island. As he flew, Luo Quan mused, "Oh dear, I find myself quite hungry. Perhaps I should pay a visit to the esteemed Master Karen at Karen Tower. I recall that in the Dragon Ball universe, there exists a remarkable delicacy known as the Senzu Bean. I must procure a few to savor." 5 minutes later, Luo Quan arrived at Karen Tower. Upon encountering the legendary Karen Cat, who is none other than Master Karen himself, he appeared as a benevolent elder. After a pleasant exchange with the sage, Luo Quan successfully acquired several Senzu Bean seeds along with the knowledge of their cultivation methods. He expressed his heartfelt gratitude and exited the temple. In the heights surrounding the temple, Luo Quan circled it 3 times, contemplating. This place truly deserves its reputation as a sanctuary for cultivation. It is indeed an ideal locale for training. He gently descended onto the temple's plaza, where he met Mr. Popo and the Earth God. With a subtle display of his abilities, he courteously conveyed his intention to establish a long-term residence there. The deity warmly welcomed the presence of such a formidable figure on Earth, assuring that henceforth there would be no threats. Possessing divine strength and a divine body, Luo Quan, in truth, required no sustenance or energy replenishment. Yet, he harbored an intrinsic fondness for Senzu beans. Thus, he cultivated a small garden in the backyard, nurturing his beloved beans, perhaps viewing them as a cherished snack. Time drifted slowly in the serene pursuit of cultivation, as the seasons passed without notice. Luo Quan discovered that his training within the temple was astonishingly 10 times more efficient than on the ground, a fact that piqued his curiosity. Nevertheless, having arrived, he resolved to embrace this opportunity and focus on his cultivation. The enhancement of his prowess remained a perpetual principle, and throughout his training, he kept a watchful eye on the growth of little Wukong atop the Baozi Mountain. Wukong's developmental trajectory closely mirrored that of the original Dragon Ball universe. He encountered Bulma, sought guidance from Master Roshi, and participated in the World Martial Arts Tournament. It was not until Wukong arrived at Karen Tower for training, faced off against Tao Pai Pai, and vanquished the Red Ribbon Army, that they would meet again after their initial encounter in this realm. Perhaps due to the influence of Luo Quan's own intentions during Wukong's journey to Earth, the young warrior felt an inexplicable sense of closeness to this man at the temple. Thus, while honing his martial skills under Mr. Popo and the Earth God, Wukong also forged a deep friendship with Luo Quan, solidifying their bond. After years of diligent training, Luo Quan's strength had ascended to the pinnacle of a prospective king, merely a step away from entering the realm of an assistant king. To facilitate a swift and successful breakthrough of his limitations, Luo Quan embarked on a journey around the world. During this expedition, he gradually became acquainted with son Wukong and his companions. Chapter 3. Your grandfather has arrived. Gohan. While son Wukong devoted himself to rigorous training within the temple, Luo Quan continued to purify his body using primordial energy. This foundational work would eventually enable son Wukong to master the King's fist and transform into a Super Saiyan. Although the immediate effects were not apparent, they laid a solid groundwork for son Wukong's later transformation into Super Saiyan 3 and his mastery of Ultra Instinct. With his training yielding fruitful results, Wukong bid farewell to Luo Quan, the Supreme Kai, and Mr. Popo, descending to the ground where he followed his scripted destiny to triumph over the original Demon King Piccolo. He subsequently participated in the Tournament of Power, defeating the second incarnation of the Demon King, before returning to his beloved Mount Pazu with his wife, Chi-Chi, to continue his joyful life. Through the experiences of life and mastery of power, Luo Quan successfully broke through to the second layer of the King's legacy, reaching the realm of Assistant King. This new state granted him a significant enhancement in combat strength. Now, even if Beerus stood before him, they would be evenly matched in battle. Furthermore, this breakthrough bestowed upon Luo Quan the coveted skill of instant transmission, a technique later mastered by Wukong, allowing one to teleport instantly to the presence of another as long as their energy signature could be sensed, irrespective of distance. Luo Quan anticipated that if he could surpass the next realm, he might acquire the ability to traverse the cosmos like Whis. However, he felt immense satisfaction with his current ability to teleport, alleviating the awkward situation of possessing immense divine power without the means to wield it freely. As time flowed swiftly by, The tranquil days sped past. The inevitable soon approached. While playing with Gohan on Mount Pozu, Luo Quan suddenly gazed intently at the sky and uttered an incomprehensible phrase to Gohan. "Your grandfather has arrived." He then turned to Wukong, who was training under a heavy load, and said, "Wukong, I want to be going to Kame House. You all go ahead. I have some personal matters to attend to." With that, he vanished from his previous position in a flash. Across the vast grasslands, a farmer was driving his pickup truck at high speed when suddenly a silver-haired man appeared before him. "Uncle, please turn back. It's dangerous ahead. Do not proceed." Just then, a violent explosion erupted at the end of the road. A single-person spacecraft descended upon Earth, and as the hatch opened, Raditz stepped onto the terrestrial soil. The first human to meet his gaze was a strikingly handsome silver-haired youth, who greeted him with a phrase that Raditz could not comprehend. "Your grandfather has arrived, Gohan. You must be Raditz, right?" Raditz pressed the detector at his ear, and it emitted a series of beeps. After measuring, he chuckled. It turns out to be a weakling with a combat power of only 5. Upon hearing Raditz's words, Luo Quan became indignant. It was evident that his primitive detector could not perceive the mysteries of the realm, yet he dared to label him as a mere combatant of 5. Such an affront to the divine was intolerable. This left Raditz momentarily perplexed. This individual actually knows my name. How peculiar. Yet he dismissed the thought, for he deemed him a mere weakling with a combat power of 5, and continued his quest for Kakarot, intent on fulfilling his mission on this planet. Suspended in midair, Raditz activated the detector, scanning for the mightiest warrior on Earth. Thus, he pinpointed a location and swiftly departed, leaving our formidable Luo Quan behind, genuinely believing him to be a combatant of only 5. Only 5? How disheartening, lamented Luo Quan. At that moment, he found himself in a quandary. Should he eliminate Raditz or spare him? After some contemplation, he resolved to let Raditz remain, for the sake of Goku's future growth. I shall wait for them here. A grand performance is about to unfold, thought Luo Quan, as Goku was destined to undergo his first trial of life and death. Luo Quan pondered whether he should guide Goku along the path of the King Kai's techniques, perhaps ensuring he could traverse to the afterlife to train with the king. Raditz returned with Gohan, and it was time for Luo Quan to embark on his journey as well. He brought his index and middle fingers together at his brow, murmuring, "Oh, King Yama, we shall meet shortly." On the vast prairie, Raditz's spaceship landed. He brought Gohan to its vicinity, yet Gohan wept incessantly. "You are truly deafening," Raditz remarked. "Constantly crying, and you possess Saiyan blood." In a swift motion, he seized Gohan's clothing and tossed him into the spaceship, silencing the world around him. Raditz then soared into the sky, determined to seek sustenance. Suddenly, a warning signal blared from the detector adorning Raditz's eyes. "How strange, combat power 710. It's nearby?" His expression shifted dramatically. Following this, Raditz discerned the location of the power through the detector. "What? Is it that child?" Raditz widened his eyes in disbelief. Beep. The detector emitted another warning signal. "Here it comes again. Combat power still at 710. Is it malfunctioning?" Raditz scoffed. How could that little one possibly possess such formidable strength? Beep. There is another reading approaching rapidly. Raditz paused, astonished to see a new alert on the detector. The combat powers registered at 322 and 334, with one remarkably close to Kakarot's. However, they shouldn't be coming here. Kakarot was well aware that the odds of victory were virtually non-existent. Moreover, he could not possibly be aware of this place. However, when Raditz lifted his gaze to behold Goku and Piccolo materializing in the sky, his expression abruptly shifted. This was no malfunction. How could this be? That little imp's battle power could never reach 710. With a resounding thud, Goku and Piccolo descended, landing directly in front of Raditz. "Where have you hidden my son?" Goku inquired. "I have no leisure to conceal him. It was his incessant wailing that compelled me to confine him in that spacecraft over there," Raditz replied nonchalantly, gesturing towards a large pit behind them. Goku soared into the air, casting a glance at the vast crater. "Gohan, wait for Daddy. After I defeat this fiend, I will bring you home," he murmured softly. Chapter 4. The 6 great skills. The battle between the two sides raged with ferocity. Goku and Piccolo were suffering greatly. Piccolo had even lost an arm. At this moment, he raised his remaining right arm, bringing his index and middle fingers together on his forehead, gathering energy to prepare for the special beam cannon. Although the charging process for the special beam cannon was brief, It felt protracted amidst the intensity of battle. Meanwhile, Goku was being relentlessly battered by Raditz. Beep, beep, beep. The alarm on Raditz's scouter blared. Battle power, 924. Raditz's expression was one of delight, morphing and changing color. It appeared these beings could concentrate their battle power at a single point, unleashing an even greater force. Raditz suddenly turned to regard the charging Piccolo. Observing his battle power rise, 1220, 1330. The battle power continued to escalate, and Raditz's countenance shifted dramatically. At that moment, Goku's Kamehameha was fully charged, directed angrily towards Raditz. Utilizing his extraordinary speed, Raditz swiftly evaded the energy wave's assault. Goku adjusted the trajectory of the Kamehameha, sending it hurtling once more towards Raditz's evasion path. With a sneer, Raditz spun around, effortlessly grasping the incoming energy wave and giving it a gentle squeeze. The resulting explosion was immense, yet at the epicenter, Raditz remained unscathed. A faint wisp of smoke curling from his hand. Suddenly, Raditz bellowed, "Back at you." He hurled an energy blast towards Goku, who was caught off guard. Sensing the impending danger, Piccolo reacted hastily. In the meantime, Raditz did not cease his onslaught, gradually gathering power for a group attack. In his mind, Raditz reveled, thinking, "You shall soon meet your demise." At that very moment, the special beam cannon surged towards Raditz. Raditz was taken aback. Battle power, 1330. They could concentrate their power to the tips of their fingers, unleashing a strike potent enough to inflict lethal damage upon me. With his charge complete, Piccolo waved his hand, sending forth a spiraling column of purple, blue, and crimson light racing towards Raditz. In the realm of the underworld, outside the grand hall of King Luo, a figure emanating an air of mystery hovered in midair. Luo Quan, with a face full of resentment, was diligently searching for his abilities. He delved into his spiritual space, meticulously recounting his skills. Skill 1, Great Erasure Technique. Description: eliminates all things that one finds displeasing. This skill consumes primordial divine power, and its effectiveness is determined by the opponent's strength. Note: this skill must be used with caution if there is too great a disparity between the parties. It may lead to a collapse of the cosmic primordial forces. Skill 2, Great Restoration Technique. Description: this skill can restore anything one wishes to recover, effective within 24 hours. Note: this skill will significantly deplete your divine power. Skill 3, Instantaneous Movement. Description: senses the opponent's aura, locks onto their coordinates, and instantly transports oneself to their side. Note: this skill can only carry one person and is limited to short-range movement. Skill 4, Spatial Traversal Technique. Description: this skill enables ultra-long-range travel at cosmic speeds across various spaces and can carry up to 100 individuals. Skill 5, Ultimate Freedom Technique. Description: a specialized technique for angels, suitable only for those possessing primordial divine power. Skill 6, Annihilating Force. Description: this skill can only be wielded by destroyer gods, and activating it also requires the use of primordial divine power. Luo Quan turned his thoughts over and over, only to find that he lacked the authority to construct a dwelling. His initial plan was to establish a gravity chamber on Earth, allowing him to teach Goku the King Kai Fist and the Spirit Bomb, thus sparing Goku from peril. However, upon further contemplation, he realized that the King Kai Fist was merely a common skill of lower-tier gods and could only enhance combat power through key manipulation, a task impossible for him, as one endowed with primordial divine power. Thus, Luo Quan, resigned to his fate, steeled himself and stepped into the hall of King Luo. In the main hall of King Luo's palace, the king was busily attending to the routine matters of the underworld. Suddenly, he felt a wave of trepidation. Was that the aura of a super high-ranking god? Hastily setting aside his tasks, King Luo, accompanied by his judges, emerged to welcome Luo Quan's arrival. As he beheld the approaching Luo Quan, King Luo bowed deeply, sincerely and respectfully exclaiming, "Greetings, esteemed high god. How may I assist you?" Observing this scene, Luo Quan reflected for a moment and gradually retracted his imposing divine presence. With a cordial demeanor, he addressed King Luo, "Greetings, King Luo. I have a matter to discuss with you. In the near future, the god of Earth will bring a Saiyan named Sun Wukong to report to you. My request is simple. He will arrive in his physical form, and your task is to arrange for him to traverse the snake way of King Kai, where he shall await further instructions. The rest need not concern you." He merely wishes to pay a visit to King Kai. With those words, Luo Quan appeared at the beginning of the long serpentine path, gazing at its winding form. He pondered to himself, so this is the truth. I initially thought this was a jest by the King of Worlds, but it seems otherwise. Only through the integration along this lengthy serpent path can the spirit and body of those seeking an audience with the king be reconnected. Otherwise, even if one were to arrive directly at the king's abode, they would be unable to cultivate their physical form. On Earth, at the docking station of Raditz's spaceship, Piccolo stared in astonishment at Raditz, whose shoulder was bleeding profusely. The speed of this Saiyan was simply unfathomable. How could he have evaded such an attack? Raditz, surveying his shattered scapula and bleeding shoulder, remarked, "Indeed, that technique is formidable. Had I been struck directly, I would have undoubtedly met my demise." Raditz turned his gaze to the despondent Piccolo, contemplating, "I initially intended to toy with you two little mice. But I never anticipated you would inflict such a grievous injury upon me. It seems I can no longer afford to play with you. I must swiftly conclude your existence." With this thought, Raditz slowly raised his right hand, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Piccolo. Suddenly, Raditz felt a constriction around his tail, a surge of electric sensation coursing through him, rendering him weak and causing him to collapse to the ground. Piccolo stared in disbelief at the fallen Raditz, who was being firmly grasped by Goku, clutching his tail. Goku chuckled, "You were too complacent." Chapter 5. The death match with Raditz. Goku held tightly onto Raditz's tail, grinning. "You were too complacent." Observing the prostrate Raditz, Goku urged Piccolo, "Piccolo, unleash that technique once more. This time he won't be able to evade it." Piccolo immediately responded, "Understood." He then concentrated, bringing his index and middle fingers to his forehead, channeling his energy. "Goku, you executed that beautifully. If I use this technique again, I will truly reach my limits," Piccolo declared. On the ground, Raditz rolled his eyes, displaying a pitiful smile as he addressed Goku. "Kakarot, do you wish to slay your beloved brother with your own hands?" Goku retorted angrily, "A villain like you, who seeks to harm my child. How can you claim to be my brother?" Raditz replied, "I was merely jesting. If you release me, I will not truly harm your child, nor will I kill you. I will depart from this planet and never return. You must believe me. I am your brother." Piccolo, anxious, looked at Goku, who remained skeptical, and shouted, "Goku, do not trust him. He is deceiving you." Raditz implored, "I beg you, my dear brother, I am truly remorseful. You must believe me. I am your only kin in this world." As Piccolo continued to charge his energy, Raditz grew desperate, shouting, "I implore you, my dear brother, please believe me. I am sincerely repentant." At that moment, Piccolo shouted back, "Fool, do not trust him. He is deceiving you, exploiting your vulnerable heart." At this moment, Goku's heart softened, and he gently released Raditz's tail, which fell to the ground. Observing Goku's moment of hesitation, Piccolo exclaimed in exasperation, "Goku, you fool, you absolute imbecile." Still dazed, Goku suddenly heard Raditz let out a sinister chuckle. In an instant, Raditz sprang up and delivered a powerful punch to Goku's chest, knocking him to the ground. Raditz then lunged at Goku, unleashing a flurry of brutal blows. As he struck Goku mercilessly, a twisted smile played on his lips, and he taunted, "With a soft-hearted fool like you, it was all too easy to deceive you. How do you expect to become a formidable warrior?" While defending against Raditz's relentless attacks, Goku shouted in anger, "You are a despicable wretch." Raditz, however, chuckled darkly, "I am a true warrior. Without hesitation, I would slay my own brother if necessary." Intensifying his assault, Raditz battered Goku, who cried out in agony. Piccolo could only watch helplessly as Goku suffered, powerless to intervene, for he had already gathered his energy. Any sudden movement would render his Kamehameha unusable. As Raditz continued to mercilessly pummel Goku, he turned to Piccolo with an eerie grin, saying, "Don't worry. Your turn will come soon enough." In this dire moment, Raditz's scouter suddenly emitted a series of urgent alerts, prompting him to gaze toward the spacecraft. To his astonishment, he discovered that Gohan had somehow broken free from the ship's confines. In midair, Gohan executed a somersault and landed firmly on the ground beside him, unleashing an anguished cry. His fists clenched tightly, his eyes fixed fiercely on Raditz. Witnessing Gohan's fierce determination, Goku shouted, "Gohan, run. He will kill you." Piccolo, stunned, remarked, "So this is Goku's son?" Meanwhile, Raditz, standing next to Piccolo, was equally astonished by the scouter's reading of a power level of 1307. What a terrifying power, Raditz thought, momentarily paralyzed by fear. With fury etched across his face, Gohan bellowed, "You villain, do not dare to bully my father." In an instant, he propelled himself forward like a streak of light, charging at Raditz. A resounding crash echoed as Gohan's head collided with Raditz's chest, shattering his armor. Staggering back in shock, Raditz felt as though he had been struck by a mighty hammer, sustaining significant injury. Goku, witnessing his son's innocent determination, shouted, "Gohan, are you all right?" Gohan replied, "I'm fine, Dad." Meanwhile, Raditz, reeling from the blow, realized with dismay that Gohan's power level was merely 1. It dawned on him that their emotional fluctuations affected their combat abilities, and he had underestimated them gravely. In a swift motion, Raditz dashed forward, delivering a powerful slap that knocked Gohan unconscious, pondering to himself, "This child's potential is terrifying. If left unchecked, he will become our greatest threat in the future." As Raditz approached Gohan step by step, Goku roared, "You scoundrel, you cannot harm him. Stop." Raditz turned with a mocking smile, saying, "Are you addressing me? This child's fighting power surpasses the combined strength of both of you. At such a tender age, if allowed to mature, he would pose a lethal threat to me. I must extinguish him while he is still weak." Confident in his absolute dominance, Raditz let out a triumphant howl. "I am a merciful being, my strikes are swift, and he shall feel no pain. Do not worry, you two will soon reunite in another world. Trust me, ha ha ha." At that moment, Goku, consumed by rage, charged at Raditz from behind, gripping him tightly. He called out to Piccolo, "Piccolo, hurry. Use your previous technique to defeat him." Raditz, alarmed, thought to himself, "He possesses such formidable strength. I cannot break free. It must be because that little brat severely weakened me. This is bad." As Piccolo was gathering energy, a brilliant light emanated between his fingers. He remarked, "Almost there. Thank you for your patience. May I ask why you no longer grasp his tail?" Goku replied, "The tail can be severed automatically. It isn't safe. This is more secure. I cannot afford to give this fiend any opportunity." Despite his injuries, Raditz exerted all his might but could not escape Goku's hold. In Chapter 6, on King Kai's planet, Raditz angrily exclaimed, "You fool, we will perish together. What is the point of this?" Goku urged Piccolo, "Hurry, I can barely hold on. This guy's energy remains potent." Piccolo, gazing at the nearly perfected power at his fingertips, smiled faintly at Goku and said, "As you wish, I am coming. Though it has always been my dream to eliminate both of you in one blow, fret not. Your friend will soon gather the 7 Dragon Balls and resurrect you." At this moment, Raditz, panicking and desperate, pleaded, "Let me go. I promise that once I leave this planet, I will never return. You must believe me this time." Goku retorted, "You are the fool. Would I ever give you a second chance? Such foolishness." Now, the light between Piccolo's fingers had reached its zenith. He addressed Raditz and Goku, "Thank you for your patience. Are you both truly prepared? I am about to strike." Raditz's pupils narrowed into slits, thinking, "This is truly the end." Special beam cannon. With a thunderous shout, Piccolo unleashed the spiraling purple energy towards Raditz and Goku, piercing through their bodies. Both cried out in agony, collapsing into a pool of blood. At this moment, in the distant sky, a speeding helicopter is racing towards the site of the battle. Bulma, Krillin, Master Roshi, and the turtle are attentively observing the battlefield. As they fly, Master Roshi murmurs, "Have they both fallen? Have they perished together?" It appears that Piccolo has lost an arm as well. Krillin adds, "I only saw a violet spiral of light pierce through Goku and his opponent, vanishing into the far reaches of the sky. Could it be true that they have both met their end?" Meanwhile, Raditz, lying on the ground with a gaping wound, bellows in fury, "You bastards! How could I, so strong, be defeated by you two insignificant pests?" Piccolo exclaims with excitement, "At last, we have eliminated this terrifying foe." From the helicopter, Bulma gazes at the astonished expressions of Krillin and Master Roshi and inquires, "What is happening?" The first to regain composure is Master Roshi, who responds, "Quickly, find a place to land. We need to assess the situation." Krillin hurriedly adds, "Yes, land swiftly. We must see for ourselves. I believe I saw that fiend's heart pierced along with Goku's." In the distant realm of the afterlife, at the end of Snake Way, on King Kai's planet, Roquan sits cross-legged atop the newly acquired car of King Kai, murmuring to himself, "It would have been fine if Goku had sustained injuries. Saiyans grow stronger through battle. The more they are battered, the more formidable they become upon recovery. He could have soon reached the Super Saiyan level. Yet I prepared over 100 Senzu Beans for him, which have gone unused. Having spent years training on Earth, Luo Quan discovered that indulging in Earth's delicacies can enhance one's understanding of the mystical. As he consumes the Senzu Beans, he inadvertently exhausts all the ones he had prepared for Goku, having absorbed their powers without realizing it. Beside Luo Quan, King Kai stands trembling, pondering. Why does a superior deity come to my humble King Kai's planet to complain? What is his intention? A faint rainbow aura emanates from Luo Quan, rendering King Kai too intimidated to breathe. Luo Quan then addresses King Kai. The chosen one was not meant to perish this time. Unfortunately, I intended to pursue the path of enhancement, but I have consumed all the resources. Thus, I must seek your guidance in mastering the Kaioken technique. As for the spirit bomb, it is not that I do not wish to teach him. Rather, I struggle to comprehend it myself. The only techniques I can impart are those of destruction and the angelic mastery, which he can only learn upon reaching the divine realm. Until then, I must rely on your efforts. King Kai, perspiring profusely, responds, "Oh, great superior deity, such trivial matters are hardly worth your concern. You need only command, and I shall comply. There is no need for you to come all this way personally." Though such words were spoken, the king of the worlds internally lamented. It is often said that having divine assistance is the privilege of the chosen one. Yet I never anticipated that this chosen one would summon such a formidable upper deity. Alas, it truly is a case of a god surpassing another, driving the divine to exasperation. Luo Quan calmly remarked, "If it were merely this trivial matter, I indeed need not make a personal visit. However, there is another issue I wish to discuss with you. This time, the Earth will bring forth two exceptionally powerful Saiyans, whose battle prowess is extraordinary and poses a significant challenge to the current chosen one, Goku. With your present strength, the techniques and skills you can impart to him will be insufficient to contend with these two potent Saiyans. Thus, I propose to alter the gravity of your planet. Currently at 10 times that of Earth, I wish to increase it to 20 times. This way, once Goku completes his training, he shall be capable of overcoming those two Saiyans." The king of the worlds wore an expression of profound discomfort as he replied to Luo Quan, "You may act at your discretion, my lord. I am at your service." Yet, within the depths of his mind, 1,000 vexations raced through, pondering, "You may act as a super guardian. But why must it incessantly interfere with my life and my planet? You are wreaking havoc upon my world, shattering my tranquil existence. Have I wronged anyone?" Luo Quan, perceiving the king's subtle discontent, chose not to confront it. He raised his right hand and snapped his fingers, instantly transforming the gravity of the king's planet from 10 times that of Earth to 20. Simultaneously, the king's small automobile crumpled under the new weight, and both he and his pet found themselves unceremoniously seated upon the ground. The newly constructed house of the king also inadvertently collapsed. Chapter 7. The death of Raditz in the face of the king, who sat despondently on the ground. Luo Quan offered a faint smile and said, "Very well. I cannot use your planet without recompense, as it has undoubtedly caused you considerable trouble. Here, I present to you a treasure as a small compensation, a scroll, mystically condensed by my power. Its purpose is to withstand the full force of a god of destruction's attack. I now bestow it upon you. This artifact should safeguard you and your planet at least once in the future. I hope you will cherish and utilize it wisely." Adjusting to the overwhelming new gravity, the king shakily stood and accepted the antiquated red scroll from Luo Quan's hands, internally reflecting, "Fortunately, this is not a losing transaction." The prowess of these upper deities in bullying lesser gods has become increasingly formidable. It is quite disheartening. Noticing the king's woeful demeanor, Luo Quan considered that he had conveyed his intentions, provided compensation, and dismantled the home. Thus, it was best not to linger further. He would return to continue honing his divine powers. Upon returning to the temple, fortifying its structure would be paramount. For should any deity pay an unwelcome visit and initiate destruction, we would be ill-equipped to withstand it. On Earth, deep within the grasslands, the battlefield with Raditz lay before me. I am unwilling to accept this fate. In the depths of his mind, Raditz mused, "If only I were granted a chance to start anew, I would ensure the swift demise of those two fools. No, make that 3, including that little brat. Had it not been for that devastating blow he dealt me at the last moment, even if Kakarot had clung to me, I could have freed myself from his grasp. It is a pity to have met my end at the hands of mere kittens. Piccolo, discerning the resentment in Raditz's eyes, chuckled softly and remarked, "Your discontent is futile. Your demise is imminent, haha." Raditz seethed inwardly. "Damn you, cockroach. You, fool, would rather sacrifice your own life than allow me to live. Such a trade is hardly worth it." Piccolo roared with laughter at Raditz, declaring, "You are the real simpleton here. Goku will soon be resurrected. He is unlike you." "What? How is that possible?" "It is a truth universally acknowledged that the dead cannot return," Raditz retorted. Piccolo replied, "You fool. Are you unaware of the miraculous orbs on this planet known as Dragon Balls? They can grant any wish, and you did not even know of their existence." Suppressing the blood bubbling in his throat, Raditz grinned menacingly at Piccolo. "Indeed, you have finally divulged a piece of valuable information. I have transmitted our entire conversation through my scouter to my two partners deep in the cosmos. They are aware of my demise and shall avenge me. When they arrive on Earth, they will obliterate you all and use those Dragon Balls to bring me back." "Ha ha ha," Goku feebly inquired. "When will your two partners arrive on Earth?" Raditz, with a sinister grin, replied, "In 1 year. In a year's time, 2 Saiyans, far more powerful than I, will descend upon this planet. They will annihilate you all in an instant and use that Dragon Ball to resurrect me." "Ha ha ha." Raditz laughed maniacally, declaring, "Cherish your final year of peace and happiness. You should be grateful to me." Buzzing filled the air as Bulma piloted her helicopter to land beside the battlefield. As Krillin disembarked, he rushed toward Goku, gently lifting him from the ground and exclaiming in anguish, "Goku, you must pull yourself together. This is not like you." Goku, in a state of urgency, asked Bulma, "How is Gohan?" To which Bulma replied, "He is fine, Goku." Gohan merely fainted. "Ah, that is a relief. At least Chi-Chi won't scold me now," Goku responded with a hint of calm. Master Roshi, in a state of distress, urged Krillin, "What are you doing? Enough of this idle chatter. We must find a way to save Goku. Does anyone have any of Korin's magic beans? They should heal Goku's wounds." Krillin slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "Of course. Korin has those beans. They should be able to cure Goku. But will we have enough time to get them?" Goku weakly gazed at Krillin and murmured, "Krillin, death is truly an unpleasant affair." Heartbroken, Krillin reassured Goku, "Do not worry. We will revive you soon." At that moment, a radiant cascade of colors descended from the sky, landing beside Goku and Krillin. "Ah, it's you, Roshi. Why are you so late? The battle is already over," Krillin exclaimed. As Luo Quan gazed upon the dying Wukong and Raditz, a serene smile graced his lips. "Fear not, for I have come to escort Wukong to the realm of the dead for training. Your task is to gather the 7 Dragon Balls. After a year, Wukong shall be resurrected. The remaining matters will rest in my hands." With that, Luo Quan extended his hand, and a radiant spectrum of light instantly enveloped Wukong's wounds. Gradually, the injuries began to heal, flesh and blood regenerating until Wukong's body was restored to its former state. Luo Quan then gestured towards Krillin, saying, "I shall take Wukong with me. I will ensure his continued training in the underworld, preparing for the 2 Saiyans who will arrive on Earth in a year. They are formidable foes, and I must take my leave now." In a distant corner of the universe, on an ordinary planet, Nappa coldly addressed Vegeta, "Raditz has perished. The foolish fool was slain by a band of warriors with power barely exceeding 1,000. Nappa cast a questioning glance at Vegeta, inquiring, "Shall we clean up this mess and proceed to Earth?" Vegeta, dropping the half-eaten claw of an alien, chuckled darkly. "This news is rather intriguing. It appears there exists something known as the Dragon Balls, capable of granting any wish. How marvelous indeed. Let us not linger here. Let us prepare to journey directly to Earth." "What? Are we going to rescue that imbecile Raditz?" Nappa asked. Vegeta replied with a smirk, "Why bother saving that worthless fool? What significance lies in rescuing someone with such pitiful combat prowess? Upon our arrival on Earth, we can utilize the Dragon Balls to ensure our eternal youth. Thus, we can continue to battle indefinitely." Chapter 8. Wukong traverses the Snake Way. "Ah, splendid. Let us depart at once," Nappa exclaimed with excitement. By the way, Raditz transmitted some final news, mentioning a miraculous bean on Earth known as the Senzu Bean, which appears to heal our injuries directly. Imagine if we harness our Saiyan physiology alongside the Senzu Beans. Our combat effectiveness could be boundlessly enhanced. How delightful. Nappa continued, still brimming with enthusiasm. Vegeta remained silent. Nappa added, Vegeta, have you noticed that Raditz's ultimate failure stemmed from being forcefully struck by Kakarot's son, resulting in a significant loss of his combat capabilities? Such a terrifying little brat, once he matures, could pose a grave threat. Vegeta acknowledged, indeed. It seems that the offspring of Earthlings and Saiyans are considerably more powerful than ordinary warriors. Nappa responded, well, who knows? In any case, we must venture to Earth to ascertain the situation firsthand. With that, the two ceased their idle chatter and boarded their miniature spacecraft, hurtling towards Earth. On board the spaceship, Vegeta utilized the communicator to address Nappa. Do not overthink it. We have not had a proper rest in quite some time. Let us indulge in a good sleep and reunite on Earth in a year. Very well, as you wish, Nappa acquiesced. On Earth, Luo Quan had taken Goku's body, and gradually, everyone began to calm down. Piccolo pondered, in a year, 2 more formidable Saiyans will arrive on Earth. We must prepare in advance. Krillin queried, how does Raditz know our exact location and combat capabilities? Is it due to that peculiar device he wears on his face? Subsequently, Krillin removed the detector and handed it to Bulma, saying, could you investigate what this is all about? Bulma donned Raditz's detector, pressed a couple of buttons, and remarked to Krillin, it seems to have a minor malfunction. With some repairs, it should still be functional. However, the text is in an alien script that I cannot comprehend, which will require time to translate. Krillin gazed at Gohan, unconscious and cradled in Master Roshi's arms, and proposed to the group, let us first regroup at Master Roshi's house to deliberate on our future strategies. Turning to Piccolo, he asked, what are your plans moving forward? At that moment, Piccolo was channeling his energy, emitting a low growl. Suddenly, with a soft pop, his severed arm regenerated. Master Roshi, Krillin, and Bulma were astonished, staring at Piccolo in unison, exclaiming, so you possess the ability to regenerate. Piccolo replied, it's not an ability I can use indefinitely. It consumes a tremendous amount of energy. He turned to Master Roshi solemnly, stating, I intend to take Goku's son with me to train him. In this year, I will mold him into a capable warrior. Krillin, Bulma, and Master Roshi were taken aback, asking, why do you want to take Gohan? Krillin added, are you planning to eat him? Piccolo retorted angrily, what would I gain from consuming him? I am preparing for the arrival of the new Saiyans. Before they come, I need to train an exceptional fighter. You have no idea. Goku's son possesses immense potential, even greater than ours. Krillin suggested, once we reach Master Roshi's house, we can all train Gohan together. Piccolo impatiently shook his head, responding, who on this planet is more suited than I to be Gohan's teacher? Master Roshi contemplated for a moment and said, indeed, Krillin, Piccolo has a point. It is best for him to train Gohan. We require a superior warrior to aid us in battle against the 2 formidable Saiyans arriving in a year. Krillin, resigned, said, very well, Master Roshi, we shall defer to you. I hope you can explain everything to Chi-Chi later. Piccolo smiled slightly, took the unconscious Gohan from Master Roshi, and ascended into the air, declaring, until we meet again in a year, I look forward to your diligent training. Strive to defeat those 2 Saiyans with greater ease next time. Farewell. With that, Piccolo soared into the sky. Luo Quan had already returned to the Celestial Palace with Goku's body. Luo Quan addressed the Earth God, saying, I have repaired Wukong's body. You shall take it to the underworld, allowing his body and soul to merge. Afterward, proceed to the Serpent Path and seek out the Realm King to learn new techniques. Future training will be arranged in the underworld. I have matters to attend to on Earth, so I will not accompany you. I have already spoken with King Yenluo regarding this. And remember, it is imperative that Wukong traverses the Serpent Path, for only through it can his spirit and body achieve perfect integration, which is crucial for his cultivation in the underworld. Should his body and soul fail to align perfectly, it will adversely affect his future development. Very well, off you go. Luo Quan provided his explanation. At the entrance of King Yenluo's grand hall in the underworld, the Earth God encountered a curious Wukong and said, Luo Quan has arranged your future training plan. This is your body. You must merge with it immediately. Together, we shall pay our respects to Lord Yenluo. King Yenluo inquired, are you the son Wukong from Earth? Lord Luo Quan has organized your upcoming journey. Please follow me to the Serpent Path. Upon saying this, he instructed a capable judge nearby, take him to the Serpent Path and guide him to the Realm King. The judge, sweating profusely, led Wukong to the entrance of the Serpent Path behind the Yenluo Hall. Greetings, this is the road to the Realm Star. It's quite distant. You cannot fly here. You must run. You may rest, But do not stray from the path, for falling off means descending into the 18 layers of hell. I have shared all that is necessary. Take care, and set off. Wukong pondered, Luo Quan is indeed an odd fellow to impose such a trial upon me. However, since this is about cultivation, I shall endeavor earnestly. With determination, Wukong leaped forth at the beginning of the serpent path, sprinting toward its end. As he ran, questions swirled in his mind. What manner of being is the Realm King? Is he formidable? Is it enjoyable? Is the food delightful? How peculiar. He doesn't even explain anything. He merely instructs me to seek him out, claiming I should become his disciple to learn extraordinary martial arts. Can't Luo Quan teach me himself? What a strange individual. Chapter 9. The potential of Wufan. Meanwhile, deep in contemplation within the Earth God's temple, Luo Quan suddenly sneezed. Wondering, who is speaking ill of me? Never mind that. I must focus on my own affairs. These individuals are growing increasingly powerful, and they may pose a threat to our home planet in the future. What should I do? Luo Quan contemplated the tragic fate of the destroyed Beta planet, the Mike Star, and the Realm Star. Alas, such dismal conclusions. To safeguard the sanctity of Earth, I must devise a means to protect it. Suddenly struck by inspiration, Luo Quan conceived a brilliant idea. Indeed, I could harness the divine power I have cultivated to establish damage absorption arrays at various critical junctures on Earth. Thus, should Earth ever encounter forces beyond its capacity to withstand, the arrays I create would absorb such energies and subsequently transfer them to the Temple of Earth. By fortifying the temple, I could ensure that Earth remains unscathed. Truly magnificent. I am a genius. Without delay, he set about arranging the arrays across the land. On the helicopter returning to Kame House, Krillin, wearing a glum expression, confided in Master Roshi. Goku has been taken by Luo Quan, and there has been no word since. Gohan has gone off to train with Piccolo. How am I to explain this to Chi-Chi upon our return to Kame House? Alas, the burden of this worry is overwhelming. At that moment, Luo Quan's voice resonated from the helicopter. Everyone, do not fret. I have already arranged for Goku's future training. He is en route to King Kai's realm. Within this year, he will acquire formidable skills to battle for the salvation of Earth and the Saiyans. Rest assured, Krillin, your task now is to prepare the Dragon Balls, so that Goku can be revived at any moment. You need not concern yourselves with anything else. I will take care of everything. With a deep sense of gravity, Krillin addressed Master Roshi. Master, is this flamboyant individual, who flits about like a rainbow, truly reliable? Master Roshi replied with heartfelt sincerity. If there is anyone on this planet who is not reliable, it is unlikely you will find a more dependable individual than him. Worry not, he is beyond reproach. Long ago, I heard the Earth God mention to Karen that this individual's divine rank is among the highest in our celestial realm. Not only on our humble Earth, but throughout the cosmos, he is a figure of rare caliber. With such a person offering assurances, what more could you possibly be concerned about? But Master, why is such an extraordinarily powerful being unable to assist us in our battle against the Saiyans? Krillin inquired. Master Roshi quietly responded, it is not that he does not wish to help. Rather, his rank is so elevated that any casual intervention could disrupt the fabric of the universe, leading to a catastrophic collapse of our dimensional balance. Thus, he is diligently training Goku and us. Enough of these ponderings. You must return and gather the Dragon Balls, coordinating with Tien, Yamcha, and the others to diligently prepare for the fierce battles that await us in a year. Observing Bulma, who seemed hesitant to speak, Master Roshi impatiently waved his hand. Do not question me further. In the future, consult with Karen or the Earth God directly. Many matters elude my understanding. At my age, it is rather pitiful to be pursued and utilized by you all. I deserve a respite. I must return to my exercise routines. In the desolate wilderness, Piccolo swiftly carried the unconscious Gohan with one hand and landed near a nearby pond. He unceremoniously tossed Gohan into the water and shouted, "Awaken, you little rascal. I have words for you." After swallowing a few mouthfuls of water, Gohan slowly opened his eyes, gazing around in bewilderment. Piccolo addressed him, saying, "All right, you're awake now. Hurry and come ashore. I have something important to discuss with you." Clumsily, Gohan scrambled onto the bank and looked at Piccolo, whose face was etched with anger, and meekly asked, "Who are you?" Suddenly, it seemed as if a thought struck Gohan, and he inquired, "Where is my father? Where is he?" Observing Gohan's outburst of tears and cries, Piccolo sighed in exasperation. Enough, enough. Stop crying. If you continue to wail, I might just end up throttling you. This remark appeared to have an effect, as Gohan gradually stifled his sobs. Piccolo continued, from now on, I will be the one to take care of you. You must train diligently here, for we need your combat prowess to defeat the stronger Saiyans that lie ahead. Noticing that Gohan was on the verge of another emotional outburst, Piccolo hastily added, Your father has gone to the other world to train. He does not have the time to look after you or guide your training. You must hone your skills under my tutelage. Your potential is immense. I believe you can sense it as well. He paused, then reassured Gohan. Do not fret or cry anymore. Your father will use the Dragon Balls to bring himself back to life. You know this to be true. Right now, we must prepare to confront those two formidable Saiyans who will come to Earth. The one who captured you is already dead, so you need not worry. Your potential exceeds your imagination, and without your decisive blow, we could not have triumphed over that Saiyan. Trust me on this. Gohan stuttered. I have never fought anyone before. I don't know how to battle at all. Where could my potential possibly come from? Piccolo replied, Allow me to show you just how powerful your potential truly is. With that, he effortlessly lifted the struggling Gohan with one hand and hurled him toward a distant mountain peak. Gohan was struck with fear and cried out in alarm. Just as he was about to collide with the mountain, a faint white light ignited around him. With a thunderous crash, the mountaintop crumbled under the impact. Gohan gently descended to the ground, staring in a daze at the destruction he had caused. Did I do that? Piccolo stood in shock, gazing at the devastated peak and the deep fissure in the earth. His thoughts were tumultuous. This little one's combat power is indeed extraordinarily strong. Am I making a mistake by nurturing a formidable adversary for myself in the future? Oh, what a tangled web this is. Chapter 10. The Test of Combat Power. Gohan stared at the debris strewn about and murmured to himself. So I really possess such incredible power? Piccolo pondered. It's not quite like that. What you exhibited was a momentary surge of strength. When your emotions are unstable, your combat power will not manifest effectively. What I need to teach you is how to harness this formidable ability consistently in battle, transforming you into a truly formidable warrior. Gohan timidly replied to Piccolo. To be honest, I don't wish to be a martial artist. My dream is to become a great scholar. With a hint of resignation, Piccolo remarked, As long as you can defeat the two Saiyans who will arrive on Earth a year from now, you may assume any role you desire. It is of no consequence to me. However, before that, if you cannot overcome them, Earth will cease to exist, and you shall not be able to claim any title. Do you understand? Gohan fell silent. Piccolo continued, Very well, let us not waste time. Time is of the essence. Quickly remove that childish garment of yours so we can commence your training. Gohan, feeling a sense of injustice, thought, Could my father not be the one to teach me? Piccolo sighed deeply. Alas, your doting father is not a suitable instructor. His overindulgence has rendered you ill-prepared. It is best that I take on the role of your mentor. Gohan, resigned, replied, Very well, it appears I have little choice. What shall you teach me first? Piccolo grinned ominously. The first lesson I shall impart is survival, learning to endure. If you can sustain yourself in this place for 6 months, then you may be deemed worthy of my guidance in your training. He then calmly informed Gohan, Firstly, you will not find solitude here, as this place is rife with man-eating monsters that will keep you company. Secondly, surviving for 6 months will fortify your mental resilience. Only by cultivating these attributes can you hope to become a formidable warrior. This is indisputable. Gohan weakly protested, You truly intend to abandon me here? Piccolo smirked coldly. To ensure you become a competent warrior, there is no alternative. I must also caution you against attempting to flee. The area surrounding you for miles is desolate. Should you lose your way, I cannot assist you. Focus on your training here. Gohan timidly inquired, Please, wait a moment. Where's my dinner? Where's my room? Where's my bathroom? Piccolo chuckled darkly, My dear young master, if such comforts existed, would you even be here training? Gohan lamented, This is unbearably cruel. Piccolo's cold laughter echoed as he replied, Savor your future moments slowly. This is your fate, and it cannot be altered. With that, Piccolo soared into the sky, vanishing from Gohan's sight. In that moment, Piccolo reflected, I too emerged from such an environment, silently growing stronger. This is an unavoidable path for your future battles. Gohan gazed in the direction Piccolo had disappeared, shouting, Wait, I do not wish to be abandoned. His voice echoed through the desolate wilderness. Meanwhile, in the celestial temple, Mr. Popo addressed the Earth God, who had just returned from the underworld. Welcome back, Lord Kami. Was your mission successful? The Earth God responded quietly, indeed. I have completed the task assigned by Lord Rokai. Mr. Popo asked, is Lord Rokai not in the temple? Where has he gone? The Earth God replied. He mentioned he had urgent matters to attend to around the world and should return shortly. We may wait for him here in the temple. The Earth God inquired, Mr. Bobo, I have observed a remarkable transformation in Piccolo. It is indeed peculiar. Although he remains as cunning as ever, he has shed his former brutality and destructiveness. Now, he is even nurturing Goku's son, which is truly astonishing. In the past, he would never have permitted Goku's offspring to grow from weakness to strength. Could it be that he senses the impending pressure that those two Saiyans will impose upon us? Gazing at the silent Mr. Bobo, the Earth God mused aloud. I hope Lord Luo Quan's arrangements are indeed sound. I have an unsettling feeling that this individual possesses extraordinary strength. Let us await the outcome with bated breath. Mr. Bobo then asked, Divine One, do you possess extensive knowledge about Lord Luo Quan's origins? I cannot shake the feeling that he is shrouded in mystery. The Earth God sighed with a wry smile and replied, all I know is that his divine rank is exceptionally high, beyond our comprehension. Originally, I intended to take Goku to train under the King of the Worlds. But it appears that those tasks have already been prearranged. He has even sent Goku to the underworld, a matter that lies outside my capabilities. I can only hope for his success. Enough of that, Mr. Bobo. Let Lord Luo Quan handle those matters. We should focus on that poor little soul down below. He is still in tears. Oh, and let us not forget the furious mother on Master Roshi's island. It will be amusing to see how Master Roshi manages her wrath. Indeed, it promises to be quite a humorous episode, said the Earth God. Chapter 11. The Detector is repaired on the ground by the seaside of Kame House. A furious Chi-Chi seized Master Roshi's beard and shouted, Where's Goku? Where's my son? Hand him over at once. Seeing Master Roshi in distress, Krillin rushed forward to intervene, stating, Goku perished alongside Raditz. He is now said to be training in the underworld. As for Gohan, he has been taken by Piccolo, but he is unlikely to be harmed. Upon hearing this news, Chi-Chi's eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Bulma, witnessing the scene, turned to Krillin and urged, quickly, grab the dragon radar. We must search for the Dragon Balls. Leave this to Master Roshi. Krillin, still in a daze, asked why. Bulma replied, if you wish to avoid being killed by the revived Chi-Chi, you might want to remain here. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Krillin exclaimed, all right. We shall depart at once. Farewell, Master Roshi. After a while, Chi-Chi returned home. Only then did Bulma and Krillin return to Kame House. Bulma hurriedly examined the Raditz detector. Moments later, she exclaimed, at last, it is complete. Wonderful. With that, Bulma emerged from the room, brandishing the newly modified detector, and observed Krillin fiddling with the dragon radar. Krillin, stand still. Let me assess your battle power, she said with a playful smile. Not bad, she continued. With this device, I can discern your battle power. Look over there, a reading of 139. That must be Master Roshi. Krillin, have you made the necessary adjustments? Your battle power stands at 206. Quite impressive. It appears your strength surpasses that of Master Wu Tian. You should continue to strive. In that direction, there is a battle power of 177. It must be you, Krillin. Bulma chuckled, saying, wait, let me check that direction again. Over 4,000 kilometers away, there is someone with a battle power of 250. How peculiar. Krillin, with a resigned expression, remarked, 250, that must be Tien. Oh wait. Bulma exclaimed in astonishment as she observed from an incredibly distant location, over 8,000 kilometers away, a battle power of 329. That must be the strongest on the surface at present. It has to be Piccolo. Bulma said, indeed. It appears Piccolo is training with Gohan there. How wonderful. With this device, it will be much more convenient to stay in touch with everyone. Krillin replied, Bulma, your research is complete and the Dragon Ball radar is ready. Our next step is to gather the Dragon Balls. What do you think? We shouldn't linger here any longer. Bulma produced a universal capsule, tossing it to the ground, where a helicopter materialized before them. All right, let us set forth to search for the Dragon Balls and prepare for the future, she declared. Meanwhile, at the Earth Temple, Luo Quan staggered back to the temple, contemplating. I have finally completed the arrangement of the damage absorption formations at various nodes on Earth. Now, I just need to reinforce the temple's formation, allowing Earth to withstand greater damage in the future. It was a disheartening thought. These beings were growing increasingly powerful. A mere stray impact could potentially rend the Earth asunder or lead to its utter destruction. Thus, before they fully developed, I must ensure the protection of my own home, lest it be forcibly taken, leaving me with nowhere to mourn. At that moment, the Earth God respectfully addressed Luo Quan, saying, "Lord Luo Quan, you have returned. May I inquire if you have any recent directives?" Luo Quan replied, "I don't have much to convey at the moment. I will be residing in the temple for a while. First, I need to fortify the temple's formations. Second, I must strengthen the temple's structure to prevent it from shattering with the slightest touch." Rubbing his head, he continued, "Recently, I secured some rare materials from the destruction of King Kai's planet, which will be perfect for reinforcing our temple. Earth God, let's not dwell on that. I will be entering seclusion. If any matters arise, please wait for my return. By the way, upon my next emergence from seclusion, I will establish a gravity chamber within the temple with 10 times the gravity of the surface. I shall summon Goku's friends here for training. The benefits of training together will far surpass their solitary efforts outside, thus averting the need for them to perish and subsequently train with King Kai. It is settled then. I bid you farewell." With that, Luo Quan retreated to the depths of the temple, sitting cross-legged within the quiet chamber. Luo Quan harnessed his formidable divine power, generating spiritual waves that continually fortified the structure of the temple. 1 layer, 2 layers. Thus, the temple upon Earth progressed towards enhancement. Splendid. Earlier, it was mentioned that a gravity chamber was to be established. However, that task shall be postponed. First, let us secure the temple to absorb the majority of damage, and then we shall address subsequent matters. Very well, let us commence. Upon closer inspection, it becomes evident that this inheritance of techniques from the Omni-King is indeed peculiar. To accelerate cultivation, one must indulge in various delicacies to comprehend the pace of their training, necessitating a substantial influx of food energy. For instance, celestial beans can expedite the refinement of divine power. It seems I shall have to delay this period for a while and seek a means to replenish the losses incurred during this time. Luo Quan mused internally. Chapter 12. Fortifying the temple within the temple. The Earth deity inquired of Mr. Bobo, "Mr. Bobo, have you sensed the changes at the Earth's nodes and the temple's transformation? Is this the divine power of a superlative deity?" Mr. Bobo, appearing perplexed, responded, "I have felt a profound change. Yet the nature of this transformation eludes my comprehension at my current level." The Earth deity, resigned, replied, "Very well, there is no pressing matter at hand. Please summon Goku's friends who are currently unoccupied to the temple. I wish to personally guide them in their training and preparation for the forthcoming battle. You need not visit Piccolo and Goku's son. Instead, bring Tien, Yamcha, and Krillin, who has gathered the Dragon Balls, here. Their presence should suffice." As time flowed inexorably, 6 months passed. During this interval, Tien, Yamcha, and Krillin gradually arrived at the temple, receiving the Earth deity's guidance, and their training progressed remarkably. Meanwhile, at a considerable distance, Piccolo observed Gohan successfully completing his survival trial. Watching Gohan, who was devouring wild fruits while carrying the sword bestowed upon him, Piccolo wore a satisfied smile. At that moment, Gohan, shedding his previous timid demeanor, eagerly gazed at the approaching monstrous dinosaur. With a flurry of agile dodges, the colossal creature crashed into a mountainside, losing consciousness. Gohan soared into the air, drawing his sword to sever a portion of the dinosaur's tail, thinking to himself, "Wonderful, more meat to enjoy." Gohan impaled the meat on his sword and made his way to an uninhabited clearing. With his left hand, he unleashed a ki blast, igniting a pile of dry branches. The flames gradually ascended, and Gohan placed the meat above to roast. Excellent, another hearty meal awaits. In the skies above, Piccolo watched Gohan's continuous growth with satisfaction, remarking, "Not bad at all. This child has finally come into his own. It seems I must teach him some genuine combat skills." In the underworld, Goku traversed the lengthy serpent road, having spent half a year striving to advance. At last, he spotted the end of the serpent path not far ahead. Goku thought to himself, "Ah, I've arrived. Where is King Kai? How curious. Let me investigate." As Wukong gazed around, he suddenly spotted a small celestial orb suspended in midair. Ah, could this be the fabled abode of the King of the Worlds? How splendid. At last, I have arrived at the residence of the king. Without hesitation, he leapt forward, soaring towards the distant King's planet. Abruptly, Wukong felt an overwhelming gravitational force pulling at him, enveloping his being. With a resounding thud, he crashed onto the surface of the King's planet. Oh dear, how peculiar. Something feels amiss. Why is the gravity here so intense? It feels as though my body is reaching its limit. Even standing requires tremendous effort. What could be happening? Just as Wukong managed to straighten his posture, he noticed a large gorilla approaching unsteadily from afar. With utmost respect, he greeted, "Greetings, O King. I have come to seek your guidance. Please impart to me the profound martial arts." The gorilla raised its hands skyward, moving with an unusual rhythm. Wukong pondered. Ah, is this where it all begins? Can I really learn from him? Mimicking the gorilla, Wukong raised his hands as well, swaying his hips and adopting the peculiar gait as they ambled slowly towards the stars. As he continued to twist his hips, Wukong mused, "How strange. Could this be the King's fist that Luo Quan spoke of? Alas, maintaining this posture is exceedingly awkward. I would rather return to Earth and practice in solitude." Suddenly, a magnetic voice resonated from behind him. "What are you and my pet, Beerus, up to? Truly a curious child of destiny you are." Wukong turned in astonishment to see a slightly portly middle-aged man standing behind him, gazing at him in bewilderment. This man is quite odd. He has 2 antennae on his head and sports a pair of round sunglasses. Truly a peculiar character. Who might he be? Clearing his throat, the king awkwardly addressed Wukong. "So, you are son Wukong, as introduced by Luo Quan? I am the king of this realm, and that gorilla you're following is my pet, Beerus. Have you come to study under me?" In his mind, the king lamented. "So, it is you? The rascal assigned to me by a super deity, who has even disrupted my planet. Well, let it be. The esteemed higher deity seems rather petty. I shall refrain from taking out my frustrations on you. After all, should he find out, I would be the one to suffer. Why must high-quality deities be so miserly?" At that moment, Wukong came to a realization. "So, you are indeed the king. I apologize for mistaking your pet, O king. Please forgive my rudeness and teach me." Yet, in his heart, Wukong wondered, why does this king appear so troubled upon seeing me? It seems I have not offended him in any way. Truly a curious deity. Chapter 13. The king trains Wukong. The king declared, "Wait, let me first assess your physique. Indeed, after half a year of trials, your body and soul have achieved perfect harmony. Yes, you are now ready to train under my guidance. Our initial plan entails you first catching up to my pet, Beerus, that great gorilla. You must keep pace with him to adapt to the gravity of this planet. Only then can we proceed with the next phase of our training." "Very well, let us commence." At this moment, Goku gazed at King Kai with a puzzled expression, inquiring, "Why is my body's responsiveness so poor here? I feel exceedingly heavy." King Kai asked, "Where do you hail from?" Goku replied, "I come from Earth, King Kai." King Kai sighed. "Ah, that explains much. The gravity here is 10 times that of Earth, but thanks to your so-called friend, it has been modified to 20 times Earth's gravity, naturally causing you to feel exceptionally burdensome." At this juncture, King Kai internally rolled his eyes in exasperation. The original tenfold gravity was already considerable. It was your troublesome antics that led to my home being dismantled and my vehicle damaged. Had it not been for you, I would not have to endure this predicament. What a ridiculous situation. King Kai stated, "Enough of this. Didn't you come seeking my guidance for your training? Let us dispense with the chatter. Your first task is to swiftly acclimate to this planet's gravity. Once you have adjusted, return to me for further instruction. Words are futile. Begin your practice." Suddenly, King Kai seemed to recall something vital and asked Goku, "By the way, how long can you train here?" Goku responded, "I should have about 6 months. 2 Saiyans are racing towards Earth." King Kai remarked, "Ah, so they are the warrior race known as the Saiyans. Very well, I shall assist you in determining their arrival time on Earth." With that, King Kai directed his antenna-like appendage towards a specific direction to scan, informing Goku, "These 2 Saiyans are indeed formidable. They will reach Earth in approximately 158 days. Goku exclaimed, "Alas, time is of the essence. Let us begin. I wonder if I can defeat those powerful foes through training here. I eagerly anticipate it." King Kai mused internally. Initially, it seemed quite challenging, but now it should pose no issue. He addressed Goku, "Those Saiyans are immensely strong. Their power surpasses mine, and to conquer them, you must continue to strive." Then, with renewed confidence, King Kai added, 158 days is ample time. As long as you adapt to this planet's gravity, defeating those 2 Saiyans will undoubtedly be within your grasp." Deep down, King Kai also cursed, who have been blessed with divine power since childhood, wish to learn my skills. It should be a trivial matter. Why are you still hesitating? I spent decades mastering these techniques. Sighing, he thought, humans can be infuriating. Goku, with a skeptical expression, queried, King Kai, is that truly so? Those Saiyans possess strength greater than yours, and after training here for 158 days, will I really be able to defeat them? Are you not exaggerating? What a peculiar individual. King Kai, with a mix of indignation and determination, replied, if I say you can, then you can. Rest assured. He cursed inwardly, to come here for your sake. The gravity of my planet has been altered, my house has been forcibly demolished, and my car has been crushed. What more do you want? He vented his frustration in a flurry of expletives. The King of Worlds, suppressing his irritation, beckoned Bruce. Come here, Bruce. Then he addressed Goku. Goku, in order for you to swiftly acclimate to the gravity of this planet, you must chase after this chimpanzee. Once you catch up to it, we will reconsider the next steps of your training. Goku replied, oh, is it starting now? Fine, I'll pursue Bruce. Like an unsteady infant taking its first steps, Goku trudged slowly towards Bruce. After just a few paces, he was out of breath, panting heavily. After a moment's thought, Goku shed his weighted shirt, heavy outdoor trousers, and shoes. He exclaimed, it feels so much lighter without these. Instantly, he felt his speed double. Goku surged towards Bruce. But just as he was about to grasp him, Bruce's speed suddenly accelerated, propelling him hundreds of meters away as if he were riding a rocket. From that distance, Bruce made a face at the astonished Goku, taunting, with that speed, do you really think you can catch me? I've been adapting here for quite some time. Goku, bewildered, exclaimed, how is this possible? Too fast. The King of Worlds replied coolly, if you cannot accomplish this, perhaps you should return to Earth. This place is not suited for you. Scratching his head, Goku awkwardly addressed the king, Your Majesty, could you perhaps prepare some food for me? I haven't eaten anything since I died, and it's been 6 months. I'm completely drained of energy. Surely, I deserve a hearty meal. The King of Worlds smiled faintly. Very well, this lad is quite demanding. Let us ensure you have a full meal before we begin training. Half a day later, the King of Worlds, looking exasperated, said to Goku, have you finished eating? You've consumed a month's worth of rations for both Bruce and me. Goku, cradling his belly, chuckled. Oh, I'm so full. Although the taste was lacking, it's better than nothing. The distressed king promptly contacted the Lord of the Underworld. Quickly. I need a supply shipment for 50 years. I've got a glutton here. He sighed. What a situation this is. Capable of both consuming and creating. I wonder how his martial skills will develop. With his round belly, Goku inquired, King, don't you feel lonely living on this small planet? Do you have any recreational activities? The King of Worlds gazed calmly at the sky. You young ones do not understand. Simply observing the heavens and the earth, tending to the flowers, and enjoying a leisurely drive is a form of enjoyment in itself. Goku nodded. Oh, now I understand. Yet, the King of Worlds inwardly grumbled. For your sake, I just began to adapt to this planet's gravity after 3 months, and then spent another 3 months repairing my car and building my house. Truly, it's infuriating. The King of the World said to Goku with a hint of irritation. Enough. You've eaten your fill and discussed matters. Let us commence your training swiftly. First, put on your weighted clothing before you pursue Beerus. Chapter 14. Goku's Training Journey. Goku, taken aback, responded, why must I? That thing is incredibly heavy. The King of the World replied calmly. What you do not understand is that the gravity on the Saiyan home planet is 10 times that of Earth, and here it is 20 times. If you wish to defeat those 2 Saiyans, you must first acclimate to this gravity. With a serious demeanor, the king continued, Saiyans are a remarkably formidable warrior race. Though few in number, they are born with immense combat abilities that even I cannot match. If you aspire to conquer these 2 swiftly, you must dedicate yourself to rigorous training, do you understand? Goku chuckled innocently, but I am a Saiyan too. The King of the World was astonished. You? Were you not sent to disrupt things? Goku inquired, huh? What does that mean? The king replied, I see. You are a monkey sent to amuse us. At that moment, a thunderous clap resonated from outside King Kai's planet, startling him greatly. A voice echoed from the sky. I say, old Kai, who do you consider a monkey? Who is the fool? The king, filled with respect, addressed the voice, my apologies, Lord Luo Quan. It was a slip of the tongue, I misspoke. He thought to himself, how have I never encountered such a petty and protective deity? Just then, Goku, seemingly enlightened, addressed the king, old Kai. Before he could finish, the king shouted, "Silence! You are showing me increasing disrespect. Initially, you referred to me as Lord King Kai, and now you simply call me king. An old Kai is unacceptable." Goku pondered for a moment and said, "Then I shall call you King Kai." The king gazed at the swirling rainbow clouds overhead, sensing another impending storm, and with a resigned expression said to Goku, "Very well. Call me what you wish, but let us begin your training at once." On Earth, in the Celestial Temple, Luo Quan spoke to the Earth God. "Rest assured, Goku has successfully arrived and begun his training. You need not worry about this matter. I have completed the reinforcement of the temple. From now on, any powerful impact upon Earth will be absorbed by the temple, ensuring its safety. I shall remain here, which guarantees the security of Earth." Luo Quan continued, "Additionally, I have established a training chamber in the temple's rear courtyard with 10 times the gravity. They may enter this space to train, thus enhancing their strength to face the forthcoming Saiyans." Observing the Earth God's hesitation, Luo Quan waved his hand. "I know what you wish to say. You wonder why, being so powerful, I cannot intervene. It is perfectly fine for me to share this with you. Firstly, my divine status is exceedingly elevated, belonging to the realm of the supreme deities. Should I act recklessly in this ordinary cosmic expanse, it would disrupt the delicate balance of the universe, potentially leading to its collapse. Secondly, should I intervene indiscriminately, it would irrevocably alter the narrative of this tale, an outcome that the author would undoubtedly find intolerable. This is something you ought to comprehend." Observing the Earth God's knowing expression, Luo Quan smiled faintly. "As long as you understand." Just as the Earth God was about to speak, Luo Quan interrupted him again, saying, "You need not inquire. I am aware that you wish for Piccolo and Gohan to come here for training. Very well, summon them forth swiftly. After all, the training efficiency here is unparalleled. 6 months in this realm equates to decades outside." The Earth God, rendered speechless, remarked, "Engaging in conversation with you truly conserves my breath. I scarcely uttered a question, and you have already preempted my inquiries. Very well, I shall handle it myself." Once Luo Quan had delegated the Earth God's tasks, he shook his head and returned to his chamber. He glanced at the sluggish progress of his development over the past 6 months. Luo Quan pondered, realizing that he was encumbered by mundane affairs. He must accelerate his cultivation. Elevating his strength is imperative, for future conflicts will ultimately depend on his own prowess. The latest batch of Senzu Beans would not mature for another 4 months. Seizing this interval, he decided to visit Bulma's residence for a culinary indulgence. A delectable meal would surely expedite his comprehension of the king's legacy, making it an excellent choice. Resolute, he set forth. On Earth, above West City. At the headquarters of the Capsule Corporation, Luo Quan stood serenely in the air, observing the raucous celebration unfolding below. An overwhelming sense of nostalgia washed over him. No wonder Beerus and Whis were such Epicureans. It appears that savoring fine cuisine genuinely enhances one's divine insight. Perhaps I should consider employing a personal chef? This notion warrants serious consideration. In fact, it would be splendid to cultivate a chef within the temple, ensuring a daily feast of culinary delights. With careful calculation, I could fully grasp the essence of high-level divinity within 2 years. Occasionally snacking on Senzu Beans would replenish my divine energy, bringing me tantalizingly close to my goals. Indeed, this is a most favorable situation. Suddenly, without warning, Luo Quan sneezed in midair. Who is speaking ill of me? Upon sensing the source, he discovered it was the King of Worlds. How dare he insult me? Calling me a worthless cur? The audacity of this lesser deity is astonishing. I must pay him a visit. Although I cannot act against mortals in this dimension, a mere inferior god dares to disparage me and challenge my dignity. A few thunderous reprimands should suffice to put him in his place. Luo Quan smirked mischievously. In the wasteland, Gohan, bruised and battered, sat on the ground, unable to move, groaning softly. A voice nearby remarked, "At last, after 6 months, you've managed to overcome your weeping tendencies." Gohan managed to tug at his immobile lips, chuckling foolishly in response. Son Gohan swiftly rose from the ground, seated himself, and wiped the blood from his cheek, turning to Piccolo and inquired, "Uncle Piccolo, have you ever battled with my father? Who is stronger?" Piccolo gazed contemplatively at the sky for a moment before responding, "The contest between your father and me remains unresolved. We shall continue our duel after we defeat the Saiyans." Gohan looked intently at Piccolo and remarked, "I've realized that the newly reborn Uncle Piccolo is not the ruthless figure my father described. You are indeed a good person. Chapter 15. Goku's King Kai fist begins to bear fruit. Piccolo smirked, his teeth visible as he scoffed. Enough with the useless flattery, you little rascal. You need to rest well. I just received a message from that old deity, stating that there is a gravity chamber at the temple, which should be operational for another 2 months. You must recuperate. I intend to take you there for training. Curiously, Gohan queried, Uncle Piccolo, what is a gravity chamber? I've never heard of it. Piccolo sighed and explained, according to the old deity, it was constructed by a significant figure on Earth specifically for our training. It is said that a month spent training inside equates to approximately 5 years of training outside. To prepare for the Saiyan challenge, we must first explore it and enhance our abilities. Piccolo urged, now off to sleep. Gohan readily agreed. All right, Uncle Piccolo. He hastily consumed a few wild fruits, gulping them down, and then turned over to sleep. Piccolo reflected helplessly, you little rascal, if it weren't for the urgency of your power improvement, I would never venture to that old deity's place to utilize his gravity chamber. Very well, upon waking tomorrow, we shall head to the temple. Thus, for days past, King Kai's planet in the other world, Goku finally acclimated to the planet's gravity, which was 20 times that of Earth. In an instant, he dashed forward and appeared behind Bubbles, gently wrapping his arms around the beloved gorilla. The king remarked, excellent, you have fully adapted to this planet's gravity. Now, we shall begin learning the King Kai fist. The king sincerely praised Goku, saying impressive. In just 40 short days, you have adapted to 20 times the gravity. You are indeed remarkable. It took me nearly 6 months to adjust from 10 to 20 times the gravity. You are destined to be extraordinary. The king mused. This lad possesses a resilient spirit and a kind heart. He is truly a talent worth cultivating. My perceptions were not mistaken. As a supreme being, he exemplifies the qualities of one. Are you ready, Goku? We shall commence the training of the King Kai fist, the king declared. There are 2 prerequisites for mastering the King Kai fist. First, you must possess the divine essence. Without it, you cannot control the overwhelming pressure the King Kai fist exerts on your body, which could easily crush you. As I am a deity, I inherently possess such capabilities, which are challenging for mere mortals to acquire. Allow me to first assess your condition. The King of Worlds, having spoken, scanned Goku's body with his antenna. It is impossible. How could you harbor the primal force of divinity within you? Moreover, your adaptability to this power surpasses mine by several tiers. It is truly perplexing. How is it that you possess such a gift? The King of Worlds contemplated briefly before a realization struck him. I recall now, when you arrived on Earth. It seems that Luo Quan had been following you closely. It must have been during that period that you underwent a baptism of his divine power, which granted you this extraordinary strength. No wonder he instructed you to learn my King of Worlds fist. You are indeed a fortunate lad. Clearing his throat awkwardly, the King of Worlds addressed Goku. Let us set aside the first point and proceed directly to the second. You must endure a trial of gravity exceeding 10-fold that of ordinary weight. You have been training here for over 40 days. You should be well equipped to adapt to this planet's gravity. Observing Goku, whose face radiated excitement akin to that of a curious child, the King of Worlds elucidated the secret of the King of Worlds fist. It lies in the synchronization of physical and mental prowess. Through the exertion of excessive weight, one compels the spiritual energy within the body to align with the physical form, thereby enhancing the synchronization rate. Once this rate is elevated, one can fully unleash every ounce of strength contained within. In essence, it is about harmonizing your body to ensure that every fragment of energy is utilized effectively, concentrating power at a single point to unleash formidable combat strength. As the synchronization between body and spirit improves, your power, speed, attack, and defense will all experience exponential enhancement. However, this technique bears significant drawbacks. The physical strain becomes considerable, leading to substantial energy depletion. For instance, on this planet, where gravity is 10-fold, you may unleash a single fold of King of Worlds fist in terms of attack, speed, and defense. Here, having adapted to 20 times the gravity, you can wield the capability of a double King of Worlds fist. Yet, this power must be employed judiciously. Overexertion will leave you incapable of further combat. The King of Worlds elaborated extensively, while Goku merely scratched his head in acknowledgement. Observing Goku's eagerness, the King of Worlds proposed, why not give it a try? Given your current physique, there should be no overwhelming pressure. Let us engage in a friendly spar. Goku calmed his mind. centering his focus to grasp the essence of the King of Worlds fist. King of Worlds fist. A radiant crimson flame enveloped Goku, releasing a surge of energy that manifested as a powerful wave upon the execution of the King of Worlds fist. The King of Worlds marveled, exclaiming, "What formidable combat prowess! This lad is truly remarkable." With the King of Worlds fist now finely tuned, Goku opened his eyes and smiled at the King of Worlds. "I'm coming for you." With that, two figures soared into the air, engaging in an intense battle. Goku, caught up in the thrill, suddenly shouted, "Double King of Worlds fist." The King of the World was caught off guard, inadvertently receiving a thorough beating from Goku on his own turf. The king found himself at a loss for words, thinking how impolite this young man truly was. Goku gradually ceased his assault, flashing a grin at the king. "Oh, Lord King, this technique is quite effective. It feels fantastic. Though it does take quite a toll on my stamina. By the way, are you alright? It seems like you're bleeding from the corner of your mouth." The king awkwardly waved his hand, saying, "Alright, enough, enough. You have improved remarkably. Your strength now surpasses mine. From here on, focus on mastering the King Fist. Once you have fully grasped it, I shall teach you other techniques." Chapter 16, Goku's Resurrection. The king silently mused. This boy truly is the fated child chosen by the stars. He is impressive indeed. In just a few days, his power has already eclipsed mine. Moreover, he learns my ultimate technique instantly, with no apparent obstacles to overcome. Truly formidable. Observing Goku, who was brimming with excitement as he diligently practiced the King Fist, the king called out, "Goku, when training, please stay away from my car." No sooner had he spoken than a loud crash echoed. Goku had leapt onto the roof of the king's vehicle. With a clatter, the car was reduced to a heap of scrap metal. The king looked skyward, covering his face. "Be excited by all means. But must you take it out on my car?" On Earth, at the temple, Piccolo, Gohan, Krillin, Tin, and Yamcha bid farewell to the planet and returned to their respective journeys of training. Meanwhile, on King Kai's planet, Goku focused intently, channeling a newly formed energy ball in his hand, gazing at an approaching cosmic superalloy. Suddenly, Goku shouted, launching the volleyball-sized energy ball toward the hardest cosmic alloy. With a resounding bang, the alloy disintegrated into cosmic dust, leaving no trace behind. Goku exclaimed to the king, "Wow, Lord King, this energy ball is incredibly powerful." The king praised him loudly. "Indeed, splendid work, Goku. I never expected you to grasp the secret of the energy ball so quickly. Well done, very well done." Goku, with an innocent grin, replied, "It's all thanks to your guidance. It has nothing to do with me." The king humbly acknowledged this. Deep down, he thought, this boy even knows how to be modest, such a rarity. The king explained to Goku, "In truth, the energy ball is quite simple. It involves extracting a trace of energy from every living being on your planet and gathering that energy into a formidable attack. This is why I advised you against using this technique lightly. Consider this. On the small planet of King Kai, the meager flora and the concentrated energy from the stars can shatter the universe's hardest superalloy. Just imagine how vast Earth is. The amount of powerful energy you could collect there." The king of the other world suddenly fell silent, seemingly recalling something, beads of cold sweat gradually forming on his forehead. In his heart, he pondered, how could I forget that there is another extraordinary deity on Earth, with such a formidable figure present? If I could harness even a fragment of his mysterious energy, it would be effortless to vanquish the invading foes. If things go awry, the Earth itself may face devastation. How could I have overlooked this? With this thought, the king quickly revised his words. "Goku, while the spirit bomb is indeed powerful, you must exercise caution in its use. It has a significant drawback, the lengthy charge time. If your adversary possesses greater strength, they will not grant you the opportunity to gather energy. Thus, this technique must be employed with utmost prudence." The king silently hoped. Let us hope this doesn't result in the Earth's destruction. If it does, don't blame me. You brought this upon yourself. Goku, smiling, replied, "Actually, King, you're overthinking it. I believe that with just the King's fist you taught me, I can easily defeat those two Saiyans. I feel an abundance of strength coursing through me. Trust me, the spirit bomb will be a backup strategy, and I want to use it unless absolutely necessary." The king continued, "Even if you decide to use the spirit bomb, limit it to just one shot. Do not overuse it. Its power is immense." The king, slightly exasperated, said to Goku, "Enough already. You've made progress in your training. Don't linger here any longer. The day of your decisive battle approaches. Those two Saiyans should arrive on Earth tomorrow. Your task now is to contact your friends for your revival and prepare for the impending conflict. That is all I have to say. Upon finishing, the king noticed Goku staring at him with wide, innocent eyes. The king, feeling a bit annoyed, asked, "What are you looking at?" "I told you to contact your friends on Earth." Goku, feeling helpless, responded, "How can I contact them? Does the king have a phone? A computer would suffice. I could send them an email. How am I supposed to reach them?" The king was at a loss for words. "You should have mentioned this sooner. Stand behind me. Place one hand on my back and silently focus on the person you wish to contact. You will be able to converse with them," the king instructed. Goku followed the king's guidance, silently concentrating. "Krillin, are you there? Please respond." On the ground, Krillin, as if receiving a message, looked up at the sky and replied, "Goku, is that you speaking to me?" The voice from above confirmed, "Yes, it's me, Goku. I'm here with the king, and I've completed my training. Please gather the Dragon Balls to revive me. The king informed me that those two Saiyans will arrive tomorrow. We need to start preparing for battle." Upon hearing this news, Krillin was electrified, rummaging through his belongings before swiftly heading to Master Roshi's house. He called out loudly, "The Saiyans are arriving tomorrow. We need to hurry and bring Goku back to life." He then hurriedly carried the Dragon Balls to a clearing on the beach, placed them carefully, and called out, "Arise." Shenron. The Dragon Balls emitted a radiant golden glow, and an immense surge of energy enveloped them. In an instant, the entire sky turned dark. Suddenly, with a flash of lightning and a striking red flame, the majestic and solemn Shenron appeared before Krillin, greeting him, "Greetings, Earthling. I am Shenron, and I can grant you any wish you desire. Please, state your wish." After a moment of contemplation, Krillin replied, "I wish for the resurrection of Sun Wukong, who perished fighting for Earth against the Saiyans. That is my sole wish." Shenron gazed silently at Krillin and responded, "As you wish." The sky then returned to its clear and sunny state. Krillin called to the heavens, "Wukong, are you still there?" Sun Wukong answered, "Yes, I am here." "Has Shenron granted the wish?" Krillin replied, "Indeed, Shenron has fulfilled the wish. You have been revived. Please return swiftly. I will inform everyone immediately so we can prepare for battle." Wukong said, "All right, wait for my return." Chapter 17. Wukong's rebirth and return to Earth in the afterlife. On King Kai's planet, King Kai observed the faint halo of death above Sun Wukong's head gradually fading away. He mused, "The Dragon Balls are truly remarkable. They can indeed bring the dead back to life." Suddenly, King Kai's expression changed dramatically as he exclaimed, "Oh no, I forgot something important. This is bad. This is terrible." Wukong, perplexed, asked, "What has caused you such distress, King Kai?" King Kai replied, "I was careless. I failed to account for the time it takes for you to return to Earth via Snake Way. This could lead to significant trouble." Wukong was taken aback. "Oh dear. It took me half a year to traverse here. What shall we do?" Suddenly, a thought struck Wukong, and he said to King Kai, "Wait, you are a deity. Can't you just teleport me back?" King Kai rolled his eyes and retorted, "I am King Kai, not the omnipotent supreme god. Not everything can be accomplished by mere desire. If that were the case, outsiders could come to Earth, and I would simply swat them away. What a naive child you are." However, he continued, "Although time is tight, it is not entirely hopeless. Depart from here immediately. With your current strength, you should be able to reach Earth in just over a day. I will inform the god of Earth to summon King Yama to expedite your return. This is the best course of action. Now hurry and set forth." At that moment, Wukong was filled with urgency. He expressed his gratitude to King Kai for his guidance. "Thank you for your teachings, King Kai. I shall depart at once. May we meet again someday." King Kai suddenly interjected, "Wait a moment. Are you leaving just like that?" Wukong replied, "Is there anything else? Time is of the essence." King Kai shook his head in resignation. Observing the figure of Wukong, clad in tattered rags, the King of Worlds remarked, "Very well, let us be generous to the end. I shall bestow upon you another set of garments." With that, he extended a finger and touched Wukong lightly, causing the burdensome attire to vanish, replaced by a pristine training uniform adorning Sun Wukong's form. Wukong, glancing at his new attire, chuckled appreciatively, "I am truly grateful to you, King of Worlds. Such a delightful gift." The king smiled at the exuberant Wukong and stated, "This ensemble is crafted from the finest materials in this universe, boasting exceptional resilience against impact. You may engage in fierce battles without fear of damage. Wear it with confidence. You may now set forth. Inwardly, he mused, were it not for Luo Quan's influence, I would not concern myself with you. Your state of undress is of no consequence to me. Very well, off you go, the king urged. Wukong expressed his gratitude once more and, taking to the skies, soared to the end of Snake Way, propelling himself at an astonishing speed towards its terminus. As he raced along the path, Wukong felt exhilarated, liberated from the 20-fold gravity of King Kai's planet. His body felt remarkably light. Previously, each stride covered 10 meters. But now he approached nearly 300 meters with each step. This speed was a gift he would never exchange for anything. He wondered about the king's communication with the Earth God and hoped he would arrive punctually at the King of Hell's Hall to escort him back to Earth. Meanwhile, on King Kai's planet, the king was engulfed in regret. What will I do if I botch the task entrusted to me by Luo Quan? He fretted. This miserly superior deity, if he were to vent his ire upon a humble king like myself, I would be utterly unable to withstand his wrath. Resolving to contact the Earth God instead, the king initiated a mental connection. Earth God, are you there? This is the King of Worlds. The Earth God, engaged in meditation, seemed to perceive his presence and replied, Yes, esteemed king, I am the Earth God. How may I serve you? Urgently, the king explained, tomorrow, the two Saiyans will arrive on Earth. Wukong's training here is complete, yet I neglected to note his return time to Snake Way. He should require just over a day to reach the King of Hell. Please ensure you are at the King of Hell's temple to receive Wukong. He added, there is no need to trouble Luo Quan over such a minor affair. Just remember this matter. Understood, esteemed king. I shall depart immediately, the Earth God affirmed. On King Kai's planet, the king gazed at the ominous cloud lingering overhead, threatening to unleash its fury. He inwardly cursed, fortunately, I have completed all tasks for this significant figure. Why does this storm linger, ready to strike? This miserly, stingy creature, so protective of his own, is not someone with whom one can easily negotiate. As the cloud threatened to unleash its wrath once more, the king thought to himself, I was merely venting my frustrations. It was not my intention to provoke. Reflecting on the situation, King Kai reluctantly concluded that it would be wise to engage with this esteemed individual as infrequently as possible. With a glance at the severely damaged King Kai's planet, he felt a tumult of emotions akin to a stampede of 1,000 mythical beasts within his heart. He contemplated that after this incident, he would sever all ties with that man, resigning himself to the futility of complaints and instead returning to the arduous task of repairing his planet. The journey ahead was indeed long and daunting. Meanwhile, Goku, racing along the Snake Way, felt as light as a feather. He thought to himself, this is exhilarating. Admiring his brand new attire, he mused, King Kai is quite generous. He even gifted me a new set of clothes, with the turtle emblem prominently displayed on the chest. What a good soul. Unbeknownst to Goku, the large turtle insignia on his back had morphed into the characters for King Kai. This old fellow certainly had a mischievous side. Having adjusted to the new gravity and buoyed by his uplifting mood, Goku's expression turned serious as he realized the Saiyans would soon arrive. I must accelerate my pace, he declared, unleashing his flight technique to soar towards the end of Snake Way. On Earth, at Kame House, Master Roshi surveyed the scattered Dragon Balls against the backdrop of the azure sky. With exasperation, he turned to Krillin and said, Oh no, they are arriving so soon. The Saiyans will be here tomorrow. I thought we had over a month to prepare. I can't believe they arrived over a month early. Are you and Goku ready? Master Roshi sighed with a look of despondency. You have already utilized the Dragon Balls, and Goku has been revived. But when will he return to Earth? The Saiyans are coming tomorrow. Krillin helplessly replied, Master, I only received a telepathic message from Goku urging me to gather the Dragon Balls for his resurrection. He mentioned he is still training with King Kai and may require a significant amount of time to return. He hopes to arrive before the Saiyans reach Earth to aid us in battle. Master Roshi gazed at the sky and remarked, Ah, what a remarkable series of divine interventions we have here. Krillin reassured him, Master Roshi, please refrain from worrying. Goku has assured us he is doing everything he can to return swiftly. If he fails to make it in time, we will all join you in lamenting our fate. So you need not feel alone. Master Roshi retorted, if we meet our demise, so be it. And don't tease me with your silly songs of despair. Do you think I don't understand? You, young rascal, should focus on your training instead of babbling nonsense. Krillin muttered under his breath, in truth, We have been quite busy, diligently honing our skills. Unlike you, who spends your days in that little hut watching questionable performances and then criticizes us. It's rather unfair. In reality, everyone was tirelessly striving to enhance their combat prowess in preparation for the Saiyan assault. We all understood that the summoning of the dragon was solely to bring Goku back to life. With his revival, it was clear that the Saiyans were imminent. And I trust that everyone will be ready for battle. At least, I hope so. Master Roshi, adorned with oversized sunglasses, addressed Krillin. Cease your lamentations. The immediate task at hand is to swiftly inform Tien and the others to prepare for battle. You've been idling here, indulging in my hospitality for over a year. Shouldn't you be out fulfilling your responsibilities? With that, the venerable master issued an eviction notice. Reluctantly, Krillin set off to notify Tien and the others one by one. In the west, at the headquarters of Capsule Corporation, on Bulma's lavish balcony, she clutched a radar that no longer displayed any Dragon Ball signals. Gazing at the recently brightened sky, she mused. The sky has darkened and brightened again. They must have used the Dragon Balls to revive Goku. This means the Saiyans are soon to arrive on Earth. I wonder if everyone is prepared for battle. With that thought, Bulma wasted no time. She packed the newly repaired Dragon radar and other medical supplies into her small backpack. Bulma retrieved a capsule and, upon opening it, a state-of-the-art high-speed helicopter materialized. She leapt into the cockpit and called out to her parents, "I'm heading to Master Roshi's. I'll be back later." Then, she piloted her aircraft toward Kame House. The following morning at 11:38, two miniature spacecraft from outer space entered the solar system's orbit. As they neared Earth, after piercing through the atmosphere with fiery trails, the vessels landed with a thunderous roar on the outskirts of a small town. Vegeta and Nappa's spaceship, trailing long plumes of smoke, bounced lightly on the ground, yet caused no damage, settling steadily beside the city. They slowly opened the hatch, and Nappa flew over to Vegeta, exclaiming in wonder, "This planet is peculiar. The ground is so solid that our landing didn't cause any destruction. Why didn't Raditz inform us of this?" Meanwhile, the townsfolk, awakened from their astonishment by this bizarre sight, gathered to witness. "Wow, it's actually people." Two individuals emerged from those spheres. How strange. Standing beside the spacecraft, Vegeta smirked coldly at the curious onlookers. The crowd murmured amongst themselves, speculating. Who are these people? Are they aliens, or just extras? "Hey you, are you an alien? You should go back to your planet. Earth is dangerous." With a grin, Vegeta remarked to Nappa, "This is Earth, a pleasant environment, fresh air, bright sunshine. And the locals are quite welcoming, greeting us enthusiastically." Nappa chuckled. "So this is what a warm welcome looks like. Shouldn't we respond in kind?" Nappa raised his fingers skyward and unleashed a surge of intense energy, radiating outward from his very being. The air trembled with a resounding roar. In the next moment, the energy waves emanating from Nappa did not level the surrounding buildings, people, mountains, and other objects as he had imagined. Instead, a flash of golden light shimmered across the ground, and inexplicably, Nappa's energy was absorbed. He chuckled to himself. "Oh dear, could my greetings have been too fervent? They should not be able to withstand such intensity." However, before he could finish his thought, he was taken aback to find that the surroundings remained unchanged. Leaving him momentarily stunned, Vegeta exclaimed angrily, "Nappa, you fool! Have you not noticed that our spaceship landed without causing any damage to the ground? This place is peculiar. Do not recklessly unleash your attacks, for the consequences may be beyond our capacity to bear." Nappa sheepishly replied, "Vegeta, I apologize. I was too hasty. By the way, isn't our primary mission to find that thing called the Dragon Ball?" Vegeta responded, "It's called the Dragon Ball. If those Dragon Balls were nearby and you destroyed them with your attack, our plan would be in ruins." Nappa laughed. Yes, I was too reckless and careless. I shall be more cautious in the future." The onlookers, witnessing the two engaged in conversation without any significant action, gradually dispersed, finding them rather dull. Nappa gazed at the departing crowd and said to Vegeta in a daze, "It seems we have been ignored. They do not regard us as a threat." Chapter 19. Vegeta and Nappa's assessment of combat power. Vegeta scolded him, "You imbecile. Our mission is to locate the Dragon Balls and fulfill our wish for eternal youth. Why are you quibbling with these insignificant, lowly humans? Our foremost objective is to find the one who killed Raditz. He must possess the strongest combat power on this planet. We must locate him and extract information about the Dragon Balls to achieve our desires. That is our primary concern." With that, Vegeta turned away from Nappa and pressed the new detector affixed to his left cheek. Beep, beep. We must first identify the strongest warrior on this planet and coerce him into revealing the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls to execute our plan, Vegeta stated. Nappa too pressed his detector. Yes, Vegeta, you are correct. The reports from Raditz were misleading. There are numerous individuals here with combat power exceeding 1,000. Glancing at the numbers on the detector, Vegeta was slightly taken aback and said to the somewhat flustered Nappa, "It matters not. They are still no match for us. Do you not understand this? First, we must locate the strongest warrior on Earth, capture him, and then devise our next strategy. Let us see. We should head towards the location with a combat power of 4,500. That is a formidable opponent. Wasn't he inactive when Raditz came here? How curious." Nappa chuckled. Indeed, indeed. What a formidable adversary. I shall have the pleasure of engaging in battle once more. It appears he is accompanied by over 1,000 others. They must represent the pinnacle of combat prowess on this planet. Let us make our way to them. Vegeta soared into the sky, exclaiming, "Indeed. The gravitational force of this planet is remarkably light, perfectly suited for our maneuvers and combat. Let us seek them out for an exhilarating encounter." With a whoosh, the two ascended into the vast expanse above. In the wilderness, as Piccolo, Tien, Krillin, and Yamcha sensed the arrival of Vegeta and Nappa on Earth, they immediately detected their overwhelming presence. Piccolo silently informed Gohan, "They have arrived." He clenched his fists, bracing for the impending confrontation. Gohan, equally grave, replied, "Uncle Piccolo, I too sense two exceptionally potent energies approaching the nearby town at great speed. We must prepare ourselves. I have no confidence in our ability to prevail against them." Meanwhile, aboard a helicopter en route to Korin Tower, Bulma caught sight of the Saiyans' descent through the television signal and activated her scouter. "I should first retrieve Master Roshi and join him on the battlefield," she declared. At Korin Tower, Bulma picked up the prepared Master Roshi and the old turtle, heading towards the mountainous region where Piccolo and the others trained. With the scouter scanning the area, Bulma remarked to Master Roshi, "It seems everyone has made significant progress in their training. I sense that Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien have all surpassed the 2,000 mark in strength. And there is an extraordinary power nearby, exceeding 4,000. Perhaps that is the Demon King Piccolo, accompanied by someone around 1,000. Could it be Gohan?" Master Roshi pondered. "It appears everyone has been diligently honing their skills." Suddenly, Bulma exclaimed, "Oh no. Two energies are rapidly approaching Piccolo. Their power is immense, truly formidable." Master Roshi reassured her, "Do not lose hope. Remember, the Saiyan who came to Earth a year ago mentioned that our strength can fluctuate greatly with our emotions. Therefore, we should not place complete faith in the scouter's readings. We must have confidence in Goku and Krillin. Let us hurry and see what unfolds. If Piccolo and Tien can hold out until Goku returns, we should be able to overcome them." Krillin added, "Goku has trained exceptionally well and has inherited the Kaioken technique. He returns with formidable strength. We must believe in Goku and the others. They will not fail." In the wilderness, Piccolo shed his heavy-weighted training gear and turned to Gohan, saying, "Look, they are coming." Gohan gazed into the sky. Indeed, it is quite terrifying. As Piccolo addressed the midday meal, he remarked, "There is nothing to fear. This year we have undergone rigorous training. Our combat prowess is incomparable to what it once was. There should be a qualitative leap, so do not be anxious. Maintain a tranquil mindset." Gohan nodded earnestly in agreement, saying, "Indeed, Uncle Piccolo, I believe you are correct. I have been diligently training as well." With a glimmer of anticipation, Gohan gazed at the figures soaring through the air. Could that be a Saiyan? Meanwhile, on Earth, the Supreme Kai hurriedly prepared to venture to the underworld to retrieve Goku, his expression grim. On his way, he encountered a beaming Quan. The Supreme Kai, with a troubled countenance, addressed Quan, "Lord Quan, you have returned? I sense that two Saiyans have arrived on Earth. I am preparing to fetch Goku. Is there something you wish to discuss? You seem quite cheerful." Quan, smiling radiantly, waved a fist-sized black crystal in front of the Supreme Kai, saying, "This is a long story. Do not rush. Goku should still take half a day to reach the King of Hell. You may set off in half a day." Resigned, the Supreme Kai replied, "Very well, since you say so, I shall remain patient. However, with the two Saiyans already here, we must devise a response." Quan chuckled, reassuring him, "No worries. Given their current combat abilities, they should pose no problem for half a day. If time permits, I shall also pay a visit, rest assured." They will not inflict any harm upon Earth. The Supreme Kai eased his troubled expression and exhaled deeply. Since you say so, I feel reassured. I shall proceed to the underworld to await Goku. He then inquired, might I ask if there is any cause for your joy? Chapter 20. The destructive power of Arquan. Arquan replied, this is a lengthy tale. I found myself at a standstill in my training, unable to break through my limitations. With some time to spare, I considered going to King Kai's planet to bring Goku back, thereby saving him the journey along Snake Way. However, upon my arrival, I discovered Goku had already embarked on his journey along Snake Way, leaving me empty-handed. The Supreme Kai, feeling exasperated, silently cursed, it is unfortunate. You high-ranking deities are perpetually unreliable. Arquan continued, upon reaching King Kai's planet, I thought to share a few words with him. To my surprise, I found the planet nearly destroyed by Goku. King Kai was busy repairing the planet and even pouring cement to build a house. I intended to greet him, but the rascal insulted me from behind, speaking ill of me. How infuriating. The Supreme Kai could not help but internally lament. What can I say? You visited and practically demolished his planet. Goku has already laid waste to it twice. What right does he have to complain? However, the Supreme Kai dared not voice these thoughts, fearing Arquan's retribution. Arquan declared, since this old fellow shows me such disrespect, I shall bestow upon him a slight punishment. As I observed him diligently repairing his planet, I casually seized the source of its gravitational essence, which now rests in my hand. Luo Quan, while displaying the object to the Earth deity, remarked, are you not always lamenting that our gravity chamber's energy is easily depleted? I thought to appropriate the gravitational source from his planet and place it in our energy chamber, thus ensuring an everlasting supply of gravitational energy. With a flourish, Luo Quan waved the gravity crystal before the Earth deity and declared, now, who dares to speak ill of me behind my back? The Earth deity found himself at a loss for words. At this juncture, Luo Quan felt a twinge of awkwardness. After a moment's contemplation, he added, by the way, my intent was not solely to penalize him by taking his possession. I also bestowed upon him a valuable gift, a scroll capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a god of destruction, ensuring his survival in the event of any future assaults or calamities. Would you not agree that I have been quite generous and kind towards him? At that moment, a massive, dark crow flew overhead, leaving behind 6 dots in its wake. The king of the universe was indeed correct. He had encountered a shameless, miserly, and overly protective superior deity. Should he feel fortunate or merely resigned? The Earth deity addressed Luo Quan. In that case, did you not mention that you were going to fetch son Wukong? Where is Wukong? Luo Quan seemed to recall something, scratching his head in embarrassment. I was so preoccupied with robbing the king of the universe that I completely forgot about retrieving Wukong. Ah, right, you were supposed to go get him, weren't you? How about this? Could you make that trip while I install this crystal in our gravity chamber? Then they will have unlimited access to it. The Earth deity pondered for a moment before replying. Indeed, Luo Quan. Regarding the energy issue of the gravity chamber, I have already contacted Bulma's father. He indicated that simply installing a supercharged energy battery would resolve the energy problem permanently. There was no need for you to acquire the king of the universe's energy crystal. I should have informed you sooner, but it seems this is the only course of action now. With that, the Earth deity sped away towards the underworld without a backward glance. Hearing this, Luo Quan's smile faltered, and his mind was filled with 1,000 furious beasts, shouting, you old rascal, wait. Yet, he soon realized the Earth deity had vanished from sight. He mused, none of my friends appear reliable. Perhaps I should focus on my own endeavors. As he worked, he pondered the situation further. Have I been too kind to those around me? They have become increasingly audacious, daring even to betray me behind my back. How outrageous. My training has reached a plateau, and with little else to occupy my time. Perhaps it is time to assemble my own cohort. Indeed, it seems fitting. That Saiyan named Nappa, who arrived on Earth, appears to possess culinary talent. I could certainly use a chef. Yes, this fellow has already set off a small firework display upon his arrival. Although it may be said that no harm has been inflicted upon this planet, the mere knowledge of my presence here emboldens him to disregard my authority. Thus, it is only justifiable for me to confront him now, perhaps even to bind him with a lifelong contract. In doing so, I shall acquire a capable cook. Indeed, this is a splendid idea. Once I have completed the repairs on the gravity chamber, I shall proceed to inspect the situation and see what mischief he might be up to. Furthermore, the Earth deity, that old fellow, has the audacity to look down upon me. Just wait. Once I have dealt with the Saiyans, I shall turn my attention to you, old man. And we shall see who proves more formidable. Luo Quan reminisced about his departure from King Kai's planet. The king, with a forlorn expression, contemplated. Perhaps I have been somewhat harsh. Was I too excessive in my treatment? Surely not. As a superior deity, such treatment should be deemed generous towards an inferior god. Nevertheless, I ought to compensate him in due course, for this old fellow has indeed devoted himself to nurturing Goku. He has earned his due credit. To demonstrate my magnanimity, I shall retract the thunderous calamity I had previously unleashed upon him, lest he take further offense. On King Kai's planet, the despondent king gazed at the receding storm clouds. Pondering, this esteemed individual does possess a semblance of conscience. At last, he has recalled the menacing thunder that once intimidated me. It seems that after plundering from me, he too feels a twinge of guilt. I shall keep my thoughts to myself in the future, for I must not allow this stingy individual to overhear and devise another plan against me. The immediate priority remains to report to King Kai and request a new gravity core. How can one live on this planet without gravity? Alas, it is a dire predicament. The king calculated with a furrowed brow. Goku has consumed a century's worth of my provisions. Luo Quan has ravaged my planet twice. And with the addition of a gravity core and my luxury vehicle, I find myself obliged to work for the great king without compensation for another century. Chapter 21. The Loss of King Kai's Planet. A century of my salary. Oh heavens! 100 years of remuneration exchanged for a mere scroll to resist the power of the destroyer. Was this transaction worthwhile? I seem to have suffered a loss. No. The next time I encounter Luo Quan, I must extract a fragment of cosmic essence from him to elevate my own status as King Kai. This must be done. For how else can I mend my wounded and fragile spirit? I wonder when this esteemed individual will grace King Kai's planet again. Future matters can wait. The king adjusted the direction of his tendrils and positioned himself accurately. Then, addressing that direction with utmost respect, he said, "Greetings, great King Kai. I come to trouble you once more. It is in this manner that I wish to request another crystallization of the planet's essence. Did you not just restore 2 planets? My essence crystal was inadvertently taken by Luo Quan as he passed by, leaving me with no recourse. Shall I have it deducted from my salary? Very well. Let it be so. I hope you can promptly send someone over. I am in the midst of reconstructing my planet." "All right, understood. Thank you. I won't trouble you again. What did I do to deserve such a scolding?" The earth deity, hastily running from the underworld, sipped the clear tea prepared by King Yama while wiping the cold sweat from his brow, pondering to himself how fortunate he was to have run swiftly. Otherwise, he would have faced dire consequences. Yet, something felt amiss. A sense of unease lingered. Could it be that Luo Quan was up to some mischief once again? Oh, never mind him. First, I must retrieve Yukong. If he doesn't arrive, those 2 Saiyans will obliterate the earth, and there will be nothing left to consider. The earth. Above the desolate plains where Piccolo and Gohan stood, Piccolo scanned the skies with vigilance and warned Gohan. 3 energy signatures are approaching us. Remain alert, Gohan. Suddenly, Krillin descended from the heavens. Gohan turned to Piccolo and asked, "Uncle Piccolo, is this short fellow a Saiyan?" Krillin awkwardly smiled at Piccolo and said, "Hello, Piccolo. Long time no see. Why are you here, you old rascal? Are you planning to confront the Saiyans? With your meager strength, you should save your breath," Piccolo retorted. Krillin shook his head, asserting, "Actually, I have been diligently training. Do not underestimate my strength. I am quite formidable now." Piccolo snorted, "Are your friends also on their way?" "Probably," Krillin replied. Piccolo remarked, "So, there are a few more foolish individuals like you coming to battle?" Krillin scratched his head. "Yes, I believe everyone will come. After all, we are here to protect the earth, and everyone will do their part." "All right, now I understand. We shall wait until they arrive." Piccolo thought to himself. How infuriating it was for this fellow to call them foolish. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't defeat Piccolo, he would have taught him a lesson long ago. Gohan gazed at Krillin, and a sudden epiphany struck him. "I remember now. You are from Master Roshi's place. Aren't you?" "Yes, Gohan. You finally recalled. I am your Uncle Krillin." "Indeed, you've grown quite sturdy, just like your father, son Goku," Krillin replied, beaming. Gohan scratched his head. "So, you are Uncle Krillin. My dad often mentioned you, saying that although you are small, your strength is impressive." Krillin, slightly vexed, responded. To be called short, as if Goku were some towering giant. Do not listen to your father's tall tales. I assure you, I am indeed quite powerful. Gohan exclaimed joyfully. So, you have come to fight the Saiyans with us? That is wonderful. With you, the bald uncle without a nose, our chances should be significantly greater. I feel much more secure with you here. If it were just Uncle Piccolo and me, our strength might be rather insufficient. Krillin inwardly cursed. To think they would call me bald, lacking a nose, and short in stature. It seems this fellow has learned nothing beneficial from Piccolo. He then frowned and remarked to Gohan. You've had a tough time too, training under Piccolo, haven't you? I can't believe Goku would allow you to train with him. I certainly wouldn't have agreed. Gohan earnestly replied, Uncle Krillin, you're mistaken. Uncle Piccolo is truly a good person. He has taught me so much: survival, sustenance, martial arts, techniques. He has imparted all his knowledge to me, truly. You all misunderstand Uncle Piccolo. Gohan continued. Now, stop idling about. The Saiyans have arrived, look. Piccolo coldly interjected. The three turned their gaze to the sky, where two figures appeared, coiling their tails around their waists, clad in peculiar armor reminiscent of Raditz's appearance. Nappa conversed with Vegeta, another one has joined. But it seems Kakarot is not among them. They appear to have anticipated our arrival and prepared in advance. Vegeta replied, indeed, judging by their demeanor. They are ready for battle. I suspect Kakarot is their trump card, likely saved for a grand finale. Let us descend and discuss matters further. With that, Vegeta and Nappa transformed into beams of light, gently landing before Piccolo and Krillin. Vegeta smirked at Piccolo. I trust you've been eagerly awaiting our arrival. Piccolo retorted coolly. Before you proceed, I have a question that demands your honest response. What is your purpose on Earth? Vegeta paused at Piccolo's words, turning to Nappa. Did you hear that? This must be the one who defeated Raditz. Piccolo queried. How do you know that? Vegeta gestured to his scouter, replying, Didn't Raditz inform you? Our scouter can also function as a communication device, which you ought to know. Nappa remarked to Vegeta, Vegeta, this individual is likely a Namekian. He certainly isn't from Earth. Piccolo inquired, a Namekian? Chapter 22. Vegeta inquires about the fate of Raditz. Vegeta pondered. No Earthling could possess the power to defeat Raditz. It must have been this Namekian. Now I understand. Krillin exclaimed. So Piccolo is an alien. No wonder things have been so peculiar all these years. Gohan added. So Uncle Piccolo is an alien. How strange. I suppose I can finally say I've seen what an alien looks like. Vegeta enlightened. Ah, so that is the case. Namekians not only possess formidable combat prowess, but also innate mystical abilities. Their talent must be the creation of Dragon Balls. Now it all makes sense. Krillin, astonished, remarked. These Saiyans are indeed formidable. In just a few words, they grasp the essence of the Dragon Balls. How infuriating. Baron chuckled coldly and addressed Krillin and the others, stating, enough with the idle chatter. Our primary objective in coming to Earth is to reclaim the Dragon Balls. Spare us the trivialities and hand them over promptly. We might even consider sparing your lives. Vegeta interjected, there is no need for astonishment regarding the Namekians. While they may be deemed formidable on Earth, to us Saiyans, their meager combat prowess is merely insignificant, hardly worth any concern. Do not harbor any illusions. Piccolo replied, let us refrain from assessing combat strength for now. First and foremost, I must express my gratitude to you. It is you who have illuminated the mysteries of my heritage, and for that, I thank you. He continued, however, there is something you remain unaware of. I did not create the Dragon Balls. I possess no ability to fabricate those so-called artifacts. My only skill lies in combat. As for our worth, our true strength can only be ascertained through battle, not mere words. In the temple, Mr. Popo spoke to the Earth God. Earth God, it appears you are indeed a Namekian. This is the first time we have learned of your extraterrestrial origins. The Earth God responded awkwardly. I, too, am uncertain about this. I have always felt a strong dissimilarity to the people of Earth. It seems I am of alien descent. Regarding the Dragon Balls, that is a tale from long ago. Perhaps a latent ability of our race, a sense of inheritance. This power is particularly enigmatic. I have always felt a void surrounding the Dragon Balls, as if something essential is missing. Reflecting upon it now, it must be a legacy passed down from our ancestors. In a helicopter, Bulma was piloting towards the location of Piccolo and the others, accompanied by Master Roshi and Turtle. While operating her newly crafted detector, she remarked to Master Roshi, it seems that Master Roshi has a group of exceptionally powerful individuals nearby Piccolo, with a collective combat power exceeding 2,000. Could it be Krillin? The others appear remarkably strong. Master Roshi cautioned, Bulma, let us not dwell on such matters for now. Lower the helicopter's speed. Engaging in battle with them is beyond our current capabilities. We should observe from a distance. A mere breath from them could spell our demise. Let us proceed cautiously. Bulma, exasperated, replied, perhaps you should refrain from joining them. If you were to perish, I would be responsible for retrieving your remains, adding to my sorrow. A rather awkward situation. Master Roshi conceded, very well. Let us continue our journey without complaints. You ought to consider my age. Must I, an old man, meddle in the youthful skirmishes of you all? Truly, what a predicament. Wouldn't you agree, Turtle? Turtle silently observed the two, saying nothing, and returned to his meditation. On the battlefield, Vegeta, with evident impatience, declared, enough of this nonsense. You are all aware of what you need to know. Hurry and hand over the Dragon Balls. Do you expect me to take matters into my own hands? With your meager combat power, do you truly believe you can resist us? Time is of the essence. Stop wasting it with idle chatter. Nappa, holding the scouter, replied to Vegeta. One has a battle power of 1701, another just over 2,000, and that Namekian appears to be the strongest, likely exceeding 4,000. They are somewhat stronger than we anticipated, but still have no chance against us. Vegeta contemptuously retorted, Nappa, remove the scouter. These readings are inaccurate. Nappa, puzzled, asked what? Why should I take off the scouter? Vegeta responded, are you not aware that their battle power fluctuates greatly with their emotional state during combat? Did not Raditz fall victim to this and meet his demise at their hands? Therefore, do not place too much faith in the scouter's readings. We must rely on our instincts, which are far more reliable. After a moment's contemplation, Nappa complied and removed the scouter. Indeed, Vegeta, you are right. That fool Raditz was overly reliant on the scouter's readings, which clouded his judgment of their combat abilities, leading to his defeat. Your reasoning is quite sound. The once formidable Saiyan Raditz was, in their discussion, reduced to a mere fool. Piccolo coldly wiped the sweat from his brow and remarked to Krillin, is it truly so? Krillin, with a sheepish grin, replied, that Raditz was, if I recall correctly, defeated through great effort by you and Goku. One perished, and the other was gravely injured. To hear him referred to as a pathetic fool is simply hilarious. Vegeta seemed to recall something and inquired of Krillin, by the way, I have another question. That individual who appeared during the battle with Raditz, the one who restored Kakarot's broken body and took him away for training, where is he now? Krillin asked. How do you know about him? Vegeta produced the scouter once more, stating, did you not hear? This device has a communication function, even in Raditz's final moments. I overheard your conversation. Now, tell me, where has that weakling with a power level of merely 5 gone? I am curious about his restoration technique. The ability to revive a deceased body suggests he is a rather peculiar individual. Chapter 23. Vegeta and Nappa cultivate their forces. Krillin thought to himself, you two unfortunate Saiyans. Have you truly never faced death? Do you really intend to provoke that great deity? What a jest. However, outwardly, Krillin maintained a facade of righteousness, stating, there is no way I would betray my friends. If you want to find him, do it yourselves. I will not reveal his whereabouts. Internally, he reveled in his secret delight. Go on, seek him out. Should he strike you down, do not blame me. I assure you, it was not intentional. In that fleeting moment, Krillin felt a flicker of hope. Oh, how splendid it would be if these two Saiyans chose not to trouble us and instead sought out Luo Quan. Am I perhaps being a tad too malevolent? The terror that Luo Quan instills is incomparable to that of these two Saiyans. They should indeed direct their ire towards him. Who knows? He might even smite them with a single slap. Vegeta gazed intently at Krillin, who was lost in his own mirth, and barked, enough. I am well aware that you will not divulge any useful information, so let our conversation conclude here. With a smile, Vegeta turned to Nappa and instructed, Nappa, plant the remaining seeds of the cultivators and ascertain how many we have left. Nappa replied, we possess 6 seeds of the cultivators, but their combat strength seems insufficient to contend with them. Vegeta chuckled and addressed the group. The time for trivial chatter has elapsed. Now, let us indulge in the thrill of battle. Fear not, Nappa, for I have a vial of elite nurturing liquid here. The cultivators bred from it should suffice to handle these bothersome foes, Vegeta continued. Nappa remarked, Vegeta, you truly know how to enjoy yourself. It appears your spirits are quite high, just as you wish. Krillin, Piccolo, and the others were taken aback. What exactly is a cultivator? Are they formidable? Nappa, spotting a clear patch of ground, swiftly retrieved a small vial from behind him. With a few sharp taps, he punctured the earth in 6 places and poured the 6 seeds from the vial into the holes. After receiving the elite nurturing liquid tossed to him by Vegeta, he dripped it onto the seeds. Moments later, a series of cracking sounds echoed as the ground trembled and fissures appeared, from which emerged 6 verdant extraterrestrial beings, their eyes glowing a fierce crimson. Observing these otherworldly creatures, Vegeta casually commanded, "Your task is to thoroughly discipline the Namekians and Earthlings present here." The cultivators, appearing to be elite warriors, bore a distinct gaze compared to ordinary fighters. "Wouldn't you agree, Nappa?" Vegeta inquired. Nappa scratched his bald head and replied, "These eyes indeed suggest they are elite cultivator warriors, just as the manual describes. I never expected your nurturing liquid to produce such exceptional warriors. Their combat prowess should exceed that of Raditz by a factor of 2. Had I known of such remarkable resources, we need not have relied on that worthless Raditz, who only brought shame upon himself on Earth." Nappa added. Suddenly, 3 figures descended before Piccolo and the others. Krillin squinted and recognized them as Tien, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu. "You all have arrived," Krillin exclaimed. Yamcha scratched his head and apologized. "Sorry for our tardiness, everyone, but we made it here." Krillin joyfully responded, "This is fantastic. Your presence greatly enhances our strength, and I feel much more confident facing these Saiyans now. Wouldn't you agree, Piccolo?" Bick let out a cold snort, remaining silent. However, Vegeta interjected, "Here come 3 more worthless beings. It's convenient for you trash to gather together. It saves us the trouble of searching for you. Well then, let us commence swiftly." At that moment, Nappa chimed in, "Indeed, Vegeta, you are absolutely right. They have 6 individuals on their side, while we also have 6 fighters here. How delightful. The numbers are perfectly matched, and the game can officially begin. Were you planning this all along? You never informed me." Vegeta, suddenly animated, turned to Bick and the others, declaring, "Isn't this splendid? You 6 are mere garbage, and I have 6 minions ready to face you. While I am in high spirits, refrain from such talk. It would merely delay your demise a little longer. Isn't that a fortunate circumstance?" Bick shouted in anger, "Enough with the chatter. Let's get serious and stop wasting time." Krillin discreetly tugged at Bick's sleeve, suggesting, "Isn't this advantageous? We can wait for Goku to arrive. Time is tight, and stalling could work to our benefit." As the impending battle loomed, Tien Shinhan cracked his neck and flexed his wrists, addressing everyone, "Very well. Witness the fruits of my year-long arduous training. I shall take the first challenge against them." Seeing Tien step forward, Nappa burst into laughter. "These fools have no idea how formidable our elite fighters truly are. Their battle prowess is extraordinary." Yet, Vegeta remained silent, seemingly contemplating the strength of this 3-eyed bald man, who appeared quite formidable. "Elite fighters, go forth and unleash your full power without underestimating them. They are indeed quite capable. Show us your true strength," Vegeta commanded. The foremost elite fighter, with his green, bulbous head and crimson eyes, stared intently at Tien before slowly advancing. Tien prepared himself, and thus began their offensive and defensive clash. With a sudden, powerful strike, Tien executed a palm thrust that forcefully impacted the elite fighter's green head. The fighter was instantly sent flying, rolling on the ground like a gourd before shakily rising. The fighter's head split into 4 sections, releasing a foul, green liquid that sprayed toward Tien. Swiftly dodging, Tien utilized his agility to maneuver behind the elite fighter, delivering a fierce elbow strike that sent the fighter crashing to the ground. Chapter 24. Nappa's disappointment in the elite fighter's battle power. Gazing at the fallen elite fighter, Nappa exclaimed in disbelief, "What on earth is happening? This is our elite fighter. Vastly superior to an ordinary one, yet it was effortlessly knocked down by a mere earthling. This fighter's battle power surpasses Raditz by double. It is utterly bizarre and hard to fathom." Klin loudly cheered for Tianjin Fan, exclaiming, "Tianjin Fan, splendid work. A resounding victory. Truly a remarkable figure among our martial artists." Floating in midair, Jiaozi clenched his tiny fist and shouted to Tianjin Fan, "Brother Tian, you are the best. You actually defeated this extraterrestrial. I am so proud of you." Meanwhile, Tianjin Fan silently observed the fallen alien, writhing on the ground, unable to rise. It appeared that my mighty blow had indeed inflicted significant damage. Vegeta, standing nearby, let out a cold chuckle, remarking, "How amusing, indeed. just as I surmised. These fellows possess quite extraordinary combat prowess. At that moment, Nappa, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, "You fools! This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Vegeta, have you lost your mind? A mere ordinary Saiyan should possess a battle power of at least 1200. And considering our elite cultivation fluids, that Saiyan's power could reach up to 2400. How could these Earthlings possibly defeat him so easily?" Vegeta responded, "His battle power must have surpassed that of our elite Saiyans, and I believe that to be true." Nappa continued to mutter in disbelief, "Impossible. They are merely Earthlings. Their strength cannot exceed that of Raditz, and this Saiyan's power is more than double that of Raditz. Is it not, Vegeta?" Vegeta shot a frigid glare at Nappa, saying, "Did I ever utter such words?" Nappa, sensing Vegeta's overwhelming killing intent, quickly retorted, "No, Vegeta, you never said that. Those words were mine. Forgive my lapse in memory. Please do not be angry, Vegeta. I was wrong, truly wrong." Vegeta ignored Nappa, his gaze fixed intently on the Saiyan, who was just managing to rise unsteadily from the ground. With a disdainful smirk, he pointed 2 fingers at the Saiyan. A sharp crack echoed as the Saiyan was obliterated in midair, reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. Piccolo, Tianjin Fan, and the others gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide in disbelief at the pulverized remains of their comrade. Piccolo remarked, "These beings are truly terrifying. With just a mere gesture, they have annihilated this formidable creature. Their power is utterly unfathomable, frightfully so." Nappa stood in bewilderment, staring at Vegeta, and questioned, "Vegeta, what does this mean? That was our own Saiyan. Why did you kill him?" Vegeta replied, "I knew this individual stood no chance against the three-eyed bald man. He could not win. And I had already warned him at the onset of the battle to give his all. He chose to disregard my words, wasting my precious time. If he is dead, then let it be. We shall continue to fight." Vegeta's icy gaze swept over the remaining Saiyans, observing their trembling forms, unsure of how to proceed. Vegeta declared, "Listen closely. Do not underestimate our opponents any longer. You must defeat them. If you bring me disgrace, I shall crush you. Do you understand?" Krillin observed a training warrior grinning menacingly at him and stepped forward with deliberate, measured strides. He stretched his limbs and addressed his comrades. "All right. Let me take the next turn. I wish to showcase the fruits of my labor from this past year." Just as Krillin was about to make his move, he was suddenly clasped on the shoulder by Yamcha, who chuckled, "Hold on a moment, Krillin. Allow me this opportunity. It's time to end this game and teach these arrogant fools a lesson." Krillin, exasperated, replied, "What are you competing with me for? One after another. It's essentially the same." However, Yamcha earnestly countered, "It's not quite like that, Krillin. Have you forgotten? You once perished. If misfortune befalls you again, you shall not have the chance to resurrect. Allow me to take this one." After a moment of contemplation, Krillin sighed resignedly. "Very well, safety first. You may proceed." He added, "Be cautious and take care. If you were to fall, we would undoubtedly find a way to bring you back." Yamcha shot him a fierce glare. "You rascal. Can't you wish for my success instead?" After limbering up, Yamcha engaged the training warrior in aerial combat. The two clashed with astonishing velocity, their figures momentarily vanishing as they exchanged fierce blows. Gohan, astonished, exclaimed, "Where did they go?" Piccolo, coolly observing from the side, remarked, "It seems I have wasted my teaching efforts. Those two are merely engaging in high-speed combat. If you concentrate on sensing their energy, you will discern their presence. Look, apart from you, everyone else can see them battling fiercely." Gohan, enlightened, responded, I see now. Uncle Piccolo, it appears my practical experience is still lacking. It's not that your guidance is insufficient, but rather my absorption of it." As they exchanged idle chatter, Yamcha and the training warrior escalated their battle from the ground to the skies. Suddenly, Yamcha delivered a powerful kick, sending the training warrior hurtling through the air. He then gathered an immense surge of energy in his hands, unleashing a formidable energy wave upon the training warrior. With a thunderous crash, the warrior was struck down, creating a deep crater upon impact. Observing the smoldering figure of the training warrior, Nappa lamented, "It's over. Yet another one has fallen." Frustration etched across his face. Nappa bellowed, "This is utterly impossible. This is a training warrior. How can they be so weak? Any random fool can defeat our elite training warriors? This is truly bizarre. What do you think, Vegeta?" Yet Vegeta remained silent. Chapter 25. Yamcha's injury. Yamcha landed beside the training warrior, gazing at the smoldering opponent with a sardonic smile. In truth, these creatures are not as formidable as you might believe. They possess their weaknesses. Now, let me continue. At that moment, a cold voice emerged from beside him, saying, "You foolish boy, this time you were indeed careless." While Lepin was still in a daze, the cultivator he had previously defeated suddenly let out a sinister chuckle and materialized behind him, wrapping his limbs tightly around Lepin. Lepin, noticing the cultivator clinging to his back, found himself unable to scratch or strike at him. The cultivator grinned eerily at Lepin, proclaiming, "You were truly negligent this time." Then, gathering all his strength, he unleashed a tremendous explosion. The audacity of self-detonation was beyond comprehension. As the smoke and sound gradually faded, the gravely injured Lepin collapsed beside a crater. Vegeta, observing from the side, scoffed. This is the consequence of underestimating your opponent, failing to grasp their tactics while boasting. There's nothing more to say. At that moment, Piccolo was taken aback, realizing the formidable nature of the foe who resorted to self-destruction when outmatched, leaving him speechless. Krillin, in a state of urgency, leaped to Lepin's side, lifting him up and shouting frantically, "Lepin, are you all right? Can you hear me?" He clasped Lepin's right arm with one hand while gripping his neck with the other, shaking him vigorously as he implored, "Lepin, you must hold on. You cannot die. We cannot lose you. You must survive." Observing Lepin's lack of response, Krillin intensified his grip, shaking him even more fervently, exclaiming, "I knew it. I knew you sensed something ominous. You sacrificed yourself for me. Lepin, you must endure." In the air, Lepin's faint cries for help echoed, "Stop shaking me. If you keep this up, I'll really die. Krillin, are you trying to kill me? Help." It turned out Lepin was merely dazed from the explosion, just now regaining his senses. Upon realizing that Krillin was desperately throttling his neck and shaking his body, he felt his limits being pushed and could no longer endure it. Weakly, he called out to Krillin, "I've merely lost an arm and a leg. It's nothing serious. Please, let me be, Krillin, thank you." Hearing this, Krillin scratched his head, awkwardly replying, "I'm sorry, I was just too anxious." He then carefully examined Lepin's injuries, noting that he had only lost a limb and a leg, concluding that his life was not in peril. Krillin helped Lepin to his feet and placed him next to Gohan, stating, "He is gravely injured. Please take good care of him. He should be out of danger." As Lepin lay on the ground, he muttered, "What a pig-headed teammate. I was fine until this kid nearly shook me to death. Truly unfortunate in choosing friends." Gohan, don't you agree? Indeed, you are Goku's son. I didn't greet you earlier, but now I do, Lepin addressed Gohan. Nearby, at the energy chamber beside the gravity room in the Earth's sacred temple, Luo Quan was busily installing the gravity crystals he had procured from King Kai into the energy slots of the gravity chamber. With a clap of the hands and a sigh of relief, he remarked, "At last, we need not worry about the energy of the gravity chamber any longer." And that rascal, the Earth God, could have informed me about the batteries. Instead, I found myself resorting to robbing the king of the world. How utterly embarrassing. The battle involving Piccolo and the others has commenced. Remarkably, Lepin has survived. It appears my training regimen has indeed had a significant impact, allowing them to await Goku's arrival in good stead. Splendid. As long as no lives are lost, I can execute my modest plan. Perhaps I shall sip some tea while I contemplate my next steps. My chef has arrived, and it is time I retrieve him. This is my paramount duty. It is fortuitous that I can utilize Vegeta to test the fortitude and strength of these young warriors, especially Gohan, who is rather feeble. Without this experience, when would he ever mature? My role as a caretaker is not an easy one. Allowing these youngsters to spar with one another serves as a fine means of mutual refinement. Quite satisfactory indeed. As long as no fatalities ensue, the rest is trivial. Reflecting on Saiyans' prodigious appetites, their taste buds must be extraordinarily developed. Capturing that lad to serve as my chef seems like an excellent idea. Then, I need not fret daily over the absence of a cook or delicious cuisine. While his combat skills may be lacking, he should excel in the culinary arts. In a short while, I shall retrieve him for a trial. On the battlefield, Krillin was visibly enraged, veins bulging as he witnessed Lepin's dire state. Recalling his earlier, awkward remarks, he furiously declared to the others, "Do not intervene. Let me take the next turn. I must showcase the results of my years of diligent training." A tiger does not reveal its might, only to be mistaken for a frail cat. In the distance, Bulma, en route to the battlefield, operated a detector while addressing Master Roshi. It seems someone has sustained serious injuries. Their combat power has plummeted considerably. Master Roshi replied, that must be Lepin's energy signature. Bulma retorted, you seem to know everything, Master Roshi. He responded, of course. From their energies, I can discern the strength and abilities of each fighter, even identifying them individually. Bulma, gritting her teeth, lamented, you are all martial artists, such skills elude me. I can only rely on technological prowess to gauge the battlefield's circumstances. This detector has its limitations, as it can only assess who is stronger or weaker based on fluctuations in combat power. We still lack a clear understanding of the situation. We must observe the battle outcomes firsthand. Master Roshi cautioned, that could be exceedingly dangerous. Bulma, have you considered the risks? Bulma widened her eyes, fixing her autumn-like gaze upon Master Roshi for a long moment before finally exhaling in resignation. Now I understand why you have lived so long, with your audacity. It would be challenging not to. The turtle hermit calmly remarked, little girl, do not belittle me. Though my strength may be lacking and my courage may be feeble, I take pride in the fact that the two most formidable individuals on this planet are my students, my beloved disciples. Do you dare question Goku's prowess? Is Krillin not astute? With their presence, I find ample reason to feel proud. What more could you possibly say to me? Chapter 26. A complete failure in nurturing talent regardless of the verbal sparring between the two. On the battlefield, Krillin had summoned all his strength, channeling his anger and emotional turmoil into an immense energy wave, which he slowly directed towards Nappa and Vegeta. Tien shouted, Krillin, get out of the way. The energy was overwhelmingly powerful. Piccolo, seizing Gohan by the collar, swiftly dodged to the side. Nappa observed, impressive energy, it seems quite formidable. Just as the energy wave was about to reach Nappa and Vegeta, it abruptly altered its course, soaring skyward. Krillin's tremendous energy wave ascended into the air, suddenly splitting into 6 distinct waves, which then barreled towards Nappa and the 4 trainees. The sound of impact echoed as the energy struck the ground and collided with the opponents. Krillin struggled to maintain his footing, trembling and gasping for breath. Having exhausted himself with this formidable attack, it was a considerable strain on him. Gohan, cheering from the sidelines, exclaimed, incredible. Uncle Piccolo, you are truly remarkable. As Krillin, who was endeavoring to regain his strength, heard Gohan's words, he nearly lost his composure, nearly choking on his own frustration. What? Is this truly Goku's son? How has he been trained by Piccolo to speak like this? Bold uncle? How absurd. Once this battle concludes, I shall ensure to educate this child properly. He must not continue associating with Piccolo. Such a good child, led astray. It's utterly unreasonable. Amidst the still lingering dust of the battlefield, a greenish head suddenly emerged, a trainee who had sustained minimal damage. He charged towards Gohan at breakneck speed, seemingly intent on ambushing him under the cover of the smoke. Gohan, momentarily stunned, was rendered speechless. In the midst of his daze, the trainee closed the distance, preparing to deliver a lethal strike. Suddenly, a powerful hand seized the trainee by the neck. It was Piccolo. With a swift motion, Piccolo hurled the trainee into the air. Then, unleashing a wave of energy, he directed it towards the airborne foe. Boom! The trainee exploded mid-air, disintegrating into fragments and debris, a sight to behold amidst the chaos. Tianjin Fan and Krillin marveled. Indeed, he is the great Piccolo. He never falters, no matter the situation. Compared to him, he is truly formidable. A cultivator of such immense power was effortlessly vanquished by a single blow. Extraordinary. Upon hearing their praises, Piccolo merely scoffed coldly, choosing silence over words. Gohan quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Uncle Piccolo. Your strength is unmatched. In that fleeting moment, I was utterly unprepared. I am grateful for your timely rescue. Piccolo replied icily. I did not come to save you intentionally. I merely sought to warm up for the impending battle. Did you truly believe those 2 Saiyans were defeated? Look closely. As the dust began to settle, the figures of Nappa and Vegeta gradually emerged before them. Vegeta smirked. This Namekian is quite astute. He seems to comprehend the outcome of the battle. Nappa added, indeed, it appears this Namekian could hardly wait and has commenced his warm-up. With that, the 2 sauntered forth from the haze, utterly unscathed. At that moment, Piccolo, Tianjin Fan, Krillin, and Gohan were pale and trembling, gazing at the 2 monstrous Saiyans, whose strength was overwhelmingly potent. Such an assault had left them entirely unharmed. Were they truly capable of contending with them? Vegeta sneered at Nappa. whose skin bore no marks of struggle. The game must come to an end. It is time to show them what true power looks like. Nappa chuckled. May I strike now? Can I unleash my full force? I should be able to annihilate them all in one blow. Is that acceptable, Vegeta? Vegeta replied. Do as you wish. I shall not intervene. You decide how to fight. Upon hearing this, Nappa grinned at the gathered crowd. Poor insects. Allow me to demonstrate what true terror entails. Nappa summoned all his strength, radiating a potent energy that pulsated intensely. As he unleashed his full power, the ground trembled violently, nearly provoking a seismic upheaval. What an extraordinary display of strength. Jiaozi remarked to Tianjin Fan, Brother Tian, my special abilities have no effect on him whatsoever. I had intended to induce a stomach ache, but it seems utterly futile. Indeed, with such terrifying capabilities, your special skills would be ineffective against him, Tianjin Fan responded. Trembling, Krillin observed the pale countenance of Gohan and the visibly distressed Piccolo, thinking, this is truly dire. Nappa threatened, who will step forward first? If none of you do, I shall come for you. With a cold laugh, a flash of light streaked by as Nappa suddenly appeared before Tianjin Fan. Startled, Tianjin Fan instinctively took a defensive stance. Nappa lightly swung a fist, contorting Tianjin Fan's arm, and with a cracking sound, it seemed to fracture. Tianjin Fan screamed in agony, cradling his injured left arm, hastily retreating to safety. The speed and strength of this individual are truly astonishing. Vegeta, however, merely scoffed disdainfully. These feeble beings were as fragile as paper, easily rendered limbless with a mere touch. How utterly dull. Tien clenched his teeth, casting a glance at the approaching Nappa. Suddenly, he leaped into the air, preparing to unleash his most formidable technique, the Kikaho, directed at Nappa. At that moment, Nappa also soared into the sky, delivering a powerful kick that sent Tien crashing to the ground, all the while grumbling, these pests are indeed quite troublesome. After all this time, I still haven't managed to kill him. How infuriating. Tien, struggling to rise from the ground, swayed unsteadily, while Gohan trembled in fear, exclaiming, this is truly terrifying. Could this be the power of a Saiyan? I have a dreadful premonition that I might meet my end today. Indeed, the combat prowess of these foes was overwhelming, far beyond anything I had ever anticipated, remarked Piccolo. Chapter 27, The Self-Detonation of Kaiatsu. You scoundrel, witness my might, Krillin declared, eyeing the incapacitated Tien, preparing to join forces against Nappa. Piccolo intervened, Krillin, wait. Charging in will only lead to your demise. You cannot hope to match him. Krillin retorted angrily. Get out of my way. This is none of your concern. He dodged Piccolo's obstruction and surged toward Nappa. Nappa, with a cold smile, unleashed an energy wave that detonated right before Krillin, creating an enormous crater. In a moment of impulsiveness, Krillin hesitated, staring at the smoking pit. Suddenly, he recalled something and asked, where's Kaiatsu? He was just nearby. Could he have been caught in that energy wave? At that moment, Vegeta cautioned Nappa. Nappa, watch your back. Nappa was startled to discover someone behind him, while Tien, pale and sweating profusely, gazed at him with dread. To his astonishment, Kaiatsu had latched onto Nappa's back. Gripping him tightly, Nappa flailed in vain, attempting to dislodge Kaiatsu, but his small stature made him difficult to reach, leaving Nappa in a state of frantic agitation. Tien shouted furiously, Kaiatsu, what are you doing? Get away from there. It's too dangerous. Do not act recklessly. Leave this to me. Kaiatsu, clinging to Nappa's back, managed a sorrowful smile towards Tien. Tien, you must take care. You must survive. This is all I can do. Tien, alarmed, implored, Kaiatsu, stop this at once. There's still a way to defeat him. Your sacrifice is futile. Immediately cease. Tears welled in Kaiatsu's eyes, just as he prepared to self-destruct. A brilliant flash of multicolored light swept past Nappa's back. To everyone's astonishment, the intense energy emanating from Nappa suddenly dissipated. In an instant, two figures materialized behind Piccolo. One was the swiftly arriving Yajirobe, clutching the prepared Kaiatsu. With a continuous stream of exclamations, he lamented, you, my dear lad, seem to have an incessant urge to contemplate self-detonation. Having already faced death once, do you truly wish to tempt fate again? Should you choose to self-destruct, I shall have to journey to planet Namek to procure Dragon Balls to revive you. Don't you think that would be quite the ordeal? It would be best if you refrained from such actions and merely stayed to the sidelines. Witnessing this scene, Tien, Krillin, and Piccolo collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. You nearly scared me to death, Krillin remarked. Dumpling, the thought of you self-destructing is truly worrisome. Loquaciously, Rashi reassured them. Fear not, fear not. I am here, and luckily, I managed to arrive in time to avert disaster. However, Krillin interjected with a hint of frustration. You, sir, truly take your time. Was there an unforeseen delay? Had you arrived sooner, neither Yamcha nor Tien would have sustained such grievous injuries. Just look at the chaos this has caused. Rashi chuckled lightly. I was merely delayed in installing the energy device for the temple. My apologies for the anxiety caused. I shall now engage with these Saiyans. Please, hold back for the moment. With that, Krillin stepped into the fray, assisting the injured Tien and placing him alongside Yamcha for rest while they awaited the conclusion of the battle. Rashi, we are counting on you. We shall refrain from intervening for now. Just observe the state of Yamcha and Tien after their encounter. In comparison to his strength, we are vastly outmatched. You must exercise caution, for the battle prowess of these two Saiyans is extraordinarily formidable, their energy beyond our capacity to counter, Krillin cautioned. At that moment, Vegeta stood contemplatively nearby, addressing Nappa with a grave tone. Nappa, do not underestimate him. There is something peculiar about this individual. He seems to operate on a level far beyond ours. Exercise extreme caution. Do not let your guard down, lest you fall victim to him. Nappa, momentarily bewildered, responded. And who might this person be? I was unaware of such a presence. Vegeta barked sharply. Fool. Is my intuition flawed? This being exudes an aura of terrifying power. Disregard him at your peril. Do you recall when Raditz arrived on Earth, claiming that a warrior with a power level of merely 5 had restored Kakarot's body? Surely, one capable of such feats cannot be an ordinary individual. Heed my words. Should you be carelessly vanquished, there will be nowhere for your lamentations to find solace. Nappa, enlightened, exclaimed, Ah, so this is the enigmatic warrior of power level 5. I have long pondered why he remained hidden, even in the midst of such turmoil. Vegeta retorted angrily. Do not mention that power level 5 again. The scouter may have malfunctioned, and it does not signify that his strength is genuinely limited to 5. Did you not witness the swiftness with which he rescued that lad, along with the radiant, multi-hued aura that surrounded him? Can we truly comprehend or perceive such phenomena? What a fool you are. Nappa, nodding in contemplation, conceded, You make a valid point, Vegeta. It appears I must regard this matter with the seriousness it deserves. Pray tell, young man, what is your name? Exhibit your true prowess, so that my esteemed Nappa can showcase his full strength against you. Be cautious, lest I inadvertently strike you down, rendering the encounter devoid of meaning. Nappa, upon glancing at you, I chose to ignore your boisterous proclamations. Casually, I placed the dumplings beside Tenshinhan and remarked, Dumpling, refrain from impulsiveness. Take good care of your brother Tien. I shall engage in dialogue with these two adversaries. Gohan, do not be afraid. Tindalepin. I turned to say to Gohan, Piccolo, Krillin, remain at the back to support me. I shall negotiate with these two individuals, as they are rather entertaining. Piccolo, along with Gohan and Krillin, took a few steps back, positioning themselves outside the combat zone. With a grave expression, Piccolo cautioned, Roquan, you must exercise utmost caution. The energy of these two Saiyans surpasses my expectations. I initially believed that after more than a year of rigorous training, I would be capable of contending with them. However, it appears that the disparity remains considerable. Do not underestimate them. Lepin was severely injured due to such carelessness, so you must be vigilant. Chapter 28. Roquan concludes that Nappa is his chef. Roquan waved his hand dismissively and sauntered towards Vegeta and Nappa, muttering to himself, These two fellows are quite amusing. Fret not, I shan't easily strike them down. I shall converse with them for now. You may stand aside, and we shall reconvene shortly. Observing Vegeta, who was tense with clenched fists, and the raucous Nappa, Roquan stood before them with a smile, addressing Vegeta, Do not be so anxious, Vegeta. I have no intention of attacking you hastily. Besides, you are such an entertaining character. If by chance I were to inadvertently slay you with a single blow, I fear Bulma would chastise me. At that moment, Vegeta pondered, This fellow approaches with such calmness, seemingly unafraid of us. Does he possess some sort of advantage? What nonsensical ramblings is he uttering? Who is this Bulma? I don't recall hearing about such a person. What is the meaning of this absurdity? Meanwhile, Nappa grew restless. Bellowing at Roquan, Your opponent is me. What business do you have conversing with Vegeta? Come forth and let us see who is truly formidable. Seeing the brawny Nappa's bewildered expression, Luo Quan chuckled helplessly. Is every Saiyan's mind consumed by brawn? I cannot ascertain whether seeking you as my chef was a wise decision. Was my choice misguided? Nappa, equally perplexed, retorted, Chef? We have come to conquer Earth in search of the Dragon Balls. What relevance does a chef have in this matter? Are you a chef? Can chefs also engage in battle? Vegeta, I am somewhat at a loss. What does he mean by chef? Gazing at the two bewildered Saiyans, I could only smile at their confusion. Luo Quan offered a resigned smile, shrugged his shoulders, and gestured towards them, saying, I did not come here to engage in combat with you. In terms of physical confrontation, even if you were to bind together 10,000 of your kind, you would be no match for me. I merely wish to discuss a matter with you. Let's lay everything out in the open instead of resorting to violence. It would be quite unfortunate if you were to damage my planet. He then introduced himself. By the way, I am currently the dominant figure on Earth, a deity of the highest order in this realm. My name is Luo Quan, and it is a pleasure to meet you. Observing the two Saiyans still in a state of bewilderment, he continued, in this day and age, it seems that honesty is oftentimes lost on people. Allow me to simplify my words. I am not here to fight. Rather, I wish to discuss a matter concerning your companion, Nappa. I have recently found myself in need of a chef. I have heard that Saiyans possess a substantial appetite and refined palates. I find Nappa's demeanor to be rather straightforward, and I am considering hiring him as my cook. What say you, Vegeta? As he surveyed the still-dazed duo, Luo Quan circled Nappa 3 times, inspecting his hair, facial features, and physique, concluding that he appeared quite presentable. He should look quite fitting in a chef's attire, he mused, hoping his judgment was sound. If this lad cannot cook well, my investment in a chef would be in vain. Perhaps I should contemplate what benefits to offer him. For now, I shall observe his performance during the trial period. Meanwhile, Nappa and Vegeta struggled to keep pace with Luo Quan's rapid thoughts. Both were left confused, muttering, Chef? What does he mean? Did we travel all the way to Earth to serve this lad as a cook? This is utterly absurd. What manner of reasoning do Earthlings possess? What preoccupations occupy their minds? He claims to be the dominant figure on Earth. What does that even mean? Why can we not comprehend his words? As they exchanged bewildered glances, Vegeta, brimming with indignation, exclaimed, Nappa, deal with him. Do not waste words on this strange man who speaks in riddles. Upon hearing this, Nappa began to channel his energy, preparing to strike Luo Quan. However, Luo Quan interjected, Hold on. Allow me to reiterate, I am not here to engage in battle. While it is true that, by divine decree, I do not readily strike at mortals, should anyone dare to disrespect me, attack me, or damage the planet I protect, they shall find my retribution far more effortless than crushing an ant. Vegeta shouted to Nappa, Do not heed his words. He is merely bluffing. We must swiftly eliminate these Earthlings and search for the Dragon Balls so we can depart this peculiar place. Turning to Vegeta, Luo Quan replied, Do not be so hasty. Young prince, your true adversary is Goku, the destined child of this era. As the prince of the Saiyans, your battle lies with him, not with me. You are not yet worthy of opposing me. Perhaps after 20 more years of training, you may be able to contend with Goku. For now, should you manage to best him, I can assure you, on behalf of my companions, that the Dragon Balls will be yours. Do not rush, let us discuss matters slowly. Engaging in violence is hardly appropriate, indeed. He then turned to Piccolo and said, Piccolo, I see your limbs are well loosened. Would you care to engage in a friendly match with that fellow Nappa? I shall act as the referee to witness the fruits of your training over the past year. Although you may not best him in combat, I believe this experience will contribute to your growth. Luo Quan continued, Gohan, would you also like to practice with this Nappa? The so-called punching bag? It would be beneficial for your development, but heed this. Do not kill him, for he is destined to be my personal chef. Turning to Gohan, Luo Quan added, Piccolo and Krillin were both taken aback at this. Is this what it means to maintain control? This man arrived and effortlessly quelled the impending conflict with just a few words, insisting that the Saiyan not be harmed. A mere slap from him could easily bring us to our demise. How could it be that one of these fearsome extraterrestrials has been reduced to being your cook? Are there not enough chefs on Earth already? What is this theory of the Saiyan palate being refined and their cuisine being delectable? Truly, it is a baffling matter. Luo Quan addressed Nappa, saying, Chef, come over and spar with my friends here. Be gentle, do not inflict serious injuries upon them. Otherwise, I shall have to return and spend money on their treatment, which would be quite troublesome. A little sparring will suffice to let them experience your formidable energy. Chapter 29. Nappa feels insulted at this moment. Nappa was seething with rage. I, the fearsome Saiyan, am among the elite warriors of my kind. I have come to Earth to seize the Dragon Balls, and you dare refer to me as a mere cook? You have crossed the line. Nappa exclaimed in fury. Since Vegeta claims you are formidable, I shall save you for last as the grand feast. First, I will dispose of your little minions, and see if you still dare to call me a chef. He declared. This is outrageous. I, the esteemed Nappa, have come to Earth only to be insulted. He continued. Luo Quan chuckled softly. Being my chef is a stroke of fortune for you. You ought to cherish this opportunity. If your cooking fails to satisfy, I shall have no choice but to eliminate you. And your incessant prattling is quite bothersome. Vegeta interjected with a harsh tone. Enough with the idle chatter. Swiftly conclude this battle so we may depart from this place. Piccolo clenched his fists and addressed Krillin and Gohan. Very well. It is our turn to showcase our prowess. However, before we engage, I have devised a strategy that reveals a significant flaw in this Saiyan. When we commence our assault, we shall proceed according to this plan. What say you? Krillin and Gohan eagerly nodded in agreement. Indeed, as expected of Piccolo, this plan is exceptionally brilliant. We shall execute it as you have instructed. Meanwhile, Vegeta scoffed from the sidelines. A perfect plan indeed. I wish you success in your endeavor. Are you merely content to spectate while your comrades are in peril? Piccolo remarked. He continued, you arrogant fool. I suppose you're secretly relishing this moment. Just wait until Son Goku arrives. You shall witness something remarkable. Vegeta, taken aback, queried, Son Goku? Is he truly formidable? Does he possess some extraordinary ability to vanquish us? I was unaware that Earth harbored such potent beings. Meanwhile, Nappa, unable to contain himself, launched an attack on Tien. With a swift motion, Nappa pounced upon Tien. In that instant, Piccolo flickered into position beside Nappa, delivering a powerful blow to his chin. Caught off guard, Nappa was sent hurtling into the sky. There. Krillin had been waiting, and he soared upward to land a kick that sent Nappa crashing back to the ground. Nappa, grunting, charged towards Gohan. Krillin and Piccolo shouted in unison, Gohan, it's your turn. Gohan, witnessing the imposing figure of Nappa barreling towards him, found himself paralyzed with fear, his face drained of color. Trembling, uncertain of how to respond. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Piccolo and Krillin bellowed, You fool! How could you miss such a prime opportunity? Krillin, let's strike. With that, Piccolo and Krillin unleashed their prepared attacks simultaneously at Nappa. However, Nappa had regained his composure midair and deftly evaded their onslaught. Krillin lamented, What a waste of such a golden opportunity. Nappa wiped the blood from his face, remnants of the earlier skirmish, and remarked, It seems you little pests possess some strength after all. When united, you can inflict a modicum of damage. But truly, why do you insist on rushing in one by one to meet your demise? Would it not be wiser to adhere to a proper sequence? Disrupting my rhythm will surely provoke my ire. Tien and Yamcha, despairing, gazed at Nappa, contemplating their overwhelming disadvantage. Tien thought, These foes are insurmountably powerful. We truly stand no chance. Piccolo, beside him, mused, Could they be immortal? They seem impervious to even the slightest injury. Infuriating, indeed. Meanwhile, Krillin, in a fit of rage, cried out, Goku, where are you? If you do not return soon, we are doomed. It appears we shall all perish here today. Gohan, still shaken and unable to shake off the terror, remained wide-eyed, fixated on the battlefield. Vegeta, intrigued, pondered Goku. Yet again, this bald little man keeps invoking his name. Much like that Namekian. Does he possess some unique ability to alter their fate? Humph, mere bluster, Nappa retorted. Leave the Namekian alive for now. Eliminate the rest. So we might inquire about the Dragon Ball's whereabouts. Vegeta turned to Nappa and remarked, It seems your fortune surpasses ours by a considerable margin. These two fellows believe that only you possess knowledge about Dragon Balls and would spare you. Alas, we are not as fortunate as you. Piccolo, standing nearby, spat twice and exclaimed, What nonsense. Ultimately, our fates are intertwined. Once they comprehend the outcome regarding the Dragon Balls, they will undoubtedly eliminate me as well. We are all in the same boat now. There is no need for division, as we must unite our efforts against our common foe. I never anticipated that one day I would join forces with you all to combat extraterrestrials for the sake of Earth. Krillin glanced at the menacing Nappa and then at Vegeta, who stood idly by, observing the scene. He turned to Piccolo and inquired, "Do you think we stand a chance against them?" Piccolo replied succinctly, "No." Krillin grumbled, "You are far too pragmatic. Can't you utter a comforting lie to bolster my confidence in defeating them?" "It's not that I wish to dampen your spirits," Piccolo retorted. "But these two are vastly more formidable than the Saiyan who came before. They are in an entirely different league. I could have crushed that previous Saiyan with ease. Yet these two are impervious to our attacks. I truly lack confidence." In the realm of the afterlife, the Earth deity awaited Goku at the start of Snake Way. Exclaiming in exasperation, "Goku, why are you still not here? Earth is in grave peril." On the battlefield, Krillin, filled with despair, suggested to Piccolo, "Let us descend to the ground and engage him there. It may offer us a slight advantage. Aerial combat does not suit us." The two descended towards the Earth, while Nappa, hovering in the air, coldly smirked, "With such meager strength, it matters not where you fight. It's merely a question of time." At that moment, the frightened Gohan, distressed and weeping, covered his eyes, unable to confront the approaching Nappa, and cried out, "Daddy, help me. Please come back." Just as Nappa prepared to annihilate the three, Vegeta's furious voice suddenly rang out, "Nappa, halt." Nappa abruptly halted mid-air, bewildered, and questioned, "What is it? Why do you wish to stop me?" After a moment of confusion, Vegeta scoffed, "When I say stop, you stop. Spare me your incessant chatter. I have questions for them." Meanwhile, the strategizing Rashi, along with Tien and Yamcha, observed, "We still cannot escape this peculiar cycle. It seems the old adage about villains perishing due to excessive verbosity holds true. These two may be powerful, yet they prattle on endlessly, and in the end, they will still be brought low by us. I truly cannot fathom the source of their incessant ramblings." Tien and Rashi, both bemused, silently critiqued, "You chastise them for their verbosity, yet your own words are even more plentiful. If you possess such prowess, why not take action yourself? Defeating these two would spare us from enduring such relentless torment. Rather than idly watching this farce, you should hasten to bring them down. It is absurd for them to criticize others for their verbosity when we are left speechless." Luo Quan seemed to intuit their unspoken thoughts. Casting a glance at them, he casually remarked, "Had I been able to intervene, I would have obliterated them long ago. It is not a matter of desire, but rather a constraint imposed by the cosmic laws. If I could act, I would not be merely spectating." He rummaged through his pockets, lamenting, "A couple of days ago, in a moment of good spirits, I inadvertently consumed all the remaining fairy beans while watching television. Regrettably, I have nothing of quality left to heal your injuries. Once the battle nears its end, I will swiftly escort you to the hospital. The immortal Garen should still have a few newly made supplies. When Wukong arrives, he might conveniently bring some along. I truly have nothing left here, so you will have to endure for the time being." Lu Ping and Tianjin Fan exchanged knowing glances, sensing a strange kinship. Is this fellow truly our planet's guardian? Is he really the strongest being on Earth? Why does he always seem so flippant and unreliable? With our little sister in his hands, is this fate's design? At that moment, Luo Quan seemed to sense something anew. He murmured, "One must rely on oneself. Others cannot be depended upon. True strength lies in wielding one's own power. Relying on others or external forces yields no true accomplishments. Am I not correct? You too need not dwell on such thoughts. Simply observe their battle with peace of mind. Rest assured, I will cover for you. After all, Earth is my domain, and I am its protector. Though it may sound uncouth, in terms you can comprehend, I am indeed this planet's guardian, and I shall safeguard you. It is audacious for these two to disturb my territory. If they are incapacitated, they can be unceremoniously tossed aside. However, due to various circumstances, I cannot act recklessly, as it would disrupt the cosmic balance, which would be detrimental to you and the entire galaxy. For now, I shall observe, and if necessary, I will devise a way to teach them a lesson." As he spoke, a radiant light shimmered in his hand. Looking at the fallen Tianjin Fan and Lu Ping, he said, "I have already utilized my divine power to mend your bones, but additional injuries will require some time to heal. During this period, you may move freely, though you must refrain from engaging in intense combat. This is the extent of my assistance for now. Once the battle concludes, you may recuperate properly." Lu Ping and Tianjin Fan wiggled their limbs, finding no unusual sensations. They thought to themselves, "Now, this feels like our guardian. He finally exhibits a semblance of divinity. Unlike before, when he merely stood by and chattered without action, we truly began to doubt his reliability." With a sense of helplessness, Luo Quan remarked, "You offer a few benefits, and you praise me. Yet, the moment I express a few words, you complain that I am overbearing. What sort of people are you? Truly, your realism is overwhelming. Subsequently, she glanced back at the dumpling, who appeared to be lost in thought mid-air. She admonished him, your temper is far too volatile. Refrain from self-destruction at every trivial provocation. If you cannot win, then train harder and confront them again later. Charging in recklessly leads to ruin. You have perished once already. And a second demise would render even the Dragon Balls powerless to save you. Such actions would cause great sorrow to your brother and friends. This cannot continue. Do you understand? I am here for you, yet you treat me as if I were invisible. At that moment, Tianjin Fan, witnessing the reprimand directed at the dumpling, felt a pang of sorrow and said, Luo Quan, cease your scolding. The dumpling understands his mistake. He will improve, and we shall all diligently train, ensuring we do not hinder one another. Please trust us. Right, dumpling? The dumpling nodded obediently, focusing on caring for Tianjin Fan and refraining from further speech. On the battlefield, Vegeta observed Nappa and remarked, there is no rush. Once I have finished my inquiries, we can deal with them at our leisure. He then turned to Piccolo and asked, is the son Goku you mentioned the same Kakarot that Raditz referred to? Piccolo replied, indeed, it is him. Is there a problem? I wish to inquire why he is yet to make an appearance. Is he planning to ambush us from the shadows? You are aware that, given our strength, any ambush would be futile. Vegeta continued, pondering the situation. The son Goku they speak of must indeed be Kakarot. Yet, Kakarot perished in his battle against Raditz. Why do they still expect a dead man to arrive? Could it be that they have resurrected him with the Dragon Balls? That would make sense. However, if he has been revived, why has he not yet shown himself? Does he truly intend to ambush us? But an ambush from someone who could not even defeat Raditz is implausible. Even if he had the intent to surprise us, such an outcome does not hold water. Chapter 31. Waiting for Kakarot for 3 hours at this moment, Krillin interjected, you are unaware. Goku has significantly strengthened his abilities. With his current prowess, defeating you should pose no challenge at all. Indeed, it should be effortless. Piccolo chimed in, murmuring, he will undoubtedly overcome you. Do not underestimate Son Goku. This time, his return will be markedly different from before. Gohan, brimming with confidence, declared, Daddy will come. He will rescue us and surely defeat you. I have unwavering faith in his strength. Vegeta, observing their fervent belief, smiled subtly, recognizing that Goku serves as their beacon of hope, thus suggesting they ought to await his arrival. Stop, Nappa. We shall wait for Kakarot to arrive and deal with them together. Nappa, taken aback, exclaimed, Vegeta, what are you saying? What is your reasoning? These individuals are clearly just posturing. What can a man who cannot even defeat garbage do when he arrives? What purpose does his coming serve? He would be dispatched with a single blow, just as easily. Wasting time here is incomprehensible to me. Nappa twisted his stiff body in the air and addressed Vegeta. You must be succumbing to your gentle nature again. What significance is there in waiting 3 hours? It is utterly pointless. We've already spent nearly a year in slumber on our way to Earth, and now I am itching to move. If you do not allow me to stretch my limbs, you will suffocate me with your indecision. Enough of this. We must eliminate them first. With that, Nappa dove from the sky towards Piccolo and the others. At that moment, Vegeta's voice rang out sharply. Nappa, are you ignoring my orders? Do you wish to court death? Nappa, suspended in mid-air, abruptly halted. As if recalling something, he quickly turned to Vegeta and said, I apologize, Vegeta. I am truly sorry. I acted impulsively. I meant no offense. Please forgive me. Vegeta replied coolly, we shall wait for 3 hours. He extended 3 fingers and added, they will have 3 hours. If Kakarot has not arrived by then, we shall disregard everything else. Giving them 3 hours is of little consequence. Nappa scratched his head. 3 hours is dreadfully dull. What can we accomplish in 3 hours? At this juncture, Krillin quietly remarked to Piccolo, this little one seems more inscrutable than the large one. The latter is already formidable. Yet he appears to heed every word of this small one, not daring to defy him. It seems we are in deep trouble. Meanwhile, Rashi observed that everyone had ceased their activities. He then ambled over to Piccolo and Krillin, explaining, this little one is named Vegeta, the Prince of the Saiyans, a minority race, and he is the mightiest warrior among them, gifted with exceptional combat prowess. Do not underestimate him. He is indeed powerful. Of course, when I say powerful, I mean within the context of Earth. In the grand scheme of the universe, he would barely register. even against a fighter with a power level of 5. Rest assured, he is merely slightly stronger at the moment. With diligent training, he should not pose an insurmountable challenge. He contemplated further. Do not fret. 3 hours is just enough time for me to have a thorough discussion with that fellow Nappa. By then, Goku should also be able to return. Everyone can rest easy. I will first seek out Nappa for a heart-to-heart. At this point, Krillin, lacking confidence, whispered to Piccolo, I wonder if Goku can defeat this little one when he arrives. Consider this. Regardless of the diminutive stature of the one, even the imposing giant could pose a challenge that even Wukong might struggle to overcome, which is truly concerning. Gohan, timidly standing by, uttered, I apologize, I truly apologize, I am simply overwhelmed with fear. These two individuals are far too terrifying. It is not that I do not wish to contribute. Piccolo, standing nearby, scoffed disdainfully. I have trained you for over a year, and this is how you repay us? You lack even the courage to confront an adversary. My efforts seem wasted. At that moment, Krillin sought to mediate. He is still just a child. Facing battle for the first time, you ought to forgive him and not hold him to such harsh scrutiny. Meanwhile, Luo Quan strolled leisurely, exuding an air of nonchalance as he approached Nappa and Vegeta. He began to circle around Nappa, observing intently. After completing a circuit, he pondered, then circled again, contemplating anew. Nappa, feeling increasingly uneasy, fixated his wide eyes on Luo Quan and demanded, What are you staring at? Luo Quan casually retorted, What is it to you? Nappa found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond, as every avenue seemed to lead to confrontation. Vegeta had forbidden any aggression, leaving Nappa to fume. What do you want from me? Ignoring Nappa, Luo Quan turned to Vegeta. Mr. Vegeta, I previously mentioned my intention to hire Nappa as my cook. Do you deem this appropriate? Vegeta's demeanor shifted from casual to grave, his gaze fixed on Luo Quan. A surge of trepidation washed over him, akin to being scrutinized by a prehistoric behemoth. His composure faltered, and he feigned calmness. I am not concerned with your matters. I await Kakarot's arrival to defeat him and procure the Dragon Balls. We shall not linger on this planet. Do not entertain any notions of involving me. Luo Quan then addressed Nappa. Mr. Nappa, since Vegeta has chosen to withdraw, our predicament now rests solely between you and me. I hereby extend a formal invitation for you to become my cook. Surely, you would not decline such an offer. Nappa, lacking Vegeta's acuity and wisdom, remained in a daze. I am a warrior, not your cook. I am an esteemed Saiyan fighter. Do not insult me further. If you persist with this cook nonsense, I might just have to strike you. Chapter 32. Luo Quan assesses Nappa. Luo Quan displayed an expression of resigned inevitability. In truth, Mr. Nappa, I pride myself on fairness. When I say I wish to employ you as a cook, I mean it sincerely. I shall afford you time to contemplate this, as I do not wish to coerce you into servitude. However, your assault on the town upon your arrival on Earth was an affront, and your prolonged aggression here has warranted a response. As a deity, I should refrain from acting against mortals. Yet your repeated transgressions have compelled me to consider a minor reprimand. Luo Quan asserted, nonetheless, I maintain a sense of reason. Very well, before Goku returns, I shall grant you some time for contemplation. Should you find success, do inform me. If not, I expect to hear from you as well, lest I be compelled to take measures against you, Luo Quan stated. At that moment, Nappa erupted in fury, exclaiming, We have come to Earth to gather intelligence on the Dragon Balls. We are here to pillage and plunder. Do not speak to me of culinary matters. I shall not serve as your cook. What relevance does that have to our thievery? He then turned to Vegeta and demanded, Vegeta, do you not have anything to say about this? What is the meaning of this? Vegeta, drenched in cold sweat, replied to Nappa, You should silence yourself. Do you not sense it? The pressure this individual exudes is exponentially greater than that of Lord Frieza. His strength is unfathomable, incomprehensible. Since he has granted you 3 hours for contemplation, do not engage him over trivialities. Wait for Kakarot to arrive, defeat him, and then ascertain the truth regarding the Dragon Balls. For now, we must not oppose this being. He instills in me a sense of insurmountable dread. It appears he refrains from attacking us for some reason. It is astonishing that such a formidable presence exists on Earth. Nappa, feeling aggrieved, retorted, We are here to commit robbery, yet he dares to suggest that I, a thief, should become a cook. What absurdity is this? Vegeta gazed at the dim-witted Nappa, momentarily lost for words. This fool, if he seeks death, I shall not intervene. Just do not involve me in your folly. Meanwhile, Luo Quan leisurely circled Nappa, taking his time to observe, pondering deeply. Nappa, feeling the pressure mounting, glared at him and shouted, "What are you staring at?" Luo Quan replied, "I am contemplating a rather serious matter." Nappa interjected, "What matter?" Luo Quan, with a hint of exasperation, continued, "I am wondering what you would look like if you were to transform into a Super Saiyan. I am aware that Goku and Vegeta's hair stands on end and turns golden upon transformation, but you are bald. How then would one discern if you have transformed or not? This conundrum troubles me greatly. Even if I were to ascertain your transformation into a Super Saiyan, should you progress further into Super Saiyan 2 or 3, how would I discern that? It is indeed perplexing." Nappa, utterly bewildered, thought, "What on earth is he rambling about? From cooks to Super Saiyans, I cannot keep pace with this man's thought process." Vegeta, upon hearing this, felt a surge of anxiety. Who is this person? How does he possess knowledge of Super Saiyans and their transformations? This is information I have only inherited from my father. It seems he has a profound understanding of our potential to become Super Saiyans. Clearly, he is no ordinary individual. Vegeta gazed at the bewildered Nappa beside him, contemplating how he had brought such a fool to Earth. With a tone of solemnity, he addressed Nappa. "This individual possesses unfathomable strength and an extensive breadth of knowledge. There are elements of our own existence that we barely comprehend, yet he appears to grasp them with clarity. Earth, oh Earth, this planet is shrouded in mystery. Perhaps our arrival here constitutes the gravest of errors, and I find myself filled with regret. Nevertheless, the situation is as it stands. We have waited for 3 hours. Let us hold our tongues until Kakarot arrives. You must maintain your composure and refrain from acting impulsively, do you understand? For if you act foolishly, there will be no time for remorse." Suddenly, Nappa seemed to recall something and queried, "Vegeta, let us not concern ourselves with this individual for now. May I ask why we must wait for Kakarot's arrival? What significance does it hold?" Vegeta inwardly cursed the imbecile for his nonsensical reasoning. How could one be so audacious? With a formidable presence looming ahead, Nappa chose to divert his attention to other matters. After a moment's reflection, Vegeta replied, "Kakarot is a traitor to our Saiyan lineage. We must wait for him to arrive, so that we may eliminate them all before his very eyes, demonstrating the consequences of betraying our kind. Are you still so dim-witted as to not comprehend this?" Yet, Vegeta's mind was racing with thoughts. Initially, he intended to confront Kakarot in front of his son and friends, delivering a swift reckoning to the traitor. He envisioned a grand spectacle, a veritable storm of retribution, allowing them to savor the bitter fruits of their betrayal. However, the emergence of such a formidable adversary could jeopardize his carefully laid plans. He would have to settle for a more prudent approach, avoiding direct confrontation with this being. Thus, if he could ascertain the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls and vanquish Kakarot, they could consider their mission accomplished and hastily depart this fearsome planet. With this resolution, Vegeta activated his scouter, settling into a meditative position to contemplate the matter. His device scanned relentlessly for any signs of the mysterious individual, yet yielded no substantial results. The scouter indicated a power level of merely 5. Could this be the so-called weakling that Raditz had mentioned? Yet, despite such a low reading, why did he emanate such an overwhelming sense of pressure? It felt as if his power was on an entirely different plane, a perplexing sensation indeed. Even in the presence of Lord Frieza, he had never experienced such an intense feeling of dread. His innate battle instincts were keenly alert. This being was not to be trifled with. The mere thought of provoking him sent shivers down Vegeta's spine. It was as though a single misstep could lead to instant annihilation, truly terrifying. Chapter 33. Abandoning Nappa. Vegeta remained lost in contemplation. Wait, what had he just said about recruiting Nappa as a cook? This could present an opportunity. Clearly, he held some interest in Nappa. Perhaps, if he could fulfill his own mission, he could ultimately abandon Nappa, leaving him here to serve as a chef for this individual, which might not be an unwise choice after all. Indeed, let him pursue whomever he fancies. I shall refrain from wading into these murky waters to avoid entangling myself in unnecessary troubles. It is somewhat peculiar that he possesses knowledge of the Super Saiyan. I must extract some intelligence from him at all costs, for this information is of paramount importance to me. Yes, precisely. If I could glean insights regarding the Super Saiyan from this individual, it would be the most significant achievement, far surpassing any trivial pursuits involving Kakarot or the Dragon Balls. This is the most crucial secret of our generation of Saiyans. Nappa seemed to regain his composure, contemplating the situation. He addressed Vegeta, saying, I believe I understand your intentions. You take care of Kakarot and this fellow named Rohan, while I shall handle the rest. Does that sound agreeable? Vegeta inwardly cursed, you foolish idiot. I have no desire to deal with this Rohan. I merely sought an excuse. Are you truly handing him over to me, expecting to witness my demise at his hands? Reflecting on Nappa's foolishness, he decided against further explanation. Very well, it is settled. We must spare that Namekian. I need to inquire about the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls, so be cautious in your approach, Vegeta instructed. Nappa responded, understood. We shall adhere to your established rules of engagement. I anticipate it shall be quite an enjoyable endeavor. Vegeta thought to himself, truly, your audacity knows no bounds. Nappa gazed at Vegeta in silence, filled with curiosity, then continued, that Rohan mentioned the Super Saiyan. I recall our king speaking of such matters long ago. Are you privy to the specifics? Could he perhaps elucidate this for me? Vegeta suddenly felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. Contemplating the truth of the adage, one fears not a godlike adversary, but rather a pig-headed ally. He waved his hand dismissively and impatiently told Nappa, I have conveyed all that is necessary. Simply follow my instructions. As for other matters, once this situation is resolved, I will take the time to explain further. Do you understand? At this juncture, we need to focus. Stop wasting time with idle chatter and attend to your responsibilities. Just ensure you do not botch it. Meanwhile, the group had gathered again, engaging in conversation. Krillin remarked, where is Goku? Wasn't he sent by Rohan to train? Rohan, feeling somewhat awkward, scratched his head and replied, I did take him to train, but when I returned to fetch him, he had already departed. He should be on his way back now. As for the exact location, I'm not entirely sure. I merely came over to chat with Nappa. Goten chimed in, Dad will definitely return to save us. I have faith in that. Krillin added, perhaps we should escape for the time being, as we cannot defeat them. Once Goku returns, we can regroup and strike back. What do you think? With a disdainful snort, Piccolo addressed Krillin, refrain from harboring such foolish and naive notions. Did you not hear those two Saiyans declare their intent to annihilate all of humanity and subsequently seize the Dragon Balls? Do you truly believe that a temporary retreat can spare you from this impending doom? It is truly baffling how you can speak without engaging your intellect. Tianjin Han then turned to Yuan, saying, though you are immensely powerful, why not simply retrieve Goku directly? Alternatively, you could seek out his whereabouts, or even eliminate our foes with a swift strike. Yuan chuckled lightly, assuring everyone, there is no need for such alarm. Although these two may appear fearsome, they lack the capacity to pose a genuine threat. Take that hulking brute, for instance. I intend to negotiate with him to become our cook. What do you all think? As for the smaller one, he shall serve as our secondary fighter. Should you manage to subdue him now, we would be hard-pressed to find another capable combatant like him in the future. Observing the puzzled expressions on their faces, Yuan calmly elaborated. I am restrained by the rules of my divine position, which prevent me from easily intervening against mortals. To do so could disrupt the balance of the universe and lead to its collapse, an outcome detrimental to us all. Only if they show me disrespect or strike first am I permitted to retaliate. I implore your understanding. It is not that I wish to withhold my assistance, but rather that I can only safeguard your lives for the time being. He continued, furthermore, possessing the trajectory of fate will expose us to even stronger and more troublesome extraterrestrial threats on Earth. I must train our forces to enhance our collective strength. This is the only way to confront future dangers and protect our beloved planet. Therefore, do not blame me for this. Mere cultivation will not suffice. It is through practical combat experience that your abilities will swiftly improve, and this is ultimately for your benefit. He added, as for the smaller individual, do not be afraid. His name is Vegeta, the Prince of the Saiyans and one of the most formidable warriors of his race. However, he is no match for Goku. Once Goku returns, he will deal with Vegeta. In time, he may even join our ranks as our secondary fighter. You must trust me. I would never jest with your faith. Regarding the bald giant, Yuan remarked, in truth, his combat prowess is rather modest. He merely capitalizes on the strengths of the Saiyan race, being slightly more formidable than you. His true talent lies in culinary arts, as I have discerned through observation. His cooking skills are exceptional. With a bit of training, we could have an outstanding chef among us. As a leader of this collective, I believe in expanding our team. Piccolo, Krillin, and the others exchanged glances, rendered speechless. still contemplating the gravity of the Saiyans' arrival, which initially seemed to herald our destruction and the theft of the Dragon Balls. It seems that in this young man's perspective, they have come merely as tourists, accompanying us as practice dummies. Furthermore, they even sent a chef to assist you. How has this matter become so effortlessly managed on your part? Chapter 34. An explanation of the might of the Saiyans at this moment. Krillin appeared to recall something and suddenly inquired, "By the way, Luo Quan, what did you mean earlier by transforming into a Super Saiyan?" That little fellow seemed to change his demeanor upon hearing your words, and he appeared noticeably anxious. Is this some unique ability of their Saiyan race? Luo Quan pondered for a moment. This is a rather lengthy tale. Come, everyone, gather around me. I shall share the story of the Saiyans with you. He beckoned to everyone. You should already possess some understanding of this matter, but I will weave together the various threads so you may comprehend it fully. The Saiyans are an exceptional and formidable warrior race among the universe's minority groups. They produce numerous outstanding fighters with uniquely resilient physiques. Each time they are severely injured and subsequently healed, their combat abilities multiply, allowing them to confront even greater challenges. This is the defining characteristic of their race, Krillin remarked. So, as long as they are not killed, they will only grow stronger. I reflect on Goku's growth over the past year. It indeed seems to be the case. With each intense battle he endures, his strength escalates exponentially. To this day, I can hardly keep pace with him. This truly exemplifies the Saiyan constitution. It's terrifying. What else is there? By the way, Krillin, I wonder if you recall that Goku could transform into a giant ape during his childhood. I trust you have some recollection of this? Piccolo interjected. Krillin reminisced. I believe that was indeed the case. Grandpa Gohan and Master Roshi mentioned that Goku would turn into a giant ape on the night of a full moon, wreaking havoc and entering a rage. Luo Quan nodded. Precisely, that is the first transformation of the Saiyans. When their eyes catch the moonlight, it reflects onto their tails, triggering their transformation into a colossal ape. This form amplifies their combat power tenfold, yet they lose their consciousness and memories, becoming uncontrollable destroyers. They attack anything in sight. A most fearsome creature, a manifestation of their first transformation. What I refer to as Super Saiyan is their second transformation, which is equally terrifying. The conditions for the first transformation require moonlight and the presence of their tails, which is easily circumvented. Without the moon, or if their tails are severed, they cannot enter that mindless, destructive state. However, the second transformation is more challenging to prevent, a topic I will elaborate on at a later time. For now, they have not yet met the conditions to trigger it. At this moment, Piccolo impatiently interjected, After all this time, we simply wish to hear the tale of the Saiyans. You have yet to mention what a Super Saiyan truly is. Pray, enlighten us on the significance of a Super Saiyan. I am quite curious about this matter. If Goku transforms into a Super Saiyan, does that mean none of us stand a chance against him? Krillin, interjecting, quipped, Even without transforming, we are no match for him. Am I wrong? Piccolo shot him a fierce glare. If you have the capability, let us settle this one-on-one. Refrain from using Goku to intimidate me, Piccolo retorted coldly. Krillin pondered for a moment. I merely spoke the truth, Mr. Demon King. Must you take it so seriously? Let us first listen to Mr. Luo Quan regarding the matter of the Super Saiyans. Luo Quan contemplated briefly before addressing the group. In truth, the criteria for becoming a Super Saiyan are quite stringent. Firstly, one must reach a peak in their combat strength, followed by a mental adjustment that triggers the transformation. However, this transformation does not merely yield a tenfold increase. It results in a staggering 50-fold escalation in power. Imagine, if one possesses a combat strength of 30,000, a 50-fold increase would amount to 1,500,000. Observing the astonished expressions on everyone's faces, Luo Quan continued, but that is a future prospect. Presently, they are still far from that critical threshold. I estimate that when Goku's combat strength reaches 3 million, he may successfully transform. For now, do not dwell on it. The path to becoming a Super Saiyan is arduous and fraught with challenges, so there is no need for fear. Krillin wiped the cold sweat from his brow and remarked, If what you say is true, these Saiyans are not only enigmatic but immensely powerful. Should they achieve transformation, they would indeed be invincible. Do they possess no weaknesses? The thought alone is terrifying. A 50-fold increase makes them the superlative beings among warriors. Indeed, he mused, their exceptional energy and capabilities instill fear in some prominent figures across the universe. This fear has led to the gradual disappearance of Super Saiyans from this world. Observe how few of them remain. Presently, on Earth, there are merely Goku and Gohan, along with these two outsiders, leaving no trace of other Saiyans. It is quite lamentable. Before they can genuinely transform into Super Saiyans, they are only marginally stronger than ordinary warriors, with their combat enhancement occurring at a slightly accelerated pace, but lacking any extraordinary traits. Their true might will only manifest once they master the transformation. Well, I have said quite a bit. We shall delve into the specifics when Goku returns and has dealt with these two. For now, I must share why I sought Mr. Nappa to be my chef, as I believe this may pique your interest even further. As Luo Quan enthusiastically shared insights about his chef, Krillin scratched his head and remarked, "The weather is quite pleasant today." Piccolo glanced at the sky, pondered for a moment, and replied, "I'm weary. I need to take a break." Gohan, sensing the mood, chimed in, "If you all are tired, I shall refrain from listening and take a quick restroom break." Tianjin Fan and Lepin quietly closed their eyes, seemingly disinterested. Luo Quan, feeling a bit awkward, said, "You lot truly do not understand my sentiments. Rarely do I find you all in such a dire state, which lifts my spirits. I wanted to share some secrets about our heritage with you, yet here you are, so dismissive. Very well, if you're uninterested, I shall cease my discourse. I will seek out my chef for a more engaging conversation, rather than fret over your indifference. Truly, I take my leave." Chapter 35. Luo Quan discusses terms with Vegeta. Observing the expressions of his companions, Luo Quan sighed. "It's a rare occasion when I feel amiable enough to enlighten you. Yet you exhibit such impatience. If you don't wish to listen, then I shan't continue. It seems a good deed goes unappreciated." Suddenly, he appeared to notice something and turned around. Vegeta and Nappa had unexpectedly appeared behind him, crouched and eavesdropping intently. Krillin and Piccolo stared in astonishment at the duo. When had they arrived, and why were they listening so intently? Their stealthiness was apparent, as they awkwardly attempted to remain inconspicuous. Luo Quan chuckled softly. "It seems the secrets I divulge intrigue these two Saiyans. They likely seek to verify some rare knowledge from me. Feel free to inquire about whatever piques your curiosity. Today, I am in a generous mood and am inclined to share." Vegeta and Nappa appeared to be acutely aware of their awkwardness, desperately seeking excuses to extricate themselves from the situation. Their earlier conversation had touched upon the matter of Super Saiyans, and they had inadvertently become engrossed. Inching closer to the discussion, only to be discovered by their companions. Truly an embarrassing predicament. To mask his discomfort, Vegeta turned to Nappa and said, "Nappa, I'm hungry. Go prepare some grilled meat for me." Nappa, seemingly realizing the gravity of the situation, retorted loudly, "I am not your chef. If you command me to cook again, I shall genuinely lose my temper." At that moment, Gohan, oblivious to the awkwardness, remarked, "Uncle Piccolo, truly great individuals possess a certain charisma." While we were all tense and anxious, now, with him here enlivening the atmosphere, I feel no trepidation whatsoever. In fact, I find these two Saiyans increasingly endearing. "What do you think, Uncle Piccolo?" Piccolo, with a resigned nod, replied, "I have no comments to make on that. There is nothing further to discuss." Krillin interjected, "Indeed, this is a remarkable skill. One must admit, his presence here, with his humorous antics, can save us a considerable amount of time while we await Goku's arrival, which is certainly beneficial for us. Regardless of this fellow's combat abilities, this particular talent is unparalleled among us. It appears that such knowledge and experience are indeed a form of wealth. Goten, as you grow older, it is essential not only to master martial arts, but to pursue your studies diligently as well. Your ambition is to become a great scientist and scholar, is it not?" Krillin continued. Vegeta, momentarily alleviating the awkwardness of being caught eavesdropping, composed himself and asked with utmost seriousness, "Are you the one known as Quan?" Quan replied, "Indeed. That is I. What can I assist you with, Mr. Vegeta?" Vegeta solemnly inquired, "What exactly do you mean by that Super Saiyan? You merely described his combat style. How can we transform into Super Saiyans? Please enlighten me." Quan regarded Vegeta with a smile and said, "Since you are so earnest and eager to learn, I do not mind sharing this knowledge with you. However, you must agree to two conditions, and I shall promptly reveal the method to become a Super Saiyan. This is a matter of no difficulty, I assure you." Vegeta quickly responded, "What are the conditions? I will fulfill them as long as they are within my reach." Quan stated, "First, you must defeat Son Goku, whom you refer to as Kakarot. Vegeta, brimming with confidence, declared, that is certainly not an issue. How could a lowly warrior like him compare to me, the esteemed prince of the Saiyans? Is this even a question? Please proceed to the second condition. Quan continued, the second condition is quite simple. Have this bald giant serve as my chef. Once these two conditions are met, I will immediately inform you how to grow stronger and become a Super Saiyan. There will be no problem at all. Consider it. Vegeta pondered for a while, then thought, very well, let us defer everything until Kakarot arrives. We shall discuss future matters after our battle. Does that sound agreeable? Quan readily replied, agreed, as you wish. Yet, Vegeta was also conflicted within. What a peculiar situation this was. We are clearly extraterrestrial marauders come to Earth for plunder. Yet it seems we are here negotiating a deal instead. After all these years with Nappa, I never perceived any culinary potential in him. How did this fellow discern such a talent? Does he possess an ability to uncover hidden gifts? Truly, he is a strange man. 3 hours swiftly passed, and both Vegeta and Nappa had regained their composure. As their tumultuous emotions gradually settled, Vegeta glanced at the time and said to Nappa, well, we shall not wait any longer. It has been 3 hours. I doubt this coward Kakarot will show up. He speaks sweetly, but the reality remains uncertain. Let us deal with them. We cannot afford to linger here. Goten, overhearing this, interjected, my dad is not a coward. He will surely return. At this moment, within the realms of the underworld, Wukong raced along the interminable serpent path, contemplating the unreliability of the king of the otherworld. It was evident that the king was aware I would be traversing this serpentine route, an endeavor that had consumed half a year of my time. Yet he had astonishingly forgotten to allocate sufficient time for my return. Granting me merely a day, how could one possibly traverse such an extensive path within that time frame? I was utterly exhausted, having exerted every ounce of my strength to fly, yet the end of the serpent road remained elusive. It's difficult to express my sentiments towards such a deity. All I can implore is for everyone to hold on. We must persevere until my return. On the battlefield of Earth, observing the eager anticipation of Nappa, Kuririn lamented with a despondent expression, I don't even have a girlfriend, and if I perish now, it would be a tremendous loss. Meanwhile, Piccolo, standing nearby, scoffed coldly. At such a time, you're still preoccupied with trivialities? We still possess a glimmer of hope. I have devised a strategy that may allow us to confront them. Gather around, and I will outline the battle plan. Kuririn and Gohan immediately perked up with excitement. Speak quickly, Piccolo. What grand tactic do you have to counter them? Chapter 36, Strategies for Defeating the Saiyans. Piccolo replied, it's not a grand tactic. But a year ago, we employed a similar method against Raditz. If executed correctly, we may still survive. Kuririn, your task is to divert the attention of that large fellow while I seize the opportunity to grasp his tail. Their weakness lies in their tails. Once captured, they become utterly powerless and collapse. In that moment, Gohan, you must unleash your most formidable attack upon him. If we execute this plan, we still stand a chance of victory and survival. Do you understand, Gohan? Gohan responded resolutely. Yes, this time I will not falter. Leave it to me, and I will give it my all. Piccolo reassured Gohan. Do not be overly anxious. You underestimate your own power. When you truly unleash your potential, you surpass even me. And I believe that wholeheartedly. Consider, I have trained you for over a year for this very battle. Cast aside your doubts and fears. As long as you strike with all your might, success is within reach. Despite his pale complexion, Gohan trembled slightly. I will do my utmost. I refuse to be a coward this time. Meanwhile, Luo Quan casually observed Nappa, idly remarking, if only this fellow's fervor for battle were redirected towards cooking, he might just become a competent chef. Nappa retorted sharply, I shall no longer entertain your nonsense. Conversing with you is utterly tedious. While we engage in combat, you remain fixated on culinary pursuits. I cannot fathom the workings of your mind. Once I dispatch these insects, you shall be my next target, and we shall see how ostentatious you remain. Suddenly, Luo Quan appeared to have an epiphany, addressing the group. Wonderful news. Wukong has returned. He has reached the end of the serpent path and will arrive shortly. Everyone, just hold on a little longer. In the underworld, at the conclusion of the serpent path, the weary earth deity awaited, sweat glistening on his brow as he anxiously gazed into the distance. A dark dip swiftly zipped through the air. Wukong exclaimed loudly, Great Lord of Heaven, I have returned at last. The deity urged, quickly grasp my arm. I shall take you back to the realm of the living. With a whoosh, They vanished from sight, leaving only the bewildered King Yenlu gazing after them. What on earth is that fellow up to? It seems he went to learn skills from the King of Worlds, and he returned rather swiftly. Where could they possibly be hurrying off to? The Earth God manifested atop the Temple of Earth. Wukong remarked, "Thank you for your efforts, great Lord of Heaven. I will immediately head to the battlefield." The Earth God replied, "Very well. I appreciate your hard work. I entrust everything to you, Wukong." Mr. Bobo added from the side, "Wukong, make haste. The outcome depends entirely on you." Wukong waved his hand. "All right, I hope everyone is safe. I have done my utmost." With that, Wukong soared down from the temple. Passing by the Karen Temple. Beside the temple, he encountered Master Karen, who tossed 2 magical beans into the air. Wukong caught them. These were the last 2 beans. "You must do your best to win. It all rests upon you," Master Karen urged. Wukong waved his hand and shouted into the sky, "Nimbus." In an instant, the golden cloud rushed to his side, and Wukong stepped onto it, making his way to the battlefield. The Nimbus took off rapidly, racing towards the battleground of Piccolo and Nappa. In midair, Wukong counted the 2 beans in his hand, stowing one in his bosom and swallowing the other whole. Instantly, he felt his strength and spirit restored to their peak. He thought, "Everyone hold on. I have returned fully revitalized. The rest is up to me. You have all worked hard." Krillin shouted furiously, charged towards Nappa with utmost speed. Nappa, taken aback, exclaimed, "They are actually attacking us? This is absurd." Vegeta cautioned from the side, "Nappa, be careful. They may have some trick up their sleeves." Suddenly, as Krillin was about to reach Nappa, he focused his energy into the ground, unleashing a powerful shockwave. With the force of the recoil, Krillin soared into the air. Nappa stared in confusion at Krillin hovering above him, shouting, "Is this your attack? I feel nothing at all. What does this mean?" Piccolo, smirking coldly, seized the opportunity. In an instant, he appeared behind Nappa, tightly gripping his tail. He called out to Gohan, "Gohan, now is your chance. Strike him." Gohan clenched his teeth, steeling himself, and unleashed all his energy towards Nappa. Suddenly, Nappa coldly uttered, "Hey," and instantly attacked Piccolo from above. Krillin, still in the air, questioned, "What is happening? Didn't you grab his tail? How can he still attack Piccolo?" Meanwhile, Piccolo, dazed from the blow, thought to himself, "What immense strength. My head is spinning. Wasn't he supposed to be incapacitated by my grip?" Gohan was taken aback, bewildered as he pondered the situation. "Is he all right?" He grasped Piccolo's clothing tightly, observing the latter's drowsy demeanor, his eyes sparkling with stars. In exasperation, he called out, "I haven't even exerted my full strength yet. You can't perish. Or who will I turn to in search of the Dragon Balls?" In midair, Piccolo responded, "How can this be possible? It's utterly terrifying. Can this still be managed?" Meanwhile, Vegeta laughed heartily, exclaiming, "You are utterly, utterly ridiculous. Can we, as magnificent and exceptional warriors, neglect our own weaknesses, resorting to such petty tricks? It's laughable." Nappa shook Piccolo, who was already unconscious, and with a disdainful smile remarked, "This is the so-called strongest combatant on this planet? It took just 1 blow to defeat him. Truly laughable, little ants. I shall spare your life for now. I will deal with you later. First, I shall target Kakarot's son. You carry the blood of our Saiyan lineage, and I should have a fondness for you, but your father is so feeble that he abandoned you. Thus, you shall be my first target." With that, Nappa soared into the air, charging at Gohan. He unleashed a flurry of strikes, sending Gohan hurtling through the air. Gohan screamed as he soared upward, gritting his teeth for a counterattack. Krillin observed the situation and thought to himself, "This is bad. Gohan lacks combat experience. If he faces Nappa alone, he will surely be at a disadvantage, as their disparity is immense." Seizing the opportunity, Krillin rushed towards Nappa. With a flurry of fists and kicks, he sent Nappa crashing to the ground. Chapter 37. The duel with Nappa. Nappa mused, "Not bad. This little fellow actually managed to catch me off guard." He spat, "You bald-headed brat. Is that all you can do, sneak attacks?" Vegeta chimed in, "Indeed, not bad. Solid fundamentals. Good agility, but lacking in strength. His combat awareness is commendable." Nappa brushed off the dust from his clothes and coldly retorted, "This little bald head can only resort to sneak attacks. His offensive power is pathetic. He couldn't even breach my outer layer. He is merely quick, like a little flea. If you seek death, I shall oblige." In an instant, Nappa charged at Krillin. Realizing the dire situation, Krillin had no choice but to unleash his ultimate move. He raised one hand to the sky, conjuring a ki wave that resembled a large pancake. This ki wave was as thin as paper, spinning rapidly, embodying a slicing force. With a fierce cry, Krillin shouted, "Kienzan," and hurled the ki wave towards Nappa. Nappa disregarded Krillin's Kienzan, scoffing, "With such trivial techniques, do you think you can harm me? This minuscule energy fluctuation is nothing." He was about to withstand Krillin's attack with his body when Vegeta's angry shout pierced the air, "Nappa, you fool. Get out of the way." Only then did Nappa react, slightly shifting to the side just in time to evade the Kienzan's strike. With a swift slicing sound, the Kienzan sheared off a portion of the mountain behind Nappa. At this moment, Vegeta remarked, "How foolish. You cannot even comprehend the might of this technique. Yet you dare to withstand it with your body? Have you never faced death?" Nappa, feeling a sense of trepidation, gingerly touched his head, contemplating that he had underestimated these individuals. Their array of techniques was indeed inexhaustible. Resolving not to engage in frivolous antics with them any longer, Nappa unleashed an energy wave directed at Krillin, resulting in a resounding explosion. Krillin swiftly leaped into the air, evading Nappa's attack. Nappa thought to himself, "I know you will ascend into the sky, and with this next strike, I shall obliterate you up there. Let us see where you can hide." As Krillin found himself cornered in the sky, preparing to be struck, he suddenly witnessed Nappa being heavily struck from behind by a purplish-red energy wave, followed by Nappa's anguished cries. It was none other than Piccolo, who had abruptly awakened and launched a surprise attack on Nappa with a powerful energy wave. At this moment, Piccolo was gasping for breath, as though on the brink of exhaustion. He had previously been severely injured by Nappa's earlier blow, which had rendered him unconscious. Upon regaining consciousness and witnessing Krillin in peril, he mustered the last vestiges of his strength to unleash a formidable energy wave, teetering on the edge of depletion. Seeing Nappa's discontented expression, Vegeta mocked, "How does it feel, Nappa? Being toyed with by a few insignificant insects. Does it amuse you?" Nappa, however, retorted, "I only wish to ascertain the whereabouts and information of the Dragon Balls." He felt his dignity was being challenged, toyed with like a mere plaything. Enraged, Nappa prepared to strike at Piccolo once more, only to notice Piccolo gazing skyward, as if sensing something. Suddenly, Piccolo exclaimed, "I sense a powerful aura approaching us rapidly. It feels so familiar, so warm, so formidable. It must be Goku coming. Wonderful, Goku is finally here. Your misfortune awaits." At that moment, Krillin, having sustained minor injuries from Nappa's shockwave, also sensed something and said to Piccolo, "It must be Goku. I can feel his presence too." Gohan chimed in, "Are you all sensing it? Splendid. That must be Dad coming to rescue us. He has finally arrived." Vegeta, too, was feeling this extraordinary sensation. It was remarkable how one could perceive an enemy's presence even when they were out of sight, along with the magnitude of their power. Vegeta glanced at them, picked up the previously discarded scouter, and placed it to his ear. Since arriving on Earth, he had refrained from engaging in battle, but had been diligently studying the combat techniques of these warriors. If he could discern an enemy's strength without a scouter and locate their position, it would be an incredibly convenient skill. Despite Vegeta's immense power, he was also an exceptionally astute learner. He first directed his focus towards the aura that Piccolo and Krillin had sensed, attempting to seek out the feeling. But to no avail. It appeared that the method of sensing auras required gradual practice to master. "It matters not, as long as I am aware of this method. I shall surely master it in due course." He then pressed a button on the detector. Vegeta manipulated the device and scrutinized the readings displayed. With a look of astonishment, he addressed Nappa. "A remarkably powerful individual is approaching us, expected to arrive in approximately 4 minutes. Nappa, bewildered, inquired, "Is he truly formidable? Could it possibly be Kakarot?" Vegeta affirmed, "Indeed, the detector indicates his battle power to be around 8,000. He is a most fearsome adversary, likely stronger than you." Nappa, unwilling to concede, retorted, "How can that be? It is utterly impossible. Kakarot is a low-class warrior. How could he possibly compare to our esteemed elite warriors? The detector must be malfunctioning." "It must be so." Vegeta, with a grave tone, cautioned, 8,000 is likely merely a superficial reading. Their battle power fluctuates with their emotions. However, on the surface, this boy will undoubtedly have no difficulty in dispatching you. Do not underestimate him." Observing Nappa's stunned expression, Krillin coldly remarked to Piccolo, "Look at them. They are in a state of panic. They must sense Goku's immense power. Once he arrives, he will surely defeat them. We simply need to hold on a little longer." We must not falter until Goku arrives. Vegeta turned to Nappa, declaring, Nappa, the game ends here. Before Kakarot arrives, eliminate this lot swiftly. Once that formidable individual arrives, their combined strength may pose a challenge for us. Dispatch them without delay. Cease your frivolity and unleash your true power. Nappa responded, what of the Dragon Balls? Are we to abandon that pursuit? Is that wise? Vegeta reassured him, fear not, I have considered this matter thoroughly. I possess a plan, it is quite simple. As long as we ascertain that they are Namekians, we can journey to their home planet and locate more powerful Dragon Balls. This should pose no issue. If this Namekian on Earth can utilize the meager resources here to create such miraculous orbs, then surely, upon visiting their homeland, we shall discover superior Dragon Balls awaiting us. Do not fret, Nappa, take bold action. Regardless of the veracity of this endeavor, we shall investigate and ascertain the outcome. Vegeta gazed at Nappa, who remained dazed, pondering. This fool truly lacks ambition. Nappa continued to mutter, 8,000. How could it possibly be 8,000? Even at my utmost effort, I barely exceed 7,000. How could this low-class warrior surpass me? It is impossible. It must be a malfunction. Quickly, tell me it is a defect, right? Vegeta admonished, cease these futile thoughts. Hasten to eliminate them, so that you may concentrate on confronting Kakarot. Whether true or false, if they unite, you shall undoubtedly be at a disadvantage, necessitating my intervention, which would be most troublesome. So do proceed swiftly. At this moment, Lepin and Tianjin Fan turned to Luo Quan and remarked, this diminutive Vegeta is truly shameless. We had agreed to wait for Goku's arrival, yet he insists on attacking us now. Luo Quan, however, merely smiled faintly and replied, this behavior is somewhat understandable. Goku's abilities have already surpassed that of the towering Nappa. Should he arrive and ally with you, it would pose a genuine threat to them, which is indisputable. After all, Goku has diligently trained and achieved remarkable results. His strength has significantly increased, and it is only natural for these fellows to be apprehensive. However, I must remind Goku to be cautious. He may strike, but he must not kill my chef. If Nappa is slain, who will prepare my meals? Following this, the others fell silent, unable to continue the conversation. At such a critical juncture, when our very survival hangs in the balance, this fellow still fixates on his culinary concerns. Not only must we avoid killing him, but even injuring him proves to be a daunting task. Even if Goku arrives, victory is not guaranteed. Luo Quan continued. Goku's combat prowess now surpasses that of Nappa, and he possesses the Kaioken technique. Should he employ it, defeating one named Vegeta should pose no insurmountable challenge. I had anticipated this outcome long ago, so rest assured, maintain your composure, and do not succumb to panic. Seeing that Lepin and Tianjin Fan were too weary to engage with him, Luo Quan mused, in this day and age, speaking the truth goes unappreciated. I am truly at a loss. It seems I must seek an opportunity to demonstrate my strength, for these youngsters will not believe my words alone. How vexing it is. Being too powerful comes with its own constraints. I genuinely fear I may inadvertently strike one of these two down, and then where shall I find a chef? They fail to comprehend my sincere intentions. Reflecting upon the considerable disparity in their strengths, the psychological fear is entirely understandable. I must find a moment to act, to validate my capabilities and reassure these youngsters. Chapter 38. Luo Quan takes action against Nappa. Krillin had collapsed to the ground, crying out in anguish. I was struck by the earlier energy wave, and now it seems I am unable to move. This is infuriating. What should I do? Goten turned to Piccolo and said, Uncle Piccolo, you and Uncle Krillin should refrain from engaging for now. Allow me to handle the remaining time. I have adjusted my mindset and trust that I can delay him. Piccolo, astonished, observed, you've shown remarkable composure. Krillin added, very well, we are counting on you. Luo Quan watched this unfold and thought to himself, this child's mental fortitude is indeed commendable. To achieve such a state without having experienced brutal battles before. I must admit I have underestimated you. At this moment, Nappa ceased his playful demeanor and, without uttering a word, charged towards Gohan's side. Gohan, noticing Nappa's approach, summoned all his strength and, in a sudden burst, delivered a powerful kick that sent Nappa hurtling away. The ground trembled as Nappa collided with the mountain opposite, causing a considerable section of it to collapse. Rising into the sky, Nappa exclaimed, you've surprised me. I never anticipated that such a seemingly timid boy harbored such immense energy within. It appears I underestimated you. Meanwhile, Piccolo and Krillin stood in astonishment, remarking, "That was truly impressive. He kicked that giant away with a single strike." At that moment, Luo Quan observed Gohan, who was gritting his teeth, tears streaming down his face. His complexion pale. He pondered, this boy's mental state is still not quite right. He is merely suppressing his fear to muster that last attack. Perhaps it is fueled by anger. His strength and mindset have yet to align properly. This child is under immense strain. I suppose I shall take over for these last few minutes. They have done their best and have certainly gained some experience. I will handle things until Goku arrives. It seems I must intervene. Nappa, suspended in midair, was consumed by fury. He directed his ire towards Gohan, declaring, "You little brat, it seems the game is truly over. There is no time left for play." Channeling all his energy, he concentrated a formidable wave of energy and hurled it towards Gohan. Gohan, paralyzed by the overwhelming force of the energy wave, trembled on the ground, thinking, "I am so scared. This guy is still terrifying." As the energy wave approached to strike Gohan, Piccolo, without hesitation, appeared in front of the impending onslaught, ready to shield Gohan from the fatal blow. Just then, Luo Quan swiftly gestured, and a thin, rainbow-hued energy barrier manifested before Piccolo. It was so delicate that it was nearly invisible upon close inspection. With a thunderous explosion, the energy wave detonated. Piccolo felt no impact and was perplexed. What is happening? Why do I feel nothing? Nappa's attack was aimed directly at me, yet I have sustained no harm. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed a fly buzzing past him, and he grew even more bewildered. How can there be a fly amidst such a potent energy wave? Did Nappa's power fail to disperse even this tiny insect? How strange. Could it be that Luo Quan intervened on our behalf? Hadn't he claimed he would not engage? At that moment, Gohan, seemingly rejuvenated, rushed to check on the injured Piccolo. "Uncle Piccolo, are you hurt? That last attack was too powerful. You should have been unable to withstand it. You risked your life to save me," Gohan exclaimed. Krillin, standing nearby, added in astonishment, "Is this really the same Piccolo from before?" In a valiant effort to rescue Goku's son, he risked his very life to shield him from attacks. Although this assault seemed almost like a jest, causing no substantial harm, the sentiment behind it was profound. The willingness to sacrifice oneself for Gohan marked a stark contrast to the former Piccolo daimyo. What a world we inhabit. With a swift motion, Piccolo swatted away the persistent flies circling his head. He gently caressed the vibrant energy barrier before him, contemplating its delicate nature akin to a soap bubble, yet capable of withstanding such formidable energy assaults. What technique is this? I must learn this skill. Its defensive capabilities are extraordinary. Even at my full capacity, I doubt my Mechanicus Sabo could inflict even a scratch upon this energy barrier. Remarkable. Lord Rohan, what technique is this? Piccolo inquired. Rohan replied nonchalantly, "I simply cannot abide men who bully children. This technique is called Divine Protection, a skill of my own creation. Rest assured, even these two Saiyans, after 20 years of combat, could not breach my energy barrier. You need not worry." Meanwhile, Vegeta warned Nappa from the sidelines. "Nappa, be cautious. Your full force strike barely grazed even the minuscule insect behind that barrier. This shield is likely formidable. Do not provoke it. Who knows if it possesses a counterattack feature? As it stands, its defensive prowess is unparalleled. If you intend to deal with them, approach from the side. That peculiar individual is unlikely to intervene in your battle again. So exercise caution, safety first." Rohan tilted his head, observing Vegeta, pondering whether his arrival had indeed generated a butterfly effect. Vegeta seemed to hold Nappa in disdain. According to past history, Vegeta would have effortlessly eliminated the severely wounded Nappa with a mere flick of his wrist, a display befitting his pride as a Saiyan prince. The fact that he now cautioned Nappa was unexpected. It suggested that Vegeta was a talent worth nurturing, one who would soon stand shoulder to shoulder with Goku. With these two formidable allies, the need to engage in battle personally might soon become obsolete. However, Rohan decided to focus on mending Nappa first. He could not afford to lose his chef to their skirmishes. Observing Vegeta's tension, Nappa found it curious. Typically, this warrior did not display such anxiety in combat, especially against an opponent with a power level of merely 5. Rohan mused to himself, "This fellow is truly dim-witted. If my power level were 5, I wouldn't possess such strength either. He should consider whether he can actually cook, or I might end up starving." The subject of ridicule for my inability to even boil instant noodles. Chapter 39. The bet between Rohan and Nappa. Suddenly, Nappa's vision blurred, and he beheld a white-haired individual casually standing before him, hands in pockets, suspended in the air. Neither attacking nor defending, they merely stared at each other, locked in a silent confrontation, causing Nappa to feel a sense of despair. What do you want, you troublemaker? If you intend to strike, then strike. If you wish to flee, then flee. If you desire to speak, then speak. What purpose does this glaring serve? Nappa exclaimed. Suddenly, he threw a punch. But it seemed to connect with nothing but air, leaving him with no sensation at all, as his opponent evaded effortlessly. Impossible. I didn't even see his movements. Did he even attempt to dodge? Nappa struck again, unleashing a flurry of blows. Yet, Luo Quan remained unfazed, standing there as before, his gaze fixed intently upon Nappa, leaving him speechless. What kind of skill is it to merely evade while standing right in front of me, staring at me to the point of discomfort? Either engage in a proper contest to see who is stronger, or leave this place at once. Nappa declared in frustration. I must address that little brat who just insulted me. Did you hear? Why do you continue to stare at me? Could it be that what Vegeta said is true? This guy is a freak, Nappa added. Luo Quan replied. It's nothing. I was merely contemplating a matter, and you interrupted my thoughts. Let us settle this with a wager. If you can touch me with a single finger, I will concede defeat. I will reveal the Dragon Balls to you, share the secrets of the Saiyans, and divulge whatever you wish to know, all for free. However, if you lose, you shall serve as my chef for 10 years. Does that sound fair? Vegeta interjected loudly. Nappa, do not trust him. His power is terrifying. I didn't even see how he evaded your attacks. You didn't even graze his clothing. His true strength far surpasses ours. Do not fall for his tricks. Nappa retorted. Aren't you going to retaliate against my attacks? If I give it my all and injure you, don't blame me. Luo Quan answered. Indeed, if you touch me, I will consider it a loss. Do as you wish with me. Nappa responded. Very well. Since you are so eager to court disaster, I shall oblige. With that, disregarding Vegeta's warnings, Nappa prepared to unleash his full power upon Luo Quan. Luo Quan snapped his fingers, exclaiming, Excellent, the contract is sealed. If you fail to land a blow, you owe me 10 years of culinary service. With your words, I can now deal with you. Do you think you can speak casually without serious consequences? I am a divine being of the highest order. One does not jest with the gods, and you shall face the repercussions. However, Nappa paid no heed to Luo Quan's words. He concentrated all his strength and launched a relentless barrage of attacks. Hundreds of punches, kicks, and energy blasts poured forth from him without restraint. Across from him, Luo Quan flitted about like a leaf in the wind. After a vigorous assault, panting heavily, Nappa awaited the dissipating dust. To his astonishment, the freak was still there, staring intently at him. What does he want from me? I am no beauty, he thought. I am not a seductive enchantress. His unwavering gaze sends shivers down my spine. That Nappa's physical prowess has evidently waned, and he shouted at Luo Quan. Why do you keep staring at me? What wicked scheme are you concocting? Speak up. Luo Quan, however, merely regarded the panting Nappa with a calm demeanor and replied. I apologize, Mr. Nappa, but from this moment forth, you have officially become my chef. Our verbal agreement has now transformed into a binding contract. You have unleashed hundreds of attacks upon me, yet you have not even grazed the hem of my garment. Now, we may commence fulfilling your promise. Which dish shall you begin to learn? I pondered this question, alongside a more pressing matter I wish to inquire about before you assume the role of my chef. Nappa, however, bellowed, what chef nonsense? I concede that I cannot defeat you. I admit I am not your equal. But if you expect me to become your cook, it is out of the question unless you kill me. I cannot fulfill my promise otherwise. Luo Quan responded. I knew your kind only knows how to fight and lacks the integrity to honor commitments. Thus, what I have just signed with you is a divine contract. Should you refuse to uphold this contract after admitting defeat, your soul will endure severe torment until you relent. This is not coercion, it is your own desire, Mr. Nappa. We shall soon see who is truly formidable. If you still harbor doubts, you may continue your assaults to discern who concedes first. I do not wish to bully you. At that moment, Vegeta shook his head and sighed. I have a strong premonition that Nappa has fallen into a trap. He is doomed, and not even the devil can save him. Forget him. I must prepare and warm up, as I must personally step in. This brute truly lacks intellect. He is unreliable. Nappa, meanwhile, was shouting in the air, using the last remnants of his strength to launch yet another so-called fierce assault against Luo Quan. Eventually, exhausted, Nappa could only squat on the ground, gasping for breath, unable to stand. In his weakened state, he weakly asked Luo Quan, "All right, I concede. I admit I am no match for you. How will you punish me?" Luo Quan replied, "I shall not punish you. Our soul contract has already been established. If you do not fulfill this agreement, your soul will suffer eternal torment until you complete your promise. This holds true for me as well. Before the contract, there is fairness for both mortals and gods alike, so rest assured. You must confront reality, and being my chef is not such a dreadful fate. Many would gladly vie for the opportunity to work in my kitchen. Trust me, not only will I teach you the finest culinary skills in the universe, but I will also offer you free enhancements to your strength, something you could never achieve under Vegeta." At this moment, Nappa attempted to refuse, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, causing him to scream in agony. He weakly inquired, "Is this the soul pain brought about by the soul contract you speak of? It truly hurts. How can this thing possibly counter it?" Luo Quan replied, "If you violate the contract, this pain will accompany you for a lifetime. There is no escape. I have not bullied you. It was you who willingly agreed." Sometimes, excessive self-confidence can lead to one's own downfall. Nappa, in a state of despair, exclaimed, "Why didn't you tell me about this, Vegeta?" Vegeta retorted, "I warned you to be cautious of this guy. He is quite treacherous. You fell into his trap, and now you blame me? Truly, is this how you reason?" At that moment, Nappa's mindset began to shift. He contemplated that if he failed to uphold this promise, the agony of his soul would inflict considerable harm upon him, a fate he was unwilling to face. Moreover, aside from his unappealing appearance and somewhat frail physique, it seemed that this individual had not caused him any physical injuries. It appeared he had not intentionally harmed him. Associating with him might enhance his strength and provide delicious food. Perhaps it wasn't such a bad idea after all. However, the way this person stared at him with those peculiar eyes sent chills down his spine, leaving him utterly perplexed about the meaning behind it. As Nappa sank into profound contemplation, Luo Quan across from him remained unperturbed, gazing intently at him as if attempting to peer into his very soul. After some reflection, Nappa realized that prolonging this situation was not a solution. He addressed Luo Quan, "You possess great strength, I concede. Associating with you should not lead to my detriment. And you promised to help me enhance my power, did you not?" Luo Quan affirmed, "Indeed, I will find a way to elevate your strength. Following Vegeta and Frieza will yield no fruitful results." Nappa suddenly realized that Luo Quan was aware of Frieza as well, leading him to conclude that this individual's strength must be formidable, likely not inferior to Frieza's. Collaborating with him might indeed yield some results. Nappa then asked, "So, you only require me to be your chef for 10 years, with no other demands? For instance, you don't need me to fight for you or conquer other planets, or engage in any mercenary activities?" Luo Quan responded, "Of course not. I simply believe you possess a talent for cooking. Besides, I will need to invest money to train you as a chef. How could I possibly send you out to fight or conquer other planets? Those tasks I can handle myself. I wouldn't want someone as useless as you to take part. With your current strength, you wouldn't even be fit to engage in battle. You'd return with a bruised face, and I would have to cover for you. What a disgrace." Nappa pondered this, realizing that in comparison to Luo Quan, his strength indeed held little value. Could it be that he truly had a gift for cooking? He was entirely unaware of it. This individual appeared quite certain. "Fine," he thought. "I will refrain from arguing this point for now and focus on overcoming the present challenge." Unable to fight or flee, and bound by a contract that if unfulfilled would lead to persistent headaches, he ultimately decided to let it be. "I still have one final question to ask you," Nappa stated. Luo Quan Dao, "Very well. Considering your commitment to serve me without charge for a decade, I shall entertain one more inquiry from you." Ask away. Chapter 40. Daba has agreed to become our cook. Daba, after much internal turmoil, finally bellowed out his last question. He cried out, "Why do your eyes remain fixated upon me? Do I have flowers adorning my head? Your gaze sends shivers down my spine. Even if you wish for me to become a chef, there is no need to stare at me incessantly. What is your true intention? You must answer me, for my curiosity is unbearable. No one has ever gazed at me as intently as you do. Why? Oh, why?" Luo Quan Dao replied, "It is not as mortifying as you perceive. I am merely pondering. Given your bald appearance, should you ever transform into a Super Saiyan, how would I ascertain your true power? Have you transformed yet? Or will you become Super 1, Super 2, Super 3, or perhaps even godly or blue? If you take on such forms without hair, How am I to gauge your transformation or strength? Must I rely solely on your aura? I find it rather perplexing. Goku and the others exhibit distinct visual changes upon transforming, yet with your baldness, I truly cannot discern your state. Vegeta, Nappa, and the others, upon hearing Luo Chuandao's earnest response, were left bewildered. What difference does it make whether he answered or not? What significance lies in his incomprehensible words? What are Super 1, Super 2, Super 3, and all these divine transformations? They could not grasp the relevance of his musings to Nappa's bald head. Could it be that the thought processes of these beings diverge so dramatically from our own? Truly, it is most peculiar. Yet in his heart, Luo Quan mused. I am not dismissing your inquiries. I am responding with utmost sincerity. My curiosity has long compelled me to observe you. How am I to assess your condition with a bald head? Do you truly believe I harbor any peculiar inclinations towards you? A hulking figure? You overthink matters. I find myself eager to see. If you were to become Super 2, Super 3, or even godly or blue, I genuinely would be at a loss as to how to gauge your state. How thrilling. Having said this, Luo Quan turned his attention to Krillin and the others. Noting their injuries, your wounds are not severe. A few days of recuperation should suffice for recovery. Now that this fellow, Nappa, has agreed to serve as our cook, he shall henceforth be one of us. Let us treat him with kindness and harbor no animosity. In truth, allowing you to confront him during this period was intended to hone your skills and validate your training outcomes. Please do not hold it against me. Had it not been for this purpose, I would never have afforded him the opportunity to engage with you. It is essential for you to realize the disparity in strength between yourselves and the Saiyans and aliens. This understanding will greatly benefit your future training. Do you comprehend? Piccolo interjected. I believe I have heard of something called a soul contract. Is this truly a reality? It is said that this entity possesses the most formidable binding power of any vow. If one were to violate it, their soul would incur punishment. Have you, perchance, already entered into such a covenant with him? Luo Quan replied, Indeed, that is correct. As a transcendent being of a higher rank, I cannot afford to lack even the most basic of skills. How could I possibly navigate the divine realm otherwise without being scorned? Rest assured, this fellow will not engage in any further reckless antics. Wukong is about to arrive. Look there, a dark spot ahead. Wukong has made his entrance. Krillin interjected. What about that short fellow? He has too diminutive, isn't he? Luo Quan reassured him, No worries, I'll leave that to Wukong. This little one is son Wukong's lifelong nemesis. Their friendship will endure for eternity. We need not interfere, for they are bound as brothers for life. Trust me, without passion, there can be no burning of the years. The others were perplexed. What was the connection? A formidable adversary was being trivialized, and the large fellow was being dismissed without understanding his significance. At that moment, Luo Quan enthusiastically called out to Nappa, Chef, come over here. Why are you standing there? Don't you know your allegiance? Come, let us have a heart-to-heart. Nappa, looking bewildered, muttered, He is calling me chef now. Though I agreed to serve you as a cook, please refrain from calling me chef. Krillin, mustering his courage, suggested, Let us call you Bagger, shall we? Bagger, come join us. Nappa, now incensed, retorted, You're the Bagger. Your whole family is Baggers. Please call me Nappa, and spare me the nicknames. A golden cloud swept through the air. Sun Wukong stood majestically above, surveying Nappa, Vegeta, and the others. As he descended, the onlookers exclaimed, Wukong, you have finally arrived. Piccolo remarked, You made it just in time, splendid. The rest is in your capable hands. That fellow Nappa has surrendered to our side, having seemingly lost a wager to Luo Quan. You only need to deal with that little one. Krillin chimed in. Yes, it's wonderful that you made it. We are saved. Goten, with tears in his eyes, cried, Daddy, you're finally back. How wonderful. With you here, I feel safe. We are truly saved. Tien, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu nodded in agreement. Wukong, please exercise caution. These two are exceedingly powerful. We were gravely injured by them, but fortunately, Luo Quan arrived to assist in our recovery. Our bones have healed, but we cannot engage in intense combat. You must be careful. That little one, Vegeta, is likely even stronger than this large fellow, who has been sufficiently subdued. Very well, I shall be cautious, Wukong replied. Vegeta, with a smirk, added, After such a long wait, Kakarot, you have finally shown yourself. I hope you do not disappoint me. He surveyed the injured party around him. Within Wukong's heart lay a bittersweet sensation. Fortunately, he had arrived in time. Although everyone had sustained injuries, there were no fatalities, which was a relief. Yet, as he gazed upon his battered comrades, Wukong gradually clenched his fists and furrowed his brow, seemingly filled with indignation. Chapter 41. Luo Quan leads the spectators, while Wukong admires him. Wukong, standing nearby, expressed his admiration for Luo Quan, exclaiming, "Truly, Master Luo Quan, you are remarkable. Your knowledge is unparalleled, akin to that of a deity. Our celestial guardian is woefully uninformed, utterly oblivious to what transpires." At this moment, Vegeta scrutinized Wukong with his scouter. Indeed, this fellow could enhance his combat prowess in accordance with his emotional fluctuations. Kakarot's fighting strength continued to rise, prompting Vegeta to exercise caution. These individuals were rather intriguing. Krillin turned to Wukong, stating, "Through this battle, we have come to a profound realization of our own shortcomings and the might of the Saiyans. I believe this will greatly benefit our future growth, and we shall strive even harder in our training." Luo Quan interjected, "That Nappa has already surrendered to us and will serve as my cook in the temple. You need not concern yourself with him. As for the formidable Vegeta, I shall leave him to you to deal with. Address any grievances directly with him, for he is the commander of the Saiyans who have come to Earth." Krillin continued. Luo Quan surveyed the scene before turning to Wukong, saying, "The task of handling Vegeta falls to you, Wukong. Engage him with all your might. His strength remains formidable. The others should accompany Krillin for treatment. I have already healed the severely injured. The remaining wounds will mend with a few days of care. As for the bald giant named Nappa, I will take him to the temple for my training. You need not worry, as he shall pose no further threat to you. Rest assured, you may fight without hesitation." Luo Quan added. However, Krillin remarked, "Wukong's battle is not yet concluded. Once they finish, we can tend to our injuries. There is no rush." Luo Quan replied, "In truth, your presence here only hinders Wukong and serves little purpose. If you are determined to observe, then let us remain here and watch until their battle concludes. With my protection, you should feel at ease." Piccolo coldly interjected, "Who needs your protection? We are quite strong in our own right." Luo Quan mused internally, noting the stubbornness of this fellow. It seemed futile to argue. With a flick of his wrist, he enveloped Nappa's hands in a spectrum of light, sealing his power. "Let him remain here, quietly observing," Luo Quan declared, kicking the bewildered Nappa into the crowd and asserting, "This fellow's strength is sealed and will not pose any harm. Now, let us withdraw to a safe distance and witness Wukong's battle." In the arena, Son Wukong and Vegeta had commenced a fierce gaze, with sparks of combat igniting in their eyes. Luo Quan, observing the scene with a languid demeanor, remarked, "Nappa, do not squander your time." With that, he rummaged through his pockets and produced a comprehensive cookbook. "Commence your studies with this tome. Aim to complete it before we return to the temple. Upon our return, we shall engage in practical application. Nurturing a novice is no simple task. I must attend to every detail, find you books, and later procure ingredients. How burdensome it is for me." As he mingled with the crowd, Luo Quan retrieved an array of snacks, including watermelon, beverages, and various treats from his storage pocket. He declared, "Come forth, everyone. Enjoy the delights while witnessing the spectacle of combat. It is indeed a fine form of entertainment." Tianjin Fan and the others were left speechless. They had never encountered such a gluttonous individual. Even amid life and death struggles, he remained unfazed, indulging in snacks and reveling in the chaos. Was he the legendary bystander, the head of the onlookers, perhaps even a deity of munching? Goku, observing the scene, was poised to split his last magical bean in half to share with Piccolo and Krillin. Luo Quan interjected, "No need, Goku. Their minor injuries can be treated shortly. Do not waste this precious bean. Save it for your battle with Vegeta. It may very well turn the tide in your favor." Goku acquiesced, "Very well. I shall focus on the fight then. I entrust their care to you." Witnessing Gohan's growth had been gratifying. Piccolo must have diligently instructed him over the past year. Was the King of Demons still the same as before? He had certainly become much kinder. Meanwhile, Jiaozi soared above Nappa, playfully patting his bald head. He exclaimed to Tianjin Fan, "Heavenly brother, it appears this fellow isn't so fearsome after all. After Luo Quan dealt with him, he seems but a paper tiger. Not nearly as daunting as he claimed. Look, I touch his head, and he offers no objection." Nappa, irritated, swatted away Jiaozi's hand. "Show me some respect, will you? I simply accept my defeat. I cannot best someone named Luo Quan, but that does not mean I cannot handle you." Do not provoke my dignity. I am here to learn martial arts from him and grow stronger. Do you think I simply endure and allow you to bully me? Luo Quan replied. Then why not try to resist? Nappa, devoid of further argument, relented. You are the leader. Your word is law. I cannot contend with you. I shall not stoop to their level. If we are to witness their battle, let us proceed with that. Hey, you lot, leave me some watermelon. Don't consume it all. Luo Quan observed Goku's heightened enthusiasm. It seemed the thrill of encountering a formidable opponent had reached its zenith, and he would soon spring into action. Goku, come here. I have a few words to impart before you engage, Luo Quan called out. Goku, hearing this, leaped to Luo Quan's side. What is it, Luo Quan? I sense this adversary is formidable, yet I brim with confidence. I am so excited. It is indeed a rare delight to encounter an equally matched opponent. Luo Quan remarked, this battlefield is rather unsuitable. You should fly eastward for 400 kilometers to engage in your decisive battle. Given your current formidable energy levels, any misstep could inadvertently inflict irreversible damage upon Earth. The location I have prepared to the east is equipped with a formation that should mitigate most of the harm to our planet. There, you may fight with abandon, free from concerns about collateral damage to Earth. Let us change the arena. Chapter 42. A change of battlefield. Sun Wukong scratched his head, contemplating the wisdom of this advice. Indeed, with such potent energy at their disposal, it would be futile to risk inflicting irreparable harm upon Earth. If the planet were to be lost, what worth would any battle hold? Very well, Luo Quan, your reasoning is sound. I shall proceed to that location and engage with the adversary, Wukong affirmed. Luo Quan continued. That area is an uninhabited stone forest, perfectly suited for your sparring. I am confident in your abilities. That young man possesses a combat power of at least 18,000, while you are currently around 9,000. If you employ your King's Fist, you too can reach 18,000 and confront him directly. Moreover, his combat skills are rather lacking, far inferior to your prowess. Luo Quan calmly added, there is no need for flattery. I merely speak the truth. You are destined to contend with this formidable foe for a lifetime. Do not underestimate him. If the King's Fist proves ineffective, resort to a double King's Fist, and you can decisively prevail. However, exercise caution. This adversary possesses hidden strengths. As a Saiyan, he is a warrior of exceptional lineage and extraordinary combat talent. Thus his trump card may be formidable. Luo Quan cautioned, should he dare to transform into a great ape, his power will increase tenfold. In such a scenario, a direct confrontation would be unwise. You would be overwhelmed. At that point, do not hesitate to unleash the spirit bomb taught by the king. Rest assured, it will not cause any harm to Earth in that area. Go forth and unleash your full might upon him without reservation. Wukong listened, his expression one of astonishment. Your foresight is remarkable. When I arrived, the king warned me that the spirit bomb's power on Earth could result in irreversible damage. Your reassurances instill confidence. I shall promptly change the battlefield and engage him there. Luo Quan encouraged, go forth, there is no issue. You should still have a Senzu Bean. Should you find yourself in dire straits, consuming it will surely enable you to triumph. I believe in you. Wukong, face your destined opponent, for he is a lifelong entanglement. In truth, Luo Quan privately mused about the King's Fist technique, reflecting on its formidable nature. It is indeed daunting to engage in battle against someone stronger, especially when each attack can result in critical hits. The ability to double one's attack, speed, and strength is an extraordinarily overwhelming skill. Contemplating the matter, I find that while it may not serve me at present, witnessing Wukong decisively defeat Vegeta brings an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. This thought brings a knowing smile to my face. Moreover, I realize that overpowering you while indulging in some enhancements would be even more delightful, something I never dared to envision in my past life. With my assistance, I have saved him a considerable amount of Senzu Beans. Defeating Vegeta should pose no challenge. Furthermore, with my presence, Wukong's spirit bomb will be significantly amplified, at least tenfold. Even if you transform into a great ape, I am confident it will obliterate you in an instant. I harbor no fear of your petty form. Observing your arrogant demeanor irks me greatly. Though I cannot personally deal with you, having Wukong intervene suffices, and soon there shall be a splendid spectacle to behold. Meanwhile, Vegeta grows impatient on the ground, calling out to Wukong suspended in the air. Where has your earlier ferocity vanished? Are you retreating? Fear not, for I am here. and you cannot escape. Descend quickly, so we may commence our duel. Wukong glances down at Vegeta and assures Krillin and Gohan. Krillin, do not worry. I shall handle everything. Gohan, you have performed admirably. Once this battle concludes, I promise to take you on a vacation. Rest assured, I will take care of everything. Krillin grips Wukong's hand. Son Wukong, I sincerely apologize for always relying on you to confront such formidable foes. We feel utterly powerless, and it fills us with shame. Wukong responds with a gentle smile before descending from the sky. At this moment, Vegeta, too, is plotting his future moves. In a moment of excitement, he cannot help but chuckle sinisterly. The outcome appears evident. Once I have bested this Kakarot, no one on Earth shall be my equal, and the remaining opponents will be mere trifles, posing no significant threat. Then, I shall have that foolish Ba follow the pretentious fool named Luo Quan for a while to uncover the secrets of the Super Saiyan transformation. After we ascend to Super Saiyan, we will confront the malevolent Frieza. Frieza, you may disregard me now, but soon you will find yourself unable to contend with my might. Once I have dealt with Frieza, I will utilize the Dragon Balls to attain eternal life and everlasting youth. The entire universe will be under my dominion. At that point, I shall have no need for further dialogue with you. As thoughts of my triumph fill me with delight, Vegeta chuckles quietly, finding Wukong increasingly agreeable. He muses that once he eliminates this boy, his flawless plan will come to fruition. The more he contemplates, the more pride swells within him, nearly compelling him to laugh aloud. Not only am I a battle genius and an exceptional Saiyan prince, but I also possess a remarkably astute intellect. Under my impeccable strategy, you are nothing but a mere nuisance, unworthy of my attention. Yet, I must first execute my plan. Observing Kakarot's seemingly boundless confidence irks me. Seeing his arrogant demeanor stirs a discontent within me. I must first bring him to his knees before proceeding. After all, he is an inferior warrior, and the gap between us remains considerable. Goku observed Vegeta, who wore a smug, mischievous grin, pondering what delightful thoughts occupied his mind. It was truly peculiar how he could find such joy in his own arrogance. Addressing Vegeta, Goku inquired, "So, do you dare to change our battlefield?" The scenery here leaves much to be desired. Vegeta, brimming with confidence, replied nonchalantly, "Do as you wish. It is your choice where you meet your end." "Very well. Then let us depart," Goku declared, as he soared into the sky, heading towards the location designated by Lord Roar. Vegeta followed closely, and with a series of agile maneuvers, they arrived at Goku's chosen spot. Goku flashed a smile at Vegeta and said, "This will do. The environment here is quite pleasant, and there are no other creatures to disturb us." With a swift motion, Goku landed firmly on the rocky hill below, channeling his energy to enhance his combat prowess. Vegeta silently descended beside him and chuckled, "You, an inferior warrior, should consider it an honor to duel with me, the illustrious Prince of Saiyans. I shall not shy away from the truth. My scouter reveals your power level is nearing 9,000, which is indeed a formidable limit for someone of your stature. However, allow me to enlighten you. My power level stands at 18,000, twice yours. Do not let this induce feelings of inadequacy." Vegeta continued, "We Saiyans are a race destined for battle from the moment of our birth. An infant's power level is assessed immediately, and those with low levels, such as yourself, are dispatched to planets devoid of formidable foes. In essence, you were deemed unworthy from the very beginning, and you and I exist on entirely different tiers. Do you comprehend this, Kakarot?" Goku, unfazed, responded with a faint smile, "I must extend my gratitude to you. Without this circumstance, I might never have arrived on this planet. I am sincerely thankful for your actions that brought me here, as I have found happiness and a hopeful future. If not for your choices, I would not have the privilege of being here. To express my gratitude, I shall demonstrate my strength by overwhelming you, showing that a growing Saiyan on Earth can be exceedingly formidable. I have undergone rigorous training and dedicated myself to improvement. I wish to prove to you that even as an inferior warrior, I can easily subdue warriors of your caliber with but a mere finger," Goku asserted. Vegeta, however, merely scoffed, "Your jest lacks humor. Allow me to illustrate the true disparity in our strengths." With that, both warriors ceased their banter, assuming their battle stances as they began to gather energy. As their power reached its zenith, Goku made the first move. With a swift motion, Goku instantaneously appeared before Vegeta, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks, a tempest of martial techniques directed at Vegeta. The latter, however, remained remarkably composed, effortlessly deflecting Goku's various assaults with a mere hand and foot. He mused to himself that this boy's combat prowess was indeed commendable, approximately 9,000, which seemed to be the pinnacle for a warrior of his caliber. It seemed prudent for him to take this encounter seriously. One misstep could lead to an unexpected downfall. Chapter 43. The invincible aura of fortune. At this moment, Krillin also sensed the energy fluctuations emanating from the distant battlefield. Turning to Lohan, he inquired, "Is Goku engaged in combat with Vegeta? I can feel their formidable auras from here. The battle has commenced. Do you think Goku stands a chance against this Vegeta?" Lohan nodded thoughtfully and replied, "Indeed, that Vegeta is the prince of the Saiyan race, an elite among elites, a prodigy unmatched. From birth, his combat power has surpassed that of ordinary beings. He is undeniably the most exceptional warrior of his kind." Concerned, Krillin asked, "But what about Goku? Can he truly contend with him?" Lohan reassured him, "Do not worry. Although Goku is considered a lower-tier warrior among their kind, his training on Earth and Planet King has likely narrowed the gap significantly. You must have faith in Goku. After all, you have been friends for many years. Surely, you know what he is capable of." Krillin, somewhat perplexed, countered, "You see, Goku and I grew up together, and I have devoted myself to training as well. Yet, the disparity between us is only increasing. I am nowhere near his level. This must relate directly to innate talent, wouldn't you agree? Why is it that Goku, with lesser gifts, can triumph over such a remarkable warrior?" Lohan explained, "You see, Goku possesses a certain aura, known as the aura of fortune. As long as this aura surrounds him, he is invincible in battle. Do you comprehend now?" Krillin pondered this, feeling even more bewildered. "What is this aura of fortune? I truly cannot grasp it." Lohan continued, "Perhaps discussing the aura of fortune is too esoteric for you. Let me rephrase it in simpler terms that you will understand. It is akin to the protagonist's halo. Once this halo envelopes you, you too become unconquerable, invulnerable. Do you follow?" Scratching his head, Krillin conceded, "If that is the case, I have nothing more to say. Anyone endowed with such a trait would be unbeatable. Thus, it can be concluded that regardless of Vegeta's exceptional abilities and the brilliance of his earlier life, his arrival on Earth marks the beginning of his greatest misstep." Upon his arrival on Earth, he once again sought to challenge Goku. Faced with the fortuitous aura enveloping Goku, one could only surmise that he had begun his descent from the pinnacle of his prowess. Henceforth, these two Saiyans would entwine their lives in an intricate tapestry of bonds. Love, hatred, and enmity, remaining steadfast brothers for eternity, a matter that need not concern us. We shall await the unfolding of their saga. Luo Quan remarked. Vegeta, the perennial second, must now confront his arch-nemesis. Observe his brazen demeanor. There will surely come a time when he shall weep. Luo continued. Thus, the life of Vegeta, descending from his pedestal, a tragic existence, was sealed with a few understated words from Luo and Krillin. Poor child. On the battlefield, Goku and Vegeta continued their fierce combat. Vegeta effortlessly countered all of Goku's techniques. With a graceful leap, he landed upon the mountain opposite Goku and declared, Kakarot, it is time for you to unleash your full strength. No longer should you merely test the waters. Should you persist in this manner, I shall defeat you. Witness how I deflect your attacks with utter ease. Show me the respect I deserve and fight with your utmost power. I have heard your friends mention your training on a place called King Kai's planet, where you have acquired formidable skills. Hurry and demonstrate them, so I may experience their might. If this is all you possess, you are no match for me. I shall overpower you, leaving you no chance to retaliate. Suddenly, Vegeta soared into the air, delivering a kick that sent Goku crashing to the ground. Goku regained his footing and looked up at Vegeta, acknowledging, I am aware that you have not exerted your full power. Your speed and strength far surpass my own, a fact I concede. You truly are an exceptional warrior among the Saiyans. Before employing the Kaioken, I was indeed not your equal. My previous actions were merely exploratory. Now, I shall invoke the Kaioken. Prepare yourself. Vegeta responded, Now, that is more like it. Let me witness your ultimate technique. With that, Vegeta remained poised atop the mountain, gazing down at Goku. Goku smiled faintly. If that is your desire, then so be it. No longer indulging in idle chatter, he focused his energy, calming his mind, and began silently reciting the incantation for the Kaioken. Gradually, his body radiated a crimson, flame-like energy. The energy waves became increasingly stable, and Goku's power steadily intensified. Upon reaching a point of equilibrium, he suddenly thrust his hand forward with a mighty shout, producing a resounding clap. Seeing this, Vegeta recognized an invisible wave of energy rushing toward him and swiftly evaded it. This feigned attack revealed to Goku that despite Vegeta's audacious words, he was inwardly apprehensive of Goku's strength. Merely a ruse, and yet Vegeta expertly maneuvered to avoid it, showing no intention of blocking. Goku too ascended into the air, immediately launching a punch at Vegeta. With a triumphant smirk, Goku proclaimed, "That last move was merely a feint. This one is the real deal." With a resounding thud, Vegeta found himself unable to evade as Goku's fist landed squarely on his face, sending him hurtling through the air. Regaining his composure, Vegeta quickly prepared to counter as Goku closed in, and they exchanged a flurry of blows. With a swift kick, Vegeta sent Goku reeling back to his original position. Both warriors gazed intently at one another, their evenly matched prowess rendering the outcome uncertain. Vegeta assessed Goku, remarking, "This must be your full power. It has increased by approximately double since our last encounter. Quite impressive." He activated his scouter to gauge Goku's power level, noting with surprise that it had surpassed 17,000, bringing it dangerously close to his own. For a warrior of your caliber, Kakarot, reaching such a level is indeed a considerable achievement, Vegeta declared. In an instant, a formidable energy surged from within Vegeta, swirling like a tempestuous wind around him. Goku couldn't help but think of Vegeta's remarkable strength. Chapter 44. Vegeta's doubt towards Goku. Vegeta bellowed, "Kakarot, this time you are truly finished. I'm coming for you." He lunged forward, his head colliding forcefully with Goku's face. With a loud crash, Goku was sent flying. Vegeta followed up with a swift kick, sending Goku crashing to the ground. Goku quickly regained his balance, preparing for the next assault. Suddenly, he heard a fierce shout from behind, "Fool, I'm right behind you." Utilizing his agility, Vegeta positioned himself for a surprise attack. Boom! Vegeta's foot struck Goku's back, causing him to tumble across the ground. Just as he regained his footing and looked up, Vegeta leapt into the air, appearing before him in an instant. He gathered energy in both hands, readying a powerful energy blast aimed at Goku. At this moment, Goku, despite his use of the Kaioken, found himself outmatched in speed, strength, and defense, with only a thin margin separating the two combatants. Hearing Goku's furious shout of double Kaioken, a tremendous energy erupted from him, doubling in strength once again. With a thunderous explosion, Vegeta's energy blast struck Goku. This technique was a carefully orchestrated assault, designed to catch Goku off guard, with previous attacks merely serving to distract him from this final blow. The explosion echoed as Goku, unable to evade in time, braced himself with crossed arms. Upon withstanding the force, he discovered that his shirt had been disintegrated by the residual energy. Standing resolutely against the onslaught, Goku faced Vegeta, brushing off the dust from his attire. He silently acknowledged, "This guy is truly formidable. It seems the ordinary Kaioken may not suffice against him. The only technique I can resort to now is the double Kaioken. Although it demands considerable stamina and imposes a greater burden on my body, I believe I can endure it." Observing the smug Vegeta before me, I hear him declare, "The previous techniques were merely a test. You have yet to truly experience my lethal moves. Are you struggling against these trivial combos? If I were to employ some martial arts techniques, you wouldn't even have the chance to evade. Kakarot, prepare to meet your demise. I shall not grant you another opportunity to showcase your feeble abilities. This time, we will engage earnestly." Standing amidst the rubble, Goku responds, "A fight is determined through action, not mere words. Since you are so earnest, I too shall not hold back any longer. Allow me to demonstrate the true essence of the double Kaioken." With that, Goku tears away the tattered remnants of his attire and begins to focus his energy, invoking the might of the double Kaioken. Meanwhile, on King Kai's planet, the king murmurs, "It seems we are truly in a predicament. Goku is about to unleash his true power. Now that he is employing the double Kaioken, it remains uncertain who will emerge victorious." Fortunately, Goku's current physique can still withstand the strain of the double Kaioken, though his stamina may deplete rapidly. I wonder if he will manage to subdue this Saiyan. While I am eager to witness the outcome, I did not anticipate this Saiyan's strength to be so formidable that even the ordinary Kaioken is insufficient. The prophecy regarding Goku's body enduring the double Kaioken appears to be true. His foresight surpasses our own. This Saiyan is in for a tough battle. With Goku activating the double Kaioken, he should be capable of overpowering him. King Kai observes, "It is disconcerting to see this impudent little fellow so boastful." According to information relayed by Lord Luo Quan during his last visit, these two are the fated children of this generation. Following this peak battle, their intertwining destinies of love and enmity shall resonate throughout their lives. I eagerly anticipate their contest to determine who shall be the true child of fate in this era. Both of these warriors are immensely powerful. A collaboration between such strong entities is far more favorable than a clash between two titans. I look forward to their future exploits. Our universe will rely on these two to maintain its prestige. At this moment, Goku remains oblivious to the chubby elder on the distant King Kai's planet, who is incessantly offering him encouragement and support. He is solely focused on enhancing his combat prowess, harmonizing his body, and balancing his energy. Opposite him, Vegeta is now filled with dread as his scouter continues to display alarming readings. 20,000, 21,000, 22,000. How is it possible that his power level keeps rising? This is terrifying. What ability is he employing to cause such fluctuations? He has completely surpassed me. No longer can I afford to grant him any space for enhancement. I must hasten to launch an assault, interrupting his ascension in battle prowess. Should I delay, he might deliver a single blow that would incapacitate me, leaving me utterly defenseless. As Goku's aura continues to amplify, Vegeta's scouter emits an incessant buzzing. Ultimately, the device stabilizes, indicating a battle power of 27,000. Vegeta, utterly astonished, is stripped of his previously composed and refined demeanor. His body trembles slightly, whether from fear or exhilaration remains uncertain. Then, in a fit of rage, Vegeta exclaims, "This cannot be. Impossible. How can this lowly warrior possess such formidable strength? The scouter must be malfunctioning." However, upon regaining his composure, he reflects, "No. Even if the scouter is faulty, I can distinctly sense the energy radiating from his body, surpassing my own by a considerable margin. The readings must be accurate. How could this lowly warrior be so powerful?" At this moment, Vegeta silently curses Raditz, thinking to himself, "Raditz, you scoundrel, you are nothing but a pitfall. Did you not claim that the battle power of Earthlings barely exceeds 1,000? How then has a warrior with a power level of 27,000 emerged? Is this the kind of opponent we can contend with? I foolishly assumed their strength would barely exceed 10,000. This has utterly spiraled beyond my control. Against such a formidable foe, I am certainly no match. Have I come to Earth merely to suffer? Raditz, you wretch. Could you not have left us with even a glimmer of good news? How infuriating." Chapter 45. Vegeta provoked by Goku. At this moment, Goku, empowered by the double Kaioken, remains oblivious to Vegeta's internal grievances. He understands that time is of the essence. With each passing moment, the energy consumed by the Kaioken triples, necessitating swift resolution. Suddenly, Goku leaps forward, confronting Vegeta and delivering a powerful punch. Vegeta is sent hurtling backward. In an instant, Goku accelerates, appearing at Vegeta's rear and driving a kick that sends him plummeting from the sky. With a thunderous crash, Vegeta crashes into the ground, creating a vast crater. The speed and power are astonishing. Is this truly the Kakarot of moments ago? How has he transformed so drastically? Vegeta rises from the crater, brushing off the dust, and confronts Goku with ire. "You scoundrel! Were you merely toying with me before? Is this your true strength? You dare to reveal your genuine power only now. Do you look down upon me, an esteemed warrior?" Goku responds with a slight smile, refraining from further banter. Suddenly, a flash of red light streaks by, and he appears close to Vegeta, delivering a knee strike that crashes into Vegeta's midsection, eliciting cries of pain. As Vegeta retreats, he retaliates with a punch aimed at Goku. Goku deftly evades, sidestepping Vegeta's blow. Then, with a powerful blow, a fist struck Vegeta's abdomen. This forceful impact landed squarely on his midsection. Vegeta's complexion changed dramatically, as a horrified scream escaped his lips from the crushing blow. He collapsed to the ground, pale and weak, a trace of blood oozing from his lips, indicating a severe injury. Kneeling, he glared with fury, exclaiming, "Impossible! This cannot be. How can your strength surpass mine by such a margin? You must be bluffing, right? At that moment, Goku, feeling the strain of exhaustion, sensed a slight overload on his body. Observing Vegeta's reddened eyes and the veins bulging from his forehead, he thought to himself that Vegeta was indeed furious, and his prideful disposition had taken a toll on him. In Vegeta's lexicon, the concept of defeat seemed non-existent. His arrogance warranted a lesson. It was only fitting to humble someone who regarded himself with such inflated self-importance. In truth, even a single punch could send him flying. Although Vegeta's pride was pronounced, his strength was undeniably formidable. Goku had exerted all his energy, and despite the considerable fatigue, he had only drawn a mere trickle of blood from this warrior. It was evident that Vegeta possessed extraordinary combat talent and remarkable resilience. If this continued, Goku's stamina would soon be depleted. Clearly, King Kai's training had been astutely beneficial. Had Vegeta been under merely 10 times the gravity, Goku would have stood no chance against him. Fortunately, he had acclimated to 20 times the gravity, allowing him to withstand the burden imposed by the Kaioken technique. It was clear that he could no longer afford to prolong the confrontation. He needed to swiftly recalibrate his body. Vegeta's fury had reached its zenith. As he wiped the corner of his mouth with his left hand, he was astonished to find blood drawn by Goku's strike. With a roar, Vegeta declared, "You lowly warrior! How dare you draw blood from me? You have insulted me, a superior fighter of the highest caliber. This is intolerable." Vegeta sprang into action, channeling all his energy. "This time, I shall show you no mercy. I shall cast aside any concerns about Dragon Balls or anything else. I seek only to obliterate you and this entire planet in one decisive blow. Behold my ultimate attack." Vegeta was now harnessing the full extent of his power, preparing to unleash a final assault on Goku and Earth. The magnitude of his energy fluctuations sent shivers through Goku's body. He thought to himself that this adversary was indeed serious. Goku's emotions were conflicted. He had intended to showcase his abilities, hoping Vegeta would recognize the futility of his resistance and quietly depart from Earth. However, it appeared that Vegeta had reached the peak of his rage, determined to engage in a relentless battle to the death. Given this situation, I cannot afford to be courteous. For the sake of my planet, my home, and my companions, I must exert every ounce of my strength to impart a profound lesson to this impudent fellow. Thus, Goku assumed the stance to harness the Kamehameha wave, preparing for a monumental clash with Vegeta, determined to send this rival soaring through the air with all his might. Suspended in midair, Vegeta was momentarily dazed by the preceding atmosphere, channeling all his energy to his side, adopting a posture capable of unleashing a piercing blast, continually gathering power. He thought to himself, "This strike will be executed with unwavering force. I shall obliterate both this miscreant and this planet. The fact that he drew blood from me is an egregious affront, and I will not allow him to escape this time. Prepare to perish." Goku activated the double Kaioken technique, synchronizing it with the Kamehameha's preparatory movements. He mused, "The strain this exerts on my body is quite substantial. I can already feel a faint ache beginning to emerge. It seems that employing the Kaioken alongside the Kamehameha indeed places considerable stress on my physique. Swift resolution is necessary, although the sensation of a critical strike is exhilarating. The cost is equally significant. I surmise that after this battle, my body will require an extensive period of recuperation to regain its vitality. Nevertheless, it matters not. I believe I still possess a Senzu Bean. Should my stamina falter, a single bean will suffice to vanquish this opponent. Thus, I shall first allow him to taste the severity of my power." As both warriors concentrated their energies, preparing to unleash their final assault, the intense energy fluctuations reached even the distant Krillin and his companions, who sensed the imminent clash. They contemplated the overwhelming strength of the energy waves. "Rachuan, with such a powerful energy fluctuation, should you not take a look?" Krillin inquired. "I wonder who will emerge victorious." Rachuan, with a far-sighted gaze, responded, "Fear not, Krillin. Goku shall undoubtedly triumph, for I have witnessed the glimmer of a lucky aura surrounding him, a genuine emblem of fortune. Moreover, I have perceived that since his encounter with Goku, his tumultuous journey began. You must trust in the judgment of a deity. A god does not deceive." Internally, Krillin scoffed, "I believe in your nonsense. You're merely trying to placate us. I truly have my doubts." Observing Krillin's skeptical expression, as well as those of Gohan and others, Rachuan contemplated, "After all, we have a captive. Let us first escort this individual named Nappa, to the temple. Additionally, I bring forth good news. I have successfully repaired the gravity chamber atop the temple, and its energy supply is now ceaseless. Henceforth, you need not worry about energy shortages. Indeed, there is no longer a need for concern regarding energy issues. The gravity chamber will be permanently available to all of you. And I have made a slight adjustment. The gravity can now be adjusted from 10 times to 100 times, accommodating your various training stages. Currently, there are no other arrangements, Rachuan concluded. Tianjin Fan, Lu Ping, and Jiaozi require some recuperation. Additionally, Piccolo, you shall escort this fellow named Nappa back to the temple. Once Goku and the others conclude their battle, I shall return to deal with Nappa. Rest assured, I have sealed his powers, and he shall no longer cause harm. Moreover, he has expressed a desire to ally with us. I will address him upon our return, as Luo Quan articulated. The recent encounter with Nappa can be regarded as a mere sparring match. His strength, too, has been subdued by me. During our time at the temple, I shall leave your actions to your discretion. Seek vengeance where it is warranted and settle grievances without hesitation. Do not spare Nappa. However, I must emphasize one crucial point. You may handle him as you wish, but do not allow him to perish. After all, I have painstakingly sought out a chef. It has not been an easy task. As the saying goes, one must first engage before truly knowing another. Piccolo, you may set off now. Krillin, Gohan. Since you are so concerned and apprehensive about Goku, once we finish here, I will personally escort you to witness the battlefield of Goku and Vegeta, alleviating your worries. Gohan, especially you need not fret. Your father is the destined hero of this era, the mightiest in this realm. You must have faith in him and cast aside that gloomy demeanor. Luo Quan continued his instructions. Soon, Tianjin Fan and Lu Ping appeared beside Nappa, grinning mischievously as they supported him on either side. Since Luo Quan has instructed us, we shall escort you, Nappa, to the temple. Let us embark, declared Tianjin Fan. Is there anything else you wish to convey? If not, let us depart, Jiaozi added. Piccolo remained speechless, observing these two troublemakers. And sensed that Nappa was in for a rough time. Yet, reflecting on the recent fierce battle and Nappa's formidable strength, the group harbored doubts. It seemed that Luo Quan had deliberately provided them with this opportunity for revenge. After some time, once this individual truly submits and regains his powers, the chance for retribution would vanish. They felt immense gratitude towards Luo Quan for granting them this opportunity. They would repay grievances and ensure that Nappa would be well entertained throughout their journey. They intended to seize the moment and deliver a lesson. However, Luo Quan had cautioned against ending his life. This was to be a profound lesson, reminding them not to underestimate the combat prowess of Earthlings. The proud Piccolo, contemplating uttering something about not taking advantage of the vulnerable, reconsidered in light of Nappa's recent actions, observing the eager expressions and the glimmer of anticipation in their eyes. Piccolo mused, what business is it of mine? I am Piccolo, the Demon King. As the embodiment of evil, why should I concern myself with the fate of my adversary? I have overthought this. Let them proceed as they wish. My focus should be on devising a way to enhance my strength, preparing to defeat Son Goku. As the gap between us continues to widen, I should continue to embrace my role as the villain, disregarding their trivial concerns. At this moment, however, Klin did not share the same optimism as the others. He posed two pivotal questions. He inquired, Luo Quan, may I ask you two questions? First, how long will the seal you placed on him last? I believe this is quite significant. Secondly, after being sealed, to what extent will his power be? Could you perhaps enlighten us, so we might feel a semblance of security? Luo Quan pondered for a moment before responding earnestly to Klin. As an employer, I hold great sincerity towards my employees, so you need not worry on that front. The eyes of the public are astute, Klin. Since you have raised this concern, I shall answer. The seal will approximately last for about 10 years, which is not an extensive period. I trust that Ba must have grasped this time frame from our earlier wager. For him, the duration of the seal is inconsequential. Regarding his strength after the seal, I believe you have a friend named Bulma. Their combat prowess should be evenly matched at present. I surmise they will not be significantly weaker. At this moment, the group exchanged knowing smiles. Meanwhile, in the distance, Bulma was piloting a helicopter, ferrying Master Roshi and the turtle to the battlefield. Suddenly, as she drove, she began sneezing incessantly. Frustrated, she thought, which scoundrel is speaking ill of me? Why do I keep sneezing? It must be someone slandering me behind my back. I cannot afford to know who it is, especially at this perilous time when the Saiyans have already invaded Earth. Is there no time to focus on dealing with the Saiyans instead of gossiping about me? What could possibly be said about me? At that moment, a slow-witted Ba, observing the sinister smiles of the group, seemed to finally comprehend the situation. He rushed to Luo Quan and clung to his leg, exclaiming, "Boss Luo, you must save me. Earlier, when I fought them, it was entirely under Vegeta's orders. I did not mean to bully them. Now that you have sealed my powers and handed me over to them, you are indirectly committing murder. None of these rascals have good intentions. Furthermore, my altercation with them was unintentional. I was merely misled. You must help me. If you abandon me to them, you will never see me again. I am your loyal chef. Please do not cast me aside so easily. My safety lies with you." The group watched Luo Quan with bemused expressions as Ba's face reflected despair. They secretly mused, "This is the chef Luo Quan hired? Just moments ago he appeared so formidable. Yet now he has turned into a blubbering fool. Look, even his snot is running down, and he wiped it on Luo Quan's trousers. How disgusting. Will we ever be able to eat his cooking again? What could have possibly attracted Luo Quan to him?" Chapter 47. The discussion of compensation between Nappa and Luo Quan whispers filled the air, and eventually, Luo Quan could no longer bear it. "Enough, enough. Nappa, put away your theatrics. I have assured them that your life is not in jeopardy. Enduring a bit of hardship is to be expected, especially considering your earlier arrogance upon arriving on Earth, wreaking havoc and attempting to take lives. This is your retribution. Now, let us address the matter of your compensation. Cease your lamentations. If you continue to cry, you shall work for me without pay for a decade. I will not part with a single coin." Luo Quan deftly shifted the conversation. Upon hearing his words, Nappa immediately ceased his dramatic display. He stopped crying and stood quietly. "Boss Luo, please speak your mind. I am at your command, obedient to your every word. I shall follow your lead, provided you ensure my safety and help me grow stronger." "I will heed whatever you say," Nappa declared. "I will acknowledge the misunderstandings with them and apologize. Please trust that I will not engage in any further conflicts with your friends." At that moment, Lu Ping approached, a look of confusion on his face, and asked Luo Quan, "I have a question that has long piqued my curiosity, and I believe others share my intrigue." "Feel free to ask," Luo Quan replied. Lu Ping continued, "Given the financial resources of the Bulma family and your relationship with Miss Bulma, what sort of chef could you not procure? Their household chefs can change at least 50 times a month. With your connections and status, is there any type of chef you cannot find? Why then, have you chosen this rather large extraterrestrial as your cook? Please enlighten me, as I am genuinely curious." Luo Quan observed the puzzled expressions of those around him, contemplating the question before responding. "In truth, I have pondered this before. The Saiyans possess hearty appetites, as you may have noticed, especially from Goku's childhood. He could consume an astonishing quantity of food in a single sitting. A robust appetite indicates a refined palate, and it is common knowledge that those with developed taste buds can create delightful dishes. This is the first point. The second point is that Saiyans have tails. When cooking, fresh vegetables and warm dishes attract certain pesky insects that flit about. Their tails serve as whips. Have you ever seen a cow's tail? It swishes back and forth to ward off bothersome creatures, ensuring the cleanliness and safety of the food." As Nappa stood by, obediently like a well-trained dog, his expression suddenly shifted. Internally, he cursed, realizing, "So, you intend to make me your beast of burden. No wonder your attitude towards me has been so peculiar. I thought Luo Quan had some bizarre preference, and it frightened me. Well, if I must be a beast of burden, so be it. Cooking does not seem to be my forte, and I wonder if he has any specific requirements. Nevertheless, for the sake of future endeavors and battles, I shall endure. First, let us consider the conditions he has proposed before we delve into any disputes over trivial matters." Luo Quan then continued in a leisurely manner. "The first 2 points reflect my personal insights regarding chefs. I believe that one must be a competent cook. The latter 2 points will be beneficial to everyone. Firstly, I am filled with curiosity, for these Saiyans possess the potential to transform into Super Saiyans, with various levels such as Super Saiyan 1, 2, and 3, each continuously growing stronger. Goku may even learn the transformations of Super Saiyan God or Super Saiyan Blue. I am intrigued by how a bald individual can undergo such transformations, and how we might discern the hierarchy and levels of his power. This curiosity merely serves to satisfy my own inquisitiveness. I hold no significant expectations beyond his performance in cooking and training diligently to transform, thereby satiating my curiosity. Once I learn of his eventual form, I shall be content. Luo Quan further elaborated. I wish to convey that this aspect holds benefits for Earth and everyone involved, especially since this individual is a Saiyan bearing their lineage. His innate talent for combat will undoubtedly rival, if not surpass, that of Goku and Vegeta. As Earth faces increasingly formidable adversaries from the cosmos, his presence could enhance our strength and fortify our defenses. There may be times when I am absent, and Earth cannot be left unguarded. Goku and Vegeta may not always be available, so having someone capable of holding the fort until our return would be advantageous for both the safety of our community and the planet. I believe this consideration is for your benefit. Of course, this is merely the noble rhetoric of my intentions, to speak from the heart. Every individual requires a rival in their training, a practice partner, does one not? With such a generous and available training partner at your disposal, how could one not seize the opportunity to elevate their own strength? This is merely my humble opinion, offered for your contemplation. Do you have any objections? Seeing that everyone nodded in agreement, deep in thought, Daba interjected once again. Boss Luo, we had an agreement. I came here merely to work as a chef, not to serve as a sparring partner. Isn't that a rather tall order? Daba expressed. Luo Quan cast him a fleeting glance and remarked, you lost a bet, thus becoming my chef, yet the pursuit of strength was your own desire. If there is no one to challenge you, no one to spar with, how will you ever grow stronger? If you find this arrangement unacceptable, we may reconsider. I shall not impose upon anyone. Now, let us discuss your remuneration as a chef. Daba pondered deeply, considering his current limitations. He summoned his latent power and, with resignation, replied, Boss Luo, as you have stated, the decision rests with you. I harbor no objections. As long as it leads to my improvement, I shall comply with your directives without question. I recognize that your intentions are for my benefit and the greater good. Since this is the arrangement, I shall abide by it. As for any conditions, you are the boss. Your decisions shall dictate my actions. Luo Quandao, in light of this, I consider myself a fair individual. If you aspire to be my employee and address me as Boss Luo, I, too, must honor that title. Here, the probation period spans 3 months. You shall first come and practice. Should your culinary skills meet my expectations during this time, we will formally enter into an employment agreement. Conversely, if you fail to meet my standards, I regret to inform you that you must return whence you came. For I will not employ a fool who merely squanders my time and resources. Chapter 48. Luo Quan upgrades the Nimbus Cloud Nappa. Nodding like a chick pecking at grains, remarked, you speak wisely. The game is imminent. Please, get to the point. What happens after the probation period? Luo Quandao replied, if you successfully navigate the 3-month probation, you will officially join us. In your spare time from cooking, I will provide guidance on your training, and the others will assist as well. Furthermore, I shall grant you a celestial bean as remuneration each month. Given your Saiyan physiology, every time you recover from a defeat, your combat power will double. My celestial beans possess such remarkable properties. Luo Quandao observed Nappa, who still appeared perplexed. Luo Quandao continued, allow me to simplify. If your culinary creations satisfy me and meet my standards, I will guarantee a doubling of your strength each month. Do you comprehend? This arrangement fulfills both my requirements and your aspirations. After a moment's thought, Luo Quandao, growing impatient, declared that he had conveyed all necessary information and would not indulge in further idle chatter. As a superior deity, when had he ever exhibited such patience? This exchange was only due to your potential and talent. Otherwise, why would I even engage with you? Whoever you are, Tianjin Fan, Lu Ping, and Piccolo Daimao, hurry and escort Nappa to the temple. While he is still buoyed by happiness, ensure he is well cared for along the way, so as not to betray my goodwill, Luo Quandao instructed. Turning to see Nappa still dazed with joy, gazing starry-eyed at him, Luo Quandao felt a wave of perspiration. Quickly, take him away. Tianjin Fan and Lu Ping seized Nappa by the arms and soared into the air. Piccolo Daimao, let us depart swiftly. We must return to the temple without delay, as Luo Quandao likely has other arrangements, Jiaozi stated. The four ascended into the sky, heading towards the temple. From afar, Luo Quandao could be heard exclaiming, do not slap his face. Piccolo coldly responded, understood, you may rest assured. Luo Quandao observed the still disoriented Krillin and Gohan and said, They have already left. I have an important matter to attend to, so please wait a moment. Do not panic. He waved at the sky, summoning the nimbus cloud that Son Goku had previously arrived on. Gently caressing the golden cloud that settled beside him, he addressed Gohan. Are you aware of the origins of this nimbus cloud? It was a gift I bestowed upon your father when he first arrived on Earth. At that time, a small portion of my divine power was leaking, and I effortlessly conjured this nimbus cloud. It assisted your father in traversing distances or transporting items, and now it should be available for your use as well. Reflecting on those days fills me with nostalgia. Back then, my form was just beginning to take shape, and the energies I exuded altered your father's constitution. In a sense, we were akin, and you could consider me your little mentor. This nimbus cloud acknowledges only those with such abilities. Only individuals possessing this cosmic essence can adeptly maneuver its various functions. Take Krillin, for instance. He cannot utilize the nimbus cloud. It is not due to any other reason. Rather, he lacks the primordial cosmic force. I perceive that your father has imparted a part of this power to you, so you should be able to utilize the nimbus cloud for effortless flight, serving as a means of transportation. However, it appears that the nimbus cloud has aged, and its speed may not keep pace with the current flying velocities. After some contemplation, I believe it is time to upgrade the nimbus cloud. Gohan sighed, saying, Indeed, my father has carried me on the nimbus cloud since childhood. It feels so familiar and warm. Are you planning to upgrade it, Mr. Luo? If you intend to gift it to me, I would be immensely grateful. Luo Quan replied, Yes, merely gazing at this object evokes a sense of nostalgia. When your father and I first arrived on Earth, life was quite arduous. At that time, I was also newly formed. I watched your father toil and gradually grow. Those were days I deeply cherish. Now, I shall enhance the nimbus cloud. Although it may be an old vehicle, the upgraded version will surely astonish you. With that, Luo Quan gently placed his hand upon the nimbus cloud, and the golden mist began to transform internally. Suddenly, Krillin noticed that the cloud was not only emanating a golden light, but that vibrant hues began to radiate within the golden glow, creating an exquisite spectacle akin to the legendary rainbow cloud. Could such a myth truly exist? Gohan gently touched the resplendent cloud and inquired, Mr. Luo, has the upgrade been completed? Luo Quan responded, We are inherently connected. I have merely infused a portion of my current divine power into it. This will exponentially enhance both its strength and speed. Would you like to experience it? Gohan, filled with anticipation, wondered what delightful surprises the newly upgraded nimbus cloud would bring. Elated, he leapt onto the vibrant nimbus cloud with a joyful thud, caressing its colorful surface. He marveled, it's so soft, so comfortable. Is this really the nimbus cloud? It still possesses that familiar warmth and delightful sensation. I adore this nimbus cloud. Does it offer any new functions? May I have the chance to experience them? Luo Quan smiled and replied, In truth, there isn't much else. I have merely increased its speed. You know, the previous velocity felt rather sluggish, serving merely as a means of transport. With my current rank and divine power, I can effortlessly manipulate its speed, achieving an unimaginable velocity. Would you care to experience it? Krillin, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Let us witness this marvel. Luo Quan replied, Since you all insist, Gohan, brace yourself and hold on tight. I shall accelerate the flying nimbus. Off we go. The nimbus soared into the sky with a whoosh, and in the blink of an eye, it was rapidly accelerating. Luo Quan shouted to the heavens, Full speed ahead. In an instant, Gohan vanished, and within 2 seconds, he reappeared with a swift flash from another direction. To clarify, a breath here equates to 2 seconds. Gohan materialized before Krillin and Luo Quan with a whoosh. Krillin was left utterly astonished. What speed is this? I didn't even feel it. How could Gohan return from another direction? Gohan, seated atop the nimbus, was equally dazed. I think I've just circled the Earth. This is terrifying. Observing Gohan's hair, which was now perfectly upright from the wind, Krillin gasped. What did you say? You just circled the Earth? Is this even human speed? This is unbelievable. With this, you could reach anywhere in an instant. Chapter 49. Krillin suggests Gohan's future career at this moment. Krillin seemed to have a light bulb moment, brimming with enthusiasm. Gohan, your future career is set. When you grow up, don't bother with that nonsense about being a scholar. You should become a global delivery courier. With this speed and your cargo capacity, you could deliver anything anywhere, and your daily earnings would be more than enough to keep you well fed. Divine gifts are indeed extraordinary. Just then, Luo Quan playfully slapped Krillin on the head, causing him to yelp. Why did you hit me? Krillin protested. Luo Quan retorted, a divine creation is a masterpiece. What was once a fine mode of transportation is now reduced to a mere delivery vehicle in your words. Who else should I hit? Gohan, smoothing his windblown hair, asked. Could I get a helmet? This sensation is exhilarating. My hair has turned into a mohawk. My mother will surely scold me for this. No, she will definitely scold me. Uncle Luo Quan, could you provide some additional accessories? Luo Quan responded, time is of the essence. This is merely a temporary upgrade. Once my power increases, I will transform the Nimbus into a cosmic vessel capable of interstellar travel, making future journeys much more convenient. If needed, I could even consider adding a teleportation feature. So you won't have to endure such windblown hair. Gohan, when you grow up, this will be perfected. For now, it's just a transitional phase. Don't take it too seriously. Moreover, this is exclusively yours. Aside from you and Goku, no one else can use it. Krillin, your envy is of no consequence. This matter holds no relevance to you, so cease your attempts to entice me with your whims. How dare you speak ill of me? It is utterly excessive. At this moment, Krillin had set aside his playful demeanor and spoke earnestly to Rashi. Rashi, there is something that has long perplexed me. Rashi replied, feel free to inquire. Krillin continued, I truly fail to comprehend why, despite the immense power of these two Saiyans, you exhibit no concern whatsoever. You assert that your strength surpasses theirs, which I can accept, yet why do you not engage them in battle? Please enlighten me on this matter, for it perplexes me greatly. Rashi, observing Krillin's apparent distress, contemplated for a moment. Allow me to offer you some clarification. As a deity, I cannot strike down mortals lightly. To do so would risk destabilizing the universe and potentially causing the collapse of entire planets. This, you must understand. However, should they offend me, I am permitted to retaliate, which I trust you can also comprehend. Krillin acknowledged, I am aware of this. I believe you mentioned it before. Rashi responded, indeed. Thus the battles among you must be fought by your own hands. As long as they do not threaten Earth, show me disrespect, or strike at me unprovoked, I have no reason to intervene. Do you grasp this? Gods have their own battles, and mortals have theirs. The two realms must remain distinct. As this is a fixed principle of the universe, in a sense, it is a matter of red lines. Whoever crosses them shall suffer the consequences. Do you understand? Moreover, when dealing with warriors of the Saiyan caliber, should I engage, it would be all too easy to misjudge my strength and annihilate them. Though they appear fierce and malevolent now, in due course, they may evolve into commendable allies. One must adopt a long-term perspective rather than focus solely on the immediate. Do you not perceive, Krillin, that throughout this time, you have overlooked Goku's most remarkable attribute? His presence brings forth an illumination that purifies the heart. Have you not noticed? Consider how much you have transformed during your time alongside Goku. Deep down, you are well aware, especially regarding your friends and even Goku's adversaries. Through their interactions with him, their hearts gradually become kinder and more pure. This much should be evident to you. Do not be swayed by the current ferocity of these two Saiyans. As they gradually engage with Goku, they too will undergo transformation. Trust in the prophecy of a deity. I do not make promises lightly, nor do I deceive you without cause. As long as Goku remains, they will inevitably evolve into commendable allies. This is beyond dispute, for it is Goku's ultimate brilliance. In truth, his combat prowess is not particularly remarkable within the vast cosmos. However, it is his benevolence and pure heart that allow him to easily inspire others and treat them with kindness. This is his greatest strength. In time, he will influence many around him, becoming your greatest advantage. In terms of combat, that fellow Vegeta is indeed a formidable warrior. Did you not sense the intensity of his aura? During this period, Vegeta has exchanged only a few blows with Goku. Yet he has already mastered the art of harnessing his emotions to enhance his combat abilities. Initially, his power level stood at a mere 18,000. But as he engages in battle with Goku, his emotions fluctuate, gradually elevating his strength. This individual possesses an astounding talent for combat. No, it is his aptitude for learning that is truly remarkable. As matters here near completion, let us turn our attention to the climactic battle between Goku and Vegeta. Nappa, Piccolo, and Tien have all found their footing. You two appear rather concerned for Goku, so let us proceed to observe. Gohan, you have relinquished your magical cloud for now. Once the fight with the Saiyans concludes, you may resume your playful pursuits. This is not the moment for such distractions. It is time to focus on your father's battle. Perhaps you can glean some valuable combat experience from their clash, which will undoubtedly benefit you in the future. After all, the adversaries ahead will only grow stronger and more unpredictable, employing strategies that may elude your understanding. Familiarizing yourselves with the enemy is far more advantageous than remaining cloistered in ignorance. In the distance, at the Stone Forest battlefield, Goku and Vegeta concentrate their formidable energies to one side, preparing, gathering, and channeling their power to its zenith. With a fierce shout, Vegeta proclaims, "My final flash is unparalleled. Not something you can easily withstand. You have truly provoked my wrath. Prepare to experience the terror of my assault." With that, the energy wave surges forth, a manifestation of his might, directed squarely at Goku. This is, without a doubt, his most formidable strike to date. Chapter 50. The duel between Goku and Vegeta. Goku is not one to back down. This fellow seems remarkably confident in his energy wave, does he? My Kamehameha is no trifling matter, especially under the amplification of the Kaioken. It should unleash even greater power. Goku too channels his energy to its peak, facing Vegeta's final flash with resolute determination. With a robust shout, he unleashes the Kamehameha, his entire being resonating with the energy wave as it collides with Vegeta's assault. The sound of their energies clashing reverberates through the air, an ongoing cacophony of power as the two waves meet without yielding. Goku's Kaioken-induced shockwave appears to slightly overpower Vegeta, the epicenter of the energy wave steadily advancing towards him. Vegeta, in disbelief, exclaims, "Impossible. His ultimate move can rival my final flash? He has surpassed me. How can this be? A lowly warrior like him. Does he truly possess strength greater than mine?" With a fierce roar, Vegeta's aura erupts once more, his pride deeply wounded. Suddenly, he taps into a wellspring of latent potential, his energy surging slightly as he forcefully propels his final flash towards Goku. Gradually, the fluctuations intensified. It seems that Luo Quan was indeed correct. Vegeta's innate combat talent is remarkably exceptional. In such a brief time on Earth, he has exchanged blows with Goku and learned to harness his emotions to unlock his potential. This opponent should not be underestimated. Although he has long played second fiddle, even a second place is still a warrior, worthy of respect. As Goku observed the energy waves surging towards him, he mused, "This fellow is indeed formidable." At that moment, Goku silently acknowledged that in just a few exchanges, during their initial clash, this young warrior had already demonstrated his impressive abilities. Clearly, he is not to be taken lightly. It appears that the double Kaioken merely allows him to match me in this energy confrontation. I must decisively overpower him and send him flying. If I continue to hesitate, my stamina will surely falter. Suddenly, Goku let out a fierce shout, "Triple Kaioken." He disregarded whether his body could withstand the strain or if he was capable of enduring this clash. He was determined to send Vegeta flying. The energy wave thickened, a powerful aura emanating from Goku as his muscles swelled, culminating in a tremendous explosion of energy. This time, Goku's energy wave was beyond Vegeta's capacity to resist. With a deafening roar, the energy wave surged toward Vegeta like a freight train, sweeping past him and propelling him skyward with a harrowing cry. Vegeta was sent soaring into the heavens, disappearing from sight, while Goku stood on the ground, gasping for breath. The triple Kaioken indeed placed a tremendous burden on his body. If he accidentally killed this young warrior, it would be a shame, but given his talents, he should be resilient. Goku hoped for his safety and decided to take a moment to recover. The KO's words rang true. The Kaioken technique should not be employed lightly, as it imposes a significant strain on the body, especially the triple Kaioken, which is far beyond what my current physique can bear. The physical toll was substantial, and the exhaustion was palpable. His body ached intensely. Should he attempt such a feat once more, he feared his body might shatter, an agony beyond human endurance. The pursuit of great power brings with it formidable burdens. Just as Goku reached his limit, fatigue washing over him, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. "Well done, Goku. You are truly extraordinary. You sent such a powerful enemy soaring with a single move. I must admit, I underestimated you before." Goku turned in astonishment to find, "What are you doing here, Majiro Benji? This battle is incredibly fierce and dangerous. You shouldn't be here. It's quite bizarre that you're present. Hurry and leave." Majir Bihei exclaimed with palpable excitement. "I have been wandering around this vicinity. Did you not sense my presence?" No. You must have detected my existence through the aura I emanate. Perhaps your intense focus on battling that individual rendered you oblivious to someone as insignificant as myself. In truth, I have been honing my skills in this stone forest, a fact you might not be aware of. Yet, you are undeniably formidable. With that technique, the Kamehameha, you propelled that powerful Saiyan into the sky. I wonder if he is still alive. Goku replied with a wry smile. He certainly won't be dead. That individual possesses an extraordinary resilience. I exerted all my strength merely to send him flying. Should he return, I will have to contemplate whether I can continue to fight. Majir Bihei, still clad in his customary attire and brandishing his sword, gleefully bounded before Goku. Regardless, you are indeed quite powerful now, he declared, patting Goku on the shoulder. Goku winced, exclaiming, "Ouch, that hurts. You little rascal, do you not realize that I just used techniques beyond my physical limits? My body feels as though it is falling apart. Wherever you strike, it hurts. If you do that again, I might just be shattered. This is hardly the time for such affection. Stop at once, lest I perish from your blows rather than from the Saiyan." Majir Bihei awkwardly retracted his hefty paw. "So, son Goku, that fellow is still alive." Goku affirmed, "Indeed, this individual will not perish easily. My instincts tell me so strongly. Furthermore, my body has reached its limits. It will be challenging to employ those techniques again. If he returns, it is likely we will face another arduous battle." Suddenly, Majir Bihei appeared electrified, recalling something. "Ah, so that is it. Continue your fight. I must attend to pressing matters, so I shall take my leave." With that, he vanished before Goku's eyes. Goku noted the boy's speed had increased. Could he have employed some special technique? Chapter 51. Vegeta contemplates the Saiyan's ultimate move. Vegeta struggled fiercely to free himself from the confines of the energy wave, hovering midair. His hair singed and his body oozing blood, he seethed with rage as the veins on his forehead bulged. He raged vehemently. "Damn it, Kakarot. You are such an insufferable fool. How can you possess such immense battle prowess? Your energy wave even overpowered my piercing cannon. It is utterly incomprehensible. I am the most exceptional warrior among the Saiyans, the proud prince of the Saiyans, yet I am flung into the sky by your crude technique, the Kamehameha. This is a profound humiliation. I, Vegeta, have never endured such indignity in all my years. It is infuriating. I must devise a plan to defeat you." After venting his frustrations for some time, Vegeta found himself compelled to regain his composure. Calmness is imperative. I must not allow this individual to provoke me. Should I succumb to anger, my chances of success would dwindle. I must devise a perfect strategy to confront this deranged foe. As Saiyans, we possess a formidable technique, the transformation into a great ape. Once transformed, subduing the diminutive Kakarot should pose no challenge. I owe my gratitude to Kakarot, for his blow has propelled me into the clouds, thereby facilitating my quest for the moon. In our pursuit to swiftly eradicate the humans of this planet, Nappa and I deliberately chose a night of the full moon to arrive on Earth. Fortunately, this celestial body is graced with a moon, enabling me to unleash my tenfold combat prowess, rendering Kakarot no match for me. Await my transformation. Once I achieve it, I shall thoroughly overpower you. This transformation grants a tenfold increase in strength. It appears Kakarot and his companions remain oblivious to it, as he casually severed my tail. Without my tail, I cannot transform. Does he truly remain unaware of this fact? It is understandable, having arrived here during his youth. He likely has never been informed of the origins of our Saiyan combat prowess. This weakness presents an opportunity for me to reverse my disadvantage and ultimately vanquish him. Amidst the air, battered by Goku, Vegeta scans the surroundings in search of the moon. Oddly, this planet should indeed possess a moon. Why can't I find it? Could it be that these individuals anticipated our arrival and have preemptively eliminated the moon to thwart our transformation? It must be so. These cunning beings, silently plotting, have proven to be underestimated. In the other world, the Grand Kai, observing the spectacle from King Kai's planet, revels in the misfortune of the Saiyans who cannot locate the moon. "Ha! Now let us see how you will transform," he exclaims. Are you not aware that when Piccolo trained Gohan, he feared Gohan's sudden transformation could wreak havoc upon the planet? He secretly obliterated the moon long ago. Now that you seek it, you shall find it absent. How utterly amusing. To think such a foolish individual relies solely on his combat prowess, hoping to transform into a giant to intimidate Goku. What a ludicrous notion. The Grand Kai's amusement is unparalleled, and it is remarkable that he has survived with such frivolous humor. However, as he indulges in laughter, he suddenly realizes the absence of companions to share in his merriment, leaving him to chuckle alone, diminishing the enjoyment. Concern for Goku begins to creep into the Grand Kai's thoughts. Goku, this fellow, is employing the Kaioken technique at 3 times its normal capacity, something not easily wielded by an ordinary individual. Surely, his physical stamina has reached its limit. This lad truly exerts himself fiercely. He is willing to sacrifice everything to defeat his adversary. Without Vegeta's transformation, Goku finds himself in a precarious position. Although Vegeta's energy was gradually diminishing, his decline was merely nominal, unlike Goku, who had completely exhausted his stamina. The intensity of their battle was indeed reckless. What manner of race are these Saiyans? Having regained a modicum of strength, Goku stood atop a pile of rubble, gazing into the sky, seemingly lost in thought. Why has this Vegeta not descended yet? What is he doing up there? Is he merely stalling? It is quite amusing. He was propelled into the air by my Kamehameha, yet he does not return to continue the fight. Is his energy expenditure substantial, and is he recuperating in the sky? That cannot be right. For I distinctly sense his energy remains formidable, a powerful aura still emanating from him. What does this signify? Is he contemplating a new strategy? Having been struck into the air, perhaps his pride has been wounded, and he is devising a way to confront me. Well, if that is the case, it affords me the opportunity to regain some of my strength. Alas, my entire body aches. The pain is excruciating. The King Kai, who is typically unfazed by turmoil, lamented. It is precisely due to your peculiar Saiyan physiology that the moon of Earth has become embroiled in this chaos. What a calamity! Long ago, it was obliterated by Master Roshi's energy wave, and just as it had recently recovered, it was again destroyed by Piccolo's attack. What grievance has the moon committed? Truly, I feel for the moon in this plight. There's a saying on Earth that the moon will eradicate you, yet now that the moon is no more, who do you represent? The King Kai then erupted into laughter, albeit devoid of any audience to share in his mirth, yet he continued to find joy in his solitude. Such is the remarkable nature of our esteemed King Kai. Meanwhile, in the sky, the recently calmed Vegeta reignited his fury, once again unleashing a torrent of ire. These cunning bastards have truly obliterated their moon, believing I was oblivious to this secret. It appears they were well prepared. Do they think that by eliminating the moon, I would lose my ability to transform? They severely underestimate me, the prince of all Saiyans. I am a warrior of unparalleled excellence. Could I possibly be bested by such trivial schemes? It is laughable. Though this may diminish my battle prowess slightly, I am willing to pay the price to transform. Just you wait. You shall witness something remarkable. With clarity returning to his mind, Vegeta smiled faintly, indicating that he was prepared to take decisive action. Chapter 52. Vegeta conjures a golden moon. Vegeta descended gracefully, firmly positioning himself before Son Goku, and with a thunderous voice declared, "Kakarot, you sly rascals have indeed extinguished the moon, leaving me unable to transform to confront you? You have vastly underestimated me." Goku, bewildered, retorted, "Our battle has reached a fever pitch. What relevance does the moon hold in this fight? Is it truly as Chi-Chi and the others suggest, that you intend to avenge the moon by vanquishing me? I find myself struggling to keep pace with your thought process. Is this how extraterrestrials perceive matters?" Sun Wukong inquired of Vegeta, after spending so much time in the heavens. "Is this all you have devised to intimidate me? What significance does this hold? I had assumed you were up there contemplating how to counter my techniques. Our battle is far from over. Just because you proclaim that a representation of the moon will vanquish me, does that truly instill fear within me?" At that moment, for reasons unknown, Vegeta's fury was reignited by Wukong's words. He pondered whether he was fated to be at odds with this individual. Why did mere utterances from him incite such overwhelming rage? How long had it been since he had felt this angry? Having spent only a brief time on Earth, he was already on the verge of explosion due to this fellow's provocations. Each of his remarks seemed to stoke the flames of Vegeta's ire. It was indeed perplexing. Could he possibly be a foe from a past life? Vegeta contemplated this, yet he acknowledged that Kakarot had a point. He ought not to engage in verbal sparring with this individual. Despite Kakarot's bewildered demeanor, his innocent expressions were infuriating, rendering Vegeta, a distinguished warrior, momentarily lost. Perhaps he should simply overpower him with sheer strength. What value is there in verbal combat? Let Kakarot witness the battle prowess of the Saiyan Prince. In the future, he resolved to avoid unnecessary chatter with him. After all, extended discourse could easily cost him years of his life. However, observing Kakarot's naive face, it was evident he was oblivious to the secrets of the Saiyan transformations. As a brother of the same race, Vegeta felt compelled to enlighten him about their greatest strength. Kakarot, heed my words. The pinnacle of our Saiyan power lies in our ability to transform into a great ape. This grants us a tenfold increase in strength, turning us into the most formidable and destructive warriors. Surely, you must be aware of this? Vegeta asserted. Yet Ryukong continued to shake his head in confusion. I do not know. No one has ever informed me of this. Finally, Vegeta seized the opportunity to elaborate further. You see, the moon is illuminated by the sun's reflection, emitting a frequency of 17 million hertz. When this light reaches our Saiyan eyes, it interacts with our tails, triggering our transformation. Thus, we become great apes, experiencing a tenfold enhancement in our fighting capabilities. This is the greatest secret of our Saiyan lineage. As a Saiyan warrior who has resided on Earth for so long, it's astonishing that you remain unaware of it. I cannot express my disbelief. Kakarot, you are fortunate. Only when faced with what I deem a formidable opponent do I exhibit the patience to explain such intricacies. You are a worthy adversary, and it is with that respect that I disclose this vital secret of our race. You should be grateful for my generosity, for I have granted you the gift of knowledge and perhaps a few more moments of existence. Am I not exceedingly magnanimous, Kakarot? Ryukong, still bewildered, replied, What reflection? What 17 million hertz? What electromagnetic waves? I completely fail to comprehend. Are you not following the path of combat? Your inclination lies within the realm of technology. I truly do not comprehend this. Have you been dazed by the force of my Kamehameha wave, leaving your intellect in disarray? You approach me to discuss technology, yet you are merely a scholar. Once again, Vegeta found himself on the brink of losing his temper with Goku, pondering how this individual was utterly incapable of engaging in a proper conversation. After a moment of contemplation, Vegeta bellowed, Enough of this pointless chatter. I have elucidated the principles clearly. Whether or not you comprehend them is your own dilemma. He then added a final revelation. Not all moons in the universe can emit electromagnetic waves exceeding 17 megahertz. Such phenomena only occur during a full moon. This is a fact I hope you grasp. Furthermore, I shall disclose an even greater secret. We Saiyans can artificially generate electromagnetic waves of 17 megahertz. Surprising, isn't it? You cunning earthlings, intent on eradicating the moon, have underestimated me. I can still unleash energy waves producing millions of hertz, triggering our transformations. Your plans are destined to fail. Prepare to experience the true essence of terrifying power and formidable combat prowess. Your pride has reached its zenith. Now it is my turn to perform. Vegeta ceased his idle talk with Goku and extended a hand to concentrate on the artificial moon he was conjuring. As his energy surged, a menacing sound of immense power reverberated. A diminutive, golden, pocket-sized moon began to coalesce between his hands. Upon its formation, Vegeta gasped for breath, reflecting that this endeavor had drained much of his energy. However, the prospect of transformation made it worthwhile. He addressed Goku, Kakarot, are you ready to meet your demise? My little moon has materialized, and now you shall witness what true combat entails. With a swift motion, Vegeta hurled the golden artificial moon into the air, where it transformed into a formidable full moon before them. Chapter 53. Vegeta transforms into a great ape at last. Success. Now you shall experience the terror of the Saiyan race and the sorrow of your tailless existence. Behold the essence of a genuine warrior. It is a disgrace for an elite fighter such as myself to have engaged for so long with a lower-tier warrior like you. I shall demonstrate what true power is. Kakarot, your time of triumph has expired. Vegeta's gaze remained fixed on the artificial moon overhead, and he smirked coldly at Goku. Kakarot, do you now comprehend the agony of being without a tail? You appear blissfully ignorant. I eagerly anticipate your reaction shortly. Vegeta began his transformation. Dark fur sprouted from his brow, his mouth protruded, his eyes turned a blood-red hue, and his physique gradually expanded, becoming more robust and formidable. At this moment, Ryukong seemed to finally grasp the situation. With a dazed expression, he gazed at Vegeta's transformation, his demeanor shifting through several layers, as if he was recalling some distant ancient memory. After completing his transformation, Vegeta pounded his chest, and bellowed at son Goku. Well, Kakarot, do you now comprehend my might? I have completed my transformation, and soon your doom shall arrive. Your astonishment is of no consequence. Now you understand the purpose of the tale. Yet you had the audacity to sever it. What a disgrace for us Saiyans. At this juncture, Goku seemed to recollect something as well, and a sense of dread washed over him. This was indeed dire, a complete disaster. This fellow could transform into a great ape, and his energy had evidently multiplied tenfold. In my current state, I am certainly no match for him. What should I do? If, as he claims, I could also transform. I have forfeited that capability by cutting off my tail. I vaguely recall my grandfather mentioning that on a full moon night, a colossal gorilla would emerge, wreaking havoc upon the village. So it turns out that gorilla was me. Why do I lose all consciousness upon transforming? While this individual, named Vegeta, appears to retain his clarity of thought, the magnitude of this information is overwhelming. Why did they not inform me sooner to prepare? The power of the Saiyans is indeed extraordinary. It is no wonder the Kaioshin warned that transformations could lead to devastation and had my tail severed and sealed to prevent it from regrowing. It seems the Kaioshin was also fearful of my potential to further ravage the earth. What shall I do now? I must quickly devise a strategy. I can only rely on the spirit bomb technique, which should still be effective against this Saiyan. Meanwhile, in the distance, Krillin, Gohan, and Rashi were making their way to the battlefield. Suddenly, Krillin felt an ominous presence, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He gravely addressed Rashi. Rashi, do you sense that? A powerful and malevolent energy is continuously escalating. It's overwhelming. He has increased his strength nearly tenfold. How can any human hope to contend with this? Gohan chimed in, yes. I feel it too. My father's energy has been gradually diminishing. It seems he is not gaining strength. Is he about to be outmatched by that Saiyan? This is terrifying. What should we do? Rashi replied, it must be that fellow named Vegeta who has transformed. We should move quickly to see how Goku handles that brute. Unexpectedly, the usually timid Gohan found his resolve. All right, we must hasten to the battlefield. If we delay, my father might perish. Without further hesitation, Gohan soared into the sky, racing towards the battlefield. Krillin contemplated, Rashi, we cannot allow Gohan to venture alone. We must hurry to assist him. Rashi considered for a moment, fine. Since you wish to witness the spectacle, I shall accompany you this time. There is nothing pressing at the moment. Let us set off. The battlefield awaits. At long last, Wukong comprehended the situation, and upon this sudden realization, he gazed at the triumphant Vegeta, feeling a bittersweet pang in his heart. Memories of the past played out like a film before him. So this was the truth. Grandpa Gohan, the Earth's guardian deity, and those humans who had suffered at the hands of the great apes, especially the moon of Earth. Oh, how I have wronged you all. I am truly sorry. If I were to perish in this battle, I would certainly journey to another realm to offer my apologies. Specifically, I express my sincerest regrets to the moon. It was never my intention to cause your demise. I am genuinely remorseful for the harm I have inflicted upon you. However, Vegeta did not afford Goku much time for reflection. Kakarot, prepare to meet your end, Vegeta declared, delivering a swift punch that sent Goku flying. He quickly followed up with a kick that sent Goku crashing to the ground. Goku cried out in pain, realizing that this adversary was indeed formidable in his transformed state. Vegeta, observing Goku sprawled on the ground, chuckled with satisfaction. Kakarot, now you understand the terror of transforming into a great ape, don't you? This tenfold increase in power is not merely a boost in strength. It represents a comprehensive enhancement in attack capabilities. Do you now grasp the meaning of fear? Vegeta lunged at Goku, landing another heavy blow. Goku managed to roll away, narrowly evading the lethal strike. Though he escaped this dangerous attack, Vegeta wore a smirk as his tail became incredibly agile, striking Goku mid-air and bringing him crashing down once more. At this moment, Vegeta reveled in his superiority. How does it feel now? This enhancement is beyond the comprehension of a lowly warrior like you. Do not underestimate my tail. It functions like a whip. Even someone stronger than you would perish after just a couple of strikes. Goku was left utterly dumbfounded, thinking to himself, what should I do? This is truly disastrous. This guy's speed and strength are beyond my capacity to contend with, even with the 5-fold Kaioken. Unless I can unleash the 10-fold Kaioken. But even that would likely cause my body to collapse before I could harness its full power. It seems no multiplier of the Kaioken will suffice for the current predicament. This opponent is overwhelmingly powerful. Without transforming, I can barely hold my own, and now with his tenfold increase, I must resort to my ultimate technique. The KO taught me the Spirit Bomb, a fiercely potent move that, if unleashed correctly, should be sufficient to vanquish Vegeta. Yet, I find myself with no time to gather the energy necessary for this technique. The Spirit Bomb is indeed formidable, but its energy accumulation requires far too long. By the time I assemble it, I would likely be reduced to a mere pulp by this brute. It is truly vexing. If only I could have a moment to concentrate and form the Spirit Bomb, I would undoubtedly be able to eliminate this foe. What to do? Now, we find ourselves at a pivotal moment, fraught with tension. Chapter 54. Vegeta transforms into a great ape and torments Goku. At this juncture, Vegeta, having fully embraced his malevolent inclinations, seized absolute control. He began to toy with Goku's strength, shifting from his initial fervor to annihilate his opponent to a more playful demeanor. I must relish this opportunity to toy with this insufferable wretch, who has persistently undermined my dignity and challenged my prowess. Now that I hold the upper hand, it is my prerogative to indulge in this game. I shall not dispose of him swiftly. Instead, I wish for him to experience the profound sorrow birthed from hope's demise and despair's embrace. In response, Goku, clinging to the remnants of his energy, reluctantly activated a doubled Kaioken, dodging Vegeta's assaults with agility, pondering his imminent doom. One strike from Vegeta, and it would be the end. Confronted by the triumphant Great Ape Vegeta, Goku delivered a swift kick to Vegeta's arm. Vegeta, assessing the meager attack, remarked, "Is this your utmost effort?" To me, it feels merely like a tickle. I scarcely perceive it. If this is your limit, I lack the interest to continue this charade. I could simply squash you. You, irritating little fly, still flit about at such a time, your incessant movement dizzying me. Prepare for your end. Goku sensed his stamina waning, his body nearing its limits, and thought, this cannot continue. I will be reduced to mere pulp if I do not retaliate. With newfound resolve, Goku summoned his remaining strength and soared before Vegeta. He placed his hands at either side of his temples, relaxing his fingers, and shouted, "Solar Flare." A brilliant golden light erupted from his forehead, unleashing a surge of solar energy that blinded Vegeta momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Goku landed upon a nearby rock, raising his hands skyward to gather energy for a Spirit Bomb. Observing the unfortunate Vegeta, Goku began to concentrate his Spirit Bomb, silently invoking, "Earth, oceans, forests, all living beings of this planet, grant me a portion of your energy. In my endeavor to vanquish this extraterrestrial menace threatening our world, I beseech your support." With hands raised, he channeled all the energy of Earth. He mused that this skill was indeed advantageous, requiring no physical exertion or energy, albeit its lengthy duration was a hindrance. However, contemplating these matters was futile. He needed to amass enough energy to defeat this adversary with a single, decisive strike. Oblivious to Goku's impending Spirit Bomb, Vegeta raged, flailing his arms and exclaiming, "You cunning little insect, you dare employ such underhanded tactics. Do you think this will harm my eyes? I shall soon recover." The sudden brightness merely startled my eyes. "Just wait. Once my vision returns, you shall witness how I deal with you. I shall not grant you another chance to toy with me." A moment's lapse almost allowed you, that wretched creature, to turn the tables. I was careless, but this time, I shall teach you a lesson you won't forget. As my vision gradually returns, I, Vegeta, declare, "You scoundrel, I shall not allow you to mock me again. Where has that rascal hidden himself? My sight has only just returned, yet it remains somewhat blurred, and I cannot even see the scouter. It is rendered useless in this transformation. Such a nuisance. You pesky fly, come out at once. Indeed, I have learned from you. I can now vaguely sense your presence without the need of my eyes or the scouter, discerning your location and the magnitude of your power. This is an incredibly convenient skill, and for that, I must extend my gratitude to you all." At this critical juncture, Vegeta suddenly locked onto Goku's energy. I've found you, you little fly. Now, let us see where you shall flee," Vegeta proclaimed. In that moment, he had taken a dark turn. Instead of striking with fists or feet, he opened his formidable jaws and unleashed an energy wave directed at Goku. The ground where Goku stood was violently upheaved by the force of Vegeta's energy, sending him hurtling into the sky. Goku thought to himself, "This is disastrous. I had no idea he would discover my whereabouts so swiftly and launch an attack so rapidly." Though the tremor did not inflict severe damage upon him, The spirit bomb he had just gathered was dispersed. I am truly reaching my limits. What a predicament. If this continues, I shall be left with no means to fight back. Vegeta's cruel nature surged forth once more as he shouted at Son Goku. Kakarot, how do you wish to perish? The choice is yours. Shall I simply crush you underfoot? With that, Vegeta lunged forward, aiming to stomp forcefully upon the incapacitated Goku. Goku managed a desperate dodge, narrowly evading Vegeta's colossal foot. Watching his deadly strike miss, Vegeta did not grow enraged. Instead, he chuckled. He then swatted Goku, who was suspended in midair, crashing him back to the ground. It seems you are quite dissatisfied with the method of your demise I have chosen for you, refusing to be crushed. Since you are so adamant, I shall proceed to crush you. Vegeta lifted his foot once more and, with a resounding thud, stomped down upon Goku's leg. A cry of anguish escaped Goku as Vegeta's foot shattered his right leg, rendering it completely immobile. A bitter smile crept across Goku's face. He could no longer stand, let alone fight. I am truly at my limit. Observing Vegeta reveling in his success, Goku refused to relinquish this final opportunity. As Vegeta basked in his triumph, Goku concentrated, gathering the last vestiges of his energy in his right hand. A surge of energy abruptly struck Vegeta's left eye, eliciting a pained cry from him. Ouch, this hurts terribly. You little insect dared to ambush me at such a moment and hit my eye. Goku, feeling the weight of exhaustion, remarked coldly, this time, I have truly reached my limit. I lack even the strength to wipe the sweat from my brow. I have exerted every ounce of my power. No matter how formidable a transformation you undergo, your eyes remain your Achilles heel. This is my final strike, and it is an honor to battle you. I genuinely gave my all. Allow me to impart one last piece of advice. The defeated often succumb to their own verbosity, and you, with your incessant chatter and arrogance, have underestimated your opponent, leaving yourself vulnerable to my surprise attack. Do you understand now? Chapter 55. The Apex Battle of the Child of Destiny. Vegeta retorted, you little brat. You always manage to ignite my fury. As an exceptional warrior, I have indulged you, a lesser fighter, far too generously. You have been fortunate to face me. Yet you remain unsatisfied, nitpicking and challenging me at this juncture. You are now incapacitated. Do you believe I could pierce your heart with but one hand? Just as Vegeta prepared to thrust his hand into Goku's chest, his rage erupted anew. With a sinister chuckle, he declared, it would be far too easy to dispatch you with a single blow. I intend to subject you to endless torment, slowly dragging you toward death. Vegeta seized the fallen Goku, applying pressure with both hands, and the sound of cracking bones filled the air as Goku's skeleton succumbed to catastrophic fractures. Observing Goku, now cradled in his grip and mangled beyond recognition, Vegeta reveled in his triumph, thinking, I have spared you some dignity, yet you remain clueless. Now, you shall truly comprehend my might. When I am enraged, even I fear my own wrath. At that critical moment, Krillin, Gohan, and others arrived at the scene of the battle. Gohan shouted indignantly, you villain, release my father. Can't you see he is gravely injured? Continue this way, and I shall show you no mercy. Gohan's fierce outcry drew Vegeta's attention. Turning to glance back, he mused, it is Kakarot's son, along with that bald-headed, noseless fellow. What brings them here? Do they not fear death? Oh no, the white-haired one has come as well. He is a formidable adversary. I wonder if I can contend with him now that I have transformed. It seems they have something to convey. Never mind, Kakarot is already gravely wounded. I shall ignore him for now and see what these others have to say. Should they provoke me, I could easily eliminate them, sparing myself the nuisance of their presence. At this juncture, Archangel calmly interjected, this is the pinnacle confrontation of the Child of Destiny. Such a setting is not suitable for my intervention. Gohan, Krillin, perhaps you should strategize a plan. As a self-proclaimed spoiler, I already feel quite shameless. Allow me to intervene against Vegeta. It would be decidedly unfair for him, considering he engaged in a fair contest with Goku. The interference of others is indeed detrimental to their battle. Gohan, you shall take the initiative to attract Vegeta's attention, while Krillin, seize the opportunity to lead Goku away to a distant location. He possesses a formidable skill yet to be unleashed, with your assistance in executing that technique. Vegeta's defeat shall be inevitable. Very well, let us proceed according to my strategy. Krillin and Gohan, upon hearing this plan, were momentarily taken aback. Are you serious? You expect Gohan, a mere 5-year-old, to withstand this towering behemoth transformed into a great ape? Have you no sense of decency? Gohan, do you believe you can manage this? If not, I shall provide you with mental support from behind, suggested Krillin. Gohan, exasperated, responded, For my father, I will give it my all. Just look at what he has done to my father. I cannot let this end here. I will summon my utmost strength, and besides, wasn't it said that I merely need to divert his attention while the real attack is up to you, Uncle Krillin? At this moment, Krillin was utterly stunned. Despite his usual cleverness, he found himself at a loss. Archangel interjected, You need not fear, allow me to guide you further. As you know, the Saiyans' transformation primarily relies on their tails. While Gohan distracts him, you can use the technique you employed against B to sever his tail. Then he will be unable to transform, rendering him far less formidable. You are usually so astute, yet how could you overlook this? Krillin's realization dawned upon him. So that is the case. Truly, divine guidance is profound. The deity proclaims, I shall prevail, and I shall indeed prevail. I believe in you. For you are the god of my heart. He added with a hint of melancholy. After all these years of knowing you, you finally prove yourself dependable. I see now that you are indeed someone of divine stature. I had always regarded you as a scoundrel or a charlatan, colloquially speaking. I felt you were merely a grand deceiver, perpetually leading us astray. Archangel waved his hand dismissively. Enough of this banter. Stop jesting with me and take action. Goku can no longer hold out, and you still have the luxury of wasting words here. Upon realizing this, Gohan promptly ascended into the air. Chapter 56. Goku concentrates the spirit bomb. Krillin, on the verge of tears, thought to himself, Goku, you are sacrificing so much for this world. What more can I say? I shall do everything in my power to protect Gohan and buy you the time you need. If all else fails, we still have Archangel, who, despite his unreliability, possesses formidable strength. We will hold out until you unleash your ultimate move. Please trust me. I am on my way to divert his attention. Goku, it all depends on you now. Meanwhile, Goku, straining to maintain his breath, continued to gather energy for his spirit bomb. The sky, the earth, the forests, the oceans, and the myriad beings of our planet, for the sake of your world and the peace of our existence. I beseech each of you to lend me a fragment of your vitality. Let me harness this pure essence of collective human will to vanquish the formidable extraterrestrial adversary. I implore you, assist me once more, for it remains insufficient. A bit more, please, continue to contribute. Wukong is still gathering energy, when suddenly he senses an undeniably potent presence nearby. Who could it be? Might it be that individual named Luo Quan? His divine power is astonishingly formidable. I am but a flickering firefly, while he is akin to the blazing sun. Observing the brutal battlefield, Luo Quan contemplates the gravity of this ultimate confrontation of the Chosen One, reminiscent of past fierce battles that were indeed arduous. Such strife is essential to forge a profound bond between them, and I must refrain from intervening too readily. Excessive interference could disrupt the cosmic equilibrium, leading to irreparable consequences. Luo Quan, noticing the energy gathering behind the stones, glimpses Wukong preparing the energy sphere and muses, this young one is finally compelled to resort to this ultimate technique. It seems he has exhausted all options and is left with no choice but to unleash the energy sphere. He now requires the assembly of everyone's vitality. Should I also contribute a measure of divine power? Offering a fragment of my strength seems plausible, especially since Vegeta has already transformed. His defense is now formidable enough that even with my divine power, I doubt he could be obliterated. Were he ordinary, my gift of divine energy would leave him in ashes. Furthermore, I have reinforced this battlefield with my power, thus it should not inflict any harm upon Earth. Therefore, I shall impart a modicum of divine energy. With this thought, Luo Quan gently raised his right hand, and from his palm, a thread of resplendent light, a subtle essence of vitality, coalesced towards Wukong's head, harmonizing with Luo Quan's melody. In the realm of the king of the other world, the king, engrossed in the spectacle, exclaimed fervently. He lamented, such actions by Luo Quan are ill-advised. Given your strength, the energy sphere you conjure could be catastrophic, potentially obliterating Earth entirely. Even if you wish to assist, exercise judiciousness. Then, the king received a telepathic message from Luo Quan, realizing that the battlefield had indeed been fortified by him. Had I known earlier, I would not have fretted so. A true case of the emperor being anxious while the eunuch frets. How absurd. The king sighed, continuing as a mere spectator, you take care of your Earth. It is not my domain, so who would be accountable for its ruin? Truly ridiculous. Fine, Luo Quan. I shall cease my complaints. I have spoken too much. And you shall not come to dismantle my realm again. Very well, attend to your affairs. I shan't keep you further, he concluded. In that moment, the king gave himself a sharp slap, chastising. How foolish of me to speak so freely. This calamity cannot be evaded. I have foolishly provoked it. Truly, I have forgotten the pain after the wound has healed. This individual has already dismantled my king of the world twice, and yet I still dare to provoke him. It would be wise for me to keep my distance from this formidable being. His sense of vengeance is particularly intense. Having encountered the celestial fire, I have never witnessed such a petty and fiercely protective character. Henceforth, I shall maintain my distance from him, should I incite him again. I shall bestow upon myself 10 resounding slaps, and I shall ensure I adhere to this promise, never to provoke him again. At this moment, however, Sun Wukong remains oblivious to the turmoil faced by the king of the world, who, having offended Luo Quan, is regretfully slapping his own face in distress. Wukong is focused and tranquil, gathering his energy, which has slowly begun to coalesce into a tangible energy orb. Initially about the size of a desk, he suddenly senses a formidable aura surging nearby, infiltrating his energy sphere. With a jolt, the orb expands to the size of a truck, startling Wukong to the brink of losing control. He muses, goodness, whose energy is so terrifying. If this were to descend, would it not obliterate the earth? Nevertheless, he resolves to prioritize locating Vegeta's energy signature. With the current potency of this energy orb, it should be sufficient to send him flying. Gazing at the orb in the sky, Wukong contemplates that a force of this magnitude should be adequate to subdue the giant. His eyes scan the battlefield, resting upon Gohan, who is sprawled amidst a heap of rubble, his eyes swirling, clearly rendered unconscious by Vegeta. He then observes Krillin, who has also failed to land a blow on Vegeta's tail, effortlessly evaded by him, and is now limping, struggling on the ground. Wukong reflects. These two have truly endured much. It now falls upon me. The possibility of victory hinges on this move. If this technique cannot vanquish the giant, I shall be at a loss. Krillin, pushing his limits, leverages the bond forged with Wukong since childhood. He realizes Vegeta might be distracted by Wukong's presence. Observing the energy orb suspended above, he thinks, if this orb is dodged by the giant, all our efforts shall be in vain. Thus, Krillin, seizing a moment of inspiration, employs his ultimate skill. He yells at Vegeta, "You brat, who are you looking at?" Vegeta, incensed by Krillin's outburst, shifts his gaze back from Wukong to Krillin, retorting, "Who do you think you're insulting? Calling me a brat? It appears I must obliterate you. Do you presume me to be trifling?" In that moment, Krillin, summoning his remaining strength, conjures another energy attack aimed directly at Vegeta's descent. Vegeta leaps into the air, effortlessly evading Krillin's strike, his fury escalating. This bald-headed fool is truly shameless. Why must his tactics always be so lowly? Does he merely wish to sever my tail? Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that his aim extends beyond that. Should he succeed in targeting my most vital essence, the consequences would be dire. I shall not let this little bald head escape unscathed. Chapter 57. Goku strikes Vegeta with the spirit bomb. At this moment, Goku seized the opportune moment. As Vegeta's attention and wrath were entirely captivated by Krillin, it was precisely the time for me to unleash the spirit bomb. Vegeta, prepare to meet your demise. With a thunderous roar, Goku swept his arm downward, and the spirit bomb in the sky, as if responding to a command, hurtled directly towards Vegeta. Transformed, Vegeta's physique remained overwhelmingly large. Despite his battlefield experience and heightened reflexes, the sheer size of his body had increased the area susceptible to attack tenfold. He had initially spotted the oncoming spirit bomb and could have evaded most of it. However, a corner of his shoulder still fell within the attack's range. A colossal explosion reverberated, shaking the very ground beneath, causing the entire terrain to tremble. Such a force was beyond what an ordinary human could emit. Following the energy detonation, a massive mushroom cloud ascended from the surface into the skies. At its core, violent explosions erupted in succession. Though Vegeta possessed formidable defenses post-transformation, this assault was beyond his current capacity to withstand. The relentless barrage continued to batter Vegeta's defenses, his vitality steadily diminishing. This is utterly terrifying. Krillin marveled from the sidelines. Is this truly Goku's ultimate technique, the spirit bomb? If this were to strike the planet's surface directly, it could likely obliterate the entire world. If Vegeta survives this, he must be an aberration of nature. It seems I can no longer afford to offend Goku. This attack would prove insufferable for anyone it descends upon. Meanwhile, at the heart of the explosion, Vegeta was firmly engulfed by the full force of the spirit bomb. He lamented, "Is this truly an attack conjured by a mere mortal? Even if I were to transform into a great ape, enhancing my power tenfold, I could not withstand such a formidable assault. The damage I have sustained is undoubtedly severe. After this, my battle capacity will scarcely suffice to confront such an onslaught. This is even more potent than what that cunning captain, or even Lord Frieza, could unleash. Isn't it? This journey to Earth has proven to be a grave miscalculation. This planet is fraught with peril, an endless array of battles that are overwhelming. I must exercise caution during my future visits to Earth." The watching King Kai, brimming with excitement, proclaimed, "Behold, my martial prowess is unmatched. My spirit bomb is a divine weapon, vanquishing gods and demons alike. Even such a powerful Saiyan cannot endure my assault. Ha. I remain the strongest of them all." Yet he realized his folly. That formidable deity seemed to be observing from Earth. He chastised himself for his hubris. "Very well, I shall retreat into the shadows. Whatever transpires, I shall remain unperturbed and silent. As long as you do not provoke that fearsome god, I shall not find myself in misfortune again." As the violent explosions continued to reverberate, Krillin hurriedly lifted the unconscious Gohan and soared to Goku's side. Supporting Goku, he inquired, "Goku, how are you holding up? That move of yours is undeniably powerful. It took me completely by surprise. Had you unleashed it earlier, we could have dispatched this foe without enduring such suffering." Goku replied, "I, too, never anticipated that this technique known as the spirit bomb would possess such terrifying potency. Its destructive capability far exceeds my comprehension of offensive tactics. It seemed an insurmountable task. Moreover, the energy accumulation required for this move is excessively prolonged. During my battle with him, I scarcely had the opportunity to gather enough energy for this attack. If you and Gohan hadn't arrived just in time, I wouldn't have had the chance to execute this technique at all. It indeed necessitates cooperation. The more intense the move, the longer the preparation time. This technique has fundamentally decided the outcome of our struggle. I am confident that, even if he survives, he will not return to trouble us again. This ordeal should suffice to deter him." As the three exchanged glances, Luo Quan approached, carrying someone in his grasp. To their astonishment, it was the overly confident Nisorang Bingwei, who had previously claimed to be leaving for an urgent matter. Luo Quan remarked, "What on earth is this kid doing in such a fierce battlefield? He is lurking around, as if preparing to ambush that Saiyan. With his meager strength, one misstep could turn him into fodder. Thankfully, I noticed him early, otherwise, he would have been crushed beneath a pile of boulders, not far from death. Nisorang Bingwei, you must not involve yourself any further. The disparity in our strengths is far too great. I genuinely do not wish to witness your demise here. You should return home at once." Observing Nisorang Bingwei, who was utterly petrified from the recent explosion, the others were left speechless. It was indeed remarkable that he had appeared at such a precarious moment. Serving no purpose at all, was he merely a jester sent by the monkeys? Putting aside such thoughts, Luo Quan turned to Goku, saying, "Goku, do not underestimate the situation. That fellow named Vegeta is still alive. Although the previous explosion was intense, I can still sense his energy. He remains among us. If he does not transform, your attack would have been fatal, but once he does, his power undergoes a significant transformation. You must quickly regain your strength. He will return shortly, so remain vigilant." Goku and Krillin exchanged a knowing glance. Krillin stammered, "How is this even possible? After such a tremendous impact, he is still alive? He is nothing short of a monster. How can he not be defeated?" Observing Krillin's agitation, Goku shook his head with a wry smile. "I have truly exerted all my strength this time. I lack even the energy to wipe my brow. Given my current injuries, recovery will take at least 3 to 4 months. If he returns, I will truly be at a loss." Luo Quan interjected, "Goku, if I am not mistaken, you should still have a Senzu Bean on hand, correct? You have consumed the mystical beans and restored yourself to your full potential. Surely, confronting that Saiyan should pose no challenge, correct?" Chapter 58, Goku consumes the mystic beans. Son Goku slapped his forehead with a sudden realization. Although the action elicited a grimace of pain, he exclaimed, "Ah yes, I still possess one of those mystical beans. How could I have forgotten such a crucial detail? I am immensely grateful to you, Luo Quan. Without your reminder, I would have jeopardized everything. Quickly, Krillin, retrieve the mystical bean from my pocket and feed it to me. With this, I will be fully prepared to confront that Saiyan. Upon hearing this, Krillin appeared as if he had heard celestial music. Indeed, how did I not think of that? My mind must be rusted. I forgot something so vital. Thank goodness for you, Luo Quan. How splendid, Goku. Where is your mystical bean? Allow me to assist you in retrieving it. Observing Krillin's frantic activity, Goku interjected. Could you be a bit gentler? I am gravely injured. It would be tragic to perish at the hands of Vegeta only to be accidentally dispatched by your clumsiness. The sight of Krillin, fueled by enthusiasm, prompted a resigned shake of the head from the others. Diligently, Krillin rummaged through Goku's belt, muttering to himself, "Of course, Goku. You are also a Saiyan. Consuming the mystical bean will not only restore your strength, but also double your combat prowess. Facing that Saiyan should be no insurmountable task for you. How could I have overlooked the existence of such a miraculous item? All right, I have found it," Goku declared. Krillin, stop rummaging about. What are you touching? Ouch, that hurts. Krillin exclaimed, finally producing a long-preserved mystical bean, a vital lifeline for everyone. He hastily placed the bean into Goku's mouth, who slowly swallowed it. Instantly, his energy and injuries were completely healed. Just moments ago, Goku lay on the ground, barely clinging to life, but now he sprang up, brimming with vigor, and clenched his fists. I feel an overwhelming surge of energy. Even if another Vegeta were to appear, I could send him flying with a single blow. Although this sensation was somewhat illusory, the explosive rise in his combat power filled Goku with renewed confidence. Indeed, Goku, do you know what this is called? This is the legendary resurrection at full strength. How do you feel now? Luo Quan inquired. Goku replied, this feeling is exquisite. Could it be that the Saiyan constitution possesses this unique trait? Each time they approach death and are revived, their combat strength doubles. It is truly an extraordinary phenomenon. No wonder they are a formidable warrior race. Such a gift is not something one encounters every day. It is immensely powerful. Luo Quan remarked, enough, son Goku. Do not flaunt your meager combat prowess before me. It pales in comparison and is only sufficient to toy with someone as inconsequential as Vegeta. I shall refrain from further discouragement. Since you have fully recovered, allow me to present you with a new outfit. With a graceful gesture, a flash of light illuminated the scene, and a brand new battle attire materialized around Wukong. Upon seeing the splendid ensemble, Wukong exclaimed, this outfit is truly magnificent. Far more exquisite than the one bestowed upon me by the King of the Universe. Luo Quan remarked, in truth. The garments gifted by the king were already of considerable quality. In the grand scheme of the cosmos, such attire is entirely suitable for combat at your level of strength. However, the attire I present to you, as you can observe, is akin to the armor worn by the Saiyans, offering tenfold the defensive capabilities. It is forged from my divine power, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary battles to cause it any damage. For it will prevent you from finding yourself in a most embarrassing state during a skirmish. Wukong adjusted his attire, leaping and swinging his limbs to assess its fit. Luo Quan, this outfit fits perfectly. I am immensely grateful, especially this character for Wu. It is far more aesthetically pleasing than the previous inscriptions of Turtle or Realm. Is this Wu representative of my name? It truly is splendid. Thank you immensely. Luo Quan chuckled. The small character on your chest is indeed Wu. Yet I have replaced the Genji on your back with Quan Wang. Henceforth, Wukong. You must advertise for me. Meanwhile, the King of the Universe, lurking at a distance, restrained his emotions, clenching his teeth in silence, his mind seething with indignation. Wukong, you ungrateful wretch. You were not this elated when I gifted you those garments, merely inscribing King of the Universe upon your back. In less than a day, they were destroyed. And now you flaunt Quan Wang instead. So be it. Who am I to contest that? After all, in this era, authority reigns supreme. Moreover, he is a top-tier deity. His status far surpassing mine. To resist him would only invite suffering. I must endure. You, my boy, don't expect any more garments from me in the future. You heartless scoundrel. Luo Quan, observing the confidently exuberant Wukong, thought to himself, Wukong must not be careless, though that individual has sustained significant injuries. Your current combat prowess has doubled. Nonetheless, he remains in a transformed state, and his strength should not be underestimated. Exercise caution. You aptly noted that many villains meet their demise through excessive dialogue. Hence, it is prudent to keep matters succinct and incapacitate him swiftly. Do you understand? Wukong nodded, contemplatively responding, Luo Quan, I assure you I will remain vigilant. I shall not be complacent. That individual is the most formidable adversary I have ever encountered, and I shall treat this situation with the utmost seriousness. Should I falter in this state, it would be more honorable to meet my end against a stone than to endure such humiliation. Resuming his battle-ready demeanor, Wukong retained his striking appearance, eliciting a silent cheer from Krillin. Wukong then addressed him, Krillin, take good care of Gohan, lead him to a secluded spot, and await my return. Also, ensure to escort this Aizhurang Bingwei away. We must avoid any repercussions from the aftermath of the battle. With Luo Quan here, I am confident in facing Vegeta. You all should leave this place and not distract me. As the aftermath of the previous explosion gradually subsides, I surmise that the formidable creature will soon return. Depart from here, it remains perilous. Once we have driven this beast away, we shall return to investigate. After a moment of contemplation, Krillin responded, Very well. I will take Gohan and this island soldier away to prevent you from further troubles. Goku, I entrust this place to you and Luo Quan. I must leave now. With that, Krillin took to the skies. Chapter 59. Luo Quan delivers clothes to Goku. Krillin, carrying the trembling island soldier on his back and cradling the unconscious Gohan in his arms, soared towards a desolate area. As he flew, he muttered, What a predicament. Every time a battle of this magnitude occurs, it always falls upon me. Goku, give it your all. I implore you. You are the hope for us all. I cannot assist you further, but I will keep a watchful eye on you. The distant explosions ceased, and the dust and smoke began to dissipate. The enormous figure of Vegeta, transformed into a great ape, gradually emerged before Goku's eyes. Goku gazed intently, witnessing the pitiful state of the creature, utterly ravaged by the blast. His appearance grotesquely altered. Had he not emerged from the smoke, Goku would not have recognized him as the transformed Vegeta. If he were to gaze into a mirror now, Vegeta would surely frighten himself with his own reflection. The armor adorning his upper body was riddled with cracks, on the verge of shattering, while his battle attire had become tattered strips. Wasn't it said that alien battle gear was remarkably durable? How could it now resemble a mop? Observing Vegeta, Goku noted him clutching the eye that he had previously struck down, with his right arm dislocated and grievously injured. Blood adorned the corners of his mouth, and his skin was marred, appearing almost unrecognizable. To add to his misfortune, one of his prominent fangs had been shattered. Goku, with a morbid curiosity, contemplated whether Vegeta would speak with a lisp once he reverted to his humanoid form, as those who lose their teeth are often said to do. He eagerly anticipated witnessing what Vegeta would look like upon his return to his original shape. Gazing at Vegeta, who had been so thoroughly beaten yet remained calm, Goku was astonished. It appeared that the young warrior's demeanor had shifted. Gone was the previous arrogance, replaced by a surprising self-reflection, making him a formidable adversary. At that moment, Vegeta addressed Goku. You are indeed impressive, a worthy opponent deserving of my respect. I apologize for my earlier arrogance. I shall now regard you as an equal in this battle. It seems that underestimating you comes at a great cost. You have thoroughly provoked my wrath and my fury. I am an exceptionally composed warrior. But wait, how is it that your injuries have healed? Moreover, you have donned a new outfit. Have you found time for a bath and change? Goku, who had just moments ago been gravely wounded, now stood before him, revitalized. Vegeta's newly regained composure crumbled once more, as he struggled to accept the astonishing transformation before him. The individual, whom I had previously rendered incapacitated, astonishingly reappeared before me, exuding vitality and sporting an entirely new battle attire. Is this an affront to my honor? Absolutely unforgivable. Your audacity has reached the pinnacle of my tolerance, prompting another surge of your formidable energy. Observing the now thoroughly unhinged Vegeta, Luo Quan shook his head and addressed Son Goku, saying, Goku, there is no need for courtesy this time. Engage him directly and confront him head-on. You need not fear this hulking figure. His injuries are severe. Although he remains in a transformed state, his true power must have diminished significantly. This presents an excellent opportunity to gauge the extent of your own combat prowess post-recovery. You must subdue this individual decisively while he is at his strongest, preventing him from concocting excuses in the future. Do not allow him to find reasons to evade defeat. Confront him boldly, without regard for my sentiments. Dealing with such an arrogant person who considers himself superior in every aspect demands that you use your strength to firmly press him down. Make him aware of the reasons behind the vibrant blossoms of this world. It is utterly irksome to witness him casting that condescending gaze upon others. This aspect of Vegeta has always displeased me. If it bothers me so, then I must compel him to submit. To what extent, you ask? Allow him to be at his peak strength while you crush him, thereby psychologically undermining his confidence and pride. At this juncture, Son Goku took Luo Quan's words to heart and refrained from any semblance of politeness. Thus commenced the entangled fate of these destined adversaries. Goku, with serene determination, unleashed the Kaioken, and his body radiated an explosion of energy, crimson flames encircling him. His aura intensified, growing stronger and stronger, until it reached a zenith. In a moment of explosive resolve, Goku charged at the transformed giant, Vegeta, without a hint of fear. This bold assault was imbued with confidence, showcasing Goku's potential as a distinguished warrior. In midair, he suddenly bellowed, "Double Kaioken." His speed surged dramatically, and seizing the moment when Vegeta was momentarily unprepared, he collided headfirst into Vegeta's chest. The scan armor on Vegeta's torso could not withstand such a violent impact, and finally gave way. Goku then appeared abruptly behind Vegeta, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks to his back, striking with relentless precision, sending Vegeta sprawling to the ground, utterly incapacitated. Goku did not relent. He crouched low, grasped Vegeta's so-called noble tail, and executed a powerful over-the-shoulder throw. With a resounding crack, Vegeta's prideful stance crumbled, and he was sent crashing onto his back. Goku, seemingly unsatisfied with this outcome, returned to the assault with a vengeance, delivering yet another crushing blow to the tail. As Goku relentlessly hurled the colossal body of Vegeta, the impact echoed repeatedly, leaving Vegeta dizzy and disoriented, his vision filled with twinkling stars, utterly lost in the chaos. Goku, panting heavily, reveled in the thrill of the moment. "This is what you get for underestimating me," he thought. "You boast about your tail, yet here I am, executing shoulder throws with it in my grasp, bringing you immense pleasure." In the midst of Goku's fervent onslaught, Vegeta, momentarily bewildered, finally regained his composure. Leveraging the advantages of his great ape transformation, his sheer weight, speed, and formidable defense, he began to exchange blows with Goku, engaging in a structured counteroffensive. However, it was evident that Goku, in his untransformed state, maintained a significant advantage, especially considering Vegeta's grave injuries. While the great ape form is indeed powerful, it is not without its limitations. In his prime, Vegeta's battle prowess would exceed 180,000. Yet prior to his transformation, he had conjured an artificial moon that significantly weakened his energy to around 12,000. Thus, in his current state, his great ape form merely reached about 120,000. After enduring a devastating attack from the spirit bomb, his combat capability had plummeted to a maximum of 50,000. Yet, in the ebb and flow of battle, fortunes can shift. Goku, having recovered from his prior injuries, emerged revitalized. With his Saiyan resilience, his base combat strength now hovered around 20,000, and upon activating the Kaioken ×2, his power surged to a minimum of 60,000, allowing him to dominate Vegeta with relative ease. This dynamic invigorated Goku, as he relished the rare opportunity to engage a worthy opponent, particularly one he could so thoroughly outmatch. Proud as ever, Vegeta, despite achieving his most formidable state, found himself at the mercy of the very cockroach he despised. His psyche crumbled under the weight of humiliation, leaving him voicing nothing but his despair. "I won't accept this. It's infuriating. I refuse to accept this reality. It's impossible. It truly cannot be." These phrases echoed repeatedly, revealing his mental unraveling. Luo Quan, concerned, cautioned, "Goku, take it easy. Don't shatter his mind." He observed Vegeta's descent into despondency, trapped in a loop of despair. "Have you inflicted a psychological blow on him?" he pondered. For someone as proud as Vegeta to find himself in such dire straits against a fighter he deemed inferior, it was no surprise that his mentality faltered. This unfortunate warrior deserved compassion. One could only hope that this encounter would not obliterate his confidence, for the potential of this exceptional fighter could be irrevocably tarnished. Alas, this perennial second-in-command seemed destined to remain in such a role. forever grappling with the fate of a lesser warrior against the child of destiny from this generation. Observing the fervent yet irate confrontation between Goku and Vegeta, Luo couldn't help but think that only Goku possesses the extraordinary ability to bring a formidable character like Vegeta to the brink of existential doubt. There is no other individual in this narrative capable of instilling such fear and despair within him. Despite Vegeta's lingering apprehension towards the future adversary named Frieza, it appears that only Goku has the prowess to subdue him into submission. However, a sense of urgency gripped Luo. He needed to alert Goku that Vegeta seemed poised to unleash his full fury. Upon hearing Luo's warning, Goku, who had been dominating Vegeta, suddenly regained his awareness. The prospect of a desperate opponent fighting with all his might could indeed be quite formidable. As Vegeta retracted all his energy, centered himself, and unleashed a cataclysmic 360-degree explosion of power, Luo realized that this was no trivial matter. A child in despair can be exceptionally terrifying, and the extent of Vegeta's torment was truly unparalleled. Luo sighed internally, pondering that Goku's carelessness might soon lead to his own detriment. The ground shook as a colossal explosion reverberated through the air, and as the dust settled, the landscape revealed a massive crater, several hundred meters in diameter, where Vegeta had unleashed his devastating attack. Luo contemplated the extent of Goku's provocation to drive Vegeta to such a self-destructive assault. This was indeed a sign of genuine despair. He wondered how severely Goku had been injured, and whether he still possessed the strength to contend with Vegeta. Peering into the epicenter of the explosion, he beheld Vegeta, who had been incapacitated by his own catastrophic release of energy. It struck Luo that Vegeta's arsenal of techniques was as diverse as it was formidable. One must not underestimate him. After carefully assessing the situation, he observed that despite the ferocity of their clash, both warriors were still alive. Their bond, enduring and unbreakable, remained intact, suggesting that history had not been altered. Although Goku had sustained injuries, his arm and leg severed, he was not in a critical state. In contrast, Vegeta fared far worse. Having already been gravely wounded, he had now exhausted himself to the point of losing his tail, reverting to his humanoid form. It seemed that this epic confrontation had reached its conclusion, with Vegeta having exhausted all his limits, and his pride thoroughly vanquished by Goku. As Vegeta regained his composure and spotted the injured Goku nearby, he was rendered speechless. How could Goku still be alive? Were these beings truly immortal? Having reached his absolute limit, Vegeta realized that Kakarot still appeared to possess fighting spirit. Is he a monster? He questioned. Could he truly surpass me? A gifted warrior of unparalleled talent? Though resentment bubbled within him, he had laid bare all his trump cards and still failed to bring Goku down. Furthermore, the ever-watchful Luo posed an additional threat. It was clear that this expedition to Earth had been a profound failure, and he had even lost the Dragon Balls. I must return to recuperate. Once my injuries are healed, I shall return. This planet is truly terrifying. It appears that my plan to seize the Dragon Balls on Earth is unattainable. Perhaps I should first make a trip to Namek. My foremost priority now is to leave this dreadful place. The inhabitants here are increasingly peculiar, and their combat abilities are grotesque. Alas, I have even lost that Ba, and my own body is rendered immobile. Once I regain my strength and summon my spaceship, I shall depart to recover. Meanwhile, not far from him, the injured son Goku, unable to move due to the explosion, chuckled foolishly, repeatedly exclaiming, "What a thrill! It has been ages since I fought with such exhilaration. You are indeed formidable, my friend. It is a joy to have you as an adversary." At this, Luo Quan covered his face with one hand, remarking, "Saiyans are indeed Saiyans. A warlike race is ever so warlike." Regardless of Goku's kind heart and pure spirit, his innate belligerence remains unchanged. He, like Vegeta, is a genius who revels in battle. Since the destined child of this generation has chosen you, you are inescapably entwined in fate's design. I shall refrain from interfering in your conflict. Oh, it seems I have one final task to complete. Observing Vegeta in the air, he struggled to extract a small remote control from his armor, beeping twice. It must be the device he uses to summon his spaceship. This slight action has already left Vegeta gasping for breath, immobilized on the ground. Chapter 61. Vegeta's escape in the spaceship. That rascal Goku must be summoning his spaceship to flee. Can you still stand? If you possess any strength left, you must detain him. This fellow is both wicked and powerful. Once he recuperates, he will return, and Earth shall face even greater peril. Goku, cease your foolish laughter and respond to me, urged Luo Quan. During the brief exchange, with a whoosh, Vegeta's mini spaceship gently descended beside him. The dimly lit hatch opened. Dragging his battered body, Vegeta, revealing his chipped tooth, declared, I shall return. I am truly unwilling to concede. I will certainly return. He then painstakingly climbed aboard his spaceship. Knowing that once he boarded, he would escape Earth, Luo Quan pondered for a moment and decided that he could not allow him to flee so easily. For the sake of your future camaraderie and the bonds you shall share, it falls upon me to deal with this villain. Originally, this was Krillin's narrative, but he has fled too swiftly. Since you have all departed, I shall take on this villain myself. Luo Quan raised his hand, summoning a watermelon slicing knife to appear in his grasp. He thought, regardless of the timeline, I shall first procure a blade to put on a display, lest we remain distant. Upon examining the knife, he noted its decent quality, yet it bore the curious inscription, for mountain chicken use. What a curious affair. How could a weapon I hastily plucked from some temporal turbulence possess any exclusive rights? Never mind. It is merely a prop for performance. Let it be used as desired. He brandished the blade and approached Vegeta, who was struggling towards the spaceship, saying, You wretched fiend. Wreaking havoc on Earth and intending to annihilate humanity. Look at the devastation you have wrought. As the guardian of this planet, I shall eradicate you in the name of the moon. Well, no moon. I shall still pass judgment upon you and mete out punishment. Suddenly, Goku shouted, Let him go. Roquan thought to himself that the inevitable drama had arrived. It was impossible to evade this narrative. Altering the trajectory of time seemed an insurmountable challenge. Goku's request was difficult to refuse. Goku continued, Spare him. He is a worthy adversary. Although he has caused destruction on Earth and embodies malevolence, such opponents are rare. Please, indulge my whim just this once. Roquan gritted his teeth, delivering a convincing performance. Very well, Goku, I shall heed your plea. Vegeta, you may depart. Having accepted Goku's intercession, he could not execute Vegeta on the spot. Yet, Roquan pondered, feeling a lingering dissatisfaction. Allowing this scoundrel to escape so easily stirred an unexpressed resentment within him as he observed Vegeta laboriously climbing toward the spaceship. Roquan crouched before Vegeta, who was muttering, I refuse to accept this. It cannot be. Once I recover, I will return for vengeance. It became evident that this stubborn warrior was not yet ready to concede defeat. His tenacity indicated that his fighting spirit remained unextinguished, assuring Roquan that future encounters would not be lacking in merit. Nevertheless, he resolved to impart a lesson. With that, he lifted the diminutive blade once more, lightly tapping Vegeta's cheek and stating, Do not be so defiant. Allow me to elucidate a few truths. My greatest virtue lies in my adherence to reason. I rarely resort to violence, you know? He continued to tap Vegeta's face with the blade, adopting a swagger reminiscent of a boastful hero, while educating Vegeta. What pride do you possess, Prince of the Saiyans? You may be a prince, but our Goku is the child of destiny in this era. His status surpasses yours, not diminishes it. You have no grounds for pride. Secondly, your combat prowess may currently eclipse his, but we have mastered the Kaioken technique through diligent effort, allowing us to match your strength. You are no match for him. Thirdly, you have harnessed that artificial moon to transform into a great ape, while the Saiyans become immensely powerful in this form, capable of formidable tenfold increases. Our Goku wields the spirit bomb. One blast from him, and you will be utterly unrecognizable. Look at you now, your speech is slurred. And you've lost a tooth. What more can you possibly say? Thus, in the face of destiny, fairness prevails. At times, one may find themselves favored by fortune. However, for Goku, it transcends mere luck. He possesses an extraordinary destiny. Vegeta, momentarily taken aback, reflected and ultimately conceded, I admit. If I do not transform into a great ape and engage Kakarot in my normal state, I stand no chance against him. I must acknowledge this truth. This inferior warrior has surpassed me in conventional combat, yet he lacks a tail and cannot transform. It would be unjust to claim I am bullying him. This is a testament to our Saiyan lineage's exceptional gifts, beyond the grasp of a mere character such as yourself. Do you not yet grasp this realization? Observing Vegeta's unwavering resolve, Luo Quan sighed inwardly. Indeed, the Saiyans are a fiercely combative race. Without such conviction, they could never ascend to true strength. Therefore, Luo Quan stated, Since Goku has interceded on your behalf, I shall grant you this opportunity. From this moment forth, you may leave Earth at your discretion. Once you have healed, you are always welcome to return and continue your challenges. Is that agreeable? During your next confrontation, I assure you I will not intervene to assist him. You must trust my word, for I am a man of integrity. As for your subordinate, Nappa, I shall take care of him well. Vegeta, momentarily stunned by Luo Quan's words, recollected, when I arrived, there were two of us, including that Nappa, who seems to have been captured. I had completely forgotten about him amidst the intensity of my battle with Kakarot. Reflecting on that fool, he serves no purpose. Having such a dullard around only wastes resources and irritates me. To expect him to achieve anything significant is far-fetched. Relying on others is inferior to relying on oneself. Thus, he replied to Luo Quan, that brat will have no further association with me. You may handle him as you wish, just do not trouble me again. I must take my leave now, but await my return. I shall undoubtedly come back for vengeance. Be cautious. Chapter 62. Luo Quan equips his allies with specialized knives for mountain chickens. Luo Quan lacked the inclination to listen to Vegeta's ramblings. The necessary discussions had been had, and he had been sufficiently subdued. Now, only the matter of Nappa remained. He needed to expedite arrangements here and return to the temple, as he still had to tend to matters regarding his chef. Glancing at the specialized knife for mountain chickens in his hand, he contemplated its craftsmanship. Having summoned this knife from the chaotic currents of time, he pondered whether they were indeed using it. Without it, would that fellow manage to survive? That was their concern. The quality of this blade appeared commendable, and it would serve well as a kitchen utensil for Nappa. One must equip their allies with decent weaponry, would you not agree? In the distance, he observed what appeared to be a helicopter approaching. It must be Bulma and her companions. Casually, he sheathed the specialized mountain chicken knife at his waist. Disregarding Vegeta, Luo Quan approached Goku's side, gazing at his fallen figure, battered and bruised. Goku, are you all right? Can you stand? As I observed, it appeared that Bulma and the others had arrived. You should focus on your recovery first. Although this time you sustained severe injuries, it seems that nothing is broken. Goku nodded in agreement, acknowledging, indeed, I was careless during that explosion, failing to evade it and absorbing the majority of the assault. The damage to my body is quite significant, but after a few days of rest, I should recover. Luo Quan thought it prudent to allow some time for recuperation, stating, let me examine your fractured bones. I will assist in setting them back in place. Once the fresh produce from Master Karen is ready, you will heal instantaneously. A radiant spectrum of colors enveloped Goku, mending the fractures in his arms and legs before cascading over his body, alleviating the internal injuries he had suffered. Luo Quan remarked, you should be free of serious issues now. After about a week of rest, you should be as lively as ever. Whether or not you consume the mystical beans is inconsequential. If I were to restore you completely in one go, it would considerably deplete my divine energy, which I trust you understand. Goku acquiesced. Let us proceed in this manner then. At that moment, a loud bang echoed as Vegeta finally boarded his spaceship, slamming the hatch shut with vigor. Without pausing, the vessel shot off into the cosmos. That rascal Vegeta has left, Goku remarked. He began to stretch his recently healed body and slowly rose to his feet, gazing at the direction in which Vegeta had departed, reflecting, this fellow is truly formidable. Far beyond my expectations. In our usual encounters, I would have to concede this route. His ability to transform into a great ape was indeed unforeseen. Had it not been for the techniques imparted by King Kai and the last mystical bean's sustenance, we might have faced dire consequences. Wouldn't you agree, Luo Quan? It seems your primary role is supportive healing. Your combat prowess appears insufficient to contend with him. You are a deity and must not act recklessly. A notion I fully comprehend. Look, a vehicle approaches. Could it be Bulma? Luo Quan replied, Goku, that Vegeta is indeed impressive, though he is somewhat prideful. It is a reflection of his upbringing. He is your lifelong rival. However, that is of little consequence. Your relationship will be a blend of rivalry and camaraderie, entangled for a long time. I shall refrain from delving into further details, as you may not grasp them at this stage. Your current task is to recuperate and regain your strength. Perhaps you should return home and pacify the furious Chi-Chi. I have heard she is on the brink of dismantling Master Roshi's Kame house in her quest to find Gohan, fearing he might join the fray. She is fully armed and awaiting your return to settle the score. Now, you must decide whether to return home or send Gohan to calm her down. I dare say she is more terrifying than any Saiyan. Look, Master Roshi has disembarked from the aircraft. Let us go speak with him. Bulma gently lowered the plane beside the battlefield. Master Roshi, Old Turtle, Krillin, Gohan, and Yislong Binge stepped down from the aircraft. Luo Quan, still astonished, exclaimed, "How did you all end up with Bulma?" Krillin remarked, "We are preparing to withdraw from the battlefield, but we spotted Bulma sneaking around in her aircraft on the outskirts. Concerned for their safety if they approached the battleground, we decided to intercept them. We only just witnessed that Saiyan spaceship ascend into space before we flew over." "How is Goku?" "His injuries do not appear too grave, merely an exhaustion of stamina, correct?" However, Bulma rolled her eyes at Krillin, thinking, "You bald-headed fool. It's no wonder you have no girlfriend. You can't even articulate your thoughts properly. I was merely observing from a distance. Hesitant to rush onto the battlefield for fear of hindering you all. To think you would accuse me of lurking about. It's no surprise you remain single. Such behavior is utterly ridiculous." Master Roshi interjected, "Enough of your bickering. First, we need to retrieve Gohan. Chi-Chi has been residing on my Kame house for several days now. If I delay any longer, I fear she may demolish my humble abode." Roshi, feeling slightly embarrassed, looked at Goku, whose smile seemed forced, and sighed. "It appears you have endured quite a lot over the years, Goku. Your wife seems to possess a combat prowess that rivals that of a Saiyan. I've heard that Gohan was taken by Demon King Piccolo, and that incident triggered a series of relentless disturbances from him. Fortunately, Chi-Chi, out of fear of Piccolo, has refrained from confronting him. Yet, with the arrival of two Saiyans on Earth seeking trouble, Gohan has decided to join the fray. And the danger they pose surpasses even that of Piccolo. Chi-Chi has completely transformed. She is now armed to the teeth, even retrieving her family's rocket launcher, shouting her intentions to join the battle at Kame House. If you do not return soon, I fear I may not be able to contain her. I believe my Kame House will be obliterated before she arrives. You must return and comfort your wife. Her presence here is perilous. If the Saiyans do not destroy the world, let us not allow Chi-Chi to do so instead, for that would be a grave misfortune." Chapter 63. Everyone pities Goku. Krillin, recognizing Goku's discomfort at being the subject of ridicule, quickly attempted to defuse the situation, saying, "Master Roshi, that's enough. Goku and Gohan are both fine, aren't they? We should hasten back to Kame House. Their injuries are likely not severe. We must soothe Chi-Chi to prevent her from further damaging your home. And then we can devise a more comprehensive plan. What do you think? Where has Vegeta gone? I have yet to see him. Has he been reduced to mere dust by your hands?" Goku, reflecting on Krillin's clumsy reasoning, agreed. "All right, let us move swiftly. We must return to Kame House and pacify Chi-Chi before formulating our next steps. What do you think, Roshi?" Roshi nodded. Indeed, Krillin's intellect is truly unmatched. Klin awkwardly scratched his head and said, "All right, it is entirely my fault. Let us refrain from further complaints. This battle has already been quite brutal. Though Earth has suffered no significant losses, we have all been teetering on the brink of danger." Thus, everyone boarded Bulma's aircraft, heading towards Kame House. Luo Quan suddenly had a moment of inspiration. He glanced at the unconscious son Gohan, and then at the exhausted Goku, pondering, "I shall not go to Kame House. Instead, I must return to the temple first. I have a recently captured prisoner to attend to. Piccolo and the others have already delivered my captive to the temple. I will check on the status of my prisoner. As for Bulma and Master Roshi, you may handle things here. First, recuperate from your injuries. In a week, you may come to the temple, and we shall arrange our subsequent plans then. Although that being named Vegeta has departed, they will inevitably return. And there are still many matters to address. We will convene, and I shall share all the news with you. I am a competent guardian. This is evident to all." The group collectively gazed at the sky in silence. Bulma rolled her eyes, offering no grace to Luo Quan, thinking, clearly, "You are just afraid of the wrath of Chi-Chi. You send us to pacify her while you flee like a coward." Nevertheless, she decided to let the matter slide, recognizing that he was purportedly a deity and not worth stooping to his level. Such individuals tend to be particularly petty. Speaking too freely might provoke his fragile sensibilities and lead to unwarranted retribution. Bulma stated, "All right, everyone aboard the aircraft. Let us set off. Luo Quan, you tend to your own important matters and do not waste time with us mere mortals." Truly, relying on Luo Quan is like expecting a pig to climb a tree. Unable to contain herself, she let the words slip. Luo Quan glanced at the young girl, deciding not to hold a grudge. "I will attend to my own affairs," he declared. With a flash of brilliance, he transformed into a beam of light and, in an instant, appeared at the temple. He mused to himself, "These women are truly troublesome. Rather than engage in verbal sparring with them, I should return to pondering the issues concerning my chef. I wonder how that brat is faring. Surely Piccolo and the others have not killed him?" He reassured himself, "It is unlikely. They are usually careful with their strength. Where has everyone gone? Where's my chef? Were they not supposed to come to the temple? Why do I not see them?" Suddenly, he noticed a figure in a shaded corner engrossed in a book. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was indeed his chef, which brought him relief. He wondered where Piccolo and Tien had gone, but decided to address that later. Mr. Popo, having seen the radiant return of Luo Quan, swiftly appeared beside him. "Welcome back, Luo Quan. That individual you brought back. I have placed him in a corner and provided him with a comprehensive culinary guide for reference. I believe this was a prudent decision." Luo Quan replied, "No issues there, Mr. Popo. However, I have a question. Where are Leek, Tien, and the others? Were they not meant to return together?" Bobo smiled helplessly and replied, "You know well, Luo Quan, the relationship between Bick the Great Demon King and our heavenly deities, so I shall refrain from further elaboration. As for Tianjin Fan and Lepin, those two fellows have sustained some injuries and are eager to return to recuperate. They did not linger here, stating they would revisit the temple after 7 days. It seems to be just as I described, as if a few individuals had committed some misdeeds. After releasing them, they swiftly vanished, claiming that you would summon them to the temple in 7 days. That is precisely the situation. The heavenly deity is currently awaiting you in the main hall. Do you have any matters to discuss with him?" Luo Quan pondered for a moment and said, "I will first attend to the matter of the captives. This individual will henceforth serve as our cook, and I need not elaborate further on that. The kitchen and the adjacent storage room require some tidying up. Thereafter, this fellow shall reside here permanently. As for the heavenly deity, please inform him to come see me shortly, as I have some matters to relay. For now, let us see how my cook is faring. He has been sealed with my power, so there is no need for concern. As long as he collaborates with us and works diligently, I shall treat him well. I hope you understand this." "Very well. Please fetch the heavenly deity to meet me." Having given his instructions, Luo Quan made his way towards Nappa. Upon approaching, he was taken aback by Nappa's appearance. "Who is this? Has someone brought forth the figure of Shakyamuni Buddha? What has become of him?" He saw Nappa, teary-eyed, clutching a comprehensive cookbook, squatting in a corner of the courtyard. Though his face bore no injuries, his forehead was swollen and bruised, resembling the Buddha of later generations. The hairstyle was quite extraordinary, undeniably eye-catching. Luo Quan stifled a laugh, nearly succumbing to laughter at the sight of these antics. These individuals were indeed ruthless. Despite my admonition against striking the face, they focused all their might upon his forehead, rendering him unfit to face others for several days. It was quite a conundrum. I wondered why they fled so hastily. Perhaps they feared I would be angered by this sight. Considering their actions, it was evident that this Saiyan, upon arriving on Earth, had wreaked havoc and offended many. It seemed they were reluctant to devise a means of retaliation, finding it difficult to vent their frustrations. I decided to turn a blind eye and act as if nothing had transpired, for these individuals were generally obedient. At least they adhered to my request to avoid striking the face. Alas, my poor Nappa. I hope he can restrain himself in the future and rid himself of the bad habits he has acquired. Chapter 64. Nappa acquires his weapon. Especially for the rooster reflecting on Nappa and Vegeta, one cannot help but feel sympathy for them, having grown up without parents in a war-torn environment. It is natural for their psyches to be somewhat distorted. May their time on Earth, through our guidance, offer them some solace. It is indeed a difficult journey for two tender souls, two fragile bodies, maturing in a harsh world governed by the law of the jungle. Every day, apart from the incessant violence and the ruthless struggle for power, one is confronted with the stark and merciless laws of the dark forest. It's a matter of survival where it is either you or me. In such an environment, how could a child grow up without harboring radical thoughts? How could their heart not become cold? Upon arriving on Earth, I hoped to gradually touch their hearts with the warmth of human emotion, much like the transformation of the once malevolent King Piccolo, who was eventually changed by Goku's kindness and purity. I believe that Nappa will eventually change for the better. We just need to put in the effort. At that moment, Nappa was overwhelmed with joy, as if he had just seen Luo Quan. He rushed forward, tears in his eyes, exclaiming, "Boss, you have finally returned. I have been waiting for you for so long." Please, assign me any tasks you have. Just don't leave me with those brats again. They've been too kind to me. Luo Quan, rendered momentarily speechless, gently patted Nappa's head and said, "The divine will forgive you. The divine has declared you innocent." He sighed and thought to himself that he was increasingly resembling a charlatan. Enough of this idle chatter. Let us get to work. I have other matters to attend to. Thus, Luo Quan set aside his playful demeanor and addressed Nappa with seriousness. Now that our contractual relationship has been established, I will refrain from unnecessary conversation. Your companion Vegeta has been defeated by Kakarot. He has left Earth and severed ties with you. Should you wish to confirm this, you may have the opportunity to see him again in the future. Nappa was taken aback. The formidable Vegeta had been bested by Kakarot? Unbelievable. Earth is indeed a wondrous place, brimming with miracles. Luo Quan interrupted. What do you mean by someone like you? You are now my cook, and your sole task is to master your culinary skills and prepare my meals to perfection. Do you understand? Leave your previous ways behind. Do not bring the chaos of Frieza's planet into my domain. I am the rightful guardian of Earth, and upon your arrival here, you have entered my territory, where all rules must align with my requirements. If you dare to misbehave again, the burden on your head will only grow heavier and harsher. Do you comprehend? Seeing Nappa comply, Luo Quan's heart softened once more. He drew a small knife from his waist. This is something I inadvertently retrieved from the void. Consider it your kitchen tool, your cleaver. Nappa accepted the peculiar knife, puzzled. What is this mountain chicken? Why would you give me his knife? Do I even need a cleaver? Luo Quan felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. After a moment of contemplation, he patiently explained, as a competent chef, one cannot create exquisite dishes without a proper knife. You will come to understand this in due course. It is akin to a soldier entering battle without a weapon, armed with only a single bullet. How can one fight without the necessary tools? Must I teach you this simple truth step by step? I share all this with you in the spirit of open-hearted conversation, observing your bewildered expression. Henceforth, simply follow my instructions. I often ponder whether bringing you on as my chef was a wise decision. My curiosity prevails. The promise I made to help you grow stronger is certain to be fulfilled, provided you approach your tasks with sincerity. With patience, Luo Quan gestured, and atop your head appeared a proper chef's hat, complemented by a full chef's uniform, and in your hand, a specialized knife for preparing mountain chicken. Upon inspection, he noted not the outcome but the presentation. Indeed, your stout neck and broad head lent you the semblance of a true chef. However, your skill level remains uncertain. Now that you are here, focus on your work without indulging in frivolous thoughts. You are aware that, given my prowess, your possessions hold no significance for me. Do you understand? Proceed directly to your kitchen and strive to prepare a bowl of congee for me to soothe my throat. Make haste. As you brandish the knife with enthusiasm and eagerness, Luo Quan, feeling a sense of fatigue, added, You have 3 months. If you meet my expectations, all conditions will be fulfilled. Should you remain unrefined after 3 months, I regret to inform you that you must leave this world, as I do not accommodate idlers. You stumbled slightly, responding in a daze. Understood, boss. I will do my utmost. You may rest assured. Luo Quan sighed, feeling wearied by your incessant chatter. He glanced at the vibrant hues merging in his hand, shaking his head in resignation, his heart heavy with emotion. What a peculiar situation. While others traverse realms through cultivation and combat, I, endowed with divine capabilities, must elevate my essence through culinary delights. What a curious fate. Why else would I have hired a chef? It is indeed vexing. While others cultivate through meditation and reflection upon nature, I find my advancement hinges solely on consumption. What an odd philosophy. Reflecting on my past life, I had immersed myself in forums, absorbing an abundance of knowledge regarding traversing realms, yet never encountered the notion that enlightenment could arise from savoring exquisite food. This is truly unique. Since fate has orchestrated this, I shall comply with its design. However, I realize that while savoring fine cuisine may elevate my state of being, my energy must still be replenished through the celestial beings gifted by the universe. The pace at which I could absorb the energies of heaven and earth through meditation alone is alarmingly slow. It appears that these celestial beings are not given freely. Once my strength increases, I shall traverse the various planets of the cosmos, seeking out superior essences for absorption. This could indeed be the swiftest avenue to enhancing my abilities. Luo Quan contemplated his current state, assessing his energy levels. He mused that, with diligent effort, he should be poised for a breakthrough in approximately 6 months. The next stage of evolution promised an array of new abilities, an anticipation that filled him with excitement. Upon glancing at the meager supply of fairy beans in my pocket, I realized that I must cultivate my own beans. Without them, my strength will advance at a sluggish pace. It would be wise to plant more beans whenever time permits. Now that the matter of the chef has been resolved, I cannot continuously rely on the earth deity, Bobo, to manage household affairs. It is prudent to hire a steward for myself. I must organize my time effectively. With everything resting on my shoulders, how can I focus on savoring exquisite cuisine or, more importantly, on my cultivation? Nourishment must not take precedence. Cultivation should be my primary pursuit, for I am a diligent practitioner of the art. Gazing upon this azure planet, bathed in sunlight and love, I am filled with a sense of melancholy. Who would have thought that I would one day become the guardian of my home world? Truly, fate is capricious. If someone as fortunate as Luo Quan can protect the earth so adeptly, then as a guardian and traveler of this realm, I must be even stronger. This is my home, and I must safeguard it diligently. Chapter 65. Luo Quan assigns tasks to the deity while lost in contemplation and venting my grievances. I noticed the deity approaching. Bobo led the earth deity closer. Luo Quan, the earth deity has arrived. Please convey your instructions. Abruptly interrupted. I cast a disdainful glance at the duo. All right, Bobo, please check if that cook needs assistance and help him out. I won't arrange anything further. Deity, please come to my chamber. I have matters to discuss with you. The earth deity, looking bewildered, inquired, Luo Quan, do you have any instructions for me? Come in. I replied. As we walked, I informed the earth deity, the crisis with the 2 Saiyans has been resolved. One has been captured and will henceforth serve as our personal chef, as you are already aware. The other has been driven away by Luo Quan. Should they return, I am confident that Luo Quan's strength will be sufficient to vanquish them. You need not worry about these extraterrestrial threats. I can handle them with ease. The earth deity, exasperated yet resigned, remarked, indeed, Luo Quan, with your presence, this entire star domain shall remain safe. Do you have any further plans? Please, feel free to share. Internally, he lamented Luo Quan's incessant chatter, repeating what I already understood. It was rather tiresome. Observing the deity's expression, I reflected, such an unchangeable flaw is indeed a hindrance to my composure. I shall not stoop to engage with such an insignificant figure. Allow him to think as he wishes. Clearing my throat to alleviate the awkwardness, I steered the conversation back to the point. Deity, it is this. Recently, I noticed you summoned the dragon. No, it was Krillin who used the dragon to resurrect son Luo Quan. I find this dragon quite remarkable. Yet I cannot shake the feeling that its power and appearance are somewhat lacking. Please bring me the model of the divine dragon. I wish to enhance its abilities and improve its appearance, as it is, after all, our emblem. Should this creature possess an unappealing visage or inadequate strength, it would tarnish my reputation. Kindly fetch the model for me. The celestial god, somewhat at a loss, pondered the absurdity of the situation. This was merely a toy he had crafted in his youth out of boredom, and yet it had somehow become a symbol of prestige for someone else. Your prowess is formidable, your martial skills unparalleled, and your divine powers exceed my own. I cannot contend with you, nor argue against you. So let it be as you say. With a resigned shake of his head, the celestial god respectfully replied, As you wish, Luo Quan. Please allow me a moment. He then turned and returned to his quarters to retrieve the model of the divine dragon. Luo Quan reflected, Have I spoken incorrectly? This entity is indeed a symbol of Earth. Have I misjudged something again? He shrugged, dismissing the matter. In a short while, the celestial god approached Luo Quan, carefully holding a glass container that housed a small green dragon. Luo Quan examined it and remarked, Is this the model of your divine dragon? It appears rather charming. When I summoned it the other day, its skin was a rosy hue, and its eyes resembled those of a serpent. I found it rather unattractive. However, upon closer inspection, your aesthetic sense is not without merit. I had assumed your artistic judgment was lacking, considering how unappealing your creations seemed. The celestial god refrained from retorting, choosing silence instead. Whatever Luo Quan said, he would listen. Engaging in a debate with him would only lead to further complications, and he preferred to avoid any confrontation. Luo Quan scrutinized the model of the divine dragon and, with a sigh, addressed the celestial god of earth. It appears quite commendable. Resembling the totem of an ancient ethnicity known as the Huaxia, it evokes a strong sense of familiarity within me. However, I have heard from Klin that your creation can fulfill various wishes, yet its capacity to do so cannot surpass your own power. If the wish exceeds your strength, the divine dragon becomes incapable of manifesting it. Am I correct? The celestial god awkwardly confirmed. They are correct. It should be as you say. This was a moment of inspiration from my youth, resulting in this creation. If there are any shortcomings, I welcome your critique. Luo Quan contemplated for a moment. Indeed, during our recent battle, I inadvertently enhanced the capabilities of the Nimbus Cloud, and now its power is quite formidable. Everyone recognizes the divine dragon, including Vegeta and Nappa, who are now aware of its existence on Earth. Since it has become a symbol of our planet, maintaining its previous capabilities seems insufficient. As a guardian of Earth, a superior divine being, I have resolved to assist you. Place the divine dragon here, and when time permits, I shall upgrade and enhance its abilities. For now, let us set aside the matter of the divine dragon. I will attend to its improvements in due course. Another matter pertains to the gravity within the temple. I have completed its upgrade. It is no longer monotonous with merely tenfold gravity, which often led to energy depletion. I have resolved this issue. The energy chamber now possesses an everlasting source of energy, alleviating any concerns regarding exhaustion. Furthermore, the gravity chamber has adjustable levels from tenfold to 100-fold. Should one's body be unable to withstand excessive gravity, it is advisable to proceed with caution to avoid injury. This gravity chamber will remain perpetually accessible to all who wish to train. I implore you not to obstruct their endeavors or impose any barriers. As for you and that rascal Piccolo, I do not wish to delve into your obscure pasts. You have witnessed the transformation in Piccolo. The pressure from the Saiyans has instigated significant changes within him, particularly in his interactions with Goku's son, Gohan. It is evident that he is no longer the same Piccolo Daimao. He now embodies the qualities of a distinguished warrior, exhibiting a cold exterior yet a warm heart. Your race, the Namekians, is inherently benevolent. It is merely the influence of earthlings that has given rise to some malevolent sentiments. However, when surrounded by kind-hearted individuals, these emotions gradually evolve, allowing one to become virtuous, much like yourself. I have faith that even Daba, initially resistant, will eventually undergo a positive transformation. Reflecting upon what remains unaddressed, I recall one final matter. Goku and his companions have expressed their intent to visit the temple in 7 days to observe the new gravity chamber. Please coordinate with Bobo regarding this arrangement. With that settled, you may return to your pursuits. I must further investigate the intricacies of your Shinran. Chapter 66. Luo Quan's discontent with Shinran. Luo Quan turned and, cradling the model of Shinran, returned to his chamber, placing the model upon the desk. He began to contemplate the intricacies of Shinran, pondering the origins of his people's totem, which should have been a golden dragon. Why then is this creature rendered in green? The reasoning eludes me. A green-skinned dragon with red eyes named Shinran seems a peculiar notion. After all, they are Namekians, and one cannot set expectations too high. After scrutinizing the model for some time, I discern the flaw. Is it not apparent why it appears so awkward? Traditionally, Shinran is depicted with 5 claws, yet this dragon possesses only 4. It appears to be a hybrid. Not only is the coloration incorrect, but the eye color is also amiss, and the body structure is incomplete. It requires an additional claw to truly reflect the superiority of the 5-clawed golden dragon. Thus, I propose redesigning Shinran in accordance with the totem of our race. At the very least, it should resemble a magnificent 7-colored divine dragon, worthy of the title of Earth's Guardian. At that moment, the temple resonated with a cacophony of clanging sounds. 1 week later, at the break of dawn, a radiant 7-colored light streaked across the sky, appearing beside Luo Quan. As Luo Quan observed, he inquired, "Gohan, how are you? How is the newly upgraded flying Nimbus?" Gohan, astonished, reflected, "Luo Quan, this thing is exceedingly swift. Just this morning, while my mother was momentarily distracted, I hopped on the Nimbus and, with a whoosh, arrived at the temple. I was the first to arrive, just as you had scheduled." Luo Quan chuckled and replied, "Indeed. And where is your father?" Gohan responded, "My father is still lagging behind, flying at a leisurely pace, his speed utterly incomparable to that of the Nimbus. How did you manage to upgrade it?" "It is significantly more powerful than before." Luo Quan seemed to reminisce about the past as he shared with Gohan. "In truth, this Nimbus has a profound connection to your family. When I first arrived on Earth, I lost my way and followed your father's spacecraft here. At that time, Your father was even younger than you are now, merely a little cub, utterly naive to the world around him. We navigated through countless challenges and ventured across many star systems to reach Earth. While aboard your father's ship, I engaged in my training, honing this physical form. During that process, threads of divine energy seeped into the ship, allowing your father to absorb my divine essence and gradually transform his physique. This adaptation is what enables him to utilize the Nimbus. Since the Nimbus was crafted from my divine power, it is likely that no one else in this world can wield it aside from the two of you. After your father had you, he imparted a portion of its original power to you, which is why you can adeptly use the Nimbus. Time has flown, you've grown so much. Thus, I shall pass this Nimbus on to you, enhancing it as a token of our meeting. The previous Nimbus's speed is no longer suitable for today's battles. How do you find the new one? Gohan, brimming with excitement, nodded enthusiastically. Indeed, it feels as though there's no sensation of rapid movement at all, with a swift whoosh. It is akin to teleportation, and I arrive in an instant. Look, my father must have just arrived. He is still hovering in the air, a mere... Luo Quan squinted into the distance. Ah, there comes Goku. It seems his speed is indeed different. Suddenly, Goku surged forward at full speed, appearing right before Luo Quan. After landing, he greeted Luo Quan. You're early, Luo Quan. This kid Gohan is quite the handful. In the blink of an eye, he vanished, forcing me into a frantic chase, exhausting me in the process. Luo Quan examined Goku's condition and asked, "How is your recovery progressing?" Goku replied, "It's going well, I suppose. My stamina has improved somewhat. The severe injuries have healed significantly, thanks to your treatment. Without your assistance, I would have been confined to a hospital bed for at least 3 months. With your healing, I've regained enough strength to continue fighting. Although my power has increased considerably, it pales in comparison to your upgraded Nimbus. How can it be so fast? Please, enlighten me." Luo Quan spoke softly. In truth, it is of little consequence. This trinket serves merely as a means of transportation for you two, a playful gadget, if you will. In your youth, I gifted you the rudimentary version. My capabilities have since advanced, and this time, Gohan receives the upgraded model. There are no extraordinary changes, but when used with the flying Nimbus, it can overcome air friction, allowing its speed to reach its zenith. The wind speed within Earth's atmosphere can be lethal, making such velocities unachievable. Although the current speed is quite swift, in time, as my strength ascends to another level, I shall enhance the Nimbus once more. At that point, it will likely possess the ability to traverse the cosmos. Gohan, you must strive diligently. When the opportunity arises, I will further upgrade the Nimbus, bestowing upon it the capacity for interstellar travel. No need for any spacecraft. Gohan replied, Luo Quan, you truly care for me. Goku, feeling a twinge of jealousy, interjected, silence. I am your father. My affection surpasses yours. Luo Quan continued, you two should refrain from trivialities. I wish to inquire why only the two of you arrived so early. Is Chi-Chi indifferent to your whereabouts? At the mention of Chi-Chi, Goku's demeanor shifted instantly. As the strongest martial artist on Earth, he momentarily deflated. He explained to Luo Quan, let us not dwell on that. You have Gohan training with Piccolo while Chi-Chi remains rather strict. This recent battle with the Saiyans saw Gohan participate, and fortunately, he sustained no injuries. This past week has been quite arduous. For us to have endured thus far is no small feat. Wiping his cold sweat, Goku abruptly changed the subject. Luo Quan, look over there. A spaceship approaches. It must be Bulma and the others. I shall go greet them. Let us not speak of Chi-Chi. Such familial issues ought not to be shared publicly. Meanwhile, Gohan, still bouncing on the Nimbus, glanced into the distance, sensing something amiss. He found Goku's sudden shift in topic quite reasonable, as he too preferred to avoid discussing matters concerning his mother. He added, indeed, look, that aircraft must belong to Bulma and Krillin. I wonder who else is aboard. Once they arrive, we can all converse together. I also wonder if Piccolo will join us. I've missed him during this time apart. Chapter 67. The Gathering at the Temple. A gust of wind swept past Goku and his son, leaving no trace of clouds in its wake. Observing their demeanor, Luo Quan pondered, let us not revisit the past. Goku, are you still capable of fighting in your current state? Goku responded, as long as the combat is not excessively intense, I can manage. However, should another high-stakes battle occur, the injuries I have just healed may resurface. Master Karen has cultivated new Senzu Beans. Consuming one should restore me to peak condition. Luo Quan remarked, Bulma's aircraft is nearly here. It must be carrying Bulma, Krillin, and Master Roshi. This should be Bulma and Master Roshi's inaugural visit to the temple. Let us proceed to the plaza outside to welcome them, so they are not left feeling lost in an unfamiliar place. Gohan added, Goku, let us take a look and greet everyone. Goku replied, it's been quite a while. I wonder how everyone's recovery is progressing. That crafty Krillin tends to hold back during fights, only putting in effort when it benefits him. The aircraft landed smoothly on the temple's plaza, and its occupants descended in an orderly fashion. Upon spotting Luo Quan, Goku, and Gohan, greetings were exchanged. You two arrived quite swiftly. I thought I would be the earliest. Bulma greeted them warmly. Meanwhile, Master Roshi surveyed the surroundings, pondering. So this is the legendary temple. Without Bulma's aircraft, I would have struggled to make this journey. In my lifetime, witnessing the temple is a fulfillment of my aspirations. Yet, it appears quite different from my previous imaginings, so resplendent and beautiful. Luo Quan observed the newcomers, their curiosity akin to that of children visiting a wonderland. Everyone, do not rush. Shortly, Bobo will guide you on a tour of the temple. There is nothing particularly remarkable. Since my arrival, I have merely reinforced the temple's defenses to safeguard against potential extraterrestrial threats. This is a precautionary measure, so feel free to explore. The primary purpose of this visit is to showcase my newly constructed gravity room. When Beijia, Lepin, Tianjin Fan, and Jiaozi arrive, I will show you my latest gravity room, which boasts significantly enhanced capabilities compared to the previous model. Unlike before, where energy would be depleted in mere days, this iteration offers eternal energy and adjustable weight. Bulma rolled her eyes. Is it just a gravity room? You gathered us all here for this. What is so impressive about that? Luo Quan, perplexed, wondered what had caused her irritation. What have I done to offend her? Why the eye rolling upon our first meeting? Krillin quietly approached Luo Quan. I believe Bulma's family has a gravity room as well. I heard that Goku made remarkable progress in his training at King Kai's due to the gravity. Everyone who experienced your gravity room at the temple found it quite effective. Bulma's father has also constructed a new gravity room in their mansion in West City, claiming he wants to compare it with yours. Upon hearing this, Luo Quan felt a twinge of embarrassment. In this day and age, it seems there is a replica of everything. Even before I could unveil my gravity room, Bulma's family has already begun producing imitations. Well, let there be competition, ultimately. It is about which one proves more convenient for everyone, as we all seek to enhance our strength. I have not registered any patents, after all. My energy crystals were also obtained from King Kai, so I have no grounds for complaint. Look over there. It's Tianjin Fan and Lepin. It seems everyone has arrived. Klin remarked. Tian Shinhan, Lu Ping must have already arrived, yet I have not spotted Piccolo. Where has that old rascal run off to? Sun Wukong, accompanied by Gohan, approached Lu Ping and Tian Shinhan with a cheerful greetings. It's wonderful to see you both again. During our last battle with the Saiyans, I was pressed for time and hadn't the opportunity to reunite with everyone this past year. It's fortuitous that we meet again here in the temple. Piccolo, the Demon King, did not accompany you? Asked Luo Quan. That old fellow has been here for quite some time, merely hiding in a secluded corner. He has yet to reveal himself, and I believe we all understand the delicate and intricate nature of his relationship with the Earth deity within this temple. I am convinced he will not make an appearance lightly. Now that we are all present, shall we first explore the gravity chamber I have constructed? I have heard that Bulma has one as well, though I am curious about the quality of its construction. At the very least, mine can adjust gravity from 10 to 100 times. This gravity chamber possesses an eternal energy source, unlike before, as I have procured a gravity crystal from the King of Otherworld. It will not lose its efficacy over time due to energy depletion. I hope everyone can make the most of their training here. Is your chamber similar to Bulma's? Luo Quan inquired. Bulma merely huffed, choosing not to divulge details, considering it a matter of commercial confidentiality. You little brat, do as you wish. Luo Quan retorted. This way, whenever you visit West Capital or the temple, you can witness the results of your training without hindering anyone else's progress. I suppose this is a benefit for everyone. Yet within, Luo Quan silently cursed. Do not be too smug, you impudent girl. The temple possesses another ace up its sleeve, the time and spirit room. You are unaware of it. And even if you were, you would not grasp the concepts of time and space. Once I merge the time and spirit room with my gravity training chamber, I shall see how you attempt to emulate it. You truly underestimate me. Luo Quan then paused, since there seems to be little interest in the gravity chamber. Let us move on to our second task. Allow me to introduce you to the Saiyan you have faced before. He is now my personal chef. Please welcome Dubra. I ask that you harbor no ill feelings towards him. I have sealed his powers, and he has signed a new service agreement with me. Henceforth, he shall be our communal chef. I urge you all to set aside past grievances and welcome Dubra into our fellowship. Dubra, after all, is a pitiable soul. I suspect many of you have not had breakfast yet, so let us have Dubra prepare a delightful meal for everyone, shall we? Upon the mention of food, Sun Wukong perked up, eagerly addressing Luo Quan. Luo Quan, I didn't expect breakfast here. What will we be having? Will there be enough for me? You truly have thought of everything. But can Dubra really cook after such a brief time? Indeed, it seems the divine beings trained in the temple possess remarkable insight. Such a remarkable talent, and you recognized it at a glance. I am filled with anticipation. Chapter 68. Breakfast with Luo Quan. Luo Quan called out towards the kitchen. Each person shall have a bowl of plain noodles, and one bowl shall have an egg, for Gohan is still in his growth phase. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Sun Wukong and the others immediately fell. We traveled such a great distance early in the morning, some even traversing half the globe to witness this so-called gravity chamber, only to find nothing extraordinary. After enduring the wait for your meal, we are offered merely a bowl of plain noodles each, with Gohan receiving the special privilege of an egg, purportedly for his growth. The guardian of this earth, this exalted deity, truly displays an abundance of generosity, so generous that it nearly brings me to tears. At this moment, Luo Quan interjected, please do not harbor any grievances. It is not that I am stingy. It is merely that Nappa has only recently arrived on Earth, and to have learned to cook noodles is already commendable. Just last night, he mastered the art of frying an egg. Give him time, he will improve. One cannot expect to become adept overnight. Meals must be savored bite by bite, and tasks approached one at a time. There is no need to rush. Let us first taste Nappa's culinary skills. I assure you, upon your next visit to the temple, I shall present a lavish array of delicacies to host you. After the meal, I have an important announcement to make. Thus, the group reluctantly partook in the most frugal breakfast in history. Though somewhat discontented, they acknowledged the kindness of being invited for a meal, especially one prepared by an extraterrestrial. What more could they desire? Throughout the meal, they gradually warmed up to Nappa. Earlier tensions began to dissipate imperceptibly. However, Nappa's gaze towards Tien and Yamcha remained shifty, as if encountering them evoked an innate fear of impending doom. This perplexed Krillin, who discreetly inquired of Luo Quan, what is the matter? This Saiyan seems to fear Tien and Yamcha. Have they had some troubling encounter? Luo Quan replied, the trivial disagreements you experienced are surely behind you. I have sealed Nappa's power. He shall no longer cause chaos. He must focus on working diligently to repay his debts. In truth, he shares no deep-seated enmities with Tien, Yamcha, or Piccolo. It was merely that Tien and Yamcha, during their journey to the temple, had given Nappa a slight taste of hardship. I believe that with the passage of time, such memories will fade. He reflected inwardly, realizing that Nappa likely harbored a psychological scar from his encounters with Piccolo and the others. Even as his strength grows, he may continue to shrink back from them. Perhaps this is a fortuitous outcome, for it is wise to have someone instill a measure of fear in Nappa. Without such restraint, he might wreak havoc. Yet, I cannot perpetually confine his powers. That would render him ineffectual. There are several individuals who harbor fears, and their integration into society should be significantly aided by this. I sincerely hope that they will continue to improve in the future. However, treating them to breakfast this time made me appear rather stingy. In truth, I am quite generous. But it is simply that this particular individual, Nappa, has proven to be quite lackluster in his efforts. After a week, he has only managed to learn how to boil noodles and fry an egg, and he is utterly incapable of undertaking any other tasks. Let me first announce something of importance to everyone. They are likely to be quite astonished by this news. The awkward moments always pass swiftly, and as everyone finished the exquisite breakfast provided by Nappa, I observed their despondent expressions, which left me feeling rather helpless. Without further hesitation, I remarked, we have accomplished most of what needed to be done, but I have some unfortunate news to share with you all. Curiosity piqued among the group. They inquired, what is it? Why must you personally inform us? Were the previous two matters truly positive? We certainly did not perceive them as such. How bad could this news possibly be? We are genuinely intrigued. At this juncture, I snapped my fingers in midair, and with a resounding pop, a tray materialized in my grasp. Lifting the red cloth from the tray, I continued, some time ago, while I was idly contemplating here, I realized that the Dragon of Earth possessed inadequate capabilities and an unappealing appearance. Given my experience with upgrading the flying Nimbus and creating a gravity chamber, I endeavored to enhance the dragon's abilities. However, in an unfortunate mishap, I accidentally shattered the Dragon of Earth. It appears to be deceased. I sincerely apologize for this blunder. This truly was a mistake in operation. Perhaps my divine power was simply too overwhelming for the model and materials to withstand, and it inadvertently crumbled. I attempted to reconstruct it, but no matter how hard I tried, I could not restore it, ultimately reducing the dragon to mere dust. I felt it essential to inform you all that, for the foreseeable future, we may be deprived of a dragon to summon. Upon hearing this, the group seemed collectively struck by lightning, rendered motionless in disbelief. Suddenly, they noticed a flock of 50 crows overhead, cawing as they flew ominously above the flames. For a lengthy moment, no one could utter a word. The dragon had been so casually extinguished, reduced to nothing more than powder. What on earth is this? Is this divine being jesting? Such matters are typically reserved for beings of superior rank. Could it be that deities from other planets are just as unreliable? What misfortune have we brought upon Earth? After all this time, we finally had a dragon, only to be met with such an unreliable superior deity. Can we truly depend on it for world peace? Among the petrified crowd, Clin was the first to react, exclaiming, "Actually, it may not be so dire. Since the original dragon has met its demise at your hands, let us simply move on without it. At least our celestial deity remains. Surely they can create another dragon for us. If necessary, we can continue to use the old one, as if it had never been upgraded." Nods of agreement spread throughout the group. Indeed, that is a splendid idea. Indeed, Luo Quan had anticipated that the assembly would pose such an inquiry. Thus, he lifted his gaze towards the deity of Earth and stated, "Heavenly One, kindly elucidate this matter for everyone. I shall refrain from elaborating further." The celestial being of Earth approached the assembly and addressed them. "In truth, this divine dragon is a manifestation of the innate abilities of us Namekians. Each of us possesses the inherent talent to create a divine dragon, yet the capacity to do so is contingent upon one's personal strength. Although I am endowed with the gift of dragon creation, I lack the means to resurrect it, and throughout my lifetime, I am limited to conjuring but a single divine dragon. Should misfortune befall this dragon, I would find myself powerless to restore it, especially as I have aged and no longer possess the diverse talents of my youth. Do not be misled by Piccolo. He is a warrior-type Namekian and possesses no aptitude for dragon creation. His creations are far inferior, scarcely comparable to even a mere earthworm, and would yield no such effect. However, there is a glimmer of hope." As he observed the assembly's faces clouded with despair, Luo Quan shifted his tone. "This situation is not devoid of recourse, Mr. Nappa should have some understanding of this matter. When he and Vegeta first arrived on Earth, they seemingly mentioned Namek and its people, and it is Mr. Nappa who ought to elucidate the specifics." That little traitor adapted swiftly to the shift in identity and position. Upon Luo Quan's inquiry, he promptly revealed all pertinent information, akin to a bamboo tube pouring forth beans. It was then that the assembly learned of the existence of another Namekian. There exists a gathering place for Namekians, along with the presence of a Super Dragon Ball. It is believed that with the Super Dragon Ball, one can make a wish to resurrect this mighty dragon. Oh, so that is the case. It is no wonder that these two Saiyans arrived on Earth with such audacity, proclaiming, "If we cannot find the Dragon Balls here, we shall venture to the Namekian headquarters." Now it appears that there is indeed hope for the dragon's revival. With this knowledge, the assembly felt a sense of relief. However, Bulma raised further inquiries. "Is Namek far? Are there precise coordinates? How shall we reach it? Are the inhabitants amicable? Can we communicate smoothly? And who shall undertake this journey?" These were pressing concerns. Luo Quan replied, "In truth, without my divine intervention, our dragon would not have been extinguished so easily. Is this truly necessary?" Luo Quan continued, "I only wish for the best for everyone. Consider this. Our earthlings are remarkably strong, our community is unified, yet our divine dragon is pathetically weak. Does this not tarnish our planet's reputation? My intention was to enhance the dragon's strength, enabling us to fulfill more of our cherished wishes. Truly, my heart was in the right place. Yet I never anticipated that this dragon would be so fragile that a mere squeeze could lead to its demise. It is indeed a case of good intentions leading to unfortunate consequences. Although my strength is formidable and my divine power seemingly limitless, I must confess that I lack the innate talent for creating the eternal dragon and possess no ability to repair it. Initially, I intended to convey this to Krillin, suggesting that if it were to be damaged, the angels of Earth could simply forge another. However, I was taken aback to discover that this old fellow, now frail with age, no longer possesses the capability to create a new eternal dragon. Alas, this leaves me with a sense of disappointment towards everyone. A journey to Namek could be regarded as an interstellar excursion, and I would gladly cover the travel expenses. Surely, this arrangement would be acceptable. I hope there will be no objections. After all, a little adventure can be quite delightful. The pressing matter now is how we shall embark on this journey, which we should deliberate together. Bulma, resting her forehead in her hand, remarked, "You speak of Namek as if it were merely your backyard. It is not so simple. The cosmos is vast, and how shall we locate the precise coordinates of Namek? Even if we have a general idea of its location, pinpointing its exact coordinates is an insurmountable task." After some contemplation, Luo Quan suggested, "Then why not let Baba share her thoughts?" Baba, with a hint of resignation, replied, "When I arrived, the spaceship I traveled in should have contained the coordinates for Namek. I believe that once you translate this information, we can ascertain Namek's exact location. That should not pose a significant challenge." Bulma, momentarily at a loss for words, conceded, "Fine, you have prevailed. If you possess such resources, I cannot argue further. Let us discuss the specifics of Namek. Understanding our adversary is essential for success. With the coordinates of Namek now established, our expedition to Namek should be prioritized. A sentiment I trust we all share. Now, allow me to elaborate on Namek and some of its lesser-known intricacies." Luo Quan began, in its prime. Namek was a remarkably beautiful planet, yet certain unique circumstances led to a drastic change in its climate. This transformation resulted in a harsh living environment, threatening the very existence of the Namekians. Thankfully, after a period of improvement, the climate has begun to stabilize, making a journey to Namek feasible. During the dire climatic conditions, the Namekians were on the brink of extinction. It was then that they sent their young deity to Earth, believing this planet to be more conducive to their survival and propagation. This, indeed, is the primary reason for the deity's arrival on Earth. However, to their surprise, after several years, the environmental conditions on their home planet began to gradually recover. This represents the new narrative of the Earth deity's arrival. A concept I trust is somewhat familiar to you all, which I merely reiterate here. All eyes turned to the pensive deity, and Krillin remarked, "It seems this matter is rather opaque, even to the deity himself. Luo Quan, how did you unravel such intricate details? Do you possess the ability to foresee the past and future?" Luo Quan responded, "With diligent study and unwavering effort, one can uncover the hidden truths of the world. Moreover, Krillin, it is not my intention to criticize you, but look at your current frail condition. Merely engaging in a few sparring sessions with the Saiyans leaves you gasping for breath. It is unwise to spend your days idling at the Turtle Hermit's abode, engrossed in unhealthy television shows and comics. Such habits are detrimental to your health. I offer this advice out of genuine concern." Krillin scratched his head awkwardly and responded, "Do I truly appear so pitiful? Besides, I do not even have a girlfriend yet. Please refrain from making such remarks that might jeopardize my future happiness." Observing Krillin's clumsiness, Luo Quan turned to the Supreme Kai and remarked, "It is indeed a challenging task for the Supreme Kai, being dispatched to an alien world at such a tender age to bear the weight of his race's continuation. Had he not lost his memories, perhaps things would be different." In light of everyone's eager gazes, Krillin sought to divert the conversation away from the uncomfortable topic and inquired, "Isn't the eternal dragon capable of granting any wish? If so, why not request the dragon to alter their climate, allowing them to survive without resorting to such significant measures as migration?" Luo Quan replied, "Your ignorance is astounding. I have previously informed you that the dragon is not omnipotent. Should the wishes exceed the capabilities of the one who created him, the dragon would be unable to fulfill them. This is precisely why I aim to upgrade the Dragon Balls, to strengthen the eternal dragon, as I have identified this weakness. In essence, the original Dragon Balls on each planet possess far superior wish-granting abilities compared to the inferior replicas found on Earth. You must understand this. Hence, I am determined to enhance the Eternal Dragon's powers, aligning them with my own standards for wish fulfillment. This way, the Eternal Dragon would evolve into an omnipotent divine entity. Chapter 70. Discussion on planet Namek. Regardless of how absurd or grand your wish may be, as long as my strength permits, the Eternal Dragon will be able to fulfill it. That is the true essence of the Eternal Dragon. This predicament I find myself in is a result of my own recklessness. Let us not dwell on that. It is a tale of tears and heartbreak. In truth, my divine legacy encompasses a wealth of detailed narratives regarding the Dragon Balls. Although it is merely an assortment of phrases, it does provide a broad overview of the knowledge surrounding them. The foundational Dragon Balls of Namek, when compared to those of Earth, are arguably of a superior caliber. However, they pale in comparison to the legendary Super Dragon Balls, which are said to exist in the depths of the universe, comparable in size to planets. These mythical orbs are rumored to grant an array of extraordinary wishes. My current aspiration is to imbue the Earth Dragon Balls with the prowess of the Super Dragon Balls. As I observed Goku, Bulma, Master Roshi, and Gohan, their expressions were akin to those deciphering an ancient script, nodding along without truly grasping the meaning. There is no doubt that the Dragon Balls of Namek surpass those of Earth in terms of advancement. This is an indisputable fact. I shall now convey to you that the Namekese, a race of extraordinary benevolence, embodies diligence, integrity, and kindness. They have never engaged in conflict with any other race, representing a remarkably conservative lineage. Upon visiting the planet Namek, I assure you, your safety shall be assured. I implore you not to regard me with such skepticism. You must be pondering why Piccolo appears so malevolent. This stems from the celestial being's childhood visit to Earth, wherein he was adversely influenced by the malevolent psyche of humanity, resulting in the manifestation of Piccolo. His wickedness and malice were acquired from the Earthlings, entirely dissociated from the Namekese race. As confidence surged among the assembly, there always existed a few individuals ready to douse the enthusiasm. Bulma's voice resonated in their ears. Could you perhaps adopt a more mature perspective? Must you behave like children, whimsically conjuring ideas? Just moments ago, I received the coordinates of Namek from Dabba. Are you aware that I calculated the duration required to reach Namek using the fastest spacecraft, engineered by my father? The figure is one that will astonish you. Regardless of how empathetic or kind-hearted that race may be, or how formidable their Dragon Balls are, what significance does it hold if we cannot reach them? Unless one can attain immortality, the day of our arrival on Namek will never dawn. Do you understand, everyone? Krillin interjected. Bulma knows of your mathematical prowess and acknowledges you as a genius. At this juncture, please refrain from keeping us in suspense. Tell us, how long will it take? 10 years? 20 years? Surely not. Your expression suggests something far more dreadful. Could it be centuries? With a cold smile, Bulma replied, do you know? The journey to that star will take 339 years and 3 months. My dear brother, unless you are truly immortal and possess such time, you might as well abandon all pursuits and dedicate yourself to ascetic practices, ultimately achieving a divine state. Why seek out the Super Dragon Balls or the Namekese when you could cultivate your own powers? Upon hearing this, the assembly fell into stunned silence. What were they to do? The duration was insurmountable, and none could afford to wait. Krillin, caught off guard by Bulma's retort, found himself momentarily speechless. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him as he exclaimed, we still have a solution. Isn't there a spacecraft belonging to Dabba still stationed at their landing site? Although Vegeta's own ship has departed, Dabba's vessel should possess considerable speed, making the cosmic journey feasible. While the Saiyan ships may be small, acquiring one for further study could yield groundbreaking advancements in our technology. Wouldn't you agree, Bulma? Sun Wukong chimed in. When I arrived here a year ago with Raditz, there should have also been a spacecraft nearby, although it appears to have been destroyed. Bulma pondered for a moment, contemplating the merits of utilizing their advanced technology to transcend the current technological limitations on Earth, which she deemed an excellent approach. Walmart nodded in agreement, refraining from further objections. True to her decisive nature, Bulma swiftly activated her portable solar device and resumed her search for the coordinates of the landing site where Vegeta and Nappa had descended. She announced to the group, their landing site should be adjacent to a dense forest in the eastern region. I believe I have the precise coordinates. Master Roshi interjected. Since we have the coordinates, let us hasten our departure. We must retrieve Nappa's spaceship for our study. It would be unfortunate to leave it exposed for too long and risk losing it. At that moment, Krillin erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "You all just thought of this? I had already anticipated this situation. Look what I have." He delightedly produced a remote control device resembling a car key fob from his pocket, presenting it to the group. This is the very remote Vegeta used. Just before he left Earth, he pressed a button on this device, and his spaceship flew directly to him, allowing him to escape. I witnessed this operation and surmised it might prove useful. While you were all distracted, I discreetly pocketed it. Now, as soon as I press this button, Nappa's spaceship should come to us. Bulma, you can take it home as a subject for research. Am I clever or what? Bulma rolled her eyes at the boastful Krillin, who was fervently operating his computer to gather information about the spaceship. Suddenly, she called out, "Look, there's news." The group gathered around her to see a recent news report displayed on her screen, which stated that 2 alien spaceships had been discovered on the outskirts of East City, one of which had mysteriously vanished. The remaining vessel had been acquired by relevant government authorities and was presumably stored in a secret base. The report concluded with a vague hint of future developments, leaving them in suspense. Upon reading this nonsensical news, a mischievous thought struck Krillin, prompting him to shout. I remember that Vegeta pressed this button and his spaceship flew away. What if I press it again? Would Nappa's ship come flying to us, startling the government? Chapter 71. Krillin destroys the spaceship. Without further contemplation, Krillin pressed the button. At that very moment, Nappa shouted, "You fool, stop. That's the self-destruct button." The once triumphant Krillin stood frozen in shock as he gazed at Nappa. What did you say? I didn't quite catch that. Bulma, still focused on her computer, remarked. The spaceship hasn't moved at all. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Nappa, exasperated, replied, You all are far too hasty. I, the person involved, have yet to speak, yet you're recklessly fiddling with that remote. This is a disaster. A resounding crash echoed from the depths of the computer screen. And in an instant, the entire research facility, along with the alien spacecraft, was reduced to mere dust. Nothing remained. In that moment, Krillin and Bulma were left utterly dumbfounded. Look what you two have done. You've obliterated a perfectly good spaceship. What now? Bulma exclaimed, staring at the desolation displayed on the monitor. Shocked, she plopped down on the ground and pointed at Krillin, accusing him. You arrogant fool. How could you have blown up that ship? Krillin, equally stunned, replied with a look of helplessness. I saw Vegeta press this button, so I pressed it too. How was I to know which one was the self-destruct? Nappa, at a loss for words, interjected. Is this how unreliable you Earthlings are? My government is here, and you couldn't even bother to ask me a single question. Not even a glance. Now I am completely at a loss. However, at that moment, Bobo, who had been silently observing, suddenly spoke. I believe I might know where a spaceship is. Bulma jumped in surprise, noticing a shadowy figure beside her. Who are you? She shouted. Goku quickly clarified. You don't recognize him? I didn't introduce him earlier. This is Bobo, the attendant of the god, and he is half the master of this temple. He usually keeps a low profile and doesn't speak much, so don't be alarmed. You can communicate directly with Bobo if you have any questions. What do you mean you might know where a spaceship is? Goku asked Bobo. Bobo replied coolly, I sense that perhaps, maybe, there is a spaceship. Bulma, agitated by his vagueness, retorted, What do you mean perhaps or maybe? It either is, or it isn't. Bobo remained unfazed. I'm not entirely sure. But it feels like it might be. Why don't you send someone with me to check it out? We can go see for ourselves. Since I'm not well versed in this matter, I can't say for certain. Goku suggested, then let Bulma and Krillin accompany Bobo. You are the ones most familiar with the spaceship. Bobo unfurled his flying carpet, effortlessly stepping onto it. Whoever wants to come, hurry and get on the carpet. I'll take you to see it now. Bulma glanced around and said to Krillin, Come with me. Krillin, still puzzled, asked, Why should I accompany you? Just go take a look. The spaceship will be back soon. Bulma replied, I don't know this dark figure. What if he leads me to a deserted place and eats me? Krillin, feeling exasperated, thought, This is a temple. There are no man-eating monsters here. Who would eat you? He sighed, Fine, I'll go with you. With that, the two of them hopped onto Bobo's carpet, which soared into the air. Bobo glanced at the god of Earth, who nodded in approval. Go ahead. Bobo nodded in agreement, then silently began to chant a spell. In a swift motion, Mr. Bobo's flying carpet whisked the three of them away, vanishing from their original location as if propelled towards the site of the spaceship. They materialized in a desolate wilderness, an untouched area of the primeval forest, suddenly appearing beside a cliff, gazing at a peculiar structure nearby. Mr. Bobo remarked, "This must be the spaceship." Bulma surveyed her surroundings and commented, "It's rather chilly here. By the way, that gentleman with dark skin, where exactly are we?" Bobo replied eagerly, "We are at the Yumbator Plateau. This must be the place. Please, follow me to see the spaceship." Bulma added, "I thought so. No wonder it's so cold. We are at the edge of the earth." She turned to Krillin, asking, "Are you cold?" Krillin simply shook his head. "I possess martial skills. This slight chill does not affect me." Bulma continued, "Didn't you bring an extra piece of clothing? I noticed you seemed a bit under the weather back at the temple. Wouldn't you like to wear something warmer?" After a moment's thought, Bulma decided, "Never mind. Let us just go see the spaceship." At that moment, Bulma quietly hid behind Krillin, whispering, "Do you think that dark fellow might eat me? I always have this strange feeling." Krillin, somewhat exasperated, replied, "I've told you many times, he is an ordinary person who would constantly think of eating you. You shouldn't judge others by appearances. Furthermore, as a scientist, you ought to act like one. Stop overthinking. We are here to see the spaceship, as designated by the deity who sent Bobo to guide us. Can't you see that? Let us stop with the chatter and move on." Bobo disregarded their murmurs and led them directly to the spaceship. As they approached, they pushed aside the surrounding underbrush to reveal a large, oval structure resembling an arthropod. Bulma exclaimed, "Is this the spaceship you mentioned?" Bobo confirmed, "It should be, though it has fallen into disrepair over time. It has become like this due to neglect." Despite being overrun with vines and moss, the deity stated that he brought this to Earth a century ago. He was quite young then and does not recall it vividly. This must be it. Gazing at the structure, which loomed over a meter high, Bulma expressed her astonishment. "So this is the spaceship? How on earth are we supposed to get up there?" Bobo replied, "I'm not entirely sure. It seems you will have to figure that out yourself." Chapter 72. The spaceship of the deity. Bulma tore away the moss from the spaceship's surface and examined the texture, saying to Bobo, "What material is this? It's so strange. It doesn't seem like anything that exists on Earth." Bobo shook his head helplessly. "I have no idea." Bulma, feeling somewhat defeated, pondered, "Can't you find a way to open it? If one wishes to explore the spacecraft, I must delve into its operational and biological systems from within. For merely observing from the outside would yield no comprehension." Bobo responded, "Let me see if I can find a way to open it for you. If it proves impossible, I shall have no choice but to return this object to your laboratory for your own gradual examination." As Bobo searched for the spacecraft's entrance, he recounted tales of the deity to Bulma. He spoke of how, at a tender age, the deity had journeyed to Earth aboard this very spacecraft. At that time, he had no family or friends, only himself, arriving in a place considered a remote boundary on Earth, where survival was arduous. Yet, the deity persevered against all odds. Upon his arrival, he possessed nothing but a letter indicating that his kin would follow him, arriving with his ancestors. It seemed the deity had awaited the arrival of his kin in vain, and during his stay, he had suffered a head injury that resulted in the loss of much of his memory. These were some of the tales the deity entrusted to me. Listening to the deity's story, Bulma expressed her sympathy, remarking to Mr. Bobo, "It appears the deity is indeed a pitiable soul, having lived in solitude, devoid of parental care or affection. How truly unfortunate." Bobo continued, "It seems the deity mentioned that the Namekians do not distinguish between genders. They are androgynous beings. Their offspring are conceived through energy they cultivate, which is then released into an egg, akin to the birth of a new Piccolo. The new Piccolo emerges from the energy condensed by the old Piccolo, who then expels it, transforming it into an egg that hatches into a new Piccolo. Did you not know this?" At this revelation, Bulma and Krillin were left astonished. Bulma murmured, "So the Namekians have no distinction of gender. How do they savor the joys of life? And upon reflection, I find Piccolo rather repulsive. After all, he was expelled from someone's mouth. I shall certainly keep my distance from him in the future." Krillin, cautiously interjecting, warned, "Piccolo is quite vengeful. Should he overhear your words, be wary. He might set a trap for you, and you would not stand a chance against him." Bulma, with a furrowed brow, stated, "I shall refrain from mentioning this matter again. At most, I will simply avoid him." She then inquired, "Bobo, have you located the entrance to the spacecraft? Let us change the subject. This conversation has reached its end." Bobo, maintaining a stoic demeanor, replied, "I am searching for the spacecraft's entrance. Should you wish to inquire about anything else, feel free to ask. I shall reveal all that I know." Observing Bulma's nauseated expression, Bobo felt a sense of triumph within. This young girl had the audacity to suggest he would consume her. Am I that sort of person? My dark skin is not my fault, merely a trait of birth. Should you continue to speak without restraint, I shall not hesitate to make you uncomfortable. With a sense of pride, Bobo disregarded Bulma and Krillin, continuing his quest for the entrance to the spacecraft. At this moment, Bulma was circling the spaceship, inquiring of Bobo, why does the spacecraft lack any door handles or doors? How are we supposed to enter? Bobo found himself lost in profound reminiscence. The deity had once shared with him that after arriving on Earth, he resided here for over 30 years, until his entire being matured. Following this, he traveled the world, often recalling this place and returning for visits. With the expansion of his knowledge, he recognized that this spaceship was unlike anything outside. He had not returned in recent years, as he had mentioned to me. The deity had stated that simply uttering the words Piccolo, open the door would suffice. Bulma circled the massive structure once more, repeatedly calling out, Piccolo, open the door, Piccolo. Open the door, Piccolo, open the door. After much shouting, there was no response from the spacecraft. Bulma, perplexed, remarked, are you deceiving me? I've said it countless times. Why does this colossal thing remain unresponsive? Observing the insect-like structure, Krillin rubbed his face, resignedly pondering, if we can't even get inside, what are we supposed to do? As Bulma continued her tirade, Mr. Bobo seemed to recall something, snapping his fingers and exclaiming, I've remembered. To this spaceship, using Earth's language is ineffective. We must utilize the deity's native tongue, the Namekian language, so that the spacecraft may comprehend us. Bulma, suddenly enlightened, asked, do you speak the Namekian language of the deity? Bobo contemplated briefly. I learned a bit from the deity long ago. Let me give it a try. Then Bobo called out in Namekian, Piccolo, open the door. To their astonishment, a circular platform at the bottom of the spaceship descended to the ground, as if welcoming home a guest, and the hatch opened. Krillin remarked, this must be the spaceship's hatch. How do we proceed? Bobo suggested, let us stand on this platform and call out again. It should transport us inside. The three of them leaped onto the descending platform, and Bobo again spoke in Namekian. Piccolo closed the door. In an instant, the three found themselves within the interior of the spaceship. Gazing around at the astonishing surroundings, Mr. Bobo mused. So this is the home of the deity. Bulma, you should quickly inspect and determine if this is indeed the deity's spacecraft. Inside, Bulma, like a curious child, explored every nook and cranny, examining this and that, turning to Bobo and declaring, this appears to be a spaceship, based on its internal structure. It certainly does not resemble a residence. I possess a modicum of expertise in this regard. Krillin interjected, if that's the case, the story aligns. It seems the deity was sent to Earth by his kin due to the unusual climate on Namek. After all these years, I wonder if this spacecraft can still function? The sentence seemed to evoke a memory in Bulma, prompting her to hurry towards the central control console of the spacecraft, murmuring to herself, after so many years, I wonder if this ship still has any energy left and whether it can continue to fly. I must study how to operate it. If it lacks power or cannot be controlled, then this vessel is utterly useless. Chapter 73. How to start the spaceship. Bulma seated herself in front of the control panel, pressing buttons here and squeezing knobs there. Lost in contemplation, she pondered how to operate this contraption. Why did it seem that none of the interface options were correct? It was indeed perplexing. Did the Namekian spacecraft not require manual operation? As Bulma and Krillin were at a loss, Bobo chimed in. This device likely does not operate manually. Notice how the hatch we just entered was controlled by voice. I suspect its flight may be guided by sound. What do you think, Bulma? A sudden realization dawned on Bulma. How could I have overlooked such a simple question? Krillin, you fool, why didn't you remind me? To which Krillin innocently replied, I said nothing. Is this what they call being caught in the crossfire? Bobo, why don't you try using the Namekian language to see if this ship still has power and can fly? After a moment of thought, Bobo spoke a phrase in Namekian, which translated to a command to start the spaceship. Immediately, the ship emitted a humming sound, and the control panel lit up, displaying a line of unintelligible text. Bobo glanced at it and informed Bulma, the ship is now ready for takeoff. Next, please indicate your desired destination. Bulma considered for a moment. Let us first head to the nearby Jupiter to assess the ship's speed. Then we can determine whether we can reach Namek. Bobo contemplated and then directed the console. Take us to Jupiter. In an instant, the entire spacecraft surged upward, swiftly piercing through the atmosphere. After an hour, the The three of them peered out of the ship's windows and beheld Jupiter, evidently now in its outer orbit. The vessel's speed was truly astonishing, far surpassing that of any spacecraft manufactured on Earth. It seemed reaching Namek would pose no challenge whatsoever. Bobo, your Namekian pronunciation is impeccable, with just a single command. The ship took off, Bulma remarked. Internally, Bobo thought, now you recognize my prowess. Just moments ago, you believed I was a monster ready to devour you. I do wonder what these deceivers are thinking. This was Krillin's first venture into the depths of space, and as he gazed upon the cosmic beauty, he exclaimed to Bulma, "So this is Jupiter, what a magnificent celestial wonder. I never imagined I would have the opportunity to witness such beauty in the vastness of space." Indeed, the vistas available from the ground could not compare, as they were breathtakingly beautiful. Bulma scoffed, "You are such a simpleton, deny it all you want. But haven't you seen this on television? It's plastered across newspapers and magazines daily." Klin sighed, expressing his astonishment. "I once thought those things were mere illusions. It is only by witnessing them firsthand that one can truly appreciate the beauty and vastness of the universe." Bulma replied, "With this remarkable vessel, we can finally embark on interstellar journeys. It appears that our plans are progressing smoothly." Bobo lamented, "With this, I should be able to reach Namek. My dear companion Shenron ought to be resurrected as well, right? It's truly unfortunate that that poor fellow was crushed by Luo Quan simply due to slightly lacking abilities and an unappealing appearance. Such a misfortune for my buddy." Bulma suggested, "Bobo, let us return and share this good news with everyone." In an instant, the three of them reappeared on the surface of Earth, at the temple. Bulma excitedly called out to the group, "This spaceship possesses incredible speed and capabilities. It truly lives up to the divine chariot's reputation, exuding an impressive aura. Aside from its somewhat unappealing appearance and peculiar odor, it has no other faults. Moreover, I calculated that this ship can reach Namek in just a month. Our plans will soon be realized. I merely need to make a few modifications for it to suit our Earth's needs." She added, "Bobo's contribution is indispensable. Without his knowledge of the Namekian language, this ship would remain immobile." Bobo, standing nearby, replied nonchalantly, "Well, whatever you say." Clint interjected, "You were just saying how they could devour you." He then received a playful smack on the head from Bulma. "You should keep quiet. Can you not refrain from talking?" Bulma, still brimming with excitement, continued to chatter, "Give me 5 days, just 5 days, and I can make simple alterations to this spaceship. Then we shall be ready to set forth. By the way, who will accompany me to Namek?" "Bobo, will it be you? You must come along. It seems you are the only one who speaks Namekian and can operate the ship, while the rest of us cannot." Mr. Bobo coldly responded, "I can teach you the Namekian language if you wish, but I cannot leave the temple, you know." Bulma, feeling a bit exasperated, replied, "Then I suppose we must proceed as you say." Klin remarked, "Bulma, the maintenance of the Namekian language and the spaceship rests upon your shoulders. It seems no one else can manage without you, especially in case of any malfunctions during our journey." At this moment, Bulma contemplated the upcoming month-long journey to Namek and back, realizing that 2 months would be quite arduous. It became clear that the ship must be equipped with a shower, sound system, and various entertainment facilities. Otherwise, how could they endure such a lengthy voyage? After all, this trip posed no real danger. "Is there anyone else who wishes to join me on this visit to Namek?" Son Goku exclaimed, "Can I come along? I am eager to see what Namek looks like." Krillin chimed in, "Goku, don't think about it too much. Focus on your recovery. You should consider how to deal with any Saiyans that might visit Earth next time. Your injuries have mostly healed, but your stamina has yet to fully recover, making it difficult for you to undertake this journey. This time we are heading to Namek, where danger is scarce and fierce battles are absent. Your participation is of little consequence. You may relinquish this opportunity to others, for with your capabilities, there are no locales beyond your reach. It is best for you to rest and recuperate, diligently training on Earth, aiming to prepare yourself before that fellow named Vegeta returns, so that you may devise a strategy to counter his transformation into a great ape." At this moment, Gohan stepped forward. "May I accompany you to Namek? It is the homeland of Uncle Piccolo, and I am filled with anticipation. Please allow me to experience interstellar life and behold new vistas. After all, Uncle Piccolo has guided me for a year. He has treated me well. I implore you all." From a distance, Piccolo's voice could be heard. "What is there to see? I have no desire to return to a homeland that forsook me and abandoned my kin. What do you wish to accomplish? Is there any significance in this?" Chapter 74. The Awkward Goku. The Supreme Kai, standing nearby, also expressed a yearning to return home. However, upon reflecting on his aging body and twilight years, he sighed. If you wish to go, then by all means, do so. Just relay the outcomes upon your return. Gohan pondered. Father wishes to go. Yet he cannot venture to Namek due to his incomplete recovery. Therefore, I must go. It is my heartfelt desire and dream to witness Uncle Piccolo's homeland. I beg you all to grant me this. Goku considered for a moment. Gohan, you have matured and have become a responsible child under Piccolo's tutelage for a year. If you wish to explore, I support your decision. You may go to Namek alone. However, Luo Quan interjected, since Bulma and Gohan have made their decision, we should bring Krillin along. His intellect could prove beneficial, and he is familiar with Gohan, allowing them to look after one another. What do you think, Bulma? At that moment, Bulma was teetering on the edge of despair. She had the rare opportunity for an extraterrestrial excursion, a splendid holiday. And yet I must bring along a little brat and a bald-headed fellow. Couldn't I be accompanied by two handsome men instead? Nevertheless, the primary objective of this journey is to seek the Dragon Balls and fulfill our mission, so the idea of a vacation is secondary. Bulma sighed. I will first learn the Namekian language from Bobo. 10 days hence, we shall convene at the Kame house, which will serve as our departure point, agreed? Krillin contemplated. Though I want to be able to train for 2 months, visiting outer space and witnessing the vastness of the cosmos is quite an appealing choice, especially with minimal danger involved. Accompanying Gohan will keep the boredom at bay. While Bulma can be a bit dramatic, it is merely 2 months. We can endure. Krillin shook his head in resignation. Who knew my injuries would be the least severe? After all, none of us are fully recovered. And this cosmic journey may not be suitable, but I shall endure this inconvenience. Krillin declared, 10 days from now, we will depart from Kame House. Now, let us all return and prepare. Special Gohan, although your father has agreed, how you manage to convince your mother upon your return will depend on your own abilities. Do not even think of disappearing without a word. Otherwise, your mother might end up dismantling Master Roshi's house. You should take Master Roshi's feelings into account. At that moment, Bulma seemed to suddenly recall something and said to Krillin, Krillin, you agreed so readily. Do you harbor some ulterior motive for wanting to travel alone with me for 2 months? Krillin, rolling his eyes, replied, just being able to accompany you is already a privilege, especially with Gohan along for the ride. Besides, we've known each other for years. And I've never considered you as anything other than a friend. Bulma could hardly contain her ire. If you don't see me as a woman, then what do you see me as? Krillin candidly responded, since you asked, I'll be honest. For all these years, I've viewed you as a mere mobile female. That is the truth of my feelings. Seeing the ominous aura emanating from Bulma, Krillin was startled, realizing he had unwittingly spoken out of turn. He thought to himself that Bulma's magnanimous nature would surely lead her to devise a way to retaliate. In a bid to divert the conversation, he sought rescue from Master Roshi. Master Roshi, what do you think? Master Roshi, sensing Krillin was in hot water, cast a forlorn glance at Goku and said, Goku, your decision to allow Gohan to go is rather hasty. I must ask, have you even considered my perspective? At that moment, Goku displayed an endearingly naive expression, replying, Master Roshi, how does Gohan going to Namek concern you? I seem to be a bit confused. Master Roshi explained. The issue is that this young lad Piccolo has a rather poor reputation. Ever since Chi-Chi learned Gohan would be training with him, she has been most displeased with me. Your battles with those two have also led Gohan to participate. Thankfully, Gohan returned unscathed. Otherwise, Chi-Chi would have surely demolished my Kame house. Moreover, your reckless decision to send Gohan to Namek poses a risk not only to him, but also entails a 2-month absence. If you do not clarify this matter with Chi-Chi, she might very well destroy my Kame house. Goku, I have invested a great deal in teaching you. We have been master and disciple for years. You cannot jeopardize my well-being. To be honest, I genuinely fear your wife. When she gets angry, I stand no chance. For the sake of my old bones, Goku, please ensure you clarify this matter. Upon hearing this, Goku suddenly understood, albeit awkwardly saying, all right, Master Roshi, I will do my best to convince Chi-Chi. Meanwhile, Gohan, displaying commendable responsibility, stepped forward and addressed Master Roshi. Grandpa Roshi, you need not worry about this. When I return home, I will clearly explain the importance of this situation to my mother. I am determined to go to Namek, and I hope she will not involve anyone else in this matter. I assure you, when my father faces my mother, it will be as if a mouse encountered a cat. That I can guarantee without doubt, Master Roshi sighed, observing the child who had trained with Piccolo for a year. Indeed, he had grown into a responsible individual. Well done, well done. You shall surely surpass Goku in the future. I can see that you are truly a good child, he remarked. Luo Quan noticed that the discussions had reached a conclusion, and the plans had been firmly established. After all, the trouble this time was of his own making, which made him feel somewhat embarrassed. He called out, "It's already this late, and everyone has been here for quite a while. To welcome your presence, I have prepared a sumptuous lunch. Let us continue with the spring noodles." Upon hearing this, the crowd reacted with disbelief. Is this truly such a warm reception? Just spring noodles? They began to rise and bid farewell, expressing, "We have matters to attend to and cannot trouble you, Luo Quan. We shall visit again when time permits." One by one, they exited the shrine, resembling rabbits that had been struck by arrows. Luo Quan, with satisfaction, mused, "These fellows certainly depart with remarkable speed." At that moment, the ever-enthusiastic Nappa appeared beside Luo Quan, giving him a thumbs up. "Boss, your wisdom is unmatched. A bowl of spring noodles has scared them all away, saving you money. Associating with you surely brings prosperity." Luo Quan replied, "Am I truly such a person? I sincerely wish to treat them to a meal. Their departure is of no concern to me. Now, let us not dwell on that. Have the dishes been stir-fried? Has the meat been stewed? We shall not indulge in spring noodles ourselves. Those are meant for esteemed guests. Do you understand?" Nappa fell silent, slowly retreating to the kitchen to prepare the meal. Chapter 75. Delivering Bulma's anti-wolf agent. In terms of research, Bulma exhibited remarkable efficiency. Within just a few days, she swiftly assembled a team of elite individuals to transport the goddess spaceship to her laboratory, where she collaborated with her father on its modification and study. Dr. Briefs gently caressed the exterior of the spaceship, marveling at the materials, and sighed. "The world is vast and full of wonders. There are indeed many geniuses surpassing me." He had not anticipated the advanced nature of the spaceship from Namek. Its power system and materials exceeded all his expectations. He sighed again, lighting a cigarette, and took a couple of puffs before addressing Bulma. "It seems the universe is truly extraordinary. You should broaden your horizons beyond this small world of Earth. It will greatly benefit your growth and future endeavors." Bulma, however, wore an impatient expression, retorting, "All right, Dad, spare me the sentimental musings. Hurry up and fix this spaceship. I promised them we would depart in 10 days. Time is of the essence, and there's no room for idle thoughts. You've said all that needs to be said, I understand. Now, let us focus on modifying the spaceship." Dr. Briefs, glancing at Bulma, sighed and nodded helplessly. He retrieved a small box and presented it to her, saying, "My dear daughter, I have little to offer, but here is a small gift to wish you a pleasant journey through the stars." Bulma curiously accepted the box and, perplexed, addressed her father, "Dad, it has been many years since you last gifted me anything. Why the sudden urgency to present me with a gift after your trip to Namek? What could possibly be so mysterious?" With a snap, she opened the box, only to be taken aback by the label that read Super Wolf Repellent. In an instant, Bulma's anger flared as she shouted at her father, "Can you give me something more reliable? Going to another planet, and you gift me wolf repellent? What do you mean by this?" Dr. Briefs, however, replied, "Isn't it your first time venturing into outer space? Being away from home for such an extended period and traveling so far makes me a bit anxious. This wolf repellent should offer you some protection. I specifically selected 5 different flavors. Surely one will suit you. Trust me, this spray is extremely effective. Even a tiny amount can render an entire room in turmoil for a month. You must believe in your father's expertise. I would never harm you." Bulma took a moment to restrain her frustration. From this, she sensed her father's steadfast love, akin to a mountain, and reluctantly said, "Dad, there's a secret I haven't shared with you. The Namekians are androgynous. They reproduce by incubating an egg in their mouths and then expelling it. It's not the danger you presume. Furthermore, given their appearance, resembling someone like Piccolo, I have no interest whatsoever. So, you can rest assured." Upon hearing this, Dr. Briefs felt a flush of embarrassment and awkwardly replied, "My concern isn't about that. It's about Krillin accompanying you to Namek. For your safety, it would be wise to take the repellent along. I have a nagging suspicion about Krillin. It's better to be safe. Trust me, your father wouldn't put you in harm's way." At this moment, Bulma could only gaze helplessly at the heavens. Clenching her teeth, she managed to utter, "Dad, am I still your beloved daughter? Am I merely a reward for your phone bill? You expect me to use wolf repellent on Krillin in such a confined spaceship? If even a trace of it disperses inside, it wouldn't just be him who suffers. How am I supposed to survive this month? I can't exactly open a window in the vacuum of space. Dr. Briefs seemed to ponder this for a moment, scratching his head awkwardly before vanishing in a flash. Bulma reflected on her family, realizing how fortunate she was to have such a loving father, and could only sigh at the wolf repellent in her hand. Time swiftly passed, and 10 days later, in front of Master Roshi's house on Kame House, Bulma confidently piloted her newly modified spaceship, landing smoothly on the island's open ground. With enthusiasm, she greeted Krillin and Master Roshi. "Hello, Master Roshi. Krillin, I apologize for the wait. I have arrived right on schedule, just as we agreed. This spaceship is the result of 10 days of hard work with my father and is fully equipped for our journey. Krillin, would you like to come aboard and take a look? Many facilities are beyond your imagination, and I have deliberately incorporated numerous features. This 2-month journey will provide you with an experience that will be unforgettable for a lifetime." Krillin gazed at Bulma, feeling a sense of unease at her expression. He pondered secretly whether this girl might create some trap for him aboard the spaceship. Despite her evident joy, he couldn't shake the feeling of anxiety that lingered within him. It was indeed a peculiar sensation. At that moment, Master Roshi adjusted his glasses and strode purposefully toward Bulma and her spacecraft. Observing the bizarre, insect-like design of the spaceship, Master Roshi exclaimed, "I never imagined I would encounter a new model of spacecraft in my lifetime, albeit its appearance is rather off-putting. Bulma, I am not criticizing you. I merely find it odd that you chose to alter the spaceship in such a peculiar manner. It may be unattractive, but I have heard that it boasts remarkable speed, capable of soaring through the cosmos, which I eagerly anticipate. Old Turtle, come take a picture of me for a keepsake." At that moment, Bulma had no interest in indulging this old man's whims. She turned to Krillin and asked, "Krillin, has Gohan not arrived yet? Wasn't he supposed to join us at this hour?" Krillin, equally puzzled, replied, "I find it strange as well. The time has come. He should be here shortly. Perhaps we should wait a little longer. Gohan is usually quite punctual. I wonder if something has happened at home." Just as they spoke, a vintage jet aircraft sputtered toward Kame House, emitting black smoke as it descended slowly onto the ground. When the cabin door opened, Master Roshi squinted and was surprised to see not Goku, but Gohan, along with Chi-Chi and her father, the Ox King. What an unusual combination. Watching Gohan awkwardly step out from beside Chi-Chi, he greeted, "Hello everyone, my mom and grandpa came to see me off." Krillin and Bulma, unable to contain their laughter upon seeing Gohan's attire, watched as he blushed crimson, thinking to himself how ridiculous he must look. Krillin inquired, "Gohan, what is the story behind your outfit? Why are you dressed like this?" Gohan explained, "Mom said that since this is humanity's first venture into the stars, I should dress nicely and not look like a beggar. She thought my previous outfit with Uncle Piccolo was too unsightly, so she helped me get ready." Chapter 76. A fierce wife at home. Bulma interjected, "We are going to Namek to search for the Dragon Balls, not to embark on an alien vacation. Who are you dressing up so formally for? At your small stature, wearing a well-fitted suit and a red bow tie is just too adorable. And your hairstyle, Gohan, I must say, it looks quite handsome." At this, Gohan's face turned a deeper shade of red. "Mom said it adds a sense of ceremony," he replied shyly. Krillin chuckled, "Your hairstyle certainly adds a ceremonial touch. By the way, where's Goku? Did your grandpa and mom accompany you?" Beside them, Chi-Chi, with a frown, remarked, "It's all because of that rascal group of Goku's friends. You, Piccolo, and that Tien Shinhan, along with that old turtle, have led my son astray. This time, he is so headstrong that he insists on going to Namek, and I cannot stop him, yet he has the audacity to complain. Goku ought to stay at home and tend to the fields. He should earn enough for our living expenses before thinking of going out." At this moment, Krillin hung his head in silence, lamenting, "Poor Goku. With a fierce wife at home, what can we say? Well, since Goku cannot join us, we shall not greet him. Gohan, are you ready? We are about to depart." Meanwhile, Chi-Chi's father, the Ox King, gazed at the spacecraft of the Namekians parked in the distance, feeling a sense of wonder. "This is your spaceship. Though its appearance may seem peculiar, the design is quite commendable. It resembles a beetle. Yet such creativity in design suggests the genius of its creators," he remarked. Krillin, however, could only shake his head in disbelief. "Only you could praise the aesthetics of this ship. Your taste seems to align perfectly with that of the Namekians." Chi-Chi rummaged through her elderly spacecraft and retrieved an enormous bundle, twice the height of Gohan, enveloping him in it. Gohan, you have to carry your things. You can board the spaceship now. As they beheld Gohan, swathed in the oversized package, Bulma and Krillin exchanged glances, speechless. It truly was a mother's heart. She seemed to wish to pack the entire household for her son's journey. Krillin, unable to contain himself, inquired, Chi-Chi, what on earth is this? Do you think Gohan will need all this? Chi-Chi replied with concern, there are bowls, toothpaste, toothbrushes, towels, facial cleanser, soap, slippers, and a change of clothes. We must maintain hygiene. Gohan, do you hear me? Wash your hands before and after meals, and do not forget the bento prepared by your mother. I've packed your practice books, extracurricular reading, and textbooks. You must study diligently and complete your homework on time. Do not follow the bad examples set by those unruly uncles, understand? Gohan nodded obediently like a well-behaved child, continuously affirming her words. Bulma, unable to bear it any longer, interrupted Chi-Chi's lengthy lecture. Just load the items onto the spaceship. We are about to set off. If anything arises, write to your mother. She then added, thank goodness I don't have a mother like you. I have nothing more to say. Chi-Chi, anything you need to discuss can wait until you return. I will take good care of Gohan. Observing Chi-Chi's tear-filled eyes and her anxious expression, Bulma chose not to prolong the conversation. She swiftly retrieved a small box and handed it to Master Roshi. Old Turtle, this is a communication device crafted by my father. If any issues arise during your journey, you can contact us directly through this, so there is no need for concern. Master Roshi sighed. At last, I shall not be burdened by Gohan this time. If you all sneak away again, I fear Chi-Chi will truly come to dismantle my Kame house and devastate Kame Island. Master Roshi held the phone and said, rest assured. You may proceed. Should any issues arise, feel free to contact me directly. As the hatch slowly sealed, the spaceship embarked on its journey. Within the vessel, Krillin, Gohan, and Bulma were marveling at their new surroundings. Observing Bulma confidently seated at the control panel, Krillin remarked, can I at least experience the sensation of piloting a spaceship? To which Bulma replied, absolutely not. Thanks to the modifications made by Bulma and her father, the spacecraft no longer required the use of Namekian language for navigation. It could now be operated directly with Earth's universal language, thereby circumventing unnecessary complications. Maintaining her regal demeanor, Bulma continued to command from her throne-like seat. Addressing the control panel, she declared, initiate launch. Our destination is Namek. With a whoosh, the spaceship ascended, soaring into the cosmic expanse, leaving no trace behind. Meanwhile, standing atop the temple, Roshi gazed at the vessel ascending into the heavens and mused, have they finally set off? A new chapter begins. And now Earth must gradually confront the myriad dangers of the cosmos. How exhilarating. Glancing at the fragments of Shenron in his hands, he sighed, forgive me, old dragon. To commence this new chapter, your essence must be temporarily sacrificed. He envisioned that upon their return from Namek, Shenron would resurrect in a new form, transforming into a magnificent seven-colored dragon. In that moment, both he and Shenron would regain their dignity. Roshi contemplated that while they were away on Namek, he should traverse the various realms of the universe to gather superior materials, preparing to refine Shenron's essence. Once they found Shenron and made their wishes, he could return in a state of half-power, which he believed would be beneficial. He carefully stored the dragon fragments and stepped outside the grand hall, calling out, Daba, you must strive harder. Your companions have set their sights on Namek, and if you wish not to be left behind, you must put forth your utmost effort, understand? Daba eagerly approached. Yes, Master Roshi, I understand. Observing Daba's sycophantic demeanor, Roshi found the creature's grin rather distasteful. Yet, reflecting on fate, he realized that despite being the esteemed heir to the Supreme Kai, his ascension was now inexplicably tied to this simpleton. He eagerly anticipated witnessing Daba transform into a Super Saiyan, but acknowledged that progress must be made step by step. First, he needed to gather materials to revive Shenron. Only by restoring Shenron could they hope for resurrection. Without the necessary stars, even the mightiest of Namek's dragons would be incapable of reviving Earth's Shenron, leading to inevitable disappointment. Meanwhile, the red-eyed Chi-Chi paid no further attention to Master Roshi, merely bidding her father farewell before boarding her rickety aircraft to return home. In the 77th episode, Gohan attempts to elucidate to Krillin the complexities of a woman's temper during certain days. At that moment, Master Roshi, holding a WeChat phone, naively inquired of Old Turtle. Old Turtle, it seems Bulma has yet to inform me how to utilize this device. After pondering for a moment, Old Turtle replied, if you cannot operate it, simply await their communication. They will contact you automatically. Once they do, you may inquire further. Your favorite exercise program is about to commence. Why concern yourself with trivial matters? Suddenly startled, Master Roshi exclaimed, my beloved exercise program is about to start. Forget the phone. Old Turtle, please bring it inside. I must watch my television. The newly enhanced Namekian spaceship exhibited remarkable performance, swiftly soaring through the atmosphere and into the vastness of space. Gohan and Krillin, caught unawares, instinctively dropped to the floor of the spacecraft in an exaggerated manner. Amidst the jostling, they exchanged bewildered glances and inquired, what is happening, Bulma? Bulma replied, we have entered a stable phase. We have traversed the atmosphere and are now gliding through space. Why are you two lying on the floor? Gohan and Krillin shared a silent understanding, exchanging wry smiles, reflecting on Bulma's reckless nature. Never offering a word of warning, she simply launched into space, seemingly oblivious to the feelings of others. Speculating further seemed futile. To her, it was akin to playing a piano to a wall. In an effort to alleviate the awkward tension, Gohan asked, can we see Earth from the window? Bulma, displaying impatience, urged, hurry and look. That blue star is our home planet. Soon, we will be departing the solar system, and you will see nothing at all. Gohan excitedly approached the window, exclaiming, is this Earth? Why is it getting smaller? Observing the two still mesmerized by the cosmic vistas, Bulma thought to herself, your curiosity is palpable now, but in due time, you will find this spectacle mundane and tedious. She then pulled them closer and firmly stated, I am currently in control of this spaceship as its temporary captain, and there are a few matters I must address. First, the facilities aboard cannot be tampered with, and this vessel operates on voice commands. Any command not approved by me should not be uttered. Secondly, the room at the back is my personal space, marked as men keep out. Do you both comprehend? I must change my attire now and lack the time for further conversation. You are free to entertain yourselves. With a resounding bang, Bulma forcefully shut the hatch. Krillin and Gohan exchanged glances once more, with Gohan remarking, has Bulma always been like this? She seems to harbor significant discontent toward us. I wonder what we have done to offend her. Krillin quietly replied, ever since I met her, her temper has been rather formidable. As for why she is particularly irate this time, I am at a loss. Gohan added, my mother experiences a few days each month when her mood sours, and her temper flares inexplicably. Krillin scratched his head, I am uncertain as well. Perhaps it's because I am single. The two individuals remained in a state of bewilderment, utterly perplexed as to why Bulma was upset with them. Krillin glanced at the hatch and explained to Gohan, it matters not, after all. This journey will only take a little over 2 months. If we endure, it shall pass. Although rigorous training aboard the spacecraft was not feasible, the progress we must make in our cultivation remains paramount, especially since the threat posed by the Saiyans has not been entirely eliminated. Given this month, it would be far more advantageous to focus on our training rather than dealing with Bulma's wrath. Gohan replied, indeed, I am quite keen on training. He began rummaging through his mountainous luggage in search of something. After a considerable amount of searching, Gohan finally unearthed a small bag from his heap and exclaimed with excitement, I found it. This is wonderful. It seems I managed to sneak this aboard the ship without Mom noticing. Krillin inquired, what is it that has you so elated? Gohan snapped back to reality and, with a swift motion, opened the bag to reveal a garment akin to those worn by Piccolo. He remarked, this was a gift from Piccolo during our last visit to the temple. With this outfit, I feel a renewed sense of purpose in my training. Isn't it splendid? Krillin smirked and replied, quite nice indeed. You should put it on. Internally, he chuckled, thinking how amusing it was that such an outfit, paired with Gohan's hairstyle, created a rather comical appearance. Observing Gohan donning the battle attire gifted by Piccolo and gleefully prancing about, it was evident he felt invigorated, imbued with a sense of power in his new outfit. Krillin, somewhat at a loss for words, suggested, now that the attire is sorted, let us commence our training. Beginning with some seated meditation. Having experienced the recent battle with the Saiyans, he was aware of their peculiar device known as a scouter, which could ascertain an individual's combat strength and location. To counteract this device, he devised a method of suppressing one's energy, rendering them undetectable. Let us first practice this technique of energy suppression, he proposed. Once mastered, we shall become invisible to them, which will undoubtedly prove beneficial in future confrontations. Don't you agree? Gohan. Gohan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he exclaimed, Uncle Krillin, you truly are remarkable. No wonder my father has always held you in such high regard. He often mentions that although your combat strength may be slightly lacking, your cleverness is unparalleled. Krillin raised an eyebrow, bemused by whether he was being praised or insulted. I shall take that as a compliment, he replied. Gohan continued, this tactic is likely one that many have overlooked. Uncle Krillin, your vast knowledge is indeed impressive. Krillin, though flattered by the praise of a mere child, felt a swell of pride, particularly as he recognized Gohan as Goku's son. I indeed possess a certain cleverness, he acknowledged. Thus, the two settled into a tranquil state, beginning their practice of the energy suppression technique. After a while, Krillin found himself unable to continue, releasing a long, weary sigh. With a sigh, one remarked, Indeed, you are the son of Sun Wukong. Your combat prowess is remarkable. This year of training under Piccolo has certainly imparted much knowledge upon you. In terms of controlling and stabilizing your energy, I find myself lacking compared to you. I can scarcely contain my energy for even a brief moment, while yours flows with remarkable steadiness and tranquility. The future of Earth rests upon your shoulders, Gohan. Gohan scratched his head and replied, Krillin, you flatter me. I am merely striving to learn. These are just some basic combat techniques that Piccolo has taught me. Did you not practice similarly in the past? Krillin's face flushed with embarrassment, having been pricked at a sensitive point. Throughout my life, I've trained alongside Wukong. I acknowledge that I have not exerted myself as he has, nor do I possess his innate talent. But must you speak so bluntly? It stings. Gohan, however, brushed it off, saying, Come on, Krillin, let us continue. Chapter 78. Bulma's sixth sense. The sound of Bulma's hatch slamming open startled the two men, who thought, What on earth is she up to now? They beheld Bulma, her face contorted with anger, emerging in a snug loungewear set, swaying slightly as she approached. A capsule in her hand. She addressed Krillin and Gohan. I have brought some delectable food. Would you care to join me? Krillin and Gohan's eyes suddenly sparkled with delight. Forget training, they yearned to savor the finest meal in the universe. Just as Bulma was about to throw the capsule, she paused in surprise and asked, Krillin, Gohan, have you not prepared any food during your 2 months aboard the spaceship? Krillin shook his head. I only brought 2 pancakes. I have nothing else. Master Roshi said we would be provided for on the ship. As a wealthy heiress, you must have brought plenty of delicious provisions. We shouldn't have to worry about our basic needs, he added. Gohan nodded eagerly. My mother said the same. Being with Bulma means enjoying fine food. So while she prepared everything else, she left the culinary arrangements to you. Upon hearing this, Bulma swayed slightly, nearly losing her balance. Fortunately, she quickly steadied herself against the hatch, feeling utterly drained. Clearly, you all have it made. Bulma took a moment to compose herself, thinking that Wukong's friends were perpetually unreliable. They ride my spaceship for free and expect to mooch off my food. How inconsiderate. Bulma tossed a capsule containing a variety of foodstuffs. With a resounding pop, a lavish spread appeared before the trio, instantly illuminating Krillin and Gohan's faces with delight. Bulma mused to herself, country bumpkins, indeed. Addressing the two who were now feasting heartily, she cautioned, Take your time. There's no one here to compete with you. I have a question to pose. Krillin replied, Ask away, Bulma. After a moment of contemplation, Bulma inquired, I heard that the fleeing Saiyan is named Vegeta, and that he is quite short. Allegedly, he is a prince among Saiyans. You mentioned that a short individual is a prince, yet the disparity from the image of the white horse prince in my heart is indeed vast. At this moment, Krillin found this unpalatable. Short people can be handsome too, you know. Look at me. I'm also short, yet I am undeniably attractive. Bulma scoffed. Not only are you short, but you are also bald and lack a nose. Krillin pondered for a moment, deciding he ought not to stoop to the level of this young lady. At that juncture, Gohan, visibly agitated, interrupted their exchange. Bulma, are you not inquiring about Vegeta's height? What does that have to do with our meal? Suddenly, Bulma recalled something, attributing her misguided thoughts to Krillin's influence. What I truly wish to ask is, I heard that Vegeta sustained severe injuries. Where do you think he will recuperate? And how long until he returns to Earth? I have been quite curious and concerned, hoping you could enlighten me, Krillin. Krillin contemplated. To be honest, I am not entirely sure. All I know is that the planet of the Saiyans, where Vegeta hails from, has been obliterated by a tremendous impact. There are hardly any Saiyans left. It seems to be just Goku, that Ba, and Vegeta, given his grave injuries. He must have utilized the life support system on his spacecraft to retreat to his home planet for recovery. As for when he will return, I truly cannot say. However, it matters not. Once we resurrect the dragon, with Rashi and Goku around, Earth should remain safe. I firmly believe that as long as we fulfill our duties, we will be fine. Speculating about Vegeta's background and allies is merely conjecture on our part. Bulma reflected, I hope you are correct. I have a feeling that this journey to Namek will not be smooth sailing. Krillin responded, but you are not a warrior. What intuition do you possess? Bulma retorted coldly, this is a woman's intuition, you wouldn't understand. Krillin scratched his head, conceding, you win. I really don't grasp this. How could I comprehend your thoughts when I don't even have a girlfriend? Gohan interjected, considering, a year ago, the first Saiyan to arrive on Earth was my father's brother. My uncle once mentioned that the Saiyans' mission is to conquer habitable planets and sell them at exorbitant prices to more advanced civilizations. I believe that is where Vegeta is likely headed, to recuperate among such a civilization, plotting to return for revenge against us. Would you agree? Krillin mused. You've reminded me. It likely is just as you say. Bulma's assertion that he would return to Earth appears to hold truth. The notion that the Saiyan planet was destroyed by a colossal planetary collision seems rather unscientific. When you consider Vegeta and Ba's advanced spacecraft, as well as their battle attire, it is evident that their civilization must have reached a significant level of technological advancement. How could a planet of such advanced civilization and technology be obliterated by a suddenly arriving colossal star? Surely, there must be some hidden intricacies at play. This is my belief, though perhaps my youth renders my understanding rather shallow, lacking the depth of thought that adults possess. Clint, could you enlighten me on this matter? Clint pondered, bemused by the situation. How is it that I, an adult, am stumped by a child's inquiries? After a moment's contemplation, he awkwardly replied, Gohan. Perhaps this question is best left unasked. While I may possess a modicum more intelligence, broader knowledge, and superior martial prowess than the average individual, matters concerning alien physiology are beyond my purview. I am not a deity, after all. In the future, I suggest you inquire with Luo Quan at the temple. He is indeed a bona fide god. Such cosmic origin questions are better directed towards him. For now, let us focus on our meal and refrain from excessive discussion, as it may dampen our appetites. Chapter 79, Vegeta's Secret discovered by Frieza in the vastness of deep space, on planet Frieza 79. The station personnel suddenly detected a life signal emanating from an approaching foreign starship, prompting an urgent call to action. There are life fluctuations. A spacecraft is heading our way. Quickly, verify its identity. It's Vegeta. He has returned. Everyone, prepare to welcome him. They exclaimed. Why didn't he notify us in advance? Is something amiss? Thus, 3 individuals swiftly positioned themselves at the airlock, ready to greet Vegeta's arrival. This event transpired precisely 18 days after Vegeta had departed Earth. The spacecraft gently docked at the station's shuttle port, and the duty personnel eagerly rushed out to meet him. At the entrance of Vegeta's ship, they collectively saluted and proclaimed, Welcome back, Mr. Vegeta. We are from the 4th Squad, 3rd Division, here to greet your return. After an extended moment of silence, they realized there was no response from the ship. One staff member suddenly shouted, Why is the life signal so faint? Another, upon inspecting further, declared, This is not good. Mr. Vegeta is utilizing the life support system, indicating he must be gravely injured. They hurriedly activated the control panel to open the ship's hatch, rushing him to the medical bay, fearing for his life. A group of duty personnel hastily opened Vegeta's spacecraft and carried him to the infirmary, promptly placing him in Frieza's specialized medical chamber. With a collective sigh of relief, they hoped that Vegeta would be all right. They mused, impressed by the advanced medical facilities on Frieza's planet, which were suitable for various races and should be capable of saving Vegeta's life. After reflecting on the lack of communication, they realized the severity of his injuries. They promptly began documenting the incident, completing their duties. The advanced medical system of the high-ranking warriors is indeed remarkable. Vegeta entered the medical chamber, and shortly thereafter emerged completely healed. The attending physician remarked, It seems you have endured considerable hardships during your recent excursion, alas. Your tail has yet to recover, though all other injuries should have been treated. Vegeta scoffed, It matters not. It will grow back in due time, so you need not concern yourself with it. The doctor, feeling awkward, exclaimed, "The battle you experienced must have been quite brutal, given the state of your latest armor." Vegeta retorted, "Enough with the idle chatter. Is Frieza at the base?" Upon hearing Frieza's name, the doctor immediately stood at attention, adopting a demeanor of utmost respect and fear. Responding, "Frieza is not at the base. He must be out on a mission. Where he goes, I cannot say. That Vegeta," he continued, "seems to have a matter he wishes to discuss with you. He simply asked me to relay that you should meet him in the training room." Vegeta scoffed again. "Message delivered. I have nothing to say to that brat. I can hardly be bothered with him." Vegeta, still burdened by his thoughts, donned a new combat suit and the latest armor, striding towards the exit. The unfortunate doctor chased after him, calling out, "Vegeta, you forgot your scouter." Vegeta glanced back. "I shall have no further use for this contraption. Consider it a gift." As the relieved medical staff watched him depart, Vegeta's mind was consumed with thoughts of his imminent return to Earth. His injuries had healed, and he was determined to confront Kakarot. That wretched fool had reduced him to this state, which was utterly infuriating. With his power now significantly enhanced, he felt confident he could eradicate him. Though he had suffered severe injuries and endured considerable trials, the recent treatment had evidently bolstered his strength. He contemplated dealing with Kakarot and that individual named Luo Quan with ease. However, a troubling thought crossed his mind. His tail had not yet regrown, preventing him from transforming into a great ape. Venturing to Earth in such a state posed a considerable risk. It would be prudent to first visit Namek, as the Namekian had suggested, to seek out the Dragon Balls and fulfill his wish for immortality, thereby gaining the power to reshape the universe like Frieza. Once he returned to Earth, he would annihilate those pests. A gentleman's vengeance is not to be rushed. He would first make his way to Namek. With purpose, Vegeta strode towards the chamber of the spaceship. As he traversed the corridor, an unharmonious voice emerged from around a corner, a lecherous tone accompanying it. "Vegeta, I've heard you sustained serious injuries. Just returned and already heading out?" Upon turning, Vegeta beheld a creature covered in spots, resembling a toad, who was leering at him with half-closed eyes. Vegeta gazed upon the purple-skinned individual before him, a wave of revulsion washing over him. It seemed that misfortune had a peculiar way of manifesting, for even in this moment, he encountered Chio-E, a loathsome presence indeed. In a swift motion, Vegeta attempted to pass by Chio-E, but the latter, quicker than he, positioned himself directly in front of the Saiyan prince. With a bemused tone, Chio-E remarked, "I hear that Raditz has met his demise. Furthermore, that Nappa who accompanied you has been captured and reduced to a mere cook. How utterly laughable. It is quite amusing to see such a proud race as the Saiyans harboring such traditions. To think that you, Prince Vegeta, would associate with such individuals is simply hilarious." This detestable Chio-E had long been Vegeta's nemesis, two adversaries in Frieza's eyes who could never see eye to eye. However, Vegeta had no time for idle banter. Coldly retorting, "Step aside, you bothersome fool. I have more pressing matters to attend to and no desire to engage with you." Yet Chio-E persisted, his repugnant hand clapping onto Vegeta's shoulder. "I've heard you suffered significant injuries this time, and it's surprising to see your recovery so swift. As your friend, I feel it my duty to express my concern. By the way, would you prefer to hear a good piece of news or a bad one first?" Observing Vegeta teetering on the brink of fury, Chio-E suppressed his teasing demeanor. "I suppose I shall begin with the bad news, as you seem rather disinclined to choose. Your reckless actions have incensed Frieza greatly, and upon your return, you may very well face his wrath. Are you frightened? Surely. You must be grateful for my revelation of such crucial information." Vegeta shot a frosty glare at Chio-E. "Remove your filthy hands from me and refrain from touching me again. My affairs are none of Frieza's concern, nor do I require your meddling, whether trivial or significant. My matters are my own and have no bearing on you. A good dog does not obstruct the path." Chapter 80. Vegeta's regret over his carelessness. Chio-E, however, coldly responded, "You ought to be thankful, for I bring you another piece of good news. Frieza has pardoned your reckless endeavor. I trust this will bring you some joy." A sense of foreboding enveloped Vegeta as he listened to Chio-E continue. "It appears your recent actions yielded valuable intelligence. Frieza is already aware of this information, and in his magnanimity, he has decided to forgive you." Vegeta's heart sank. He realized he had been utterly careless, forgetting that the device could transmit communications. The knowledge of Frieza being informed would undoubtedly lead him to seize the opportunity first. What should I do? If he gets there before me, all my plans will be in ruins. Chou-E, oblivious to Frieza's displeasure and Vegeta's grim expression, continued with a sense of tranquility. Frieza is quite intrigued by the news you relayed and has decided to personally travel to Namek in search of the Dragon Balls you reported. If this news proves to be true, he shall fulfill his desire for eternal youth, thereby reigning over this universe for an extended period. Furthermore, he will eradicate all the Namekians and that dragon, ensuring that his dreams of facing no opposition are not dashed. How does this revelation resonate with you? Vegeta, why do you tremble? At this moment, Vegeta has lost his composure, utterly flustered, contemplating the magnitude of this loss. With this secret now in the hands of that nefarious individual, it is undoubtedly compromised, and with the loss of both Raditz and Nappa, the stakes have escalated significantly. Given such substantial losses, I must preempt Frieza and realize my ambitions first. Fortunately, this fool, Chou-E, has provided me with a tip-off, irrespective of Frieza. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta swiftly dashed into the control room of his spaceship, expertly adjusting the coordinates for Namek, and with a whoosh, soared into the cosmos. Behind him, Chou-E shouted furiously, "Vegeta, you scoundrel, wait for me." With a swift motion, Chou-E piloted her own ship, closely following Vegeta. In the vastness of space, Bulma and her companions had been navigating for 10 days. During this time, Krillin and Gohan continued their diligent practice of the breathing techniques. Engrossed in their relentless training, they hardly noticed the passage of time. Bulma, stifling a yawn, emerged and remarked to the two, "You both seem to have plenty of time to spare, idly passing it through so-called training. I am nearly suffocating from boredom. We still have a month before we reach that star. It's truly exasperating." Krillin and Gohan paused their training. Krillin retorted, "Unlike you, who simply eats and sleeps, time wouldn't feel slow if you engaged in something productive. Look at us. We have important matters to attend to. If you adjusted your schedule and focused on meaningful tasks, I believe time would pass swiftly for you as well." Upon hearing this, Bulma glared at Krillin and shouted, "Am I not the one maintaining all the intricate details of this ship? How can you claim I have no serious work? Merely eating and sleeping? What a thoughtless brat you are." Krillin replied, "You haven't even stepped out of your room. You spend your days daydreaming or only emerge to eat. I've yet to see you engage in anything substantial." But Bulma, fuming, declared, "All these issues are software-related. I am constantly adjusting the ship's course and trajectory. Without my guidance, we would crash into asteroids or collide with a planet. Are you capable of ensuring we reach that star? Truly, my good intentions are wasted on you, as you fail to acknowledge my efforts." Observing the brewing conflict between the two, Gohan pondered for a moment and, valuing his own eardrums, quickly interjected, "Bulma, if you find yourself too bored, could you assist me with something? I would be immensely grateful." Bulma, noticing Gohan's earnest expression, replied, "I want to hold a grudge against that pig-headed Krillin. What do you need? I happen to have some free time on my hands." Gohan remarked, "Before I boarded the spaceship, my mother assigned me a plethora of assignments. As you can see, I am currently engrossed in my training, leaving me no time to attend to those matters. I heard from my father that you are the most brilliant genius girl in this world, and I trust that such trivial elementary school tasks should pose no challenge to your prodigious intellect. If you have a moment, would you kindly assist me in completing my assignments? This way, I can provide a satisfactory explanation to my mother upon my return to Earth." Bulma listened, speechless. One hand pressed to her forehead. She thought to herself that this boy had indeed learned some bad habits from Piccolo, as he was already soliciting others to do his homework at such a tender age. "I truly feel for Chi-Chi," she mused, casting an exasperated glance at Krillin and Gohan. She concluded that these two lacked conversational skills. Engaging with them was utterly tedious. With a slam, she shut the door, choosing to ignore the pair henceforth. Gohan, witnessing Bulma's departure, exhaled a long sigh of relief. He turned to Krillin and weakly inquired, "Why do I sense a dangerous aura emanating from Bulma? She is merely an ordinary person devoid of combat prowess." Krillin replied, "I cannot elucidate that for you. When you have the chance, you should inquire further." Gohan continued, "My father mentioned that the power of the captured Saiyan has been sealed. He claimed that this individual, named Nappa, possesses a combat power comparable to Bulma's. Yet, why do I not perceive any sense of danger from him?" Krillin shook his head, responding, "The logic behind such female beings on Earth cannot be comprehended by ordinary reasoning. You ought to consult your father about this matter. It is far too profound for me to grasp. Let us continue our training and not concern ourselves with anything else, as we have a mere 20 days until we reach Namek, on the King of Otherworld's planet. A sudden surge of energy rippled through the air as Luo Quan stood confidently behind the king. He greeted the king with enthusiasm. Your Majesty, it has been a while since we last met. Have you missed me? The king shuddered, nearly succumbing to a fright that could have led to an unfortunate mishap. Stammering, he replied, Luo Quan, why are you here again? If you have matters to discuss, simply communicate them telepathically. Your sudden appearance beside me is quite alarming. What if I were to suffer a heart attack? Luo Quan regarded the king with a bemused expression, idly toying with a black cloud that shimmered with bolts of lightning. This red lightning, he thought, must be the fabled divine thunder that inflicts special harm upon deities. He reflected on the last time he had unleashed a black cloud above my head, causing me a month of near peril. Now that Luo Quan had returned, I was left to ponder why he had brought this ominous cloud along with him. Surely, I had not offended this capricious individual recently, so what could he possibly want? Indeed, one must refrain from speaking ill of him, for he seems to possess an uncanny ability to read minds. He appears to be aware of my every thought. I ought to exhibit a modicum of respect and hastily dismiss this unwelcome presence. Luo Quan observed that the intimidation had achieved its intended effect. However, it would be unwise to frighten this elderly gentleman further, as it might lead to unintended consequences. Thus, Luo Quan candidly expressed his purpose. I have come primarily to express my gratitude for your assistance. You have witnessed the battles of the Saiyans, and the recent victory on Earth, along with Goku's survival, are attributable to your efforts, a fact I shall remember. I suppose I owe you a considerable favor. The King of the Worlds was left speechless, pondering how he had only received half a favor after having his World King star destroyed twice. Such a favor seems exceedingly costly. Yet, he maintained a courteous facade, saying, Luo Quan, this is merely my duty. Under your illustrious leadership, I shall endeavor to do my utmost. He rambled on, but Luo Quan chose to ignore his verbose flattery, pretending he hadn't heard a word. Observing the King of the Worlds, parched and exhausted from his long-winded expressions of loyalty, Luo Quan interjected, Please, spare me your soliloquy. I have acknowledged my gratitude and pledged to repay you in due course. However, there is a matter I wish for you to clarify. What is the meaning of the sign you erected? It states that Earthlings and Saiyans are forbidden entry. Do you not welcome me? Or perhaps Goku? Have we offended you in some way? Why does this statement carry an alternate implication? The King of the Worlds mentally chastised himself for having overlooked this detail. It was a grave miscalculation. He had assumed that since Goku and Luo Quan had previously dismantled his World King star, their return would be unlikely. Initially, he intended for the sign to remain for just a couple of months until his temper had settled, after which he would remove it. Yet, caught up in observing the Earth's grand conflict, he had completely forgotten about it. This petty individual had a rather volatile temperament, and should he fail to provide a reasonable explanation for such an affront, retribution would surely follow. Resolutely, the King of the Worlds gritted his teeth and addressed Luo Quan. I apologize, Luo Quan. The sign was not directed at you. It was merely a result of the minor damage caused by Goku during his last visit. I erected the sign out of frustration, without any ill intent. I trust you will show mercy. Your visit should not solely be a matter of accountability, so please, feel free to express any concerns. I shall speak candidly and cooperate fully to meet your requests. Once again, he began to extol his loyalty. Luo Quan, irritated, remarked, Enough with the flattery, old man. I have another inquiry. I inadvertently caused the demise of Earth's dragon. I wish to enhance this dragon, improving its fundamental abilities. Currently, I lack several rare materials, which I believe are not found in proximity to Earth. Considering your vast knowledge, I thought it prudent to seek your counsel. Here is the revised and improved version of your text. Take a look at this list of materials. Are there any planets you could recommend where I might find them? After all, Bulma and the others have already ventured to Namek and will soon resurrect the dragon. I must gather these materials before that time. The Kaioshin examined the list carefully and solemnly informed Luo Quan. The materials you seek do not seem to fall within my jurisdiction. If my memory serves me correctly, the East Kaioshin's domain should possess these items. Perhaps you might consider visiting him. I am confident that you will be able to quickly collect the materials you require there, internally. However, he cursed the East Kaioshin. You old rascal, don't blame me for this. I would rather perish than let my friends suffer. Let him go to the East Kaioshin and cause trouble there, as long as it is not on my territory. I have no objections. Quickly, he suppressed the urge to express his grievances, lest this fellow return to trouble him again. Very well, I thank the North Sword King. I shall make my way to the East Kaioshin now. Please direct me to his coordinates. I will teleport there immediately. I shall visit you again when time permits, Luo Quan stated. The North Sword King chuckled amiably. You are always welcome to return for further guidance. In a flash of energy, Luo Quan vanished from his previous location, presumably heading towards the East Kaioshin's planet. The Kaioshin let out a slow breath. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he has finally departed. Why does he always leave me so unsettled? He quickly extended his tendrils to retrieve the sign at the entrance. Thinking to himself, what a calamity. I must eradicate all evidence and thoroughly inspect the planet. I cannot allow him to find any excuse to return and confront me. Living under the constant scrutiny of a superior deity is truly unbearable. Fortunately, I was clever enough to redirect him to the East Kaioshin. Perhaps he will spark some new developments with my old acquaintance. I sincerely hope he doesn't return to deal with me again. My heart cannot withstand much more of this. By the way, I should check on the current situation on Namek and Frieza's whereabouts. It would be prudent to stay informed. So that should Luo Quan inquire, I will have something to discuss, preventing him from finding fault with me. In the vast expanse of the universe, Bulma and her companions continued their tedious journey. Bulma's temper had not softened in the slightest. Each day was spent in a state of fury. Thankfully, Krillin and Gohan had a training regimen and remained unaffected by Bulma's emotional turbulence. One day, they gradually opened their eyes. Having successfully mastered the methods to restrain their energy and skillfully control its presence, they exchanged glances, smiles gradually appearing on their faces, confirming that their efforts had not been in vain. Ignoring Bulma's incessant complaints, they continued their training, and time passed day by day. The spaceship's timer indicated a sudden, gentle tremor, and the entire vessel hovered in the vastness of space, suspended near a colossal green star. At this moment, Krillin, Gohan, and Bulma excitedly rushed to the viewport to observe the ship's halt. Chapter 82. Arrival at Namek. Have we arrived at Namek? This planet is enormous. Gohan exclaimed. How is it merely a green orb? Krillin remarked. Rolling her eyes at the control panel, Bulma affirmed, Indeed, we have reached Namek. Judging by the area we scanned, it must be 10 times the size of Earth. Gohan, filled with awe, commented, It's so beautiful and vast. By the way, Krillin, why is this planet green while ours is blue? Scratching his head, Krillin replied, Perhaps it has an abundance of vegetation. I can't say for certain. From what I've heard from Piccolo, their planet is primarily composed of water, with substantial land covered in flora. We will need to descend to see for ourselves. Bulma interjected. Rolling her eyes, You two clueless fools, hurry back to your seats. I need to prepare for landing. Have you forgotten how you looked when we set off? She urged them to sit properly and fasten their seatbelts. As she observed the two obediently securing themselves, Bulma felt a surge of emotion. Humanity's first expedition had finally brought them to Namek. She wondered what the surface of Namek would be like. In truth, she shared their excitement. Bulma moved to the control panel, secured her own seatbelt, and instructed, Target the surface of Namek and assist us in locating a suitable landing spot. The spaceship swiftly descended onto Namek's surface. Alien technology is remarkable, Bulma marveled, noting the smooth landing without any jarring impact. As she unbuckled her seatbelt and rose from her seat, she began to activate her cosmic survival assistance system. Turning to Krillin and Gohan, she stated, Now, we must take the first step. Let's measure the planet's temperature and analyze its atmospheric composition to determine its suitability for human habitation. Although we have oxygen masks and various helmet aids, they are time-sensitive, and these devices are quite cumbersome. Bulma, immersed in her thoughts, realized the two were still unresponsive. Suddenly, recalling something, she looked up and was startled to find Gohan and Krillin standing on a stone platform outside the spaceship, gazing around and conversing. Shocked, Bulma thought to herself, Truly, ignorance breeds fearlessness. Upon their arrival on Namek, the surroundings appeared desolate, yet they brazenly departed from the spacecraft, seemingly unperturbed by the uncertainty of oxygen in the atmosphere, the risk of toxins, or the peril of freezing to death. I shall refrain from further comment. Encountering these two audacious individuals, I truly hope they do not involve me in their reckless antics, lest I find myself oblivious to my own demise. Bulma observed the external probe of the spaceship. which indicated a temperature of approximately 20 degrees Celsius, with atmospheric composition akin to that of Earth, rendering it suitable for human habitation and movement. She shed her cumbersome spacesuit and glanced at the two discarded suits on the ground, grateful that she had prepared them for her companions. It infuriated her. Had she known, she would have disregarded their fates entirely, determined not to stoop to the level of such ignorant individuals, lest she appear uncultured herself. Bulma stepped out of the spacecraft, walking alongside the two men and eavesdropping on their conversation. She overheard Gohan expressing his admiration for the environment. The surroundings here are splendid. Just look at the trees, the water, and the greenery. It resembles the place where Piccolo trained me. Krillin nodded in agreement, noting, indeed, this locale bears a striking resemblance to the terrain of our initial battle with the Saiyans. It appears Piccolo deliberately chose this marshy region, reminiscent of Earth's landscapes. Perhaps he harbors a nostalgic affection for his homeland. Suddenly, Bulma's voice thundered, startling both men. What do you two know? Always so reckless and chaotic. Observing her fury, Krillin sensed that Bulma was genuinely angry, realizing their actions had indeed been rather rash. After holding back their frustrations throughout the journey, all curiosity dissipated upon reaching Namek. Simultaneously, the trio gazed skyward, astonished to find three suns illuminating the sky, albeit small and radiating a gentle light. They mused in wonderment at the vastness of the universe, marveling at the spectacle of a planet with three suns. Ignoring the astonishment of her companions, Bulma decisively retrieved her Dragon Ball radar from her pocket and began to operate it. Their primary objectives for this expedition were twofold: to locate the Dragon Balls and to meet the Namekians residing on this planet. Let us first ascertain whether the radar detects any Dragon Balls, she declared excitedly. Bulma paid no heed to the reactions of the two men, exclaiming with enthusiasm as the radar emitted a signal indicating the presence of Dragon Balls. The three of them eagerly scrutinized the display on the radar. Bulma exclaimed, "The signal confirms that Dragon Balls indeed exist on this planet. It seems we have accomplished half of our mission." Krillin remarked, "It seems rather peculiar. Why are 4 Dragon Balls located so closely together? This does not appear to be a natural occurrence." As the conversation unfolded, the perceptive Gohan remarked to Krillin, "Krillin, do you sense it? This planet emanates a multitude of formidable presences. I am uncertain if my intuition is accurate." Krillin, suddenly enlightened, concentrated his awareness and replied, "Indeed. It appears this planet is home to many powerful auras, though the reason eludes me. I, too, sense these energies, which seem rather peculiar." Bulma interjected, "Isn't Piccolo from Earth and the Supreme Kai also a formidable species? Consequently, his kin, the Namekians, should possess considerable strength as well. Could the auras you feel be those of the indigenous Namekians?" She continued, "You two needn't be so alarmed. Haven't we established that Namekians are a benevolent and honest race? Why the trepidation?" In Chapter 83, as Vegeta arrived on Namek, Gohan disregarded Bulma's caution, stating, "Throughout our journey, Krillin and I have diligently practiced the techniques of energy control and unusual sensing. We have become proficient in harnessing our auras. I perceive multiple potent energies on this planet, which seem oddly unsettling. Upon further reflection, these auras exude malevolence. The Namekians are a kind-hearted race, and in contrast to the extraordinary aura of Uncle Piccolo, I sense that these powerful and sinister energies do not originate from the Namekians. What do you think, Krillin? I am plagued by an uneasy feeling." Krillin, setting aside his playful demeanor, nodded gravely. "Gohan, you are right. I, too, share an ominous sentiment. What is that in the sky?" The group gazed upward to behold a Saiyan spaceship soaring through the atmosphere, gracefully descending onto a distant clearing. With a thunderous crash, the vessel landed, leaving the trio astonished. "What is this? Is that not a Saiyan spaceship? How could they possibly be here on Namek?" The individuals inside feel oddly familiar. "It must be Vegeta," Gohan exclaimed in disbelief. Krillin trembled with apprehension. "No way. Have they arrived on Namek so swiftly? Wasn't Vegeta gravely injured? Could he have recovered so rapidly?" The sheer intensity of his power was daunting, capable of arriving here in an instant. It appears our premonitions were not unfounded. Gohan hastily suppressed his energy, remarking, "They possess those devices. What are they called? If they discover our location, we shall be in peril. I sense Vegeta's energy is even more formidable now, perhaps double that of when he was on Earth. The Saiyans are indeed a terrifying race. They relentlessly pursue the Dragon Balls. Not only on Earth, but now on Namek as well. This situation is dire. We must swiftly relay this information back to Earth, preparing everyone for what lies ahead. There is a lurking danger on Namek, and we should conceal ourselves for now, observing the situation before taking further action. Bulma was utterly terrified, completely at a loss. And her fear was palpable. Krillin and Gohan shared a sense of helplessness at her state. Gohan remarked, "This is perilous. I hadn't anticipated that Vegeta would also arrive on Namek. It seems our plans are doomed." Bulma fervently nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Indeed, it's far too dangerous here. Our plans are thwarted. We must hasten back to Earth and cease this reckless endeavor. With an adversary who even Goku cannot defeat appearing here, the three of us would barely be a match for him. We should escape while he remains unaware of our presence. This place is far too perilous." However, Krillin remained remarkably composed as he analyzed the situation, stating, "Bulma, do not panic. Let us assess the circumstances. Since the Dragon Balls are detectable via radar, and the radar indicates their presence, it confirms that the information is valid. That individual named Vegeta has arrived on this planet presumably in pursuit of the Dragon Balls. Should he gather them and fulfill his nefarious desires, our Earth would be truly at risk. Therefore, you should promptly communicate this information to Master Roshi via the cosmic phone, allowing Goku to prepare. We must devise a strategy to thwart Vegeta's plans. Only then can we ensure Earth's safety, don't you agree?" Overwhelmed by fear, Bulma lost her ability to think clearly and began to follow Krillin's suggestions blindly. In her disarray, she exclaimed, "If that's the case, you two should stay here while I return to Earth. A round trip would take just 2 months. I can bring Goku back to confront this villain. This place is far too hazardous for me to remain." Krillin, shaking his head in resignation, replied, "Bulma, you need to remain calm. Your current panic is futile. First, call Master Roshi to inform him of the situation here and see what Earth has to say. Let us deliberate further. Worrying and fearing won't resolve our issues." Suddenly, Gohan pointed to the sky, and both of them looked up to see several spacecraft streaking across the heavens, leaving them momentarily bewildered. What is happening? They wondered. The spaceships traversed the sky and landed in the distance. The three exchanged glances, struggling to comprehend the situation. It appeared that not only Vegeta had arrived, but he also had allies. One Vegeta was already a daunting challenge. If he had companions accompanying him, what could they possibly do? They felt a surge of dread wash over them, grasping the gravity of their predicament. In that moment of uncertainty, they all looked at one another. Realizing the urgency of their situation outweighed their fears. The fact that Vegeta had allies meant that even with the Dragon Ball radar, they were ill-equipped to confront him. A strategic retreat seemed their only viable option. As they prepared to dash towards their spacecraft to return to Earth, they suddenly sensed 2 faint energies approaching them rapidly. Krillin urged, "Gohan, quickly suppress your energy to its lowest level. It seems someone is approaching. Let us observe the situation before making any decisions. Bulma, take cover behind us and find a concealed spot to observe the situation without jumping to conclusions. If they are indeed foes, even if we board the spaceship, our escape would be futile." Bulma thought to herself, "Engaging with such terrifying individuals is not within my expertise. Since Krillin has taken the lead, he should go with Gohan and leave me be. I will find a place to hide." Subsequently, Krillin and Gohan ascended to a rocky corner, meticulously observing the 2 energy signatures moving toward them. Krillin remarked, "Their energy is not particularly formidable. Vegeta and that previous individual are vastly superior. Furthermore, their attire resembles that of the Saiyans, suggesting they are likely allies of Vegeta." Gohan nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, judging by their clothing and style, they are probably associates of Vegeta, though their power seems rather weak, lacking the imposing aura characteristic of Vegeta." Krillin concurred, noting, "Based on their energy and malevolent demeanor, they are either Vegeta's allies or his subordinates. This is perilous. They are heading in our direction and must have detected our presence. It seems evasion is no longer an option." Chapter 84. Krillin and Gohan defeat the Saiyan henchmen. The 2 approaching figures, grinning menacingly, scoffed. "Look at these 3 powerless beings still attempting to hide. It is truly laughable. We have already spotted them. Do they think we cannot see them behind the rocks? Pathetic creatures, they are unlikely to be Namekians. Have they come to this planet for a holiday? Our orders are to exterminate all life on this planet, and they will not escape. Since they pose no threat, we shall not waste time playing games. We will eliminate them directly to avoid any trouble from Frieza later." We shall faithfully execute his commands without error. The two exchanged wicked smiles while observing Bulma, Krillin, and Gohan's astonished expressions, three pitiful beings devoid of combat prowess. Are you here on vacation? Enough of this idle chatter. One of them raised his energy weapon, instantly firing a powerful blast at the spaceship of Bulma and the others, piercing it through. The two erupted into gleeful laughter. How does it feel? You can't escape now. Prepare to meet your demise. Bulma, Krillin, and Gohan were utterly dumbfounded. They had brazenly attacked and damaged their spaceship. This was disastrous, leaving them no chance to flee. Bulma sprang from her hiding spot, exclaiming, "You two fools! The enemy is upon us, and you still hide your energy signatures, thinking they cannot see us. What are we to do? Our spaceship is damaged, and we cannot leave. You two imbeciles, if I possessed any fighting skills, I would have dealt with these two long ago without needing your protection." Krillin and Gohan found themselves momentarily dazed, gazing at the smoking spacecraft with a sense of helplessness. Meanwhile, two individuals nearby were laughing heartily, reveling in the absurdity of the situation. These tourists are truly amusing. They actually believe they can resist us? With their meager combat abilities, they wouldn't even be a sufficient challenge for us. How laughable. Look at them cursing us and blaming one another. It seems a tall woman among them is inciting internal discord. Let us not waste time with idle chatter. Our primary objective is to eliminate them and fulfill Frieza's orders. Krillin, his expression darkened, turned to Bulma and stated, "Given the current circumstances, you should refrain from criticizing us. Instead, focus on whether the spacecraft can be repaired. Leave these two to Gohan and me. You need not worry." Gohan added, "I doubt these individuals possess any real prowess. They appear to be mere lackeys. Their appearance and equipment may resemble Vegeta's, yet I can discern their lack of formidable power. Let us strive to defeat them decisively and avenge our spacecraft." Suddenly, the one who had initially attacked the spacecraft burst into laughter, exclaiming, "He dares to call us lackeys. How absurd. And he even mentioned her name. Do these fools know Vegeta?" Observing the two opponents, it was clear they had never encountered beings of their kind before. Enough of this banter. They seem intent on attacking us. Come on, show us what you've got. You think you can make us scatter, and yet you seek vengeance for your spacecraft? I haven't heard such a ridiculous joke in ages. It's utterly amusing. Gohan, dismissing further dialogue, unleashed his energy, preparing to strike with his most powerful attack. "I have taught you well. Typically, villains fall prey to their own verbosity. These lackeys will meet the same fate," he advised. Krillin interjected, "Use your scouters to assess our power levels. You dare to call us lackeys and remain unconvinced?" At that moment, Krillin and Gohan released their full energy, causing their power levels to surge dramatically on the opponent's scouters. The two adversaries were momentarily stunned. No, it cannot be. How can their power have increased so significantly? We appear to be entirely outmatched. This is troubling. In a flurry of movement, Gohan and Krillin dashed toward the two lackeys. One delivered a powerful kick while Gohan followed with a punch, resulting in a resounding impact. The two opponents were sent flying, akin to broken kites, tumbling over 100 meters before inadvertently landing in a nearby pond, where they quickly succumbed. What a satisfying outcome. Gohan and Krillin landed gracefully, exchanging triumphant glances and a celebratory high five. Gohan remarked, "I never anticipated that these seemingly fierce individuals would prove to be so easily vanquished." Krillin scratched his head, admitting, "I was overly cautious at the outset, which ultimately allowed them to ambush our spaceship. Judging by their energy, we should have sensed that these two are quite weak, far inferior to the likes of Vegeta and his companions. Even the Saiyan trainers possess greater strength than they do. Sometimes, excessive caution can be detrimental." At that moment, Bulma interrupted their mutual flattery with an eye roll, stating, "While you two are busy boasting, I have already conducted an inspection. The spaceship has sustained a penetrative injury that has completely shattered its power system. It's impossible to repair it here. Even minor fixes won't suffice. We cannot return to Earth now. What are we going to do? This is a disaster, and I am utterly at a loss. You two should cease your self-congratulation and think of a solution." Krillin glanced at Gohan and then back at Bulma, suggesting, "Given the circumstances, I propose we first unload the supplies from the spaceship and find a secluded place to settle. Gohan and I will venture out to locate the Namekian inhabitants. Perhaps they can assist us in repairing the ship. Bulma, do not fret. Let's retrieve the communication devices and essentials first. We can construct a small base to conceal ourselves and observe the situation before proceeding. How does that sound?" Bulma, frustrated with Krillin's nonchalance and the still smoldering spaceship, tearfully lamented. This is truly a case of unfulfilled potential. Krillin reassured her. What nonsense. There's nothing to worry about. It's merely a minor setback with the ship, wouldn't you agree? Gohan nodded in agreement, adding, Bulma, let's refrain from dwelling on our predicament. I sense numerous powerful energies nearby, and they exude a distinctly malevolent aura. I suspect they belong to that individual named Vegeta. We should leave this place post-haste. I can feel danger approaching. Bulma, startled, thought it best to vacate the area rather than remain entangled with the two of them. Finding a safe spot to hide seemed the wisest course of action. Chapter 85. Vegeta eliminates Chui. Not far from their battlefield, approximately 10 kilometers away, Vegeta observed Chui, who had arrived at Namek in tandem with his spaceship, musing to himself about Chui's tenacity. As Chui's spacecraft opened, he gracefully emerged and landed steadily opposite Vegeta, establishing a standoff. Chui greeted him. Vegeta, it seems we are indeed fated to meet. We both arrived here on Namek almost simultaneously, suggesting a significant connection between us. You thought you could slip away unnoticed to Namek, thereby evading capture. Since your return from Earth, I sensed you had suffered severe injuries. Your combat power must now be considerably diminished compared to mine. Today, I shall settle our past grievances once and for all. Prepare to face my judgment, Vegeta, Vegeta remarked. You are far too careless. Although I have endured severe injuries and faced numerous ordeals on Earth, as a prodigious fighter, I have mastered various combat techniques. How could an imbecile like you ever hope to rival me? Activate your scouter and behold my battle power. Exercise caution, or you may find yourself terrified. Chio merely chuckled softly. Is it the ability to flee that you possess? Vegeta laughed heartily. I must concede that in that regard, you surpass me. However, Vegeta's gaze turned icy as he continued. Dismiss your naive thoughts. Through arduous battles, I have indeed learned a multitude of techniques, one of which you do not comprehend, namely, the ability to manipulate my own battle power at will. Examine it closely with your scouter. As Vegeta's words hung in the air, an overwhelming aura began to emanate from him, intensifying with every passing moment. Qiu Yi's scouter beeped incessantly, leading him to exclaim in astonishment, So, you have concealed your true abilities. Your power is remarkably comparable to mine. Vegeta erupted into laughter beside him. To call you a fool is an understatement. In this battle on Earth, I have encountered an unprecedented adversary, one that has significantly awakened my strength and potential. Unlike you, who hides behind Frieza like a lapdog, living a life of luxury, how could you possibly understand the combat prowess of warriors like us who have clawed their way through the precipice of life and death? Open your eyes and behold. As Vegeta's words and his aura escalated, Qiu Yi found himself rendered speechless, beads of cold sweat cascading down his face. Suddenly, with a resounding crack, his scouter exceeded its limits and exploded. Qiu Yi's complexion turned pale, trembling in shock, unable to articulate, This is utterly terrifying. The sheer force of Vegeta's unleashed power left him in a state of utter bewilderment. In a moment of desperation, Qiu Yi stammered, Wait, Vegeta, I have a rather credible proposition I wish to discuss. Please, do not act hastily. I apologize for my earlier disrespect. I hope you will hear me out. My dissatisfaction with that devil Frieza has long been ingrained, yet I have lacked the courage to voice it. Look at your companions, Lades and Ba. They are no longer here. You need allies, do you not? My battle power is commendable as well. You should recognize my capabilities. If we join forces, we can contend with Frieza's minions, Dodoria and Zarbon, and usurp his position. Would you not concur that my plan is quite reasonable? This way, you need not engage in battle recklessly. Surely, you require assistance with the dirty work? I am well suited to serve. You must trust me. I assure you, I am not deceiving you. Vegeta regarded him with skepticism, thinking, how could I possibly be unaware of your true nature? Qiu Yi continued to chatter incessantly, yet unbeknownst to his opponent, his other hand quietly gathered energy behind him, preparing for a sudden strike. However, Wu Yi unexpectedly noticed a figure behind Vegeta and exclaimed, Frieza, what are you doing here? Vegeta swiftly turned around, only to find that there was not a single shadow behind him, not even a ghostly apparition. At this moment, Qiu Yi reveled in his triumph, exclaiming, Ha ha! Foolish Vegeta, you have fallen for my ruse. He unleashed the energy he had concealed with lightning speed, thinking to himself, now you are finished. Observing the success of his ambush, Chiyo-E unleashed a barrage of energy projectiles towards Vegeta's location, firing continuously with both hands. The air was filled with the thunderous sounds of explosions, akin to a relentless storm. In this assault, Chiyo-E expended all his energy without restraint, taunting. What if your battle power exceeds mine? Can you match wits with my cunning? This wicked scheme of mine has ensnared you. You shall be obliterated. Amidst his gloating, Chiyo-E suddenly heard a familiar voice behind him. He turned to see Vegeta materialize at his side, coldly reprimanding him. With your meager battle power, you truly believe you could ambush me? What a jest. At this, Chiyo-E was utterly dumbfounded, stammering. How is this possible? You were clearly caught off guard by my attack, and yet you managed to evade my onslaught and appear behind me? Vegeta regarded him with disdain, retorting. To call you a fool would be an understatement. You are indeed arrogant, unaware that an increase in battle power enhances both defense and speed. My battle power has at least doubled. Do you truly believe your paltry efforts could affect me? How utterly naive and laughable. Rendered speechless, Chiyo-E was engulfed by a sense of profound despair. In his desperation, he seemed to recall something and suddenly unleashed all his latent potential. Turning to flee without uttering a word, Vegeta scoffed. With your meager skills, do you think you can escape my grasp? In an instant, Vegeta appeared directly in Chiyo-E's path. With a swift motion, he delivered a powerful punch to Chiyo-E's chest, shattering the Saiyan armor with a resounding crack. Desperate, Chiyo-E attempted to change direction and escape. However, Vegeta pointed a finger skyward, and with a thunderous boom, our unfortunate Chiyo-E was reduced to mere pulp, scattered as dust across the cosmos, vanishing without a trace. Vegeta smirked, curling his lip in disdain, and muttered, "You wretched and cunning creature, you have finally met your end. Once so bold in your provocations, now you are nothing but cosmic debris. Let us see you flaunt your bravado again." Chapter 86. Frieza seeks the Namekian. Vegeta slowly descended onto the surface of Namek. Without reflecting on the recent skirmish, I turned my thoughts to strategizing my next course of action. I realized that my earlier carelessness led me to forget that the Detector could transmit intelligence. I was uncertain about the outcome of Frieza and his minions' operations since their arrival here. So I needed to devise a meticulous plan to thwart their scheme of seizing the Dragon Balls. While the spaceship was en route, I had clandestinely eavesdropped on Frieza and his subordinates' conversation, which suggested they were not yet fully acquainted with the Dragon Balls. I sensed that Dodoria and Zarbon had also appeared on Namek, and with my current strength, dealing with these two should pose little difficulty. This presented an opportunity for me to fulfill my ambitions. It is imperative to gather all 7 Dragon Balls to summon the Eternal Dragon and realize one's wishes. Therefore, I shall first seize one of them, and subsequently seek the opportunity to acquire the remaining 6, thus allowing me to assemble all 7 at once and eliminate the risk of them completing the set before me and granting their wishes. This plan should enable me to attain my desire for eternal youth and ultimately defeat Frieza. I truly am a genius. In another locale, a gathering of Namekians had spontaneously evolved into a small village. Frieza and his cohorts had once again secured the 4th Dragon Ball. While they were deliberating their strategy, suddenly, the detector on Zarbon's face exploded with a loud bang, startling Frieza and his henchmen. They quickly inquired, "What happened, Zarbon?" Zarbon, shaking his head in helplessness, replied, "Frieza, my detector suddenly registered Vegeta's power level. It seems his combat strength has surged dramatically, causing my detector to burst. Prior to its explosion, the last reading indicated his power level to be around 22,000. Dodoria was taken aback, exclaiming, "That's impossible. Vegeta's maximum power level was only 18,000. How could he have increased so much? This is astonishing." Frieza coldly retorted, "You have both relegated him to trivial tasks, allowing no room for growth. With no formidable opponents, his strength cannot advance. However, during his time on Earth, he must have faced life and death trials. Under such challenges, it is understandable for his power to increase rapidly. And honestly, this power level is hardly something to be surprised about. If you both take this seriously, Vegeta is undoubtedly no match for either of you. You can rest assured on that front." Nevertheless, this time he acted independently, disregarding my orders and your tactical directives, running off to Earth in search of the Dragon Balls. I suspect his aspirations mirror my own, seeking eternal youth and aiming to be the supreme force in the universe to dominate it. His ambitions are grand, yet ultimately futile. No matter how strong he becomes, he will never surpass me. You must have confidence in my capabilities. After all, I am Frieza. Frieza remarked. This fellow never heeds my commands, displaying a modicum of disrespect from the very outset, though outwardly he maintains a semblance of decorum. Yet, he consistently engages in duplicity in various matters. His ambitions have long been evident, albeit unnoticed by you. You must understand that in the face of absolute power, all schemes and machinations are futile. Now is the time to revel in his folly. Zarbon interjected, indeed, this troop of wild monkeys, still clinging to the branches, takes advantage of your absence to prance about. Were he to return to your side, he would possess no opportunity to usurp your position, a fact of which you, Frieza, are invincible. Dodoria, taken aback, remarked, it seems that Qi has arrived with him. The data transmitted from the scanner suggests that Qi may be dispatched in an instant. The rate at which this fellow augments his strength is indeed terrifying. The combat prowess he currently exhibits, if not treated with due seriousness, could easily lead to my downfall. Dodoria continued, not far from the battlefield, two unique energy fluctuations have emerged, seemingly knocking our two lackeys unconscious in an instant. Frieza glanced back, dismissing their feeble strength. Let us not concern ourselves with them. Our plan must take precedence. We shall depart immediately to seek the fifth Dragon Ball. For completing our quest for the Dragon Balls is paramount. Frieza smiled. It appears that beyond Vegeta, others too are vying to uncover the secret of the Dragon Balls. This is becoming increasingly intriguing. Suddenly, one of his subordinates approached with news. Esteemed Lord Frieza, the scanner has detected a gathering point of several Namekians, showing life signs of at least a dozen. Shall we set off at once? Frieza waved his hand dismissively. Do not concern yourselves with Vegeta and his associates. We must proceed with caution. Securing the Dragon Balls is of utmost importance. Ignore the antics of those insignificant ants, and let us head directly to the next region. Thus, Frieza ascended into the air with all his minions, heading straight towards the territory of the Namekians. Meanwhile, Krillin, Gohan, and Bulma were still deliberating their next course of action. Krillin urged, Bulma, have you not finished packing your belongings yet? We must hasten our departure. The recent battle has surely compromised our position here. If new enemies arrive, and we are unable to contend with them, you could be in grave danger. Bulma replied, it's not that I have too much luggage. I must prepare adequately. Why are you two so impatient? Don't you realize how troublesome it is for a girl to travel? Gohan, here is our intergalactic communication device. Hold on to it. Also, gather the cooking utensils and the tent, she instructed. Krillin, these are my spare clothes and some daily necessities. Make sure you carry them. Both men stared in disbelief at the towering pile of luggage. Krillin could not help but scoff. Miss Bulma, we are currently fleeing for our lives, not embarking on a leisurely vacation. We must conserve what we can and forego what we cannot carry. Bulma, with evident impatience, retorted, aren't both of you capable of flight? Soaring through the air requires little effort. Can you not assist me by carrying a few items? Must you voice so many objections? With no alternative, Krillin patiently elucidated. Miss Bulma, in order to take flight, we must employ Goku's technique. However, utilizing this technique necessitates the release of our energy, which enables the enemy's detection devices to pinpoint our location. We should conserve our resources and hasten our departure from here. Do not linger over what to bring or leave behind. In this dire moment, we must not concern ourselves with trivial details. Chapter 87. Bulma and the others escape Frieza's search. Bulma pondered for a moment and conceded, since you have painted such a perilous picture, I will heed your advice. She then furrowed her brow. Krillin, you wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? Just moments ago, you and Gohan effortlessly dispatched those two who damaged our spaceship. Are you fabricating tales of a formidable adversary to intimidate me? Do you assume I am incapable of defending myself? Krillin chuckled wryly. How could I possibly deceive you, Bulma? We are both in the same predicament on Namek, akin to grasshoppers on the same boat. The enemies we faced possess varying degrees of strength. It appears they are part of a team with a power exceeding that of Vegeta. I sense many presences. There are likely many minions weaker than Vegeta, and those two we encountered were probably the weakest. Gohan and I easily dealt with them. Should we encounter a truly formidable foe, Gohan and I may not be able to cope. Can you evade those enemies that dart through the skies? Bulma contemplated this and replied, very well. Let us minimize our belongings and take only the essentials. We must depart swiftly. But where shall we go? Krillin considered and suggested. Let us leave this location and seek a concealed cave where you can hide. Do not use any energy or create flames while sheltering there. Gohan and I will venture out to scout for any clues regarding the Dragon Balls and search for the planet's indigenous inhabitants. Bulma reflected. We shall proceed according to your plan. It seems, despite your diminutive stature, you possess considerable wit and remain quite composed in critical moments. That is of some value. Krillin internally cursed, wondering whether she was complimenting or criticizing him. Nevertheless, having endured her antics for over a month, he had become accustomed to not engaging with her foolishness. Thus, they gathered their belongings and began to seek a direction, advancing quietly. Unable to fly, they could only walk slowly, occasionally hopping through the air in search of a suitable hiding place. After traversing a short distance, they unexpectedly stumbled upon a naturally formed cave, which appeared to be an excellent concealed refuge. Krillin remarked, "Look at that cave. It appears quite remarkable, naturally formed without any trace of human intervention. We should be relatively safe hiding there." Bulma glanced at the cave and said, "Having arrived here, I find myself devoid of choices. If you deem it safe, I shall trust your judgment." Suddenly, Gohan interjected, "This is not good. Numerous powerful presences are approaching us. It is perilous. We must seek refuge within the cave immediately." Without further deliberation, at that moment, Krillin seemed to sense something amiss. Indeed, many formidable auras are drawing near, undeniably potent and malevolent. Bulma, observing their distraction, urged, "At such a critical time, you two still find leisure to exchange compliments? Quickly, conceal yourselves. Why ponder so much? Let us hide and remain unseen." The trio hurriedly took refuge inside the natural cave. Upon entering, they discovered the space was quite accommodating, suitable for survival. Krillin commented, "Though we have hidden, these powerful presences are still advancing towards us. Have we been exposed? Did we inadvertently reveal our location? Just moments ago, we concealed our auras meticulously. They should not have detected us." Gohan, a bit flustered, stammered, "Their auras are incredibly strong. Who are they? We truly did not reveal ourselves. Could it be that Bulma's perfume has attracted them?" Just as Bulma was about to express her irritation, both Krillin and Gohan pressed her to the ground. "Silence. They are here." They heard the sound of rushing wind as Frieza and his lackeys soared past overhead without pausing. As they watched the figures fade into the distance, Krillin and Gohan exhaled in relief, realizing they were not the targets of the pursuit. Had they heard even the slightest sound from us, it would have been our end, they said, pulling Bulma, who had been half buried in the dirt, out of her predicament. Observing the mud smeared across her face, they expressed, "We apologize, Bulma. Our actions were perhaps a bit excessive." Bulma, exuding an air of exasperation, responded, "While silence is commendable, must you be so uncouth as to thrust my beautiful visage into the dirt? How am I to maintain my image?" However, considering the urgency of the situation, she decided to forgive them, acknowledging their intentions were driven by concern. "Gohan, please activate the cosmic communicator so I can relay the situation to Master Roshi. Krillin, tidy up the tent and our belongings, and refrain from irritating me further. I must cleanse my face. You've made me so dirty, tarnishing my youthful beauty, truly lacking in sensitivity." After assigning the tasks, Bulma turned around, surprised to see no reaction from the two. "What is wrong with you both? Are you in a stupor?" Noticing their pale faces, cold sweat, and trembling legs, she inquired, "What has happened? Are you possessed? Why do you exhibit such fear?" At this moment, Krillin and Gohan gradually regained their composure. While attempting to suppress their fear, they explained to Bulma, "The individual who flew over our heads just now instilled in us an immense sense of dread. Judging by his aura, he is in an entirely different league compared to Vegeta, who came to Earth. His power surpasses our wildest imaginings." Gohan chimed in, "He exudes an evil and terrifying presence, possessing such formidable abilities that we are left without the strength to resist. How could such a dreadful entity manifest on Namek? It is utterly terrifying, far beyond our expectations." Krillin added, "Although they were a group, that leader was truly fearsome, causing me to lose my wits. Thankfully, I reacted quickly and concealed my presence. Otherwise, we would have met our doom. The pressure from that Vegeta pales in comparison to his." The two continued to express their astonishment. Bulma, feeling somewhat bored, remarked, "Regardless, since we haven't been discovered, let us proceed according to our plan. You two cowards. How can I rely on you for protection when you are so easily frightened by just one person? It is quite laughable. Truly, ignorance breeds fearlessness." Fortunately, Bulma lacked combat prowess, which mitigated any risk of exposure. Chapter 88. Bulma detects the Dragon Balls this time. Gohan was fully alert, realizing the enemy was exceedingly dangerous. Not just the leader, but also the two individuals following closely behind him. Gohan stated, "I believe I saw those two carrying what appeared to be Dragon Balls, correct? They moved too swiftly for me to discern clearly, but they seemed significantly larger than the Dragon Balls from our region, each about the size of a volleyball. While ours are merely the size of baseballs, I wonder if they are the Dragon Balls of Namek." Krillin lamented, "Regardless of their appearance, safety is paramount. We must prioritize concealing ourselves. The disparity in strength is too great, and these individuals are not ones we can confront head-on. I must take responsibility for your safety, otherwise, how could I explain it to Goku upon our return to Earth? However, it is not the time to dwell on such matters." The communication device was set up, and Bulma hastily informed Earth. Suddenly, Krillin recalled something. A spark of inspiration struck him as he snapped his fingers. "Bulma, don't you have the Dragon Ball radar? Quickly, take it out and check if those individuals are indeed carrying Dragon Balls. If so, we have absolutely no chance. It seems they are also in pursuit of the Dragon Balls. We need to ascertain this immediately." Bulma appeared to have an epiphany, retrieving her Dragon Ball radar and pressing a few buttons. To her astonishment, the radar indicated the presence of 4 Dragon Balls, rapidly moving in the opposite direction. These formidable beings are indeed ahead of us in collecting the Dragon Balls. Confronting them would leave us with no opportunity whatsoever. Bulma exclaimed. Gohan remarked, "I did not missee. Those were indeed the large Dragon Balls of Namek. It seems we are utterly out of luck." With a heavy heart, Krillin lamented before arriving on Namek. "I had a conversation with Goku. He mentioned that a cosmic emperor named Frieza is also aware of this news. They must be searching for the Dragon Balls as well. I truly do not know what to do. This individual is exponentially more powerful than Vegeta. What are we to do? This is quite a predicament." Gohan nodded in agreement. "The short figure I saw piloting the craft at the forefront must be the cosmic emperor you mentioned, Frieza, right?" Krillin confirmed with a nod. "It must be him. No one else possesses such an overwhelming and malevolent aura. Only Frieza, the legendary cosmic emperor, could instill such a sense of dread within us. We absolutely cannot confront someone like him head-on. I must remain calm. I need to gather my thoughts and devise a strategy. Is Bulma's phone operational yet?" Bulma was diligently working on the cosmic phone, exclaiming, "Why the rush? This is a technological device, and I must proceed step by step. This cosmic phone is our sole means of communication with Earth. If I were to damage it further, we would be doomed. The signal in this cave is poor. I must adjust its position. If the enemy detects the radar antenna outside, we would be exposed. You two should focus on your own concerns. Leave the technological matters to me." Krillin, feeling helpless, nodded. "Gohan, let us focus on our strategy and not disturb Bulma's technological endeavors." Once calm, Krillin reflected, "Gohan, we have truly ventured into dangerous territory, attempting to seize the Dragon Balls from a cosmic emperor. What a terrifying ordeal." Before Bulma could dial, she added, "I just discovered something through the radar. Those 4 Dragon Balls are heading directly toward the location of the 5th Dragon Ball. Their positioning seems remarkably accurate." Krillin was taken aback. "No way. Do they possess advanced devices like a Dragon Ball radar?" Gohan interjected, "Not quite. I sense they may be tracking the energy signature of the Namekians, heading in that direction." Krillin, enlightened, urged, "Bulma, quickly retrieve the Dragon Ball radar so we can confirm the direction of the 5th Dragon Ball and the trajectory of the 4 others. We need to ascertain their locations." Bulma produced the radar and announced, "The 5th Dragon Ball is located approximately 14 kilometers to the east." Gohan responded, "Precisely. I sensed a harmonious and benevolent energy emanating from that direction. It must be the Namekians. Indeed, these villains are heading toward the Namekian gathering place. This is dire. The Namekian sanctuary is in imminent danger. Their strength pales in comparison to Frieza and his cohorts. It is imperative that I venture forth to see if I can offer any assistance. I cannot merely stand by and witness the annihilation of the Namekian stronghold at the hands of Frieza and his ilk." Upon hearing this, Bulma became quite agitated. "You cannot expect me to accompany you to such a perilous location without considering my feelings. Have you two contemplated the gravity of this situation?" Krillin and Gohan exchanged glances. "We did not decide to take you with us. We are merely going to scout the area. What purpose would your presence serve? Can you confront them or perhaps charm them into submission?" At these words, Bulma's ire intensified. "So you two plan to scout while leaving me alone in this cold, dark cave? You know I possess no skills for self-defense whatsoever. Do you truly have the heart to abandon a youthful beauty like me in such a dismal place? What if a wild beast poses a threat? What am I to do then? You show no consideration for a lady, no semblance of chivalry. I have been far too lenient with you both. At this moment, Krillin, with a tactful shift in demeanor, sought to reassure her. Bulma, this is our base. You must ensure it is well maintained and prepared for our return. Gohan and I are merely conducting reconnaissance. We have no intention of engaging in combat, so please rest assured. After all, you brought the multifunctional capsules, did you not? Why not create a comfortable space for yourself and tidy up the surroundings? There should be no immediate danger. This location is not far from our secret base, and we will return swiftly. Knowledge of our enemy is vital. If we remain ignorant while waiting idly here, we may meet our demise unexpectedly. Rest easy. We will not abandon you. Bulma, still somewhat skeptical, replied, Is that truly the case? You won't leave me behind to fend for myself. This all feels rather unreliable. Chapter 89. Bulma sends information back to Earth. Krillin explained. How could we? The only cosmic phone is in your possession. Where could we possibly escape to? We cannot even reach Earth. Besides, we are merely scouting and will return shortly. Without you, how would we communicate with Earth? So do not worry. Relay the information back to Earth, and we shall return promptly. Now, let us depart, Gohan. With that, the two ceased their chatter and vanished across the distant plains. A chill wind swept past Bulma, causing her to shiver and come to her senses. How infuriating. Those two just leave without a second thought, yet they never exhibit such efficiency in their usual tasks. Since everyone has their respective missions, I shall complete mine first. I will set up the communication device and find a suitable multifunctional capsule to establish a home. It appears I shall be residing here for an extended period. In terms of survival technology, I cannot rely on these two brutes. One is a bald-headed fellow, and the other is a mere child. I cannot entrust my future entirely to them. This journey to Namek has proven to be fraught with peril. Was my decision to come truly wise? At this moment, Master Roshi was relishing the delightful afternoon on Earth. Suddenly, the phone's ringtone pierced the tranquility, prompting him to impatiently answer. Hello, who is this? What is the matter? This is Master Roshi. On the other end of the line, a cacophony of static ensued, followed by Bulma's fragmented voice. Master Roshi, this is Bulma. I am calling you from Namek, so listen carefully. After a brief exposition, Bulma recounted the events that transpired after their arrival on Namek, along with their speculations. Master Roshi was rendered speechless, unsure of how to respond. After a moment, the elderly sage finally processed the immense information Bulma had conveyed. He quickly reassured her, saying, Bulma, do not fret. Your father has constructed a new spaceship, and the Senzu Beans are ready. I will immediately report to King Kai and arrange for Goku and the others to head over. You must ensure your safety while there. The rescue team will depart at once, so please safeguard yourselves. Upon hanging up, Master Roshi swiftly informed King Kai. Meanwhile, Bulma's father, Briefs, had not been idle during this time. He had located the spaceship that Goku had once used to arrive on Earth, as described by Roshi, and had transported it to his laboratory. Through dismantling and studying the vessel, he gained a profound understanding of Saiyan spacecraft technology, successfully modifying it into a new type of spaceship that was both spacious and luxurious, capable of accommodating over 20 individuals, an impressive intercontinental yacht. This new vessel surpassed the one Bulma and her companions had utilized for their journey to Namek, representing Brief's crowning achievement. The newly enhanced spaceship rested on Brief's landing pad, replenishing its energy, poised for departure. In response to Goku's request, he had also integrated various gravity-enhancing facilities into the spaceship, allowing for gravitational adjustments ranging from 30 to 100 times Earth's gravity, precisely what Goku required for his training. The ship was not only equipped with gravity capabilities, but also featured numerous resting amenities, unmistakably a product of Brief's ingenuity. As he stood there smoking, fondling the spaceship, he lamented, Had I known I would have more time, Bulma and the others need not have traveled in such a vessel to the cosmos. It not only endangers them, but also puts my own child at risk. In the celestial realm, the god of Earth received Master Roshi's urgent communication and grasped the perilous situation on Namek. He too was searching for Roshi, pondering, where could Roshi have gone at such a critical moment? The past month had been fraught with tension and busyness, leaving everyone uncertain of their next steps. While this old man had seemingly taken to wandering aimlessly, Just as the god of Earth was lost in thought, a brilliant light suddenly appeared beside him. You have returned. How swift you are. Just as I was thinking of you. Here you are, truly the legendary deity. Luo Quan appeared somewhat perplexed, scratching his head and gesturing with his hands, when a dazzling gem-like object manifested in his palm. I merely ventured to the realm of the East King to gather some materials. Having procured everything, I have returned to prepare for the restoration of the dragon, he explained. The heavenly god felt a wave of guilt wash over him. Oh, so your efforts were dedicated to collecting materials for the dragon's restoration. I mistakenly assumed you were idly wandering around. Luo Quan, feeling a hint of embarrassment, replied, Indeed. I was collecting materials, though I inadvertently dismantled half of the East King's planet in the process. He is quite troubled at home now. I also feel remorseful about this. I suspect I shan't be able to visit the underworld for a while. The kings there see me as if I were a specter. Am I truly so amiable or so easily trifled with that I have left them with such an impression? I do feel a bit sorry for them. Please, if you have something to say, do so promptly. The heavenly god recounted the events that transpired on Namek and discussed future plans, seeking Luo Quan's guidance on how to proceed. Luo Quan gazed skyward, observing the unfolding events on Namek, and contemplated a solution. The doctor's spaceship is ready. I just passed by Master Roshi and brought along the newly cultivated Senzu Beans. Arrange for Bobo to deliver these to Goku, and have Goku use the newly constructed ship by Bulma to travel to Namek and retrieve Bulma, Gohan, and Krillin. Noticing Luo Quan's nonchalant demeanor, the heavenly god grew anxious. I've heard that the tyrant Frieza has also appeared on Namek, accompanied by an entire legion. With Vegeta present as well, wouldn't Goku's journey be perilous? Will he be able to rescue Bulma, Gohan, and Krillin safely? Can the Dragon Balls be summoned to fulfill our wishes? I am truly concerned about this matter. Yet you seem utterly unconcerned. What is going through your mind? You, my friend, are far too burdened by worries. Just follow my instructions, Luo Quan retorted impatiently. I have important matters to attend to. Why be so anxious over a mere Frieza? To be candid, once I arrive, these issues will be resolved effortlessly. You need not fret. The heavenly god felt a sudden weariness, pondering. This individual is quite peculiar. When conversing with the youth, he rambles endlessly. Yet he becomes impatient with me after just a few words. Since he has this quirk, I shall leave him to his ways. I will simply follow his lead. Chapter 90. Goku's quest to rescue Bulma. Thus, he accepted the pouch of Senzu Beans from Luo Quan, counting the beans within and concluding that they should suffice for Goku's needs. He then summoned Bobo to relay the necessary instructions for operations on Earth. Goku, having received the Senzu Beans, successfully arrived at Bulma's residence, familiarizing himself with the spaceship's capabilities and preparing for departure towards Namek. It is worth noting the commendable awareness displayed by Kiki in this endeavor. Upon hearing that Gohan might encounter peril on Namek, without hesitation, he issued the highest command to Goku. Son Goku, I entrust you with a task. You must bring Gohan back to me, by any means necessary. I shall not concern myself with your methods. With this directive from Kiki, Goku was filled with elation and set off immediately. Now, Goku was quite spirited. Upon learning that Vegeta was also on Namek, his enthusiasm soared. The mention of a foe even more formidable than Vegeta, the cosmic tyrant Frieza, only heightened his excitement. The prospect of a stronger adversary invigorated Goku, perhaps a manifestation of the Saiyan warrior's inherent battle instinct. He exchanged greetings with Master Roshi, requesting him to inform Bulma that he had departed from Earth. The spacecraft he was piloting was relatively advanced and was expected to reach Namek in 6 days. He reassured Bulma and the others not to fret and to prioritize their safety until his arrival. Goku had mastered the new spacecraft's controls, which were straightforward due to preset programs. He would soon be en route to Namek. Whis, observing Goku, remarked, Goku, the increased gravity you requested has been prepared. You can adjust it using the control knob. Did you not express a desire to further hone your Kaioken technique? I believe this period will enhance your abilities. Farewell. Goku gratefully accepted the spacecraft's remote control, exclaiming, Wonderful. Thank you, Doctor. He boarded the ship, pressed a button, and with a whoosh, the spacecraft soared beyond the atmosphere, racing towards Namek. Setting aside his curiosity about the ship, Goku examined the gravity apparatus, contemplating that he should experience the new gravity settings. It was set to 20 times Earth's gravity, but aspiring for progress, he decided to commence with 30 times. Thus, he adjusted the gravity to 30-fold. and suddenly his body reacted unfavorably, resulting in an intimate encounter with the ground as he struggled to maintain his stance. Goku managed to rise. Reflecting that this sudden increase in gravity was indeed a challenge, he resolved to use these 6 days to diligently enhance his Kaioken technique. Meanwhile, on Earth, Rohan gazed at Goku soaring through space. Observing the spacecraft, he mused, "This lad has finally embarked on his journey. The day of the grand battle must be approaching. I hope he returns with even greater surprises." With a chef secured, I now anticipate him bringing back a butler. Frieza's elegant demeanor would certainly suit my taste as a butler. With this thought, Rohan chuckled to himself. After a moment, he recalled, "Ah yes, in 6 days, Goku will reach Namek. The climax of the story is drawing near." Prior to that, however, he needed to repair the Eternal Dragon. Although he had gathered all the materials necessary for the restoration, it was still a meticulous endeavor. Therefore, he hurried back to his chamber, retrieved the materials and the dragon, and began the intricate process of repair with a clatter of tools. While crafting the new body of the divine dragon, radiant colors emanated from it. Luo Quan clenched his teeth inwardly, determined to successfully create a magnificent super dragon. In terms of quality, capability, stamina, and intelligence, it must completely surpass that super dragon hidden in the depths of the universe. This is my creation. This masterpiece must be perfected, otherwise it would be a disservice to the special materials I painstakingly gathered over the past month. I also owe it to the East Kai for the precious blood crystal he entrusted to me. This blood crystal, if mishandled, could shatter a planet. I wonder if that old fellow has managed to repair his world after all this time. From now on, I should venture into the netherworld less frequently, as I have offended quite a few lately. Although my aesthetic standards are high, it is unwise to provoke the wrath of many. I have truly dedicated myself to the divine dragon. Once the dragoness body is restored, I can only await Goku and the others to complete their mission on Namek, allowing the Namekian dragon to bestow new life upon my creation. Then, my work will be complete, and half of the plan for Earth will be accomplished. I am eagerly anticipating the moment when this resplendent dragon appears. Will it bring new surprises to everyone? I shall remain silent for now, focused on fulfilling my plan. On Namek, Krillin and Gohan gradually slowed their pace as they approached a cliff's edge. Krillin cautioned, "Gohan, do not reveal even the slightest bit of our combat power. We are very close to them now. They should be just below that cliff. Let us approach slowly and observe the situation before making any decisions." Gohan nodded solemnly, understood. Krillin. The two crept closer to the cliff's edge, peeking over to assess the scene below. Gohan remarked, "I sense an incredibly powerful and malevolent presence." Krillin nodded gravely, "Yes. I feel the same way. It appears to be another settlement of the Namekians." Gohan responded, "Look at their homes. The environment bears a striking resemblance to our spaceship's design. It must be a Namekian village." "Indeed, this is making me particularly anxious. So many formidable presences make my heart race," Krillin said. "Stay calm and composed. Do not reveal any signs," Krillin urged. "I see someone in the craft. It must be the tyrant Frieza you mentioned. He is indeed powerful and wicked, radiating an intense aura of oppression. Just a glance sends chills from my feet to my forehead." Gohan exclaimed. Krillin echoed his sentiments. "Indeed, the pressure he exudes is extraordinary and terrifying. I believe this is the Frieza Luo Quan spoke of. What could they be doing in the Namekian village? Let us observe carefully and ensure we remain concealed." Chapter 91. Frieza seizes the 5th Dragon Ball. Gohan seemed to have made a remarkable discovery. "Look at those 2 individuals over there," he exclaimed. "One of them is holding 2 enormous Dragon Balls. The Namekian Dragon Balls are indeed this large. It appeared that when they flew overhead, he hadn't been mistaken after all. It was truly astonishing." Krillin, equally astonished, remarked, "Why are the Namekian Dragon Balls so massive? They are significantly larger than our Earth's Dragon Balls." In the midst of their excitement, Dodoria seemed to sense some commotion nearby and abruptly turned his head. Gohan and Krillin quickly ducked behind a rock, afraid to make a sound. Dodoria glanced around but noticed nothing amiss. Turning back, Frieza inquired, "What is the matter, Dodoria? Did you sense something?" Dodoria replied, "I feel as if someone is spying on us." He then scanned the area with his detector but found no energy fluctuations. Likely just minor disturbances from the planet's small creatures. Frieza merely cast a glance at Dodoria, choosing to ignore the matter entirely. Meanwhile, at the mountain's peak, Krillin and Gohan were hiding securely, their hearts racing with anxiety. Krillin mused, these powerful beings may not sense our energy, but they possess keen instincts. The moment we observe them, they seem to become aware of our presence. We must tread carefully. They are not ordinary foes. Indeed, being subordinates of the Cosmic Emperor, their strength was formidable. Gohan's heart raced with fear as he wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Krillin, they are truly terrifying. At that moment, Bulma, hiding in a concealed spot, set down her interstellar communicator, still grappling with her thoughts. Master Roshi had informed her that Goku had already embarked on a new spaceship, which would arrive in just 6 days. If only my father had utilized such advanced technology sooner. We endured a tedious 34 days of travel. Gazing at the multi-purpose capsule in her hand, she reflected, thank goodness I brought ample supplies. Otherwise, I would starve on this planet. 6 days. Goku, hurry. Once you arrive, we can finally leave this perilous place, fraught with terrifying extraterrestrials who attack without warning. Shaking her head, Bulma decided to push her worries aside. Overthinking was futile, especially since returning was not an option. She retrieved another capsule and transformed it into a room. This way, even in the cave, she would have a temporary refuge, allowing her to survive. Nonetheless, her thoughts remained with Krillin and Gohan. Those two had gone to scout, and she was anxious about their progress. They had yet to return, and her concern only grew. At this moment, Krillin and Gohan were engulfed in a sense of trepidation, their hearts racing with anxiety as they pondered the best course of action. Aware of Frieza's subordinates' acute senses, they remained concealed, intently observing from their hiding place, careful not to attract attention. Suddenly, Gohan remarked, Krillin, do you notice how similar that Namekian looks to Piccolo? Krillin affirmed, indeed, it appears that this is indeed a Namekian, and they bear a striking resemblance to Piccolo, though Piccolo is considerably younger than them. He pointed out, look, they have elders and even children among them. Abruptly, a voice filled with anger and impatience pierced the air, bellowing, hurry up and gather in the square. Come out from your hiding places. I can see you. Do not delay any further. We, Frieza's men, have questions for you. Must I resort to force? A rowdy group of individuals began to usher the remaining Namekians out of their quarters and into the square. Gohan murmured, so many Saiyans. This is a terrifying prospect. However, Krillin shook his head, correcting him. No, they are not Saiyans. It is merely their battle attire and armor that is of the same design. Look at Frieza himself. He wears similar garb. Do not assume that identical clothing signifies a common ancestry. He recalled, when Vegeta visited Earth, he mentioned this very issue. The Saiyans that remain in the universe are few. Vegeta, Nappa, your father, and you, perhaps a few others, but certainly not in such numbers as those below. We must continue to observe quietly, without revealing ourselves. Those below are certainly not Saiyans, much like the two who destroyed our spaceship upon our arrival on this planet. The individuals shouting below appeared to be mere lackeys, likely subordinates of the one named Frieza. Judging by their strength, they seemed rather feeble, serving as messengers and wielding power through intimidation, posing little threat. The true danger lay with the two holding the Dragon Balls and the figure seated within the spacecraft. Our primary objective is to evade these three. Others should not pose any significant risk. Now is not the time for speculation. We must observe and discern the particulars of the events unfolding below to make informed decisions. Krillin watched as Frieza's forces continued to drive the Namekians, murmuring. I recall Vegeta mentioning that these individuals are akin to cosmic marauders, plundering planets with favorable living conditions. They exterminate the native populations and sell such planets at a premium to extraterrestrial buyers. I find it perplexing. They are already the rulers of the cosmos and the mightiest legion, yet they engage in such despicable acts. Who could they possibly sell this planet to? Gohan scratched his head and remarked, I am still a child. I do not comprehend these matters. Krillin also scratched his head and replied, I am not inquiring of you. I merely find it curious to speak aloud. Let us observe the situation for now. Below, the Namekian aliens, among whom stood an elder, suddenly caught sight of the 4 Dragon Balls in Dodoria's and Zarbin's possession, and his expression grew increasingly grim. He remained silent, fixating his gaze on Frieza. Chapter 92. Frieza seizes the 5th Dragon Ball. Frieza smiled slightly and spoke. You need not look at me. I have come to your planet solely to collect the Dragon Balls. The individuals below are my subordinates, and I have brought an entire legion with me. Do not harbor any illusions. In truth, my purpose for this visit is quite simple, merely to gather the Dragon Balls. I hope you all will cooperate and hand over your Dragon Balls, so we may negotiate amicably. Otherwise, I do not hesitate to eliminate you all. Where have the young people of your village gone? Why are there only the elderly and children? I recall your tribe once had numerous members. Please inform me. And if you cooperate, I shall ensure you endure less suffering. The elder of the Namekians uttered a phrase in their native tongue with great intensity before falling silent, glaring with his small eyes fixed on Frieza. Frieza chuckled again. Do not engage me in such childish games. Do not speak your Namekian language. I know you are capable of this universal language and can understand my words. Therefore, cease this childish charade and divulge the information I seek. Otherwise, you will suffer greatly. Let me reiterate, this is not a threat, but a fact. You must recognize the current circumstances, elder of the Namekians. The elder assessed the situation, realizing that this simple trick had been easily exposed, and he had no intention of continuing the ruse. He slowly replied, the young ones have gone to work in the fields. Only the elderly and children remain in the tribe. Frieza smiled pleasantly. See how beneficial this is? You show respect to me, and I shall reciprocate. Let us cooperate without straining our minds. The elder of the Namekians contemplated, deciding to buy time until the young ones returned, for then they would possess the strength to resist. After all, it was difficult to contend with these combatants as mere non-combatant Namekians. Frieza coldly sneered. Ah, elder, you are not being cooperative with my inquiries. Our initial exchange was quite agreeable, yet you insist on disrupting this atmosphere. As you can see, I already possess 4 Dragon Balls. It would be wise for you to hand over your village's Dragon Balls to avoid discord. The elder promptly retorted. We do not possess any objects you refer to as Dragon Balls, nor have I seen your subordinates with such items. Please do not inquire further. I know nothing of what you seek. Frieza leisurely remarked, Elder, your stubbornness may lead to the demise of your kin, whether you acknowledge it or not. I have comprehended the entirety of your Dragon Balls upon my arrival, as well as during the moment I extinguished the life of the second Namekian. Would you not agree? Dodoria responded, Indeed, after you eliminated the first Namekian who refused to cooperate, the second was more forthcoming, divulging all pertinent details. He asserted that your Dragon Balls are to be entrusted solely to those recognized as warriors by your kind. Others may not hope to attain them. Frieza nodded with satisfaction. Continuing to regard the Namekian elder, see, my subordinate speaks the truth, does he not? Cease this pitiful charade and engage with sincerity. The fellow provided me with intricate details. He mentioned that your Dragon Balls were forged in unison by 7 elders, each entrusted with a single orb, to be contested collectively. Your collective wisdom, knowledge, strength, and experience are all measures in this contest. Only a warrior acknowledged by all 7 can simultaneously possess the 7 Dragon Balls and fulfill their desires and wishes. This is what he explicitly stated. Any attempt to conceal it now would be futile. I sincerely hope you will cooperate with me, for this will conserve our energies and prevent a conflict that could lead to your demise. Such an outcome is undesirable, especially considering the time wasted in the first village. Are you not aware of how precious my time is? At this juncture, Krillin and Gohan, who had been eavesdropping, exchanged glances. With a puzzled expression, Krillin inquired, Gohan, do you have any concerns? Gohan pondered. Is it not true that their Dragon Balls are crafted by a singular individual? On Earth, the Dragon Balls were indeed created by our guardian. Krillin scratched his head. I suspect the Namekians are deceiving them, perceiving those among them as simple and loyal. However, should they be coerced into actions against their will, they possess a degree of cunning and could very well be misleading Frieza and his entourage. It seems Frieza and his associates are rather naive, believing that by wielding their might and employing threats of violence, they can extract the truth from the Namekians. This oversight on Frieza's part is quite evident. The Namekians exhibit considerable intelligence. Throughout this ordeal, Frieza and Vegeta remain oblivious to the existence of the Eternal Dragon. During our discussions on Earth, we merely addressed the Dragon Balls without mentioning their purpose of summoning the dragon. They likely assumed that simply gathering the Dragon Balls suffices to grant their wishes. These revelations present us with opportunities. Any information they lack is immensely advantageous for us. It appears there are many secrets yet undiscovered by them. As long as we maintain our covert observations, follow discreetly, and monitor closely, should an opportunity arise, we must act swiftly to realize our aspirations. They were unaware of the existence of the dragon, nor did they comprehend its abilities. Their desire, akin to that of Vegeta, was to attain immortality and invincibility. It is likely that, Considering the capabilities of the Earth's dragon and that of Namek, fulfilling such wishes would prove exceedingly difficult, a fact they remained oblivious to. We shall continue to observe the unfolding events. Gohan nodded earnestly, expressing with sincerity, Krillin, you are remarkably astute. Your analysis is truly insightful. How could I have overlooked such fundamental truths? It appears my mother was right. I must diligently study to become an accomplished youth. It seems you did not approach your studies with the same lackadaisical attitude I did in my childhood. You must be an exemplary student. Having perused an extensive array of textbooks, I ought to learn from you and read more. Wouldn't you agree? Krillin, in a state of resignation, merely shook his head, unsure of how to respond. Chapter 93. Frieza slays the Namekians to seize the Dragon Balls. The elder of the Namekians managed to maintain a semblance of composure. Yet the two villagers behind him could no longer contain themselves. One of them shouted, our elder would never relinquish the Dragon Balls, nor divulge their existence to you. You are overestimating your influence. Frieza, however, shook his head, remarking, it seems, elder, that your authority is insufficient to keep your subordinates in check. You have yet to utter a word, and they have already revealed themselves. How amusing. Sabo, intent on demonstrating a lesson, stated, you should indeed stretch your muscles a bit. Mere bluster was futile. They required a tangible lesson to instill some wisdom. With a cold smile, Sabo replied, as you wish, Frieza. In an instant, he darted to the side of the Namekian elder. Without hesitation, Sabo delivered a swift kick to the elder's neck, twisting it at an unimaginable angle, causing him to collapse to the ground, lifeless. Another elder beside him, acting as a guardian, erupted in fury. How dare you launch a surprise attack and slay our kin? You shall pay for this. He began to gather energy with both hands. Observing the situation, Sabo suddenly tossed the Dragon Ball into the air, and an energy wave surged past him. He deftly evaded the attack, which subsequently struck one of his lackeys, obliterating him without a sound, leaving no trace behind. Sabo glanced back at the remnants of his unfortunate companion. Then, without a word, he concentrated an energy wave and launched it toward the Namekian elder who had attacked him. With an explosive sound, the elder fell to the ground, charred and emitting smoke, devoid of life. At that moment, Sabo gracefully descended to the ground, extending his hands to catch the two Dragon Balls that plummeted from the sky. The entire sequence unfolded with a fluid elegance, profound yet understated, devoid of any pretense, exuding a sense of exquisite grace. Observing him, one might perceive his actions as those of a brutal killer, while the uninformed could mistake him for an esteemed noble engaged in refined etiquette. This individual's peculiar inclinations are indeed perplexing. Such a savage creature. Gritting his teeth, Gohan clenched his fists and exchanged a glance with Krillin. Both were seething with rage, yet they were acutely aware that, given their current strength, they were powerless to intervene. Any rash attempt to act would merely result in the loss of two more lives without purpose, leaving them to silently bear witness. Meanwhile, Frieza calmly addressed the elder, remarking, Elder, perhaps it's time for you to be more forthcoming. Observe how my subordinates handle matters with such brutality. It has caused us unnecessary complications in our discourse. Wouldn't you agree? He then fixed his gaze upon the two children beside the elder, who remained silent, unable to find words. Elder Zhang, watching Frieza's menacing glare flit restlessly between the children, let out a deep sigh. Breaking his silence, he inquired, Pray, enlighten me on your purpose in collecting the Dragon Balls. Frieza responded with an indifferent smile. Have we not restored the harmonious atmosphere we had earlier? My desire in gathering the Dragon Balls is rather modest, to maintain eternal youth and achieve immortality. I harbor no extravagant aspirations, as I am the emperor of this universe. Such a level of comprehension may elude you. My wish is indeed simple, is it not? Krillin remarked. It seems his desire mirrors that of Vegeta. Gohan countered, that does not necessarily imply they are allies. They may be adversaries, each vying for the Dragon Balls to secure their own chance at eternal youth. Krillin considered this. That makes sense. Your analysis is astute. Suddenly, the elder from Namek interjected sternly. Is it for such a wish that you slaughter our villagers and my master? I would rather perish than surrender the Dragon Balls to a monster like you. Frieza chuckled. You would watch your children perish at my hand rather than hand over the Dragon Balls. Why are you Namekians so obstinate and blind? Must you force my hand to be satisfied? Upon hearing this, the elder quickly concealed the two children behind him, responding with fury. You demons would kill our children for the Dragon Balls. You spare not even the innocent. Your actions are utterly despicable. Is there no moral foundation left in you? Frieza shook his head. It seems I need not concern myself with your children any longer. At that moment, Krillin and Gohan exchanged tense glances, wondering if he would truly dare. Krillin asserted, he does dare. Those of such wickedness will stop at nothing to achieve their goals. They are devoid of boundaries. Both malevolent and powerful, truly terrifying. Suddenly, Dodoria's scouter beeped to life. He swiftly turned around, gazing intently to discern the direction of the target. He reported back to Frieza, stating, there are 3 formidable presences rapidly approaching from Frieza's side. They must be the young Namekians they spoke of. Frieza's delight grew even greater. Splendid. They have finally returned. This will make the ensuing game all the more exhilarating. Krillin and Gohan simultaneously sensed the 3 powerful auras heading their way, filling them with renewed hope. Wonderful. Their reinforcements have arrived. It seems the elders and children will be saved. The elder shared a knowing smile, reflecting, our reinforcements, our mighty warriors, have returned. How arrogant you must feel now. They had only bullied our tribe, devoid of young fighters. Now that our youthful warriors have returned, what chance do you have left? Their return was indeed timely. Otherwise, the elders and children would have been lost. The Namekian elder, reveling in his thoughts, remained oblivious to Frieza's growing excitement. Now, everything was in place. There was no need for me to exhaust myself searching for them. I shall annihilate them all. We must swiftly resolve the Dragon Ball matter so we can proceed to the next gathering spot. We have already delayed here far too long. Chapter 94. Frieza slays the Namekians to seize the Dragon Balls. Suddenly appearing before the elder, he shielded the elder and the children behind him. Glaring fiercely at Frieza and his cohorts, he shouted, are you the fiends who have come to ravage our village and seize our dragon clan? Now that we have returned, we shall punish you. You shall not escape. It is utterly despicable that you have slain our kin. One young man gazing down at the 2 lifeless bodies. A third individual, equally enraged, added, do not waste words on them. We must eliminate them. They have disrupted the peace of Namek and violated the sanctity of our village. They must not be spared. At that moment, Frieza pondered aloud, is living well not sufficient? These 3 foolish individuals insist on returning to their demise. It baffles me how they think. Have you not learned how to write the word death throughout your lives? You dare to intimidate me and challenge my authority. However, the elder cautioned the 3 young warriors, be vigilant, do not underestimate them. Their strength is not to be trifled with. The 2 elders beside me were effortlessly slain by their minions. You may be strong, but heed my warning. Meanwhile, the young children shouted, go, go, defeat them and avenge our grandfathers. Zabon inquired, Dodoria, assess their battle power so we can devise a counter-strategy. Dodoria replied, very well, let me take a look. Beep, beep, beep. He pressed the button 3 times and said to Zabon, I apologize. You may be disappointed. Their battle power is just over 1,000. I expected them to be formidable. But it seems they pose no challenge. At that moment, Frieza's troops began to mock one another, amused by the audacity of those with such meager power to provoke them. At this moment, Gohan was utterly perplexed. Krillin, I distinctly sense that these 3 young Namekians possess considerable strength. Why do they claim their battle power is merely a little over 1,000? Krillin promptly clarified. Do you recall how Raditz, Vegeta, and Nappa brought those devices to Earth? They can only detect surface-level battle power. If one suppresses their energy and conceals their true strength, they become undetectable. These 3 individuals likely possess significant combat experience and are deliberately masking their battle power to mislead their adversaries. This tactic serves to confuse the enemy. Meanwhile, the minions of Frieza's army, emboldened by their perceived superiority, rushed towards the 3 young warriors, mockingly taunting. You 3 weaklings dare to act arrogantly in front of Dodoria and Sabin? You needn't trouble them. We'll teach you a lesson ourselves. The fastest among them was swiftly met with a powerful kick from one of the Namekians, sending him hurtling through the air. Before he even hit the ground, he had already succumbed to his injuries, losing his life in an instant. The remaining henchmen were caught off guard as the other 2 young Namekians unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, leaving them in disarray. One of them was sent tumbling towards Sabin, who, with a swift kick, sent him soaring into the sky, where he perished before even touching the ground. His form grotesquely twisted. After dispatching the foe, Sabin turned to inquire, what is going on, Dodoria? You mentioned their battle power was merely around 1,000. How could they unleash such potent attacks? Dodoria, equally bewildered, nodded in affirmation and pressed the device thrice more, only to observe their battle power skyrocketing past 3,000. It appears they were indeed concealing their strength. These individuals are quite cunning. Unfazed, the three young Namekians unleashed their full battle power, overwhelming Frieza's minions, who cried out in despair, utterly lost. Sabin and Dodoria exchanged astonished glances, realizing the remarkable speed at which these three enhanced their strength. Despite the ineffectiveness of Frieza's subordinates, who were formidable warriors in their own right, they crumbled under the might of the Namekians, prompting the thought that Sabin and Dodoria might need to intervene personally. Krillin, on the sidelines, silently cheered for the Namekians, exclaiming, "Incredible! This is exhilarating. Their strength is indeed formidable." Gohan sighed in relief, stating, "Yes. I was nearly suffocated by their bullying. Finally, some strong allies have arrived to avenge me. Witnessing this is gratifying." Dodoria, observing the unfolding chaos, remarked, "It seems Frieza's race can indeed adjust their battle power at will. Their displayed strength has increased." Frieza nodded in agreement, remarking on the rarity of races in the universe capable of freely adjusting their combat power. He had not anticipated that the Namekians belonged to such a lineage. It was evident that vigilance was paramount in addressing their combat strategies. Dodoria glanced at Zabon before addressing Frieza. "It seems I must take action. May I eliminate them all at once?" Frieza acquiesced with a nod, stating, "Do as you wish. Zabon has already made his move, so it is your turn now." With exhilaration, Dodoria set down the Dragon Balls, rubbed his hands together, and exclaimed, "Excellent. I've been itching for a fight." Meanwhile, the elder observed Frieza and his companions with a keen gaze, as if he had discerned something significant. Frieza cautioned Dodoria, "Be wary, Dodoria. I sense that their eyes harbor some treachery. Proceed with caution to avoid any unforeseen complications." At that moment, the Namekian elder felt a surge of alarm. The creature's instincts were remarkably sharp. Even as he contemplated a singular notion, the being immediately sensed it, revealing a formidable and perilous presence. They possessed 3 remaining detectors, capable of locating their gathering place, their village, and the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls, likely the very devices they wore on their heads. Upon further observation, he estimated there were indeed 3 detectors left. If he could eliminate these 3, the remaining members of their tribe would remain hidden from sight. He resolved to confront them personally. Releasing the child beside him, the elder suddenly pointed, unleashing a faint wave of energy that struck Dodoria squarely in the face, shattering his detector. Dodoria, momentarily taken aback, scoffed, "With such a feeble attack, you think you can harm me? What were you thinking? Has this old fool lost his mind?" Chapter 95. Frieza slaughters the Namekians for the Dragon Balls. Suddenly, the elder did not charge directly at him, but instead soared into the air, executing a graceful turn. 2 faint energy waves shot towards the 2 detectors on the ground, resulting in a resounding explosion as they were obliterated. Zabon quickly realized the gravity of the situation. This is bad. His target was the detectors. This old trickster indeed has a scheme. Witnessing the destruction of the detectors, Dodoria's fury escalated beyond mere words. "Are you mocking me? Do you truly believe I, Dodoria, am to be trifled with?" He rose, charging at the Namekian elder with fierce intent. Krillin and Gohan appeared to grasp the situation as well. Frieza and his cohorts lack a Dragon Ball radar. They cannot ascertain the Dragon Ball's location. They must find the Namekian gathering place through the detectors to seek the Dragon Balls. This strategy of undermining their resources is indeed brilliant. This elder is quite astute, having swiftly neutralized Frieza's scouts. Frieza bellowed in anger, "Dodoria, you fool! Cease at once." In midair, Dodoria was taken aback, gazing at Frieza with confusion. "What is the matter, Frieza?" Frieza, after letting out a furious roar, retorted, "You fool! If you eliminate this old man now, who will I turn to for the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls? Come down first and deal with these 3 young ones. Once I've interrogated this elder and extracted the location of the Dragon Balls, you can do as you please." Dodoria, suppressing his anger, suddenly realized, and addressed the 3 young Namekians. "You 3 foolish boys, I could defeat you within 10 seconds. With a sinister grin, Dodoria advanced toward the trio. "Do you think I am merely intimidating you? Allow me to demonstrate what true terror is." In an instant, Dodoria appeared behind one of the young men, extending his formidable claws. With a swift motion, he pierced through the young man's back and emerged from his front, leaving him lifeless on the spot. Dodoria turned back with an ominous smile, Gathering a new wave of energy, he unleashed a powerful energy blast at another Namekian who was still in shock. With a resounding explosion, the bewildered youth was obliterated, meeting his demise instantly. The last Namekian, seemingly regaining his senses, quickly distanced himself from Dodoria, thinking, "This guy's explosive power is truly terrifying." My two companions were annihilated within seconds. I must go all out. He brought his hands together, channeling all his combat energy into a massive energy wave, hurling it toward Dodoria. With a thunderous boom, the attack struck Dodoria directly. A satisfied smile crept onto Dodoria's face as he mused, "No matter how strong you are, taking my full frontal assault should leave you reeling, right?" As the dust settled, Dodoria stood unscathed before him. "Well, boy, what can you say now?" At this moment, the young warrior was paralyzed with fear. He had unleashed his full power upon Dodoria, yet it hadn't even scratched the surface. How can these beings be so formidable? Dodoria, not granting him a moment's respite, charged forward and headbutted the young warrior in the chest. The impact sent him flying, crashing into a mountain with a thud. Blood spewed from his mouth, and his head tilted as he succumbed, meeting his end. The elder's eyes were filled with horror, dread, and ultimately, profound despair. These marauders were simply too powerful. We had no chance of resistance. Frieza, observing the elder still hovering in the air, casually remarked, "Elder, it would be best if you descended. We can discuss matters more comfortably this way. It's rather strenuous for me to gaze up at you." The Namekian elder, speechless, took a long moment before slowly descending. Frieza, still beaming with a smile, addressed him, "Is this satisfactory? I am a reasonable person, and I believe we can come to an amicable resolution. The violence we just witnessed is quite unsettling for me. You have destroyed our most vital detector, and you should contemplate how to compensate for it. At the very least, you ought to offer your Dragon Balls as restitution for our losses. This is only fair. You are aware of our intentions here. If you are unable to meet such a modest demand, I cannot guarantee the safety of the two children beside you." The elder of Namek, holding back his words, finally relented. "Very well, I can hand over the Dragon Balls to you, but you must ensure the safety of these two children." Frieza chuckled heartily. "Of course. That is no problem at all. I am a man of my word. Since you are willing to uphold our agreement, we have a basis for discussion. And I too abhor such violence." At this moment, Gohan was seething with rage, grinding his teeth in frustration. "You scoundrels, this is utterly outrageous. To threaten the life of a child to coerce an elder is beyond excessive." Meanwhile, Krillin urged Gohan to remain calm. "You must stay composed. Life is unpredictable, and anything could happen. For those with such malevolent intentions, threatening the weak is commonplace. You must endure. We can do nothing but observe." The elder of Namek, feeling utterly helpless, retrieved the Dragon Balls from the room and handed them over to one of Frieza's lackeys with a cold demeanor. "I have fulfilled my part of the bargain. Please spare our children." Frieza, still chuckling, remarked, "That is more like it. You've wasted a considerable amount of my time. Since you have honored our agreement, I have another inquiry. Where are the remaining Dragon Balls? Inform me of their locations. If you refuse, I'm afraid there will be consequences. You were the one who destroyed our detector, preventing me from locating the remaining Dragon Balls and the settlements. You must compensate me for the damages you have caused." The elder coldly retorted, "The transaction is complete. You have acquired the Dragon Balls. Please leave at once. We do not wish to see you again." Chapter 96. Frieza slaughters the Namekians to seize the Dragon Balls. For Frieza responded, "Your species is remarkably obstinate. Why is it that reason fails to reach you? I merely wish to know their whereabouts." The elder, still filled with indignation, replied, "You have received the Dragon Balls, but I will never betray my kin. Can't you see? There are no traitors among the Namekians, rest assured. I would rather perish than reveal the locations of my brethren to a malevolent fiend like you." Frieza chuckled dryly. "Let me be frank. Stubbornness can lead to one's demise, especially for your kind. This almost fanatical obstinacy blinds you to my purpose here. My objectives remain unfulfilled. How could I possibly let you go so easily? Since you are so obstinate in refusing to fulfill my request, I am left with no choice but to reluctantly take the lives of these two children, as well as yours." Upon hearing this, the elder's countenance darkened. "How could you break your promise? You have already obtained the Dragon Balls, and yet you still wish to harm us? You despicable scoundrel. You are utterly vile." Just as he uttered these words, Dodoria swiftly lunged in front of the elder, delivering a punch that sent him sprawling to the ground. Sneering coldly, How dare you show such disrespect towards Lord Frieza and insult him? At that moment, the elder, disregarding his own injuries and the blood trickling from his mouth, shouted angrily at Frieza. It seems you truly have no intention of honoring our agreement. A man as untrustworthy as you expects me to betray my comrades? That is out of the question. Frieza chuckled derisively. Are you truly so dense? Our objective is to gather the Dragon Balls and fulfill our wish. Now that you have destroyed our locator, we are unable to find the remaining Dragon Balls, rendering our mission futile. What purpose does our search for the Dragon Balls serve now? You do not even consider such a simple matter, and I must clarify it for you. Since you have thwarted my plans and rendered my efforts in vain, I can only express my regrets. I am left with no choice but to reluctantly kill the two children behind you. This predicament is of your own making. I am a reasonable person. But if you insist on being unreasonable with me, then I must resort to force. My sincerest apologies. The elder trembled with rage, and the two Namekian children behind him were equally terrified by Frieza's menacing aura. They clung to one another, trembling like leaves in a storm, clearly shaken to the core. However, Zabon interjected, without Frieza's locator, how will we find the last two Dragon Balls? Frieza smiled slightly. It matters not. There are only two Dragon Balls remaining, and they are likely hidden within their settlements or villages. If we locate the remaining Namekians, we shall find the other Dragon Balls as well. It is merely a matter of wasting a bit more time, which should not be a concern for us. I believe that this stubborn race of Namekians will not betray their comrades again. Let us proceed. Eliminate them all so we can continue our search. For we have already squandered too much precious time, and I can hardly wait to fulfill my wish. Receiving Frieza's command, Dodoria grinned wickedly as he advanced towards the three. This time, do not blame me for your demise. You are the ones who provoked us. At last, I can take pleasure in eradicating you all. Gohan, standing nearby, gritted his teeth in fury, despicable and shameless, devoid of any integrity. Not only do you bully the elderly and children, but you also seek to kill them, having deceived them as well. How can such an atrocious individual exist? Krillin firmly grasped Gohan's neck with one hand. Endure. You must hold back. Such occurrences are unfortunately quite common, for vile scoundrels like them. There is no limit to their depravity. You must learn to exercise patience. At this critical moment, the elder, as if awakening latent potential, extended both hands to shield the young ones behind him. He shouted fervently, "Run. I will hold them off. Take this opportunity and flee far away, never to return. They are demons, insatiable and merciless. Hurry." Frieza, however, merely chuckled coldly. Now you think of escaping? Can you even run? The elder turned to glare at Frieza, proclaiming to the children, "Let me show you the wrath of our Namekian heritage." With that, he began to gather the remnants of his strength, preparing for a final stand. Realizing the urgency of the situation, the children wasted no time in turning to flee, not daring even to glance back. With the elder covering their escape, they understood the value of the fleeting moments they had. Meanwhile, Frieza gently raised a hand, extending a finger, from which a faint glow emanated. The Namekian elder barely registered a flash of light before a resounding crack echoed as one of the children fell victim, lifeless without even a struggle. The elder was taken aback. What speed is this? I had no chance to defend myself. This fiend is not only a villain, but a terrifying demon. Witnessing Frieza's direct involvement, Doria revealed a cruel smile. In an instant, he appeared behind the Namekian elder, his robust arm grasping the elder's neck. With a sickening crack, the elder's neck twisted at an unimaginable angle, ending his life. Doria remarked regretfully, "I'm terribly sorry. I overexerted myself. Now I shan't witness your wrath upon me. I inadvertently ended your life. My sincerest apologies." Observing the furious trembling of Gohan, Krillin helplessly urged, "Gohan, you must hold on. Even if we rush out now, it will change nothing and only increase our casualties. We will seek vengeance in due time. We must strategize carefully and exercise patience. Do not jeopardize our larger scheme. Prioritize the greater good." The Namekian child, witnessing the carnage, was utterly paralyzed with fear. The elder was dead, the villagers were dead, and my friends were dead. How could they be so merciless? Now, I am all alone in this village. They have slaughtered everyone. No, I must run. I must survive. He chose an unoccupied path and dashed forward, desperate to escape this terrifying and sorrowful place. Yet, he failed to consider that the very foes who had overpowered a group of adults would not be thwarted by a mere child. Chapter 97. Gohan's ambush Doria wore a demonic smile as he swiftly appeared before the child, blocking his path like an impenetrable wall. He cruelly addressed the child, saying, "Though it would be rather uninteresting for me to strike you down, the command from my superior has been issued, and I must fulfill his order. Huh. Off you go to the underworld to meet your kin." With a voice as cold as his fist, he launched a heavy blow aimed at the child's head. Just then, a furious shout erupted from behind. "Stop right there." An enraged figure soared into the air. Krillin observed closely. Gohan had acted impulsively, despite his better judgment. Impulsiveness is indeed a devil. At that moment, Frieza and his cohorts were all astonished. How could there be someone here, someone daring enough to curse us? It was truly peculiar that we felt nothing at all. Dodoria, too, was bewildered, questioning who had dared to call out for action, as if he had already dispatched everyone. In midair, Gohan was seething with rage, unable to contain himself, and unleashed a flying kick. This kick bore the weight of all his pent-up fury. A powerful strike fueled by hatred. It sent Dodoria's hefty head crashing into a nearby building with a thunderous crash, causing the structure to collapse entirely. Dodoria's rotund form was buried beneath the debris. Gohan had exerted all his strength, showing no mercy whatsoever. Krillin cursed under his breath at the reckless and impulsive lad. He thought to himself, "I cannot allow Goku's only son to perish right before my eyes. I must save him." With resolve, Krillin ceased to hide, releasing his energy and soaring into the sky, ready to rescue Gohan at any moment. Meanwhile, Dodoria emerged from the rubble, his face twisted in fury as he shouted, "Who dares to ambush me?" Gohan, hovering in the air, retorted, "It is I. I shall defeat you, you despicable scoundrel. How dare you harm even a child? I will vanquish you in the name of justice." As Gohan continued to vent his fury, Krillin, without hesitation, swiftly appeared beside Dodoria. Seizing the opportunity while Dodoria was still disoriented, Krillin delivered another kick that sent Dodoria tumbling into the ruins of another building. This blow was solidly executed, catching Dodoria unaware and sending him sprawling once more. Noticing his ambush had succeeded, Krillin called out into the air, "What are you doing standing there in shock? We must flee without delay." Without further ado, Krillin swooped down and lifted the Namekian child, making their escape. Meanwhile, Frieza pondered deeply, paying no mind to the trio fleeing. What could three insignificant beings possibly achieve? It was indeed strange that there were others from different planets on Namek. Had the news been leaked? Lost in thought, Frieza concluded, "Dodoria, handle this." Just then, Dodoria, still emerging from the wreckage, continued to curse those rascals, lamenting their utter lack of martial ethics. How audacious of them to launch a surprise attack against me. Once was not enough, they dared to strike again. I must capture those little rascals and flay them alive to assuage my wrath. The curses of Dodoria interrupted Frieza's contemplation, and with impatience, he declared, "Dodoria, handle the remainder of this matter. I trust your strength to deal with these insignificant pests. Pursue them relentlessly and ensure their eradication. We cannot allow them to continue their audacity." Dodoria grinned wickedly. "Indeed, Frieza, as you wish. Those little imps had the audacity to ambush me. I shall crush them without mercy." He darted after Gohan and Krillin. Glancing back, Krillin caught sight of only a single, rotund figure in pursuit and felt a sense of relief wash over him, thinking to himself that it was fortunate only one was on their trail. Perhaps they still had a chance. "Gohan, this is a moment to fight with all our might. That pink behemoth is gaining on us. We must fly with every ounce of our strength, or else being captured will yield dire consequences." Realizing not all were in pursuit, Krillin mused that they might still have a glimmer of hope. Meanwhile, Gohan maintained his composure amidst their flight, replying, "Krillin, I am exerting every effort to fly. But our speed may not match that of the rotund one. We may not escape his pursuit. Perhaps we should find a place to make our stand." From behind, Dodoria taunted, "You two little flies cannot escape. To dare ambush me, I shall grind your bones to dust if I catch you." It has been far too long since anyone dared to mock Lord Dodoria in such a manner. Seeing that a direct confrontation was futile, Krillin's mind raced, and he devised a plan. "Gohan, you take the child. I have a strategy to deal with him." Without hesitation, Gohan accepted the child from Krillin's hands. "Uncle Krillin, what is your plan?" Krillin gestured for Gohan to fly in a certain direction. "Head that way. Do not look back. I will confront this arrogant pink brute." In this critical moment, Gohan exhibited remarkable composure and obedience, propelling himself in the direction Krillin indicated. Facing the advancing Dodoria, Krillin offered a slight smile. He placed both hands against his temples and summoned his long-prepared Kamehameha wave. Suddenly, he unleashed a powerful shout, emitting a blinding light akin to the sun from his forehead, aimed directly at Dodoria's eyes. Caught off guard, Dodoria felt a sharp pain in his eyes and could see nothing. He bellowed in frustration, "My eyes! What kind of technique is this? How could it blind me? Truly, I was careless." As Dodoria flailed in agony, Krillin smirked triumphantly. "Now you can't see, can you?" He swiftly moved to Gohan's side and whispered, "Gohan, that fellow has fallen victim to my solar flare. For the time being, he will see nothing. Let us swiftly seek refuge for a moment. Once he regains his sight, the opportunity to escape will vanish." Gohan, equally bewildered, nodded in agreement. "Very well, Krillin." Chapter 98. Krillin aids the Namekian. Without further ado, the trio seized this rare opportunity, finding a discreet corner on the ground to conceal themselves securely. Once hidden, Gohan remarked, "Krillin, your experience truly shines. You managed to evade such a formidable foe with such clever tactics. We should be safe now, right?" Krillin replied, "Let us hope so. When faced with a powerful adversary, often brute strength falls short, and wit must suffice. I find myself with few options." Observing Krillin's self-satisfied demeanor, Gohan thought it prudent to temper his pride. He added, "Had your solar flare been followed by a Kamehameha, wouldn't he that have obliterated him? Would we still need to hide?" Krillin hesitated, awkwardly responding, "My Kamehameha is quite slow to charge. I feared that before I could unleash it, he would regain his sight and discover our presence, leaving us with no escape." In truth, Krillin silently regretted Gohan's hindsight. Had he known a follow-up could have vanquished their foe, they would not have fled. However, admitting such a thing was out of the question. Meanwhile, suspended in the air, Dodoria gradually regained his vision and erupted in furious expletives. "You two scoundrels! What cowardice to ambush me! You are cunning and despicable, employing such vile tactics against me. Should I find you, I shall flay you alive. Your audacity is intolerable. To ambush me before Frieza, causing me such embarrassment, and to blind me with such underhanded tricks. Where are you? Show yourselves. You shall not escape my wrath." Dodoria, oblivious to his surroundings, continued to rage in the sky, venting his frustration. Krillin, witnessing Dodoria's continued outburst, reflected, "Thanks to the Namekian elder, we were spared from his detector. Had he still possessed it, our escape would have been impossible. Now, he can only rely on sight to locate us. If we manage to evade him this time, it will be sheer luck." Yet Dodoria, unable to contain his fury, cursed, "Three little tricksters, do you think you can escape me? You underestimate Dodoria." He then soared into the sky, gathering his power to unleash a devastating attack that would annihilate the surrounding area. Seeing Dodoria ascend, Gohan chuckled, "This is splendid. It seems Krillin's tactic has worked, for he cannot locate us. Look, he is flying away." Krillin's expression shifted dramatically. "This is bad. He might be preparing to unleash a powerful energy wave. We must find cover quickly, or we will be caught in the blast." Grasping the child from Namek, Gohan swiftly dodged to the side. Simultaneously, a formidable energy wave erupted from Dodoria, hovering in midair, unleashing a thunderous blast that flattened everything within a radius of several miles. What was once an island landscape was transformed into a vast lake by Dodoria's shockwave. In that moment, Dodoria reveled in his triumph. Laughing heartily, "You little imps who dared to mock me, now you shall find no resting place in death. To provoke me, Dodoria, is your just punishment. Though Frieza ordered me to capture you alive, your demise, a consequence of your folly, is entirely on your heads." Satisfied with the destruction he had wrought, Dodoria flew off toward Frieza and his cohorts, neglecting to scrutinize the battlefield further. Meanwhile, Krillin and the others, who had managed to evade Dodoria's attack, exhaled in relief. Gohan remarked, "That was close. Thankfully, Krillin, your quick thinking saved us. Had we been caught in that energy wave, we would surely have been obliterated." Krillin, still feeling the weight of their near escape, considered, "Now that this fiend has departed, we seem to have momentarily evaded peril. Can you fly, young one?" The Namekian child responded, "Thank you for saving me. I can indeed fly." Releasing his grip, Krillin observed the child hovering in midair and said, "Excellent. Let us return to Bulma." After a moment of contemplation, Krillin addressed Gohan. Since he can fly freely, he should possess some means of self-defense. It is unwise to linger here. Let us return to Bulma and regroup while we still have time. Once reunited, We can strategize further. There is no need to linger here. Let us depart. The three figures sped toward Bulma's hiding place. The Namekian child, regaining his composure, expressed his gratitude to Krillin, saying, I cannot thank you enough. Without you, I would have met my end at the hands of those villains. I am sincerely grateful. Krillin, scratching his head awkwardly, replied, There is no need for thanks. I lacked the courage to rescue you from those fiends. It was Gohan who took the initiative. I simply followed. The child conveyed his appreciation to Gohan, who, equally embarrassed, said, Let us not be too formal. We should set off. By the way, what is your name? Gohan inquired. The Namekian child replied, You may call me Dandy. Krillin chuckled heartily. Dandy, let us not be formal. Your gratitude and mine would only complicate matters. We must hurry, for we have a companion waiting for us at a concealed location. If we delay, he will surely worry. Thus, the trio hastened towards Bulma's refuge. At this moment, Doria was making his way back, cursing the inconvenience of lacking a detector. Fortunately, this planet was not vast, making his search relatively uncomplicated. Had it been one of those colossal planets from before, locating Frieza's formidable forces without a detector would have been akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. As Doria was lost in thought during his flight, he was suddenly struck on the head. Caught off guard, a figure akin to a cannonball descended from the sky, landing with a splash into the adjacent lake. Once Doria regained his composure and sluggishly crawled out of the water, he vented his frustration skyward, exclaiming, Which scoundrel kicked me? This is the third time today. You persistently ambush me, and always in the same manner. What ill fortune plagues me today? Any random fool dares to attack me, and they all resort to kicking, striking the same spot on my head. It's utterly intolerable. Just because I, Doria, do not unleash my wrath. Do you take me for a sickly cat? Chapter 99. Vegeta's ambush on Doria. Doria shook the water from his body and patted his head, pondering whether it was those two brats from earlier. Were they still alive? Lifting his gaze to the sky, he spotted Vegeta. You, of all people, dare to ambush me? You've grown audacious, Vegeta. What is your intention? Doria shook his hefty head, lamenting his misfortune in encountering that rascal Vegeta at such a moment. Why do you attack me, you scoundrel? What brings you here? Vegeta, however, merely smirked coldly. It has been a while, Doria. At last, I have the chance to confront you alone. You've finally found yourself isolated, and I have awaited this opportunity for a long time. Doria shook his head in confusion. What do you mean? What do you intend to do now that I am alone? Vegeta replied, You foolishly think I would spare you? Of course. I intend to obliterate you. Am I to invite you for drinks instead? At that moment, Doria seemed to hear something absurd, bursting into laughter as if he had heard the most ridiculous joke. Ha ha ha. Is this the arrogance of you Saiyans? You dare to challenge my dignity with your meager combat prowess? This is the most laughable jest I have encountered in years. Are you truly here to oppose me? Or merely to entertain? Realizing something, Doria abruptly halted his boisterous laughter. Vegeta, since you are here, hand over your detector. If you do, I might consider allowing you to live a bit longer, in light of your earlier disrespect. Ah, so that is the case. Vegeta calmly removed the detector from his face. I see now that your detectors have all been destroyed. I was wondering why I hadn't received any messages from you all this while. Doria's expression shifted dramatically, even his usually dull intellect grasping the gravity of the situation. You, clever fellow, have been eavesdropping on our conversations with that detector of yours. Truly, you are quite cunning. It appears you have successfully pilfered some intelligence. Vegeta chuckled, disregarding Doria's fanciful musings, and slowly removed the detector from his head. Initially, I had no intention of bringing this device, but upon reflection, it seemed rather useful. After all, I have gleaned a wealth of valuable information from your exchanges. It seems your detectors are all malfunctioning, and I estimate it would take you a few days to procure new ones. It appears that this device has lost its utility for the time being. He then let the detector fall to the ground with a thud. Doria, however, smugly remarked, Not bad. You've made some progress during this time. You've become rather perceptive. Since you've so willingly decided to hand the detector over to me, I shall not let you down. When I see Frieza, I will speak highly of you. Indeed, you have improved. Unlike before when you were as stubborn and unyielding as a stone in a toilet, refusing to yield to any persuasion. What has brought about this change in you? Ignoring Doria's comments, Vegeta bellowed, You think too highly of yourself. Am I truly giving you the detector? With that, he lifted his foot and crushed the device into smithereens. Surprised by the destruction of the detector, Dodoria was momentarily speechless after his earlier taunts. Yet Vegeta continued. I wondered why you lot were so easily caught off guard by my ambush. Without a detector, you are as blind as bats, aimlessly flailing about in the sky, completely oblivious to my approach. How careless of you. Ha ha ha. It seems fortune truly favors me. Your doom is imminent. After a brief moment of astonishment, Dodoria regained his composure and said to Vegeta, Are you out of your mind? Even if you do not intend to hand over the detector, you need not destroy it. Surely, you have use for it yourself? Vegeta replied with a self-satisfied grin, Of course not. Such devices hold no value for me now. Unlike you lower beings who still rely on detectors, I can locate what I seek and discover those I need to find without their aid. Dodoria, momentarily perplexed, queried, I heard you are also in search of the Dragon Balls. Without a detector, how do you intend to locate them? How will you ascertain the positions of Frieza and his cohorts? Are you not complicating matters for yourself? I cannot fathom your reasoning. Did your visit to Earth damage your mind? Vegeta, still grinning with pride, replied, Seeing that you are on the brink of death, I shall indulge you with an explanation. Humans on Earth can sense energy during combat, allowing them to determine the strength and location of their opponents without the need for such auxiliary devices as detectors. Ordinary inhabitants of Earth can master this skill, yet I, a proud Saiyan, an exceptional warrior, and the prince of the Saiyans, have yet to grasp such a simple ability. However, I learned it effortlessly. Now, I can sense the powerful auras across the planet and discern their locations with mere concentration. There is no need for cumbersome devices like the Dragon Radar to locate the Dragon Balls. Your over-reliance on such instruments has led to our current predicament. As I observe Vegeta, who is brimming with confidence and eloquently speaking, Dodoria internally gasps in astonishment, contemplating the dire implications. If what Vegeta claims is indeed true, we are at a significant disadvantage. Not only has he acquired a wealth of intelligence from the information exchanged between our devices, but he can also locate the Dragon Balls and his opponents without any devices at all, placing us in an overwhelmingly passive position. I must urgently inform Frieza of this development to ensure he is prepared. Otherwise, this little brat may seize the initiative in many matters. The ability to sense auras may seem enigmatic, yet it merely requires a modicum of finesse. With a little practice, anyone could potentially master this skill. But rest assured, I shall not impart this knowledge to you. Ha ha ha. Gazing at the self-satisfied Vegeta, Dodoria suddenly has a revelation. Indeed, the two little rascals who ambushed me earlier must be Earthlings. Could it be that you have allied with the humans of Earth during your visit? Are you preparing to confront Frieza together? Your ambition is truly remarkable. Chapter 100. Vegeta overpowers Dodoria at this moment. Vegeta is taken aback. Earthlings? How could that be possible? With their rudimentary technology, how could they possibly reach Namek? That is utterly ludicrous. Moreover, even if Earthlings did arrive on Namek, I would never ally with them. My enmity towards them runs deep, and it cannot be erased by mere words. It is absurd to suggest that I would collaborate with the Earthlings. Have you lost your mind? Dodoria, however, coolly retorts, If that is the case, there is no need for further discussion. You may leave now. I, Dodoria, have decided to spare you for the time being. You should be grateful for my mercy. Vegeta, regarding Dodoria with a piercing gaze, replies, You need not conceal your insecurity any longer. You must realize that at your current level, you cannot hope to defeat me. Your combat prowess is but a joke in my presence. Dodoria, as if struck at his core, retorts, Nonsense. How could you possibly be my opponent? Not long ago, you were the one I easily overwhelmed. Vegeta, suddenly recalling something, realizes, it must be the energy unleashed during my battle with QE that you detected, correct? How do you feel now, Dodoria? Are you beginning to sense my formidable strength? At present, my prowess is far beyond what you could delight in or admire. Dodoria, in a fit of rage, without uttering a single word, concentrated energy into his palms and unleashed explosive projectiles upon Vegeta. The thunderous clashes echoed repeatedly, when suddenly a chilling voice emerged from behind. Fool, I am right behind you. Did you not notice? Are you attacking thin air? Startled by the voice, Dodoria's spirit jolted, and he instinctively swung a fist backward, only to have Vegeta effortlessly deflect the blow. Dodoria was swiftly subdued and pressed aside. Vegeta chuckled coldly, rising into the air and delivering a kick that sent Dodoria tumbling like a rolling gourd, spiraling far away until he finally came to a halt. Wiping the blood that trickled from his lips, Dodoria slowly rose, his heart brimming with dread as he pondered. Has Vegeta truly become this formidable? I seem utterly powerless to resist him. How has he transformed into such a terrifying force? Meanwhile, Vegeta's mood brightened suddenly, filled with a desire to converse, relishing Dodoria's terrified expression. By the way, Dodoria, let me ask you a question. When I battled with Chou-E, what was my combat power as displayed on your scouter? Share that intriguing information with me, and perhaps I shall consider granting you a swift death, sparing you from further torment. What do you say, Dodoria? Shall we cooperate and satisfy my curiosity? Without hesitation, Dodoria blurted out a number, around 24,000. That should be the figure, not a bit higher. The scouter belonging to Sabo had exploded due to reaching its maximum energy threshold, and thus further readings were unavailable. Vegeta, filled with pride, remarked, "So, it's 24,000. That is merely the tip of the iceberg of my combat power. I have yet to unleash my full potential, and I overwhelmed your scouter." It seems Sabo's device is still an outdated model, truly laughable, quite laughable. Dodoria, now even more astonished, inquired, "Then what is your true combat power? You haven't even reached your limit at 24,000? To which Vegeta coldly replied, "My dear Dodoria, allow me to disclose the truth to a soon-to-be deceased individual. My power currently exceeds 35,000, and should I unleash my full force, I might even surpass 40,000, beyond your current comprehension." Dodoria gasped in horror. "How is that possible? Your combat power has surged to such an extent. It's a monumental leap." Vegeta smirked icily. "Do you think I am unaware of your and Sabo's trivial trajectories? Frieza has employed such deceptions against me. Yet, I am well aware, clearer than anyone else. I have been assigned to fight on planets with low combat power, where I encountered no real challenges or opportunities for growth, simply to annihilate them. For years, my strength has barely changed. Frieza knows that we Saiyans are a race that grows stronger with each battle, thriving on adversity. The title of our battle-hardened nation is not without merit. Without proper combat and the struggle between life and death, it is exceedingly difficult for our strength to ascend. This is something Frieza understands better than anyone, which is why you have sent me to planets devoid of combat power, impeding my growth. This time, however, you have erred. I have experienced life and death struggles on Earth, teetering on the brink of demise several times. Upon my return, my combat strength has surged dramatically, transcending your comprehension. Ha ha ha, your negligence has inadvertently allowed me to grow. This time, Dodoria shall witness the true essence of a Saiyan." Dodoria retorted, "So you are aware of everything in your heart. I had thought you were oblivious." Vegeta scoffed. "Fool, such a simple scheme, and you think I, a genius of combat, would be unable to see through it? This journey to Earth was only permitted because you believed the warriors there were weak, turning a blind eye to my passage. Had the humans on Earth been formidable, you would have never allowed me to go. Indeed, you have underestimated the strength present on Earth, which has driven me to strive for enhancement and transcendence beyond your imagination." Ha ha. Dodoria managed a forced smile. "Since you are already aware, there is nothing more to conceal. Even if you have endured life-threatening trials on Earth and your combat power has improved, you will never reach 40,000. If you could attain such a level, would you not qualify for the elite Ginyu Force? I firmly believe you lack such potential." Vegeta coldly replied, "Even if I do not reach 40,000, even if I possess merely the 24,000 you claim, it is still far superior to you. As far as I recall, Dodoria, your combat strength hovers around 24,000. Even at 24,000, I am more than capable of dispatching you." Chapter 101. Vegeta reduces Dodoria to cosmic dust. Vegeta placed his right hand upon Dodoria's waist, channeling his energy to unleash a devastating wave, intending to obliterate Dodoria into cosmic dust. Dodoria, realizing he had no time for further conversation, was struck with fear and hastily exclaimed, "Wait, Vegeta, hold on. Do not act hastily. I have a significant secret to share with you. Spare me for now, and after I reveal it, you may decide my fate." Vegeta fixed a sidelong glare at Dodoria, noting the distortion of his jaw with a sense of inner triumph. Though he maintained a calm exterior. "Speak your mind. I can afford to wait a little longer. Hurry up, for if you delay, you shall truly have no chance left." Seeing the situation, Dodoria promptly declared, "I must reveal to you a monumental secret, one pertaining to your planet, planet Beta. You should know of its history. Before Dodoria could finish, Vegeta interjected. Was not planet Vegeta destroyed by a colossal meteorite? It was Frieza himself who wielded the blade that obliterated planet Vegeta. Are you referring to this matter? I had already surmised as much. Frieza has long harbored an intense fear of the Saiyans, particularly the emergence of the legendary Super Saiyan among us. A Saiyan endowed with such formidable power is beyond Frieza's capacity to withstand. Hence his dread of encountering such a warrior within our ranks. He devised a pretext to gather all our people on planet Vegeta, then seized the opportunity to annihilate it in one fell swoop. Is this the secret you wish to unveil? Dodoria, upon hearing this, was left utterly speechless, exclaiming, "This is a monumental secret. How did you come by this information? Has there been a traitor divulging confidential matters?" Vegeta, however, interjected coldly, "You fool. Do you take everyone else for simpletons? Although our Saiyan technology may not be the pinnacle of the universe, it certainly ranks among the best. Even if a colossal meteor were to strike, do you think our race would remain oblivious? Do you suppose my father, King Vegeta, was merely envious?" This elementary deduction hardly requires explanation, as it is self-evident. Reflecting further, I cannot help but feel a surge of indignation at having been exploited by you all throughout my life as an exceptional warrior. It is utterly infuriating. You have exterminated my kin, obliterated my planet, slain my father, and manipulated me for over 20 years. You have gone too far. Given this, do you really expect me to spare you? Frieza, while I may not be your equal at present, I shall bide my time. Once I fulfill my aspirations, I will ensure the demise of all those who harbor malice towards me. Vegeta's fury erupted, and from the depths of his being, he unleashed a devastating energy wave that obliterated Dodoria in an instant, leaving him nothing more than cosmic dust. Meanwhile, Krillin, Gohan, and Dend, en route to a concealed location, suddenly came to a halt. Gohan mused, "Krillin, did you feel that? The ominous presence that was pursuing us has vanished. It must have been vanquished." Krillin replied, "Indeed. I sensed it as well. That terrifying aura was extinguished in an instant. Moreover, the energy of the one who dispatched him feels strangely familiar. Could it be Vegeta's? Were they embroiled in infighting? Are they not allies?" Gohan, equally perplexed, glanced at Krillin. "I cannot say for certain, but this situation is perilous. We should temper our energy signatures to avoid detection. Whether it is that rotund foe or Vegeta, we cannot evade them. They are both ruthless adversaries." With a single strike, Vegeta had annihilated Dodoria on the spot, and he felt a surge of exhilaration. After all these years, even someone as formidable as Dodoria had been reduced to nothingness by my hand. Have I truly become this powerful? It seems this battle on Earth has been worth the struggle. After facing life and death, my combat prowess has indeed experienced a significant enhancement. In an air of arrogance, the formidable Doria faced a significant defeat at my hands, a testament to my growing strength. Remarkably, Doria divulged intriguing intelligence, the presence of Earthlings on Namek, a revelation of paramount importance. Even in his last moments, he managed to impart valuable information, which is commendable, although his claims seemed almost credible. I found it hard to believe that Earthlings could truly reach Namek. Yet, I sensed two familiar auras swiftly approaching, unmistakably not of Namekian origin. Could they indeed be Earthlings? If so, I must eliminate them to prevent any unforeseen complications. Without hesitation, Vegeta soared into the sky, his body radiating a cerulean glow as he rushed towards the direction where Krillin and Gohan had fled. Meanwhile, Krillin suddenly appeared alarmed. Lifting his gaze towards the horizon, "This is bad. Gohan, Dend, we can't continue flying. I sense a dark and powerful presence heading our way at incredible speed, one that we cannot withstand. We must find a place to hide and remain undetected." Krillin urged Gohan and Dend to take cover among the tall grass, stifling their energy and refraining from uttering a word. Gohan, still in a state of confusion, asked, "What's wrong, Krillin? Is there danger?" Krillin replied solemnly, "Feel it for yourself. One of the auras from the earlier battle has emerged victorious and is now racing towards us." Panic gripped Gohan as he broke out in a cold sweat. "Are we safe here?" Krillin responded, "There is no time for hesitation. We must act as if we are dead. If we keep moving, we will surely be discovered. Since we can sense its approach, let us conceal our energy and remain silent, hoping luck is on our side to evade this peril. That presence is undeniably dangerous, regardless of whether it is Vegeta. It is a fearsome entity. We must not waste another moment. Stay quiet and hidden. At that moment, Vegeta, racing towards them, abruptly halted midair, bewildered by the abrupt cessation of the two powerful auras that had been in motion just moments before. How curious, he murmured. These two dominant energies, which were previously in constant motion, have suddenly stopped and vanished. Could my senses be deceiving me? This is perplexing. My instincts have never failed me before. Since returning from Earth, my sensitivity to energy and battle power has sharpened, and I have honed this skill continually. Chapter 102. Vegeta discovers Gohan's presence. Though Vegeta was not entirely confident, he chose not to leave, instead circling the vicinity, searching with keen eyes. Could my instincts have been erroneous? My grasp of this skill is still lacking. I shouldn't have destroyed that detector earlier. Meanwhile, hidden in the grass below, Gohan, along with Krillin and Dend, were taken aback. Indeed, it is that guy Vegeta, Gohan whispered. Krillin remarked, this is truly dire. That ruthless individual has actually arrived here and eliminated the pink rotund figure we just encountered. Gohan, have you noticed that this fellow can pinpoint our location with precision, even without their so-called detector? Could it be that he has mastered the art of sensing energy, thus locating us through that means? If that is the case, it is utterly terrifying. We would have nowhere to hide. Gohan responded, but we can suppress our energy. Krillin shook his head in resignation. You and I can indeed conceal our energy and evade his search by holding our breath and focusing. However, that child cannot. He pointed to the diminutive Namekian child beside them. Gohan hesitated. Yes, he hasn't learned our techniques for offense and defense. This is truly troublesome. In the sky, Vegeta seemed to sense something amiss. The formidable energy had vanished, yet he could still detect a faint presence. This time, my intuition cannot be wrong. A weak energy signature is lingering nearby. You cannot escape. This time, I will capture you. Vegeta descended slowly, advancing step by step towards the location where Krillin, Gohan, and Dandy were concealed, searching as he moved. He muttered softly, it should be around here, perhaps behind that rock. You cannot flee. I have already spotted you. At that moment, Gohan and Krillin were utterly alarmed, their hairs standing on end, while Dandy trembled in fear. Just when the situation was most precarious, a crocodile suddenly appeared behind Krillin and the others, thrashing about in the pond and letting out a roar. Vegeta found amusement in this revelation. So it was merely this creature. I sensed a warm energy, thinking it was something significant, and frightened myself for no reason. Since that is the case, I cannot afford to waste any more time here. Frieza has already acquired 5 Dragon Balls. According to Earthling lore, one cannot fulfill wishes without gathering all 7. I must secure a Dragon Ball before Frieza and conceal it, then devise a new plan to steal the remaining Dragon Balls from him. As long as I can hide one Dragon Ball before they gather all 7, I will thwart Frieza's ambitions and prevent him from realizing his plans. With Frieza and his cohorts devoid of their detectors, they are effectively blind during this period, seeing and sensing nothing. This truly is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Upon returning to Earth, luck has also turned in my favor, as fortune seems to be on my side. With this thought, Vegeta soared into the sky, discerning his direction and vanishing in an instant. Once Vegeta departed, the 3 individuals behind the rock collapsed onto the ground, thoroughly frightened, gasping for breath as they lay there. Krillin exclaimed, I was terrified. I thought we were doomed this time. Fortunately, a colossal creature intervened and disrupted Vegeta's judgment, saving our lives. Thank the goddess of fortune and the divine beings for their protection. While Krillin continued to express his gratitude, Gohan interjected, while we should be grateful to them, we ought to extend our thanks to that giant crocodile as well. Without it, even the divine beings could not have saved us. We truly owe a debt of gratitude to that magnificent creature. Krillin remarked, I've heard that the flesh of prehistoric crocodiles is highly nourishing. Should we not consider consuming it? Upon noticing Gohan's disapproving glare, Krillin awkwardly scratched his head and added, I was merely jesting. How could we ever consume our savior? I only wished to lighten the mood. Please, do not take me seriously. With a couple of awkward chuckles, he attempted to alleviate his embarrassment. Gohan responded, Krillin, your character does not suggest that you would be ungrateful. Krillin, still scratching his head, replied, jokes aside, ever since we arrived on Namek, I have sensed an unsettling atmosphere. It gives me a peculiar feeling of dread, as if death looms over us. I cannot discern whether my premonition holds any truth. Look at me. A pitiable soul without a spouse or even a girlfriend. It would be utterly tragic to perish here. He continued, We do not yet know if we can accomplish the task assigned by Rashi, and losing our lives in the process seems hardly worth it. I am uncertain if Shinran can revive us. Having already died once, I recall his words. Those who perish twice face true death, beyond even Shinran's power to restore. This time, my foreboding is particularly intense. We should hasten to reunite with Bulma. Given that Vegeta can sense unusual presences, we must refrain from using Goku's technique recklessly. Let us return by land gradually. Gohan nodded vigorously. Krillin, I will follow your lead. You are our strategist, and your wisdom illuminates the very ground of Namek. Krillin, feeling a bead of cold sweat, responded, Gohan, when did you become so adept at flattery? I am quite unaccustomed to it. Eventually, Krillin and his companions returned safely to their hidden location, where they found a worried Bulma. After recounting their harrowing journey, Bulma was filled with astonishment. Your experiences are truly extraordinary. I never imagined such a terrifying and malevolent creature resided here. This was indeed perilous. Krillin hesitated. Who could argue otherwise? From the moment I set foot on this planet, I have harbored an ominous premonition, which I kept to myself. Yet, it seems my intuition was rather accurate. Bulma looked at Krillin thoughtfully and said, I have news. I've established contact with Earth. They have responded, and my father has constructed a new spaceship. Goku is on his way and should arrive on Namek within 6 days. If we can endure until then, everything will be resolved. Upon hearing this, Gohan and Krillin were overwhelmed with joy. Gohan exclaimed, Wonderful. Father's here. We are all saved. Krillin, with a sense of relief, remarked, Goku has arrived. It seems I won't meet my demise. My prophecy shall not come to fruition, and I can continue to live, seek a girlfriend, and even marry. In Chapter 103, consulting Bulma about the Dragon Ball strategy, Bulma, with an expression of exasperation, retorted, What on earth are you thinking at a time like this? I am truly amazed by you all. Hello, are you dandy? She continued. You are the Namekian child rescued by Krillin and Gohan. Welcome to our camp. Please, come in. The cave was relatively spacious, and I had utilized a universal capsule to create a room for our temporary respite. Please, enter, dandy. Don't stand on ceremony. I have prepared a lavish lunch for you. You may eat and converse while replenishing your strength. Krillin, hurry and invite your friend inside. Observing Krillin and Gohan devouring their food with fervor, Bulma sighed. With a guest present, shouldn't you be attending to them rather than gorging yourselves? You're embarrassing us earthlings. Krillin replied, Dandy, please eat. Is the food not to your liking? Gohan suddenly nodded in agreement. Yes, we are famished. Let us fill our stomachs first. Dandy interjected, I am not hungry. A bit of water is all I require. At that moment, Krillin seemed to ponder something and said thoughtfully, The entire village has been annihilated. Your spirits must be quite low. It is understandable that you lack the appetite. Please forgive our insensitivity. Dandy shook his head. That is not the reason. I genuinely only need a little water. This food is not suitable for us. Gohan countered. But I observed that near your village, there are fields with crops resembling vegetables. Are they not edible? Dandy replied, shaking his head. Actually, those are not food. They are saplings. As you know, our planet's harsh climate is due to insufficient greenery. We must frequently plant beautiful saplings to restore our planet to its former state. They are merely for restoring the cosmic environment. Ah, so it is for the restoration of your planet's landscape and improvement of your living conditions. Krillin remarked. Although the Namekians possess extraordinary abilities to create the Dragon Balls that grant wishes, you are indeed a race beset by calamities. It is quite unfortunate. Dandy gritted his teeth and, gathering his courage, asked softly, Thank you for saving my life. However, I wish to know where you come from. What connection do you have with us? Why have I never known of your kind's existence? Dandy voiced his deepest curiosity, just as he was about to receive an answer. Krillin suddenly looked up at the sky, seemingly sensing something, and dashed out of the cave, troubled by an intuition. Gohan appeared to sense it as well. His expression grave as he glanced at Krillin and nodded. Do you both possess some form of foresight? Bulma followed curiously from behind. What is it? Is there something you cannot disclose? Krillin sighed deeply. Both Gohan and I sensed it. A tribe of Namekians is being slaughtered over there. It is truly tragic. Moreover, the perpetrator is the one known as Vegeta. We recognize his energy signature and can feel that he is robbing and killing within that village. Dandy, please accept my condolences. While we know the identity of the assailant, there is little we can do to assist them. Distant waters cannot quench present thirst. Dandy responded with sorrow. We can only feel this. and it may not be entirely accurate. However, the current sensation is exceedingly ominous. This Vegeta seems to possess capabilities akin to ours, posing a significant threat to us. We must wait until Goku arrives on Namek to make any decisions. Before then, we need to learn to safeguard our own safety and refrain from rash actions, Krillin asserted. Dondi remarked, I have a lingering feeling that he is not affiliated with those who massacred your village. The ones responsible for the slaughter are called Frieza, and the one who killed the Grand Elder is named Dodoria. He was eliminated halfway by this Vegeta. I sense they may not be allies, yet their intentions align. Their goal is to seek your Dragon Balls to fulfill their vile desires, to maintain their youth and attain immortality. That much is certain. My mind is in disarray, and I cannot untangle my thoughts. What should I do? Gohan lamented. Krillin, too, reflected gloomily. Bulma, what if we first locate a Dragon Ball and conceal it? This way, neither of these factions can fulfill their nefarious ambitions. We could await Goku's arrival and then deliberate further. Shaking his head, Krillin countered, that would not suffice. If we hide the Dragon Ball and it becomes lost, they will go to any lengths to complete their plans, which could lead to the slaughter of all Namekians. That would be utterly cruel. Bulma pondered for a moment. That makes sense. Dondi implored, please, tell me about your origins and your purpose for coming here. What are the two factions you mentioned truly after? Why do they seek to annihilate us Namekians? Did they come merely to seek our Dragon Balls? Why is this theory so difficult for me to comprehend? Krillin, still lost in thought, responded to Bulma. Even if Goku arrives, he may only be able to defeat Vegeta. Frieza gives off an aura that feels even more powerful, terrifying, and malevolent than Vegeta's. He is known as the Emperor of the Universe. Can Goku truly contend with such a formidable adversary? I have maintained a skeptical outlook, and ever since I set foot on this planet, I have felt an ominous premonition, as if a curse is enveloping me. Dondi, overwhelmed with urgency, pleaded, please, tell me what is happening. Is there any way to save my people? They are being slaughtered. I beg you. Krillin scratched his head. Let me first explain our origins to you. After spending a brief yet informative 15 minutes, Krillin succinctly conveyed the entire situation to Dondi, who was struck with understanding. So this is how it is. Bulma interjected, stating, our primary purpose for coming here is to resurrect the dragon. This is the fundamental reason behind our visit. We harbor no malevolent intentions and come with a spirit of goodwill. Dondi nodded in agreement, acknowledging, you are unlike those who have slaughtered our kin. Your intentions appear genuinely benevolent. Therefore, I shall take you to meet our Grand Elder. Bulma, taken aback, exclaimed, what is this Grand Elder? I have never heard of such a figure. Chapter 104. The Marvelous Race. Dondi clarified. The Grand Elder is essentially the ancestor of our Namekian race. Every Namekian has emerged from the eggs of the Grand Elder. He is our progenitor and ancestral figure. As you may know, Namek once faced severe climatic anomalies, resulting in the demise of many of our kin, leaving only the Grand Elder to survive. Through those long and arduous years, the remaining Namekians are all descendants of the Grand Elder. For instance, I am the 108th child of the Grand Elder. Do you not comprehend this unique method of reproduction among our race? Bulma, astonished, gasped in disbelief, her jaw nearly touching the ground as she exclaimed, all your kin are born from a single Grand Elder? What an extraordinary race you are. It is remarkable that one individual can produce offspring. Is it true that you do not differentiate between genders? How could your existence lack amusement? This is utterly bizarre. What joy could possibly stem from such a method of reproduction? I truly do not understand. Dondi, with a hint of curiosity, retorted, what is a woman? Is it something delectable? What purpose does it serve? Bulma was momentarily speechless, feeling a disconnect in their communication. Krillin, feeling the awkwardness, cleared his throat and interjected, Dondi, pay no mind to this woman. She is merely a mythical being, an irrational creature. Let us refrain from further discourse with her. In this critical moment, while they are on the brink of annihilation, must we engage in trivial discussions about gender and Namekian reproduction? Is that not a rather frivolous endeavor? Gohan chimed in, indeed. The Namekian race is on the verge of extinction, and we find ourselves idly chatting. Do you not think this is excessive? Our priority should be to devise a plan for the salvation of the Namekians. Although our strength may be limited, collective effort often yields solutions. Krillin nodded, recalling their earlier observations. Upon our arrival, we noted that they were in pursuit of 4 Dragon Balls. Then, during the search for the 5th, Dondi's village was attacked. Now, Vegeta has struck another village. By this reckoning, it appears the Namekians are nearing total extermination. We must act swiftly. Dandy, do you possess any viable suggestions? Krillin pondered for a moment before inquiring of Dandy. Is the 7th Dragon Ball in the possession of the Elder? Dandy, bewildered, nodded. Although the 7th Dragon Ball had indeed been safeguarded by the Elder, Krillin remarked, "This is dire. Frieza and his cohorts have already gathered 5 Dragon Balls. But without a detector, it will be exceedingly challenging for them to locate your kin. The true threat lies with that individual named Vegeta. He lacks a detector, yet can sense your people's energy, placing the Elder in jeopardy. We must locate the Elder and inform him before Vegeta reaches him. As for our course of action, we shall await the Elder's instructions." What are your thoughts, Dandy? Dandy, still confused, nodded. Bulma interjected. Even if they were to attain eternal life, there is nothing to fear. Do you not possess a technique known as the Mafuba? Simply seal him within a jar and cast it into the far reaches of the universe. What threat does eternal life pose? Gohan queried. What is this Mafuba sealing technique? I have never heard of it. Krillin, shaking his head in exasperation, explained, the Mafuba is a technique used to seal the Demon King Piccolo. Originally created by Goku's grandfather to combat the evil Piccolo. It pertains to the old Piccolo, not the benevolent one that emerged later. Gohan nodded. I understand that Piccolo is quite kind and benevolent. I have heard my father recount tales of the old Piccolo. He was a terrifying and malevolent being capable of annihilating a city with a mere wave of his hand. Yet, in light of our current predicament, it seems futile to dwell on the Mafuba. How long do you think it will take us to reach the Elder? Dandy replied. How do you plan to get there? Krillin considered. We must not reveal our energy or display our combat prowess. Thus, we can only travel on foot. How long will that take? Dandy pondered, counting silently before responding, 30 days. The three were taken aback. 30 days was an eternity, and by then, the Elder would likely have perished. To save time, we have no choice but to take risks. We must fly. Bulma, you should remain here at the base to maintain communication with Master Roshi on Earth and relay any news promptly. Gohan and I will take Dandy to the Elder. We can fly, and if we encounter Vegeta, we can hide to facilitate our mission, Krillin stated. Bulma's expression fluctuated, a mix of indignation and frustration. Are you really going to abandon me to venture out alone? Do you not realize how unreasonable it is to leave a beautiful girl like me in a cave? Krillin shook his head. We have no better alternatives. If you could fight and fly, we would not hesitate to bring you along. Bulma stood on the brink of fury, exclaiming, How dare you label me a burden? What on earth are you all thinking? Gohan quickly intervened, saying, Bulma, your presence at the base is our greatest protection. Who would dare to call you a burden? Krillin chimed in, his words lacking thought. Without your communication with Earth, would my father be able to arrive in time? Without your steadfastness at the base, how could we ensure our logistics? Bulma felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her. Is this your idea of comfort? You have abandoned me here, 2 unreliable companions. Truly inconsiderate, failing to care for the heart of a young girl. Dandy urged, let us depart swiftly. My kin are enduring unimaginable slaughter. What more is there to deliberate? Krillin replied, let us not overthink this. Gohan, we should quickly set off with Dandy. First, let us pay our respects to their Elder and see if there is a chance to hide the Dragon Ball to save their people. Dandy, take the lead. We shall fly directly, discussing matters en route. Dandy sighed. I hope we're not too late. The Elder must wait for me. With that, Dandy soared into the air, heading towards the Elder's location. Without hesitation, Krillin and Gohan followed suit, swiftly disappearing into the distance like 3 tiny black dots, vanishing from sight. Chapter 105. Concealing the 7th Dragon Ball. Only Bulma, bewildered, muttered, You just leave me behind without a second thought. Don't you realize how dangerous it is here? You 3 are utterly heartless, abandoning me like this. You speak of leaving me to guard the base without considering my feelings. 2 of you have disclosed several terrifying pieces of information and then fled. This situation had worsened. Not only was there the cosmic tyrant Frieza, but also a figure named Vegeta, making the circumstances far graver than anticipated. It appeared she needed to communicate this news to Master Roshi and see what could be done from Earth. Goku alone on Namek was at a disadvantage, likely to achieve little. The Namekian race faced extermination. If this news reached Earth, Piccolo and Kami would surely take action. Accompanying these 2 was inherently a precarious endeavor. What had seemed like a simple journey had transformed into a battle for survival. Must a fragile girl, utterly defenseless, partake in their fraternal war? There was no point in overthinking it. Returning to Earth was not an option, especially since their spaceship had been damaged. They could only await Goku's arrival. As Dandy, Krillin, and the others hurried towards the Elder, they suddenly halted midair. Krillin remarked, "I sense Vegeta has left that village. He must be heading in another direction." Gohan retrieved the Dragon Ball radar from Bulma, eager to check if Vegeta had found the Dragon Balls. He activated the radar. Vegeta has departed from the village. Yet the Dragon Ball remains untouched. It appears he has not located the Dragon Ball of that village. Though he has left, the Dragon Ball still resides here. Krillin nodded, proposing, "This is indeed a prudent idea. Let us conceal this Dragon Ball. Even if they manage to find the Grand Elder's Dragon Ball, their wishes will remain unfulfilled, thus preserving a glimmer of hope for us. Dandy, do not rush. Let us first gather this Dragon Ball, find a secure hiding spot, and then pay a visit to the Grand Elder. Since Vegeta has left the village and is not far from us, we shall refrain from flying to avoid detection." Dandy nodded in agreement. "You lead the way. I am currently in a state of disarray and uncertain of what to do." Krillin asserted, "Then it is settled. We shall proceed step by step according to our plan. Let us embark immediately. We should reach the Grand Elder shortly." Thus, the three began to leap energetically across the terrain. In the vastness of space, Goku's spaceship continued its relentless speed. Within the vessel, Goku exerted himself with push-ups. Drenched in sweat, relishing the invigorating sensation, he mused to himself that it had already been a day since their departure, with 5 days remaining until reaching Namek. Time is of the essence, and the mission is significant. I have only just begun to acclimatize to 30 times gravity. The 100 times gravity seems a distant challenge. Without such combat prowess, my journey to Namek would be in vain. This time, I must deliver a surprise. The prospect of encountering foes even more formidable than Vegeta thrilled him, igniting a fervor within his spirit. How peculiar! The more terrifying the adversaries, the more elated I feel. Could it be the Saiyan blood that Vegeta and Nappa spoke of is stirring within me? Am I truly an alien? He dismissed the thought, resolute to defend his beloved Earth and protect his home, vowing to defeat any foe to maintain world peace. As Goku continued to sweat profusely, he sensed his limits approaching, eliciting a growing excitement. His strength was steadily increasing when suddenly, a familiar voice resonated in his mind. "Goku, are you there? Is that you, Goku?" Taken aback, Goku recognized the voice, pondering how it could manifest in his consciousness. Who could it be? A sudden realization struck him. "Greetings, King Kai. What a rare occasion for you to contact me." He marveled at the unexpected communication amidst the depths of space. A surprise indeed. King Kai, expressing his sentiments, remarked, "I have heard of your commendable performance on Earth, triumphing over the invading Saiyans and safeguarding Earth's peace. I am aware of this much. Excellent work. I hear you are now journeying alone to Namek. What is it that you seek there? I must admit, I have not been closely following events on Earth or Namek recently. Do enlighten me." Sun Wukong quickly replied, "I thought you were the omnipotent king of the universe. It appears there are recent matters of which you are unaware. Haha, I find it quite curious. Regardless, I must express my gratitude for imparting to me the formidable techniques of the King Fist and the Spirit Bomb. Without these skills, it would have been impossible for me to vanquish the invading Saiyans. I am truly thankful to you." The King of the Universe waved his hand dismissively from afar, replying graciously, "There is no need for such formalities. I, too, am merely compelled by circumstance. The techniques were entrusted to me for your sake, as I realized that failing to do so might result in dire consequences. However, it is also true that I saw your potential and your pure heart, which encouraged me to share my finest techniques with you. Yet, your own diligence and hard work were crucial. Without your dedicated training and earnest battles, defeating those two formidable Saiyans would have been unattainable. To attribute it solely to my teachings would be an understatement. Now, do share what has transpired recently." Sun Wukong responded, "You are excessively humble, King. After the battle on Earth, I allowed the Saiyan known as Vegeta to escape. I have a sense of an inexplicable bond with him, which led me to spare his life. However, I do feel a certain fervor when fighting him. Unfortunately, our dragon was accidentally shattered by Luo Quan and could not be resurrected. Bulma, Krillin, Gohan, and the others have also arrived on Namek, seeking the native Dragon Balls to revive our dragon. They encountered an attack from enemies there, so I set out to defeat them and rescue my friends. That is the situation. What troubles you, King? Do you have any questions?" The King of the Universe appeared slightly perplexed and responded to Sun Wukong. "I have been quite occupied lately, A friend visited me, laden with grievances. I find myself at a loss. Do you have any insights into that Luo Quan from Earth? He seems deeply invested in your affairs and fervently committed to protecting the planet. Yet, I remain unaware of his true identity. I sense that his status and abilities far surpass mine, indicating he is a person of great significance. It is rare for someone of such stature in the universe to take an interest in the matters of a lesser being in a small planet. He has not revealed his identity to me, which I find quite peculiar. Sun Wukong, do you know anything? Chapter 106. The king introduces the terrifying Frieza to Wukong's son Wukong, slightly taken aback, replied, Luo Quan is a remarkable individual. We share a very close friendship. As for his divine status and identity, I am completely in the dark. All I know is that he resides within the divine temple and maintains a good relationship with the Earth's deity, often guiding me in my training. Beyond that, there is nothing particularly noteworthy. Does he perhaps have some connection with you? Is he even more powerful than you, king? The king of the universe felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him, speechless and unsure of how to respond. Internally, he cursed, thinking, this individual has dismantled my king star twice, just for your sake. If I hadn't hurriedly sent him away to the East King, my planet would likely have faced another catastrophic blow. The East King came to me this time due to the profound and indelible impression left by Luo Quan's journey, which evidently stirred his ire, prompting him to seek resolution from me. I heard that his planet had also suffered at the hands of Luo Quan, who absconded with numerous precious materials. Better to die as a friend than to see a Taoist perish. My dear brother cannot fault me. I act out of self-preservation. I cannot allow my planet to be ravaged for a third time. Such a predicament is indeed exasperating. I wish to gather more intelligence about Luo Quan from Sun Wukong. Yet it seems this fellow is equally uninformed. Is there truly no one else in the cosmos beside you? Sun Wukong, seemingly perplexed, replied, No, king. I embarked on the journey alone in my spaceship. I merely intended to fulfill a modest wish with the dragon over there. Why would I need to bring many others along? I set out on my own, and have even been cultivating aboard the ship. Upon hearing of formidable adversaries, I felt a surge of excitement. Why do you inquire so? The king sighed in relief, thankful that Sun Wukong had embarked solo. Had that miserly Luo Quan overheard our conversation, he would surely devise more schemes against me. Alas, what a troubling situation. Sun Wukong, recalling the king's tone, suddenly asked, Aren't you well versed in our affairs? Why then do you seek these trivial details? Is your mystery merely a fade? The king retorted with irritation, as a distinguished king. Do you comprehend the vastness of my jurisdiction? Do you presume I would squander my energy on a mere speck like Earth? I have myriad responsibilities to tend to. Besides, an old acquaintance recently troubled me, who I have just seen off. I shan't elaborate further. Since you are unclear about Luo Quan's identity, I shall refrain from discussing it. I merely asked out of curiosity and wish you triumph in your battles. As for everything else, do not dwell on it, understood? Sun Wukong, with his naive honesty, responded. But king, I heard from Bulma that Namek is immense, at least 10 times the size of Earth. How can you deem it a mere little Namek? Is your understanding flawed, king? The king, face-palming in exasperation, explained, That may be true from your perspective. For Earth, Namek appears quite large. Yet, in the grand expanse of the universe, amidst countless stars, Namek's size and position are quite insignificant. Do not let your ignorance distort my worldview. Perhaps you should read more. How absurd it is that I, as a dignified king, must elucidate such elementary knowledge to Sun Wukong. To alleviate the awkwardness of his earlier ignorance, Sun Wukong then inquired, What offense did Luo Quan commit against you? You seem to harbor some resentment towards him. This time, I have ventured into the cosmos alone, without anyone accompanying me. You can speak freely, and there is no need for concern. Feel free to express whatever is on your mind. The king of the world contemplated for a moment and decided against it. The stature and rank of that individual are far too elevated, and many of their abilities elude my comprehension. It would be unfortunate if that petty individual overheard us. I would certainly find myself in dire straits. The king of the world had only recently been restored and wished to avoid further destruction. He reassured, Let us not delve into Goku's matters in detail. Since you are unaware of his background, I am even less informed. We shall wait for an opportunity to inquire further. Just know that he is a being of significant rank and pure status. One should refrain from speaking ill of such prominent figures behind their backs. Moreover, this individual harbors a benevolent heart towards you, the Earth, and your entire star domain. He bears no ill intentions. If you keep this in mind, you shall not suffer any losses. This is my counsel as the king of the world, and also a reminder to myself. After all, it is normal for great figures to possess a bit of a temper, and I cannot afford to provoke him. Now let us discuss you. How are things currently? Sun Wukong scratched his head and replied, there isn't much of significance, really. They are merely on Namek searching for the Dragon Balls to revive the Earth's dragon. But they encountered formidable foes there, and their spaceship was destroyed. Krillin and Bulma relayed that they encountered someone named Frieza, who leads a band of subordinates and has inflicted considerable harm upon the native Namekians. I am not entirely familiar with the specifics. Your Majesty, aren't you able to observe the events on Namek? Please take a look. I have heard that this Frieza possesses extraordinary strength. I would deeply appreciate your assistance in observing the situation so that I may have a clearer understanding. Upon hearing this, the king of the world broke into a cold sweat. What? It is that Frieza? Are you certain of this? Sun Wukong affirmed. Bulma referred to him as the Cosmic Emperor Frieza. Please utilize your divine powers to assist me. It is said that his strength surpasses even Vegeta's, which is truly remarkable. The king of the world then gravely addressed Sun Wukong. This is no time for jest. Please wait a moment while I observe the situation on Namek before we continue our discussion. Adjusting his gaze towards Namek, he channeled a surge of divine power to observe the various occurrences on the planet's surface. After a brief moment, he was drenched in cold sweat, utterly terrified. He quickly informed Sun Wukong, you must heed my words, Goku. It truly is Frieza. He is terrifying. That being, the most powerful, malevolent, and unfathomable entity in the universe, is indeed on Namek searching for the Dragon Balls. You must follow my advice. Do not engage him in battle, nor make contact with him. When you arrive on Namek, avoid any interaction with him or his subordinates. Your primary objective is to rescue Bulma, Krillin, Gohan, and the others, and return to Earth immediately. Do not let him know that you have been to Namek or have any association with those around him. Do you understand? This is my first time issuing you a serious command. I assure you, this is no jest. The prowess of that individual, along with the actions of his legion, transcends your understanding. And as for Vegeta, his strength pales in comparison, not merely by a fraction, but by a staggering magnitude. Trust me, I am not jesting about such matters. Do you comprehend? Goku, you must remember this. It is imperative. Chapter 107. Goku's yearning for a formidable foe. Goku pondered and remarked, I merely encounter powerful adversaries, driven by the urge to challenge them. I harbor no ulterior motives. My purpose for this journey was solely to retrieve someone and fulfill a wish, without any intent to engage in conflict. The king of the worlds, however, was drenched in cold sweat. That individual is not someone you can provoke, and merely having the opportunity to meet him could unleash calamity upon the entire Earth. He is exceedingly malevolent. To put it simply, he is a cosmic tyrant who annihilates the inhabitants of lesser planets suitable for life, only to resell those planets at exorbitant prices to advanced extraterrestrial civilizations. To label them as mere space pirates or bandits falls woefully short. If you attract his attention or incite his wrath, and you manage to escape back to Earth, it would still spell doom for our world. This is not a matter of mastering a technique or honing your martial prowess. He is a being beyond our reach. Goku, you must heed my words and refrain from impulsiveness. Goku, somewhat non-committally, replied, Understood, King, yet inwardly he felt a rebellious spirit. He was determined to test his limits. Seeing that he could not sway Goku, the king fell silent, letting out a quiet sigh, pondering the misfortune of attracting the attention of the nefarious Frieza, that terrifying fiend. Goku disregarded the king's warnings, resolute in his own path. With such a formidable enemy looming, he felt an exhilarating compulsion to intensify his training. 30 times the gravity no longer sufficed. He resolved to train under 50 times the gravity. Once he adapted to 100 times, with the king's tenfold technique, would there be an opponent he could not defeat? Moreover, he had grown significantly stronger from the recent battle on Earth. The king, perhaps overly cautious, had grown accustomed to a comfortable life on King Kai's planet, fearing this and that. If he was merely slightly stronger than Vegeta, then surely Goku's training would surpass Vegeta's. There was no reason to live in fear of such threats. It was absurd. It is not merely a matter of strength. I have heard that he leads his forces in the slaughter of Piccolo and the deity's kin, an unforgivable act. For this reason alone, I must train diligently and vanquish them. I shall reclaim Namek, restoring it to its former grandeur. What would be the purpose of my arduous journey aboard this spacecraft to planet Namek, if not to assist them? By offering my aid, I could seamlessly request them to grant my wish with the Dragon Balls. With such formidable pressure to train under, I find an abundance of motivation to strive harder. Observing Goku, who was diligently honing his skills, the King Kai pondered, having expressed all he could. Whether this fellow could truly absorb his words remained uncertain. It was indeed a formidable challenge. The Saiyans, with their inherently combative nature, seemed to thrive on the strength of their adversaries, growing more confident as their foes became more formidable. Alas, I have said all that needed to be said and acted as required. The outcome is indifferent. No matter how fearsome Frieza may be, can he truly compare to the terror that is Luo Quan? With Luo Quan safeguarding Earth, I had indeed overthought the situation. Any Frieza foolish enough to provoke Luo Quan would likely find themselves nursing a bruised ego, fleeing in disgrace. Contemplating this, the King Kai chuckled with pride. Anyone foolish enough to antagonize Luo Quan would surely meet their just deserts, a thought that brought him joy. Moreover, that foolish East Kai was said to have had his planet torn asunder. It appears Luo Quan's destructive prowess did not disappoint. After a brief visit to the East Kai, it seemed his realm had also been reduced to ruins. I felt a sense of vindication, for he had finally wreaked havoc not just upon me, but upon all. Alas, I wonder if this year's misfortune stemmed from the arrival of such a formidable figure. East Kai, you cannot fault me for my lack of loyalty. There is little I can do. I am equally helpless. Next time, I shall not deceive you. I will send him to visit the West Kai. Perhaps it will benefit us both, and I shall have an ally. As for Goku, I shall not dwell on his affairs. After all, he possesses a powerful backing. Should he face lesser foes, it is likely that the Elder would emerge, and this Elder is the most formidable of all. Who could dare challenge him? I reflect upon my own predicament, pondering if I am merely worrying over trifles. I shall cease my overthinking. I have relayed everything Goku needed to hear, and now it is up to him to navigate his own course. I have matters to attend to, so I shall not prolong our conversation. Meanwhile, Goku remained oblivious to the King Kai's tone and the shift in information, as he was already prostrated on the spacecraft's floor, struggling against the newly imposed gravity of 50 times Earth's. Gasping for breath, he mused that this 50-fold gravity was truly beyond human adaptation. It seemed that without acclimatization to 40-fold gravity, the strain on his body was considerable. Yet, it mattered not. The greater the pressure, the more exhilarated he became. With 5 days remaining, he resolved to push himself to the limits, determined not to disappoint them. Lunchtime approached, and with Krillin and Bulma awaiting him, he vowed to persevere until reaching planet Namek. Krillin, Gohan, and Dandy swiftly assessed their current predicament, considering the triangular power dynamics between Vegeta, Frieza, and others, and recognized the complexity of their situation. After deliberation, they ultimately decided that Krillin would accompany Dandy to pay a visit to the Grand Elder. Gohan remarked, "Go forth." Meanwhile, the village that Vegeta had recently annihilated would serve as a source for gathering Dragon Balls, ensuring their safe return to Bulma. Ultimately, leaving Bulma in a concealed location is perilously risky. A defenseless girl hiding alone could encounter unforeseen dangers, and they would undoubtedly feel a pang of guilt. One hopes that, at this moment, Bulma's heart is somewhat at ease. It seems that Bulma's grievances have indeed compelled the three to consider her safety, although they have split into two groups. Krillin repeatedly admonished Gohan to exercise utmost caution. Even with the Dragon Ball radar, he should make the most of the terrain for evasion, avoiding reckless flight. After all, with Vegeta as an unpredictable element, should he discover them, everything would be in jeopardy. That individual, despite currently being in opposition to Frieza, is notoriously difficult to deal with, especially under such circumstances where the trio has divided their efforts. A resounding explosion echoed from a village that Vegeta was mercilessly decimating, and he emerged slowly from the dust, clutching a Dragon Ball the size of a volleyball between his arms. It appeared that he had indeed located the Dragon Ball of that village. Chapter 108. Vegeta sinks the Dragon Ball to the lake's bottom. Vegeta muttered curses under his breath, lamenting the obstinacy of the planet's indigenous inhabitants, declaring that if they refused to yield the Dragon Balls, he would have no choice but to annihilate them all. He reflected on his own relentless brutality. Perhaps this was an inherent trait of the Saiyan race. Vegeta fell into contemplation, realizing that carrying such a large Dragon Ball was rather impractical. Furthermore, considering the malfunction of Frieza's and his minions' detectors, He pondered ways to seize Frieza's Dragon Balls, as possessing so many was indeed cumbersome. Then, a spark of inspiration struck him. This Dragon Ball had been found in a storage room within the gathering place of the Namekians, suggesting that their Dragon Balls were concealed within the village's storages. Frieza and his cohorts likely lacked specialized instruments. They must have used detectors to pinpoint the locations of these tribes, subsequently exterminating the inhabitants before searching for the Dragon Balls. Rather than burden himself with it, he decided it would be wiser to hide it in a secret location, facilitating transport and thwarting Frieza's plans. Feeling quite pleased with himself, he surveyed the surroundings and discovered a relatively deep lake, which was unlikely to be searched thoroughly. I shall conceal the Dragon Ball at the bottom of this lake, he concluded. Thus, even if they locate the village, they will not find the Dragon Ball, and should they find me, they will still be one Dragon Ball short. What a genius I am. He promptly acted on his thought, tossing the Dragon Ball into the nearby lake, watching it sink gracefully to the bottom. After ensuring its concealment, he was confident that it would remain undetected, known only to him. As he surveyed his hiding spot, Vegeta felt a sudden awareness of two faint energies swiftly approaching from afar. His sensitivity to such presences was keen, and he pondered the identity of these two energies. One unmistakably belonged to a Namekian. The other, however, evoked a strangely familiar sensation. Could it truly be as Dodoria claimed, that the Earthlings have ventured to Namek? Although the notion seems exceedingly improbable, Dodoria spoke with such conviction, suggesting he would not jest about such matters. Should they indeed have arrived, they would pose a significant threat regarding the Dragon Balls. After all, they have coexisted with the Dragon Balls for many years, undoubtedly possessing a deeper understanding of them than I do. Contemplating this, a sense of unease arose. It would be prudent to investigate further. Safety must take precedence. One cannot afford to be careless with such matters. With this thought in mind, he sprang into action, swiftly departing from his concealed location of the Dragon Balls. At that moment, he unexpectedly encountered Zarbon, who was searching for nearby villages. Vegeta, as fate would have it, crossed paths with Zarbon, a surprising occurrence indeed. He had been so preoccupied with thoughts of how to eliminate foes and seize the Dragon Balls that he had failed to notice Zarbon's approach, which took Vegeta aback. While encountering Zarbon here was unexpected, Vegeta pondered how he had arrived in this place. Zarbon's appearance inadvertently saved Krillin and Dandy's lives. Sensing Vegeta's energy, the two hastily moved closer, alarmed and thinking they were in dire straits, having just taken flight and now discovered. Quickly, Dandy and Krillin descended from the sky, seeking refuge in a nearby grove, fearing they were doomed. At that moment, they sensed another powerful energy nearby, rapidly heading towards Vegeta. This is fortuitous. It must be one of Frieza's subordinates. If he can distract Vegeta, we might still have a chance. Krillin signaled to Dandy, indicating it was safe to proceed. The two immediately ascended once more, resuming their journey without hesitation. Krillin inquired, "How long do you think it will take us to reach the Grand Elder?" Dandy contemplated. "If we aren't hindered and fly at full capacity, we should arrive at the Grand Elder's residence in about 5 hours. I hope we make it in time," Krillin remarked. Fortunately, another enemy is entangled with Vegeta. It seems Lady Luck is on our side this time. Surely, she will also protect Gohan. That lad tends to be quite meticulous. I must admit, I am uneasy about leaving him to fend for himself in this situation. Indeed, it is unavoidable. Dandy, let us continue. Meanwhile, Gohan remained vigilant, swiftly navigating between islands, revealing no signs of flight. He adhered strictly to Krillin's instructions, knowing that should his energy become exposed, he would have to retreat. If Vegeta were to capture him, it would spell disaster. In this regard, the boy demonstrated commendable caution and reliability. How had Zarbon arrived here? Let us rewind the timeline to an hour prior, when Dodoria was in pursuit of Krillin and Gohan. Frieza and his minions, having laid waste to a village, had waited for a considerable time, yet Dodoria had not returned. Finally, Frieza, growing impatient, turned to Zarbon and remarked, "That fool Dodoria can't even handle such a simple task. Chasing two extraterrestrial beings has consumed an inordinate amount of time. We can no longer afford to linger aimlessly. Although our scanner is malfunctioning and our manpower is limited, we must continue our endeavors. You and that skilled artillery wielder should first scout the vicinity for any additional settlements. We cannot afford to waste time here. If, perchance, Vegeta is also in pursuit of the Dragon Balls, or if the Earthlings are seeking them as well, or if the two factions have allied, it would pose a significant threat to us. Therefore, Sabo, you shall accompany this individual in the quest for the next village or follow behind. We will mark our path while searching for the Dragon Balls. Should Dodoria return and observe our traces, he will surely ascertain our location, and we cannot afford to delay any longer. Sabo pondered for a moment before responding, Very well, as you wish, Frieza. Let us set forth. Indeed, we should not tarry here. Ascending into the air, Sabo instructed his subordinate, You shall head in that direction, while I take this way. There should be another village nearby, which I detected before our scanner became inoperative. If you discover their tribal gathering, do not act rashly. Ensure you return to inform Frieza. After all, your physique is not that of a formidable Saiyan, and with our current manpower shortage, we must conserve our resources, understood? The subordinate, who had been merely tagging along, quickly affirmed, Understood, Sabo. I shall depart from this side. Thus, the trio parted ways, embarking on their respective quests. Chapter 109. Sabo transforms and so. Sabo scoured the neighboring village on Namek, soaring through the skies. Suddenly, he caught sight of a shooting star in the distance and hastened toward it. Upon nearing, he realized it was the enigmatic Vegeta. His presence here could potentially unravel many mysteries. Sabo surged forward, intercepting Vegeta midair. Well, who do we have here? Is this not the illustrious warrior of the Saiyan race, Prince Vegeta? What brings you here in such haste? At that moment, Vegeta had no inclination to engage in idle chatter with Sabo. I just dealt with Dodoria, and it seems you, too, are alone. Fortune favors me with an opportunity for vengeance. Sabo, having arrived, was commanded to stay. Any issues could be addressed once he had descended into the depths of hell. Vegeta laughed triumphantly. Sabo, taken aback, exclaimed, What? You have already slain Dodoria? How could that be? With your meager combat prowess, how could you possibly rival Dodoria? I have been waiting this whole time with no word from him. He pursued 2 Earthlings and has yet to return to report to Frieza. It turns out he met his demise at your hands. This is utterly despicable. How could you have grown so powerful? To vanquish Dodoria in such a brief span of time signifies a transformation in you. Vegeta, basking in his newfound pride, scoffed, Humph, you see. That fool Dodoria was merely overconfident. I once believed that I was confronting a version of myself from before my journey to Earth. Failing to recognize that I was not placed on an equal footing with him, nor was there any deceit that could sway me. The very thought is laughable. I effortlessly eradicated Dodoria, avenging years of animosity. Fortune has indeed smiled upon me. It was Dodoria's isolation that led to his demise, and now I stand before you. Given your current combat prowess, it is evident that you have emerged from the throes of life and death struggles. My adversary, prepare to meet your end. Sabo. At this moment, however, Sabo remained remarkably composed. It appeared that the fool Dodoria had indeed perished at his hands. Although Sabo's recent expedition to Earth had been fraught with peril, it undeniably contributed significantly to his growth. Despite the fact that unleashing my full power would render me quite unattractive, in the face of life and death, such concerns are trivial. If I must appear grotesque to swiftly eliminate this foe, so be it. No one will witness my unsightly visage. Thus, Sabo smirked slightly, Vegeta. Please do not equate my strength and intellect with that fool Dodoria. On the surface, our powers may seem comparable, yet I harbor a monumental secret. As you well know, I possess an innate fondness for beauty and cleanliness. Our race has the ability to transform, but such a transformation results in a rather unsightly appearance, something I detest. Consequently, I maintain this human guise solely for aesthetic purposes. However, when faced with critical situations, I will unleash my true form to enhance my combat abilities. This truth remains known only to Frieza. Do not be misled by the years you have spent amongst us. This is my greatest secret. Vegeta. You have underestimated me, and this time, there will be no escape. Your recklessness will exact a heavy toll. Without further ado, Sabo began to harness his racial talents. Feeling his aura and combat power surge dramatically. Gradually, his muscles swelled, his facial features morphed, and he grew increasingly corpulent, his skin taking on a toad-like texture. Speckled and oozing with viscous fluids. In an instant, he transformed into a grotesque figure, completely shattering Vegeta's previous perception of him as an attractive warrior. Vegeta stood in shock, paralyzed by the sudden turn of events, uncertain of how to proceed. This was disastrous. Just moments ago, this individual exhibited a combat power of approximately 22,000. How had he surged to such heights? It appeared that Sabo's words rang true. He had concealed his true power to maintain an ordinary facade for the sake of appearance. Now, in this critical moment, he was prepared to unleash his malevolent strength, fighting with all his might. Consequently, it was likely that those who had witnessed his true form had already met their end. Thus, this secret had remained intact. Alas, I let my guard down, becoming somewhat complacent, and now I find myself facing a significant blunder. I had initially believed this was the perfect opportunity to eliminate Sabo, but it seems I am now in dire straits. It is imperative to devise a swift escape. In my current state, I am undoubtedly no match for him and would be slain without hesitation. At this moment, Sabo chuckled with a sense of triumph. Vegeta, are you finally aware of fear? I must inform you, it is too late. In truth, one cannot entirely fault Vegeta for his oversight. He simply encountered a stroke of bad luck. Sabo, who possesses an affinity for cleanliness and beauty, finds his racial ability to transform renders him grotesquely unappealing. Turning a handsome figure into something akin to a toad, an intolerable fate for him. Concealing his combat power is but a secondary concern. The primary motivation lies in aesthetics. Yet, the situation had escalated beyond remedy, and Vegeta found himself with no avenue for regret. Suddenly, Sabo pivoted and charged forward, closing the distance to Vegeta in an instant, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. Vegeta doubled over like a shrimp, blood spilling from his lips, suffering a grievous blow. Sabo showed no mercy, swiftly maneuvering behind him to deliver a series of punishing strikes that left the seasoned warrior dazed. Just as Vegeta contemplated retaliation, he realized that his speed, strength, and defense were on an entirely different tier compared to Sabo's. Stunned, he attempted to harness an energy wave, launching it at Sabo from an unexpected angle. Sabo merely scoffed, nonchalantly batting aside the energy that had taken Vegeta considerable time to gather. With his grotesque visage twisted in a sneer, he taunted, "You stand no chance. All who have witnessed my true form have perished. It is your greatest sin to allow me to exist in such an unsightly manner. Vegeta, cease your struggles. I must report back to Frieza soon. I cannot afford to waste time here, especially given our insufficient manpower." Chapter 110. Sabo's ruthless assault on Vegeta. Without further ado, Sabo dashed to Vegeta's side, unleashing a relentless barrage of blows that left the latter utterly disoriented. Ultimately, Sabo showed no restraint, seizing Vegeta by the hair and propelling him into the air. With a powerful kick, he sent Vegeta crashing into the nearby lake. Vegeta's response was minimal. He merely surfaced briefly before sinking to the depths, uncertain of his fate. Meanwhile, Sabo hastily reverted to his form prior to transformation, exhaling deeply. What a nuisance. This ambitious fool. I never anticipated that upon our next encounter, his strength would have increased so rapidly. Indeed, the Saiyan race should not be underestimated. Frieza's concerns were justified. Fortunately, I possessed this transformation as a trump card. Without it, I could have faced grave danger, much like that foolish Dodoria who met his end alone. Such a pitiful creature. This brat has even compelled me to reveal my transformed state. My once resplendent and handsome image is now tarnished. Such a violation of my dignity shall be avenged. And he must be eliminated. The young man should be half dead by now. Let us not concern ourselves with him for the moment, and instead return to regroup with Frieza. Just as Sabo was about to depart, a sudden thought struck him. I ought to verify whether Vegeta is truly dead or not. Glancing at the murky water, thick with mud and repulsive in nature, a wave of revulsion washed over him. Considering the force of the previous blow, Vegeta must surely have perished. However, if I were to descend and investigate, it would soil my body and tarnish my impeccably handsome image, an outcome I am keen to avoid. Therefore, it is best not to jeopardize my appearance for the sake of a corpse. I should hasten back to meet Frieza instead. With that resolution, he disregarded all else and soared into the sky, racing back in the direction he had come. Meanwhile, Frieza had already arrived at the tribe of Namekians that Vegeta had slaughtered, standing silently at the village's entrance. As his subordinates emerged dejectedly, they reported, "Frieza, the entire population of the village has been annihilated. I have meticulously searched every nook and cranny, yet I found no sign of the Dragon Balls. Perhaps the villagers took them away or hid them. I have searched extensively, and indeed, they are absent. It seems we have arrived too late. The lack of a detector has significantly hindered our operational plans." Frieza, lost in contemplation, realized the predicament they faced. It was evident that someone had beaten them to the Dragon Balls, and these individuals were indeed after them. I wonder if Sabo has had any success. At that moment, a dark figure appeared in the distant sky, rapidly growing larger. The subordinate swiftly reported, "Look, the figure in the sky appears to be Sabo returning." Frieza raised his gaze slightly, elated. Sabo has returned. It seems he must have made some significant discoveries. Let us await his arrival. As Sabo descended gracefully, he landed beside Frieza and promptly reported, "Frieza, I pursued a lead on Vegeta in that direction and have successfully slain him. I have returned to inform you." Frieza responded, "You managed to capture Vegeta? It seems you have made quite a contribution. And what of Dodoria? Have you found any trace of him?" Sabo quickly replied, "According to Vegeta, Dodoria has already been killed by him and will not return." Frieza's understanding dawned. "Ah, I see. So that is why Dodoria has been absent for such an extended period. He was busy pursuing a couple of insignificant Earthlings, only to meet his demise at the hands of Vegeta. How unfortunate for him. I never anticipated that Vegeta's combat prowess had grown so formidable. He has managed to eliminate Dodoria without a sound. It seems the potential of the Saiyans is indeed immense. We must not underestimate them." Sabo nodded in agreement. Frieza continued, "I have observed the extent of the devastation in this village, and the method of attack bears a striking resemblance to Vegeta's style. Thus, it is likely that Vegeta is responsible for the destruction of this village, which means the Dragon Balls must also be in his possession. You recently encountered Vegeta. Did you not notice the Dragon Balls he held?" Sabo pondered for a moment. "No, I did not find any clues regarding the Dragon Balls on him. Our meeting was merely accidental on the road, which led to our confrontation. I defeated him and returned to report to you." Frieza remarked, "He certainly was no match for you. I trust you did not kill him this time? Where is he now? He must know the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls in this village, the inhabitants having been slain by him. And the Dragon Balls have vanished. What else could it be but that he concealed them? Sabo, have you confirmed Vegeta's fate?" Sabo mumbled softly, "I knocked him into the lake. He should be half dead by now, but I did not check the specifics." Frieza sighed, "You have fallen into your old habit of being overly fastidious. Go, dive into the water and ascertain his condition. Your aversion to filth is rather tiresome, and you must amend this little flaw of yours. Often, those who achieve greatness must not be hindered by trifles. Make another journey to the site of your recent battle and search the vicinity for any Dragon Balls. If there are none, bring Vegeta back to me, alive or dead, for without him, we shall lose another lead on the Dragon Balls. He is a crucial figure. I have heard you severely injured him. Let us regroup at the spaceship. I shall take the Dragon Balls and the others back while you search for Vegeta. If he yet lives, provide him with medical attention and interrogate him about the Dragon Balls' whereabouts. Before the new troops arrive, we should await on the spaceship." Blindly searching this vast planet is akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Such a comprehensive search is beyond our current manpower. Do not squander precious time before the new detector arrives. Sabo, you must set off at once. Regardless of his condition, bring him back to me, and we shall deliberate upon our return to the spaceship." Sabo awkwardly replied, "Yes, Frieza, I acknowledge my inadequacy this time around. I sincerely accept your criticism. And I shall now seek Vegeta and bring him to the spaceship for your interrogation. You may return to the spaceship first. We shall gather there shortly." Sabo returned to the edge of the murky pond, gazing at the foul waters, contemplating his predicament. However, in order to fulfill Frieza's command, I must endure the indignity of this beautiful body. Chapter 111. Vegeta rescued. As Sabo grimaced, preparing to plunge into the filthy pond, he suddenly heard a commotion at the water's edge. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to see the wounded Vegeta slowly emerging from the depths. Sabo exclaimed, "This fellow's vitality is indeed remarkable. Having sustained such grievous injuries, he still clings to life. It appears fortune is on my side. With Vegeta alive, I should be able to extract the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls and successfully accomplish Frieza's directive, which would be my greatest stroke of luck. In the unfortunate event that this fellow perishes and the Dragon Balls are lost, it would indeed be quite difficult to explain the situation to Frieza. Thus, with an eager heart, I soared towards him, lifting Vegeta by the collar from behind, hoisting this drenched and barely conscious warrior. A wave of nausea washed over me as I realized that, at such a critical juncture, I still had to drag him back to the spaceship. What kind of task is this? Could they not assign me some cleaner duties? Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. Most of the individuals who came along had perished, and the diligent, stout Doria was no longer with us. It seemed that the burden of arduous tasks fell solely upon my shoulders. Very well. I shall first rendezvous and ascertain Frieza's subsequent plans before we continue our research. Thus, I lifted the ailing Vegeta into the air and swiftly propelled myself toward the colossal spacecraft of Frieza and his entourage. Meanwhile, battered and bruised, Vegeta seethed within, lamenting his misfortune. How wretchedly unfortunate. What was to be done? I had not anticipated that this individual could transform. My initial intention was to conceal my energy and make a swift escape as he returned. However, to my dismay, he had returned, dragging me along, evidently intent on delivering me to Frieza. Truly, when one is down on their luck, even drinking water can become a chore. This journey to Earth had its merits. But I had lost my precious tail. Had it remained, I would have feared not the childish transformations of Sabo. I could have transformed into a mighty great ape and easily vanquished him. It seems I must accompany this fellow to Frieza's ship and bide my time for the opportune moment. Meanwhile, in the distance, Krillin and Dondi felt a sudden surge of hope. Dondi, Krillin exclaimed, "We can now fly with all our might. There should be no immediate danger." I sensed that the energy signature Vegeta was aware of had significantly weakened, becoming tenuous and unstable. The presence of the one who had confronted him had unexpectedly grown powerful, showing no signs of injury. It appeared that Vegeta had not triumphed in that encounter, and the individual who had bested him must have inflicted serious wounds. Now, as they ventured in another direction, it was unlikely that the victor possessed the ability to sense our energy, thus we could soar through the skies unobserved. What a rare opportunity. The adversaries lacked detection devices, and the one capable of sensing our position was gravely injured. Let us press forward at full speed. Time was of the essence. We could not afford to delay any longer. Dondi nodded, albeit uncertainly. Yes, the Elder's lifespan is drawing to a close. He is the wisest among us on this planet. With his presence, we find solace. We must now rely on the Elder's assistance. Since you have no reservations, let us move forward with all our might. We must reach the Elder as swiftly as possible, hoping he can provide you with clear guidance and bestow the Dragon Balls upon you. I have sensed that you harbor no malice. You are indeed a benevolent group of extraterrestrials, unlike those who ruthlessly slaughter our kin. At this moment, a figure soared through the air above Frieza's ship, landing beside it in an instant. With utmost respect, he addressed Frieza, saying, "Frieza, I have returned. I have captured that fellow Vegeta. He is not dead, but merely rendered unconscious and delirious by my blows." Disdainfully, Sabo tossed Vegeta aside like a tattered sack into a nearby corner. Wiping his hands with a look of disgust, he remarked, "This repugnant creature has sickened me throughout our journey. I never anticipated he would be such a sorry sight." Frieza, however, responded with a faint smile, "Your fastidiousness is unyielding, isn't it? Ah, the legendary warrior race, the Saiyans. The Prince of Saiyans, Mr. Vegeta, has truly fallen to your hands. You have dealt him a severe blow. Look at how close he is to death. Your methods remain as ruthless as ever, which I find rather appealing. By the way, do you have any leads on the Dragon Balls?" Sabo quickly explained. "I scoured the nearby area extensively, but found no trace of the Dragon Balls." Frieza's expression shifted slightly. "This is troubling. If this fellow dies, it will be exceedingly difficult to locate the Dragon Balls thereafter. Instruct the subordinates to act swiftly to preserve his life and alleviate his injuries. Once he recovers, I shall personally interrogate him. Go, attend to this matter." Sabo wasted no time, fearing that Vegeta might inadvertently succumb. Frieza's underlings, upon receiving Sabo's orders, hurriedly transported the gravely injured Vegeta to the medical bay for treatment. Meanwhile, Frieza continued conversing with Sabo. After a moment of contemplation, Frieza sighed. Sabo promptly notified the Ginyu Force stationed on Frieza planet to bring the heart-shaped detectors and head directly to Namek. I have significant tasks to assign to them. Sabo was taken aback. What? We are to mobilize the Ginyu Force? This is unexpected. Frieza nodded affirmatively. Indeed, summon them all. I have crucial matters to discuss. Do not waste any more time. Execute my orders swiftly. Receiving the command, Sabo hastened into the ship's interior to inform the Ginyu Special Force to depart immediately, equipped with the latest detectors. Once the notification was complete, Sabo hurriedly returned to Frieza's side, reporting, "Lord Frieza, I have informed them. They have already set off and should arrive at Namek in approximately 5 days. Is there an important combat mission at hand? I did not anticipate the deployment of such a renowned elite unit." Chapter 112. Frieza's fear of the Saiyans. At this moment, Frieza exhaled a leisurely sigh. There is little we can do now. I cannot shake this foreboding feeling. Our plans are fraught with difficulties, and we have suffered considerable losses in personnel. Now, apart from you, it seems that the rest have nearly perished. It appears I must resort to utilizing their powers. Upon my arrival at Namek, an unsettling premonition enveloped me. The Super Saiyan I once dreaded may indeed manifest here. Although the likelihood is exceedingly slim, my foresight tends to be remarkably accurate. Presently, the Saiyans should be virtually extinct, with the exception of the frail Vegeta, who is barely hanging on. However, Zarbin interjected, one cannot say it so definitively. Aside from this dying Vegeta, there ought to be 3 Saiyans remaining on Earth, as you mentioned. Yet, their combat prowess is feeble, barely surpassing 10,000, and they pose no threat to you. Given Vegeta's condition, once you have extracted the information you need, you will likely eliminate him without any risk. I believe, Lord Frieza, you are overly concerned. Frieza waved his hand dismissively, weary of further discourse with Zarbin. Very well, first revive Vegeta and inform me immediately upon his awakening. I wish to interrogate him personally. Place the remaining Dragon Balls within the black circle and secure them in a safe location, so we may proceed with our next plan. You may attend to your duties. I shall remain in silence for a while. Should anything arise, report back to me. Thus, he dispatched Zarbin. At that moment, Zarbin gazed at Vegeta, who was undergoing treatment in the healing chamber, reflecting on the unexpected fortune of this young warrior, who had narrowly evaded death. Lord Frieza, in his mercy, was willing to restore him solely for the purpose of inquiring about the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. Had I known this, I would not have struck him so severely. It has been long since I held back in battle. My apologies, Mr. Vegeta, but it is astonishing to consider that this young man could be perceived as a threat in Lord Frieza's eyes. The unpredictability of fate is truly remarkable. Nonetheless, it is not for me to question such matters. Should I provoke Lord Frieza's wrath, it is likely I would meet my demise. Thus, I shall abide by his directives. Meanwhile, Gohan, moving at a snail's pace, dared not fly. He hopped cautiously between the islands, gradually making his way toward the village that had recently suffered an attack by Vegeta. Gohan proceeded with utmost caution, taking careful steps while surveying the surrounding terrain and sensing the nearby energies, only advancing further when assured of safety. In this manner, he successfully evaded the terrifying pursuit of Frieza, Zarbin, and Vegeta, ultimately reaching the village that had been ravaged. Upon witnessing the devastation wrought upon the village, Gohan's fury ignited. It was profoundly evil, cruel, and terrifying, an inhumane act. This once peaceful and serene village, home to so many kind-hearted Namekians, had been mercilessly slaughtered, all for the sake of their wishes, in search of the Dragon Balls that could grant them. Alas, it is a powerlessness that weighs heavily upon me. With the limited abilities that Krillin and I possess, we can only do our utmost and leave the rest to fate. I sense the faint auras of Krillin and Dandy from afar. It seems they have yet to arrive, and I hope their journey is smooth. Gohan suppressed his emotions and retrieved his dragon radar. After pressing a couple of buttons, he discovered that a Dragon Ball was surprisingly nearby. Could it be that it was not taken by these miscreants? How intriguing. The other 5 Dragon Balls were with the malevolent Frieza, yet Vegeta's energy was notably weak. What could this mean? Have they formed an alliance once more? Become comrades again? Then why did they not take the nearby Dragon Ball? It struck me as odd. Unable to unravel these mysteries, I decided to focus on locating this Dragon Ball first and leave everything else for Uncle Krillin to sort out upon his return. This individual possesses extensive combat experience, and with him around, he should be able to discern the current situation with considerable accuracy, something my limited intellect might struggle with. Thus, Gohan wasted no time and, guided by the Dragon Radar, made his way to the pond where Vegeta had concealed the Dragon Ball. He thought to himself, who would hide a Dragon Ball in a pond? Such creativity. Without the Dragon Radar, I would never have found this Dragon Ball. It seems there is still discord among them. Perhaps internal strife is afoot. Finding one Dragon Ball is a positive outcome, as long as I safeguard it. Those nefarious individuals will be unable to gather all the Dragon Balls and fulfill their wishes. This serves as a promise of protection for the Namekians as well. With this in mind, Gohan felt a sense of joy as he retrieved the Dragon Ball from the water. I must proceed with utmost caution, avoiding flight and opting instead for a slow walk back to Bulma's hiding place. I cannot afford any destruction in this village, leaving traces that might suggest someone has been here. Such suspicions could endanger me. Gohan, though bold, possesses a keen attention to detail and demonstrates admirable prudence in this regard. Reflecting on the tragic fate of the slaughtered village, he mourned in silence. He secured the dragon radar and stored the Namekian Dragon Ball carefully, then began to move cautiously toward Bulma's refuge. He reminded himself not to act recklessly, now that he had acquired the Dragon Ball. He must ensure that it remains undiscovered. Safety first. Though this place is not meant for a prolonged stay, these individuals have just departed and are unlikely to return soon. If I were to expose Bulma's location, it would spell true danger. With this thought, Gohan proceeded cautiously, inching toward Bulma's camp without daring to fly. Meanwhile, Krillin and Dandy, racing along, suddenly noticed Dandy slowing down. "What's the matter?" Krillin inquired, puzzled. Dandy shook his head and pointed toward a large structure atop a nearby mountain. "That building ahead is reserved for the Elder. Let us fly straight there." Krillin responded. "We're already here? I thought it was much farther." Dandy smiled, choosing not to reply. Landing alongside Krillin on a solitary mountain, they approached a peculiar structure. Before entering, the door swung open, revealing a remarkably robust Namekian. Din promptly greeted him. "Naru, what a pleasant surprise to find you here. Your presence reassures me." Naru replied. "You have arrived. Please, step inside. The Elder has been awaiting your arrival for quite some time. He is well aware of the unfolding events, which is why I came to greet you." Din, perplexed, remarked, "The Elder is already informed? Truly, he is our ancestor. Nothing escapes his notice. Given the gravity of our situation, why does he remain here? It is perilous." Chapter 113. Gohan steals the 6th Dragon Ball. Naru coldly responded, "There is no alternative. The Elder is advanced in age and nearing the end of his days. Any further exertion could prove fatal. You should converse with him directly. You are well aware of the Elder's disposition. His decisions are final. This companion of yours has accompanied you here. Please, enter. The Elder of Namek welcomes you. Let us converse within." Naru courteously invited Krillin, who, without hesitation, followed the two into the Elder's abode. As he observed the peculiar room, he marveled at the unique architecture of Namek, which indeed shared a stylistic resemblance with the spacecraft they had arrived in. There are distinct advantages to unfamiliar surroundings. Before Krillin could finish his contemplation, he beheld the Elder, a grand figure seated in an ancient chair. Upon closer inspection, he saw a kindly Elder, imposing in stature, gazing at him, and Din with a warm smile. The Elder slowly spoke. "Welcome, friends from Earth. First and foremost, I must extend my gratitude for rescuing my child. Please accept my heartfelt thanks. I represent all Namekians in expressing our appreciation to you, a visitor from afar. I am fully aware of your contributions. I have come to understand the recent events. Those malevolent individuals have ravaged my progeny, nearly extinguishing them all, which is indeed a tragedy. They not only slaughtered our kind, but sought to seize our Dragon Balls. These Dragon Balls embody the strength and wisdom of our people, and they represent my greatest achievement in life. In my old age, I lack the strength to confront them any longer." At this moment, Krillin respectfully addressed the Elder. "Greetings. Esteemed Elder of Namek. I am Krillin, hailing from Earth. I wish to sincerely alert you that the situation outside has become dire, as you may already be aware. Secondly, I humbly request if you might consider bestowing your Dragon Balls upon me, to help fulfill our aspirations from Earth." Then joined in. "I also implore you to grant our Dragon Balls to Mr. Krillin. They harbor no malice, and they seek the Dragon Balls to fulfill their wishes, particularly to resurrect the dragon of their planet. Elder, you may be unaware that Namekians and Dragon Balls also exist on Earth. Mr. Krillin, please elucidate this to the Elder, as I cannot convey it clearly." The Elder suddenly gasped in astonishment. "Ah, so there are Namekians on Earth? And Dragon Balls as well? This is utterly beyond my imagination. If they are the offspring of Kars, then it becomes understandable. This individual's progeny must possess an exceptional innate talent for creating Dragon Balls, and also be a formidable warrior. Is he faring well on Earth?" Krillin replied. "Actually, he passed away but was later resurrected. That should be the case. The specifics elude me." Krillin continued. "To my knowledge, when that Namekian arrived on Earth, he aspired to inherit the divine position, to take on the mantle of the Supreme Kai. However, the previous Supreme Kai required him to separate the malevolent forces within him, maintaining his benevolent side, before he would bestow upon him the divine title. Thus, the Namekian divided himself, resulting in a dilution of his power. His evil half wreaked havoc and was ultimately vanquished by a Saiyan named Son Goku. After his defeat, he expelled an egg, giving rise to the new demon King Piccolo, who is now known as Mr. Piccolo in our reality. That is roughly the essence of it. Krillin rambled on, seemingly lacking clarity. Yet it appeared that the elder had grasped the gist. The elder furrowed his brow, pondering, feeling that the Earthling's expressive capabilities were lacking, failing to convey his thoughts effectively. After a moment's contemplation, he said, "Mr. Krillin, please step a little closer, so that I may directly touch your head. This will facilitate our communication." Krillin, perplexed, inquired, "Elder, what does this mean?" The elder calmly explained, "The truth is, as far as I understand, Earthlings possess considerable combat potential. I sense that much of your latent power remains untapped. What you exhibit is merely the surface. If your potential were fully awakened, your strength would experience tremendous enhancement. We Namekians possess a unique ability to unlock all of your inner energy. Please come closer. My current form is too aged to move. I can only request you to approach so I may touch your head, thereby awakening your full potential. Once awakened, you will become aware of it. Furthermore, I advise you to release your confidence during this awakening. As you share your experiences with the Namekian lore and your own narratives, I will perceive them. I will discern your moral inclinations, which will be far more informative than your current expressions. I sense that your articulacy among Earthlings is rather limited." Krillin shook his head, his expression one of disbelief. "Elder, your words are quite blunt. Well, since you say so, I shall acquiesce to your arrangement." Thus, Krillin stepped forward, positioning himself beside the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder gently raised his right hand and placed it upon Klin's head, emanating a tender and soothing energy that gradually enveloped his entire being. Suddenly, Klin sensed an unusual transformation within himself, akin to a surge of power erupting from his very cells. His breath, abilities, and agility all experienced a remarkable enhancement. Klin was exhilarated. This is truly astonishing. Could this be the innate talent of the Namekians? It is indeed difficult to comprehend. At that moment, the Grand Elder weakly remarked, "From a distance, it appears quite luminous." He then casually examined his hand, finding the texture quite pleasant. Upon hearing this, Klin cast a disbelieving glance at Dandy, thinking, "Are you certain this is your Grand Elder? Is this the wisest elder among your Namekians?" His honesty is strikingly blunt, lacking even a hint of subtlety. However, Dandy interjected, "Do not lose your focus. Hurry. The Grand Elder is utilizing his powers. This is a pivotal moment. Concentrate and do not be distracted." Many individuals go through life without ever encountering such an opportunity, and you still have time to indulge in emotional fluctuations. Chapter 114. Klin's potential awakened by the Grand Elder. Upon hearing this, Klin abruptly concentrated his mind, disregarding external distractions, and keenly felt the elevation of his energy. Suddenly, a sensation of heightened awareness enveloped him, an experience previously unknown, causing his heart to surge with excitement. Throughout his life, he had diligently trained, unaware of the latent powers yet to be awakened. It appears this journey to Namek was not in vain. Enough of such thoughts. Whatever enhancement I receive shall suffice. After all, this power belongs to me. As the Grand Elder's mysterious energy gradually receded, Klin felt a distinct transformation. He was undeniably different from before. It was utterly miraculous. Beads of sweat began to trickle down the Grand Elder's forehead, and he softly addressed Klin, "I have fulfilled what I could. My assistance is limited. This body is too aged to move freely. Prior to this, I could indeed help you unlock your potential, and you should feel a significant difference." Then, the Grand Elder retrieved a Dragon Ball, approximately the size of a volleyball, and handed it to Klin. "This is our final Dragon Ball. I entrust it to your care. While enhancing your potential, I also access some of your memories and understand the entirety of the situation. You are truly good-hearted individuals, and I feel at ease in trusting the Dragon Ball to you. Your conduct aligns with the expectations we Namekians have for the bearers of the Dragon Balls. This precious Dragon Ball is now your responsibility. Take it, Mr. Klin." Klin, cradling the Dragon Ball, expressed his gratitude with fervor. "Thank you, Grand Elder. I shall dedicate my life to safeguarding this Dragon Ball, ensuring that those malevolent individuals do not fulfill their desires. This is my solemn promise to you." Klin gazed earnestly at the Grand Elder. The Great Elder smiled faintly and said, "Let everything unfold as fate intends. I can no longer protect my own race, so what further aspirations could I possibly have? Safety is all that matters. Do not overthink, nor burden yourself with excessive psychological pressure. According to your recollections, that being known as the Cosmic Emperor Frieza possesses an energy that surpasses the ordinary, extending beyond our comprehension. His malevolence, along with his nefarious legion, is surely beyond our race's capacity to confront. It is indeed a matter of lamentation. Should he come in person, even my guardian Nail would likely find himself outmatched. Krillin inquired, "Then why do you, Great Elder, choose to remain here? Why not seek refuge elsewhere?" The Great Elder sighed languidly. "Such is the nature of destiny. Hiding would serve no purpose. My frail body has little time left. To venture out and conceal myself might only hasten my demise, inviting death more swiftly. Thus, it shall be as it is." Krillin gradually calmed himself, adapting to the surge of power coursing through his body. Suddenly recalling something, he asked the Great Elder, "Respected Elder, may I inquire if you can enhance the potential of my companion? He is but a child, and I am uncertain if this would have any effect on him. He is a remarkably kind and righteous individual, the one who bravely rescued Dandy. If you could awaken the child's latent abilities, I would be immensely grateful for your assistance." The Great Elder replied serenely, "Of course, that is entirely within my capabilities. As long as the potential resides within your bodies, I can surely bring it forth. This is independent of age, race, or stature. Any power that belongs to you will be restored. Do not worry on that front. Bring him to me. I am currently unable to move. From your memories, I believe the child who saved Dandy is named Son Gohan? A splendid choice indeed. Now go forth. I entrust you with the Dragon Balls. When you have the opportunity, bring that child to me. I shall assist in unlocking his potential and enhancing his combat prowess, which will greatly aid your endeavors." Krillin nodded vigorously. "Thank you immensely, Great Elder. It has been a delightful visit." Internally, he rejoiced. "How wonderful. I have always sensed a tremendous potential within Gohan that remains dormant. Ever since that being named Raditz arrived on Earth, it was said that Gohan's combat power fluctuated significantly. Through the battles with Vegeta and Nappa, it became evident that Gohan possesses formidable potential for combat. This is splendid. If I can fully channel that energy, it will surely provide a powerful advantage against Frieza and his minions." With excitement coursing through him, Krillin trembled with anticipation. "This is incredible. Truly incredible. Great Elder, please hold on. I shall depart immediately to bring my companion to you." The Great Elder, unperturbed, replied, "Go forth, and we shall discuss matters upon your return." As Krillin set off, he pondered, "Indeed, I encountered that fellow named Vegeta during my arrival. Yet, he failed to discern my presence through my energy signature, leading me to conclude that he must have encountered some misfortune. Time was of the essence. Before this individual sought to trouble us, I must hasten to retrieve Gohan. Thus, with urgency, I could not afford any further delays." After bidding farewell to Elder Guru, Krillin exited the dwelling, ascending into the sky. Instantly, he felt a surge of power. How extraordinary. This is my strength. It felt magnificent, so immensely powerful, truly delightful. Now is not the time for marveling. I must fly with all my might. This way, I can swiftly bring Gohan back. Although this sensation is exhilarating, I can only imagine how much more exhilarating it will be when Gohan grows stronger. Without hesitation, Krillin soared towards Bulma's location with tremendous speed. In the wilderness, Frieza's cosmic mothership rested silently in an expansive area, devoid of any sound. Inside the mothership, Sabo paced into the medical chamber, greeting the subordinate with a nod. "How much longer until Vegeta regains his senses?" he inquired. The subordinate responded with utmost respect, "Esteemed Lord Sabo, I will check immediately." After fiddling with the instruments for a while, the subordinate reported, "According to the readings, Vegeta has sustained severe injuries. If he is to recover sufficiently to provide a proper statement, it will take approximately 30 more minutes. I kindly ask for your patience." Sabo, however, grew impatient, waving his hand dismissively. "What a nuisance. Had I known I would have been this rough, I would have been gentler. Look at him, resembling a wretched creature. His filthy, drenched form is utterly repulsive." Chapter 115. Vegeta steals 5 Dragon Balls from Frieza. The subordinate remained silent, standing respectfully at attention, awaiting Sabo's instructions. Observing the remaining time, Sabo instructed, "Very well, keep a close watch on him. Once the time is up, promptly bring him to me. I shall report to Frieza in the meantime. I leave this to you. Notify me immediately of any unexpected developments. He is a dangerous individual, so exercise caution and ensure he has no opportunity to escape. Understood?" The subordinate assured him, "Yes, Lord Sabo. I will meticulously follow your orders and keep a vigilant eye on him. You may rest assured. Sabo reiterated his warning. This is a high-profile criminal as per Lord Frieza's request. Should any issues arise, you will bear the consequences. With that, Sabo turned and exited the medical chamber. Meanwhile, the subordinate gazed at the gravely injured Vegeta, silently cursing. So this is the renowned Vegeta? I never expected him to find himself in such a predicament, and now he lies in my grasp. It seems this fellow is not as formidable as one might have imagined, daring to oppose Lord Frieza. Is he truly unaware of the meaning of the word death? Ignoring the psychological fluctuations of this insignificant lackey, an ominous premonition suddenly washed over him as he fixed his gaze intently on the healing pod containing Vegeta. Why do I suddenly feel such profound dread? Could it be the oppressive aura of this individual has affected me? Is this what is referred to as a shadow? How strange. He scrutinized the testing values on the instrument, perplexed by the intensity of his feelings, especially since this individual remained in a state of unconsciousness. At that moment, Vegeta abruptly opened his eyes, staring directly at the lackey, who trembled in fear, nearly losing control of himself. He thought, is he really looking at me? What does this mean? Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Vegeta conjured a radiant wave of energy, and with a resounding blast, an energy shockwave struck the lackey, obliterating him into cosmic dust. The lackey, utterly bewildered, had no understanding of what had transpired, reduced to mere particles by Vegeta's strike. Vegeta then stretched his body, removed the oxygen mask from his face, and sighed deeply. My abilities have significantly increased this time. I never anticipated such a boost in power. My recovery capabilities have surpassed their limits. It seems this is a promising omen. The rapidity of his recovery caught both Sabo and Frieza completely off guard. What a fortuitous opportunity. I shall deliver a tremendous surprise to you all. Meanwhile, Sabo, who was in the command room reporting to Frieza, was suddenly taken aback and filled with rage. What is happening? It must be that Vegeta ambushed the soldier watching him. This is dire news for you, Lord Frieza. That fellow is certain to escape. Frieza contemplated briefly and instructed, Sabo, hurry and capture him. I have vital matters to interrogate him about. Regardless of whether he is dead or has fled, he cannot evade capture. Do you understand? At this moment, Sabo was drenched in cold sweat, and without a moment's hesitation, he dashed out of the spaceship in search of Vegeta's whereabouts. Meanwhile, Vegeta concealed himself in a crevice adjacent to the command room, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he mused. Haha, you two fools, simpletons who do not even grasp the concept of darkness under the light. Before him lay 5 Dragon Balls quietly resting beneath Frieza's feet. Splendid. The Dragon Balls are here as well. Once Frieza departs, I shall take them all with me, leaving you utterly clueless. They wish to interrogate me? Huh. I shall have you in such a predicament that you will find no opportunity to discover my presence. A bunch of foolish beings, utterly oblivious to the prowess of me, Vegeta. How laughable. Frieza and Sabo possess formidable strength and boundless energy. Yet their intellect pales in comparison to mine. Now, I merely need to bide my time, awaiting the perfect opportunity. And soon I shall witness an even more exhilarating spectacle unfold. Upon discovering that I have seized all the Dragon Balls at hand, I believe the expressions on your faces will be quite remarkable, and your spirits will be exceptionally bright. In this matter, Sabo, you cannot escape your responsibility. Once my plan succeeds, Frieza will undoubtedly direct his wrath towards you, and you will find yourself in dire straits. While I may not possess the strength to defeat you, I have Frieza as my instrument. By employing his blade, I shall ensure your downfall. You have inflicted grave suffering upon me, and I shall ensure your demise is even more tragic. Sabo, brace yourself. At this moment, Sabo, still searching the skies for Vegeta, inwardly seethed with frustration. In such a short span of time, where could that little rascal have fled? He must not have gone far, surely hiding nearby. Once I catch you, you will face my wrath. Meanwhile, Frieza, growing impatient in the command room, exited the command pod. He flew to Sabo's side, his face contorted with anger. You bear full responsibility for this incident. If that rascal Vegeta escapes, I will execute you without a moment's hesitation, showing you no mercy. Do you understand? Sabo, drenched in cold sweat, lowered his head and replied, Yes, Lord Frieza, I acknowledge my mistakes and will do my utmost to make amends. Please, do not be enraged. Grant me a little more time, a mere moment, and I shall capture that cunning Vegeta. Meanwhile, hiding in the shadows, Vegeta felt a surge of excitement. What a fortuitous opportunity. Just when I was dozing off, a pillow has appeared. With these two fools occupied, it is just me and the Dragon Balls now. Fortune truly favors me this time. Not only have my wounds healed, but my combat prowess has significantly increased. The Dragon Balls they painstakingly gathered now lie before me. Truly a divine opportunity. Should I express my gratitude to you, Sabo, or to you, Frieza? You are both benevolent, yet also a band of wicked scoundrels. To express my appreciation, I must first claim the Dragon Balls for myself. Sabo, bear the brunt of Lord Frieza's fury at your leisure. Gazing at the 5 Dragon Balls radiating a golden glow, Vegeta felt a twinge of melancholy. These Dragon Balls are rather cumbersome. Transporting them would surely hinder a swift escape and expose our position. Contemplating this, he realized that facing these two fools, he merely needed to divert their attention to stealthily seize the Dragon Balls. With a cunning plan in mind, he let out a loud howl from the spaceship. You two imbeciles, what are you searching for? I'm right here inside the spaceship. How foolish. Chapter 116. Vegeta steals 5 Dragon Balls from Frieza in midair. Frieza and Sabo were suddenly startled by Vegeta's voice, realizing with alarm, oh no. This little rascal's target is the Dragon Balls, not simply escape. We have been exceedingly careless. Hearing this, Sabo swiftly descended towards the spaceship. Suddenly, a violent explosion erupted from a corner of the ship, and a surge of energy shot out from the bottom, disappearing into the horizon. At that moment, both Frieza and Sabo sensed that the ship was rapidly approaching the location where Vegeta was situated. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta swiftly cast several Dragon Balls through the gaping hole, relishing the thought that their whereabouts were now known solely to him. As the moment approached when Sabo and Frieza were about to storm the command room, he deftly concealed himself. He chuckled inwardly, envisioning the two fools scrambling to locate him. If he could just find a chance to stealthily slip away, they would never trace his steps again, and he would possess the Dragon Balls. What sheer delight! The mere thought of outsmarting such adversaries sent tremors of excitement through him. Although it was merely an intellectual triumph, it was immensely gratifying. Just wait, he mused, as his power would soon double, allowing him to crush them with sheer strength. As for Sabo, he need not wander alone. Even in his transformed state, he would not stand a chance against him. Frieza, take heed. Once I deal with Sabo, I shall turn my attention to you. For now, it is prudent to remain concealed and allow you a few extra days of life. Consider it my mercy. At this thought, Vegeta erupted into boisterous laughter within his mind, overwhelmed with joy. Meanwhile, Frieza and Sabo, rushing into the command room, were enveloped in despair. Sabo's mind momentarily faltered. Gazing at the gaping hole in the spaceship and the desolate floor of the command room, he realized the Dragon Balls had vanished without a trace. He stood there, dazed and blank, unsure of what to think or say, only managing to mockingly address Frieza. This is disastrous, Lord Frieza. Not only has that brat escaped, but he has also made off with the Dragon Balls. What shall we do now? He trembled, barely able to articulate his fear. Frieza, however, quickly regained his composure. Do not panic, let me think. That rascal cannot have gone far, burdened as he is with such large Dragon Balls. His destination must be significant, and he is likely still nearby, perhaps even within the ship. Search thoroughly. Once you find him, signal me immediately. I shall rush to your aid. Sabo, do not act impulsively. Remain calm. The deed is done, and there is no turning back now. Since we have fallen into Vegeta's trap, we must devise a better strategy. Ascend into the sky and scour the area for his trail. Do not allow him any further advantage. Should you succeed in this endeavor, I shall overlook your previous blunders. And you must also curb your vanity. When you confront Vegeta, give it your all. Do not hold back, but spare his life. For I still require him to divulge the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. Do you understand? Sabo accepted eagerly, soaring into the sky, reflecting on the magnitude of his blunder. Having stirred such a significant mess, it would be a challenge to escape unscathed. Fortunately, Lord Frieza had offered him a chance for redemption. In midair, Sabo employed his utmost abilities, diligently searching for Vegeta's trace. He overlooked not a single corner, scanning the surroundings of the spaceship like a radar, meticulously observing every potential hiding spot. In the depths of his heart, he silently cursed the detestable scoundrel, realizing that this time he had suffered a tremendous humiliation. If he failed to locate him, his very life would be at stake. What a grave oversight it was. He never anticipated that this wretched individual would still be so cunning and treacherous. It seemed the lesson he imparted was far from sufficient. Should he manage to capture him this time, he would ensure that the lesson would be one that the scoundrel would never forget throughout his lifetime. At this moment, regardless of how furious and incensed Sabo was in the sky, Vegeta had already taken refuge in a secluded hollow at the foot of a mountain. Gazing at the frenzied Sabo above, his heart swelling with pride. The thrill of intellectual superiority was invigorating, sending delightful shivers through his entire being. With Frieza's 5 Dragon Balls in his possession, along with the one he had hidden away, he would soon possess 6. And then he would seek out the final Dragon Ball. He would gather them before Frieza could, fulfilling his desire for eternal life and everlasting youth, rendering his adversaries utterly powerless. The mere thought filled him with exhilaration. In a battle of wits and strength, none could rival him. For now, he would allow them their moment of triumph, biding his time until he could demonstrate the true meaning of despair and desolation. Alas, how he longed to laugh heartily. But silence was his only option. Observing the furious Sabo, he mused that this journey to Earth had not been in vain. Although he returned grievously injured, his combat prowess had surged, and he had acquired the Earthling's ability to sense energy, an astute technique indeed. Unlike those 2 simpletons who still relied on their so-called high-tech devices, rendered blind without them, he reveled in his superiority. It was time to depart. Lingering any longer would be perilous if he were discovered. The sky offered no escape, so he resolved to take to the waters, submerging himself in the lake, progressing stealthily towards the direction where he had cast the Dragon Balls, making not a sound. His movements minimal. Even if Sabo were divinely inspired, he would not trace Vegeta's whereabouts. Sabo, spinning in the air, was consumed by a blend of shame and rage. Utterly unable to find Vegeta, and had no choice but to return and report to Frieza. Frieza stood in the command cabin of his spaceship, his fury palpable as veins throbbed on his forehead, his lips twitching, a clear indication of his agitation. Sabo cautiously approached Frieza and reported, "Vegeta is indeed missing. Without a trace, no matter how hard we search, we cannot find him." Observing the twitching corner of Frieza's eye, Sabo refrained from uttering another word, for he too was suffering greatly within. Frieza's anger was compounded by an undercurrent of fear. He had never witnessed such rage from Frieza before, and it was evident that he had been profoundly unsettled. Frieza's fury had reached its zenith. Not only had all his previous efforts become futile, rendering him a mere facilitator for others, but he was also mockingly toyed with by Vegeta, whom he had always held in disdain. This was an egregious affront to his self-esteem and confidence. The dignity of his status as the Emperor of the Universe was thoroughly trampled underfoot. Observing Frieza's expression, Sabo was left utterly speechless. Chapter 117. Vegeta's plan to eliminate Sabo. Frieza took a moment to compose himself, attempting to placate Sabo, and squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth. "Sabo, I grant you 1 hour. If you fail to bring Vegeta back within this time frame, you shall never return. I assure you, I will personally ensure your demise. Consider it an honor. Do you understand?" Sabo felt a chill run down his spine. He knew Frieza was a man of his word, leaving him not a second more than an hour. "I must act swiftly," he thought. Gathering his composure, he ascended from the spacecraft and began his frantic search. Sabo mused to himself, "How unfortunate I am, the scapegoat and the one exerting the most effort. Yet I am the one threatened in the end. This venture has turned disastrous. I ventured out without consulting the stars. Dororia is dead, and the entire Legion is on the brink of annihilation. Now, I am left alone to face this terrifying master. What a wretched fate. However, lamenting would serve no purpose. My immediate priority must be to locate Vegeta. Vegeta, please show yourself. If you can hear my prayer, or even my curse, I implore you to respond." Meanwhile, Vegeta had gathered the Dragon Balls he had cast aside, concealing them in what he deemed a secure location. He felt a surge of pride, exclaiming, "What serendipity! 5 Dragon Balls, coupled with the one I hid beneath the water, that makes 6. These fellows truly are my lucky stars. It seems I can no longer eradicate all Earthlings. Having them around is akin to possessing a good luck charm." Gazing skyward, Vegeta sensed a formidable energy moving through the air and was taken aback. Could it be Sabo? Had he found me so swiftly? No, this energy did not belong to Sabo. It was not as potent, yet still bore significant combat prowess and moved with great speed. I must investigate to discern what it is. Casting a glance at the concealed Dragon Balls, Vegeta reassured himself that they were safe in this location. confident that Frieza's minions would be unable to discover them here. Since I am secure, I shall see who possesses the audacity to fly about so brazenly. If it is an Earthling, I must proceed with caution. I will wait until they are closer before launching a surprise attack, leaving them no time to evade. Vegeta soared into the air, swiftly charging towards the approaching energy, swiftly positioning himself before it. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was none other than an exuberant Krillin, who, due to his remarkable enhancement, had not even noticed Vegeta's presence. Isn't that the little bald fellow I encountered on Earth? What brings him here? It seems that Doria has indeed not deceived me. Earthlings have arrived on Namek. Truly, it is as if the heavens have opened their eyes. It has been ages since fortune has smiled upon me so favorably. Just moments ago, I was contemplating the search for the last Dragon Ball, and lo and behold, someone has brought it right to my doorstep. If I were to refuse, would it not be a disservice to their earnestness? I feel incredibly fortunate. It has been a long time since I experienced such elation. Am I now under the auspices of the goddess of fortune? Vegeta, filled with pride, could not suppress his laughter. It was utterly sublime. Meanwhile, Sabin, who was careening through the skies, suddenly had a moment of clarity. He tilted his head and noticed a glimmer of light soaring in the distance. He swiftly darted towards it, and upon closer inspection, he realized it was the Earthling who had rescued the Namekian child. What was he doing here, looking so joyous? What could he be holding in his arms? Indeed, it was a Dragon Ball. They, too, were in pursuit of the Dragon Balls, since it seemed unlikely that he would find Vegeta anytime soon. Acquiring even a single Dragon Ball would suffice. At the very least, it would earn me some merit, and perhaps Lord Frieza would spare my life upon my return. The smile on Sabin's face had yet to dissipate when suddenly, his vision blurred, and he saw another figure closely trailing behind Krillin as they flew away. Upon closer inspection, he recognized Vegeta. After searching high and low for him, he was hiding in plain sight. This was fortuitous. A twofold victory awaited. Sabin mused to himself, how perfect this was, having found both a new Dragon Ball and Vegeta. With Vegeta located, the Dragon Ball would surely follow. Now, not only would Lord Frieza not blame me, but he might also reward me. Today was certainly not destined to be unfortunate, for the tides of fate have finally turned in my favor. Without a moment's hesitation, Sabin propelled himself directly towards the airborne Krillin and Vegeta, intent on annihilating them all in one fell swoop. Alas, in his moment of triumph, Krillin remained blissfully unaware of the looming danger approaching stealthily from behind. He was lost in his joy, relishing the exhilaration of enhanced power following Gohan's arrival. He continued to chuckle foolishly, having secured the Dragon Ball and anticipating his newfound strength. However, hubris often leads to tragedy, and for Krillin, this was not merely a misfortune, it was an entire suite of calamities. He beamed with delight, while Vegeta's grin was even more radiant, and trailing behind them was Sabin, the most exuberant mantis of all. Though Krillin was oblivious to the peril, Vegeta remained vigilant. After all, he was seasoned in the arts of battle. Suddenly, he sensed a formidable energy trailing them. This is bad. Someone is following me. Upon closer examination, he discerned that it was indeed Sabin, for the intensity of the energy and combat prowess matched his own. That insufferable fellow had discovered him. Perhaps this was fortuitous. He would seize the opportunity to eliminate him while he was alone, especially after Sabin had inflicted such pain upon him earlier. Now is the time for me to exact my vengeance. After undergoing treatment, I feel as though my combat prowess has significantly escalated. One might say that dealing with that transformed fellow, Sabo, should pose no challenge. It appears that heaven has offered me a path. Yet I have chosen not to tread it, while hell has opened its gates for me to enter willingly. The heavens have granted me this opportunity to confront you, and I must seize it with fervor. Just a moment ago, I toyed with the two of you, and you still remain oblivious to the gravity of the situation. How audacious of you to follow me and seek trouble. You shall soon realize that my combat strength has surpassed 50,000, and dispatching you will undoubtedly be a trivial matter. I can only surmise that unleashing my full power would terrify Sabo to the point of losing control. Ha ha ha. How foolish to underestimate us, Saiyan warriors. Sabo, you scoundrel, your day of reckoning has arrived. I shall seek an opportunity to eliminate you swiftly. With only Frieza remaining, my task will be considerably easier. This is the consequence of your reliance on scouters, disregarding the prowess of an exceptional warrior such as myself. Chapter 118. Vegeta follows Krillin overconfident. Krillin was approaching the location where Bulma was hiding, gracefully carving an arc through the sky before landing with a thud right in front of her. This sudden appearance startled Bulma, who was engrossed in her reading, causing her to tumble onto the ground. At that moment, Bulma was merely passing time by flipping through a novel about Dragon Balls, internally cursing those two rascals for abandoning her. The unexpected arrival of Krillin, who descended from the sky clutching a Dragon Ball, was truly alarming. What on earth was happening? It nearly gave her a heart attack. Regaining her composure, Bulma rose from the ground and, upon seeing Krillin with the Dragon Ball, exclaimed with irritation, "Oh, it's you. You really ought to announce your presence before startling someone. What are you holding?" she inquired. "Is that a Dragon Ball? The Dragon Balls from Namek are enormous. You actually brought one back? How did you appear before me so suddenly? And why did you scare me?" Krillin, oblivious to her irritation, replied, "Well, you should have hidden better instead of sitting out here reading a novel. Are you afraid that those aliens will be unable to find us? Look at how cautious I've been." He realized he had no room to admonish Bulma for her lack of caution. So, he swiftly changed the subject. "I parted ways with Gohan. He took the Dragon Ball radar to locate the Dragon Balls from the village that Vegeta destroyed. Meanwhile, I accompanied Dandy to pay a visit to the Grand Elder. He is an exceptionally kind individual who not only gifted me this Dragon Ball, but also unlocked my potential. I now feel invigorated, brimming with strength. Indeed, the Grand Elder is a benevolent soul. Upon returning, I will hide the Dragon Ball and then prepare to rendezvous with Gohan. I hope the Grand Elder can also awaken Gohan's potential, thus enhancing our capacity to confront Frieza and Vegeta." That essentially summarizes the situation. "How are you faring, Bulma?" Bulma sighed. "Let me gather my thoughts. So, what you are saying is that your initial plans have all come to fruition and everything is progressing positively in our favor. It seems that fortune has favored us this time. Aside from the ship being damaged, the rest of the plan is unfolding according to our strategy. Quite well, indeed." Krillin glanced around. "Has Gohan not returned yet? I've already made a round trip from such a distance. I hope that little rascal hasn't encountered any mishap. Why hasn't he made it back to the gathering place? Once Gohan returns, we will possess 2 Dragon Balls, bringing us significantly closer to success. And it appears we may be able to fulfill our plan smoothly." Suddenly, Krillin seemed to have an epiphany. I can sense his energy. Regaining his composure, he suppressed his excitement and focused on sensing the aura. However, his expression shifted dramatically as he urgently called out to Bulma, "This is bad. 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 There's a powerful energy rapidly approaching us. I was too careless. I've been flying at full speed and didn't notice any formidable presence drawing near. We probably can't evade it now." As he spoke, a brilliant light flashed in the sky, and Vegeta landed with a sudden, precise stop right in front of Krillin and Bulma, wearing a broad smile that could not conceal his arrogance. Observing Krillin's ashen face and Bulma's astonished demeanor, Vegeta spoke, "Greetings, Earthlings. You should feel immensely honored to meet me here. I must admit, I am quite surprised that with your meager technology, you managed to reach Namek. It seems that Dodoria was not deceiving me. Indeed, Earthlings have arrived here. To express my gratitude for the honor of our meeting, you have even prepared a Dragon Ball as a gift for me. How shall I thank you for this splendid offering?" Vegeta erupted into hearty laughter, unabashed and unrestrained, reveling in his triumph. Krillin, face contorted in despair, replied, "I was careless and allowed you to discover us. I have nothing more to say." Beside him, Bulma exclaimed, "You were so reckless that you easily revealed our hiding place to him. We're truly doomed." Yet, Vegeta paid little heed to their responses, pondering, "Wait a minute. Did they not rescue a child from Namek?" He casually inquired, "Where is your other companion?" Krillin suddenly realized that Vegeta was aware of another person. He went out on an errand and hasn't returned yet. Vegeta contemplated for a moment. "Very well. I can afford to wait. Once that brat returns, I shall annihilate all of you together." He spoke sternly. "Listen closely, you two. I have a very important matter to attend to, but do not think of escaping or hiding. I will find you. If you make any foolish moves, I assure you I will kill you, including the woman behind you. Do you understand? I have business to attend to." At that moment, a flash of light swept behind Vegeta. Bulma remarked, "Judging by his appearance, he must embody justice, unlike a villain. This is wonderful, Krillin, we are saved." However, Krillin, clutching the Dragon Ball, was engulfed in urgent thoughts of strategy. Hearing Bulma's words, he frowned and replied, "Do you really judge a person's morality by their looks? Let me be frank. This individual is no angel of justice. He is even more malevolent than Vegeta. He is a subordinate of the cosmic tyrant Frieza. I witnessed him massacre an entire village alongside Gohan. This is the epitome of villainy. Bulma was rendered speechless by Krillin's words, inwardly cursing. How can someone so handsome be a scoundrel? It's utterly outrageous. Sabo, upon seeing Vegeta, was filled with ire, his face dark as a pot's bottom. Coldly, he declared, Vegeta, you have made a fool of me. I nearly lost my life because of you. Now, Lord Frieza has completely lost trust in me, all due to the consequences of your actions. I've become the scapegoat, truly the epitome of a scapegoat. It's fortunate you didn't hide properly. Daring to show your face has cost you dearly. That bald-headed fellow behind you looks so familiar. He must be holding a Dragon Ball. Is he your ally? Have you two conspired together? Chapter 119. Zabu's second transformation against Vegeta. Vegeta cast a sidelong glance at Krillin and coldly addressed Sabo. Your thoughts are of no consequence. The Dragon Balls are mine now, and I care not for your opinions. Your immaturity has revealed your foolishness. Do you not comprehend our Saiyan racial prowess? To dare approach me alone is tantamount to courting death. Sabo, this time, had underestimated the situation. Fury clouded his judgment, rendering him incapable of rational thought. You are about to follow in Dodoria's footsteps. Do you not grasp your current predicament? Since that is the case, I have one final question, Sabo said coldly. Vegeta glanced at him. What is it? I can grant you a wish before your demise. Sabo posed his final inquiry. Why did you betray Lord Frieza? Has he treated you poorly? At that moment, Vegeta erupted in laughter. What a joke. You should know we are proud warriors of the Saiyan race. Serving under him, enduring his oppression while pleasing him. How is this beneficial to us? Planet Vegeta was obliterated by Frieza himself. How could I not resist him? Sabo scoffed dismissively. With your meager strength, you think you can defeat Frieza? What a laugh. Vegeta retorted. Sabo, I have already secured the Dragon Balls. Soon, I shall fulfill my grand desire. As long as I can retain my youth and achieve immortality, I will have the opportunity to extinguish Frieza and become the sovereign of this universe. Sabo replied. I doubt you will see that day, trailing behind Frieza like a lapdog. How could you possibly fathom my cunning? You cannot possibly comprehend the depths of my current state. It transcends what you are capable of surpassing. Alas, lacking a detector, you remain oblivious to the magnitude of my prowess. Were you equipped with such a device? I dare say you would be compelled to kneel in submission. I eagerly anticipate witnessing the exquisite gentleman, Mr. Sabo, rendered utterly flabbergasted, a thought that brings me immense joy. Yet Sabo, with an air of disdain, retorted, such a minimal enhancement, and you dare to challenge Lord Frieza? Your naivety is quite laughable. It appears your understanding is profoundly limited. You truly fail to grasp the extent of Frieza's might. His energy is formidable beyond your comprehension. Ignorance breeds audacity. Vegeta, with a calm demeanor, interjected. Did you not hear Dodoria's assertion that Frieza fears our Saiyan race? Surely, this is common knowledge. Sabo responded. Frieza fears only the united front of the Saiyans. Not a solitary prince such as yourself. Have you yet to awaken to this reality? Observing their spirited exchange, Bulma discreetly approached Krillin and whispered, if their conversation escalates into conflict, we must seize the opportunity to escape. I believe we might stand a chance. Krillin nodded gravely. I, too, await such an opportunity. If their battle intensifies, we could slip away. However, their focus is not yet on fleeing. At this juncture, Vegeta ceased his idle chatter with Sabo and launched himself into the air, charging with full force towards Sabo. Sabo, recognizing the futility of further words, braced himself for the confrontation. With a swift punch, he unleashed his full strength against Vegeta. Vegeta merely smiled faintly, shifting his body slightly to absorb Sabo's powerful strike. Seizing Sabo's fist, Vegeta suddenly hurled him skyward. Caught off guard, Sabo spiraled through the air, rolling several times before finally stabilizing himself mid-flight. Dizziness enveloped him as he thought. This is dire. Vegeta's strength has surged. His speed, power, and defense are on an entirely different level. This is truly terrifying. Krillin was equally astonished. In such a short span, Vegeta had grown exponentially. Without hesitation, Sabo summoned his energy, launching a powerful wave toward Vegeta. This time, he poured all his might into the attack. Vegeta, without a glance, effortlessly deflected Sabo's full-force assault. In the distance, Sabo's energy wave obliterated a mountain, resulting in a violent explosion. Vegeta remained unfazed, scoffing, with such meager energy. You think to inflict harm upon me? Sabo, left in shock, realized the sheer terror of the situation. Vegeta had effortlessly withstood his most potent strike. Without uttering a word, Vegeta soared into the air and landed a decisive blow upon Sabo's nose, distorting his visage and causing blood to pour forth instantly. Sabo had yet to examine the injuries on his face when he felt Vegeta pivot and deliver a powerful kick to his body, sending him hurtling towards the ground like a cannonball. With all his might, Sabo managed to stabilize his descent and looked up at the airborne Vegeta, still in shock when Vegeta appeared behind him. Fool, I'm right behind you. Where are you looking? With such a lack of combat awareness. Do you even deserve to be my adversary? Startled by the ambush, Sabo wondered how this boy had managed to get behind him so swiftly. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his back as Vegeta landed a fierce kick to his lower back, executing a perfect move akin to a ferocious dog pouncing on its prey. It took Sabo some time to regain his composure and slowly rise to his feet. Your progress is remarkable. I never anticipated you would reveal such a significant advantage. It seems I truly underestimated you, and that was indeed my mistake. Although transforming would render me grotesquely hideous, something I cannot abide, it appears that without it, you might very well obliterate me. Your moment of triumph has ended, Vegeta. Now it is my turn to shine. With a roar directed towards the heavens, Sabo began to gather his energy. His aura intensified, and his strength surged, indicating that he was about to assume his grotesque frog-like form. His arm muscles expanded, and his skin became uneven and bumpy, resembling that of a toad, while his face morphed into a frog-like visage. This transformation startled Krillin and Bulma nearby. Wow, this guy's power has increased dramatically, and he's become even more fearsome and repulsive, Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. Bulma quickly chimed in. Indeed, this fellow is no angel of justice. He is the very embodiment of evil. Just look at him. He cannot possibly be a good person. Krillin, his expression darkened, thought to himself that Bulma's judgments of good and evil seemed to stem solely from appearances, which he found perplexing. Women's thought processes were indeed not easily comprehensible to him. Handsome men are good, while those who are unattractive are villains. Oh well, let us ignore that and focus on the battle. Having transformed, Sabo felt an immense surge of power and confidently charged at Vegeta, throwing a powerful punch aimed at his face. However, Vegeta merely smiled faintly, extending an arm to effortlessly intercept Sabo's full-force strike. Sabo, taken aback, thought to himself that he had never encountered such overwhelming strength in their previous encounters. How could Vegeta so easily block his transformed, full-powered attack? This was truly alarming. His rate of growth was frightening. Vegeta, with a cold smile, remarked, "Is this truly your ultimate attack? It's as feeble as if you haven't eaten. How amusing. Not only could you not injure me, but you couldn't even make me flinch. Is this the formidable Sabo who had just bullied me? How laughable." Vegeta, gripping Sabo's fist with a crackling sound, proclaimed with unabashed pride, "Is this your transformation? Is this your ultimate strike? You appear as nothing more than a jest before me. Do you not find that rather childish? In light of this, allow me to demonstrate what it truly means to be a powerful warrior of the Saiyan race." With that, he soared into the air and delivered a fierce kick to Sabo's chest. Sabo was sent hurtling backward, akin to a missile, crashing into the opposing mountain with a resounding boom that caused the entire mountain to collapse, burying him beneath a torrent of debris. Vegeta clapped his hands, remarking, "So weak. I never anticipated that my enhanced strength would render me so formidable that even Sabo in his transformed state would crumble before me." At that moment, Bulma and Krillin exchanged knowing glances, silently acknowledging the opportunity presented before them. They both thought, what a chance. Let us flee while this fellow's attention is diverted. We can deliberate on our next steps later. Without hesitation, Bulma took off, her long legs propelling her swiftly to the side, while Krillin, clutching the Dragon Balls, followed closely behind. Meanwhile, Vegeta's gaze fell upon them, and he bellowed, "Where do you think you're going?" He casually unleashed an energy blast that exploded right in front of Bulma and Krillin. "You thought you could escape? Stand still." The explosion left them trembling, their legs weak with fear, realizing just how astute he was. Their battle had reached a fever pitch, and he still had the presence of mind to keep an eye on them, indicating that he valued the Dragon Balls significantly. Bulma, contemplating the situation, urged Krillin, "Stop overthinking it. Just hand over the Dragon Balls to him. Our priority is to escape." However, Krillin hesitated. The Elder entrusted us with these Dragon Balls. It feels unjust to simply relinquish them to Vegeta. I cannot accept this. The thought of so easily surrendering a hard-earned Dragon Ball was beyond his comprehension. At that moment, Sabo erupted with a tremendous roar, releasing a wave of energy that shattered the remnants of the mountain and rock, charging towards Vegeta. He exclaimed, "I can't believe your battle power has increased. How could this be?" Sabo remained bewildered. Vegeta, with patience, elucidated, "You see, we Saiyans are known as a warrior race. This title is not bestowed lightly. We grow stronger in the face of adversity. The mightier the foe, the more potent our abilities become. We possess a unique racial trait. Whenever we are pushed to the brink of death, upon revival, our battle power dramatically increases, often exponentially. This is the crux of your misunderstanding. When last we fought, my power was just over 30,000, making me no match for you in your transformed state. However, I thank you for inflicting such grave injury upon me, as it has allowed me to recover and gifted me with 5 Dragon Balls. My current battle power now exceeds 50,000. Dealing with your 40,000 should pose no challenge at all." Clint suddenly realized the truth. So it was. He had heard tales of the Saiyan race, known for their relentless perseverance in battle, and it was no wonder that Goku, having faced brutal confrontations throughout his life, grew stronger with each encounter. The reason for my inability to surpass him is now evident. Luo Quan did not deceive us. This is indeed a formidable race, endowed with extraordinary combat prowess. Yet Vegeta remained unfazed, stating, "Well, the power level of Sabo is roughly what I estimated. It is not an accurate prediction. I no longer rely on that inferior device." He continued, "Without a scouter, I can still discern your energy and location. This is a new skill I acquired on Earth. Though my strategic assessments may not always be precise, they are generally quite close. Your reliance on the scouter's readings is your downfall, just as it was for Dolia." Vegeta was not mistaken in this regard, but one assertion he made was difficult for me to believe, claiming that his battle power could reach 50,000 was a stark contrast to his previous state. In such a brief period of recovery, his power could not have surged so dramatically. I refused to believe such a deception. Sabo, having lost his sanity, furiously charged at Vegeta, channeling every ounce of his remaining strength into a single, vengeful punch. In that moment, Vegeta stood confidently, a smirk gracing his lips as he effortlessly deflected Sabo's full-force attack. With a sudden motion, he unleashed his own formidable power. And with a soft sound, Sabo's abdominal armor was pierced by Vegeta's fist. A gaping wound appeared in Sabo's midsection, and as he gazed down at his injury, thick green blood began to ooze from it. In disbelief, Sabo marveled at the sheer magnitude of Vegeta's strength, lifting his gaze to find Vegeta still smiling. Despair washed over him. It is said that in moments of utter hopelessness, one's mind can suddenly become clearer. Sabo no longer felt anger or fear. Instead, he weakly addressed Vegeta. "Vegeta, you have always acted according to Frieza's orders, and we are merely pawns in this game. I do not wish to be your enemy. It is only due to the commands of my superiors that I find myself in this predicament. You see, my power is considerable. Let us join forces. Or allow me to serve as your subordinate. Spare my life, and do not kill me. Given my strong combat abilities, what do you say, Vegeta? My proposal is not without merit." Sabo had begun to plead for his life. "Though your strength is impressive, it still pales in comparison to Frieza's. If you accept my assistance, we can surely defeat him together. Please believe me, Vegeta, grant me this opportunity." Chapter 121. Vegeta feeds Sabo to the crocodiles. However, Vegeta showed no inclination to engage in further dialogue with Sabo. With a sudden surge of energy, he unleashed a powerful wave from the fist embedded in Sabo's abdomen, resulting in a tremendous explosion that obliterated Sabo mid-air. As the energy wave surged forth, Sabo's lifeless body was sent crashing into the lake across from them. From the depths of the lake emerged a prehistoric behemoth, its jaws agape, swiftly devouring the remnants of Sabo with a series of audible crunches before swallowing him whole. Thus, Sabo vanished entirely from this realm, his life extinguished by the hands of Vegeta, the second lieutenant of Frieza. Vegeta averted his gaze from the spot where Sabo had fallen, redirecting his attention to Krillin and Bulma, his eyes flitting between them until they settled intently upon Krillin, who felt a shiver run down his spine, beads of cold sweat soaking his back. Trembling under Vegeta's piercing stare, Krillin stammered, "Why are you looking at me like that? Your gaze is making me uneasy. How have you become so powerful? It's truly remarkable. Yet, Vegeta's mind was preoccupied with his own thoughts, mulling over Sabo's final words that suggested a gap between himself and Frieza. He mused that Sabo had not anticipated his transformation into a great ape. With his current combat prowess, if he were to transform, his strength could potentially soar to 4 or 500,000, far surpassing Frieza's capabilities. Oh, it seems he failed to account for this possibility. This presents an opportunity. Regrettably, my tail has yet to grow back. Now, I must bide my time until it returns, at which point I shall confidently confront Frieza. Splendid. The dawn of victory beckons me, and fortune smiles upon my endeavors. Indeed, this plan appears flawless. If I can eliminate Frieza, all will be resolved. In a moment of desperation, Krillin sought a means of escape, cautiously inquiring, "If I hand over the Dragon Balls to you, can you promise not to kill us?" Vegeta regarded him, then glanced skyward, contemplating. "Today, it seems, luck is on your side. I have just vanquished my foe and am in high spirits, having also gathered the Dragon Balls. This is a cause for celebration. Since you two have fortuitously crossed paths with this momentous occasion, simply hand over the Dragon Balls so I can swiftly fulfill my wish. I have no time to squabble with insignificant pests like yourselves. Hurry, or I may find my mood soured and decide to eliminate you without further ado." At a loss for a better strategy, Krillin reluctantly acquiesced. All right. He steeled himself and tossed the Dragon Balls to Vegeta, declaring, "Here, take them. They are yours now." Vegeta deftly caught the orbs and let out a triumphant roar. "It's fortunate you understood the situation, sparing me the effort of violence. Today is indeed favorable. My spirits are elevated, which is why you two still draw breath." Vegeta laughed maniacally. "Even Frieza himself will be beneath my heel. I shall emerge as the new cosmic overlord. The entirety of the universe will bow to my will. At this moment, I have no inclination to settle scores with you insignificant creatures. Once my wish is fulfilled and my ambitions realized, I shall seek you out one by one for a conversation. Ha ha ha." In an instant, Vegeta soared into the sky, laughing heartily as he darted away in the distance. At that moment, Bulma was paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground, utterly motionless. She turned to Krillin and exclaimed, "Thank goodness you reacted swiftly. Although it is a great pity that we lost the Dragon Balls, at least our lives are spared." Krillin wiped the cold sweat from his brow, feeling the danger that had just passed. He never anticipated that this individual would become so powerful, far exceeding his strength when he last visited Earth. Even on Earth, Vegeta was not someone we could contend with. Now, witnessing his brutality, he effortlessly annihilated the so-called righteous angel you mentioned, leaving nothing but bones, even devoured by crocodiles. What a terrifying being. We have managed to escape. And there is still a glimmer of hope resting upon Gohan. If Gohan can retrieve that hidden Dragon Ball, we will possess one ourselves. Without the complete set of Dragon Balls, he cannot fulfill his wish, and that may grant us a chance to turn the tide. However, Bulma rolled her eyes. You can't resolve your own issues, and you expect Gohan to help after handing your Dragon Ball to Vegeta? Placing your hopes on a child, you are truly beyond redemption. What can I say about you? Are you cowardly or simply afraid? Yet Krillin continued to reflect. Do not chastise me. The fact that we have salvaged our lives from Vegeta's grasp is our greatest fortune. Given his cruel nature, it would have been a miracle if he hadn't slain us outright. It seems his mood is quite buoyant. Had it been slightly worse, we would undoubtedly have met our demise. Meanwhile, Gohan, who was gradually advancing, suddenly sneezed, awakening from his stupor. "Oh dear, I'm so sleepy. Who is thinking of me to make me sneeze?" Uncle Piccolo's home had utterly disrupted his biological clock, leaving him unsure of day or night. He had been traveling for what felt like an eternity, his mind foggy and dazed. Why had he sneezed so suddenly? Was it his mother missing him? In his daze, Gohan abruptly looked up, sensing a powerful energy rapidly approaching him. Instinctively, he suppressed all his energy and sought refuge in a secluded corner of the sky, carefully concealing the Dragon Ball in a very discreet location. Gohan's alertness was indeed commendable. Meanwhile, as Vegeta sped through the air, he found himself puzzled. I just sensed that immense energy. How could it suddenly vanish? No, it hadn't truly vanished. Someone must be hiding. It had to be nearby, not too far off. I sensed its location just moments ago, and it could not have escaped this vicinity. Who could it be? Quite astute, sensing my approach. It dawned on him that such sensitivity to energy signatures must belong to an Earthling, likely one of Krillin's companions. At this moment, Gohan was trembling with fear, his heart racing uncontrollably. He had unwittingly drawn attention to himself. What should he do now? Glancing at the concealed Dragon Balls, he pondered his fate, relying solely on luck. As long as the Dragon Balls remained undiscovered, he believed he would be relatively safe. Despite his turmoil, he heard Vegeta's cold voice echoing from above. I care not who you are. Reveal yourself immediately. I am aware of your presence nearby. Do you wish to test my resolve? I could reduce this place to rubble in an instant, leaving you no opportunity to hide. Come forth at once and cease wasting my time. Vegeta conjured a powerful energy sphere in his hand, launching it towards the ground. Gohan glanced at the hidden Dragon Balls and then at the energy sphere in the sky, realizing that concealment was no longer an option. He had to reveal himself. Thus, Gohan shouted into the sky, "Do not strike. It is I." Upon seeing the son of Kakarot, Vegeta remarked, "You, little brat. It is indeed you." Gohan cautiously emerged. Perplexed to see Vegeta, what a surprise. How did you come to be here? Then he noticed the Dragon Ball in Vegeta's hand and inquired, how did you come by that Dragon Ball? It should belong to Uncle Krillin. Did you harm him? Vegeta smirked, thinking to himself that Kakarot's son was rather verbose upon their encounter. He responded nonchalantly, if you desire me to eliminate him, I could fulfill that trivial wish of yours. I could easily return and dispose of him. For now, he should be quite well, in light of his generosity in handing over the Dragon Ball. I refrained from taking his life this time. Hearing Vegeta's seemingly sincere words, Gohan exhaled deeply, reassured that Uncle Krillin was likely safe. Given Vegeta's proud nature, he wouldn't deceive a mere child like him in the wilderness. What a relief it was to know they were still alive. However, Gohan was left wondering why Vegeta had appeared in this place. Vegeta gently descended in front of Gohan and stated, "It is not out of kindness that I spared him. Rather, I have gathered all the Dragon Balls and am in an exceptionally good mood, preparing to fulfill my wish for immortality. Thus, I have no inclination to deal with insignificant beings like you. You should consider yourself fortunate that my mood is favorable and I have no desire to engage with you." Gohan contemplated, "You have gathered all the Dragon Balls. Then what is this one I possess? Is it a fake? A mere salted duck egg?" No. It was the same size and radiated the same light as the one in Vegeta's hand. He was certain he was not mistaken. As Gohan lost himself in thought, he suddenly heard Vegeta's icy voice inquire, "What is that you hold, Gohan?" Following Vegeta's gaze, he looked down to see the dragon radar in his hand, realizing, this cannot be discovered by him. Moments ago, I was overwhelmed with anxiety and inadvertently forgot about the Dragon Ball radar, having hidden the Dragon Balls without securing the radar. I surmised that the individual before me was unfamiliar with the Dragon Ball radar. Perhaps I could take a chance. Thus, I feebly raised the radar towards Vegeta and declared, "This is a pocket watch." To my astonishment, Vegeta erupted into raucous laughter, exclaiming, "How utterly ridiculous! Is this the extent of your Earth's technology? We live in an era of interstellar advancements, yet you still rely on such primitive contraptions, even bringing them to Namek. Truly, you have brought shame upon yourselves, even in another galaxy. My words seem lost on you. Your technological progress is indeed peculiar." Vegeta, in his hubris, continued to laugh heartily, failing to ponder how such clumsy artifacts could possibly exist in this realm. Perhaps this is the price of overconfidence. He then tousled Gohan's hair and spoke earnestly, "Kakarot's son, I must convey something important. Your father and I are the last of the Saiyans, which means we should foster a closer bond." He paused, then asked, "By the way, little one, did your father Kakarot not accompany you to Namek?" Gohan shook his head, replying, "My father's injuries have yet to heal. He could not join us on Namek. Do you have business with him?" Vegeta nodded with satisfaction. "Since I'm in good spirits today, I'll indulge you with a few more words. I have gathered all the Dragon Balls and will soon fulfill my heart's desire. Once I achieve immortality and rule the universe, I shall return to Earth to pay a visit. The pain I endured during my last trip will be repaid 100-fold. Remember to convey my words." With that, Vegeta ceased his discourse. He patted Gohan's head and suddenly delivered a forceful blow to Gohan's abdomen. The impact caused Gohan to writhe in agony on the ground, crying out in pain, yet miraculously, he sustained no fatal injuries. Vegeta chuckled, "Since I have chosen you as my messenger, I shall not easily eliminate you. Today, I owe my gratitude to the Dragon Balls. Had they not bestowed upon me this delightful mood, your fates would have been sealed. And that bald-headed fellow seems to know his place. Now that I have collected the Dragon Balls, I shall not linger any longer. I wish you all good fortune." In an instant, Vegeta vanished into the high sky. Gohan felt the excruciating pain in his abdomen gradually subside. He carefully sensed Vegeta's position, realizing the warrior had already departed. "My little scheme appears to have succeeded. It seems fortune smiles upon me. I must seize the moment to reunite with Krillin and the others before Vegeta regains his bearings. If next time that fellow Vegeta catches me, I may not be so fortunate." Gohan did not hesitate. Swiftly grasping the Dragon Ball and flying at great speed towards the location where Krillin and Bulma were hiding. Observing Bulma, still in a state of panic, Krillin exclaimed, "Bulma, now is not the time to dwell on this matter. Quickly pack your belongings and our equipment. When Gohan returns, we must depart immediately for a safer location. This place is far too perilous. Should Vegeta suspect something amiss and come to eliminate us, we would have nowhere to lament our fate." Chapter 123, Vegeta deceived by Gohan. Bulma inquired, "What about Gohan? He should return shortly. I can sense his energy approaching us swiftly. Hurry and prepare." As the two of them were frantically packing up their camp, including the satellite phone and various equipment, a streak of light suddenly appeared in the sky. It was Gohan. Emerging before them with the Dragon Ball he had retrieved from the depths of the water. Upon seeing Gohan's return, their spirits lifted immensely, and they rushed over. "Gohan, you're back. Wonderful. You even brought the Dragon Ball. This gives us hope." Krillin expressed concern. "Gohan, why did you return so late?" "I had to make a trip to the Elder," Gohan replied, scratching his head awkwardly. "After finding the Dragon Ball, I hurried back. But I couldn't fly at full speed for fear of exposing myself, so I had to take it slow." Krillin understood, advising, "That's reasonable. Caution is paramount. Unlike me, do not become overly confident, lest you find yourself in dire straits, causing trouble for Bulma as well." The climate here was indifferent to day and night. While flying, fatigue set in, and he found a patch of grass to rest. He was unsure how long he slept, and upon waking, he resumed his journey back, which delayed him further. Krillin and Bulma exchanged glances, speechless. Children will be children, often succumbing to weariness and hunger, lacking in steadfastness. Upon reflection, it seemed unreasonable to admonish him, for he had successfully returned with the Dragon Ball. Thus, there was no need to reproach Gohan, and they continued their preparations. Gohan, puzzled, asked, "What are you two doing? Are we moving?" Krillin nodded. "Yes, Vegeta was just here, and a fierce battle ensued. This place is no longer safe. We must leave promptly." Gohan scratched his head once more. "I encountered Vegeta on my way back as well." "How did you evade him? How could you bring back the Dragon Ball? Is Vegeta blind?" Gohan clarified. "No, before he arrived, I hid the Dragon Ball and exchanged a few words with him. He claimed to be in a good mood and said he would let me go if I gathered the Dragon Balls. Then he departed without further conversation. I worried that circumstances might change, so I hurried back with the Dragon Ball." Krillin remarked, "You are incredibly fortunate. It appears we still have a chance. As long as we possess one Dragon Ball, he cannot gather all 7, and thus, his wish remains unfulfilled. It becomes a test of whose patience or endurance prevails. Indeed, we still have an opportunity. The essentials are nearly packed. We must hastily vacate this location. Once Vegeta realizes he has been deceived, he will undoubtedly return in a furious rage. If he intercepts us again, we will certainly find ourselves in peril. Bulma, let us find a place to hide." Bulma steadied herself. Yes, we cannot linger here any longer. Since we still have a Dragon Ball in our possession, we maintain a degree of initiative. Fly me away. Let us distance ourselves from this place and seek a concealed spot to take refuge, trusting that we can outsmart Vegeta when the time comes." Vegeta swiftly arrived at the village he had ravaged, locating the pond where he had hidden the Dragon Balls, and with a splash, he plunged into the water. As he swam beneath the surface, he searched for the Dragon Ball he had concealed, feeling a swell of pride, thinking, "At last, my efforts have borne fruit. After enduring so much hardship, I am the ultimate victor. Frieza, Zarbin, Dodoria, Kakarot, and those pesky human children. Just wait. Soon it will be my turn to dominate. Wait, where's my Dragon Ball? It should be here. My memory cannot be faulty. How could it have vanished? Could it possibly have sprouted legs and fled? Nonsense. There are no large fish in this water. It cannot have been devoured by any creatures. Could it have been that little brat from earlier? No, it must be that little rascal. He deceived me. The device he held was not a mere pocket watch, but rather a Dragon Ball detector or some such contraption. I have been so careless, failing to consider this possibility and not scrutinizing the situation closely enough. How could a cunning individual like myself be outwitted by a mere child? Vegeta erupted from the water with a furious splash. Ignoring his drenched state and the throbbing veins on his forehead, he cursed vehemently. That damned little punk dared to toy with me. Vegeta, when I catch you, I shall tear you apart with my own hands. I played tricks on Frieza, yet I find myself outmaneuvered by a child. How the tides have turned. Calm down. I must remain composed and not allow this to disrupt my focus. If my judgment is swayed, I will have fallen victim to their scheme. In the sky, Vegeta contemplated, then swiftly directed his flight towards the hiding place of Krillin, Gohan, and Bulma, unleashing all his speed. You lot dare to mock Lord Vegeta? I shall not let you escape unscathed. I will reach you at the quickest pace possible and ensure your annihilation. This is the price you pay for trifling with me. In a mere moment, Vegeta appeared near the cave where Krillin and Bulma were concealed. He glanced into the cave and swiftly darted inside. The cave was quite small. He searched haphazardly, finding not a single trace left behind. Vegeta meticulously examined the ground for any clues of their departure, circling the area several times without discerning any leads. He thought to himself that this was troublesome. These youngsters were remarkably quick, aware that he would backtrack to search for them, and had managed to escape in such a short time. The device that boy held must be the Dragon Ball Detector, if they possess such technology. The 5 Dragon Balls I've hidden elsewhere might also be discovered by them. Time could not be squandered here. I must return to safeguard my remaining 5 Dragon Balls. That is the priority. Vegeta soared into the sky, smashing a large hole in the cave without concern for the destruction of the surroundings. He sped directly towards the location where he concealed the 5 Dragon Balls, thinking he must make it in time. If these fellows managed to find the remaining Dragon Balls, it would truly be a case of losing the hen while trying to steal the eggs. Chapter 124. Gohan seeks the Elder given Vegeta's current power. His flying speed was remarkably impressive, especially as he was agitated and preoccupied with the potential loss of the Dragon Balls, which made him exert every ounce of his strength. In a short while, he arrived at the place where he had hidden the Dragon Balls. Seeing the 5 Dragon Balls quietly resting in the cave, along with the one he held, Vegeta let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, those little rascals had not taken advantage of the situation. The 6 Dragon Balls remain mine. Gradually, Vegeta calmed himself, pondering the predicament. They possess a Dragon Ball detector. Thus, I cannot easily leave this spot. If I were to depart, and these fellows were to seize the opportunity, it would indeed be a futile endeavor. There was no choice but to remain here and sense their energy. May they not evade my detection. Vegeta sat silently atop the Dragon Balls, sighing, reflecting that Frieza's reinforcements, equipped with detectors, would likely arrive on Namek in 3 or 4 days. This meant that during this time, Frieza would be effectively blind and deaf to my moves. This opportunity presents itself as the optimal moment for me to gather the Dragon Balls and fulfill my wish. However, I cannot leave carelessly. I must stay here, slowly attuning myself to their energy. I refuse to believe they can suppress their presence entirely, leaving no trace for me to sense. Vegeta focused intently, quietly sensing the locations of Gohan and Krillin. After a prolonged period of concentration, he sighed, realizing there was not a single hint to be found. These two, could they have practiced some special technique that allows them to conceal their energy so expertly? I have remained in this meditative state for so long, yet they have left me with no openings whatsoever. Now it is a test of patience. I will remain here, patiently attuning myself. As long as you two emit even the faintest trace of energy, I shall locate you, and then your escape will be impossible. Patience. I, Vegeta, fear no one. How dare these 2 wretched fools mock me in such a manner? This time, I shall forsake everything. My foremost priority is to capture you both and locate the final Dragon Ball. Just wait. Over on Krillin's side, he was scratching his head as Bulma, visibly displeased, complained to him and Gohan. Is this truly the best you could find for our new hiding spot? You expect me to stay here? Don't you think this is utterly excessive? This place is nothing compared to the cave we had before. The dimensions here are so cramped that we can't even pitch a simple tent, let alone find a proper shelter. It's not even a secluded cave. It's merely a narrow canyon. Is this truly a suitable place for habitation? Couldn't you have searched a bit more thoroughly? Am I to reside here like some commoner? Isn't this a bit too much? Frustrated by Bulma's incessant complaints about the subpar conditions, Krillin could only endure and patiently explain. My dear lady, we are escaping for our lives. We don't have the luxury of time to seek out another splendid cave for your comfort. Finding any hidden refuge in this area is already a significant accomplishment, and given Namek's peculiar terrain, caves like the previous one are likely quite rare on this planet. We must make do here. I cannot fulfill your lofty expectations. Bulma continued to grumble about the inadequacies of their current location. Consequently, Krillin and Gohan chose to ignore her, merely tidying up their belongings and concealing them in a nearby corner. Although the spatial conditions were exceedingly cramped and unsuitable for living or leisure, it sufficed as a hiding place. The cave structure ensured that their situation would remain concealed from any onlookers, making it an ideal location for their purposes. Krillin, after organizing his gear, patiently addressed Bulma. Bulma, just endure for a few more days. In 4 days, Goku's spaceship will arrive to take us home. Your ladyship, please be magnanimous and bear with us for the time being. With a huff, Bulma replied, since you insist, what choice do I have? I can't fly, nor can I escape on my own. I must rely on you to decide where we stay. I've had quite enough of this. I can't believe I made the ill-fated decision to come to Namek with you two in the first place. It has certainly been my most regrettable choice of the year. Resigned to her fate, Bulma unfolded a small table, set down a tiny stool, and placed a boxed meal before her. She sat quietly, consuming her food in silence, disregarding the thoughts and attitudes of the two men, simmering in her own frustration. Krillin glanced at Bulma, then turned to Gohan, pulling him aside to briefly discuss matters concerning the Elder. Gohan, I intend to take you to the Grand Elder, where you may enhance your latent potential and unleash your formidable combat prowess. This endeavor holds immense benefits for you, for me, and for our collective efforts. Gohan, with a look of astonishment, replied, is such a thing possible? Do I possess latent abilities as well? I cannot sense any of it. Krillin patiently elucidated. Consider my own journey. I have diligently trained since childhood, and my strength has significantly improved, a fact you must surely recognize. I suspect you are no different. As a Saiyan, your lineage bestows upon you a combat talent that surpasses mine, implying your potential is even greater. Now is not the time for further discussion. Given the urgency, we must hasten to the Grand Elder, for his days are numbered. We must reach him before his passing so that he may guide your potential, which could grant you the power to confront Vegeta. I sincerely hope for such an outcome. Otherwise, we find ourselves in a precarious position, lacking the strength to stand against them. No amount of strategy can compensate for that. Upon witnessing their amicable agreement, Bulma, who had been eavesdropping, erupted in frustration. Is it true? Are you two scoundrels truly prepared to abandon me here? I am but a girl. Do you not consider my feelings? This place is terrifying. Do you not feel a shred of guilt leaving me here alone? Bulma, we are left with little choice. If only there were another to accompany you or to take you along, we would never wish to leave you behind. Our purpose here is not leisure. We are on a mission. Gohan's strength will benefit our team immensely. Do you desire to continue evading pursuit, hiding in fear? If Gohan can stand against Vegeta, achieving our goal will allow us to return to Earth, rather than remaining in this state of distress. Bulma gazed at the two, contemplating their reasoning, and thought to herself, what they say seems quite rational. I find myself at a loss for words. Realizing her objections held no weight, she conceded, very well, do as you wish. Leave me here, a poor, innocent girl, alone and frightened. Just remember to prioritize your safety above all else. Krillin and Gohan exchanged a glance and nodded, resolving to proceed without hesitation. They ascended gradually into the air. Krillin cautioned, Gohan, it is imperative that you conceal your energy. Vegeta is undoubtedly scouring for our trail. We must move slowly to avoid any indication of our presence. If he captures us again, we will have no luck left. Our fates will be sealed. Gohan nodded earnestly. Yes, Uncle Krillin, I trust your judgment. They suppressed their energy to a minimum, gliding slowly toward the direction of the Grand Elder. This time, they merely sought safety, leaving no trace behind. Speed was no longer a priority. They crouched low and advanced slowly through the forest, inching forward. This method ensured that neither Vegeta would sense their presence, nor would Frieza, even if he were nearby, be able to catch sight of them. Alas, it was poor Walmart who remained concealed in the narrow valley. Bulma gazed at her small stool and table, consuming an unpalatable boxed meal. Her heart filled with incessant frustration as she cursed these two unreliable fellows. Abandoned by them, she felt neglected and unheard, left to endure the cold solitude in this ravine. With a sigh directed skyward, Walmart lamented, Goku, when will you come to rescue us? At the Earth Temple, Tien, Yamcha, and others emerged from the newly constructed gravity chamber. Weary and drenched in sweat, they exclaimed with delight, 20 times the gravity, what a thrill. It seemed that training in such an environment would expedite their martial arts progress. Yamcha nodded eagerly, remarking, indeed, even King Piccolo surpasses us. Look, he has been sitting in meditation for quite some time and is still persevering, while we have already reached our limits. Nearby, Kairatsu nodded in agreement, his expression reflecting the difficulty of their ordeal. As they conversed, they noted, I heard Goku's spaceship to Namek has a gravity of 100 times. I wonder how he trains under such conditions. It's astounding he requested the doctor to design a gravity chamber with such intensity. What a terrifying individual. They mused about when their training progress might reach Goku's level. Filled with anticipation, Yamcha affirmed, that fellow is indeed a monster. Krillin and I have been striving to catch up, yet the gap seems to widen. Nevertheless, I shall not give up. I will continue to strive. He added with a chuckle, look at King Piccolo. Despite repeatedly being defeated by Goku, he still clings to his plans for world domination. Just as the group was enjoying their conversation, they spotted Nappa in a chef's outfit, complete with a hat, pushing a food cart as he emerged from the kitchen. The group was puzzled. Isn't it said that Luo Quan has recently made a breakthrough? Nappa awkwardly gestured towards the roof opposite them. Isn't he up there? The group turned to see indeed that Luo Quan had been seated atop the building for 3 days. What is he doing up there? Didn't he say he had broken through? Nappa, do you have any explanation for us? Nappa, pausing to wipe the sweat from his brow, calmly addressed the group. Recently, Lord Luo Quan mentioned that my culinary skills have progressed rapidly, and he is quite pleased. His breakthrough has come swiftly. He stated that due to the recent improvement in his diet, his understanding of the world has deepened, and his energy is keeping pace. Thus, he anticipated a breakthrough. He ascended to the highest structure of this temple, sitting in the northwest direction, claiming that meditating there would allow him to absorb the essence of nature and the energies of the sun and moon, so he should have already achieved his breakthrough. At this moment, it seems that he has entered a state of stability, although I am not entirely certain of the specifics. Once he finishes his work, he should descend. Nappa cast a furtive glance and observed Luo Quan still seated above, unresponsive, with a radiant aura of multicolored light that had become remarkably concentrated, indicating a breakthrough. He was currently solidifying his realm, and finally whispered to the others about absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, the quintessence of the sun and moon. However, from my perspective, he was merely facing northwest, seemingly drinking in the northwest wind. Ha ha, let me share a little secret with you, which I wouldn't dare tell anyone else. Our boss is rather stingy. For instance, if I were to speak ill of him, he would undoubtedly find a way to punish me. It appears he is at a critical juncture in his breakthrough, leaving no opportunity for him to address me. Thus, I took the liberty to express a few grievances behind his back, indulging myself a bit. While Nappa was reveling in his moment, he suddenly noticed that Tianjin Fan, Lu Ping Jiaozi, and others had distanced themselves from him by several meters, gazing at him with a bemused expression, akin to observing a curious spectacle. Nappa scratched his head, asking, why are you all standing so far away? Do I have flowers on me? Why do you look at me that way? Suddenly, he recalled something and exclaimed in alarm. Upon looking up, he indeed saw a dark cloud gathering ominously above him, rumbling and swirling, emitting flashes of lightning. Nappa's heart raced with dread. He had been careless. How foolish of him to forget that our boss is an exceedingly stingy person, capable of hearing my disparaging remarks even while solidifying his realm. This was dire. No sooner had this thought crossed his mind than the lightning from the cloud crackled and struck Nappa repeatedly, as if it were free of charge. A series of agonizing screams escaped his lips, and soon the air was filled with the aroma of roasted meat and a charred scent. When they looked again, the unfortunate Mr. Nappa was left blackened and singed, resembling a piece of charcoal, with smoke wafting from his mouth. The onlookers marveled, could it be that Mr. Bobo was similarly refined by this divine being of earth? Their skin bore a remarkable similarity, it seemed. Ignoring the plight of the beleaguered Nappa, the group jovially made their way to the washing area to freshen up. Poor Nappa, despite his painful experiences, often believed he could find opportunities to jest about his boss, oblivious to the fact that he was dealing with a shrewd individual. At this moment, Luo Quan, seated in a meditative posture and solidifying his realm, felt a twinge of smugness. You, my dear fellow, dare to be unruly in my presence? Just wait and see how I shall deal with you. Chapter 126. Luo Quan's Ascendance. Nonetheless, to return to the matter at hand, this breakthrough was quite commendable. Sensing the presence of a bottleneck, he swiftly surpassed it without encountering any significant obstacles in power or realm. Progressing seamlessly, he stepped into the realm of the Sovereign King. A leap in strength that was indeed remarkable. Once his foundation stabilizes a bit more, he could continue to pursue further cultivation. At present, his strength would likely allow him to contend against the Great Divine Officer in a 6-4 matchup, confidently asserting dominance over him. As strength escalates, various skills attain their respective realms, and the understanding of the Great Erasure Technique deepens significantly. Yet, there lingers a sense that my mastery of this technique diverges from the one passed down by the Omni-King, perhaps due to some peculiar mutation. I have yet to encounter a worthy opponent or to test my abilities. I await the opportunity to challenge that high priest, confident that my strength has surpassed his. With my unique Great Erasure Technique in play, I could likely leave him in a state of utter disarray. In the quiet of my thoughts, I resolved to seek an opportunity for such an experiment, stabilizing my realm before proceeding further. The scenery here is quite pleasant, yet that insufferable brat had the audacity to claim I was merely savoring the wind from the northwest. How outrageous! If not for the necessity of gathering the last remnants of divine power into my body, I would not expend such effort. My prowess has surged considerably, and my divine energy has also expanded significantly. Now, to master these powers, I must wait for the vibrant hues of light to gradually meld into my being, externally. They manifest as a subtle white glow. At that juncture, my mastery over the realm will be deemed complete and stable, a prospect I eagerly anticipate. Once I have stabilized my realm, I shall also seek to stretch my abilities. This recent advancement is substantial. It may be time to confront that lazy fellow, Beerus. His increasing lethargy suggests that without some motivation, our universe may face dire consequences. However, the lineage of the Omni-King is indeed peculiar. The transition from the first to the second realm appears modest, yet from the third to the fourth, the disparity in strength surges exponentially, growing geometrically. It seems that to ascend to the next level and truly embody the Omni-King's dominion, relentless effort is required. Should I attain the next stage, I would likely have no trouble challenging the Omni-King of this world. If fortune smiles upon me, I might even ascend directly to the realm of the Supreme Omni-King, rendering the entire cosmos invincible. This legacy suggests as much, yet the further one progresses, the more formidable the challenges become. Indeed, it seems that the path of all cultivation follows this principle. All rules are fundamentally the same. Progress must be made step by step. Just as one consumes a meal bite by bite, one cannot expect to achieve greatness instantaneously. I find myself musing excessively. My current grasp of the Omni-King's strength is commendable. Apart from the minor Omni-King, I can navigate the world with confidence, free from significant reservations. Unlike during my tenure as an assistant to the Omni-King, where I felt constrained in many endeavors, now I can act without hindrance. Ultimately, in the realm of deities, strength reigns supreme. Without it, one's status, title, or divine rank holds little significance. Reaching this position grants me a degree of influence within this world, and the feeling of possessing true strength is exhilarating. With this in mind, I collected my thoughts, exhaling deeply as the radiant hues within me converged into my being, an exquisite sensation. Observing my skin, my entire form appeared as smooth as jade, embodying a state of restrained divine radiance, a truly delightful experience. No longer as ostentatious as before, I find myself moving about like a resplendent phoenix, shimmering and drawing attention wherever I go. Now, with a sense of roundedness, I feel much improved. I often ponder what it would take to transcend to the next realm, achieving a state of simplicity and authenticity where no external anomaly is perceivable. At that point, I would embody the essence of the little king, evoking a similar sensation. Alas, I wonder when I shall reach that pinnacle. According to the teachings I have received, upon first acquiring the inheritance, a burst of radiant colors emanated from me, releasing divine energy uncontrollably. It was during this time that Sun Wukong absorbed a significant portion of that divine power, thereby altering his very constitution. Upon reaching the second realm, my divine energy gradually became more contained. However, I still radiated like a vibrant phoenix, the colorful glow accompanying me everywhere, rendering concealment impossible. Only upon attaining the third realm can one fully internalize the seven-colored divine energy, with no trace of it dissipating externally. My body becomes as warm and gentle as jade, exuding a moonlit softness, with all strength concentrated within, ensuring no divine power is squandered. This is the hallmark of the third realm. Should I break through to the Sovereign King? Entering the fourth realm, I would become indistinguishable from the ordinary, with all radiance fully contained. In such a state, every gesture would seamlessly embody the essence of returning to simplicity. Yet, I remain curious about the breakthroughs that await in the fifth realm of the Great King. Though the teachings provide no clarity on this matter, perhaps I shall wait until I reach that stage to explore it further. Now, it is time to attend to that fellow, as he has been on Earth for over a month and has made commendable progress. His cooking has been quite satisfactory, and he deserves some form of reward. The journey from the Sovereign King to the Great Sovereign King cannot rely on culinary delights or magical beans as shortcuts any longer. It requires a gradual immersion into the myriad rules of this world, experiencing its varied lifestyles and battles to accumulate wisdom and reach the next level of the Great Sovereign King. These minor shortcuts seem ineffective now. Although my craving for fine cuisine has diminished, having that fellow prepare meals for me is still rather pleasant. I have begun to detach from reliance on such delights and magical beings. The items infused with the essence of the heavens no longer align with my current realm. To consolidate my strength further, I must draw experiences from the vast tapestry of life. My growth in strength can only be achieved through relentless challenges and battles, steadily accumulating and consolidating power. At present, my strength is sufficiently formidable. What remains is mastering the utilization of this power without allowing it to dissipate. A lengthy endeavor indeed. Oh, but I shall not dwell on it any longer. It is time to tend to that fellow. Thus, Luo Quan swiftly positioned himself beside the exquisitely roasted and tender Nappa, gazing at him with a semblance of a smile. You little rascal, your attitude as an employee is utterly lacking. How dare you speak ill of me behind my back? What punishment do you think I should impose upon you? Chapter 127. Luo Quan punishes Nappa. Luo Quan casually cast a healing spell towards Nappa, observing as he promptly returned to his normal state. Internally, he mused upon the elevation of his realm and power, noting that the efficacy of his skills had indeed improved. Previously, his healing efforts could only address certain critical areas, leaving finer details lacking, necessitating their gradual recovery. Now, however, with a mere flick of his wrist, even the most grievous wounds could be instantly restored, a remarkable advancement. The enhancement of his abilities felt truly gratifying. The sensation of wielding power firmly in his grasp was exhilarating, yet he maintained a facade devoid of any smugness. Addressing Nappa with an ambiguous smile, he remarked, "It seems you take great delight in mocking me, do you not?" At that moment, Nappa, freshly healed, stood by Luo Quan's side with a serious demeanor, fawningly stating, "Not at all, boss. You are entirely correct in all you say. I shall follow your every word. It is merely that I am overjoyed by your newfound strength and breakthrough. My admiration for you flows like an unending river, relentless and overwhelming, akin to the Yellow River in flood." As Nappa continued his exaggerated flattery, Luo Quan rolled his eyes in exasperation, swiftly swatting him back to the ground. "You, lad, are utterly unskilled, spending your days consuming mindless television. Your tongue has grown quite adept at flattery. After all this prattle, not a single word of substance emerges. It is truly remarkable. That said, I must acknowledge that your performance over the past month on Earth has been commendable. You have indeed applied yourself diligently to your work. When you first arrived, I told you that should you perform well, I would assist in enhancing your strength free of charge, ensuring that you would not become a source of embarrassment. As a proud Saiyan, you should possess the spirit of a warrior, akin to that of Vegeta and Goku. I shall not diminish your potential. Come, follow me to the gravity chamber. I shall elevate your strength. What do I often say? A chef who cannot fight is not a good employee, is he? Nappa nodded in bewilderment, pondering the nonsensical nature of it all, increasingly perplexed by the discourse. Upon entering the gravity chamber, with a mere gesture, Luo Quan enabled Nappa to feel an exhilarating lightness, the constraints upon his power vanishing in an instant. He reveled in the sensation of strength returning to his body. At last, my power is restored. Luo Quan offered a faint smile. Do not become too proud. This meager strength of yours is hardly impressive before me. I trust you harbor no ill intentions. Nappa quickly replied, "Yes, boss. You are absolutely right. I will abide by your every command. I harbor no transgressive thoughts. Rather, it has been an eternity since I felt this power return to my being. The sensation of its resurgence is simply magnificent, as I once again possess the strength to command. Luo Quan remarked nonchalantly, "That is good to know. Henceforth, once you conclude your duties in the kitchen, you may come here to cultivate your skills. Gravity is the direction of effort. Hasten to elevate your combat prowess to avoid bringing me shame when you step outside. After all, you are the first individual I have recruited. If you cannot attain even this level of capability, what purpose does my support serve?" He then retrieved several green beans from his pocket and tossed them to Nappa with a satisfying sound. These are the Earth's specialty, known as the Senzu Beans. Regardless of the severity of your injuries, or if you are on the brink of death, consuming one will restore you to full vitality. I no longer require these. I have reserved a few for Goku and the others, and this remaining handful is your reward for your diligent and selfless efforts. With this, your strength should soon reach 100,000. Upon achieving that milestone, you may return to me for further instruction in new techniques, as the forthcoming skirmishes will rely on you and your comrades. As for me, the higher my level, the greater the constraints on my actions. You see, with my recent elevation in rank, I will no longer have the opportunity to bully the likes of the king of the universe. The higher one ascends, the more severe the repercussions for preying on those of lower status. Presently, I can only contend with beings like Beerus or perhaps impart some lessons to my master. If I were to encounter anyone weaker than these, I would find no chance to intervene. Focus on your training. In due time, I shall seek out the Grand Minister for a sparring session to assess my current capabilities. Observing the bewildered expression on Nappa's face, Luo Quan shook his head and mused, "What use is it to convey this to you? You cannot comprehend it yet. You have not reached this echelon. Enough about me. Let me share a little secret with you. Vegeta's strength has now reached 50,000. Do you now grasp the magnitude of the gap between you two?" Nappa's jaw dropped in astonishment, his eyes wide with incredulity as he exclaimed, "No way." When he came to Earth, his power was at most 10,000. In just over a month, his strength has multiplied to such an extent, reaching 50,000. He truly is an exceptional prince, an extraordinary individual. Luo Quan shook his head and waved his hand at Nappa, saying, "You must have faith in yourself. He has merely endured numerous life and death battles, harnessing the unique capabilities of your Saiyan heritage to accelerate his growth. If you were to train as he has, you would not be weak either. Moreover, here you have the opportunity to cultivate in the restorative aid of the Senzu Beans. Your advancement will be swift. I calculated that Goku should reach Namek in about a day. While you are aware of Vegeta's strength increase, do you know how much Goku's power has risen? You refer to him as Kakarot." Nappa appeared perplexed. He is also formidable? He pondered. He is slightly stronger than I. But I sense he may not become exceedingly powerful, right? After all, he does not possess the remarkable lineage and innate talent akin to Vegeta. From birth, Vegeta was a prodigy of battle, whereas Kakarot lacks such prowess. Luo Quan shook his head. In recent days, Goku's strength has surged tremendously. I shall refrain from divulging any spoilers. Await the grand surprise that will be unveiled when they return from Namek. If you wish to keep pace with them, you must diligently train. There is no need for you to fret over kitchen matters anymore, as my cultivation has reached a stable state, and I no longer require gourmet delicacies to enhance my realm." Luo Quan gazed skyward, contemplating a journey to Namek. It seems this is a fated endeavor, one from which I cannot escape. It would be beneficial to take a look around, perhaps to clear my mind. Chapter 128. Vegeta discovers Gohan in the vastness of space. Goku's spacecraft drew ever closer to Namek, with only a day remaining until arrival. Goku was silently reflecting on his recent efforts. He was exceedingly diligent. Whenever his energy waned, he would consume a Senzu Bean and then increase the gravity to continue his training. He had now mastered the use of the Kaioken technique and various moves under a gravity of 100 times Earth's, and he was prepared to withstand the pressure of 10 times the Kaioken. With this thought, Goku felt a surge of confidence. He deactivated the gravity system of the spacecraft and pondered the impending arrival at Namek. I shall take a refreshing bath and rest to restore my spirit and strength. He turned off the gravity chamber's controls, returned to his quarters with renewed assurance, enjoyed a hot shower, hastily consumed a couple of bites, and flung himself onto his bed. Succumbing to a deep sleep, he would awaken revitalized, ready to face the new challenges awaiting him on Namek. It seemed that Goku was sleeping soundly, free from any worries. His fears and uncertainties about the future were absent, as his formidable strength instilled in him an unwavering confidence. In this regard, Goku remained quite self-assured. Meanwhile, on Frieza's ship in Namek, Frieza stood silently in the command cabin, gazing at the gaping hole created by Vegeta, his mood as dark as his expression. Frieza was quietly calculating the time, for days had elapsed, and there had been no communication from Zarbon. It seemed he was either dead or had fled. I never anticipated such trouble would arise. Had I known, I should have brought an elite task force to Namek. However, reflecting on it now, time had passed swiftly. It had been 4 days since I last contacted them, and they should be returning shortly, with the tracker in hand. I am confident that Vegeta and the Dragon Balls cannot escape. With the tracker, where could he possibly hide? The atmosphere on Namek had been rather tranquil. It appeared that Vegeta had not fulfilled any wishes. My elite task force, hurry and arrive. In a distant hidden spot in the wilderness, Krillin and Gohan were enjoying the lunch they had packed. As the two individuals dined on their sustenance, they engaged in conversation. Uncle Klin, have we been traveling for 4 days now? Klin nodded in affirmation. Indeed. How much farther do we have to go? Gohan inquired. Klin responded. We should be nearing our destination. I wonder if the Elder can hold on much longer. Last time, Dandy mentioned that the Elder had only a few days left to live. My sole concern now is that we arrive slowly, only to find that the Elder has passed away, leaving no chance for you to enhance your potential. At this moment, Gohan pondered, having traveled for 4 days. We must be quite far from that fellow Vegeta. I believe that, given our current position, if we fly at our utmost speed, we should avoid detection. Klin considered this. In truth, I have been contemplating the same thing, but refrained from voicing it for the sake of caution. Since you have brought it up, I believe you may be correct. After all, Bulma has been left in that precarious predicament for 4 days now. I am quite concerned for her safety, as she is, after all, a young woman. Then let us make our decision with joy. We shall unleash our full energies and head in that direction. If we push ourselves to the utmost, we should soon reunite with the Elder. Let us advance without hesitation. The two transformed into beams of light, soaring into the sky as they raced towards the mountain where the Elder resided. Meanwhile, in the far distance, Vegeta sat silently within a cavern, attuning himself to the energies around him. Suddenly, his eyes flew open. Excellent. That energy has appeared. One is Kakarot's son, and the other is that bald-headed fool. Where do you think you are running now? Realizing he had exposed his position, Vegeta seized the opportunity to reclaim the last Dragon Ball. Wait, there is also a woman. She must possess a Dragon Ball radar. If I leave here too easily, what if she steals my Dragon Balls? Even if she takes one, she cannot gather all 7 without my assistance. This is my only chance. With this thought, Vegeta wasted no time. Grasping a Dragon Ball, he soared towards Klin's direction with unprecedented speed. As he flew, he mused, these kids have finally revealed their vulnerabilities. This is my singular opportunity. If they discover me again, I may have to hide for an indeterminate time. Calculating the situation, he realized that the special forces should soon be arriving on Namek. This was a rare moment. Should they acquire new detectors, Frieza would pose the true and greatest threat. Not far away, Klin and Gohan spotted the Elder's mountain. Suddenly, both were struck with alarm. This is bad. Vegeta has discovered us, Klin said, his voice taut with anxiety. Gohan nodded vigorously. Yes, and his speed is astonishing. I didn't expect him to maintain such precise direction while approaching at such velocity. What shall we do? Klin, feeling the sweat bead on his forehead, contemplated quickly. We must not hesitate any longer. You need to fly at full speed to the structure on the opposite mountain and have the Elder unlock your potential. Dandy will be waiting for you there. There will be no misunderstandings. I shall temporarily impede Vegeta here while you awaken your potential. Once you have done so, we shall meet and confront him together. Hurry, for this is not a moment for hesitation. If we remain concealed any longer, we shall expose the Grand Elder's position, which would undoubtedly jeopardize him when Vegeta arrives. Quickly, go to Gohan. I will manage things here. Gohan nodded and swiftly flew towards the mountain opposite. As Gohan alighted upon the peak, he entered the Grand Elder's chamber. At that moment, Vegeta had appeared before Krillin, abruptly halting and fixating his gaze upon the bewildered Krillin, who remained suspended in midair. Vegeta chuckled menacingly. This time, I shall see where you intend to flee. Krillin managed a nervous smile. Vegeta, your speed is astonishing. You remained so vigilant. The instant we revealed our energy, you detected us and pursued, far beyond my expectations. Vegeta scoffed coldly. What does flattery matter at this juncture? Hand over the Dragon Ball immediately, or I shall ensure your demise without a trace. His murderous intent surged palpably, evident in the fierce glint of his eyes. Should Krillin utter a single word amiss, it seemed there would be no time for further discourse. He would be obliterated on the spot. Chapter 129. Vegeta tracks Gohan suddenly. A thought struck Vegeta. Something felt amiss. Why was there only this bald-headed youth obstructing my path when I sensed two energies? Could they be plotting something? Observing the youth's flustered demeanor, it was clear he harbored a scheme against me. In the distance, atop a towering mountain, lay a Namekian structure, likely another gathering place for the Namekians. But where were the others? No, this boy is merely stalling for time. He is certainly up to no good. These cunning individuals have deceived me before, and I shall not fall for it again. Vegeta's gaze fixed upon the Namekian edifice. You must have hidden the Dragon Balls within that structure, thinking I was unaware. Humph, clever little trickster. Krillin, alarmed, shook his head vigorously. Absolutely not. We have not concealed the Dragon Balls here. You must believe me. Vegeta coldly retorted. Even now, you attempt to play childish games with me. He disregarded Krillin entirely, leaping over him and soaring directly towards the Grand Elder's abode. Krillin called out in desperation, "No, Vegeta, stop." Inside the room, the Grand Elder gently placed a hand upon Gohan's head, speaking softly, "Welcome, friend from Earth. I am grateful for all you have done for Namek and for the rescue of my people. On behalf of the indigenous Namekians, I extend my heartfelt thanks. Your energy is indeed formidable, surpassing my wildest imagination. Are you truly of Earth? You seem somewhat peculiar." At this moment, the Grand Elder wished to exchange a few more pleasantries, but Gohan, growing impatient, interjected, "Esteemed Grand Elder, the nefarious individual known as Vegeta is already at our doorstep. Let us dispense with the formalities and hasten to unlock my latent potential. Allow me to harness my abilities so that I may withstand him for a while. Otherwise, we may find ourselves in peril." The Grand Elder let out a sound of acknowledgement and, without further ado, channeled the formless energy into Gohan, igniting his potential from the crown of his head to the soles of his feet. The malevolent figure had arrived. Vegeta stepped into the Grand Elder's chamber, surveying his surroundings with a cold demeanor. What is this place? Could it be the last village of Namek? I must admit, I have not paid it much heed. Meanwhile, Krillin hastily pursued him from behind, exclaiming, "Vegeta, halt. Speak with me. Why are you running so swiftly? Do you not wish to know the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls?" Nail, with a stern gaze, fixed his eyes on Vegeta and stated gravely, "Who are you? And what is your purpose here? You are not welcome. Please depart at once." Vegeta cast a brief glance at Nail, disregarding him, and continued to scrutinize the environment, pondering whether the Earthlings had laid some cunning trap for him. The overt invitation to this location seemed too calculated. He resolved to tread carefully, lest he fall victim to their schemes. Inside the chamber, the Grand Elder had successfully awakened all of Gohan's dormant potential. Gohan felt a surge of power erupting within him, akin to a spring bursting forth, and reveled in the sensation. This strength, it is all my own. How magnificent! With this power, I might contend with Vegeta for a time, alleviating the crisis here at the Grand Elder's side. Suddenly, Vegeta sensed the overwhelming energy emanating from the room, momentarily taken aback. Is it Kakarot? Have they concealed Kakarot here to ambush me? No, this energy is not Kakarot's. Though reminiscent of Kakarot's presence, it belonged to his son, the lad named Gohan. It must be him. Yet how curious that his power has surged so dramatically, seemingly on par with mine. Could there truly be a trap laid here? These Earthlings are shrouded in mystery, their fluctuating battle power formidable and cunning, definitely not to be underestimated. It appears I must proceed with utmost caution in my dealings with them. A moment's carelessness could lead to my downfall, and that Namekian, Nail, seems to possess considerable strength as well. Indeed, I cannot afford to be complacent. Gohan stepped out from the room and addressed Vegeta with a grave tone. "What brings you here? How did you discover our presence so swiftly?" Vegeta, upon seeing Gohan, felt a sense of reassurance wash over him. "Ah, it is indeed you. What are you scheming in such secrecy? Why has your battle power escalated so dramatically, instilling in me a sense of danger? Speak quickly and elucidate this situation, lest I be compelled to force my way in." At this moment, Dandy rushed out in a flurry, gazing at the situation outside, utterly dumbfounded and rendered speechless. Vegeta, however, offered a cold smirk. It seems this dilapidated room harbors more individuals than I anticipated. Numerous secrets lie hidden here. So will you confess willingly? Or shall I be compelled to take action? Dandy, indeed, paid no heed to Vegeta's words. Anxiously addressing Gohan and Krillin, the elder has instructed me to inform you that he senses a colossal energy rapidly approaching Namek. You must exercise caution and remain vigilant. Nail furrowed his brow slightly. Is another formidable and malevolent foe arriving? Vegeta was taken aback. I too sense something, a familiarity that is undeniably potent and dark. Who could it be? Krillin also detected the overwhelming energy. Could it be Goku? Wonderful, Son Goku has come to our rescue. Gohan, sensing further, shook his head. No, that's not right. The numbers don't add up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 powerful energies, all exceedingly malevolent. It cannot be my father. It must be an enemy. Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically. He shouted, 5 individuals indeed. It must be the Ginyu Force. This is dire. Do not hesitate any longer. Hasten to hand over the final Dragon Ball. Delay it further, and it might be too late. Those 5 are my old adversaries. Their strength far surpasses mine, beyond your comprehension. Krillin, puzzled, inquired, what on earth is the Ginyu Force? Are they truly formidable? Can you not defeat them? You are immensely powerful now. Chapter 130. The Ginyu Force arrives on Namek. Hearing this, Vegeta was drenched in cold sweat. You are remarkably ignorant and fearless. The Ginyu Force consists of Frieza's most elite commanders and his most adept fighters. Their might is beyond your understanding. I was no match for them before, and now I might barely contend with one of them. However, when they team up, 5 formidable warriors unite. Even if I unleashed all my energy, I could not withstand them. He seized Gohan urgently. Quickly, hand over the final Dragon Ball. Allow me to fulfill my wish for immortality, and once I achieve invincibility, I swear I will not harm you. I speak with utmost sincerity. Cold sweat continued to cascade down Vegeta's neck. Gohan, startled, retorted defiantly, I would rather perish than surrender the Dragon Ball to you, you vile deceiver. Krillin chimed in, indeed. Vegeta, you scoundrel, you must be lying to us. Your power is already immense. How could you fear merely 5 of Frieza's reinforcements? What jest is this? We refuse to believe it. Vegeta, growing frantic, insisted, you too can sense their overwhelming presence. Gauge their power against mine. While we may be evenly matched, one named Captain Ginyu possesses strength that completely eclipses my own. Even if I possess the wit and prowess to contend with them on equal footing, let us not forget the formidable Frieza. This time, they undoubtedly arrive equipped with the most advanced detectors. There is no escape for us. Do you comprehend? My abilities are still insufficient to confront Frieza. I must first attain immortality, or else you all shall meet your demise. I assure you of this without a doubt. Krillin hesitated, questioning, is Frieza truly that powerful? Vegeta scoffed, do you not feel their strength for yourselves? Is further explanation necessary? With their detectors here, we stand no chance of escape. Do you not understand? You fools. The malevolent force has already reached Namek. What this individual states is indeed accurate. Their power far surpasses our imagination. Krillin pondered, if it comes to that, we could make Gohan immortal as well. His energy is formidable and not significantly weaker than yours. Yet Vegeta grew impatient, exclaiming, you imbecile, are you truly this foolish? Frieza is renowned as the Emperor of the universe. He cannot be merely a strong energy to be dealt with, no matter how powerful this boy is. Does he possess the battle experience? Does he have my understanding of Frieza? Can mere strength suffice against the Emperor of the universe? I cannot fathom your thought process. Cease your prattle and hand over the last Dragon Ball, so I may fulfill my wish, or we shall all be doomed. Krillin, in deep conflict, hesitated for a prolonged moment. I am reluctant. If I grant your wish, what of our desires? This was indeed a profound dilemma. Vegeta's anxiety intensified. Krillin continued to waver. When Nairu calmly interjected, the Dragon Balls of our Namek can grant 3 wishes. There is no need for contention here. How splendid that they can grant 3 wishes. Krillin affirmed. If that is the case, there is no need for further indecision. Gohan nodded in agreement. Really? To think they can grant 3 wishes is remarkable. It is no wonder these Dragon Balls are superior to those on Earth. Realizing that the grand power contained within them allowed for 3 wishes, it finally made sense. Vegeta, growing increasingly impatient, Rebuked, what is there to deliberate? With death looming, why are you still pondering? Let us embark. Krillin resolved, very well. I shall lead you to the Dragon Balls and prepare to fulfill everyone's wishes. Vegeta, I hope you will keep your promise. Vegeta, filled with ire, retorted, what time is it to be discussing conditions? Hurry. We are already pressed for time. They must have arrived on this planet, and with their detectors, we have no chance to escape. Hurry. Krillin, having made his decision, replied, understood. 3 figures soared into the air, transforming into a streak of light, and instantly vanished atop the mountain of the Grand Elder, hastening towards the location where they concealed the Dragon Balls. Nearby the Frieza's spaceship, several areas erupted with thunderous sounds as the Ginyu Force successfully landed on Namek. Frieza smiled faintly and remarked, at last, the Ginyu Force has arrived. I have been awaiting your presence for quite some time. With a subtle smile, he observed as the doors of the 5 ships gradually opened, and 5 figures swiftly appeared before him, striking an unusual pose, announcing, the entire Ginyu Force reports to Lord Frieza, we have arrived. Seeing the peculiar postures struck by the 5, Frieza's eye twitched slightly, but he chose to ignore it, saying, you have finally come. Yet this welcoming ceremony appears rather unseemly. What is this ridiculous pose? Do not present yourselves before me in such a manner. I am exceedingly anxious at the moment. Do you have the leisure to engage in such frivolities? Captain Ginyu quickly dismissed the strange poses and instructed his team, everyone, prepare yourselves. The entire Ginyu Force reports to you, Lord Frieza. Please, issue your commands directly. Frieza scoffed, I summoned you for a purpose. Not for you to amuse me with your antics. Vegeta has stolen the Dragon Balls I collected and has killed Dodoria and Zarbon. He is currently hiding on this planet, though his whereabouts remain unknown. Your task is to locate the traitor Vegeta and deal with him, but do not kill him. I wish to interrogate him personally and ascertain the location of the Dragon Balls. Collect all 7 Dragon Balls. That is your mission. Ginyu chuckled, such a simple task. It seems we are merely to find that brat Vegeta. Our detectors have already pinpointed his location. We shall proceed to apprehend him and bring him back for your interrogation. At this moment, Guy stepped forward, opening the briefcase he held with great reverence, saying, Lord Frieza, this is the latest model of the detector you ordered. Here it is. Please accept it. Frieza gently took the detector and casually remarked, thank you for your efforts. Guys, taken aback, replied, serving Lord Frieza is my duty and obligation. Would you like to try it on to see if it functions well? Frieza swiftly donned the detector over his eye patch and stated, hurry and embark on your mission. Do not linger here. This individual has been missing for 4 days, and I am unaware of his current status. Spare me your chatter and execute your task post-haste. Captain Ginyu of the Ginyu Force responded, as you wish, Lord Frieza. Vegeta, the traitor, was moving rapidly not far from their location, and it appeared that he was accompanied by 2 other formidable presences, both exhibiting considerable combat power as they sped alongside him. Frieza chuckled softly, remarking, it must be those 2 little rascals who have been causing trouble for me recently. No matter, they pose no real threat. Dispose of them without mercy. Our priority is to capture that Vegeta fellow and ascertain the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. Understood? Guldo smiled faintly, replying, as you wish. I shall lead my team to initiate a terrifying game for them. The Ginyu Force set forth. In a flurry of motion, the entire Ginyu Force vanished into thin air, heading towards the location of Vegeta and his companions. Vegeta, Krillin, and Gohan had just arrived at the spot where Krillin had concealed the Dragon Balls. Vegeta, with a voice laced with fury, shouted, hurry and hand over the Dragon Balls. You're moving too slowly. If you delay any longer, those guys will surely catch up to us. Gohan interjected, Uncle Krillin, their speed is formidable. They should be upon us shortly. Impatiently, Vegeta urged, faster, faster. If we waste any more time, we're all doomed. With gritted teeth, Krillin resolved, here, take the Dragon Balls. You go on ahead. Without hesitation, Vegeta snatched the Dragon Balls from Krillin and soared into the sky, instantly arriving at the location where he had hidden the Dragon Balls. He thought to himself how foolish these individuals were for so readily handing the Dragon Balls over to him. In this race against time, Vegeta's speed was indeed remarkable. In mere moments, he reached his secret stash. Gently, he placed the 2 Dragon Balls beside the other 5, feeling a surge of excitement within him. At last, he had gathered all 7 Dragon Balls after much toil and struggle. It was no easy feat. Vegeta addressed the 7 Dragon Balls, pleading, bestow upon me eternal life. Grant me everlasting youth, and allow me to possess an immortal body." His laughter echoed. "Finally, my wish can be realized." He then waited in silence, counting roughly 10 seconds, only to notice no changes. The 7 Dragon Balls continued to emit a soft, radiant glow. They seemed to gaze at him like 7 gentle eyes, making him feel uneasy, as if mocking him. "You fool, what use is this to us? We cannot comprehend your words." Gradually, Vegeta calmed from his initial excitement. His body ceased to tremble, and the smile on his face became fixed and rigid as he lowered his gaze. Staring at the Dragon Balls, he thought, "Is this truly happening?" No reaction whatsoever. "My body feels unchanged. What is going on? Wasn't the gathering of the Dragon Balls supposed to grant wishes? Is there some riddle or ritual I am unaware of? How careless I have been." As Vegeta wrestled with his thoughts, 5 figures descended from the heavens, landing swiftly before him. The Ginyu Force had arrived, and Vegeta cursed under his breath. They had come far too quickly. Just a moment longer, and he could have completed his task. Why had the Dragon Balls not reacted? Yet, it mattered little. If there were any hidden phrases or rituals, Kakarot's son and that bald-headed boy would surely know. Once the Ginyu Force has been dealt with, we can interrogate them to ascertain the next steps. The Dragon Balls have been gathered. The remaining matters are trivial. At this moment, 2 figures descended beside Vegeta. It was Krillin and Gohan, who had finally arrived. Krillin thought to himself, "Oh dear, it seems that Gohan and I have arrived at an inopportune moment. Did we fly too swiftly? How is it that this so-called Ginyu Force got here so quickly and is now confronting Vegeta? Had I known, I would have urged Gohan to fly slower, waiting for them to engage in battle before we stealthily snatch the Dragon Balls. That would have been perfect. Arriving here early is rather awkward. It appears we are allied with Vegeta. What if these ruffians mistake us for foes and strike us down?" Having mulled over these thoughts, Krillin felt it was futile to dwell on them now that they were present. He resolved to observe the unfolding situation. Just then, he sensed a pair of malevolent eyes fixed upon him. Startled, Krillin looked up to find Vegeta glaring at him with a look so filled with hatred that it seemed palpable, radiating a genuine murderous intent. Confused, Krillin wondered why Vegeta would regard him with such animosity. Vegeta, gritting his teeth, exclaimed, "We're just a hair's breadth away." At that moment, realization struck Krillin as he slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "Ah, I see now. These brigand-like aliens believe that merely gathering the Dragon Balls will grant them their wish. They are utterly oblivious to the existence of summoning Shenron. They have no inkling of how this works. They must think that once they collect the 7 Dragon Balls, they can wish for whatever they desire. This is hilarious. Such a potent law, and yet they remain ignorant of it. If they were to discover the truth about summoning Shenron, it would surely infuriate them. The thought alone brings me joy. I nearly laughed myself to tears. They are so desperate to seize the Dragon Balls, yet they remain woefully uninformed. How tragic. How pitiful. It seems their ignorance works in our favor." Krillin couldn't help but chuckle at the foolish image of Vegeta wishing upon the Dragon Balls. However, upon noticing the hostile expressions of the 5 individuals facing Vegeta, his laughter evaporated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of urgency. He thought, "Should I fail to suppress my laughter and instead frighten myself into submission, that would be quite unfortunate. I shall feign death. I am but a ghost, and you shall not see me." Chapter 132. The Ginyu Force discusses how to deal with Vegeta. The Ginyu Force paid no heed to the exchange of glances between Krillin and Vegeta. With a smirk, Ginyu addressed Vegeta. "Vegeta, I have heard that you, the traitor, have stolen Lord Frieza's Dragon Balls. However, I have counted, and it appears that all 7 Dragon Balls are right here. It seems you have gathered them in anticipation of my arrival. Even if you present all the Dragon Balls before me, it will not hinder Lord Frieza's commands. The command he issued to me was to thoroughly subdue you, to beat you within an inch of your life, and then to return you along with the Dragon Balls to be personally dealt with by Lord Frieza. While I must admit your ability to gather the Dragon Balls brings me some joy, it merely mitigates your suffering to a slight degree." However, Vegeta paid no heed to this fool's words, as he was preoccupied with contemplating the next steps. According to the intelligence provided by that imbecile Dodoria, only those with a power level exceeding 40,000 are eligible for the Ginyu Force. If that is the case, their power levels must lie somewhere between 40,000 and 50,000. My current power level should be around 50,000, thus I should be able to take them down individually without much trouble. Engaging in a group battle would surely be disadvantageous for me. Now that the Dragon Balls have been gathered, I must find a way to dispatch these individuals before I can realize my desires. Frieza is the focal point. If Frieza proves to be insurmountable, defeating these lackeys would be of little consequence. Ginyu pressed the device on his head and smiled faintly. Indeed, after this time apart, your power level has risen to just over 30,000. It seems your efforts have borne fruit, though this power level is trivial in our presence. Is this your only source of arrogance? How laughable. With such confidence in yourself, shall we commence our little game? Vegeta retorted. The power I possess cannot merely be gauged by any detector. What you perceive is but a facade. I have yet to unleash my true strength. And you still dare to underestimate me? Jiwais, standing nearby, interjected. It's not underestimating you. The captain merely means to engage you in a fair contest, allowing us to teach you a severe lesson. Do not harbor any illusions. Vegeta turned to Krillin and Gohan. This is not a time for politeness. You two must also contribute. I cannot shoulder everything alone. Both were taken aback. Did such a formidable adversary truly require their combined efforts? Vegeta snorted disdainfully. If you do not exert yourselves now, will you simply feast on the fruits of my labor later? Spare me your chatter and prepare for battle. These foes are not to be trifled with. One misstep could cost us our lives, and concerns of justice will be irrelevant. You are all in the same boat with me, bound by the same rope. What grounds do you have to negotiate? Yet Ginyu calmly addressed his team. Leave Vegeta to me, and let the remaining two be dealt with by you four. I believe this arrangement is quite equitable, is it not? The 4 team members protested vehemently. No, no, no. Captain, you are far too cunning. In the last battle, you took down the strongest among us yourself, leaving us with the mere scraps. We refuse to agree. This time, we shall alter our strategy. We cannot let you have all the fun. Ginyu scratched his head. Since there is such dissent, let us indeed shift our approach this time. The captain helplessly addressed the team. I shall deliver the Dragon Balls to Lord Frieza while the 4 of you engage in the demolition. The first victor shall face Vegeta, while the second shall confront those 2 youngsters. This should satisfy everyone, correct? The team erupted in a chorus of cheers. The captain is wise. It is rare for you to act unscrupulously this time. Excellent. Let us finalize this delightful decision. As they began to play rock, paper, scissors, the Ginyu Force captain shook his head. Ginyu gestured towards the Dragon Balls on the ground, drawing them close with a wave of his hand, preparing to ascend. He instructed his team. You have settled the order of combat, so enjoy the game. Remember to fulfill Lord Frieza's tasks. I will take my leave first to deliver the Dragon Balls to him. I shall not partake in your endeavors. Laughter filled the air. Wonderful. This captain truly delivers. Vegeta, however, scoffed from the sidelines. Is this the best you can muster against me? I have told you. Ginyu, you underestimate me greatly. I could dispatch that brute, Riku, in an instant. If you have the audacity, remain here and witness my victory before I turn my attention to you. Ginyu laughed heartily. With just the 3 of you, your combat prowess is lacking. Have you now adopted the habit of boasting? Let us see if you can truly back up your words. Very well. I will linger a while longer to observe your efforts. Riku, amused by the exchange, remarked, It has been ages since I heard such a laughable jest. Vegeta, your skills have evidently improved if you can amuse me so. I commend you. Riku shook his head in resignation. It has been too long since I showcased my strength. And yet here I am, mocked by a weakling like Vegeta, who claims he will defeat me in 3 minutes. This jest is far too grand. Even the captain believes it. Have a little faith in me, will you? Nearby, Bart and Guys chuckled. Riku, it seems you have finally encountered a worthy opponent. Make sure to enjoy yourself. If you find it too challenging, leave it to us. We can assist with your insurmountable foe. Laughter erupted once more, leaving Riku with a look of exasperation. Suddenly, the sullen Guldo interjected loudly. Are you all done discussing Riku and Vegeta? I am also a victor, you know. I want to face the remaining 2. Can't you offer me some encouragement? Do I seem so inconsequential? Why only mention them? Is our battle meaningless? I am a fighter too, you know. Guys laughed beside him. What presence do you have in our team? You merely tagged along. Were it not for the captain's special invitation, your meager combat abilities would never have earned you a place in the Ginyu Force. It is truly laughable. Akin to gilding the lily. Captain Ginyu's expression suddenly shifted, and he coldly reprimanded. GIs, you imbecile, silence yourself. We are a cohesive unit. A team, the Ginyu Force, not a collection of individual power assessments to determine one's worthiness to join us. Do you comprehend? The strength of Guldo, as our comrade, has been decreed by Lord Frieza. If he lacked the requisite prowess, How could he possibly be a member of the Ginyu Force? Are you questioning Lord Frieza's judgment? Chapter 133. Guldo utilizes his time-stopping abilities. GIs, drenched in cold sweat, hastily replied, I won't. The amateur coughed awkwardly, silenced by the tension. Vegeta then called out, Krillin and Gohan, you two step forward and engage that little fellow first. I have some strategic advice regarding him. This diminutive opponent may not possess tremendous combat strength, but he wields formidable special abilities, often referred to as superpowers. You must exercise great caution. Do not underestimate him, lest you find yourselves in dire straits. Rikuum mockingly addressed Guldo. Look how they value you. They're even convening a war council. Ha ha ha. This is hilarious. Guldo sulked. I am merely the battlefield's refuse collector, tasked with disposing of the detritus you all disdain. Humph. Even as the battlefield's refuse collector, I shall demonstrate my prowess. Despite your condescension, Vegeta continued to inquire, is Kakarot truly absent from Namek? This is a critical moment. If he is here, he must reveal himself swiftly. Their ambush will prove ineffective. Krillin interjected, he hasn't arrived yet. He is en route. If all goes well, he should reach Namek today. Once he arrives, he will undoubtedly assist us. Vegeta patted Krillin on the shoulder and advised, exercise caution, particularly regarding his special abilities. Everything else should be manageable. Your strengths should suffice against him. Krillin and Gohan walked to the center of the battlefield, observing Guldo's impatient demeanor, akin to that of a refuse collector. Did he truly view them as garbage? Krillin turned to Gohan. Do you recall the fruits of our training during this time? Now is the moment to unleash it. Do not hold back any longer. Manifest your full power and essence, and impart a profound lesson to this fellow. With a series of shouts, Krillin and Gohan released their full energies, elevating their combat strength to its zenith. When confronting a formidable adversary, one must exert their utmost effort. Rising into the air, they each conjured a powerful hydrogen bomb, launching it towards Guldo's head with a resounding crash. Upon witnessing this formidable display, Guldo realized the gravity of the situation. He had nearly underestimated them. He suddenly raised his hands, shouting into the air, time stops. In that instant, two formidable hydrogen bombs hung motionless in midair. This was Guldo's unique ability, time suspension. However, Guldo secretly cursed the two imbeciles, although they appeared unremarkable. Their unleashed attacks were astonishingly potent. Fortunately, they were oblivious to my special power, otherwise, I would have been in dire straits. Without a moment's hesitation, Guldo turned and fled a short distance, feeling secure enough to glance back and point his hands at the place where Krillin and Gohan had unleashed their energy waves. To his astonishment, they had vanished. He quickly scanned the surroundings and suddenly noticed that Gohan and Krillin had stealthily descended to the ground, rushing toward the direction he had just vacated. These two were indeed cunning. They had emitted energy waves, hoping to launch a surprise attack. Thankfully, my ability to halt time allows me to escape swiftly. Otherwise, I would have faced significant consequences. At that moment, the time suspension in midair reached its predetermined duration, and the two powerful energy waves crashed violently to the ground, resulting in a tremendous explosion. With two thunderous booms, Gohan exclaimed to Krillin, something's amiss. He's not here. Where could he have gone? Krillin, sensing a presence, replied, indeed, he is not here. He's over there. Come quickly. Vegeta interjected. This guy truly possesses the ability to halt time, just as the legends describe. You two need to be cautious. This Guldo wields a peculiar power, capable of temporarily suspending time. Even if you manage to restrain him, he can still maneuver, making full use of that time to evade your attacks and potentially counterattack. Be exceedingly careful. Guldo was undoubtedly the most formidable opponent. I must seize an opportunity to ambush him. If I can eliminate him, the remaining fighters should pose little threat. Vegeta mused inwardly. Meanwhile, Krillin and Gohan were venting their frustrations. How despicable. To possess such a treacherous ability is utterly unfair. Krillin shouted, Gohan, let us go. In a flash, they charged at Guldo with remarkable speed. Guldo, startled, shouted, time stops. Wow, these two are incredibly fast. In an instant, they had closed the distance to him. Thankfully, with time suspended, he avoided their impending ambush, recognizing their cunning. I must hide, otherwise I risk severe repercussions. Thus, Guldo swiftly darted behind a nearby rock, exhaling a sigh of relief. I'll remain concealed here and seek an opportunity to confront them. Gohan called out. That little punk has vanished again. He must have utilized his time-stopping ability. What should we do, Uncle Krillin? Krillin, sensing Guldo's location, pointed into the air, saying, "Look. He must be hiding behind that rock. Let us press on." Krillin and Gohan charged forward once more towards Guldo. Guldo concealed himself behind the rocks, utterly astonished. Unable to react in time, an invisible energy surged through his body, gradually emanating and freezing Son Gohan and Krillin in place. They soon realized that they were completely immobilized, as if pinned in midair. Guldo exhaled a sigh of relief. "Now you two rascals cannot move, can you? Time stopping is exceptionally taxing, and you have compelled me to resort to my secret technique of immobilization. Now you are utterly powerless. What means do you have left to ambush me? What manner of beings are you, that you can locate me so effortlessly without a scouter? No matter where I hide, you manage to uncover my position, thus shattering the joy of my game. You both deserve to perish. It seems the only way to unleash my fury is to skewer you like kebabs. Yes, I shall roast you over the flames and let everyone savor my grilled skewers. You infuriate me. I have exhausted so much energy, and you force me to reveal my trump card. Truly, you both deserve to meet your end." Chapter 134. Vegeta reduces Guldo to cosmic remnants. Observing the battle from the sidelines, the Ginyu Force's Ginyu remarked with a sense of calm, "These two little ones are impressive. Their battle power has surged past 10,000 in an instant. It seems Vegeta has an eye for allies, and Guldo is in for a challenge. It is rare to see him resort to his hidden abilities so easily." Bardo interjected, "Indeed, especially considering these beings can enhance their battle power without transformation. I wonder where Vegeta found these two companions. Their ascent in strength is remarkable, and they exhibit no signs of transformation anomalies." Riku, however, dismissed their threat with nonchalance. "It matters not. Those two brats are no match for me. They can do as they please, as long as they don't interfere when I engage Vegeta. He is my true adversary." The captain cautioned Riku, "Be wary, Riku. Vegeta is not the same as before. His apparent battle power may seem a mere 30,000, giving him a fragile appearance, but I sense something inexplicable. He may be concealing a formidable secret from us. Regardless, you must approach him with caution. Do not underestimate him. His confidence does not seem feigned. He may possess a hidden trump card, much like Guldo's unique ability to halt time. If he has ventured into the world and acquired special techniques, you could find yourself at a disadvantage, which would be quite embarrassing. Do you comprehend my warning? Riku, do not take any foe lightly. Many things elude detection by scouters. Do not become overly reliant on such devices. Do you understand?" Riku nodded defiantly. "Very well. I shall give my utmost against him and remain vigilant." "Thank you for the warning, Captain." These two fools, despite my clear warning about Guldo's extraordinary abilities, boldly charged in without a hint of strategy. Now, they find themselves ensnared and helpless, thought Vegeta bitterly. However, Guldo seemed unfazed. He pointed at a tree midair and effortlessly snapped off a segment. He sharpened the splinter with his powers until it resembled a deadly skewer, hurtling it toward Krillin and Gohan. Guldo muttered, "I warned you I would skewer you like kebabs. There's no escaping your fate." Krillin and Gohan exerted all their strength to break free from the binding force. "With your meager power, do you really think you can escape my grip? Accept your demise. I shall begin with you," bawled one in yellow. "Don't worry, boy, your turn will come shortly." The wooden spike aimed directly at Krillin's chest, who shouted in despair. "Oh no, I can't move." Gohan's face blanched as he cried, "Uncle Krillin, look out. Move." Guldo coldly remarked, "It's too late for mercy now." Just then, there was a sharp crack, and pain shot through his neck. Before he could comprehend what had happened, he realized it was Vegeta's doing. Utilizing his extraordinary speed, Vegeta had executed a swift maneuver. Suddenly, Krillin felt his body regain mobility. In a heartbeat, he dodged the deadly projectile aimed at him, narrowly escaping disaster. On the ground, Guldo's head had been severed from his body, purple blood pooling around him, yet the head still managed to speak, its life not yet extinguished. It glared at Vegeta, seething with rage. "You despicable coward, how dare you ambush me? This duel was between me and those two. Why do you interfere? Isn't your opponent Riku? Vegeta scoffed, "Fool. Those were your rules, not mine. I merely seized the opportunity to eliminate you. A simpleton like you, who is so naive and self-righteous, deserves no sympathy." Guldo felt his vitality rapidly draining and, in a fit of rage, bellowed, "You wretched beast. To think that I, the great Guldo, would meet my end at the hands of a vile Saiyan like you is truly tragic. Vegeta retorted, you are indeed correct. Concentrating a powerful surge of energy in his hand, he unleashed it upon Guldo's corpse, obliterating both it and the severed head into cosmic remnants, leaving nothing behind as a plume of black smoke dissipated, erasing even the scattered flesh on the ground. With a resounding explosion, Krillin and Gohan descended beside Vegeta, hastily expressing their gratitude. Thank you, Vegeta. I never expected you would come to our aid. We are truly grateful. Gohan added, yes. We can't believe you intervened at such a critical moment. We owe you our deepest thanks. Vegeta remarked, I did not intend to save you. It is merely that this troublesome fellow, Guldo, possesses an array of peculiar abilities. I simply seized an opportunity to eliminate him. This act does not serve to assist you. It is for my own benefit. Mark my words, the truly brutal battle has only just begun. The opposing Ginyu Force gritted their teeth and exclaimed, Captain, they have actually slain Guldo. Look, there are now only 4 of us. We can no longer maintain our flawless formation. Berta interjected, with only 4, perfection is unattainable. The captain will have to exert more thought. Rikuum chimed in, our captain will need to ponder anew how to arrange for individuals into such an elegant and perfect formation. Captain Ginyu sighed. The 5-person formation took considerable effort to devise. Now that we are down a member, recreating such perfection will be quite the challenge. Alas, this is indeed vexing. Clenching his fists, Captain Ginyu called out to Rikuum, let us not hold back against Vegeta. Unleash your full power and swiftly dispose of that scoundrel. I must present the Dragon Balls to Lord Frieza to fulfill his mission. We cannot afford any further delays. Rikuum, with a gentle smile akin to a spring breeze, replied, as you wish, my dear captain. Vegeta, prepare to meet your demise. And you 2 companions at his side, feel free to join the fray. Abandon any thoughts of schemes. I welcome all 3 of you to attack simultaneously. In the face of absolute power, any trickery is rendered futile. Come forth, all of you. Chapter 135. The Ginyu Force reflects on Vegeta's combat power. Vegeta stepped forward and addressed Rikuum. In this moment, you still underestimate me. I grant you the opportunity to utilize your scouter and properly assess my combat power. With a fierce shout, Vegeta's energy erupted, escalating with intensity, causing Rikuum's scouter to flicker and crackle. Rikuum stared in astonishment as the readings continued to rise. 3,500, 40,000, 45,000, 50,000, and still climbing. Geez, standing nearby, was drenched in cold sweat. His combat power had exceeded 50,000. Could the scouter be malfunctioning? Berta's expression shifted as well. Over 50,000 and still increasing. What a terrifying individual. With a sudden clap, Vegeta retracted his elevated energy and stood silently. What do you think now, Rikuum? Rikuum, flabbergasted, stammered. How can you possess such formidable strength at 45,000? The scouter must be faulty. Meanwhile, Captain Ginyu shouted from the sidelines. My scouter also registered 45,000. It appears this individual indeed surpasses us all. Aside from you, Captain, none of us stand a chance against him in a one-on-one confrontation. Rikuum is in peril. Fortunately, we have you here, Captain. Your strength should be sufficient to crush him. I had not anticipated that this brat would escalate his power so rapidly. Frieza's detector registered Vegeta's energy level at an impressive 54,000. Frieza nodded, somewhat astonished by the rapid advancement of this warrior. Indeed, the Saiyan bloodline was remarkable, enabling him to elevate his combat power from 18,000 to 54,000 in such a brief span. Fortunately, Captain Ginyu was present. Even at 54,000, Vegeta was no match for him. Vegeta concentrated his energy to its utmost limit, charging forward without hesitation towards Rikuum. Noticing the imminent threat, Rikuum reacted swiftly, raising his head and unleashing a formidable energy wave from his mouth, hurtling directly towards Vegeta. Yet, as Vegeta surged forward, he deftly sidestepped the attack. In an instant, he appeared above Rikuum, delivering a powerful knee strike to the top of his head, causing a resounding thud as Rikuum's head was forced down onto his jaw. Rikuum's attack, which had only partially launched, became thwarted as Vegeta's maneuver rendered him unable to continue. The energy wave was trapped within his closed mouth. Consequently, with a loud crack, one of Rikuum's front teeth shattered, smoke billowing from his mouth, while the explosion of his energy wave obliterated a distant mountain. Without granting Rikuum a moment's respite, Vegeta executed another instantaneous move, reappearing directly in front of him and delivering a heavy punch to his abdomen. Raikum, caught completely off guard, doubled over like a shrimp. And before he could comprehend the situation, he succumbed to unconsciousness right there. Bart observed the readings on the detector, confirming that Vegeta, the wild monkey, had indeed significantly enhanced his strength. Bart, guys, take a step back. Given our current capabilities, you two are certainly no match for him. Allow me to personally impart a lesson on what true combat entails. Captain Ginyu stepped forward, positioning himself before Vegeta. Impressive indeed. Your strength has truly caught my attention. With such combat prowess, it is only fitting that I, Captain Ginyu of the Ginyu Force, personally teach you a lesson. However, Vegeta was not one to hold back. Seizing the momentum from his previous success, he charged towards Captain Ginyu. In a swift motion, he delivered a heavy punch to Jinyu's face. Following the impact, as Ginyu staggered backward, Vegeta utilized his speed to surpass the captain, appearing behind him and delivering a powerful kick that sent Ginyu soaring into the sky. Vegeta then began to gather a massive energy wave, unleashing a torrent of energy blasts towards Ginyu, akin to a relentless barrage, striking with precision, left, right, rapidly unleashing nearly 100 energy waves, all aimed at the airborne target. Amidst the cacophony of explosions, Vegeta panted heavily, declaring, "Now, do you see the gravity of underestimating me? What use is the illustrious captain of the Ginyu Force if he is utterly powerless against me?" Vegeta continued to pant heavily. Krillin, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "This guy, Vegeta, is truly remarkable. With such a relentless barrage, he has dispatched that captain. What a thrill." However, Gohan shook his head, saying, "Uncle Krillin, why do I feel that the captain is still up in the air? His energy seems unweakened." Krillin pondered. Indeed, could it be that he remains unharmed? As the smoke from the explosions began to dissipate, the figure of Captain Ginyu became visible. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that only his armor bore slight damage, while his body remained unscathed. The captain, floating in the air, smugly declared, "Impressive, Vegeta, your combination of attacks indeed took me by surprise. However, it is regrettable that with your limited strength, you presume to inflict harm upon me. You are rather naive. Guys, you may now inform him of my battle power. I shall refrain from stating it myself, lest I frighten this fellow into submission." Guys smugly chimed in. "Do you believe that your battle power of 54,000 renders you invincible? Though it slightly exceeds that of my teammates. Do you have any inkling of our captain's true strength? His power is 120,000. With a mere fraction of that, you, wild monkey, dare to challenge our captain? It appears you have never faced death." Vegeta, drenched in cold sweat from the immense exertion, realized his grave oversight. He had underestimated this opponent. He hadn't anticipated such depth in his hidden strength, and the fact that his team possessed a power level of 120,000 indicated that without transforming into a great ape, he stood no chance against him. Even if he did transform, it would present its own complications. This individual is obedient to Frieza's every command, following him around like a loyal dog. If someone like him possesses a battle power of 120,000, one must wonder how formidable Frieza himself truly is. This situation is dire. Even in my great ape form, I might not match Frieza's might. Moreover, my tail has yet to regenerate. This predicament is truly alarming. Without my tail, I cannot even best this Ginyu, being unable to transform. It seems exceedingly difficult to contend with Ginyu. There is no time for hesitation. I must fight with all my might. If not now, then when? Chapter 136. Vegeta struggles against Ginyu, clenching his teeth. Vegeta unleashed all his power and launched a fierce punch aimed at Jinyu's face. Yet Ginyu effortlessly dodged the blow. With a casual flick, he sent Vegeta soaring into the sky. Regaining his composure mid-air, Vegeta directed an energy wave straight at Captain Ginyu. Without a glance, Ginyu swatted the energy wave aside with ease, resulting in a thunderous explosion, leaving Vegeta's attack futile. At this moment, Vegeta remained suspended in the sky. Captain Ginyu swiftly darted above Vegeta, using his immense hand to press down upon Vegeta's head with a thunderous crash, forcefully driving his entire body into the surface of Namek. There, Vegeta was subjected to relentless rolling and grinding, accompanied by a cacophony of explosive sounds, ultimately resulting in his battered form being tossed beside Raikum. Ginyu chuckled, remarking, "Dealing with you is akin to playing with a child. it lacks excitement. Observing the severely injured Vegeta, he smirked and instructed, "Geez. Assist Raikum in teaching these three a lesson. The manner in which you proceed is entirely up to you. Given their current state, they are surely no match for you." Pointing lazily at the Dragon Balls on the ground, he added, "I shall take my leave. After such prolonged revelry, I imagine Lord Frieza is becoming anxious. Should I delay further, I might face repercussions. Thus, I will take the Dragon Balls and leave you to your fun with these three, as long as your enjoyment is ensured." Geez, however, revived the unconscious Raikum, proclaiming, "Raikum repays enmities and grievances alike. This fellow has already been incapacitated by the captain. And now it is your turn to showcase your prowess. As for those two youngsters, leave them to us. Bart and I have yet to engage." Upon awakening, Raikum cast a glance at the injured Vegeta, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he lunged towards him, delivering a powerful blow that sent Vegeta tumbling across the ground. Laughter erupted from Raikum. Today is the day for the Saiyan wild monkey. That last blow was no trifling matter. It knocked out my front tooth and tarnished my glorious image. Meanwhile, Krillin and Gohan, filled with urgency, exclaimed, "This is perilous. He appears gravely wounded, and his energy has significantly diminished. What shall we do?" Gohan nodded fervently, suggesting, "We must seize an opportunity to ambush Raikum. He has only just regained consciousness." Observing from midair, Captain Ginyu noted that Raikum had completely seized the upper hand, predicting that the battle below would yield no further disturbances. He orchestrated the 7 Dragon Balls and, without hesitation, soared towards Frieza's spaceship, calling back, "Best of luck. Enjoy yourselves. I shall take my leave first." At that moment, Raikum advanced step by step towards Vegeta, grinning menacingly as he approached. "Now it's time for my vengeance. Show me whatever abilities you possess." Vegeta, internally panicking, thought, "This is disastrous. I've completely miscalculated. My energy is nearly depleted, and my body is gravely injured. At this point, I cannot even contend with Raikum, let alone Captain Ginyu. This is truly perilous." As Raikum reached Vegeta, he raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap, sending Vegeta flying. Raikum examined his hand with satisfaction. "Not bad. It feels quite exhilarating to swat away someone with a battle power of 54,000. Geez interjected playfully, "Raikum, take it easy. Don't kill him with a single blow. Enjoy yourself, but let your comrades share in the fun as well. If you end him too quickly, we'll have no one left to play with." Beside them, Bart remarked, "Indeed, it is a rare encounter with a being whose combat prowess exceeds 50,000. We cannot indulge in our own amusement alone. Let us also partake in this experience. To vanquish an opponent with a power level of 54,000 is truly a cause for celebration." Raikum clapped his hands and added, "This fellow possesses formidable strength. He is unlikely to perish easily. I will ensure you have a breath left." Raikum fixed his gaze upon Vegeta, saying, "You disrupted my earlier attack, shattering my tooth in the process. This time, I wonder who can rescue you or how you will evade my energy onslaught." With a wide-open mouth, Raikum unleashed a colossal surge of energy towards Vegeta. Vegeta, utterly devoid of resistance, found himself incapable of evasion or defense. Desperation filled his heart as he watched Raikum's energy hurtling towards him, thinking that this was truly the end. In this critical moment, both Krillin and Gohan acted simultaneously, unleashing their full combat potential. Gohan instantly dashed to Vegeta's side, and just as the blinding flash approached them, he embraced Vegeta's waist, evading the lethal strike as they tumbled aside like rolling gourds. Having narrowly escaped this devastating blow, they salvaged their lives. Meanwhile, Krillin did not hesitate. He lunged towards Raikum, delivering a powerful uppercut that struck Raikum squarely on the chin. Raikum's energy blast had not yet been completed when it was abruptly interrupted. However, this counterattack proved effective, delivering a significant blow to Raikum, misaligning his head and causing his energy blast to veer off course, allowing Gohan and Vegeta to evade safely. The tremendous energy wave surged towards the opposite mountain, erupting with a thunderous roar that flattened it into a vast plain, struggling to rise from the ground. Vegeta vehemently chastised Gohan, "You fool. Instead of coming to my rescue, why didn't you seize the opportunity to ambush him? This was a perfect moment. Truly. Did you squander this chance just to save me? Be careful. We may all perish here. What a simpleton you are. I wonder how Kakarot trained you for battle." Krillin gazed at his own fist, exclaiming with excitement, "Am I truly this formidable? With just one full force strike, I brought this powerful foe down. This might be the pinnacle of my life. He quietly observed the explosion's aftermath in the distance, pondering the immense energy unleashed by this behemoth that had obliterated the entire mountainous region. Yet Lycum, lying on the ground, shook himself and gradually rose to his feet once more. Krillin stood in shock, bewildered. How can this creature rise again? Is he truly invincible? Chapter 137. Krillin and Gohan sustaining grave injuries. Lycum, smoke billowing from his mouth, spat out a few shattered teeth and, with a breezy tone, addressed Krillin. Well done. Little bald warrior, you seized the moment adeptly. The force of that strike was quite formidable. At the very moment I exposed my weakness, it landed directly on my mouth, misaligning my energy wave and shattering my teeth. You've certainly learned well from that fellow Vegeta. He strikes from above while you strike from below. It is no wonder you two are comrades. Your techniques are remarkably similar, which truly surprised me. Hey Bart, how about you and Jess discuss this? Can you leave these two little brats to me? Krillin was left dumbfounded, pondering the vast gulf between himself and Vegeta. Just moments ago, during their battle, Vegeta had effortlessly knocked him unconscious in mere moments. Now, despite being severely injured, he had withstood my most lethal blow to the face and somehow managed to rise again as if nothing had happened. It appears this disparity is indeed significant. I am clearly not on the same level as Vegeta. Yet, I have exhausted my utmost capabilities. This is the extent of my power. At that moment, Jess shook his head from a distance. Rykum, it's up to you. I won't contest you for these two little ones. But do remember to treat me to something delicious. Bart promptly replied, considering your current state, with teeth nearly falling out, I won't deprive you of this scant bit of enjoyment. I'll relinquish my share to you as well, but like Jess, after we deal with these ruffians, you must treat me to a delightful meal. What shall I crave? Rykum, observing their agreement, let out a sinister chuckle, smoke still emanating from his mouth. Heh. This time luck is not on your side. In an instant, he appeared beside Krillin with extraordinary speed. Krillin, still in a daze, lamenting his disparity with Vegeta, was caught unaware as Rykum materialized behind him. With a powerful kick, Rykum sent Krillin sprawling to the ground, rolling several times without any response. The speed of Rykum's strike was astonishing. The velocity and force of his attack were on an entirely different plane compared to Krillin, who had been unprepared for such an onslaught. Caught off guard, he failed to assume any defensive stance and stood there foolishly, only to be knocked over by a single kick. This blow was truly debilitating. Krillin lay on the ground, racked with pain coursing through his body, emanating from the base of his skull. He made an effort to move, but discovered his body was utterly incapacitated. He thought to himself, this is dire. I must be gravely injured. My bones may all be shattered, and I lack the strength to even move. It seems the disparity in strength against these foes is indeed insurmountable. Gohan, alarmed, shouted, Uncle Krillin. He swiftly dashed to Krillin's side, gently helping him up and inquiring with concern, Uncle Krillin, are you all right? You were ambushed. How are your injuries? Krillin shook his head. It feels as though all my bones have been broken. I never anticipated that the Elder had enhanced such potential. I remain so feeble and vulnerable before these adversaries. A mere casual strike from this brute has left me shattered. I have done all I can. I fear I will be of no further assistance. Gohan, hasten your escape. A moment's respite is better than none. Upon the arrival of Goku, hope will be restored, but do not engage this foe directly. His strength is insurmountable. From a distance, the taunting voice of Rykum pierced the air. Well, little bald head, I hope this kick hasn't dealt you a mortal blow. My sincerest apologies, you shattered my teeth, which incited my wrath. I may have inadvertently exerted too much force. Surely I haven't truly killed you? If I have, I can only express my regrets, for I intended to play a little longer. It is indeed my fault for being careless and not restraining my strength. So, can you still rise? And you, the little brat beside him, I trust you've not met your end? Gohan, consumed by rage, retorted, You scoundrel, I shall fight you. Krillin, shaking his head in resignation, replied, Why persist, Gohan? The Dragon Balls are lost, and we cannot best them. Gohan gently laid Krillin down, stating, There is no escape. I must confront them. If I do not fight now, soon I shall lack the strength to do so. Gritting his teeth, Gohan gathered his energy before him, channeling the most powerful technique he learned from Piccolo, the special beam cannon. With a swift motion, he unleashed the most formidable energy blast of his life towards Rykum. A wave of energy surged forward, but Rykum merely smiled, inhaling deeply before exhaling a breath that sent Gohan's energy blast spiraling back. Gohan was utterly astounded. How formidable! His most powerful strike was effortlessly returned with a mere breath. What a terrifying adversary! However, in a moment of clarity, Gohan leaped into the air, narrowly evading the returning energy wave. In that fleeting instant, he thought, how perilously close. Yet, before his relief could blossom, Raikum appeared behind him, delivering a gentle kick that sent Gohan crashing to the ground. Little one, you can still entertain me for a while longer. This time, I shall be cautious not to end your life outright. Gohan tumbled across the ground, enduring excruciating pain as he slowly rose to his feet. Unsteady and sensing that his left arm was entirely dislocated, perhaps even broken. Despite this, Gohan gritted his teeth and stood firm. Krillin lay on the ground, shouting, Gohan, do not rise again. That fiend is merely toying with you, seeking to inflict greater suffering. Standing now will only bring him joy and exacerbate your agony. But Gohan, resolute, replied, I refuse to yield. I am the son of Goku. I cannot be so easily vanquished. I must confront him. He is far too cruel. As long as I draw breath, I shall never concede defeat. Gohan gritted his teeth, summoning the last remnants of his strength to launch a final charge at Raikum. Yet, Raikum remained unyielding, effortlessly swatting Gohan aside as he closed in. Chapter 138. Frieza makes his wish upon the Dragon Balls. This time, Gohan collapsed to the ground, utterly incapacitated. The angle of his neck, contorted in an unimaginable manner, suggested it had likely broken, leaving him to emit faint, unconscious cries on the ground. Raikum approached, placing his large foot gently upon Gohan's head and remarked, Ah, young one, your willpower is commendable. It seems my earlier restraint was wise. You have provided me with considerable amusement. However, it appears you have reached your limit and can no longer entertain me. The game ends here, little one. I shall now send you on your way. Krillin clenched his teeth, stating, Gohan, the gap between us is insurmountable. My body refuses to move, and I cannot assist you. Look at Vegeta. He too seems to be utterly spent. At that moment, the trembling and motionless Vegeta, gritting his teeth, coldly interjected, Indeed, I have reached my limits as well. I had hoped these two would prove useful, yet it appears they are utterly worthless, unable to even buy us a moment's respite. It seems we are truly at an impasse. As the group conversed, a sudden beam of light streaked across the sky, startling them. Guys exclaimed, What on earth is that? Could it be a spaceship? Bardock chimed in, It does resemble a spaceship, and it has landed quite steadily. How peculiar. Raikum scoffed, A spaceship? At this juncture, one lands on Namek? Are you certain of what you are seeing? Krillin, still on the ground, shouted excitedly, It must be Goku. It has to be Goku. He has finally arrived on Namek. He is here to rescue us. Gohan, hold on. Your father is on his way. This time, we are truly saved. On the surface near Frieza's spaceship, Frieza and Ginyu stood silently, observing the 7 Dragon Balls arranged neatly before them. Frieza continuously praised, Truly commendable, Ginyu Force. You have done remarkably well this time, gathering all 7 Dragon Balls so swiftly. I should have summoned you much earlier, for your abilities exceed those of Dodoria and Zarbon. At last, I shall fulfill my long-desired wish. Captain Ginyu, taken aback by the flattery, responded, Lord Frieza, you honor me with your praise. Your joy suggests that the gathering of the Dragon Balls will indeed serve your quest for immortality. Since you are so pleased, allow me to perform a special dance from our race in celebration. What do you say? Frieza, wiping the sweat from his brow, replied coolly, No need for that. Save your dance for another occasion. For now, let us focus on realizing my wish. That is of utmost importance. Frieza, having set aside his playful demeanor, solemnly addressed the 7 Dragon Balls, proclaiming loudly, O Dragon Balls, grant my wish. Bestow upon me the gift of immortality. Allow me to possess eternal life and everlasting youth, so that I may rule this universe indefinitely. Having earnestly uttered his desires, he stood in silence, gazing intently at the orbs. Beside him, Ginyu shared in the excitement, fixated on the Dragon Balls below. Yet, to their astonishment, there was no response. An eerie stillness prevailed. After a brief pause, Frieza turned to Ginyu and weakly inquired, Do you perceive any notable changes? Ginyu shook his head, replying, I have observed nothing amiss. It felt as though a gust of wind had swept by, but beyond that, nothing has transpired, has it, Lord Frieza? Frieza, feeling perplexed, stretched his neck and limbs, then exclaimed, "This cannot be. Why has nothing occurred? Is it not the case that simply gathering the Dragon Balls ensures the fulfillment of one's wish? Why do I feel no change? Has my wish been granted or not? This sensation is indeed peculiar." Ginyu, contemplatively, remarked, "When I discovered the Dragon Balls, Vegeta had already assembled them. They lay before him for quite some time. And yet his wish did not materialize. Could there be something more at play?" Frieza, suddenly enlightened, responded, "Indeed, that must be the case. I recall that when I, accompanied by Zarbin and Dodoria, attacked the second village on Namek to retrieve the second Dragon Ball, one of the Namekians mentioned that even if one possesses the Dragon Balls, one cannot realize their wish. At the time, I dismissed it as mere bluster, an attempt to mislead me. Yet now it seems that the Namekians spoke the truth. The Dragon Balls must not only be gathered but may require a certain ritual, incantation, or location. Surely, there are secrets they have not disclosed to me. This is dire. Merely collecting the Dragon Balls has yielded no anticipated results. I must seek out the Namekians for clarity on the proper use of the Dragon Balls. Alas, I have nearly eradicated the Namekian population on this planet." Frieza hastily activated his scouter, searching for any surviving Namekians, for should they all be deceased, his plans would be in jeopardy. Ginyu, astonished, interjected, "Should I inform Guise and Berta to refrain from executing Vegeta and the two Earthlings for the time being? Perhaps we should capture them first for interrogation." Frieza concurred, "That would be prudent. Let them hold off for now. My scouter has detected two faint signals in the distance, likely belonging to Namekians. Time is of the essence. I must capture them and ascertain the method for utilizing the Dragon Balls, lest my efforts be in vain." Ginyu affirmed, "Indeed, Lord Frieza, I shall set forth to retrieve these two weak signals. You shall personally conduct the interrogation." Frieza shook his head, declaring, "No. This time I shall take matters into my own hands. You stay here and guard the Dragon Balls. Disabuse any notions of others attempting to interfere. This is a critical moment, and I must act personally." Yet within, he pondered, that scoundrel Ginyu has grown cunning. Should he inquire about any secrets and, in my absence, surreptitiously fulfill his own desires, he could usurp my quest for eternal life and dominion over this universe. No, I cannot trust this wretched creature. Thus, Frieza reiterated, "You remain here and safeguard the ship and the Dragon Balls. At such a pivotal juncture, we cannot afford any negligence." Chapter 139. Goku arrives on Namek. The hatch of Goku's spaceship gradually opened, and he stood at its threshold, gazing quietly upon the world outside, reflecting, "So this is Namek. What a beautiful planet. So this is the homeland of Piccolo. Indeed, it is a splendid place." He sensed the auras of Krillin, Vegeta, and Gohan. Noting their energies were alarmingly weak, it appeared they were on the brink of death. The situation seemed perilous. However, it was a relief that they still clung to life. If I hurry, I should still make it in time, he thought. Yet, he detected three formidable auras nearby. What is this? Are they enemies? They have managed to inflict such devastation upon these three. It seems my arrival is quite timely. At least no lives have been lost. Goku swiftly locked onto the direction of the three individuals, his form flickering as he vanished from sight. In an instant, he appeared beside Krillin, who lay incapacitated on the ground. Gently, he whispered, "Krillin, you have suffered. I have come. Here, take a Senzu Bean." He reassured him, "Do not fret about lunch. I will rescue you shortly." With that, Goku placed the Senzu Bean at Krillin's lips, saying, "Consume this, and your injuries will be healed." Next, Goku approached his son Gohan, who was barely clinging to life. A wave of sorrow washed over him. His heart ached. Although Gohan's neck was broken, he could still benefit from a Senzu Bean. Goku gently crushed the bean and tenderly fed the powder to Gohan, saying, "Gohan, eat this Senzu Bean. It will restore your health. The rest I shall handle." It pained him deeply to see his son in such a grievous state. They had truly gone too far. Amidst his agony, Krillin cried out, "Goku, let us catch up later. Hurry and feed me the Senzu Bean." What manner of time is this, still indulging in conversation? The ground is freezing. My bones feel shattered. Assist me, please. Goku stepped towards Krillin, inquiring, "Who inflicted such grievous injuries upon you?" Gohan responded, "It was that large brute with the red hair and missing teeth." Goku's gaze shifted to Vegeta, who appeared frail and battered, a pitiful sight indeed. He then asked, "Who could have reduced Vegeta to this state? Was he not formidable? How could this have happened?" As GIs observed coldly from the sidelines, he turned to Bart and remarked, "Do you sense it? This fellow's speed is astonishing. Such a terrifying velocity. Has he surpassed you?" Bart shook his head in response, asserting, "No, my speed is unrivaled throughout the cosmos. He may possess a slightly swifter agility, but in a true contest of speed, he would not stand a chance against me. By the way, have you noticed his combat power?" GI sighed inwardly, alas. This individual boasts a combat power of approximately 10,000. It seems we are confronted by yet another formidable opponent. Gohan, having finally managed to swallow the powder of the Senzu Bean, felt his injuries completely heal in an instant. He excitedly sat up, exclaiming, "Father, I'm all right. I'm all right. You've finally come to rescue us. I thought I was done for. Just moments ago, I could hardly breathe, but now I am restored." Goku gently patted Gohan's head, saying, "Gohan, you've endured much this time." Raikum, utterly flabbergasted, questioned GIs and Bart, "What sorcery is this? What did that kid consume? Just a moment ago, he was on the brink of death, and now he is up and moving. What miraculous elixir is this? Its effects are truly remarkable." GIs and Bart shared a look of astonishment. "Indeed, we have never encountered a healing substance so potent." Krillin, lying on the ground, pleaded, "Goku, we can talk later." Gohan explained, "No, he was gravely injured by their leader, a fellow named Ginyu, who then received a few blows from this large, toothless giant, leaving him in his current state, likely devoid of any fighting strength. Fortunately, Uncle Krillin and I managed to save him. Otherwise, he would have perished." Goku nodded. "Is he the one with red skin and white hair?" Gohan clarified, "No, because Vegeta and we have already gathered the Dragon Balls. Their leader, Ginyu, has delivered the Dragon Balls to someone named Frieza, who is currently absent. These individuals are merely Ginyu's subordinates, claiming to be the Ginyu Force." Goku nodded in comprehension. Slowly approaching Krillin, he bent down and offered a Senzu Bean to Krillin, saying, "Krillin, eat this Senzu Bean. It will heal your wounds." Krillin, with tears of joy, exclaimed, "You finally remembered me. This is wonderful." Meanwhile, Vegeta cast a cold glare at Goku. "You've finally arrived. Why do you stare? Have you never seen someone gravely injured?" Goku, noting Vegeta's unfriendly demeanor, shook his head and lowered his gaze to Krillin, who was munching on the Senzu Bean, sighing inwardly. "Krillin, you too have suffered. Battling against these powerful foes must have been quite the ordeal for you." With a swift motion, Krillin's injuries miraculously healed, and he stood energetically beside Goku and Gohan. "How wonderful! The power of the Senzu Beans is truly remarkable. Look, my wounds and stamina are completely restored. However, this situation remains precarious. These adversaries are formidable, and even with our full recovery, we might not stand a chance against them. Moreover, the presence of the severely injured Vegeta complicates matters further." Raikum, astonished, dropped his jaw and shouted at GIs and Bart, "Did you see that? That little bald guy is suddenly fine. What kind of ability is this? Such an effect is unbelievable." GIs and Bart were equally astonished. Indeed, a person on the brink of death has recovered completely. What is this individual, who arrived here by spaceship, up to? It is truly bizarre. Krillin, with a conflicted expression, glanced at Vegeta and said to Goku, "Goku, do you think we should heal Vegeta? If he's treated, he could potentially contend with these villains, but I can't guarantee that he won't turn against us. After all, my impression of him is quite poor after the chaos he caused on Earth." Chapter 140. Goku restores Krillin, Gohan, and Vegeta's strength with Senzu Beans. Goku, perplexed, inquired, "Krillin, isn't Vegeta on the same side as these guys? Why is he now gravely injured and seemingly willing to help you?" Krillin sighed. "Well, this story is quite lengthy, and I'll explain it to you slowly." Goku waved his hand dismissively. "Your ability to articulate has not improved, rather than listening to your ramblings. I'd prefer to see for myself." Thus, Goku gently placed his hand on Krillin's forehead, absorbing the events that had transpired recently. Krillin protested, "What are you doing?" "Goku, I'm not feverish. Why are you touching me?" Goku withdrew his hand and replied, "All right, I've already grasped everything that has happened recently. You needn't recount it. Your ability to express yourself is insufficient for clarity." Krillin was taken aback. "Wow. Goku, since when did you acquire such a skill? You must teach me when you have the chance." "I just felt the events that transpired during this time," Goku continued. "Vegeta's demeanor has notably changed since he was on Earth, and he has saved your lives on several crucial occasions." Goku retrieved the remaining Senzu Beans from his pocket. finally extracting the last one from the pouch, and said to Krillin, "This is the final Senzu Bean. I've decided to heal Vegeta, as he has been a protector at critical moments." Krillin hesitated, "But this is the last Senzu Bean, Goku. Aren't you going to keep it for yourself?" Goku confidently shook his head, uttering no words, and tossed the Senzu Bean to Vegeta. In midair, Vegeta effortlessly caught the bean, glancing at Krillin and Gohan. He glanced at the healed Krillin and Gohan, then at the magical beans in his hand, feeling a moment of confusion and hesitation before decisively placing the bean thrown by Goku into his mouth, crunching it down. Instantly, he felt his wounds heal completely, and his strength was restored in an eye blink. The unique physiology of a Saiyan altered his combat power, with energy gradually surging from his cellular essence. The sensation was truly wondrous. Krillin, disregarding Vegeta's astonishment, anxiously exclaimed, "Goku, what are you doing? You actually gave the last bean to this guy?" Allowing him to regain his strength. While he may be able to defeat those Ginyu Force members, you must remember that given his nature, he might turn against us after vanquishing our foes. Goku waved his hand to silence Krillin's complaints, responding, "Before I came here, I ran into Archangel. He asked me to bring you 3 scrolls, saying you might encounter danger on Namek. He entrusted me with these sealed scrolls, which contain mysterious powers. When you find yourself in peril, open them. They might save your life." Goku produced 3 exquisitely crafted scrolls and handed them to Krillin, stating, "Archangel was quite serious about this. Although he's not the most reliable fellow, he wouldn't joke about life and death matters. Please take good care of them. I believe they may assist you, especially since you've mentioned having ominous premonitions. I hope these items will safeguard your life." As he spoke, Goku presented the scrolls to Krillin. Observing the delicate scrolls in his hand, Krillin pondered, perplexed by this unexpected kindness from Goku, who had traversed vast cosmic distances to bestow such gifts upon him. What a peculiar individual. Considering Goku's earnest demeanor and the effort it took to bring these scrolls from Earth, Krillin decided not to express his thoughts aloud. Even if Archangel was unreliable, he trusted Goku. At the very least, he wouldn't wish him harm. He carefully stored the scroll in his belt, wondering if it could truly save him. Archangel had always been unpredictable, and he hoped this time he'd prove reliable. He mused that it would be unfortunate to place his life in the hands of this young man, especially after surviving such complex situations, only to be undone by a scroll. Now was not the time to dwell on such uncertainties, with formidable foes looming ahead. He needed to focus on confronting the immediate threats before him. Meanwhile, GS, BT, and RKM exchanged astonished glances, hastily deciding to inform their captain. "This newcomer seems to possess extraordinary abilities," GS remarked urgently. "That bean he casually offers can restore anyone's injuries, stamina, and mental state to full capacity. He is certainly a troublesome adversary," Bart replied. "Indeed, we must promptly relay this information to the captain and urge him to come swiftly. Vegeta has regained his strength, and in his current state, he is not someone we can easily contend with. Furthermore, that peculiar newcomer exudes an abundance of confidence, which does not seem to be feigned." Krillin inquired, "All right, let me ask you, how do we use this scroll?" Sun Wukong explained. "Luo Quan mentioned that in times of peril, we simply need to crush it." He did not elaborate further. "However, Krillin, rest assured, now that I have arrived, you need not worry about any imminent dangers. I shall handle the remaining adversaries single-handedly." Observing Krillin's hesitance, Wukong waved his hand and said, "I understand your sentiments. As for Vegeta, I feel an inexplicable connection to him. I truly do not wish for him to perish here. Reviving him would indeed serve our future interests. I hope to engage in a fair duel with him on Earth. This is my aspiration and my mischievous whim. Krillin, do not dwell on it. My training has yielded significant strength, and he is undoubtedly no match for me. Have you not always believed in my capabilities?" Krillin pondered for a moment, sighed, and refrained from further comment. After all, it was Wukong who saved his life. What more could he say? Ignoring Krillin's sentiments, Wukong stepped forward, confronting Rikum. "You, who have grievously injured my comrades and my child. It is now my turn to deal with you." Rikum sneered. "Do you know who I am? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Are you truly ignorant of my prowess?" Chapter 141. Sun Wukong defeats Rikum with a single strike. Sun Wukong replied, "I know not who you are, nor do I care. Since you have harmed my companions, you must be prepared to be harmed in return. Are you ready?" At that moment, Rikum turned to JIS and shouted, "What is this guy's combat power? Please inform me, so I may gauge my approach. Jis thought to himself. The scanner is peculiar. I must tell Rickham that his combat power is only 5,000. Rickham stared at Sun Wukong in disbelief. What? A mere 5,000 combat power dares to challenge me. Rickham? Does he truly not comprehend the meaning of death? Could the scanner be malfunctioning? Bart, take a look. Bart also checked his scanner. It should be accurate. It indeed indicates his combat power is only 5,000. However, Rickham, you must remain cautious and not underestimate him. A being with merely 5,000 combat power cannot possess such speed as he displayed earlier. Based on that velocity, his strength must be at least above 50,000. Yet, I cannot fathom why the scanner shows only 5,000. Just be vigilant. Rickham waved dismissively. Since both our scanners indicate only 5,000. Perhaps he belongs to a race renowned for their extraordinary speed in the cosmos. Gi shouted beside him. Rickham, focus on dealing with this brat. Do not concern yourself with his strength. Your sole task is to defeat him. As for the remaining Vegeta, Bart and I will hold him back. I have already reported the situation to the captain, who is rushing here at full speed. You need not worry. Just concentrate on eliminating the enemy before you, and our safety will be assured. Once the captain arrives, he will undoubtedly overpower Vegeta, so you need not fret about that. Vegeta, however, observed coldly from the sidelines. Chuckling to himself, these fools have begun to strategize the battlefield. How amusing. It seems my restored state has imposed considerable pressure on them. He felt a pang of gratitude towards Kakarot, surprised by the miraculous item he possessed. Just a small morsel consumed had instantly replenished his lost stamina and spirit to their fullest potential. Truly astonishing. Fortunately, he bore the bloodline of a Saiyan, and a pure one at that. His fighting prowess had surged dramatically, as if he had transcended a threshold. He recalled his father's words. Once a Saiyan surpasses their limits, they may attain the legendary Super Saiyan form. He sensed the Super Saiyan beckoning to him. With his current strength, if he understood the secrets, he should be on the verge of transforming into a Super Saiyan. Yet, he lamented that he had yet to master the technique. Why had they summoned Ginyu back? Nevertheless, with his current power, he felt ready to confront Ginyu directly. If only his tail had regrown. With it, he could transform into a great ape, boasting a battle power of at least 800,000. At that point, not only would Ginyu be no match for him, but even Frieza would learn a lesson in humility. Alas, his tail had sustained severe damage on Earth, and despite several attempts to recover, it had not regrown. This was truly perplexing. He resolved to inspect his injuries to determine if they were sealed by some extraordinary force. The absence of his tail significantly hampered his combat effectiveness. Nevertheless, there was no need for concern at present. He would first watch to see if Kakarot could handle these three insignificant foes. Indeed, they were not mere trifles, but Ginyu Force members. Should Kakarot fail, he would have to intervene. For now, the priority was not to confront these adversaries, but to bide his time. His main objective on Namek was to acquire the Dragon Balls. He sensed a presence. Yes, Captain Ginyu was rapidly approaching. It appeared Frieza had departed from the spaceship, heading towards another faint, peculiar direction. Had Frieza left the ship? How splendid. He must have left the Dragon Balls aboard. This presented a golden opportunity to seize them. Truly a fortuitous turn of events. Kakarot has arrived, indeed bringing forth a myriad of fortuitous events. Once we vanquish the Ginyu Force and distract Frieza, we shall seize the Dragon Balls and extract from Kakarot's son and that bald fellow the knowledge of how to utilize the Dragon Balls to fulfill our desires. Given this, it is prudent to refrain from hasty actions. Instead, let us observe the extent of Kakarot's power. This will allow us to gauge our strategy effectively. Let Kakarot entertain the Ginyu Force. This will provide insight into his true capabilities. Goku coldly addressed Rickham, stating, "You are no match for me. Surrender." Rickham erupted in laughter. What a jest! From where does your blind confidence stem? With your feeble strength, you dare to command my surrender? Perhaps you should take a moment to reflect upon your own abilities. However, there is something peculiar about you that intrigues me. Regardless, since you have come seeking your demise, I shall oblige. Rickham steeled himself, adopting an offensive stance and bellowing. Rickham of the Ginyu Force charges forth. He then struck what he believed to be an elegant pose, evoking a sense of unease in Goku. What strange habits these beings possess. Why must they yell before attacking and adopt such bizarre stances? Is this a customary prelude for extraterrestrial combat? As Goku stood bewildered, Rickham summoned all his strength, transforming it into a streak of light, dashing directly towards him. However, as Raikam surged forward, he suddenly perceived a blur before him. Goku had vanished, and his eyes could not discern the opponent's movement. Where did that boy go? Raikam began to scan his surroundings in search of Goku's presence. Meanwhile, Krillin and Gohan exchanged glances. Something is peculiar about Goku's arrival. His speed is extraordinary. Krillin remarked. My eyes can scarcely keep up with him, and sensing his aura has become exceedingly challenging. Gohan nodded in confusion. Indeed, Father is remarkably powerful. His form and velocity elude my perception. Vegeta, observing from the sidelines, scoffed disdainfully. It is merely a reflection of your inadequacies. My eyes can follow Kakarot's speed. Even the likes of Whis and Bart lack the discernment to keep pace, yet they pretend to be formidable. What a farce. Chapter 142. Whis flees at that moment. Whis and Bart were taken aback as the detector emitted a shrill sound. They abruptly turned to find Goku standing calmly behind them. He addressed the pair. Where do you hail from? You must leave at once. This place is perilous. While I have yet to strike, you must vacate this planet swiftly. Once I am truly enraged and choose to act, your chances of escaping will vanish. Whis, now pale with fear, wondered when this individual had silently approached them. Had he not teleported here just now, but instead approached directly to launch a surprise attack, both Bart and I would have been gravely injured, if not dead. What a peculiar individual this is, utterly bizarre. Bart, are you not renowned for being the fastest in the universe? Did you catch a glimpse of this fellow's traces of movement? Can your eyes keep pace with his speed? G.I.s inquired. Bart shook his head, exclaiming, No, it's terrifying. I felt nothing at all. If it weren't for the alarm from the detector, I would have been utterly oblivious to how he maneuvered behind us. Truly a strange and fearsome character. Unperturbed by their evident trepidation, Sun Wukong reappeared right in front of Lycum with a swift motion. How did he return again? What a frightful being. Could he truly be the fastest in the universe? Bart pondered aloud. G.I.s replied, Let us observe further. He certainly emanates an uncanny aura. Are you certain the captain is en route? Bart asked. G.I.s nodded, asserting, Yes, the captain has confirmed he is rushing here at top speed. Bart thought to himself, This is reassuring. Once the captain arrives, we can deal with this situation. The current circumstances are exceedingly strange, growing increasingly incomprehensible. Beside them, Vegeta watched as Sun Wukong dashed back to Lycum, gazing at him with a piercing clarity in his eyes. Vegeta felt an unsettling fear. This individual felt markedly different this time. Not only was he calm at his core, but he also exuded an unfathomable presence. A pressure akin to a mighty mountain weighed upon him. This could not be mere illusion. Despite my substantial power increase, Kakarot still evokes such feelings in me. Is his strength truly as profound as it appears? Lycum was seething with rage, thinking, You little brat, relying solely on your speed to toy with me? Just wait. If I get my hands on you, I could obliterate you in an instant. Do you understand? Lycum raised his fist, launching a fierce assault toward Wukong. In response, Wukong deftly evaded, delivering a casual punch that struck Lycum squarely in the chest. With that seemingly light blow, the energy Lycum had amassed dissipated entirely. He gradually sank to the ground, consciousness fading alongside his injuries. In a mere flick of a punch, Wukong had incapacitated Lycum, who now lay unconscious, devoid of awareness. Sun Wukong glanced at the fallen Lycum, now utterly subdued, and remarked coolly, I told you, you are no match for me. You are far too weak. Not even worthy of my effort. What a ridiculous spectacle you're making. Did you two hear that? Before I decide to make a move, you should swiftly depart from this planet. There may still be a chance for you to survive. Otherwise, Jice and Bart were utterly terrified, their faces ashen. How could this be possible? In an instant, he had rendered Lycum unconscious without allowing him even a moment to retaliate. It was truly horrifying, indeed, profoundly frightening. My suspicions were not misplaced, Beta mused. Kakarot had significantly enhanced his prowess, capable of so easily incapacitating Lycum. It seemed his strength had surpassed my own, even in my previously injured state. Truly, he was not to be underestimated. My plans must be adjusted accordingly. While Kakarot may not yet be my adversary, confronting him would undoubtedly be troublesome. I never anticipated his rapid growth. It was astonishing. Achievements such as mine, forged through daily battles for survival, should not be within the reach of a mere low-class warrior. Meanwhile, Krillin exclaimed with excitement, This is wonderful. Goku's strength is indeed beyond the comprehension of ordinary beings. That arrogant Lycum was vanquished with a single punch. It surpasses all my expectations, does it not? Gohan responded, if it is truly the case. It seems we may all continue to survive. Father has healed my injuries, and I can feel my own combat power rising swiftly. However, reaching the level of him and Vegeta remains a formidable challenge. Krillin cautioned, do not become too complacent or arrogant. You must remain vigilant around those individuals. What about that Captain Ginyu? If he arrives, can Goku and Vegeta contend with him? That remains to be seen. Let us observe the developments. Hoping Goku can deal with that Ginyu Special Forces captain, as well as that being named Frieza. From what Vegeta has shared, that individual appears even more fearsome than Captain Ginyu. We cannot afford to be careless. Let us maintain our watchful stance. Goku, disregarding the unconscious Lycum on the ground, approached Jeice and Bart with deliberate steps. As he neared, he addressed them. Do you see the fate that has befallen this individual? I was not jesting earlier. You still have a chance. Leave this planet immediately and return whence you came. Do not force my hand. Should I be compelled to act, your outcome will be far worse than that of the one lying unconscious before you. I am not joking. I offer you one final opportunity. Jeice and Bart, their legs trembling, could scarcely move. Captain, where are you? We are the Ginyu Force, the most elite special warriors in the universe. Handpicked super soldiers by Lord Frieza himself. No one in the universe possesses greater combat strength than us. We represent the pinnacle of this universe's power. How could anyone surpass us by such a margin? What manner of monster are you? What is your origin? To possess such formidable speed and capability to incapacitate Lycum so effortlessly, it is terrifying. Suddenly, they cried out in desperation, Captain, save us. Jis soared into the air, vanishing in an instant. Observing his trajectory, it was evident he was pursuing the captain of the Ginyu Force, presumably seeking shelter from him. Chapter 143, Bart's demise. Bart, however, was utterly stunned, standing dazed on the ground, cursing in the direction Jess had flown. You scoundrel! If you intend to flee, at least inform me. You abandoned me here to confront such formidable foes? How selfish of you. Jis, only caring for your own escape. Do you wish for me to face these powerful adversaries alone? What a farce. But do not revel in your triumph just yet. I am renowned for my unparalleled speed across the universe. Without further hesitation, a flash of light surged past Bart as he sped towards the direction of Jis's flight. Meanwhile, Vegeta, observing the scene with cold indifference, had no intention of allowing Bart to escape. In an instant, Vegeta appeared right in front of Bart, smirking sinisterly. Thinking of running away, are you? Bart was taken aback, exclaiming, how can you be so fast? Has your power increased significantly? The Saiyans are indeed a peculiar race. How could you have gained such an advantage? This place is terrifying. Why do you confront me instead of intercepting Jis? Vegeta scoffed. Aren't you claiming to be the fastest in the universe? If your speed is as great as you profess, why can't you evade my attacks? How laughable. Facing imminent death and still wishing to flee. You shall remain here. With Vegeta's murderous gaze piercing through him, Bart was paralyzed with fear and turned to escape. Yet Vegeta coldly remarked, at this point, do you truly believe you can escape? Accept your fate. In midair, Vegeta delivered a powerful kick, sending Bart crashing to the ground with a thunderous impact, leaving him unconscious. Vegeta then soared above Bart's motionless form, bringing his knees down upon Bart's head with a sickening crunch, utterly obliterating it. Thus, the self-proclaimed fastest in the universe, Bart, was dead beyond any doubt. Goku furrowed his brow and addressed Vegeta. Was it necessary to go that far? They've already fled. There was no need to kill them. Now they have no chance of escape. Vegeta retorted coldly, foolish coward. As he conjured a formidable energy blast in his hand, he hurled it at the unconscious Riku, obliterating him entirely. Goku frowned again. What a ruthless individual. The former companions are met with a complete lack of compassion. It appears that Vegeta's nature remains as cruel as ever, and his battle prowess has significantly increased. Vegeta cast a cold glance at Goku, stating, your feeble heart disgusts me. Do you understand? With your current strength, you could easily vanquish that fool, yet you allowed him to escape. Moreover, you failed to eradicate your defeated foes. With such a weak disposition, you can never become a Super Saiyan. Goku, bewildered, inquired, what is a Super Saiyan? I have never heard of it. Vegeta replied, I concede that your strength is indeed impressive, surpassing my expectations and far exceeding that of these lesser beings. However, you remain oblivious to the terror of Frieza. The destruction of planet Vegeta was solely orchestrated by Frieza. I trust you are aware of this. Goku countered, what relevance does that hold for me? What significance does it carry? Vegeta asserted, the entire Saiyan race was annihilated by Frieza. He feared that one among us would transform into a Super Saiyan, a form he could not withstand. His dread of the Super Saiyan led him to extinguish our hope and spirit. Now, the only remaining Saiyans in this world are you, me, and your son. If that fool Nappa were alive, he would count as well. This is our final lineage. Do you comprehend why Frieza is so formidable? Once we master the art of transformation, we shall become invincible warriors of the universe, even beyond Frieza's reach. This is one reason I disdain your weakness. As the Prince of the Saiyans, I have learned that to become a Super Saiyan, one must possess a cold and combative heart, qualities you lack. No matter how great your strength, without the requisite mentality, you cannot become a Super Saiyan. Thus, you will never defeat Frieza or become a figure he fears. How could one devoid of ambition save our race? You would merely perish at Frieza's hands. It is likely that speaking to you now is futile. Frieza has probably already discovered a method to wish for immortality using the Dragon Balls. Anything further is probably too late. Goku lamented, this is dire. If that villain achieves his wish for immortality, defeating him will be even more formidable. From what you say, he appears indeed powerful. While I am confident, I am also uncertain about contending with the power of the dragon. Finally, Krillin interjected, I feel he has yet to fulfill his wish. Upon hearing this, both Vegeta and Goku fell silent, their gazes fixed upon him. Krillin continued, finally, I have a chance to speak. You two chatter incessantly, leaving me feeling invisible. Now, listen to me. Vegeta's heart stirred slightly, sensing that this young man was about to reveal the secrets of the Dragon Balls. Prompt him to unveil the mysteries of the Dragon Balls swiftly. It appears they possess considerable knowledge regarding them. If that is the case, I shall glean insights into the experiences of the Dragon Balls, which may aid me in the fulfillment of my wishes. Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback. What is the matter with Krillin? How do you know that their Dragon Balls have never granted a wish? Krillin replied nonchalantly, it is quite simple. If the Dragon Balls here were akin to those on Earth, it would be splendid. For whenever our Shenron appeared, the sky would darken. Having spent considerable time on Namek, the sky has remained perpetually bright. There is no day or night, indicating that their Shenron has yet to manifest. Do you comprehend? Chapter 144. Captain Jinyu's disdain for Wukong's son Wukong realized. So, we still have a chance? It seems these fellows are only aware of gathering the Dragon Balls and are oblivious to the existence of Shenron. Vegeta, too, was internally astonished. What is this Shenron? How could I be so uninformed? These individuals are exceedingly cunning, withholding such vital information. That fool Frieza is even more ignorant than I am. Merely seizing the Dragon Balls without interrogating the Namekians, he remains unaware of Shenron's existence, and thus, his wishes remain unfulfilled. Splendid. It seems this little bald-headed fellow has quite a bit of knowledge. If I can extract information regarding the Dragon Balls from him, my wishes will soon be within reach. How much do you know about the secrets of the Dragon Balls? Speak all at once. Do not string it out like toothpaste. Offering a bit at a time. Are you not vexed? Vegeta impatiently addressed Krillin. However, Sun Wukong remained composed. Since we have a chance, we shall devise a way to defeat Frieza and subsequently locate the Dragon Balls to fulfill our wishes, thereby achieving the purpose of our visit to Namek. Krillin remarked, given your current strength, I believe you should be capable of defeating this Frieza fellow. Yet Vegeta gazed at Sun Wukong and Krillin. You two fools, do you not comprehend his might? Why do you think I am gathering the Dragon Balls to obtain immortality? It is precisely because I am acutely aware of Frieza's power. Allow me to be frank. If we fail to vanquish Frieza this time, do you understand the consequences? That wretch will sweep across the universe with his legion, obliterating everything in his path, including your Earth. He will trample your planet into dust, just as he did with Beta Star, leaving you unaware of your demise. Do you think my desire for immortality is for vengeance for our race? It is to safeguard your precious Earth from being crushed by Frieza. Thus, you must allow me to fulfill my wish first. Are you still not enlightened? Krillin looked at Vegeta with deep suspicion. Wukong, do not trust this fellow's words. I sense he resembles Frieza too closely. Should he realize his wish, he would undoubtedly commit deeds Frieza could not, and he would be the first to defeat you, then lay waste to our Earth. As Vegeta was about to retort, He sensed something distant and abruptly said to Krillin, "Let us not engage in discussions about the wishes for now. The Dragon Balls are not in our possession. Is there any merit in such discourse? Even if I am unaware of the method to utilize the Dragon Balls, you certainly are. The Dragon Balls remain in Frieza's hands, and he is likely pursuing the last Namekian, interrogating him about the means to fulfill wishes. Any further discussion is futile. Moreover, I bring you more dire news. The Ginyu Force member you allowed to escape, Kakarot, is now hastily approaching with their captain. Do you comprehend the gravity of this situation? By sparing an enemy, he has summoned a more formidable ally to confront you. If you cannot withstand him, do not dwell on notions of injustice." Goku, however, interjected solemnly, "That is not the case. Besides the two individuals, I sense an extraordinarily powerful energy rapidly heading in another direction. Do you understand what this means? That overwhelming force must be Frieza, as Vegeta has mentioned." Gohan sensed the energy and shouted, "This is bad, Uncle Krillin. The Grand Elder is in danger." Krillin, too, dispelled his senses, his expression shifting drastically as he turned to Goku. "This is troubling." From Vegeta's words, it seems Frieza is entirely unaware of how to realize wishes with the Dragon Balls. I suspect he has acquired a new scouter and is now tracking the last surviving Namekian, heading towards their final gathering place to extract the method for granting wishes. This poses a significant threat, as he is heading directly towards the Grand Elder's location. If he reaches the Grand Elder, it will be disastrous. Gohan chimed in, "Indeed. Father's in serious trouble. Given Frieza's ruthless nature, if he learns the method to utilize the Dragon Balls, he will undoubtedly eliminate the Grand Elder. Should he kill the Grand Elder, the Dragon Balls of Namek will become entirely ineffective." Vegeta, who had been perplexed, suddenly gasped in alarm. "This is grave. My understanding of the Dragon Balls is woefully inadequate. I had no idea it was thus. If that is the case, the Dragon Balls may be doomed." Krillin, what is the situation? Be clear with your words. Your fragmented speech is exasperating. Krillin, exasperated, explained, "This is the nature of the Dragon Balls. They were created by the Namekian scientists. If the Namekian who crafted the Dragon Balls perishes, then the Dragon Balls he created will cease to function, simply becoming ordinary stones, essentially worthless. Given Frieza's temperament, once he learns how to utilize the Dragon Balls, he will undoubtedly eliminate the Grand Elder and his companions, thus obliterating the Dragon Balls of Namek from existence." Suddenly, Goku lifted his gaze, spotting two small dark figures in the sky, exclaiming, "They are coming." Krillin and Gohan immediately tensed. "Goku, you must be vigilant. They are formidable foes. Even Vegeta is no match for them. Be careful." Ginyu and Jisoo hovered above the ground, observing the crowd below before gently descending. Jisoo arrogantly shouted, "Now you know fear, don't you? This time, our captain will personally teach you two despicable Saiyan monkeys a lesson. You've left our team in shambles. Now you understand our might, don't you?" Captain Ginyu, standing nearby, coldly interjected, "Are you referring to this individual? He could effortlessly eliminate Rikuum?" Beta not only recovered from his injuries, but also swiftly dispatched Bart. "You alone fled. What an odd situation this is. Let me examine this fellow. Why does his battle power register only 5,000? Furthermore, Vegeta's displayed power seems to be around 30,000. Jisoo, have you lost your mind?" Goku turned to Krillin, stating, "This individual is indeed formidable. I sense an immense fighting prowess emanating from him. It seems Vegeta's defeat was not a mere anomaly. This person possesses the capability to easily overpower him. The strength I perceive is quite substantial, indicating he is not an adversary to be trifled with." Chapter 145. Ginyu injured. Captain Ginyu pressed his scouter to assess Goku's battle power and remarked to Jisoo, "Indeed, my interest is piqued. This individual's fighting prowess is merely around 5,000, and yet you, as elite warriors, have been bested by such a minor opponent. This truly brings disgrace to our Ginyu Force." He glanced at Bart's lifeless body and searched for the ashes of Rikuum before continuing. The remaining individual was slain by Vegeta. It is quite peculiar that he could suddenly recover from his wounds. Clearly, these individuals harbor many undisclosed secrets within their bodies. Once I defeat them and unearth these mysteries, Lord Frieza will surely be pleased. Ginyu pondered aloud. What an unusual being this is. Jisoo, you fought him briefly. Do you know anything about him? Jisoo scratched his head, awkwardly replying, "How would I know? I was merely frightened into fleeing." The captain scowled. "With your level of incompetence, you don't even know your opponent's name, strength, or origin. All you know is how to run away. Truly, you bring shame upon yourself. He added, and why didn't you inquire? Look at that lad opposite us. What is his origin and purpose here? Goku fixed his gaze on Captain Ginyu and replied earnestly, I am a Saiyan raised on Earth, and my name is Son Goku. Although you are powerful, you are not my match. You should hasten to leave Namek with your team. That is your only path to survival. Your two companions perished here because they disregarded my warning. Do you wish to share their fate? Jisoo, with a grim expression, retorted, Can you guarantee that you can defeat our captain? Ignoring Jisoo's comment, Captain Ginyu remarked, You fool, all will be clarified with a single inquiry. I find it perplexing that his battle power is only registered at 5,000, yet he can unleash such formidable strength. It appears he is yet another member of that rare race capable of freely adjusting their battle power. This race is indeed a rarity in the universe. I never anticipated that the Saiyans would possess such potential. I must confess, I underestimated you all. The one beside me, Vegeta, must also be quite formidable, although he is currently concealing his true combat prowess. And you, Jisoo, you foolish creature, can only flee and rely on your scouter to gauge your opponent's strength. Do you possess no instinct for battle whatsoever? How did I come to have such a dim-witted subordinate? Jisoo, thoroughly chastised by Ginyu, could barely lift his head, meekly stating, They are simply too powerful. With a single blow, they incapacitated Raikum. Even Bada, who fled behind me, could not escape their clutches. He met his demise there as well. Faced with such a formidable foe, I could only retreat. How could I possibly analyze their combat intelligence? Given their overwhelming power, I leave this adversary to you. I shall assist you from the rear. Best of luck, Captain. Captain Ginyu smiled enigmatically at Jisoo and replied, We shall discuss these details later. For now, I will engage this individual and test his depths. His strength appears considerable, and his innate talents are not mere pretense. Well, if it truly comes to that, I still possess that particular technique. I trust you are aware that once that technique is employed, no formidable enemy stands a chance against me. Jisoo seemed to grasp the implication and nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. Captain, your powers are indeed beyond our comprehension. You can handle this fellow without any doubt. It's splendid. Ginyu remarked, The Saiyans are indeed an extraordinary race. I never imagined that I would one day contend with an opponent boasting a power level of merely 5,000, and yet I must approach him with such seriousness and caution. Should this news reach the base, they would surely find it laughable. Jisoo awkwardly chuckled. It won't leak, Captain. This individual's strength is undoubtedly beyond what the scouter indicates. Please take him seriously. Given the sacrifices of our comrades, we must not let him escape. You must ensure he is thoroughly defeated. Son Goku, however, addressed Krillin and Gohan. Leave these two to me. You need not worry about them for now. Quickly utilize the Dragon Ball radar to locate the Dragon Balls. According to your accounts, that Frieza should not be near the Dragon Balls. Prioritize finding their location before proceeding. Krillin nodded. Gohan, shall we set off? If we delay, it may truly be too late. As it happens, Frieza is absent from the ship, so we should swiftly pinpoint his location and seize the Dragon Balls in the meantime. Gohan nodded in agreement. If we delay, and the Elder is killed by Frieza, there will be no opportunity left. The two exchanged a knowing glance, fully aware of the gravity of their mission. As for Vegeta, having just clawed his way back from the brink of death, his injuries have been completely healed, and his strength must have significantly increased. Krillin remarked in astonishment. Has Vegeta's power advanced once more? Has he transcended his limits again? What an extraordinary individual. Gohan clenched his small fist, expressing, I too have sensed it. Just moments ago, I was struck mercilessly by that individual. Now, my injuries have healed, and I can feel the energy within me surging uncontrollably. This sensation is truly exhilarating. Vegeta, however, spat dismissively. While my strength has indeed increased, I must conserve my power. What are you implying? Goku paid him no mind and addressed Krillin directly. You two should depart quickly. I shall handle things here. He entrusted the red-faced, white-haired adversary to Vegeta, assured that with his current prowess, he would easily manage the foe. You both should leave at once. Krillin and Gohan hesitated no longer, soaring into the sky, transforming into two streaks of light that vanished into the ether. Goku turned to Vegeta. Your energy is abundant. You should have no trouble dealing with that red-faced opponent, correct? Vegeta scoffed. Humph, do you think my actions can be dictated by you? Though you have healed my wounds, do not presume I would be grateful. You are naive. It is quite laughable. Since that is the case, I shall disregard you. I need to conserve my strength for Frieza. I have no time to waste on these insignificant pests. Vegeta contemplated silently, realizing he had reached the pinnacle of his power, brimming with energy. Rather than engage with these lesser foes, he would seek the Dragon Balls to fulfill his wish. Otherwise, he might allow this bald-headed fool and cockroach son to seize the opportunity ahead of him. Chapter 146. Captain Ginyu claims Goku is a Super Saiyan. My plan to fulfill my wish has taken a step back. With this time and strength, I must first realize my desire to confront Frieza. That is the priority. With this thought, Vegeta erupted into laughter, ascending into the air, swiftly pursuing the direction in which Krillin and Gohan had vanished. Goku called out after him, "Vegeta, you fool! Where are you going? The enemy is here." Ginyu observed Vegeta's sudden departure and said to Whis, "Do not concern yourself with him. Let us deal with the foe before us. This is a prime opportunity." Ginyu concentrated his power and launched a surprise attack on Goku, seizing a rare chance for ambush that Goku would surely not evade. Goku, still gazing at the retreating Vegeta, inwardly cursed. Realizing this individual named Ginyu was attempting to surprise him. Utilizing the speed he had recently adapted to under normal gravity, Goku swiftly evaded Jinyu's assault. Captain Ginyu was taken aback. Wow, this guy is remarkably quick. At such close range, he managed to evade my attacks solely by instinct. Truly a formidable opponent. Goku, no longer inclined to engage in pleasantries with Captain Ginyu, swiftly maneuvered in the air, regaining his balance, and launched a counterattack against Ginyu. The clash echoed, 3 strikes in rapid succession, the first 2 easily deflected by Captain Jinyu's adept defenses. In the third round, Sun Wukong suddenly accelerated, his strength multiplying exponentially. In an instant, he delivered a powerful punch directly to Captain Jinyu's abdomen. Caught off guard, Ginyu was struck hard in a vital spot, spewing forth a mouthful of bile and staggering backward several paces to dissipate the force of the blow. Regaining his composure, Ginyu rubbed the spot where he had been hit. Pondering the formidable prowess of his opponent, such speed and strength were not to be underestimated. It seemed he would have to unleash his true abilities. Ginyu summoned all his strength and launched a counterattack against Sun Wukong, unleashing a torrent of punches and kicks, a barrage of techniques crashing down upon Wukong. Yet, Sun Wukong deftly parried and evaded the onslaught, effortlessly neutralizing Jinyu's tempestuous assault. Reflecting on Jinyu's explosive power, Wukong decided that merely enduring the blows was not his style. "Be careful now. It's my turn," he declared, abandoning defense to mount a full-throttle counterattack, combining fists and feet to force Ginyu into a position of defense. Despite Jinyu's best efforts to cope, Sun Wukong exploited a momentary lapse in his guard. Abruptly, Wukong retracted a kick mid-motion and delivered a decisive strike to Jinyu's chest. The latter, thrown off balance, found his feet deeply embedded in the ground, sliding back for some distance before finally stabilizing himself, severely injured, leaving a deep trench in the earth. Blood flowed from Jinyu's mouth as he wiped away the crimson with a grimace, lamenting, "This fellow's tenacity is truly beyond the capacity of an ordinary person." Meanwhile, Sun Wukong paid no heed to the captain's lamentations, instead gazing toward the direction in which Vegeta had fled. "This rascal must be seizing the opportunity amidst our battle to search for the Dragon Balls. Krillin, Gohan, you two must remain vigilant against Vegeta. He will likely make a beeline for the Dragon Balls during this lull." Fortunately, Vegeta does not possess extensive knowledge about them. Otherwise, Gohan and Krillin would be in grave danger. All I can do now is wish you good fortune, but having endured so many battles on Namek, I trust that their alertness will be quite high. They will not be easily outmaneuvered by Vegeta. I have confidence in that. Focusing his energy for a swift resolution, Wukong knew he must eliminate the 2 adversaries before rushing to aid Gohan and Krillin. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Ginyu addressed Whis, "Indeed. This fellow is quite troublesome." He then shouted at Sun Wukong, "Your moment of triumph has passed. Do you think only you Saiyans can instantaneously elevate your combat power? Let me tell you, I possess that talent as well. I can enhance my combat abilities without transformation, mastering the art of power augmentation at will." Ginyu emanated a terrifying aura of power, visibly ascending at an alarming rate. "What do you think, boy? Surprised?" Sun Wukong fixed his gaze upon his foe, retorting, "What significance does Jinyu's increment in power hold? Now I have made my decision. I shall no longer indulge in playful antics with you. I will exert every ounce of my strength to defeat you swiftly, for I must rescue my son and my companions. I cannot allow that scoundrel Vegeta to gain the upper hand. Captain Ginyu remarked, "You arrogant Saiyan monkey," as I unleashed the full might of the Ginyu Force. "You still have the audacity to concern yourself with others and ponder their actions. Underestimating me will surely cost you dearly." As Captain Ginyu gathered a sphere of purple energy in his hands, he swiftly hurled it towards Goku, proclaiming, "Let me demonstrate the potency of my energy." Goku, perceiving the energy blast hurtling towards him, deftly evaded it by leaping into the air. The energy sphere whizzed past his feet with a whoosh. Goku was taken aback. The speed of this energy attack was astonishing, and its intensity was no trivial matter. It seemed that this opponent could indeed manipulate his combat prowess in accordance with his emotional fluctuations. Nevertheless, there remained a considerable gap between their strengths. A swift resolution was imperative. He must expedite this confrontation and set aside any thoughts of challenging a stronger foe. Thus, Goku, suspended in midair, swiftly reappeared behind Captain Ginyu and delivered a powerful kick to his back. To Goku's surprise, Jinyu's combat abilities had evidently improved. He reacted instantaneously, raising his hand to block Goku's kick, and once again, they engaged in an intense exchange of blows. With a series of resounding clashes, neither combatant gained the upper hand. Suddenly, both soared into the sky, although Goku's speed proved to be slightly superior. At that moment, Goku's speed advantage became evident, a testament to the rigorous training he had undergone under 100-fold gravity, an extraordinary feat indeed. In normal conditions, Goku's control over his speed was far beyond what the relatively minor Ginyu could match. In an instant, Goku surpassed Jinyu's velocity by several multiples, soaring through the air at a rate 7 or 8 times faster. Chapter 147. Captain Ginyu suspects Goku is a Super Saiyan. Observing the widening gap, Goku wasted no time. He focused his energy, gathering his Kamehameha wave, a formidable surge of power directed towards Captain Ginyu. Suddenly, the scouter on the ground registered a dramatic spike. G shouted to Ginyu, "Captain, be cautious. That attack has a combat power of 100,000. Truly a fearsome opponent." Captain Ginyu felt the oppressive weight of the impending attack above him, realizing that Goku's Kamehameha wave was no ordinary threat. Meanwhile, G's, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, continued to shout, "My scouter isn't malfunctioning. Can't you see what is happening?" Ginyu gritted his teeth, recognizing that evasion was futile. He would have to confront this assault head-on. Thus, he enveloped himself in a shroud of energy and struck fiercely at the Kamehameha wave with an open palm, diverting the trajectory of the 100,000 combat power attack. With a resounding crash, the energy blast traced a long arc before crashing into a nearby island in the lake, causing it to submerge amidst a cacophony of explosions. What a fierce attack! After unleashing the energy wave, Sun Wukong gazed at the distant explosion and then at Captain Ginyu, reflecting on the fact that this fellow was indeed formidable. A single charged attack had been effortlessly deflected, leaving him unscathed. Unbeknownst to him, Captain Ginyu, scowling from below, was filled with tumultuous emotions. This opponent was not to be underestimated. Even a casual charged attack had left his hand tingling. It was indeed terrifying. Such a light strike possessed a combat power of 100,000. Yet, why did it only display a mere 5,000 normally? What could be the reason for this discrepancy? Suddenly, a realization struck Captain Ginyu, and he bellowed, Are you trying to conserve your strength to face Frieza? I see now. You must be preserving your energy for the confrontation with Frieza. Am I not correct? You are currently masking your true power with a combat strength of 5,000 to deceive me and Geese, only to unleash your full strength in an instant, as you did when you gathered energy earlier, surpassing 100,000 combat power. Surely, you do not regard me as a worthy opponent? You underestimate me by employing such tactics to conserve your strength. You are indeed a cunning adversary. However, possessing such combat prowess and talent is no easy feat. I nearly overlooked you and would have stumbled in your presence. Sun Wukong smiled faintly at Captain Ginyu. Since you are so intrigued by my combat power, allow me to demonstrate just how formidable it truly is. Utilize your trusty detector and observe closely. With a fierce roar, Wukong began to unleash his full aura. As the energy gradually intensified, Geese was astonished. 70,000, 80,000, 90,000. Captain, his combat power is indeed considerable. Just a brief burst reveals an energy level of 90,000. The captain, however, merely smiled faintly. 90,000 is insignificant. That previous burst was merely a peak. It appears he is merely at that level. Yet, Wukong did not relent in amplifying his aura, pushing it to a critical point before he shouted, Kaioken. The energy surged forth in torrents. Gee's detector now exceeded 90,000, leaping directly to 120,000, 130,000, 140,000, and it continued to rise. Geese was taken aback, trembling with shock, while Captain Ginyu's complexion paled, leaving him at a loss for words. Finally, Geese sighed inwardly, 180,000. Captain, this individual is terrifying. He possesses a combat power of 180,000. How is this possible? Captain Ginyu was likewise struck with fear, his face as pale as a sheet. Sun Wukong looked at the two with a smile. So, my combat power stands at 180,000. Fortunately, I have yet to employ the double Kaioken. If I were to harness the power of the Kaioken at tenfold with my current physique, I would undoubtedly reach a formidable strength of at least 900,000. It appears that my recent training has borne fruit. The formidable duo, Ginyu and Geese, were utterly astounded. Geese remarked to Ginyu, Captain, your maximum battle power is only around 120,000, isn't it? How could you possibly contend with this individual? He is truly terrifying. Ginyu, equally astonished, reflected, indeed, at 180,000. He seems to be quite dissatisfied. It appears he has only utilized a fraction of his abilities to achieve 180,000. Remarkably, he has yet to exert his full power. If he were to unleash his complete strength, I dare say only Lord Frieza could stand a chance against him. What a fearsome opponent. I'm mused about how Riku and Berta fell in a single blow. Who would have thought this individual concealed such terrifying prowess? Not only those two, but I too might not be his match. I never anticipated encountering such a master in the confines of Namek. This truly excites me. Fortunately, I possess a life-saving technique. Geese, holding my scouter, paused momentarily before regaining his composure and inquired, Captain, are you planning to employ that technique? He then took Jinyu's scouter. Suddenly, Ginyu recalled something and questioned Son Goku. You claim to be a Saiyan from Earth, correct? Goku nodded. Yes, I am indeed a Saiyan raised on Earth. What of it? Do you have an issue? Ginyu, perspiration dripping from his brow, turned to Geese and said, Hurry, this individual may very well be the legendary Super Saiyan. Geese was at a loss for words. Are you suggesting that he is a Super Saiyan, the very type that Lord Frieza fears the most? Ginyu nodded affirmatively. If he were not a Super Saiyan, how could he possess such overwhelming strength? With their combined prowess, the most they could muster would be 30,000. Yet this young man clearly has not tapped into his full potential, boasting a strength of 180,000. Observing Jinyu's fervent conviction, Goku scratched his head in confusion. Why does this fellow speak of a Super Saiyan? Is such a being truly fearsome? Back on Earth, Rashi spoke of legends surrounding Super Saiyans. Vegeta also mentioned the transformations one undergoes to become a Super Saiyan. Is it truly that formidable? Ginyu, clarify this for me. Geese interjected, Ginyu, explain it clearly. Ginyu contemplated before elucidating to Geese. You should be aware that Lord Frieza once mentioned that the warrior he fears most in this universe belongs to the species known as the Super Saiyans. This species is regarded as the most powerful warriors in our known universe, beings that even Lord Frieza cannot confront. It is due to Frieza's dread of the Super Saiyans that he personally orchestrated the annihilation of their race, having destroyed planet Vegeta himself. In his relentless pursuit to eradicate the threat, Frieza invested considerable effort, fearing that any of their lineage might transform into a Super Saiyan. You understand this, don't you, Geese? Chapter 148. Ginyu employs his ultimate move. Jis nodded, stating, I have heard of a significant operation that obliterated an entire planet and eradicated the entire Saiyan race. What about this individual before us? Captain Ginyu pondered for a moment before responding. It seems he might be one of the fortunate few who escaped. At that time, intelligence indicated that several individuals did not return to planet Vegeta, thus evading disaster. Their combat power readings were not particularly formidable, which is why Lord Frieza overlooked them, choosing to keep the strongest, Vegeta, close at hand, denying him any opportunity for growth. This demonstrates that Lord Frieza was perhaps too merciful. His fears have materialized. This individual is likely the legendary Super Saiyan, the most fearsome warrior in the universe. We are indeed in trouble now. Goku, having comprehended their conversation, mused in confusion over the implications of their words. As a Saiyan himself, he found the dialogue perplexing and decided not to dwell on it further. He then addressed Captain Ginyu and Jis, saying, "You should leave this place. You are not my adversaries. There is no point in continuing this futile confrontation. While I have yet to change my mind, I suggest you take your ship and depart from this planet without causing any further destruction." Ginyu, as if seeing a glimmer of hope, exclaimed, "Do you not wish to kill us? Are you serious? You intend to let us go?" Goku nodded, "Indeed. I am not one to kill easily. Even if you have committed some egregious acts against me, as long as you cannot defeat me, I have no desire to annihilate you completely. Just leave." Ginyu expressed relief to Jis. It appears this individual is not a Super Saiyan after all. Jis, still trembling, inquired, "Captain, why do you say that?" Captain Ginyu replied, "A true Super Saiyan is a bloodthirsty and merciless warrior, thriving on battle and reveling in murder. This person intends to spare us, indicating he has not ascended to the legendary status of a Super Saiyan. As long as he is not transformed, he cannot be Frieza's match. Thus, he is merely somewhat powerful, not reaching the terrifying legend. We still have a chance. Jis, did I not mention that we still possess a trump card?" Ginyu continued, "That move should be sufficient to deal with this boy. His mercy suggests a lack of resolve, providing us with an opportunity. If that move succeeds, then all of our suffering will not have been in vain." Jis suddenly nodded vigorously. "Yes, Captain. It all rests on you now. Your ability to extract information from this young man with just a few words is truly admirable. In both strength and intellect, you are indeed a remarkable talent." Goku, growing increasingly impatient, interjected, "Hey, what are you two talking about? One moment you mention Super Saiyans, the next you don't. I can't understand a word. Hurry and heed my advice to leave this place. Do not seek trouble here. Do you two even comprehend what I am saying? Time is of the essence. Do not linger here with idle chatter, for I have matters to attend to." What a pair of bothersome individuals. If they wish to fight, let them do so. Yet here they are, babbling incessantly without clarity, truly exasperating. Ginyu, however, gazed at Sun Wukong with a slight smile and remarked, "Indeed, quite impressive. A robust physique, agile movements, astonishing speed, and commendable explosive power. This body seems tailor-made for me. I must say, I am quite pleased. My journey to Namek has not been in vain, for I have encountered such remarkable material. Moreover, you have yet to transform into a Super Saiyan, and your resolve is not as steadfast as I anticipated. This is the perfect specimen." Sun Wukong felt a chill run down his spine under Jinyu's intense scrutiny. What does this guy intend? Why such praise? Are we not adversaries? What interest could he possibly have in an enemy? And to make matters worse, he is salivating. How terrifying. Does he intend to devour me? Ginyu then retracted his mocking demeanor, suddenly unleashing a tremendous force with his left hand, piercing through his own chest and inflicting a grievous wound upon himself. With a sickening sound, blood gushed forth, startling Wukong. What are these fellows up to? Even if they cannot win, self-harm is unnecessary, and to inflict such brutality upon oneself, what could they possibly be thinking? It's utterly incomprehensible. Captain Ginyu slowly withdrew his hand from his chest, crimson droplets splattering across the ground, and gradually extended his arms towards Sun Wukong in an embrace. Wukong was utterly bewildered. What does this mean? Is this fellow seeking solace after his probing? How bizarre. Ginyu, grinning eerily, announced to Sun Wukong, "This will reveal to you my most formidable talent, body exchange." Wukong was taken aback. "What do you mean by body exchange? What is this?" At that moment, a radiant glow coalesced around Ginyu, and with a sudden expulsion from his mouth, a soul-like entity shot towards Sun Wukong, striking right at his lips. In an instant, this essence, akin to a wave of spiritual energy, small yet swift, entered Wukong's mouth. Simultaneously, Wukong's own soul energy surged into Jinyu's body, completing the body exchange in a heartbeat. Jinyu's technique was executed with remarkable speed, taking advantage of their close proximity, leaving Sun Wukong no time to react. This maneuver was all too evident. Still reeling from the shock, Wukong found himself ensnared. He suddenly felt an overwhelming heaviness in his body, accompanied by a peculiar sensation. Is this truly the essence of his ultimate move? Although it is quite extraordinary, what does this attack signify? No, my chest aches terribly. Has he truly pierced through it? Yet, that cannot be right. Why does my body feel so cumbersome, so entirely different from before? As Sun Wukong lowered his head to inspect, he exclaimed, "Oh no, how has my hand turned purple? Furthermore, my chest is bleeding, and I am clad in the peculiar armor of Captain Ginyu. What has transpired?" Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. He realized, I have fallen victim to a scheme. Chapter 149. Wukong and Ginyu exchange bodies. The individual had just proclaimed a body swap. Could it be that his soul has extracted mine? Have I exchanged bodies with him? Am I now inhabiting Captain Ginyu's form? No wonder he inflicted such severe harm upon himself. The truth is revealed. He has taken my body, and this is indeed a dire predicament. Observing Ginyu, who was reveling in the excitement of possessing Wukong's body, Sun Wukong clenched his teeth in frustration. This was truly a disastrous turn of events. He had not anticipated that this cunning individual would go to such lengths merely to incapacitate him, rendering him powerless to resist. What a devious character. The universe is vast and full of wonders. A moment's lapse in vigilance can lead to dire consequences. Meanwhile, the jubilant Ginyu shouted to Jeez, "Excellent. It has succeeded. This body is indeed robust and possesses remarkable explosive power, and I feel so swift and light." "Jeez, how do you feel?" Jeez chuckled beside him. "Captain, your technique is truly unbeatable. Regardless of how formidable the foe, by swapping bodies, you become the strongest. This is your scouter, Captain. Please wear it." Captain Ginyu donned his scouter, flexed his wrists, and stretched his legs. "Indeed, this is splendid. To arrive on Namek and acquire such a strong and powerful body is a journey well worth taking." He continued, "I sense that Lord Frieza should be returning to the spaceship shortly. We have already delayed enough time here. Let us hasten to join him." As for the injured adversary across from them, Ginyu thought, I am most aware of the severity of my own injuries. Unless an unforeseen event occurs, he shall not survive much longer. In light of the splendid body he has provided me, I shall refrain from ending his life myself. Jeez. Let us depart and rendezvous with Lord Frieza. The two ascended, soaring swiftly toward Frieza's spaceship. As they flew, Ginyu marveled, this truly is a boon. This body feels so light, devoid of any sense of weight. I reckon I am the fastest in the universe. What of that brat, Berta? I wonder how he trained to achieve such a sensation of lightness. Geez, exert your utmost strength. Let us fly at full speed. This is exhilarating. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, still trembling on the ground, lamented, this is dire indeed. It appears that the injuries he inflicted upon himself are irreparable, rendering his body immobile. Not only can he not fight, but even the simplest movement is a challenge. What shall I do? If I return to Earth, how will Chi-Chi react? And to make matters worse, this fellow has horns sprouting from his head. Despite enduring significant injuries, Sun Wukong struggled against his discomfort, lamenting his grotesque appearance and silently apologizing to his beloved wife. What shall I do now? The friends can no longer meet. If this image were to be tarnished, it would be utterly humiliating. Suddenly, a thought struck me. That wretch has taken possession of my body, my very appearance. Gohan and Krillin are heading toward the spaceship. And should they encounter him, it would spell danger. They would be completely unguarded against my own form. If that scoundrel Ginyu were to ambush me then, it would indeed be catastrophic. Gohan believes I am on a mission to rescue them. This body feels so alien to me. The injuries are too severe. I must make haste to save them. This is not my own body, and it feels entirely uncomfortable. Why is it so heavy? Though my wounds are grave, I can still manage to fly, utilizing the scant remnants of my energy. If I can reach the spaceship and warn Gohan and Krillin to be wary of that fiend, it may suffice. I must persevere until I reach them. Otherwise, they will be in grave peril, along with the Dragon Balls. Moreover, he could easily deceive them, extracting numerous wallets filled with Earth currency. With this in mind, I gritted my teeth and summoned the last vestiges of my energy, unsteadily ascending into the sky, heading in the direction of Ginyu and Ji's disappearance. My speed may be slow, but there remains a chance. If I were to plummet here, all opportunities would be lost. After a relentless flight, Frieza finally beheld the isolated mountain where the Grand Elder resided, recognizing the structures atop it. As he sat within his spacecraft, Frieza silently mused. Fortunate that 3 Namekians had escaped his wrath. Had they all perished, this would truly have been disastrous. It seems manageable, just in time. Frieza felt a quiet sense of relief for his own leniency. Inside the chamber, the Grand Elder was awakening Den's final potential. A flash of white light illuminated the room, and Dende's capabilities surged forth. The Grand Elder intoned softly, "Dend, you must seek out your earthling friends. I shall remain here with Nail. I sense that malevolent presence has discovered our existence and is drawing near. Your abilities have been awakened. You must reach your friends at the speed of light to ensure your survival. Go now, my child." Dend, gritting his teeth to suppress his tears, replied, "I do not wish to leave you." The Grand Elder, with an air of calm, responded, "It is of no consequence. Your presence here would hinder us. You stand a chance out there. I possess a strong premonition that although this calamity may be dire, our Namekian race will not face extinction. Trust in my foresight. There is no doubt in this regard. Go now, and relieve me of my worries. Hasten to assist your friends." Dend clenched his jaw. "Very well, Grand Elder. Take care." As he gazed upon the benevolent figure of the Grand Elder, Dend called out, "Grand Elder, you must survive. You are the wisest and most magnificent among us Namekians." Observing the benevolent elder, Dandy steeled himself and addressed Nairu, stating, "The safety of Elder Nairu is entrusted to you. Since he has directed me to that location, I shall comply. The elder's decisions are undoubtedly infallible." With that, Dandy soared into the air, a streak of light darting towards the direction of Krillin and Gohan. In the midst of this journey, he encountered Frieza, and with a swift whoosh, he vanished. Frieza glanced in the direction where Dandy had disappeared, pondering, "It matters not. A mere child from Namek is unlikely to stir any significant troubles. I should hasten to locate the two ancient Namekians and uncover the secrets of the Dragon Balls." This fleeting thought allowed Dandy to escape with his life. Meanwhile, within the chamber, the elder lamented, "Shall I meet my end in natural repose? Or will I be slain by that fiend named Frieza? I am too frail. I can scarcely move." Chapter 150. Frieza encounters the elder. The benevolent elder sat quietly upon his throne, patiently awaiting the judgment of fate, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "After enduring the trials of life for so long, I have finally reached the end. It seems my destiny is still uncertain. Whether I shall die peacefully or be murdered remains beyond my foresight." With a soft thud, Frieza's spacecraft landed steadily at the entrance of the elder's abode. Frieza leisurely disembarked, poised to enter the elder's chamber, when unexpectedly, the door swung open. Nairu emerged, casting a cold glance at Frieza and in a restrained tone inquired, "Who are you? And what brings you here?" Frieza, donning a gentle smile, replied amiably, "I am Frieza. I have gathered your 7 Dragon Balls and wish to fulfill a modest wish. Unfortunately, I possess the Dragon Balls but lack knowledge on how to grant the wish. If you could kindly enlighten me, I shall depart immediately without lingering here." Nairu, however, scoffed coldly, "Impossible. You shall gain no information from me. Did you consider the implications of this day when you slaughtered our kin? Spare me your jest." Frieza's countenance darkened instantaneously, his expression clouded with fury as he retorted, "You choose to refuse my request? I am aware that another Namekian resides in the chamber behind you. If you refuse to divulge information, I shall be compelled to eliminate you and then interrogate your companion. I refuse to believe that each of you welcomes death without fear." Frieza prepared to strike Nairu, but Nairu suddenly shouted, "Wait. There are matters you surely do not comprehend." Frieza paused, and Nairu continued, "Do you know who created the Dragon Balls? It is the individual behind me, the esteemed elder of our Namekian lineage, who is responsible for the creation of all Dragon Balls. If you disturb him and hasten his demise, upon his passing, all Dragon Balls will vanish, along with their divine powers. Has no one informed you of this?" Frieza was taken aback, pondering the gravity of the situation. Could it truly be so? This could complicate matters significantly. No, surely this young fool is not deceiving me. Frieza's piercing gaze fixated on the roof of the Elder's chamber. With a series of explosive detonations, he obliterated the ceiling. Ascending into the air, Frieza hovered above, surveying the damaged interior. Ah, this Namekian indeed differs from his kin. Aged, corpulent, and seemingly immobile. The vitality emanating from him was all but extinguished, indicating his imminent end. It appears the youth spoke truthfully. This situation has become rather troublesome. Frieza, suspended in the air, regarded the elder coolly and remarked, "I trust you have heard my earlier inquiry. Should you wish to spare your followers from my wrath, you will answer my questions candidly. Perhaps I might show mercy and spare your Namekian race. What say you? Are you satisfied with this arrangement?" The elder responded resolutely, "I will not divulge the secrets of the Dragon Balls so readily. You may as well relinquish that hope." Frieza replied nonchalantly. It seems your Namekian race remains stubbornly unyielding, clinging to such rigidity. Very well, I shall eliminate all your subordinates until you relent. The elder warned, do not underestimate Nail. He is unlike any Namekian you have previously slaughtered. He is the sole combatant of our kind on this planet and my most loyal guardian. Underestimating him will lead to your downfall. Frieza chuckled dismissively. How amusing. This Namekian displays confidence even when facing demise. Let us see how you fare after I dispatch your guardian. Do you truly believe I am one to show mercy? Nail interjected vehemently from below. You are causing chaos. Your antics will frighten the elder. Should your actions shorten his lifespan, it is you who will suffer the consequences. I warn you, upon the elder's death, the Dragon Balls will cease to exist. Are you truly oblivious to this, you imbecile? Frieza smiled slightly. Ah, it appears you have faith in your own abilities. Such a stubborn Namekian, unaware of the danger that looms. Very well, I shall eliminate you before the elder's very eyes. And then we shall see if he remains silent. Do you believe I, Frieza, am one to show leniency? Nail pointed to a nearby location. If a confrontation is to occur, it cannot take place here. If the aftermath of the battle were to harm the elder, leading to his demise, it would indeed be an egregious loss. Frieza, however, let out a cold, disdainful laugh, as if you could create any significant disturbance. I do not underestimate you, but I doubt you could even execute a single strike against me. Naru retorted sharply. Dare you to propose a different location for our decisive battle? If you accept, then lead the way. I believe the elder will reveal the method to fulfill the Dragon Ball wish if I emerge victorious. He would not jest about such matters. Frieza pondered for a moment, glancing at the frail elder, and realized that, given his current physical state, he could neither flee nor hide. Since you have made such a request, I shall oblige. Let on. Without hesitation, Naru ascended into the air and swiftly darted in a particular direction. Frieza closely followed, covering a considerable distance in a brief span of time. Growing impatient, Frieza remarked, Is this where you intend to fight? Do you wish to circle the planet? I truly wonder what goes on in the minds of you Namekians. Naru thought to himself, Forgive me, elder. I have exerted every effort to delay. But this cunning fiend offers me no opportunity. Resolved, he accepted the circumstances and descended at a random location. Chapter 151. Frieza unleashes his power. Frieza closely trailed him, observing intently. What further tricks do you possess? Unleash them all at once. Do not hold back any fanciful schemes. For me, any display of overwhelming strength is devoid of significance. Naru shed his outer garment, revealing his formidable physique, a sight indeed indicative of a powerful Namekian. He began to gradually channel his energy, releasing every ounce of it. With a series of boisterous shouts, he suddenly concentrated, elevating his combat power to its zenith, thinking, This ought to startle you. Frieza, momentarily taken aback, noted the stark difference from the Namekians of old. Your power appears genuinely formidable. Let me assess it. Upon measuring, he exclaimed, You possess a battle power of 42,000. Quite impressive. It seems you and the elder were truthful. You are indeed different from other Namekians. However, I regret to inform you that you have chosen the wrong opponent. Do you have any inkling of my battle power? Uttering it would likely terrify you, robbing you of the will to fight. Unexpectedly, Naru inquired, What is your battle power? In truth, he hoped that extending the conversation might buy him precious time, praying that the elder could hold on a little longer. In the distance, the elder silently prayed, Forgive me, Naru. Sacrifices must be made. Do your utmost to stall this fiend. Every moment you can buy is a moment of hope for us all. The fate of our race, whether it thrives, diminishes, or perishes, rests upon your success rate. With a resigned shake of his head, he reflected on this reality. At that moment, Frieza on the battlefield, in high spirits, responded readily to Naru's persistent inquiries. My battle power is 530,000. How does that sound? Are you dumbfounded? To buy some time, Naru, channeling his inner thespian, feigned astonishment and exclaimed, 530,000? How can that be possible? How could you be so formidable? Why is my battle power merely 42,000? You must be deceiving me. You cannot possibly be that powerful. Frieza, brimming with pride, replied, The very thought of this has left you so rattled. Allow me to share another secret. Out of pity for your impending demise, I possess the ability to transform. Do you know what my battle power is after transformation? Naru retorted, How would I know? 530,000 is already terrifying. Are you capable of reaching 1,000,000? Frieza raised a finger and shook his head. Fear not, I shall reveal the truth. My battle power can soar to 1,200,000,000. At this, Neru's astonishment was genuine, as he was left utterly shocked. One could only imagine that a normal person would be paralyzed with fear. 1,200,000,000? Is that some astronomical figure? This is on an entirely different level from tens of thousands. Why then do you appear in such a feeble form? That baffles me. Could you enlighten me? Frieza explained, It's quite simple, really. My power is so immense that I struggle to control it. With a mere gesture, I could obliterate a planet. My spacecraft is ill-suited for my movements, so I must diligently restrain my battle prowess and innate talent, concealing my true strength in this seemingly weak form to interact normally with beings like you. Otherwise, if my true power were to manifest before you, it would be unbearable for you. Imagine if I merely raised my voice. The shockwaves could annihilate my subordinates. A slight movement could shatter my own spaceship. How then could I operate? He continued, Indeed, you are quite fortunate. I have shared so much with you, allowing you to survive this long. It seems your aim of stalling for time has been achieved, and in turn, I have indulged your curiosity. Now, let us see just how formidable your battle power truly is. Do not disappoint me. With genuine concern, Neru pressed further. What manner of creature are you? Are you a deity to possess such strength? You cannot be human. No planet or galaxy could withstand your overwhelming might. You must be a monster or a god. Frieza chuckled softly. I am no god, but I assure you, I have encountered true deities, and the gap between us remains vast. It is futile to speak of such matters, as they are beyond your comprehension. This is not the time for idle chatter. Let us reveal our true capabilities. I am quite eager to witness the manifestation of your battle power at 42,000. Attack me with all your might. I grant you this opportunity. In that moment, Nailu felt a pang of disillusionment, relinquishing any flicker of hope. He pondered that he had already delayed enough, and this individual's patience was likely at its limit. Thus, it was prudent to demonstrate his skills rather than engage in further dialogue, as he might lose the chance to strike altogether. Consequently, Nailu elevated his energy to its zenith and launched a lethal charge at Frieza. In an instant, he surged towards Frieza, extending his robust arm, and delivered a decisive blow to Frieza's neck, thinking to himself, Excellent, I have actually landed a hit. However, the sensation was far from satisfactory. Why was his neck so unyielding? My full-force strike failed to elicit even the slightest tremor. It appears that this individual is indeed not boasting. His strength truly resides beyond my grasp. A monster is truly a monster. It is no wonder his subordinates hold him in such high regard. It is not reverence but fear, and it seems this being is unfathomable. What should I do now? This was my utmost effort. And not only did it inflict no damage, but it didn't even provoke a slight quiver. I am indeed doomed. Frieza, however, remained unfazed by the turbulence within Nailu's heart. He gently placed his hand on Nailu's forearm and smiled slightly, saying, Is this the attack of a battle power of 42,000? It is utterly feeble, not even worthy of a mere tickle. Are you certain you have exerted your full strength? If this is your true power, then there is no point in continuing our battle. You are not even a match for my single strike. Chapter 152, Nailu's limb regeneration. As Frieza lightly rested his arm on Nailu's, a different sensation surged through Nailu. Excruciating pain radiated from his arm. No matter how he attempted to move, forward, backward, or side to side, his arm remained immovable, as if it had been welded to a hot iron surface, unresponsive to his struggles. Observing Nailu drenched in cold sweat, summoning all his strength, Frieza chuckled softly. What a fragile creature you are. With a mere flick of his hand, a sharp crack resounded as Nailu's arm was severed at the shoulder, twisted off by Frieza with ease, akin to snapping a cucumber in half. The pain penetrated to his very marrow, accompanied by Nailu's agonized screams. His arm was brutally torn from its socket. Frieza casually discarded the severed limb, remarking, You truly overestimate your capabilities. He then raised his other hand and lightly struck Nailu in the abdomen. Nailu crumpled to the ground like a shrimp, unable to stand, trembling from the pain. Blood continued to flow profusely from where his arm had been severed, yet his body was entirely beyond his control. Neru was filled with an overwhelming sense of dread. This was indeed a display of sheer power. His opponent was astonishingly formidable, far beyond his imagination. Frieza, however, wore an expression of faux contrition as he addressed Naru, saying, "I sincerely apologize. It has been quite some time since I personally took a life, and it seems I have not adequately controlled my strength. I may have struck a bit too hard, leaving you defenseless. Truly, I am sorry. I had intended to toy with you a while longer, but I did not foresee the severity of the harm I would cause. Alas, I usually rely on my subordinates for such tasks, and my mastery over this transformed body is not yet perfect. It appears I must transform once more to hone my abilities further. I would be able to control my strength better, but alas, you shall not have that opportunity. You, the warrior of Namek, have truly disappointed me." Naru clenched his teeth and shouted angrily at Frieza, "Do not be so smug. I have not yet lost." Yet within, he silently thought, "Elder, I am doing my utmost to delay him, but I never anticipated this creature would be so terrifying. I can only hope for divine protection for you and our beloved dandy." Gritting his teeth, Naru let out another cry, and as he did, his body trembled violently. With a sudden sound, a new arm sprouted from the severed stump, emerging from the original wound. Naru gasped heavily on the ground, panting vigorously. This unexpected display astonished Frieza malevolently. "Ah, how intriguing. You can regenerate your limbs. It seems that the Namekians possess the remarkable ability of limb regeneration. I must admit, I underestimated you. With a battle power of 42,000 and this regenerative ability, you are more than qualified to join my Ginyu Force. What do you say, young one? Have you considered serving me? In doing so, you would not only avoid death, but also gain a formidable ally, and I would acquire a capable lieutenant. My proposition is quite appealing, is it not?" Breathlessly, Naru retorted through gritted teeth, "Dream on. You harbor a deep-seated hatred for my kind. How could I possibly serve you? Your thoughts are delusional. Either kill me or prepare to be defeated. Abandon any fantasies you may have. Stubborn Namekian. Why is it that each of you from your planet is so obstinate? You disregard life and death, choosing to fight against all odds. Yet remember this, you must be able to win. What is the point of such reckless defiance? Is living not preferable? Do you truly wish to challenge my dignity, Frieza? Such a laughable race you are. Though you can regenerate your limbs, your stamina cannot be restored as easily. According to my scouter, your battle power has diminished by at least half, if not more. The price of regeneration is steep, not easily achieved. Even if you recover, do you truly believe you remain my equal? After enduring so much suffering, you still wish to challenge me? It seems you are utterly oblivious. Perhaps your minds are akin to cabbage or onion leaves." Krillin and son Gohan hurriedly made their way to the canyon where Bulma was hiding. Upon seeing Bulma, who was staring blankly at the sky, Krillin couldn't help but exclaim, "Has Miss Bulma been so frightened that she has lost her wits? Why does she not react at all?" As Krillin descended from the sky, he startled Bulma, prompting him to say, "Bulma, prepare yourself quickly. Goku has arrived, and we should be able to return now." It seemed that Bulma had just regained her senses. "Ah, Goku is here. That's wonderful. Can we finally go back to Earth? Have you fulfilled the wish? Why did it take so long for you to return? I was nearly scared to death here. This is a long story, but time is of the essence. Goku is currently engaged with the enemy. We must swiftly retrieve the Dragon Radar to locate the Dragon Balls and make our wish. Then hastily leave this perilous place," Krillin urged. "Please hand the Dragon Radar to Gohan and pack our belongings. Once we return, we must leave immediately. This place is far too dangerous." Bulma sighed in relief. "Finally, after so many days, I've heard something reliable. Goku truly is dependable. He arrives and immediately devises an escape plan. Let me search for it." Bulma rummaged through her luggage and found the Dragon Radar, handing it to Gohan. "You two hurry back as quickly as you can. I will prepare here. It's both tedious and perilous, far too frightening." Krillin and Gohan exchanged nods as they took the radar. Gohan pointed to the radar, saying, "Indeed, Uncle Krillin, your suspicions were correct. The 7 Dragon Balls have indeed been gathered. Look, they are all in that direction. Excellent. It seems that once we arrive, we can locate the Dragon Balls and fulfill our wish. Let us hope all goes smoothly. Miss Bulma, please get ready for departure. We will complete our mission and return for you post-haste." Bulma nodded vigorously. All right. You must hurry back." She then busied herself packing her belongings. Meanwhile, Vegeta had already arrived at Frieza's spaceship ahead of them. He searched the interior and exterior of the ship thoroughly, but could not find the location of the Dragon Balls. Frustration enveloped him. It appeared these individuals had become cunning and were wise enough to hide the Dragon Balls. Given Frieza's character, It was unlikely he would carry the Dragon Balls with him, which aligned with his nature. Chapter 153. Vegeta's scheme. Ginyu had been reassigned by guys, and he might have hidden the Dragon Balls in a concealed location that would be difficult for me to discover. However, it mattered little. It seemed that the Earthlings possessed devices for detecting the Dragon Balls. Judging by their energy signatures, they would likely arrive here shortly, with the detector pinpointing the location. I merely needed to wait here a little longer and seize the opportunity to snatch them. With some idle time at hand, Vegeta glanced at his battle-worn attire, deciding, I should change into a new outfit. He donned a more formidable battle suit, preparing for his imminent confrontation with Frieza. Once I become invincible, I will be able to vanquish Frieza with ease. Vegeta entered the changing room, hastily donning a suit of armor and battle attire that fit his physique. As he finished dressing, he suddenly sensed the presence of Earthlings, specifically the offspring of Kakarot. Those two youngsters were approaching. It seemed my intuition was correct. The Dragon Balls were indeed nearby, though I had yet to locate them. I must quickly conceal my energy. These youngsters possess methods to detect it, and I cannot allow them to discover my presence here. Vegeta swiftly suppressed his energy, reducing his battle power to a chilling low. Krillin and Gohan, oblivious to Vegeta's mastery of this remarkable skill, continued their approach towards Frieza's spaceship, guided by the Dragon Ball radar. Upon reaching the vicinity of the ship, they paused, and Gohan adjusted the radar's dial, stating, Uncle Krillin, the Dragon Balls are not hidden within this spaceship. They must be nearby. Krillin replied, let us descend and pinpoint their exact location. Nearby, they spotted a small patch of earth that seemed to bear signs of burial. Gohan pointed out, Uncle Krillin, it must be right here. They likely buried the Dragon Balls, thinking we wouldn't find them. It was quite simple, leaving one to wonder about their reasoning. Krillin dashed about for a moment before unearthing the Dragon Balls buried beneath the soil. At last, they had gathered all 7, having endured numerous trials and tribulations. It was astonishing how effortlessly they completed the final step. Krillin sighed in reflection. However, Gohan impatiently interjected, Uncle Krillin, this is not the time for sentimentality. Dad is stalling for time, and that fiend Frieza could return at any moment. We should swiftly make our wish. Krillin, taken aback, realized the urgency of the situation. Now was not the time for melancholy. They needed to focus on the task at hand. Meanwhile, lurking within the spaceship, Vegeta mused to himself, Humph. As soon as you summon that so-called Shenron, and before you can fulfill your wish, I shall eliminate you all, and then I will realize my desire for immortality. This is akin to a mantis stalking a cicada, with the yellow bird waiting behind. Indeed, I am the clever one, leaving that fool Kakarot to distract his friend. While I devise a way to divert Frieza, it appears the 7 Dragon Balls and the wish are rightfully mine. They are mere tools for my use. Let us see how these Earthlings summon Shenron. No one has spoken of this process before. Unbeknownst to Krillin, danger lurked just behind him. Should he succeed in summoning Shenron, Vegeta would immediately appear and annihilate him and Gohan on the spot. Krillin positioned the Dragon Balls and shouted, Come forth, Shenron, and grant my wish. Yet, there was nothing but silence. No response echoed in the air. Krillin found himself utterly bewildered. Why was there no reaction? Where was the promised Shenron? Why had the skies not darkened? He glanced at Gohan, who returned his gaze with a look that said, What are you looking at me for? I don't know Shenron. I've never engaged with this on Earth. ISNT this something left over from you and my dad. Why are you still waiting for me? Krillin scratched his head in contemplation, questioning if his tone was off. He called out once more, Come forth, Shenron, and grant my wish. Yet silence ensued, devoid of any response. Krillin was genuinely taken aback. Could it be that the mechanics here differed from those on Earth? But that couldn't be right. After all, the Dragon Balls on Earth were also created by the Namekians. How could they possibly be different? This perplexity was beyond him. It seemed that the Dragon Balls of Namek were somewhat distinct from those on Earth. Gohan, our earthly tactics appear ineffective against the Namekian Dragon Balls. They haven't responded at all. I'm at a loss now. Perhaps we should wait for Goku to return after defeating that foe and discuss our next steps then. It truly was peculiar. Meanwhile, hidden within the spaceship, Vegeta felt a mounting sense of urgency. You fool, after all this time you still don't realize? You've wasted my time here. That bald-headed buffoon was hardly reliable. Just then, Krillin's instincts flared up. He gazed skyward. Gohan, this is bad. Someone approaches. And their energy is malevolent and formidable. Could it be Goku? Gohan sensed it too. It feels sinister. It can't be my father. Could it be that Captain Ginyu and that fellow named Guys? How could they possibly know we are here? This is very strange. Krillin replied. Regardless of how strange it is, let us observe when they arrive. We should hide behind that mountain and watch. The Dragon Balls are here. If we cannot summon Shenron, they certainly won't be able to either. Let's conceal ourselves and see what unfolds. Vegeta, observing the two small figures in the sky, thought, just when one problem settles, another arises. These two fools have squandered so much time that they've allowed Ginyu and his crew to return. I'll continue to watch. They will surely reach a conclusion. Thus, Vegeta concentrated on regulating his energy, curling into a shadowy corner to remain concealed. Just as Krillin and Gohan found their hiding spot, they noticed Ginyu and Guys, transformed into the likeness of Goku, descending slowly onto the spaceship. Upon seeing the Dragon Balls unearthed from the ground, both were taken aback. Ginyu inquired, Guys, I've concealed this well. Who could have unearthed the Dragon Balls? This is quite strange. How did they even locate them? Guys, equally perplexed, shook his head. Captain, you delivered them to Lord Frieza, and you are the one who hid their locations. How could I possibly know? I've been with you the entire time. As for how they found them, I have no clue. The two were left bewildered, still grappling with the unfolding situation. Chapter 154. Krillin mistakes Goku suddenly. A voice emerged from behind the mountain. Ah, Goku, it's you. You've finally defeated that Ginyu scoundrel and made it here. Excellent. You even managed to convince his subordinates. How did you pull that off? Do tell me. Suddenly, Ginyu turned around, spotting Krillin emerging from behind the mountain, swaying without a hint of caution. You little brat, who are you calling a bastard? At that moment, it was not the time for such disputes, so Ginyu casually inquired. How did you find the Dragon Balls? I had hidden them quite securely. How did you manage to unearth them? Without much thought, Krillin replied. We used the Dragon Radar to pinpoint their location and dug them up. Wait, how are the Dragon Balls yours to hide? Shouldn't they be concealed by that fellow named Ginyu? A sense of unease began to creep into Krillin as he sensed something was amiss. Ginyu, lost in his own musings, remarked, I never anticipated that a primitive Earthling could create such a remarkable device as the Dragon Radar. Clearly, I underestimated you. Merely burying the Dragon Balls underground allowed you to find them effortlessly. However, since they still emit a gentle glow, they must be unchanged, otherwise it would have been a considerable loss. You little rascal, finding the Dragon Balls so easily, did you not make a wish? Krillin felt increasingly uneasy. Despite Jinyu's identical appearance to Goku, he couldn't fathom why he possessed the same kind of detector used by Ginyu Force, nor did he understand the peculiarities in his speech, which suggested ignorance of the Dragon Balls and the radar, prompting nonsensical questions. At that moment, Gohan, who had been hiding behind, called out loudly, Uncle Krillin, be careful. That's not my dad. You've mistaken him for someone else. The energy I sense is unfamiliar and distinctly malevolent. He must be an imposter. Uncle Krillin, watch out. Krillin's realization dawned. Ah, could it be? No wonder he feels so strange. Just then, Ginyu, embodying Goku's form, suddenly swung his arm and struck Krillin, sending him flying. Stunned, Krillin rubbed his swollen face and turned to Gohan, asking, Is he truly not Goku? Not your father? Gohan asserted confidently, Yes, if it were my dad. He wouldn't have attacked you so easily. Have the bonds you've shared since childhood been a fade? This guy is definitely not my father. Who is he? And why is he impersonating my dad? Krillin scratched his head, bewildered. He looks just like him. Even I was deceived. Yet Gohan's intuition is sharp. He sensed something was off, while I was indeed careless. Ginyu exclaimed in surprise, How is there another kid behind? These fellows are truly strange, managing to lower their battle power to 0. Our detectors show nothing. What odd characters they are. But it matters not. In the realm of genuine strength, any scheme is futile. Would you like to know? I shall tell you the truth. I am the captain of the Ginyu Force. At this revelation, both Krillin and Gohan were rendered utterly speechless. Krillin exclaimed, No, it's not you. Have you been hypnotized by that fellow? How could you be speaking nonsense? Gohan, equally astonished, responded, How could you possibly resemble my father? If my mother finds out, how will we carry on with our lives? This is truly disastrous. Suddenly, the energy readings on Jinyu's scouter spiked, prompting him to inform Captain Ginyu. Captain, that fellow is relentless. He has pursued us once more. Captain Ginyu lifted his head and sensed the location on the scouter, confirming the relentless pursuit. Yet this young man possesses remarkable resilience, despite sustaining such grave injuries. He has managed to approach at this rapid pace. Is he seeking his own demise? Meanwhile, Goku, struggling to maintain his battered body, gradually approached, landing beside the battlefield. He called out to Gohan and Krillin, "I am Goku. He is Captain Ginyu. He has swapped bodies with me, so do not be deceived." Gohan and Krillin were rendered speechless. Krillin replied, "No way, Goku. Have you truly exchanged bodies with this guy? How did you end up in such a ghastly state? This is a disaster." With tears in his eyes, Gohan cried out, "Father, in this condition, if you return to Earth, Mother will surely kill you. I simply cannot accept this." Goku, equally frustrated and disheartened, responded, "I had no choice. I inadvertently fell victim to his trickery. He possesses a skill known as body switching. In a moment of carelessness, he successfully executed it. But fear not, you should be able to defeat him. He only exchanged bodies with me. His spirit is not suited for my physique and cannot harness my powers. He merely displays a fa of strength. There is no need for fear, just defeat him. He is nothing but a paper tiger." Krillin, exasperated, retorted, "Goku, are you joking? When have I ever been able to defeat you? Even if this guy occupies your body, it is still yours. I am no match for you." Goku patiently explained, "He has taken over my body, yet he does not know the Kaioken, nor can he utilize it to its fullest potential. He is incapable of wielding my power, so you need not fear him. He is certainly not a match for you and Gohan. Trust me, even in his body, I feel its weight and how ill-suited I am. Rest assured, I will not harm you or Gohan." Captain Ginyu, displeased, interjected, "You insufferable pest, you certainly have a lot to say. Do you think a few words from you can sway my battle resolve? I just witnessed this body possessing a power level of 180,000. Do you wish for your son and friend to march to their doom? That is no jest. While I appreciate you gifting me this robust body, I take offense at your disparagement of my abilities. Just look at how I dispatched your bald friend and toppled your son. Then you will understand my might." Without further ado, Captain Ginyu transformed into a flash of light and charged towards Krillin and Gohan. With a series of resounding thuds, Krillin overcame his trepidation towards Goku and, in a sudden burst of courage, delivered a kick that sent Captain Ginyu flying. A wave of exhilaration washed over Krillin. Could this truly be the pinnacle of my life? I actually managed to knock Goku away. How splendid. Has my strength truly reached such formidable heights? I must express my gratitude to the Elder for enhancing my potential. Without his assistance, I would have never been able to unleash such power. Yet, upon reflection, it is not that I have grown so strong, but rather that Goku has become exceedingly weak. It appears that Ginyu is indeed struggling to adapt to his new body. Chapter 155. Captain Ginyu is relentlessly beaten by Krillin and Gohan. Gohan, contrary to expectations, does not appear to be the terrifying adversary one might assume. He is unlikely to pose a challenge for us. Let us commence a thorough lesson for this scoundrel. How dare he render your father so grotesque? There is no need for civility at this juncture. Although he bears your father's visage, within lies a malevolent spirit. We shall vanquish him in the name of justice, avenging our grievances. Is Captain Ginyu truly questioning his existence? No, it cannot be. This body possesses immense power. How could a mere bald-headed boy send me flying with a single kick? It must be an illusion. Could it truly be as that half-dead fellow suggested? I lack mastery over this body's capabilities and am unsure how to coordinate them. And what of that so-called martial art he mentioned? It is sheer nonsense. With such a formidable energy, how could it possibly dissipate? It is inconceivable. They must be deceiving me. Thus, Captain Ginyu concentrated a formidable energy wave in his hands and hurled it towards Gohan. As Gohan observed the energy rushing towards him, he raised his arms without hesitation, effortlessly blocking the attack with a resounding thud. With a thunderous explosion, Gohan emerged from the epicenter, dusting off his arms as he spoke to Krillin, "Uncle Krillin. He truly is a paper tiger. His attacks are feeble and lack any real impact. I hardly felt a thing, as if there were no force behind them at all. This energy wave poses no tangible threat to us. It is simply too weak. My father was right. Although he claims to possess my father's body, he cannot harness my father's strength, merely posturing. Let us confront him together. We shall no longer fear him." Captain Ginyu, utterly flabbergasted, could not comprehend the situation. No, this cannot be. How could it be like this? Is there truly some profound technique that I have yet to master? No, they must be bluffing. Ginyu roared, instantly amplifying his energy to its utmost, exuding an overwhelming aura as he reached the zenith of his power. With his roar, he bellowed, What about my combat power? Do you see how formidable I am? Let them feel fear. Yet, Geez, drenched in cold sweat, simply replied, Captain, your combat power is just over 10,000. Ginyu, rendered speechless, retorted what? Why? How can it be only just over 10,000? How much is that? In a feeble tone, Guys lamented, with barely 13,000. How can such a pitiful amount of energy befit your esteemed position as captain? Captain Ginyu had succumbed to madness, recklessly launching a ferocious assault on Krillin and Gohan. However, his advance was swift, but his retreat was swifter. As he charged towards them, the two of them, in perfect synchrony, swiftly overpowered Ginyu, slamming him into the ground with a relentless barrage of blows that left him disoriented. With a resounding thud, Gohan delivered a powerful kick that sent Ginyu hurtling out of the ring. Fuming with rage, Captain Ginyu shouted at Guys, "What are you doing just standing there? Aren't you going to lend a hand? Are you really going to watch as I am bullied by these two?" Guys was at a loss, bewildered by how the once mighty captain had fallen to such a state. Could it truly be that the words of that individual held any truth? The captain was utterly incapable of harnessing his own power, and in a desperate bid, Guys resolved to assist. Yet, before he could even move, he suddenly noticed someone appearing behind him. Upon focusing, Guys realized, Vegeta? How did you get here? Vegeta simply smiled faintly. I've been here all along, observing your little skirmish. It's quite amusing to see such a powerful Captain Ginyu reduced to swapping bodies with Kakarot, utterly unable to wield Kakarot's strength. Now, he is merely a second-rate fighter. How hilarious, and it brings me such joy. Captain Ginyu, at a loss for words, was humiliated by being so thoroughly trounced by these two second-rate fighters. It was evident that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. Vegeta continued, Isn't it better for Guys to quietly spectate? Your opponent is me, so refrain from interfering with those two children. Let us engage in battle, shall we? Although, given my current prowess, it would be akin to bullying you. I'll let you in on a little secret. I have surpassed the limits of a Saiyan and now stand at the threshold of Super Saiyan. Yet, it has always been my delight to toy with you. Ha ha ha, bring it on, Guys. Guys' face paled, fear gnawing at him. He thought to himself, this guy dispatched Raikum with just a few blows, and my power is merely on par with Raikum's. How could I possibly contend with Vegeta? The realization of Vegeta's newfound strength left him no choice but to devise a strategy to buy time. Lord Frieza, at such a critical moment, why have you ventured so far away? Our captain is utterly ineffectual, trapped in this worthless body, unable to best even two children, and yet this has become my battleground. Vegeta is clearly beyond my capacity to confront. What unreliable teammates I have. In a bid to stall for time, he addressed Vegeta, impossible. You cannot be a Super Saiyan. I've never even heard of such a thing. With your meager power, to claim to be the Super Saiyan that Lord Frieza fears is utterly laughable. Vegeta coldly chuckled, proclaiming that it mattered not if one refused to acknowledge his prowess. He intended to reveal the true extent of his power, allowing others to experience the essence of fear and the futility of resistance. This moment marked the pinnacle of his existence. Without a worthy audience to witness his transformation, it would be devoid of significance. How disappointing it would be to rely on Kakarot and a few insignificant others to bear witness to his ascension as a Super Saiyan. It was individuals of your stature, like you and Ginyu, who were meant to witness the culmination of his journey. He extended an invitation for you to unleash your full strength upon him, so you could comprehend the true meaning of insurmountable power. Lord Frieza, he remarked, at such a crucial juncture, why venture so far away? Our captain, now lacking in effectiveness, had exchanged his formidable form for this pitiful one, proving unable to contend even with a couple of younglings. And yet, it had become his stage. But this version of Vegeta was clearly beyond his capacity to confront. Truly, a band of unreliable allies. G.I.'s contemplated the situation. This arrogant fellow seemed to be offering him the opportunity to strike first. If he could land a surprise attack and swiftly escape before they noticed, he could regroup with Lord Frieza, thus preserving at least a semblance of dignity. In Chapter 156, Ginyu had exchanged forms with Son Goku, only to be subjected to Vegeta's merciless onslaught. G.I.'s unleashed all his might in a sudden punch, striking Vegeta squarely in the face. With a thunderous impact, G.I.'s was taken aback as his punch failed to even rattle Vegeta, who absorbed the blow with serene composure. G.I.'s was rendered speechless. Could it be that his full-force strike had elicited not a single tremor from this being? Had he truly become a Super Saiyan? Terror etched itself across Gi's features as cold sweat trickled down his brow. Vegeta casually moved his neck, examined Gi's fist, and touched his own face, sneering at Gi's eyes. Is this all the strength you possess? You are unworthy to engage with me. Having such filth witness my moment of glory is an affront to my greatness. It appears your life has reached its conclusion. With a gentle hand placed upon Gi's chest, Vegeta declared, become as dust in the cosmos. As the energy in Vegeta's hand erupted violently, a deafening boom echoed, and Gi's was obliterated into cosmic remnants without uttering a single cry. At that moment, Ginyu stood in stunned disbelief, gingerly touching his bruised face and gazing at Gi's, now reduced to cosmic debris. He thought to himself, this is truly dire. The most formidable entity on this battlefield is that very Vegeta. I must find an opportunity to exchange bodies with him to grasp even a flicker of hope. How careless I have been to fall into that fool's trap. With a battle power of 180,000, I find myself unable to harness it. What a grievous oversight. Clint, filled with excitement, embraced the body of Son Wukong, while simultaneously wielding his hammer, exclaimed to Son Gohan, Gohan, I cannot express how joyous I am. I never anticipated such a remarkable turn of events. That fellow was able to swiftly eliminate one called Jisoo. I initially thought we were in peril, perhaps even resorting to the life-saving scroll gifted to me by Luo Quan. But now, there is truly no cause for concern. The one who exchanged bodies with Wukong is entirely no match for us. This battle has been exhilarating, and his companion has perished at the hands of Vegeta. Now, as long as we exercise caution in dealing with this adversary, it seems we still have a chance to fulfill our wishes. Vegeta, you are simply magnificent. Vegeta retorted, do you presume I am aiding you? My sole desire is to achieve my wish for immortality. How pitiable you are. Even at this moment, you express gratitude towards me. I wonder what convoluted thought process you possess. Wukong interjected, you remain as merciless as ever. There is no need to eradicate him entirely. He is no longer your opponent. Simply defeating him suffices. Must you insist on killing him? Truly, you are as relentless as always. Vegeta coldly replied, you fool, you imbecile. Your entire life has been characterized by cowardice. You fail to comprehend that one must be ruthless towards enemies, should you spare the tiger. It may yet return to haunt you. Very well, if you label me as cruel, then I shall embrace that cruelty. As long as I can become the legendary Super Saiyan, I care not for a touch more brutality. Huh, Kakarot, you shall never become a Super Saiyan. Your nature is far too timid. Is it weakness or kindness that defines you? Inwardly, Wukong chuckled bitterly. My body has been swapped. I am no longer even a Saiyan. How could I possibly aspire to become a Super Saiyan? He urged Vegeta, enough of this idle chatter. Let us swiftly defeat this Ginyu. Vegeta scoffed. That is precisely my intention. Klin and your son Kakarot, step aside and allow me, the great Vegeta, to handle Ginyu. Do not impede my efforts here. Upon hearing Vegeta's command, Klin and Gohan promptly withdrew from the fray, moving to the periphery of the battlefield to observe. They thought to themselves, Vegeta truly is formidable. If he strikes, the battle will likely conclude swiftly. In an instant, Vegeta appeared before Ginyu, expressing a sense of nostalgia. Ginyu, I never expected you to take on Kakarot's form. To be honest, seeing you like this makes me somewhat reluctant to deliver a fatal blow. Ginyu, however, contemplated the opportunity to switch bodies with him. Indeed, Vegeta was the strongest. His speed and strength had significantly increased, surpassing my former self. Without further ado, Vegeta charged at Ginyu, landing a punch squarely on Wukong's chest, and the sound of cracking bones echoed through the air. Vegeta reveled in the moment. Not bad. It is rare for Kakarot to feel such pain. The opportunity to strike you is truly delightful. With a swift and powerful side kick, he sent Ginyu, who was enveloped within Son Wukong's body, crashing to the ground. A resounding explosion echoed as he lay incapacitated, unable to rise again. Krillin and Gohan, spectating from the sidelines, remarked in astonishment, is this what it means to hold back? I've never witnessed such ferocity. Is Wukong's body truly at risk of being reduced to mere fragments? Meanwhile, Vegeta, soaring through the sky, erupted into triumphant laughter. What a splendid day it was to simultaneously defeat Kakarot and Ginyu in an instant. Sheer elation flooded his being. Now, prepare to experience my ultimate strike, shouted Son Wukong. Vegeta, That's my body. If you kill it, what will become of me? Yet Vegeta paid him no heed. Accelerating once more, he aimed to obliterate Ginyu on the spot. Ginyu lay on the ground, resembling a starfish, gazing up at Vegeta, and weakly uttered, "Body swap." He sought to launch a stealthy and lethal attack while Vegeta was distracted. In his moment of pride, Vegeta exposed a vulnerability. Seizing the opportunity, Ginyu managed to swap bodies successfully. However, in that fleeting instant, Vegeta's figure suddenly appeared beside the gravely injured Sun Wukong. Manipulating Ginyu's battered body, he swiftly shielded himself in front of Vegeta. With a flash of white light, Captain Ginyu found himself utterly dumbfounded. How had the swap occurred again? Despite his injuries, Ginyu had managed to revert back. Now it was Vegeta's turn to be bewildered. What had just transpired? Why was Wukong standing before him once more? What trickery was at play? Lying on the ground, Sun Wukong joyfully remarked, "This is splendid. At last, I've reclaimed my body." As he touched his battered form, lamenting the pain and broken bones, he muttered, "Vegeta, you brute. You truly struck hard." Chapter 157. Ginyu transforms into a frog. There was no denying it. He had been severely injured, the damage surpassing what Ginyu had inflicted. "Oh dear, this is troublesome, but at least I managed to retain my original appearance. Even if I return to Earth, Chi-Chi cannot hold it against me." Gohan exclaimed to Krillin, "Uncle Krillin, it's wonderful. My dad has finally swapped back. The one lying on the ground is my father." Krillin nodded in agreement. What a relief. It's incredible that he could return. In midair, Ginyu, having regained his body, thought, "This fellow truly knows how to exploit opportunities." He managed to swap back. But it matters not. Even though this body is wounded, it does not hinder my body swapping ability. Truly, a case of losing the hen while trying to catch the fox. Observing Vegeta still in a daze, Ginyu seized the moment, believing he still had a chance. Thus, the injured Ginyu spread his arms wide, targeting the bewildered Vegeta, and shouted once more, "Body swap." Suddenly, a flash of light illuminated the scene, and Captain Ginyu, brimming with confidence at the brink of success, was taken aback when a diminutive frog appeared before Vegeta. Croaking twice in an unexpected manner, Ginyu was utterly dumbfounded. "No way. Not again. What on earth is this? Oh no, it's transformed into a frog. This is dire." Unbeknownst to Ginyu, the soul of the frog had swapped places with the severely injured Ginyu. The large Ginyu squatted down, croaking as he hopped away. Meanwhile, the genuine Ginyu found himself trapped within the confines of the frog's body, witnessing the world grow larger around him, tears of despair streaming from his bulging eyes. What an unexpected turn of events. How could a frog suddenly appear before Vegeta? This was truly catastrophic. Vegeta, still in a state of confusion, pondered as another flash of white light flickered past. What was happening? He examined his hands and feet, finding everything normal, with no signs of injury. What could this possibly mean? He fixed his gaze on Kakarot, demanding an explanation. "You ought to clarify this situation." Goku, with a calm demeanor, chuckled lightly. "I was careless and fell for his trick, resulting in a body swap. I noticed his intent to switch bodies with the strongest fighter, you. Hence, I seized the opportunity while he was exchanging with you. I dashed in front of you, thwarting his technique, and reclaimed my own body." In midair, he attempted to use the same trick against you. The flash of white light was his body-swapping skill. It happened so swiftly that I had no time to warn you. Coincidentally, a frog hopped past me, and I tossed it in your direction. Thus, the soul and consciousness of that frog have now entered Ginyu's body. Did you see him hopping away, croaking? As for the remainder, this scoundrel Ginyu has completely merged with the frog's body. The frog crying on the ground is the very Ginyu who sought to harm you. What poetic justice! Ha ha! I am utterly delighted. This despicable fellow has been reduced to such a state. At that moment, Vegeta regained his senses, transitioning from confusion back to clarity, and slowly descended from the air. It seemed that this creature was no longer a threat. Nevertheless, adhering to his principles of annihilating enemies completely, Vegeta extended his foot, intent on crushing the frog that had become Ginyu. Goku interjected, urging Vegeta, "As you said, he poses no further threat. Why not let him be? Allow him to live as a happy frog instead." After contemplating, Vegeta conceded, "Indeed, since he cannot threaten me any longer, I shall deviate from my principles this once. Poor little frog, I shall spare you this time. With no other living beings on Namek, if you wish to exchange bodies, you can simply seek out a female frog. However, if you could find a female frog to swap bodies with, it would indeed be a delightful experience." Ha ha, Vegeta was once again indulging in his triumphant laughter. Meanwhile, the frog on the ground was filled with sorrow, lamenting, "How could I end up like this? It is truly pitiful." Thus, this frog hopped away, shedding tears. Krillin and Gohan, however, paid no heed to the banter between the two, nor did they concern themselves with the leaping little frog. They swiftly rushed to Goku's side, gently helping him up. Krillin expressed his concern. "Goku, are you all right? Is your injury serious?" Gohan added, "That guy Vegeta really went all out against you, leaving you in such a dire state. I imagine it's quite difficult for you to even stand right now." Goku weakly nodded. "Vegeta is indeed strong. He truly fought with all his might. He said to go easy on me, but I certainly didn't feel any gentleness." Vegeta, standing nearby, scoffed. "If I hadn't shown you mercy, those last two moves would have obliterated you. You wouldn't even have the chance to converse with me. What a joke." Yet in his heart, Vegeta thought, "These fellows possess far greater knowledge of the Dragon Balls than I do. Before utilizing the Dragon Balls to fulfill any wishes, I cannot eliminate them. I still have to deal with that monster Frieza. Yes, it is best to spare their lives for now." He then addressed Krillin and Gohan. "Come with me to assist Kakarot. We must tend to his injuries first. There is no point in wasting time talking to this guy. He can barely stand, let alone move about. If we delay further, don't blame me for the consequences." Krillin and Gohan suddenly understood. Yes. It's crucial that we treat Dad's injuries first. Thus, the four of them made their way to the spaceship's medical chamber. Upon reaching the chamber, Vegeta effortlessly tossed Goku inside. As he sealed the chamber, Vegeta couldn't help but reflect, who would have thought that I, Vegeta, would actually show compassion and treat Kakarot's injuries? How strange indeed. He mused. I should be grateful for my newfound strength. Were it not for the desire to have this inferior warrior witness my transformation into a Super Saiyan and my defeat of Frieza, I wouldn't bother to heal you. I would merely let you be a spectator, a witness. Without a fellow Saiyan to witness my might, defeating Frieza would hold no significance. Chapter 158, Goku's Treatment. Kakarot. Consider yourself fortunate. As the healing liquid gently enveloped Goku's head, Krillin anxiously inquired, Vegeta, is this thing going to drown Goku? It looks rather perilous to me. Vegeta disdainfully replied, You, with your feeble civilization and technology, cannot comprehend the effects of the healing chamber. Have you not seen the oxygen mask on his face? How could he possibly suffocate? Truly foolish. Krillin scratched his head and glanced around. All right, I hadn't noticed that. It appears to be quite effective. Beside them, Gohan timidly inquired, How long will it take to heal my father's injuries? Vegeta fiddled with the device, examined the data, and replied, approximately 40 to 50 minutes. This is an antiquated machine, hence its inefficiency and sluggishness. We must endure. He added, The new set of equipment that treated me has been destroyed and is no longer usable. Noticing the two seemed reassured, Vegeta refrained from further words and led them outside. Krillin, astonished, pointed at a cabinet and asked, Vegeta, what is this? Vegeta glanced over and responded, This is the special battle suit I wear, along with the armor. Krillin then asked, Could you possibly spare us 2 sets? We wish to try them on. Your attire and armor appear to possess unique materials. It seems remarkable that they have endured such fierce battles without any damage. Surely, they must be highly suitable for combat. Vegeta scoffed, in truth. They are not of much use. If the combat intensity is insufficient, this armor may provide some protection. However, in a high-intensity battle, it would be ineffective. Feel free to choose any 2 sets you like. The new models are likely all gone, but there should still be a few of the older versions available. Select whichever suits you best. Krillin casually picked a set and quickly donned it. The sound of fabric rustling enveloped him as he adjusted the suit, marveling at the freedom of movement it afforded. This is quite impressive, very fitting and breathable, yet elastic. Vegeta, even when you transform into a great ape, this suit remains intact. It seems the elasticity is indeed commendable. Vegeta merely huffed, ignoring him, secretly cursing the group for their naivety. They had never encountered anything of quality before. Krillin beckoned Gohan. Hurry, Gohan. You should try on this suit as well. It allows for ease of movement and is lightweight, likely offering some degree of protection. It's far superior to what we currently wear. Gohan, reluctantly shaking his head, replied, All right, Uncle Krillin, I will try it on too. After the two had donned their new armor, the initial excitement waned, and Krillin suddenly voiced his concerns. Gohan, I remain quite anxious about the Elder S situation. especially with that nefarious Frieza personally present. I can't shake this unsettling feeling. I'll go check on the Elder and see what the situation is. You and Goku should focus on recuperating and assessing your father's condition. I'll return with any updates. Gohan contemplated. Then I shall wait here and observe how my father is faring. At that moment, Vegeta had not acknowledged either of them. He found an unoccupied chamber, quietly leaned against the doorframe, and sat in solitude. Suddenly, an overwhelming wave of fatigue washed over him, impossible to resist. He sighed inwardly, since arriving on Namek. He had not enjoyed a moment's rest, his nerves perpetually taut. How could he feel so unexpectedly drowsy? Perhaps it was the prolonged tension that had finally taken its toll. Seizing this opportunity, I shall indulge in a brief repose, for one must not exhaust oneself. Having been in a constant state of heightened tension, engaging in a battle of wits with Frieza and the Earthlings, I have endured numerous life and death trials. Finally, a moment has arisen for me to rest. I shall take a short nap, for intense combat is likely to follow. While Kakarot recuperates, I too shall endeavor to restore my spirits. In the distant realm where Naru and Frieza clashed, Naru lay still, his body rendered immobile. This creature is indeed formidable. Time appears to be slipping away, and I must strive to buy a moment for the Elder. Dandy, you must persevere. With gritted teeth, Naru summoned his last vestiges of power and suddenly extended his right hand, unleashing a surge of energy towards Frieza. Following a tremendous explosion, Naru slowly closed his eyes. Now, I truly lack the strength to open them again. Through the narrow slits of my eyelids, I witnessed Frieza, unharmed, emerging from the dust. Naru smiled ruefully. What a terrifying cosmic entity. To think of defeating him is a folly. Inflicting even a minor wound upon him is beyond my capability. After all, I am a warrior of Namek. What a lamentable failure. How could I have encountered such a dreadful monster? Frieza floated before Naru, gazing at his bloodied visage, and declared, "This is your final warning. If you do not reveal to me the method to fulfill my wish, I shall not hesitate to end your life." My patience has reached its limit. Observing Frieza's complete loss of composure, Naru felt a profound sense of despair. I have truly done my utmost. However, your desire to fulfill your wish is nothing but a delusion. Your opportunity has vanished. Frieza, sensing an ominous premonition, demanded, "Clarify what you mean." With a grim smile, Naru replied, "You have run out of chances. I have already delayed enough time. My only purpose was to fulfill the Elder's directive and keep you occupied here. Furthermore, Dandy has likely joined forces with our friends on Earth and will soon arrive. They will undoubtedly fulfill their wishes first. You have no opportunity left, you ruthless fiend. What does it matter if you are the strongest? You have fallen into our trap." At this moment, Frieza was taken aback, suddenly recalling the small boy he had brushed past upon arrival. Yes, it must be that boy. The Namekian child surely knows the method to realize wishes. How careless I have been. Without further ado, Frieza ascended into the air, activating the button on his scanner. What is happening? Chapter 159. The dragon requires Namekian language to grant wishes. All signals from the Ginyu Force have vanished. Could they have been annihilated? Who could have defeated them? Vegeta? Are the Earthlings involved in the fate of the Namekians? However, the Dragon Balls I possess are surely the ones they are determined to acquire, relying on that little fellow from Namek to grant their wishes. This is indeed a grave oversight. Alas, regardless of the predicament, returning to my spaceship to retrieve the Dragon Balls is of utmost priority. Frieza has confirmed the location of the spaceship and is hastening towards it at remarkable speed. Just as Krillin set out, he sensed a surge of energy from the horizon and approached to investigate. "Dandy, is that you?" In a hurry, Dandy, upon spotting Krillin clad in battle attire, pondered, "Who are you?" Donning the same garb as those ruthless individuals. Upon closer inspection, he realized, "Ah, it's you, Krillin. You startled me." Krillin chuckled awkwardly. "With this outfit, you nearly failed to recognize me, didn't you? Were you frightened?" Dandy replied, "Indeed. How come you're dressed like them? You truly alarmed me." Krillin sheepishly responded, "After several battles, my own attire has been nearly ruined, so I had to borrow this outfit to save face. We have gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, yet we remain clueless on how to use them. I intend to seek guidance from the Elder to learn the method of invocation." Dandy grinned. The Elder anticipated this. "He sent me to inform you of how to realize your wishes. Summoning Shinran and fulfilling wishes is not complicated, primarily requiring the Namekian language." Suddenly, Krillin had an epiphany. "It's that simple?" Dandy affirmed, "Yes, it is indeed that straightforward. Yet, Krillin remained contemplative, realizing that only Bulma could speak the Namekian language. Should I fetch Miss Bulma first? Dandy, with a look of exasperation, pointed to himself. Who do you think I am? Krillin, still processing, replied, You are Dandy. Dandy, exasperated, retorted, Am I not a Namekian? Why on earth would you need to fetch Bulma? Here stands a genuine Namekian before you. Am I not capable of speaking the Namekian language without requiring a terrestrial outsider for translation? Krillin smacked his forehead. Oh dear, I truly cannot believe I made such a blunder. Let us hasten our departure, Dandy. Dandy nodded. Indeed, Naru has likely done his utmost to hold off that fellow named Frieza. He cannot delay him much longer. Observing Krillin's dazed expression, Dandy quickly elucidated, Do not waste time. We must find the Dragon Balls swiftly. This is the Elder's directive. He knew you would struggle to realize your wishes and arranged for me to assist you. However, there is a time constraint, hence Naru is momentarily stalling Frieza. Given Naru's capabilities, he must be reaching his limits by now. The Elder senses his time is short. We must seize this opportunity. Come, let us go. Krillin suddenly grasped the situation. Dandy, we shall depart at once. However, the Grand Elder is indeed somewhat inconsiderate. Why did he not inform us that we would need to summon the dragon using the Namekian language to fulfill our wishes when we arrived? Dandy, feeling helpless, remarked. If I had told you back then, what if you had been interrogated by Frieza and revealed this secret? That would have posed a grave danger. If he were to grant your wishes and learn the method, you would have no chance at all. Krillin slapped his forehead. Yes. I don't know what's been wrong with me these past few days. My mind has been rather muddled. Let's set off quickly, Dandy said. The Grand Elder's lifespan is truly dwindling. This is all the assistance he can provide. With a swift motion, two beams of light vanished from their location, racing towards the spaceship. Gohan looked at Vegeta, who was slumped on the ground, snoring with bubbles of mucus, and shook his head in exasperation. It was astonishing that this fellow could fall asleep in such a short span of time. After all they had endured upon arriving on Namek, his nerves had been taut. Perhaps it was only natural for him to relax and take a rest now. Suddenly, he glanced up and spotted two dark figures in the sky. Oh, isn't that Uncle Krillin and Dandy? Gohan hurriedly approached. You two returned so swiftly. Krillin promptly explained, I encountered Dandy on the way. He was sent by the Grand Elder to assist in granting wishes. We hurried back, concealing our energy. Gohan nodded and replied, The Dragon Balls are still outside the ship. Vegeta is asleep inside. Perhaps the intensity of the battle has left him in a deep slumber. Your method of concealing your energy is indeed wise. He should be unaware. Let us transport the Dragon Balls to a location unknown to him and fulfill our wishes there. Krillin pondered for a moment. Since the Dragon Balls are outside, as long as we do not disturb Vegeta, he will remain oblivious. Thus, the three of them carried the original Dragon Balls to a deserted island. This island was perfectly isolated from Frieza's spaceship, rendering it invisible to any prying eyes. The three stood silently there. Krillin exclaimed, Fantastic! We have the Dragon Balls. And Dandy has arrived. We can finally make our wishes. Gohan interrupted Krillin's solitary joy, saying, Uncle Krillin, I sense a formidable energy approaching us at an astonishing speed. We must fulfill our wishes quickly. Krillin thought to himself, Indeed. Such speed, it will reach us in no time. He swiftly turned to Dandy. Dandy, quickly summon the dragon. We cannot afford any delays. That fellow named Frieza should be returning shortly. Let us take advantage of this time gap and expedite our wishes. Dandy readily agreed. All right. He then called out in the Namekian language, Dragon, appear. Come forth and grant our wishes. As Dandy uttered the Namekian incantation, the 7 Dragon Balls, which lay quietly on the ground, began to emanate a soft glow, slowly transforming into a brilliant golden light. The golden radiance intensified and suddenly shot up to the heavens, manifesting as a brilliant golden beam before the astonished onlookers. Both Krillin and Gohan were taken aback by the sheer magnitude of this energy. As the golden light surged into the sky, the entire atmosphere darkened. Krillin marveled, so it's just like on Earth. Here, summoning the dragon also plunges the sky into complete darkness. Once the light pierced through the heavens, thunderous bolts of lightning cascaded down. In the aftermath, the golden glow gradually morphed into the silhouette of a colossal azure dragon. This shadow slowly coalesced into a tangible form as the dragon opened its crimson eyes. Gazing down upon the 3 individuals below, those who have gathered the Dragon Balls, speak forth your desires. I am Purunga of Namek, the god of dreams. capable of granting you any 3 wishes. Simply articulate your desires. Krillin and Gohan were rendered speechless by the awe-inspiring sight. Krillin continued to reflect. So the Namekian dragon is called Purunga. Their dragon is far more generous than Earth's, able to fulfill 3 wishes. Den chimed in. Did we not tell you before that our dragon can grant 3 wishes? Truly, it is a super dragon. Gohan exclaimed, indeed. It is significantly more powerful than the dragon of Earth, and far more robust as well. Krillin retorted, as if you've ever encountered the Earth dragon. Can you truly judge its girth? Gohan responded, I merely feel that the Earth dragon differs from this one. My father has mentioned it before. Uncle Krillin, let us not dwell on such trivial details. Let us hasten to fulfill our wishes. At this moment, Krillin couldn't help but express his thoughts, acknowledging that the Namekian dragon was indeed magnificent. In terms of size and capabilities, it surpassed the Earth dragon in every aspect. No wonder I jest about its size. As long as it can grant wishes, it is a splendid dragon indeed. Thus, Krillin urged Den, quickly, let the dragon grant our wish. The first wish was straightforward, to resurrect the Earth dragon. The Earth dragon had been extinguished by a rather tedious deity, which was the primary reason for their journey. Den nodded and promptly articulated Krillin's wish in the Namekian language. At that moment, the celestial dragon displayed a look of exasperation, exuding an air of authority and solemnity. It remarked, how peculiar to hear such a strange wish. In all my years of existence, this is the first time I have encountered someone wishing to resurrect a dragon who was extinguished, regardless of how odd the wish may be. As long as it falls within my power, I shall fulfill it. With a flash of golden light, the dragon declared with gravitas, your first wish has been granted. Please state your second wish. Meanwhile, traveling through space, Frieza sensed the sudden darkness enveloping the sky and was taken aback, pondering, what is happening? Isn't this star devoid of day and night? Why has the sky darkened so abruptly? As the sky darkened, an unsettling feeling intensified within me. Could this be an omen? No, it must be that they have exploited the Dragon Balls for some sinister purpose. How infuriating to be outmaneuvered by these rascals. Regardless, I must press on to locate the Dragon Balls before pondering anything else. Meanwhile, hidden in a secluded area of the canyon, Bulma gazed at the now ominous sky, her mind racing with thoughts. Could Gohan and Krillin have succeeded? Just like on Earth, when the Eternal Dragon is summoned, the sky turns black. Surely this indicates success? How wonderful. I must hasten to realize my wish and return home. I truly miss Earth. Goku, Gohan, Krillin, you must persevere. My hope of returning home rests entirely upon your shoulders. At that moment, within the confines of the spaceship, Vegeta was jolted awake from a deep slumber, his heart racing as he sensed an immense energy swiftly approaching their direction. A sudden jolt of alarm coursed through him. Could it be Frieza, that fiend, returning with such overwhelming pressure? No, what is that outside? Why has the sky turned black? And there, in the distance, stood a colossal green creature, towering like a titan, while Kakarot's son was nowhere to be seen. Could it be that they have summoned the legendary Eternal Dragon in my absence? How careless of me. I have been outmaneuvered. At this juncture, Krillin found himself in a quandary. Our sole wish upon arriving at Namek was to resurrect the Dragon of Earth. We hadn't even considered any other wishes. I never anticipated that the Namekian dragon would be so generous, offering us 3 wishes to choose from. We hadn't even thought of what to wish for as our second option. Dend, observing Krillin's distress, replied with furrowed brows. Isn't having 3 wishes a boon? Would you truly be satisfied with just one? The Eternal Dragon in the sky, growing impatient, interjected, Speak your wishes swiftly. My time in this realm is fleeting. I must return to my slumber once our business is concluded. Do not waste my time. At that moment, Gohan summoned his courage and spoke to Dend. For the second wish, let us bring Uncle Piccolo to Namek. He is the Namekian who left from here long ago. His greatest desire must surely be to glimpse his homeland once more. I believe this is Piccolo's deepest wish. After all, he has cared for me for so long. And as his nephew and disciple, I wish to grant him this wish, if possible. Din replied, Of course, this is entirely feasible. It is indeed a noble act to allow a wayward child to return to his homeland. Gohan nodded in agreement. After all, Frieza, that terrifying foe, still lurks here. I trust that Piccolo has trained diligently and can contribute to Namek, as he is a native Namekian. Thus, Din made the second wish directly to the Eternal Dragon. Meanwhile, a brilliant burst of golden light erupted from the side hall of the Earth Temple. As the radiance intensified, the onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, pondering the source of this extraordinary phenomenon. There stood Luo Quan, calmly dragging forth a model of the divine dragon from within the temple, placing it before the gathered crowd. As the light continued to surge, it became evident that the entire dragon model emanated a faint yet formidable aura, moving as if imbued with life, gracefully gliding within the confines of the dragon's pedestal. The spectators marveled, questioning whether their wishes had indeed been granted and whether the Earth's divine dragon had returned to life. Luo Quan, observing the dragon's erratic movements, nodded affirmatively to the crowd. Indeed, they have successfully completed their mission. The divine dragon has been resurrected. The Earth's divine dragon is now at our disposal once more. As for its new capabilities, I shall reveal them upon the return of Wukong and the others. Indeed, these fellows are fortunate. Their mission was accomplished quite well. Piccolo, are you prepared? Chapter 161. The divine dragon of Namek grants wishes. Piccolo stood there, momentarily dazed. Prepare for what? I sensed that Gohan made a second wish to the Namekian dragon, requesting you to visit your homeland and confront the one known as Frieza, who has wrought destruction upon your native land. I hope you can fulfill this task, Luo Quan explained. Piccolo appeared perplexed. What do you mean, Namek? There's a second wish. The others were equally astonished. Could the Namekian dragon truly grant a second wish? Luo Quan clarified. The Namekian dragon, crafted by the Namekians themselves, possesses the ability to grant 3 wishes at once, unlike the Dragon of Earth. Are you ready, Piccolo? They have completed their wishes, and it is time for you to depart. Be cautious. Frieza is a formidable foe. With a subtle smile, Piccolo replied, since he has come to disrupt Namek. As a native of this planet, it is my responsibility to protect it. In a flash of light, Piccolo vanished from sight. The crowd marveled at the wonder of the dragon's power, exclaiming, he has been teleported. The abilities of the dragon are indeed extraordinary. For the moment, they turned their attention back to the revived Earth Dragon, curious to see how it differed from its former self. Despite skepticism regarding the reliability of the dragon's resurrection, there was speculation about the upgraded version. What transformation could it possibly undergo? Luo Quan, you mentioned the dragon would be upgraded. What distinctions will the newly evolved dragon possess? Could you elucidate for us? The dragon may appear similar to its previous form. However, the resurrected version will possess enhanced strength. Many wishes that the old dragon could not fulfill may now be realized by this new iteration, which can grant more powerful and unimaginable desires. Its appearance will also transform. The previous green-skinned creature will be replaced by a vibrant, 5-clawed dragon, more majestic and imposing in its visage, Luo Quan elaborated. The crowd felt a twinge of embarrassment at the mention of the green-skinned creature. However, as I gazed upon the magnificent dragon adorned in a kaleidoscope of colors and 5 majestic claws, it danced gracefully within the confines of the plate, soaring and spiraling with an enchanting vitality. I could not help but admire its splendid form, yet my curiosity lingered regarding its capabilities. Luo Quan, with a calm demeanor, elucidated to the assembly, beauty does not always equate to utility. My divine 7-color dragon possesses the power to fulfill numerous formidable wishes. In due time, we shall witness the realization of those aspirations. However, there exists a significant drawback. Its enhanced abilities mean that the wishes it grants are now far more potent. Yet the time required for their fulfillment has also vastly increased. It will take 3 years to manifest a single wish, unlike the previous annual timeline. 3 years for a wish. What does this signify? The crowd exclaimed in unison. Indeed, with great advantage comes considerable disadvantage. The dragon's power has been substantially amplified, thus elevating the quality of wishes it can fulfill, yet the ease with which such wishes were once granted has diminished. The cooldown period for its transformation has now extended to 3 years. I hope you all cherish the opportunity to have your wishes granted by this dragon. For rarity adds to value, Luo Quan stated. The crowd nodded in understanding. It became clear that as long as the quality of wishes improved, a longer waiting period was indeed justifiable. Although this entity may seem unreliable, some aspects still adhered to logic, and gradually, the group accepted the notion. Luo Quan remarked, seeing your seemingly indifferent expressions, it appears you truly do not grasp the magnitude of the dragon's newfound power. The previous dragon's limits were bound by the innate abilities of Earth. This time, the dragon's potential mirrors the strength of my own omnipotence. In essence, If the dragon so desires, it could conjure an entire universe, a concept so enigmatic that it eludes your comprehension. This knowledge is for my own understanding, and I shan't disclose it to you all, should it fall into the hands of those with nefarious intentions. And they gather the Dragon Balls to wish for the annihilation of a universe. All could be lost. Luo Quan lamented, recognizing the tragic irony of the dragon's overwhelming power. Initially, he had sought merely to refine the dragon, never anticipating such a terrifying outcome, yet they had indeed succeeded in resurrecting his dragon. A wicked sense of amusement filled Luo Quan's heart as he pondered a future wish to grant Beerus, the lazy deity, the combat prowess akin to that of Miss Bulma. How exquisite it would be to witness this slothful being awaken, to find his power reduced to that of a feeble girl on Earth. One could only imagine how he would manage his duties as a destroyer, likely leading to the abandonment by Whis. This foolish creature, given only to slumber and indolence, had left chaos in his wake, forcing me, the time traveler, to clean up his mess. It seems I must seize an opportunity to impart a lesson upon him. Due to his laziness. Just then, as Beerus slept soundly in the temple, an ominous sensation surged within him, jolting his mind awake, dispelling any remnants of sleep. As he felt a sudden urge to expel a bubble of mucus. Suddenly, a couple of sneezes erupted, sending a chilling sensation straight to my forehead. At that moment, Beerus was inwardly taken aback. What was happening? Why did such malice suddenly invade my psyche? The intensity of this feeling was overwhelming. It had been a long time since he had experienced such terror. Was it the Grand Priest or the Omni-King? Could some ominous event befall me? Surely not. And yet, the feeling was so potent. Had Whis been embroiled in some significant happenings of late? Why did an unsettling sense of foreboding seem to linger in the air around me? Whis appeared elegantly and unexpectedly behind Beerus. Observing the god of destruction, clad in a night robe and drenched in cold sweat, he replied nonchalantly, "Greetings, esteemed Lord Beerus. It appears you have had quite the restful slumber, awakening from a nightmare. Congratulations, you have successfully completed your task of destruction anew in this universe. Truly commendable." However, Beerus was in no mood for banter with Whis. With a somber expression, he stated, "This was no mere nightmare. The sensation was exceedingly intense. A formidable malice is swirling above me, and it must be the doing of a deity far superior to myself, harboring intentions against me." Whis offered an elegant smile, seemingly oblivious to Beerus' genuine concern, thinking he was jesting. Chapter 162. Beerus is schemed against what could instill such fear in our esteemed Lord Beerus? Is the Omni-King once again attempting to recruit you? Or have you recently incurred the displeasure of the Grand Priest? That seems unlikely, for you have been in slumber for quite some time, without engaging in any destructive activities. Beerus, with a darkened countenance, responded, "I am not jesting. This overwhelming malice pervades my very soul. As beings equipped with advanced faculties, we possess acute intuitions regarding such matters. I cannot fathom which deity intends to toy with me, and it leaves me quite perturbed. It has robbed me of the desire to sleep." In a tone tinged with melancholy, Beerus implored, "Whis, please assist me. Hurry and investigate the source of this disturbance. My instincts are likely quite accurate this time." Seeing Beerus' earnest demeanor, Whis sighed lightly, extending his slender hand and pointing into the air. The angelic staff materialized before him, which he grasped delicately. He tapped it against the ground several times, and a beam of light appeared before Beerus, revealing nothing but a screen of snowflakes. Whis was taken aback. "It seems your premonition is indeed genuine, Lord Beerus. It must involve someone of significantly higher status than us, as my own faculties cannot predict this. Everything you speak of remains an enigma. I advise you to exercise caution henceforth. Focus on your responsibilities as the god of destruction and refrain from idling away in slumber. Assign unreliable individuals to undertake tasks only if necessary. Otherwise, I believe the Grand Priest and the Omni-King will not trouble you or scrutinize your shortcomings. It is prudent to remain vigilant, lest I find myself unable to assist you. With my limited capabilities, I can offer you no assistance. You must rely on your own fortune. Haha, perhaps you should ponder what breakfast you wish to have upon awakening, and I shall promptly prepare it for you." Observing Whis' smug expression, Beerus' fearsome demeanor swiftly diminished. "It seems my recent indulgence in laziness has displeased those in higher authority. Alas, my days of ease have come to an end. I must diligently fulfill my duties to avoid further complications from these powerful figures. Oh dear, once again, that rascal Whis has outsmarted me. It is truly exasperating. There is a saying, when one cannot resist, it is best to quietly enjoy the moment. It appears my days of idleness are truly over. Whis smiled gently. Very well, as you wish. Lord Beerus, let us depart. The majestic voice of the Namekian dragon resonated in the sky. Your second wish has been granted. Please state your third wish. Gohan, however, looked around in confusion. Wait. Uncle Piccolo should already be on Namek. Where is he? Den sheepishly replied. I only asked the dragon to transport Piccolo from Earth, but I did not specify a location. The dragon likely does not know where to send him. Krillin exclaimed in distress. Oh no. I overlooked that detail. How careless of me. In a flash, a furious Vegeta appeared before them, his face pale with rage, veins bulging. He bellowed at Krillin, Gohan, and the others. You foolish imbeciles. While I was napping, you sneakily made a wish. How despicable. What happened to our alliance? To betray me in such a manner, I will not show mercy this time. You will perish by my hand before we all meet our end. Is it so difficult for me to wish for immortality? Do you not understand my motives? Your relentless attempts to thwart me are utterly contemptible. Though I am now formidable, perhaps even transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan, I still feel an unsettling trepidation when facing Frieza. It is highly likely that I remain no match for that villain. Do you not comprehend the magnitude of Frieza's power and malevolence? He is the annihilator of the entire Namekian race. You must sense that powerful fiend racing towards us. It is too late for words now. This enraged being, whom we have toyed with by seizing his wish, will undoubtedly employ the most brutal methods to annihilate us all and leave no survivors on this planet. Do you grasp the gravity of the situation? If I possessed immortality, I could confront him successfully. You are all such fools. It drives me to madness. Gohan, gazing at the furious Vegeta, timidly remarked. The dragon of Namek can grant 3 wishes. We have only realized 2, so there should still be an opportunity. However, Krillin, in a state of urgency, implored, Gohan, do not reveal this to him. Yet, Vegeta's excitement surged. It seems I still have a chance for immortality. To dominate the universe and eliminate Frieza. These dreams are on the verge of realization. Sometimes, a touch of cunning proves to be quite effective. Meanwhile, Krillin found himself in a moral quandary. Should he assist Frieza or Vegeta? Neither was particularly virtuous, yet Frieza seemed the more malevolent, having slaughtered more Namekians. Vegeta had previously aided them, and thus, he resolved to support him. Dandy, let us help this Vegeta realize his wish. Dandy lowered his head, engulfed in deep contemplation and helplessness. Krillin continued, that fiend named Frieza is certainly more ruthless than this Vegeta, having killed more Namekians. Therefore, let us grant this wish for Vegeta. Perhaps he can indeed defeat Frieza and save Namek. It was worth taking a gamble. Gohan added, that terrifying creature is approaching swiftly. My father's injuries have yet to heal, and we cannot confront Frieza just yet. We must temporarily place our trust in Vegeta. Dandy, have you made your decision? After a lengthy deliberation, Dandy finally steeled his resolve and, using the Namekian language, addressed the dragon Dend. Dend, grant this being named Vegeta the wish of immortality. I solemnly make my wish. After a moment, Dend responded, I'm sorry, but I lack the power to fulfill your wish. Chapter 163. Frieza's wrath at unattainable immortality. At that moment, Vegeta, who had been immersed in the anticipation of achieving immortality, suddenly stared in disbelief at the dragon and Krillin. What? Was it not said that the dragon could fulfill all wishes? Why is it that this modest wish cannot be realized? Dandy, Krillin, and Gohan were equally astonished. Why was this the case? The dragon, sensing his own diminishing strength, flickered in and out of visibility, addressing them. If the wish exceeds my capabilities, I cannot fulfill it. My powers are limited. I apologize. Before he could finish, Den's form vanished entirely. The world around them fell silent. The sky returned to its normal hue, no longer shrouded in darkness, and the flickering lightning dissipated. With a series of resounding thuds, the Dragon Balls transformed into large stone orbs, landing before them as if nothing had transpired. Vegeta, watching the fading figure of the dragon, shouted in frustration, Hey, don't leave. We can come to an agreement. Even if you cannot grant me immortality, bestow upon me eternal youth or longevity instead. Do not depart. He turned to Dandy and Krillin, exclaiming, What is the meaning of this? How can this dragon just vanish without a trace? Without any forewarning? You must provide me with an explanation. Dandy, gritting his teeth and holding back tears, said to Vegeta with deep sorrow and indignation, "Stop shouting. Whatever you say now is futile. The Elder has passed away, and you still do not comprehend. The creator of the Dragon Balls, the Elder, is no more, rendering the Dragon Balls entirely ineffective. There will be no more Dragon Balls in the future. Do you not understand? Here you are, making a commotion, while our Elder has finally reached the end of his life. This time, there is truly no opportunity left. The Eternal Dragon has done all it can. All wishes that could be fulfilled have been granted. What more can you desire? You must now rely on your own fortune." Observing Vegeta's frustrated countenance, Gohan whispered to Krillin, "Uncle Krillin, I heard that the Eternal Dragon of Earth has been resurrected. This time, Luo Quan said it's an upgraded version. I wonder if it can grant the wish for immortality." Krillin, however, sternly cautioned Gohan, "Keep your voice down, Gohan. We must not let these fellows hear us. Otherwise, Earth will be in peril." Gohan seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation and quickly fell silent. Unfortunately, this news had already reached Vegeta's ears. Suddenly, Vegeta's spirits soared. The Earth's Eternal Dragon had indeed been revived and upgraded. It seemed he must journey to Earth, as perhaps his wish could truly be fulfilled. At that moment, Vegeta sensed something and swiftly turned around to see a figure standing quietly on a high platform across the mountain. It was the cosmic tyrant, Frieza. Frieza was now seething with rage, veins bulging, his fists clenching and unclenching in a frenzy, as if he had consumed something utterly distasteful. His cold gaze fixated on the group. He muttered under his breath, "You are quite remarkable. You have successfully enraged me and even informed me of the new Dragon Balls. How shall I express my gratitude?" Krillin, Gohan, and Dandy were trembling in fear, barely able to stand. Was this the aura of that most wicked being? It was overwhelmingly powerful. The sensation was utterly irresistible. How could such a monster exist? It had truly appeared and inadvertently overheard the previous conversation. This was dire indeed. What should they do now? Yet Vegeta, gritting his teeth, stood firm against the oppressive force exuded by Frieza and declared through clenched jaws, "Frieza, at this point, I am unafraid to tell you that I have transformed into a Super Saiyan. I will no longer fear you. I am determined to defeat you and then journey to Earth to find the newly upgraded Dragon Balls to fulfill my wish for immortality. You will not succeed." Frieza continued with a sardonic smile, "You have brought me much delight and several surprises. By the way, where is my Ginyu Force? Have you truly annihilated them all? You are indeed talented. To have defeated my meticulously selected Ginyu Force, it seems I have underestimated you. Quite impressive. How did you manage to unearth the Dragon Balls buried beneath the ground? You have truly astonished me. Surprisingly, there are still wishes that even the Eternal Dragon cannot fulfill. I must extend my gratitude to you, Vegeta, for informing me of the existence of Dragon Balls on Earth. How should I express my thanks? I have suddenly realized that my mood has considerably improved. Perhaps I will find solace in eliminating you all swiftly, granting you a merciful end, an act for which you should be grateful." Frieza suddenly glared with his triangular eyes and bellowed at the crowd. "You have indefinitely prolonged my dreams and wasted much of my time. As retribution, I shall engage you in a delightful game, one by one. I will extinguish your lives before me, as compensation for my troubles. Although my wishes remain unfulfilled, the time for our game has commenced. Cherish these final moments, for they shall not last long." Krillin and Gohan swiftly evaded to the side, poised for action at any moment. Dend, trembling, concealed himself behind a large rock on the back mountain, reciting in his mind, "This terrifying being, could he truly intend to strike us?" Vegeta smirked slightly at Frieza. "You truly underestimate the extent of my newfound power. Do you believe I remain as feeble as before, susceptible to your bullying and intimidation? I am no longer easily defeated. I have transformed into the Super Saiyan you dread most. Your time of arrogance has come to an end. Now is my moment to shine, not yours." Frieza, however, responded with a cold chuckle, "It seems you have forgotten my might and the terror I embody. I shall have to teach you the meaning of humility once more." With a series of resounding explosions, Frieza's aura began to surge, culminating in a tremendous display of power. Vegeta felt a shiver of apprehension. The full extent of Frieza's strength seemed to eclipse his own. How could this be? Surely, it must be an illusion. Only a confrontation will reveal the truth. In the distance, Piccolo, racing towards them, marveled, "So this is Namek. My homeland, how beautiful it is." The familiar surroundings felt comforting. It appears that the eternal dragon indeed transported me back to Namek. A powerful aura loomed nearby, growing even stronger. Could it be the Frieza that Krillin and Gohan spoke of? Chapter 164. The fusion of Piccolo and Nail. I must hasten to their aid, lest Krillin and Gohan find themselves in peril. With this thought, Piccolo increased his flying speed, determined to reach them. But wait, what is that below? A faint yet familiar energy signature. Piccolo halted midair, descending to examine the near-lifeless form of Nail on the ground. What an honor it is to encounter a fellow Namekian on the brink of death, he remarked to Nail. Naru, feebly lifting his gaze, looked at the descending Piccolo and remarked, indeed, it appears that Dandy has truly assisted the friends of the Earthlings in realizing their aspirations. You are the Namekian who grew up on Earth, are you not? It is an honor to meet you here. It seems your friends have indeed achieved their wishes. Piccolo, however, coldly replied, while I am pleased to encounter one of my kin, my friends are likely still engaged in a fierce battle with that individual named Frieza. Should I delay, I may be unable to assist them. Do not hold it against me if I choose not to intervene. Your injuries are too severe. I cannot save you. Let us part ways here. Yet Naru weakly interjected, wait a moment, Namekian from Earth. You are quite impressive, and your training has yielded remarkable results. Your energy is surprisingly potent, indeed surpassing my expectations. You are truly a genius among Namekians. However, allow me to finish before you depart. Despite your exceptional talents and formidable abilities, rushing into battle against Frieza would not be wise. My instincts are seldom wrong. You are incomplete in form. If you were to unite with your original body, perhaps you could triumph over Frieza. But in your current state, you would surely be no match for him. Please trust me. As kin, my feelings toward you should not be mistaken. At this moment, Piccolo was taken aback, realizing that Naru possessed knowledge of such matters. Confirming that he was indeed sincere. It was truly perplexing. The power of shared ancestry was indeed remarkable. Piccolo gritted his teeth. What use is it to speak of this now? I cannot return to Earth to merge with my original form. Discussing this is utterly pointless. Even if I could return, I have no intention of reuniting with that detestable being. Do you understand? Naru replied weakly, if you do not merge, with your current strength, you will not stand a chance against Frieza. My injuries are a testament to my battle with him, which has left me gravely wounded and on the brink of death. Are you not aware of the dire situation? If you truly resist merging with your original form, then perhaps you should consider merging with me. I am the last combatant of our kind from planet Namek. Piccolo responded solemnly, if I were to merge with you, would I still be myself? My soul, my consciousness, I do not wish to share these with another. I want to remain myself. I refuse to share a body with anyone. That is something I cannot accept. Naru shook his head with a wry smile. The merging of Namekians is a natural talent of our race. It does not affect your soul, consciousness, or thoughts. You are overthinking this. I merely intend to guide the latent potential within your body to awaken it, fully integrating my strength into yours, granting you the combined power of 2. This is not simply a matter of 1 + 1 = 2. Do you not yet comprehend? If you embrace this union, you will become the most powerful Namekian in existence. However, Piccolo was even more perplexed. You say that we Namekians possess such extraordinary abilities. So why did you not unite with your kin to vanquish the cosmic marauder Frieza? How did it come to pass that you were reduced to this state? I find this utterly perplexing. Nail, with a sense of resignation, replied, the arrival of those cosmic brigands was far too abrupt, and the Grand Elder, due to his advanced age, had been in a state of slumber. Upon awakening, he discovered that most of our kin had been ruthlessly slaughtered by Frieza and his minions, with the remaining few only able to safeguard the Grand Elder's safety. Now, the Grand Elder has also passed away. You must be aware that true Namekians, during your time on Earth, faced near extinction due to the erratic climate of our planet. It was through the method of fusion that the Namekians survived that calamity, gradually managing to endure. I trust you are familiar with this. I can no longer engage in further discourse with you. Quickly unite with me to defeat that wretched Frieza and avenge our fallen kin. You are now the last hope of the Namekian race. I implore you not to squander my goodwill. Do not hesitate any longer. I am running out of time. Piccolo, being a decisive individual, pondered for a moment without further delay, gazing at the frail Nail, and inquired, what must I do? Nail raised his hand slightly. It is quite simple. Place your arm upon my chest, and simply await the outcome. Piccolo remarked, so it is that straightforward. I must inform you that if I sense anything amiss, I will promptly expel you from my body. Nail chuckled. You are overthinking this. You would perceive my goodwill as a conspiracy. Without further hesitation, Piccolo gently crouched beside Nail and placed his arm upon Nail's chest, saying, "All right, you may commence." Nail smiled faintly, saying nothing. As he gazed up at the sky of Namek, his eyes filled with nostalgia. Suddenly, a radiant glow emanated from Nail, and his entire form transformed into a sphere of energy that flowed into Piccolo through his arm. Piccolo was overwhelmed with astonishment. This was truly marvelous. It was incredible that Namekians possessed such a gift of fusion. The sensation was unprecedented. My power has not merely multiplied several times, but has increased exponentially. It is terrifying. It feels as though a planet now rests within my grasp. I could obliterate it. Observing this being called Nail, it is clear he did not deceive me. With this newfound strength, not only could I confront Frieza, but even 10 Friezas would fall before me, reduced to mere dust. This is extraordinary. I never dreamed of such a possibility. Elated, Piccolo soared into the air, reveling in the overwhelming power surging within him. Who would have thought that I, Piccolo, would reach such heights? For my homeland, for my people, Frieza, prepare to meet your demise. Now, I possess absolute confidence in my ability to defeat you. Chapter 165. Frieza's transformation. Thus, Piccolo transformed into a radiant beam of light, soaring towards the battlefield of Frieza at a speed exponentially greater than before. This time, Piccolo was truly fortunate, exuding confidence as he faced any adversary with unyielding resolve. The exhilaration of confronting divine beings and formidable foes was unparalleled. One could only ponder whether Piccolo sensed the profound regret of Nail as he embarked on this journey. In the face of Frieza's overwhelming presence, Vegeta stepped forward, unleashing his own energy. "Before you stands a Super Saiyan," he declared. Frieza retorted, "Vegeta, cast aside your arrogance. I am your true adversary." At that moment, Krillin and Gohan trembled in apprehension, unsure how to respond. How could Vegeta dare to confront such a monstrous being? Would he not be reduced to dust by Frieza's might? Gohan expressed his concerns. Krillin pondered, "No, Vegeta is not reckless. He would not challenge such a terrifying creature without substantial strength." Frieza erupted into laughter. "Vegeta, you have yet to shed the Saiyan penchant for boasting. Allow me to enlighten you on what true power is, and I shall teach you the essence of humility in mere moments." Ascending into the air, Frieza summoned his speed, and in an instant, he launched a powerful punch aimed directly at Vegeta's face. Vegeta, undeterred, raised his right hand and, with a swift motion, grasped Frieza's fist firmly. Astonishingly, he had blocked the attack. This speed, this force, and destructive capability, Vegeta had managed to withstand it. Frieza was taken aback. He could see through my movements and even counter my strike. Without hesitation, Frieza's other hand surged towards Vegeta's head, only to be intercepted once more as Vegeta caught it with his other hand. This time, Frieza was genuinely astonished. This young Saiyan had vastly improved, successfully defending against both of his assaults. Impressive indeed, but I have yet to unleash my full strength. At that moment, both warriors, suspended in midair, continued to unleash their burgeoning energies. The beeping of Frieza's scouter intensified as he observed the rising power levels. Secretly, he mused, "Remarkable, this fellow's strength is steadily increasing. Nearing 500,000. It appears I have underestimated him." As the battle power escalated, the scouter finally succumbed to the pressure, exploding violently against Frieza's face. In the wake of this explosion, the confrontation momentarily ceased. Frieza was pushed back a distance, gazing intently at Vegeta before finally stating, "Not bad. You've rapidly enhanced your strength to a level that can match me in this state. I truly underestimated you." Vegeta, brimming with pride, proclaimed, "Is this not what you fear most, the Super Saiyan? Do you feel the terror yet? I know you are already afraid. If you kneel and plead for mercy, I, Vegeta, might consider sparing you." Ha ha ha, what a triumphant moment. Upon witnessing Vegeta's ability to withstand Frieza's strike, Krillin and Gohan felt a surge of confidence. Krillin exclaimed, "Gohan, is it truly possible for you Saiyans to become this formidable? This fellow actually blocked an attack from that monster. How terrifying. It seems we still have a glimmer of hope for survival." Gohan chimed in, "Yes, indeed. I never anticipated this guy would become so powerful. Uncle Krillin, do you think I will ever reach such strength?" Krillin, rolling his eyes in exasperation, replied, "You, as a Saiyan, do not even comprehend your own capabilities. Yet you ask me? Your current power has already surpassed mine by a considerable margin. Even if I were to challenge you now, I would be no match for you. If Vegeta truly harnesses his potential, perhaps the three of us could indeed defeat that creature named Frieza. At last, we see a glimmer of hope. Let us continue to observe. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Frieza shook his head lightly, saying, Vegeta, it is not that I underestimate you. If this is all the strength you possess, you have greatly disappointed me. What is this Super Saiyan? The notion of a Super Saiyan is utterly absurd. You do not grasp the true significance it entails. Do you really believe your meager power warrants such arrogance? How laughable. Vegeta, undeterred by Frieza's taunts, gathered all his energy and, in an instant, charged forward, appearing before Frieza and delivering a powerful punch to his chest. With a resounding impact, Frieza staggered back a few steps, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Vegeta had surprisingly landed a hit. Krillin and Gohan erupted with excitement. Remarkable. I cannot believe Vegeta truly has the strength to knock down that Frieza with a single blow. It seems we genuinely have hope this time. They both rushed out from their hiding place, cheering for Vegeta. Vegeta smirked coldly. What do you think now, Frieza? Did you not expect my power to have increased so significantly? Before you stands the proud prince of the Saiyans. You shall pay for your past transgressions against me. And now is the time for you to atone. Frieza, still on the ground, slowly rose, wiping the blood from his mouth. What has instilled such arrogance in you? Are you unaware of my ability to transform? Poor Vegeta, after all these years in my company, you remain oblivious to my transformation capabilities. Your ignorance is truly astounding. To revel in your current level of strength is the epitome of folly. If that is the case, allow me to showcase the power I possess after transformation. With a series of fierce roars, Frieza began to undergo his transformation. Krillin and Gohan, taken aback, exclaimed, Vegeta can transform too? What does that even mean? Why have we never heard of this before? Vegeta, standing to the side, elucidated, some extraterrestrials possess the ability to augment their power by transforming into different forms. For instance, the creature you previously encountered, Zarbin, could metamorphose into a frog, significantly enhancing his muscle mass, strength, and speed, thereby greatly amplifying his combat prowess. This is a unique trait among certain alien races. Transformation is a fundamental skill. Do not be overly astonished. Chapter 166. Frieza transforms to confront Vegeta. Frieza coldly retorted. You are overthinking it. My transformations are not merely for the sake of increasing power. How ludicrous. Clearly, you have no understanding of my nature. Our race is endowed with terrifying innate abilities and possesses immense combat strength from birth. Our power is so overwhelming that it is nearly uncontrollable. With a mere gesture, we could obliterate our own base or annihilate our planet. To restrain such formidable force and avoid collateral damage, I cannot utilize my transformation abilities. I must compress my combat strength gradually, concealing it from view. Thus, Vegeta, you may strike me down with a single blow. Should my true power be unleashed, not only would you be overwhelmed, but this planet itself would be insufficient to contain my might. Do you not comprehend this? The title of Frieza, the Cosmic Emperor, is not a mere moniker. It appears that without witnessing the fruits of my transformation, you remain undeterred. In the past, when I attacked planet Vegeta, I did not resort to my transformation even against your father, yet I still brought him to his knees. Vegeta retorted icily, what does he matter? I am the most exceptional combat prodigy among mortals, far surpassing my father. Furthermore, you have never even faced him in battle. You launched a surprise attack on planet Vegeta from outer space using planet-destroying missiles. You annihilated the planet without engaging our warriors in direct combat. Spare us your boasts. With that, Frieza shattered the armor he wore. Vegeta observed, bursting into laughter. Shattering your armor? Is this your transformation, Frieza? How utterly amusing. You could simply admit your inability without making me laugh so hard. Shattering armor is a feat anyone in the universe could achieve. I could easily break this armor you wear. Must you be so ridiculous? Frieza coldly replied, the moment for you to witness a miracle has arrived. No one who has endured my transformations has lived to see the next day. With a series of furious roars, Frieza's form began to swell. What once appeared as a diminutive demon now transformed into a towering, formidable demon. His height, physique, and energy surged exponentially, akin to a 5 or 6-year-old child suddenly becoming a robust adult. This transformation exceeded Vegeta's wildest imaginings, as the changes were profound and far-reaching. Gohan turned to Krillin and exclaimed, "Uncle Krillin, this is dire." He has indeed transformed, and his size has become so immense. He looks utterly terrifying. Vegeta, standing nearby, coldly remarked, "Not only has his physique expanded, but his aura has also surged dramatically. His combat power has at least doubled. From my current perspective, his battle strength must exceed 1 million. This is truly troublesome. I never imagined he could transform. After all these years of following him, I was completely unaware of this revelation. He has concealed it so deeply, and now we are in real danger." Krillin, drenched in cold sweat, fretted, "What should we do? We are certainly no match for him now." After his physical transformation, Frieza stood quietly, suddenly tightening his aura and concentrating his energy into a single point, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion from his limbs in a full 360-degree blast. The deafening boom caught Vegeta, Krillin, and the others off guard. They hurriedly retreated to avoid the blast. And as the cacophony subsided, Gohan anxiously inquired, "Uncle Krillin, are you all right?" Krillin shook his head. "It's nothing. I managed to dodge in time." "What about Dandy?" Gohan asked. "Dandy is behind me. I shielded him, and we escaped the explosion's radius. Truly perilous." Gohan continued, "But Uncle Krillin, you're bleeding." Krillin wiped his forehead and replied, "It's nothing serious, just a minor injury from the debris. I was out of the explosion's range." Vegeta quickly took cover nearby, suspended in midair, inwardly lamenting the terrifying energy. It seemed that this transformation had significantly enhanced Frieza's power. This truly was a grave situation. Even in my Super Saiyan form, I feel a sense of despair. What should I do? Meanwhile, Frieza remained stationary, gradually retracting his body. Addressing the three who had narrowly evaded the blast, he smirked. "Well done. It seems your evasive instincts are commendable. How do you like this technique? Isn't at the very move that made you three famous? This is merely an appetizer. The main course is coming soon. Does this technique feel oddly familiar? The next one may be even more pleasant for you. You have successfully angered me, prompting my transformation. As a reward for your actions, I have decided to send you to hell, one by one, in my chosen order. Are you prepared? Which of you is ready to meet your demise first? Let me see the order of your decision. Let the games begin." In a flash, Frieza vanished from sight, only to reappear directly beneath Krillin, whose abdomen was brutally pierced by Frieza's sharp horn. With a sickening sound, Krillin, caught off guard, was grievously wounded and let out a pained scream. Bewildered, he gazed at the gaping wound in his stomach, muttering, "When did this fiend get so close to me and strike? I didn't even sense his approach. He is truly a terrifying adversary." Frieza merely shook his head, a sinister grin on his face. With a swift flick of his head, Krillin was flung into the adjacent lake, his voice trailing behind him. "I sincerely apologize. I just transformed, and my powers are a bit uncontrollable. I may have struck a little too hard. I intended to play with you longer, but inadvertently pierced through you. Please don't perish so easily, otherwise I shall be deprived of a delightful plaything." At this moment, Vegeta was visibly trembling in fear. Krillin felt his life force rapidly diminishing, realizing the gravity of the situation. "This is dire. I am not yet married, nor do I have a girlfriend, and here I am on the brink of death. Could it be that my prophecy is coming to fruition? This is horrifying. I cannot accept being slain without even a chance to fight back." Vegeta, gritting his teeth and clenching his fists, remarked, "What incredible speed. This is a truly terrifying individual." In the blink of an eye, he dashed past me without giving me a moment to react. I failed to discern his movements. His target should have been that Namekian child, yet Krillin intercepted him. This display of power fills me with despair. Chapter 167, Frieza ambushed by Vegeta. Gohan shouted nearby, "Uncle Krillin, are you all right?" He dashed towards the spot where Krillin had fallen, eager to assess his injuries. However, Frieza swiftly appeared before Gohan, blocking his path. "Calm down, little one. Once this bald fellow breathes his last, you shall be next. Why the haste?" Gohan's fury ignited. Sorrow and rage surged within him. He bellowed, "You! Step aside and do not obstruct my way. What have you done to Uncle Krillin?" As his anger erupted, an overwhelming aura emanated from him, startling Vegeta. "I can't believe this kid possesses such power. It seems his rage has significantly amplified his strength. He may have surpassed me. What a formidable child, this half-breed from Earth. Could he truly be the legendary Super Saiyan? This is enlightening." Gohan unleashed all his might, delivering a powerful punch to Frieza's face post-transformation. Frieza was sent tumbling backward. Gohan followed up with a fierce kick, sending Frieza crashing to the ground. Unsatisfied, Gohan mobilized both hands, channeling an immense energy wave, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts upon Frieza, who lay on the ground. The explosions reverberated as Gohan unleashed 2 to 3 dozen powerful energy blasts. However, with each explosive release, Gohan's stamina waned. As the energy waves continued to surge forth, he gradually regained his composure, shifting his focus away from assaulting Frieza to searching for the injured Krillin by the lake. He discovered Krillin had been retrieved from the depths by Dend and was resting against a nearby rock. Gohan anxiously inquired, "How are you? Uncle Krillin, are you all right? Do you not possess that life-saving scroll? Why did you not use it?" Krillin sighed in dismay, lamenting, "Isn't this a matter of timing? Who could have anticipated that this fellow would launch a surprise attack on me right after transforming? I inadvertently fell victim to his ploy. No matter, I am still breathing. Albeit barely. I should survive for now, but you must exercise caution." Meanwhile, Vegeta silently mused, "You fool. Do you truly believe that such a meager assault could vanquish Frieza? Take a look around. Even in the midst of battle, you still have the audacity to concern yourself with others. Perhaps you should prioritize your own adversary." Suddenly, Gohan lifted his gaze, startled by the sight of Frieza, untouched and unscathed. Frieza, with a smile, addressed Gohan, "Well done, little one. Your energy is indeed formidable. I felt a slight pang from your strike, and as a reward for your audacity in attacking me, I shall commence with your annihilation. Since you so fervently seek your demise, I shall graciously grant you this small wish." Gohan was left utterly dumbfounded. No way. I unleashed my full power just now, and yet it inflicted not a shred of damage upon him. What manner of monster is he? Frieza chuckled, "Prepare to meet your end, little one." In an instant, he reappeared directly in front of Gohan. This time, Gohan barely had time to comprehend the situation before a shadow flickered before him. Frieza, standing before Gohan, suddenly thrust a horn into Gohan's abdomen. The force of this blow left Gohan grievously wounded, bending his body like a shrimp and causing him to sputter water. Frieza, gleefully taunting, remarked, "How does it feel, little one? Since you so ardently desired to seek death first, I shall oblige. Observe how magnanimous I am." Watching Gohan curled up like a shrimp, Frieza playfully swatted him away, sending him flying. "Now you comprehend my might, don't you? Brace yourself for the fury of Frieza." Just then, Frieza sensed a surge of energy behind him, and upon turning slightly in surprise, he beheld Vegeta gathering an intense energy wave, preparing to launch a surprise attack. This energy wave was likely the culmination of Vegeta's utmost strength, channeling all his power. With a sinister grin, Vegeta declared, "Behold my piercing cannon. This time, there is no escape for you. You will thoroughly taste my ambush, and I doubt you will rise again. Ha ha ha, Frieza, you have underestimated me." With a resounding explosion, the blast was tremendous. Vegeta smiled confidently as he observed the scene of destruction. However, as the smoke began to clear, Frieza emerged unscathed from the center of the explosion. This sight left Vegeta pale with terror, rendered speechless. You transformed into a monster after your change. Are you truly immortal?" Vegeta found himself devoid of the strength to resist, his heart consumed by despair. Vegeta fixed his gaze upon Frieza as the latter approached him step by step, rendered speechless. Frieza smiled faintly at Vegeta, taunting, "What is this? Are you unable to endure the silence, eager to seek your demise prematurely? Fear not, I shall adhere to my sequence. First, I will dispose of that little brat before attending to you. Struggle in the terror of death for now." This is how Vegeta provoked him. Vegeta, in a state of despair, found himself devoid of the courage to flee. His full-force strike had inflicted no damage whatsoever and was met with ridicule. Not only did he fail to cause any harm, but his stamina had also significantly waned, plunging him into a profound abyss of despair. Frieza, however, paid him no mind. With a swift maneuver, he reappeared behind the battered Gohan, seizing the boy's head in his grasp. With a flurry of blows from his hands and feet, he unleashed a torrent of punishment upon Gohan's back. The onslaught rendered Gohan incapable of even emitting a cry, as he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness. Observing Gohan's fading consciousness, Frieza deemed him still aware enough, before carelessly discarding the severely injured boy onto the ground. A colossal foot then rested lightly upon Gohan's head. "Poor little brat, you chose to oppose me. Since you are so ungrateful, allow me, Lord Frieza, to send you to your final rest." He sneered, "With a gentle press of my horn upon your fragile little skull, you shall depart for the underworld. Who would have thought you would be the first among this lot to meet your end? Suddenly, an unsettling sensation gripped Frieza's heart as he pondered, what is happening? Chapter 168, Frieza's Plight. Frieza abruptly turned to see a ki blast slicing through the air towards him. What is this? Who dares to launch a surprise attack from behind? He swiftly evaded, yet his tail was not as fortunate. With a swift motion, a segment was severed by the ki blast. Krillin, witnessing the success of the initial ki blast, felt a surge of elation. It seemed this technique was indeed effective against Frieza. Resolute, he conjured 2 more ki blasts, hurling them towards Frieza. At this juncture, Frieza had received sufficient warning and evasion became increasingly difficult. As he deftly sidestepped, the 2 ki blasts sliced past him. Frieza seethed, "You insufferable bald-headed pest. So it is you who dares to ambush me. This time, I shall reduce you to cosmic dust, and let us see how you shall resurrect." As Krillin finally relaxed, having gained Frieza's attention, he realized how perilous the situation had become for Gohan. Oh no, all his wrath is now directed at me. This is exceedingly dangerous. What to do? That last attack was so swift, I barely had time to react or utilize the scroll that Rashi gifted me. Perhaps I should resort to my life-saving artifact? Without hesitation, Krillin retrieved a scroll from his waist, shattering it open, only to find himself utterly dumbfounded. Confronted by the menacing visage of Frieza, Krillin unfurled the life-saving scroll, only to find it inscribed with a single word, flee. At that moment, Krillin's spirit shattered. What sort of absurdity was this? Faced with such a terrifying monster, my scroll merely instructs me to escape, as if I were oblivious to the need for flight? Frieza's expression twisted into one of derision. Enraged, Frieza thought to himself, this little bald-headed fool not only ambushed me, but now flaunts a scroll while making faces. It would be a grave injustice to let you live. With that, Frieza ascended into the air, poised to strike Krillin. A cold sweat broke out on Krillin's brow as he thought, good heavens. Truly, the gods are unreliable. In this critical moment, he realized reliance on others was futile. As Frieza charged towards him, Krillin reacted swiftly, unleashing a solar flare. Positioning his hands over his temples, he emitted a blinding light that seared Frieza's eyes, momentarily robbing him of sight. Frieza clutched his eyes, exclaiming, "My eyes! What sort of technique is this? I cannot see." Despite the sudden disadvantage, Frieza remained vigilant, channeling his energy to safeguard against further ambushes. Krillin, brimming with confidence, urged, "This is a rare opportunity. Vegeta, strike now. Your power is unmatched. Take advantage of Frieza's blindness to deliver a decisive blow." However, Vegeta appeared lost in thought, seemingly oblivious to Krillin's plea. Realizing Vegeta faltered at a critical juncture, Krillin felt a chill of despair as he observed Frieza's impending recovery. Resolute, he decided to adhere to the guidance of the scroll. Without further ado, he pivoted and dashed away like a wounded rabbit, fleeing with all his might. If he lingered, he would surely be obliterated by Frieza. Alas, how unfortunate it was to be surrounded by such unreliable companions. After enduring a treacherous journey, the supposedly powerful divine scroll sent by Goku turned out to be a deceptive artifact, offering nothing but a singular word of wisdom. Did it really think a mind as astute as mine needed reminding to flee in the face of overwhelming opposition? With a sigh, he lamented that he was better off relying on his own solar flare. Meanwhile, Vegeta focused intently on Gohan, bewildered by how this seemingly lifeless boy had mustered the vigor to launch an ambush against Frieza. How could he have escaped so swiftly? There was undoubtedly something amiss. He beheld the ailing son Gohan, lying feebly on the ground. Seizing the moment while Frieza was preoccupied with Krillin, he stealthily approached Gohan's side. With both hands emanating a radiant white light, he gently caressed Gohan's chest. In an instant, the brilliance flickered and vanished, revealing that Gohan's injuries had miraculously healed, and his vitality restored. Vegeta, taken aback, realized the extraordinary healing abilities possessed by this Namekian. Overwhelmed with a mix of astonishment and delight, he turned sharply to Krillin and demanded, "Why did you not inform me of this Namekian's capabilities sooner? Such pivotal strategic information should not have been withheld, especially if you expect my assistance in defeating Frieza." Krillin, feeling awkward, replied, "I had no idea. This ability only just manifested. Had I known earlier, I would have had him heal Goku directly, sparing us all this delay." Upon reflection, Vegeta conceded the truth in Krillin's words. This young lad would not deceive him. for he would never joke with his own life at stake. As he turned to observe Gohan, now fully restored, the latter leaped effortlessly to Vegeta's side. Vegeta could not help but marvel. Indeed, the blood of Saiyans flows through our veins. After teetering on the brink of death, he has regained not only his health, but substantial combat prowess. Perhaps collaborating with these individuals will indeed allow us to vanquish Frieza. Fortune seems to favor us after all. I never expected this Namekian child to possess such remarkable abilities. Frieza, now regaining his sight, was taken aback at the sight of the rejuvenated Gohan. What is happening? This boy was on the verge of death moments ago. How is he now so lively before me? Am I hallucinating due to an overwhelming surge of energy? Or has my transformation impaired my senses? It cannot be. Suddenly, Vegeta sensed something amiss and tilted his head towards the distant sky, exclaiming, "Be on guard. Someone else approaches." What is it? Why does someone always interrupt our battles? Frieza pondered, curiosity piqued. Krillin, Gohan, and Frieza all felt the powerful aura emanating from afar. With a rush, a golden light flashed, slowly revealing a figure. Chapter 169. The group's surprise at Piccolo. Gohan, filled with excitement, shouted, "Uncle Piccolo, it's you. You've finally fulfilled your wish and returned to visit your homeland. You've made it just in time. We have hope now." Krillin nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Piccolo. You've finally arrived." With a slight smile, Piccolo confidently addressed them, "Apologies for the wait. I'm here now. Leave Frieza to me. You can rest assured. I will not let him escape after ravaging my homeland." Vegeta, standing nearby, scoffed, "So it's you. Just a defeated foe." Piccolo cast a cold glance at Vegeta, indicating his disinterest in engaging with him. He then addressed Frieza, his voice low yet firm. "So you are Frieza? You have ravaged my homeland and slaughtered my kin? Now, it is my turn to settle the score with you." "Huh, your fortune has come to an end." Vegeta interjected mockingly. "Is this the reinforcements you summoned with the Dragon Balls? Truly laughable. This creature, who cannot even defeat Nappa, dares to challenge Frieza? Is this the kind of assistance you have summoned from Earth? What purpose does it serve? What a foolish waste of a wish." Krillin shared Vegeta's skepticism toward Piccolo, for the battle on Earth had only recently concluded. No matter how diligently Piccolo trained, it was implausible for him to possess such formidable strength at this moment. If even Vegeta struggled against Frieza, how could Piccolo hope to fare any better? As Krillin hesitated, he observed Piccolo descend confidently from the sky, confronting Frieza directly. Frieza, taken aback, remarked, "Oh, how curious. There are still Namekians on this planet. Where have you been hiding? Why did you not show yourself when we were slaughtering your people? Indeed, today has been filled with peculiar occurrences, and rather than speculate, I might as well eliminate you all." Dandy gazed at Piccolo from above, pondering. Is this the Piccolo who returned from Earth? Why does he seem so familiar? His appearance and aura remind me of Nail, or so it seems. Gently landing beside Dandy, Piccolo urged, "Dandy, this place is perilous. You must vacate the battlefield immediately. It would be unfortunate if you were harmed." Dandy was taken aback, astonished that this newcomer, just returned from another world, could recognize him. What could this possibly mean? Yet, understanding the gravity of the moment, Dandy turned and fled, seeking refuge at the foot of a mountain. Piccolo, still filled with curiosity, chose not to dwell on these thoughts. Instead, he faced Frieza, contemplating the formidable power of his opponent. It appeared that this foe was indeed a challenging adversary, for even in his fused state with Nail, he seemed evenly matched. Frieza, unwilling to show any restraint, thought to himself, "A surviving Namekian, is it? I shall eradicate him without hesitation." With that, Frieza lunged at Piccolo. Ready for battle, Piccolo assumed a defensive stance in midair. A series of explosive sounds erupted as the two engaged in a flurry of strikes, discovering that their speed, strength, and defenses were evenly matched. Frieza was taken aback. This Namekian possessed astonishing combat prowess, managing to hold his ground against him, even in his first transformation. This encounter was indeed remarkable. Observing a fleeting opportunity, Frieza effortlessly concentrated a sphere of purple energy, which he promptly hurled towards Piccolo. With a resounding shout, Piccolo summoned all his strength and, with a swift punch, deflected Frieza's energy sphere to the side. A thunderous explosion ensued, startling Frieza. To his astonishment, the energy he had unleashed was effortlessly repelled by Piccolo's strike. Indeed, he was a formidable adversary. Yet, Piccolo remained undeterred, conjuring a massive wave of azure energy that he flung towards Frieza. The ensuing shockwave struck Frieza squarely, who failed to evade the overwhelming force. As the dust began to settle, it revealed numerous burns and smoke emanating from Frieza's body. Gritting his teeth mid-air, Frieza exclaimed, "You have inflicted such grievous harm upon me. I truly underestimated you. What manner of creature is this Namekian? It is perplexing that his attacks can cause me such significant injury. The strongest warrior of the Namekians possesses merely a battle power of 42,000. Yet this individual before me is entirely different, surely boasting a power level exceeding 1 million. What sorcery is this?" Krillin and Gohan stood in stunned silence, their mouths agape. Is this truly the Piccolo from Earth? How could he engage in such a fierce exchange with a transformed Frieza, annihilating his energy attack with a single blow and even wounding this terrifying creature? This was the first time they had witnessed Frieza sustain injuries throughout their prolonged conflict. Had Piccolo perhaps been possessed by a divine spirit? Vegeta, deeply astonished, mused to himself. What is happening? Is this the same Namekian who was once bested by that weakling, Dabura? How has he acquired such immense power? Such formidable potential? To be able to trade blows with a transformed Frieza? Could it be that Namekians are the true warriors? This is indeed a fearsome being. In just over a month, how could he have improved so dramatically? As a proud Saiyan warrior, I have endured countless trials to attain my current strength, yet I am still no match for Frieza. This individual surpasses me in power. It is truly incomprehensible, this terrifying race. It appears I have much to learn. Gohan, filled with excitement, turned to Krillin and declared, "Uncle Krillin, with Uncle Piccolo so powerful, it seems we have a chance at victory. We won't perish here today." Krillin nodded in agreement. Indeed, I never anticipated Piccolo's transformation would be so profound. We can finally see hope. Piccolo, you must persevere. At that moment, Frieza, still smoldering from the earlier encounter, let out a cold laugh. How laughable. Do you truly believe you can defeat me in this state? With a swift motion, he appeared before Piccolo, delivering a crushing blow that sent him crashing to the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, Piccolo soared back into the air,